Huff, huff. I dashed through the dim alleyway, feeling as if some terrifying creature was hot on my heels. Behind me, two henchmen from the Devil's Gang chased after me like rabid dogs, refusing to let go. My name is Sunlight Lee. My parents also gave me a Chinese name, Li Ming. When it comes down to it, all of this trouble started because of that wretched ginger cat. Like a phantom, it lured me into this isolated corner, and unwittingly had me stumble upon the Devil's Gang's secret dealings. All I ever wanted was for that cat to have a better life, but instead, it nearly landed me in a coffin. I'm not about to forget this debt. As I ran for my life, my mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts. Strangely, the fear began to fade. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots erupted behind me, bursting through the alleyway like firecrackers. It was late at night, and the alley twisted and turned, narrow and poorly lit, cluttered with obstacles and blind corners. The two henchmen weren't marksmen. Their bullets went wide, sparking off the walls and shattering bits of stone near me. Though I was trembling with terror, luck was on my side. Not a single bullet actually hit me. In that moment, I felt an unexpected surge of adrenaline and found myself running faster than ever, quickly putting distance between us. Once I pulled ahead, I managed to regain a bit of composure. Maybe I thought if I could keep this up, I'd actually make it out alive. But fate always seems to have it in for me. No matter how poor their aim, with bullets flying wildly at such a big target, sooner or later, one was bound to hit. Crack! A bullet grazed my arm, tearing through my sleeve and ripping away a patch of skin. The pain nearly made me black out, cold sweat pouring down my face. It was just a flesh wound, nothing vital, but the sting was nearly unbearable. Ah! I screamed in agony, stumbling as I nearly lost my footing. Blood poured steadily from the wound, defying every attempt to staunch it, and my sleeve was quickly stained crimson. Panic clawed at my heart, but after all, I was almost a high school graduate. I knew this injury wouldn't kill me. Still, if I stopped because of the pain and got caught, that would be true disaster. With that thought, I gritted my teeth and kept running, but the wound slowed me down, sapping my strength with every step. The two henchmen closed in again, the gap between us shrinking. Tired already? Let's see you keep running now. Damn it, just die already. They snarled, grinning wickedly as they raised their pistols, ready to finish me off. Luckily, I was only a few strides from the corner. Summoning every last bit of strength, I lunged forward, narrowly dodging another volley of bullets. And then, just as they ran out of ammunition, their triggers clicking uselessly, I slipped into the safety of the shadowy bend, nearly vanishing from sight. Damn it, that guy's found our boss. The boss gave a kill order. He must be silenced forever, or we'll be the unlucky ones. We can't let him get away. After him, quick. They hurled curses as they chased after me. Seizing the moment, I managed to widen the gap between us. As I ran, I fought to calm myself down and figure out where I was. In my earlier panic, I'd taken several wrong turns, ending up farther and farther from the main street. Now that I was a bit more composed, I quickly spotted a possible escape route. If I can just make it around that corner and run a little further, I'll break out of this alley to the main street. Then I can find a cop, or maybe even Spider-Man to help me. Clinging to that thought, a tiny spark of hope flared up in my heart. But fate, as always, had a cruel sense of humor. The moment I burst around the corner, I spotted a man and a woman locked in a tight embrace. Under a street lamp, all but blocking the way. I almost let out a curse. Of all times, why did I have to run into something like this now? Despite my growing desperation, seeing people ahead, I still shouted a warning. The Devil's Gang is after me. Run now. I was struggling to save myself. But I didn't want to drag innocents into this, especially since they were blocking my only way out, and there was no way for me to go around them. Unfortunately, fate played another cruel trick on me. When I finally got a clear look at the couple, I couldn't help but mutter a curse under my breath. Bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp, I saw that the woman in the tall, thin man's arms was already lifeless. Her head lolled back limply, her face twisted in pain and unwillingness, her eyes staring straight at me in silent accusation. Ahead lay a scene straight out of a nightmare. Behind me, the Devil's Gang was closing in. I had nowhere left to run. The sharp, metallic tang of blood filled my nostrils and my stomach churned. I nearly threw up on the spot. I even hesitated for a split second, wondering if I should turn back. The two behind me were dangerous, yes, but at least they were still human. But this thing in front of me, who knew if it was man or monster? Besides, they'd run out of bullets. If this really was a vampire, maybe I could use the chaos to slip away, or at least buy myself a sliver of hope. Before I could make up my mind, the man, who was still feeding, suddenly lifted his head. My legs nearly buckled beneath me. His face was smeared with blood, his skin so pale it was almost translucent with a sickly bluish-gray tinge, blood-stained fangs bared, and his eyes were pitch black, with barely a trace of white. If this wasn't a vampire, what else could it be? Whatever scrap of hope I'd been clinging to shattered in an instant. Just as I'd glimpsed the possibility of escape, I was hurled straight into a horror film. The danger before me had escalated to a whole new level. I could all but feel fate mocking me. My situation now was nothing short of hopeless. The terrifying scene before me shattered my nerves. Exhausted as I already was, the shock and horror sent my spirit and willpower plummeting to rock bottom. Li Ming felt a dizzy spell wash over him, his mind going completely blank in that instant. Ever since I stumbled upon the Devil Gang's secret hideout and was forced to go on the run, my nerves have been stretched to the breaking point. Now, that final thread has snapped. Crack! It felt as if a taut string in my mind had suddenly snapped, or as if a thin veil within my soul had been violently torn apart. Without warning, an overwhelming and chaotic torrent of information surged into Li Ming's mind. Countless unfamiliar scenes flashed before his eyes, one after another in rapid succession. With each shifting vision, a jumble of indistinguishable, overlapping voices rose and fell by his ears, each more disorienting than the last. All those sounds merged into a deafening roar, echoing through Li Ming's head and bringing with them excruciating pain. That flood of tangled memories felt like an entire lifetime's worth of someone else's experiences, pouring into his mind all at once, churning and writhing inside his skull. Li Ming felt as if his head might split open from the sheer pressure. Aowa! His youthful, handsome face flushed a deep red. Veins bulged across his forehead, bloodshot eyes wide as streams of crimson trickled from his nostrils, quickly staining half his face. Were it not for the fact that he was now in the middle of a vampire's feeding frenzy, with gang members chasing him from behind, Li Ming would have already collapsed from the agony, losing consciousness on the spot. But now survival instinct alone kept him barely holding on. Even so, he could not help but clutch his head and scream in torment, collapsing to the ground and curling up into a trembling ball, temporarily robbed of all strength and will to move. His cries tore through the night, echoing along the desolate alleyways and carrying far and wide, like the mournful wail of an owl, sending chills down anyone's spine. Even the vampire was startled by Li Ming's sudden outburst. After a moment's pause, a wicked, mocking smile crept across his blood-stained lips. How amusing. Let's see. Did this little pest who dared disturb my meal just lose his mind from sheer terror? He carelessly tossed aside the lifeless woman he'd drained dry, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and, with a savage grin, began to approach Li Ming at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the Devil Gang thugs, chasing Li Ming, finally caught up. Did you hear that scream? Over here, this way. Ha ha ha. The brat's howling like he stepped on a trap. What happened to him? Cut the chatter. After him. We can't let that little rat get away. The thugs' jeering shouts echoed through the alley, mingling with the sounds of pounding footsteps and ragged breaths, growing louder and closer with every passing second. Li Ming was trapped, vampire looming before him, thugs closing in from behind. The sound of their footsteps, some hurried, some dragging, drew ever nearer. He no longer had the strength to get up and run. Every instinct screamed at him to escape, but his limbs refused to obey, and his mind teetered on the edge of collapse under the onslaught of alien memories. The constant stream of images clouded his vision, while the overlapping cacophony in his ears drowned out all other sounds. He couldn't even tell if the vampire was still feeding at its original spot, or if it was already approaching, ready to make him its next meal. I'm only 18. I haven't even really lived yet. I don't want to die here like this. Li Ming clung to the scraps of his resolve, desperately trying to pull himself together. He gasped for breath, forcing himself to stay calm, struggling to summon his courage and push aside the pounding in his head, doing his best to tune out the chaos around him. Yet his efforts brought little relief. His vision cleared only slightly, and the noise in his ears faded just enough that he could barely make out the sound of approaching footsteps. The pain in his head still raged on, and as the vampire drew closer, Li Ming found himself utterly powerless. He felt like a fish laid out on the chopping block, helplessly collapsing to the ground, left at the mercy of the vampire. As for those two henchmen from the demon gang, they no longer mattered in the face of this monster. If they dared to come closer, they'd likely meet the same terrible fate. As the vampire neared, his tall, gaunt figure blocked out the dim streetlight, and a deep shadow slowly crept over Li Ming's body. Just looking at the wound on that woman's neck, it must hurt terribly. I hope this vampire goes easy on me this time, Li Ming thought, his mind drifting in and out of consciousness. Information continued to swirl chaotically in his mind, his spirit drifting away, sinking deep into his soul, brushing against something hidden within. By the time Li Ming slipped into semi-consciousness, the vampire was already standing before him. "I only came out tonight to try something different. Got tired of cold, packaged blood. Since you've come right to my doorstep, I suppose I'll treat myself to an extra meal. Come to think of it, I've never tasted the blood of your kind before," the vampire drawled, smiling ever more broadly as he looked down at Li Ming sprawled on the ground. "Oh, and there are 2 more trailing behind. Looks like tonight I'll get my fill." Ever since that mysterious figure took charge, the higher-ups had tightened their grip, and it had been ages since he'd tasted fresh blood. Tonight, he simply couldn't resist the hunger any longer. He just wanted to sneak out for a quick hunt to satisfy his craving. He hadn't expected that after draining 1 victim and still feeling unsatisfied, 3 more would practically deliver themselves, as if afraid he wouldn't get enough to eat. Talk about wishes coming true. Tonight was turning out to be his lucky night. Just as the vampire was enjoying his good fortune, the 2 demon gang thugs finally caught up. "Hey, let that kid go. He's the one our demon gang is after." In New York, a city teeming with rival gangs, the demon gang was one of the most powerful forces around. Their leader, Mr. Negative, was a master at awakening the darkest emotions within people, twisting their personalities and transforming that darkness into power. His methods were unrivaled, his strength undeniable. He was one of the few infamous supervillains in all of New York. With such a formidable backer, the small-time thugs of the inner demon gang behaved with particular arrogance. But that swagger only worked against ordinary gangs and civilians. Across the vast city of New York, there were many beings the inner demons had to be wary of. Vampires were among them. As newly initiated, low-ranking members of the inner demon gang, these 2 hadn't even earned the privilege of receiving Mr. Negative's emotional enhancements. In the eyes of a vampire, they were no different from helpless chicks. Even so, the sudden appearance of these 2 unexpectedly shifted what had seemed like a certain death sentence for Li Ming. Hearing the words of the inner demon gang members, the vampire, who had been crouching, ready to snatch up Li Ming, paused. He wasn't in any rush to deal with the yellow-skinned youth who had apparently fainted from fright. Instead, he lifted his head and gave the 2 newcomers a menacing grin. And since when did mere food dare speak so boldly to the mighty bloodline of vampires? Even before he finished speaking, the blood smeared across the vampire's face, tensed as his lips curled back, revealing razor-sharp fangs. His smile radiated a dangerous, predatory hunger. At the sight of those fangs, the 2 bullies, so brash a moment ago, instantly recoiled in terror. They even fumbled for their pistol, now long emptied of bullets, hands shaking as they aimed it at the vampire. They were just grunts in the inner demon gang, but even they had heard whispers of certain taboos, and vampires were high on that list. Knowing this, the 2 didn't need to exchange a word. With silent agreement, they turned on their heels and bolted. Are you kidding? That pistol was useless even when it had bullets. Against a vampire, it was nothing. If they didn't run now, they would never get another chance. Thinking of running now? It's already too late. The vampire watched their panicked retreat, letting out a cold, mirthless laugh. In a sudden blur of movement, he became a shadow, streaking after the fleeing thugs. The shadow moved with terrifying speed, overtaking them in a matter of heartbeats. Once close, the vampire kicked one to the ground, seized the other in a steel grip, and bared his fangs. With brutal force, he sank them deep into his victim's throat. In an instant, flesh tore, and crimson blood gushed forth, splattering the vampire's head and face. The steady stream of prey delivered to his doorstep quickly sated his hunger, but years of deprivation had twisted his desires beyond simple sustenance. Now, he craved the ecstasy that came with the kill. Bathed in blood, the desperate screams of the inner demon lackeys ringing in his ears, the vampire's expression was one of pure delight and indulgence. He paid no heed to the spilling blood, utterly unconcerned with the waste of his precious meal. A moment later, the vampire casually tossed aside the lifeless minion he had just slain, his gaze shifting to another henchman who was desperately crawling away in a bid to escape. A bloodthirsty smile played on his lips as he strode forward, each step deliberate and unhurried. Though these 2 fiendish minions had once driven Li Ming into a humiliating flight for his life, their unexpected arrival now drew the vampire's attention, causing him to abandon his pursuit of Li Ming, at least for the moment. With their lives as the price, they bought Li Ming a fleeting reprieve, a sliver of time in which he might change his fate and grasp a chance at survival. Had they not chased Li Ming all the way here, cornering him at the very scene of the vampire's hunt, outsiders might easily have mistaken these ill-fated souls for his saviors. Because of them, Li Ming was thrust into dire straits. Yet because of them, a glimmer of hope was reborn. The strange twists of fate defy all expectation. endings that seem preordained, maybe nothing more than the beginning of another tale. Under the protection of two lords of time, the wandering spirit from another world, who had paid the price of losing himself to merge with this timeline, would soon cast off mortal confusion at the threshold between life and death. With each breath, with every pulse of life, he would shatter the shackles of destiny and let the brightest light burst forth from despair. This is the end of a mortal story, and the prologue to a hero's legend. Perhaps the overwhelming rush of information brought such searing pain that Li Ming failed to notice the other changes taking place within his body. He was unaware that, as memories surged, a strange power was welling up from the depths of his soul. Around his waist, a crystalline belt, its central band adorned with symmetrical, wing-like shapes, began to materialize, coalescing from shadow into substance. As the circular belt appeared, Li Ming's once clouded will was suddenly uplifted by an enigmatic force. His spirit soared, vast and boundless, traversing cosmic barriers until it reached a limitless, shadowy abyss. The power of the belt resonated within him, sending ripples through the endless void, as if it were sensing or summoning something beyond comprehension. Here in this place, time was meaningless. No one could say how long had passed, until at last, fate, will, and other unseen forces converged, and Li Ming's spirit successfully connected with another world. He touched a new kind of power, pure, noble, blazing, resolute, courageous, and utterly fearless. Two wills, dazzling with golden light, now revealed themselves, resonating with Li Ming, harmonizing with his soul, and ultimately accepting him as their own. Blazing, sun-bright energy tore through the darkness, crossing the void to descend upon him. In that moment, Li Ming seemed to witness true radiance. At the same time, his unconscious body, lying on the ground, drew breath in a steady, rhythmic pattern. The violent pain in his mind, brought on by the flood of information, gradually began to subside. The bullet graze on his arm even stopped bleeding on its own, and his body was slowly regaining its strength. At this moment, the crystal blue ring at the center of his belt started to change. Its color shifted to a radiant gold and the phantom. Images of two cards silently appeared on either side of the ring, shimmering with fine arcs of golden electricity and ripples like water. On each card, a distinct male figure emerged, both unique in style and posture, slowly coming into focus with remarkable clarity. Time slipped by. As his condition improved, Li Ming's consciousness returned, and his senses began to reconnect with the world around him. Yet, the chaos in his memory still left him lost. He couldn't even recall who he was, nor did he know where he had ended up. A soft, pained moan escaped his lips. He furrowed his brow in agony and forced his eyes open. The first thing he saw was the lifeless face of a young woman not far away, her eyes wide open in death, and a tall, gaunt figure striding towards him step by step. Li Ming was jolted awake, finally realizing the danger he was in. He struggled to get to his feet, but suddenly a shadow loomed over him, and a heavy stench of blood assaulted his senses. Before he could react, the vampire kicked him to the ground, causing the glowing golden ring on his belt to become fully visible. The instant the vampire caught sight of the belt, a look of disgust flashed across his face, and he instinctively retreated half a step. However, as soon as he realized he'd been intimidated by nothing more than a belt, anger flared in his eyes, and he strode forward once more. Fixing his gaze on the belt, he hesitated only for a moment before raising his blood-stained hand, reaching for the ring. But the moment his hand came close, before he could even touch it, a web of golden electricity burst forth, repelling him instantly. The instant the electric current made contact, most of the vampire's pale, blood-caked hand was seared black, the flesh even beginning to melt. Seeing this, a surge of hope rose in Li Ming's heart. He realized at last he had some means to resist. But before he could move, the vampire's injured hand shot out and clamped tightly around his neck. The immense strength made the blood rush to his head, and he was lifted effortlessly off the ground. His gaze was forced upward, finally locking eyes with the vampire's blood-smeared face. The vampire gripped Li Ming's throat, watching as his face shifted from red to purple with pain and helplessness. In an icy, indifferent voice, he spoke. "Where did you get that thing on your waist? You didn't have it on you just a moment ago. What is it? I can sense a power from it, something almost like sunlight." Having sated his hunger and desire, the vampire seemed much more rational now. The moment he returned, he had sensed a force on Li Ming that filled him with loathing, and, more importantly, a threat he could not ignore. Before this, the frail, slender Asian man had never been able to exert such pressure on him, nor had Li Ming ever possessed that mysterious belt. The vampire hadn't even touched the belt before arcs of electricity from its surface seared half of his hand. The effect was almost indistinguishable from sunlight. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Li Ming and the belt, as a tangle of complicated thoughts welled up in his mind. Li Ming was nothing more than an ordinary, weak man, yet this belt that had appeared out of nowhere posed a genuine threat to him. If he could seize control of this belt, he might not only shake off that loathsome figure he despised, but even the elders of the vampire clan would no longer be able to manipulate him at will. Perhaps he too could become someone truly powerful. At that moment, the two cards imbued with power were on the verge of solidifying completely, while the golden light on the ring at Li Ming's waist flickered ever more rapidly, matching the urgency of his frantic struggles. He clutched desperately at the vampire's hand, locked around his throat, trying to pry away the fingers, but they wouldn't budge an inch. Instead, under the vampire's cold, unfeeling gaze, he felt the grip tighten mercilessly around his neck. His brain swelled with blood, starved for oxygen, and in mere seconds, Li Ming found himself teetering ever closer to death. The despair that had briefly lifted under the dazzling light now descended upon him once more. In just a few moments, he would die of oxygen deprivation, his brain ceasing to function. Tonight, Li Ming's experiences bordered on the fantastical and forced him to grow tremendously. Even at death's door, though fear gnawed at him, he managed to stay calm. He processed the information from the ring-shaped belt and, having gained the approval of those two figures with hearts of gold, was granted the chance to copy and borrow their strength. He understood perfectly. His only hope was to buy himself more time. He just needed to hold on a little longer, until those two cards infused with the power of ripple breathing fully formed. Then, using them as keys, he could finally unlock the true power of the ring-shaped belt. Even if he couldn't turn the tables, he should at least be able to survive. Li Ming calculated this silently, his mind racing. So he struggled on, forcing out a few broken words through clenched teeth. "Do you want to know the secret of the belt?" Seeing Li Ming writhing in pain, the vampire hesitated for a moment, then finally eased his grip, giving Li Ming a sliver of air. He was genuinely concerned that, should he accidentally kill Li Ming, the belt would be lost to him forever. After all, in his earlier attempt, he hadn't even managed to touch the thing. Just brushing the electric current on its surface had caused him significant harm. As the force around his neck lessened, Li Ming felt the pressure in his head slowly subside. He gasped greedily for air, desperate to ease the agony of suffocation. "Hand over the belt and those two cards, and I'll give you a chance to escape." The vampire looked down at the disheveled Li Ming, savoring the intoxicating sense of power that comes from holding someone's life in his hands. His voice rang out, haughty and cold. No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed a sudden calm settle over Li Ming's face, a stark contrast to the panic from moments before. "You want the belt? Fine. I'll give it to you right now." As Li Ming spoke, his hands, hanging limply a moment ago, moved purposefully toward the circular clasp at the center of his belt. Watching this, the vampire was suddenly struck by a powerful sense of danger. Instinctively, he tightened his grip around Li Ming's throat. No matter how much he coveted the belt, his own life was more precious. If he strangled Li Ming now, there'd be no need to worry about any unforeseen surprises. At that very moment, the two cards hovering beside the belt began to take on solid form, shimmering into existence. With Li Ming's words still hanging in the air, the cards on either side of the clasp materialized, becoming tangible objects. On the face of each card, the likenesses of two men, each with a distinct style, appeared so vivid they seemed almost alive, as though they possessed their own will. Their sharp gazes locked directly onto the vampire. "A vampire, is it? So fate has brought us together." A deep, resonant sigh echoed through the air. In a flash, the cards burst forth with a light as brilliant as the sun. The vampire, caught in the radiant glare, shrieked in agony. Searing heat scorched his body, black smoke billowed from his skin, and a tremendous force hurled him back, sending him crashing hard against the wall. Li Ming collapsed to the ground as well, gasping for breath. He fixed his gaze on the vampire, who lay not far away, and struggled to his feet, bracing himself in a defensive stance. Just then, the two cards floated up on their own, one after the other, and slotted neatly into the circular clasp on the belt. As the cards locked into place, a clear, commanding voice rang out from the belt. "William A. Zeppeli, Jonathan Joestar, a stately, undaunted gentleman in formal attire, a young warrior, eyes shining with steadfast courage." Once the reading was complete, the card dissolved into points of light, coalescing on either side of Li Ming into the spectral forms of these two heroic figures. From the void, fervent rallying cries resounded. Hammond breath is born of courage. The anthem of humanity is a song of courage. Human greatness lies in its courage. Young man, accept our power of Hammond. Feeling the unwavering gaze of the two heroic spirits upon him, Li Ming's eyes blazed with determination. Instinctively, he pressed both hands against the sides of his circular clasp, pushing the lever set with 3 deep crimson beads toward the center. Sirs, lend me your Hammond power. Transform. Whoosh. In an instant, a golden halo, radiant as sunlight, burst forth. Wing-like structures unfurled from either side of the ring, and luminous particles swept rapidly over Li Ming's entire body. The phantoms of a middle-aged gentleman and a young warrior overlapped. Across his form, casting out shimmering, rippling light. Layer upon layer, the particles of light gathered, finally condensing into a suit of armor. Delicate golden currents danced across him, with wave-like patterns rippling outward from his body. The transformation device's chant continued, but this time, 2 overlapping voices, interfering with and even jamming each other, echoed out. "Oh, cat try. Oh. Because of this interference, the transformation's light particles, which were about to complete their work, suddenly froze. Li Ming snapped out of his near-transcendent state. Could it be that these 2 powers truly clash, causing the transformation to fail? A jolt of anxiety struck through Li Ming, and fragments of memory surged up, making him even more uneasy. But then, he sensed a message from the belt and the armor that was forming around him. Are they asking me to give it a name? His expression grew solemn, resolute. I am neither Ultraman, Orb, nor Kamen Rider Decade. My strength is something new, a fusion of the giant of light and the power of the night. Then I'll call it Light Night. And this armor, founded on ripple power and fueled by human courage, allowing ordinary people to shine like the sun. Let it be called the Courage Ripple Armor. Li Ming whispered, completing the naming rite. Whoosh. Song of Courage, Light of Humanity. Light Night, Courage Ripple Armor Form. As if a ceremony had reached its climax, with Li Ming's proclamation, the ring's chant instantly smoothed out, and the light particles completed their final transformation. At that moment, Li Ming truly merged with this new power, gaining full mastery over it. Boom! The accumulated power erupted in a flash. Golden ripples, like lightning and water waves, surged from Li Ming at the center, radiating in all directions. The alley, bathed in this dazzling light, was bright as day, and even the night sky was pierced by a faint pillar of light. The vampire lurking in the corner was struck by the light for only a moment before disintegrating completely. The foe that had once driven Li Ming to the brink of despair was reduced to drifting ashes in the glow, gently scattering to the ground. Far off, a blue and red figure racing toward the scene at breakneck speed caught sight of the rising beam of light. Shocked, he surged forward even faster. As the radiance faded, a figure appeared in the alley. Armor primarily silver, accented by magenta lines, with a pale gold hue spreading from his chest across his limbs. At the center of Li Ming's chest gleamed a crystal blue ring, its core embossed with a card-shaped insignia. Radiating from this ring, intricate patterns of electrical currents and water ripples adorned the armor on either side, extending across his pale gold shoulder plates, greaves, and arm guards. Faint black vertical stripes adorned his helmet, stretching from below his chin all the way up to his forehead, where they merged seamlessly with raised silver ridges aligned in the same direction. All these lines converge at the crown of his head, forming a silver and black diamond shape that swept elegantly backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air. On either side of his head, 2 slimmer silver and black diamond embellishments extended from the edges of his faceplate toward the back of his skull, just below the central arc. These diamond motifs encircled his head like loyal sentinels. From the front, they looked as if 2 playing cards had been embedded into his mask. His large compound eyes shimmered with a radiant yellow glow. Just above them, beneath the central diamond, a slender golden crystal. At the center of his brow glimmered faintly, surrounded by delicate patterns reminiscent of electric currents and rippling water. From the mouthpiece of his helmet, as well as his chest and back armor, various thick and thin tubes extended, their streamlined shapes curving upward and backward like exhaust vents. With each breath Li Ming took, these tubes inhaled and expelled air, sending out white streams of vapor, occasionally laced with fleeting sparks of golden electricity. So is that it? Is it really over? Hey, weren't we supposed to have a desperate, back-and-forth battle for 100 rounds? Li Ming glanced to the vampire in the corner, now reduced to ashes by the shockwave of his transformation. He could feel a sudden surge of tremendous power coursing through his body, leaving him momentarily lost and bewildered. From a distance came a faint, swift sound, like silk threads slicing through the air, drawing closer and closer. In the next instant, a figure clad in red and blue dropped from above, landing right in front of him. What followed was a rapid-fire stream of teasing remarks. "Hey, buddy, are you new around here? You sure know how to make an entrance. Oh, and did you hear that awful scream just now?" Spider-Man kept up his banter as he maintained a safe distance, his eyes sharp and wary as he sized up Li Ming and the scene around them. There's a woman down." He caught sight of the woman's body not far away and immediately fell silent, hurrying over to investigate. After confirming the cause of death, his demeanor shifted, growing calm, focused, and icy. Another vampire attack. Spider-Man scanned the area, the lenses of his mask narrowing and widening in response to his movements. He quickly spotted the small pile of ash beside the wall. The wounds on the woman's body and the vampire's remains left little room for doubt. Turning back to Li Ming, Spider-Man asked, "Hey, was it you who took care of the vampire?" "It was me, but..." Standing before this world-renowned superhero, Li Ming's compound eyes flashed with excitement. He was about to explain, but as relief washed over him, he realized his mental and physical reserves had finally reached their limit. A wave of intense dizziness struck him. He didn't even manage to finish his sentence before darkness closed in and he lost consciousness. The step he'd just begun to take turned, in the very moment of his collapse, into a helpless tumble straight towards Spider-Man. Hey, buddy, what's wrong?" Spider-Man hurried to steady him, but before he could ask any questions, a flash of light swept by. The ripples of courage on Li Ming's body transformed into sparkling motes of light, gradually merging into his being, until his true appearance was revealed. "Oh my God, Li, how can it be you?" Spider-Man cried out in astonishment. Seeing how terrible Li Ming looked, he immediately said, "You're in real danger right now. I have to get you checked out right away." Without hesitating, he quickly reported the scene to the police, then scooped Li Ming up with one arm while firing a web line with the other. In a blur of leaps and swings, the two of them vanished into the night. Not long after Spider-Man's departure, a tall black man appeared in the shadowy alleyway, dressed in leather, wearing sunglasses, and carrying a long sword across his back. He moved with silent precision. He examined the char marks on the wall, then checked the bodies of the young woman and the two fallen minions of the Mind-Eater. His face was set in grim resolve, and a cold light of vengeance gathered in his eyes. "These vampires are getting bolder by the day," he muttered under his breath. Just then, a deep, steady voice crackled through his earpiece, sounding aged but full of authority. Blade, are you all right? What's the situation at the scene?" "I'm fine, but something strange happened here. Someone beat me to it. I'll explain more when I get back." With that, the man known as Blade turned on his heel and melted into the alley's darkest shadows, vanishing without a trace. It was only then that the nearby police finally arrived, beginning their investigation and gathering evidence. A window stood half open, letting the morning breeze waft into the room and set the curtains gently swaying. Sunlight spilled across the floor, coming to rest on Li Ming's face and rousing him from a deep sleep. "What is this?" Li Ming blinked drowsily, sat up, and looked around the familiar room. Memory slowly sharpened. The events of the previous night and distant recollections from deep within his mind intertwined. Scenes from past and present lives surged forth, and, piecing together last night's ordeal, Li Ming quickly made sense of some things. "This is my room. Peter must have brought me back. So that guy was Spider-Man all along, and he managed to keep it from me for so long." He shook his head with a wry smile, his feelings a tangled knot. "I never expected I'd really travel to another world. Or, to be more precise, that I'd be reincarnated. Having awakened to the power of the Night of Light, and after a night's sleep, Li Ming finally absorbed the overwhelming flood of information that had surged into his mind. In his previous life, he'd been just an ordinary guy, tinkering out a passion with his own hands, combining an orb ring with a decade driver, crafting a unique belt all his own. Just as he was about to put on his newly made belt and head out to film a video, planning to show off a bit on a certain video platform, disaster struck without warning. The moment he stepped outside, he ran into a massive truck barreling down the road in violation of traffic laws. In a split second, he saw a child frozen in terror, and without hesitation, he rushed forward to save the kid, sacrificing his own life in the process. What followed was even stranger. His consciousness slipped away from his body and traversed into the Marvel Universe, appearing outside the flow of time itself. His soul was nothing remarkable. By all accounts, he should never have been able to break through countless barriers, merge with the river of time, and earn a new life. Yet perhaps, because of his selfless act to save another, fate shifted course. Li Ming couldn't help but grumble. Are you kidding me? How could I have known saving a kid would cost me my life? In any case, the belt he had crafted with his own hands resonated with Orb and Decade, drawing their attention. Wandering swordsman Kai remarked, "Oh, so you died to save someone? What a pity." Brother Xiao Ming sighed as well. What a fool. What a ridiculous way to go. But, since you managed to reach out to us, let's give you a hand. With that, the two wills made a joint decision. In the endless void, two cards slowly materialized. Ultraman Zero, Shining Form. Omazeo. The combined power of these two-times sovereigns surged from the cards, shielding Li Ming's fading soul, erasing the world's rejection of him, and sending him into the river of time. That was how Li Ming was reborn as Sunlight Li, a native of the Marvel Universe. Thank you, Brother Xiao Ming. Thank you, Master Kai. He thought, his heart full of gratitude. I always knew Brother Xiao Ming's journey wouldn't end in some tiny fish pond. But now that he can use the Omazeo card, things are about to get complicated. Recalling those hazy memories from before, Li Ming felt both grateful and uneasy. A chill ran down his spine, and he dared not dwell on it further. More importantly, the seeds of power they left behind had saved his life just yesterday and would surely become his greatest support in this world in the future. Looks like I need to seek out more of the Marvel Universe's unique powers. Who knows, maybe they'll come calling again someday. But first, I have to survive Thanos. At that thought, Li Ming's expression grew serious. In his previous life, he hadn't followed the Marvel series closely, but he knew enough about Thanos, the ultimate villain behind many major events, to understand the threat. Even if the Avengers managed to turn the tables in the end, this world was still home to conquerors like Kong, Dr. Doom, Galactus, and other supervillains capable of rewriting timelines and destroying worlds at will. If not for his golden finger, Li Ming might truly have felt despair. As this thought flashed through his mind, Li Ming focused his will, and particles of light gathered in his hand, forming a device he had named the Light Knight Driver, which materialized in his palm. With a light tap of his finger, the circular ring emitted a radiant glow, projecting an extremely simple panel before him. Power completion, 3%. World influence, 404. This was not a system panel in the traditional sense, but rather a unique function born from the fusion of Li Ming's subconscious and the belt over the past 18 years. At its core, its purpose was to record. It documented his journey in exploring the power of the Light Knight, as well as the feedback he received from the world whenever he made an impact as the Light Knight. Since crossing over and merging into this Marvel universe, although his powers originated from Kamen Rider and Ultraman, he had lost the ability to connect with the power of the Night and the power of the Giant of Light, and could no longer borrow those abilities directly. However, traveling through multiple universes had changed his soul in fundamental ways. It was precisely this transformation that granted his Light Knight power a new capability, to traverse reality and illusion, forging connections with beings from other worlds through sheer will. Once he had earned their recognition, he could copy and borrow their powers. In this process, he needed to expend a resource called world influence, which functioned much like a toll fee. The more powerful the target, the greater the amount of world influence required. But within the Marvel Universe, these superheroes and villains could also become sources from whom he could copy powers, and in these cases, he did not need to spend any world influence, as long as he could earn their recognition. At this moment, Li Ming's Light Knight power was still far from complete. He was not even qualified to transform into his base form. Without borrowing the power of another being as a key to activate the Light Knight Driver, he was incapable of transforming at all. This situation was somewhat akin to when Red Kai lost his original form, but with a crucial difference. Red Kai merely needed to reclaim his lost power, whereas Li Ming had to continually refine and perfect his own Light Knight power. According to the feedback from the driver, he had two possible paths. One was to improve his Light Knight power through his own training and exploration. The other was to widely copy and borrow the powers of other beings, using the interplay of different rules and power types to drive the growth of his Light Knight power. Therefore, obtaining the powers of others became extremely important. It seems I can't afford to neglect either path. I have to pursue both at once, Li Ming thought silently to himself. Then another question surfaced in his mind. If someone accepts me as a friend, does that count as recognition? Or do I have to defeat them first? These are things I'll only find out by trying for myself. I'll start my experiment with Peter. After making up his mind, Li Ming began to plan his next steps. In the past, he had no way of anticipating future crises, but now he was forced to prepare for what was to come. My long-term goal is to strengthen myself as much as possible to face Thanos' snap and the potential turmoil of the multiverse. As for the short term, I need to keep a close eye on the Demon Gang and the vampire situation. Both require careful tracking. He certainly hadn't forgotten last night's experience. Whether it was the demon gang secretly stockpiling weapons for some ominous scheme, or the vampires ruthlessly preying on humans, both left him with a deep sense of threat. If he wished to gain more world influence, he would have to start with these incidents. This was not only his personal objective, but also the driving force behind his desire to protect innocent people. He could still recall with painful clarity the image that haunted his mind after waking up. The young woman, hanging upside down, wronged and lifeless. Moreover, if he handled these matters well, he wouldn't just earn world influence. There was also a chance to acquire new ability cards, perhaps Mr. Negative or Blade. In New York, nearly every influential force was aware. The renowned philanthropist Martin Lee was, in fact, the leader of the demon gang, known as Mr. Negative. This wasn't a secret known only to those who had crossed worlds. Yet, for Li Ming, learning Martin Lee's true identity placed him in a difficult position. Mr. Martin Lee, what are you planning with all those explosives? I hope there's still time to stop disaster, Li Ming thought, a shadow passing through his eyes. Although both men shared the surname Lee, there was no blood relation between them. When Li Ming's parents died of illness, it was Martin Lee who reached out and helped them through those dark times. That kindness had never been forgotten. As for the time he'd nearly lost his life to Martin Lee's inner demons, those two henchmen had already bought him enough time at the cost of their own lives. In Li Ming's mind, that debt had been settled. Given all this, even if Martin Lee truly was orchestrating a major operation, Li Ming felt he could only try to stop him if absolutely necessary, not hurt him outright. Just as Li Ming frowned in contemplation, the doorbell suddenly rang from downstairs. When the door opened, he could faintly make out Peter Parker's voice. "Mr. Lee, has Sunlight woken up yet? We need to check in soon." A moment later, an elderly but vigorous voice responded warmly. "Peter, Xiaoming isn't up yet. Come in first." That voice belonged to Li Ming's grandfather, Li Jian. Li Ming's grandmother had passed away early, and after his parents succumbed to illness a few years ago, it had been just the two of them left at home. Li Jian welcomed Peter Parker into the house, not forgetting to complain about his grandson. "Look at this kid. Peter, have a seat and have some tea. I'll go upstairs and call him." Peter Parker hurriedly replied, "It's all right. Let me go wake him up. I was the one who brought him home yesterday." Li Jian readily agreed. "That works too. Go on up. Have you had breakfast? I just made some steam buns. Want to try one?" "Ah, thank you. I'll trouble you then. I'll go get Sunlight up first," Peter answered, a little embarrassed. Right then, Li Ming heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs, quickly approaching his room. Since he was already awake, Li Ming simply got out of bed. In a few quick steps, he reached the door, pulled it open, and found Peter Parker just coming up the stairs, hand raised, about to knock. Peter immediately waved in greeting. "Hey Li, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Yesterday, he had brought Li Ming to the secret base for a quick checkup. Not only did they find nothing wrong, but, to their surprise, Li Ming's health was astonishing. Even the gunshot wound on his arm was already healing and scabbing over. After all that unnecessary worry, Peter hadn't lingered. He changed Li Ming into a clean jacket and brought him, still deep in sleep, back home. After yesterday's accident, this was the first time the two of them had really spoken face to face. Looking at his friendly neighborhood friend at the door, Li Ming smiled, stepped aside to let Peter in, and closed and locked the door behind them. "Why are you locking the door?" Seeing Li Ming turn the key, Peter felt a jolt of nerves. He had a hunch what was coming, but tried to play it cool. Yet when he saw the serious look on Li Ming's face, his own expression crumbled. He gave up the pretense, shrugging as if it didn't matter. "All right, Sunlight. What do you want to say?" Li Ming sighed, a bit helpless. "What's with that face?" "I just wanted to thank you." "Thank me for what?" Peter was still making a final effort to dodge the topic. "I want to thank you for pulling me out of that alley yesterday, Spider-Man." "Peter, you sneaky guy, you really kept that secret well." Li Ming spoke half-jokingly, giving Peter a playful punch on the shoulder. If he didn't count the memories from his previous life, he and Peter had been friends for years in this one. Yet Peter had been Spider-Man for almost 2 years, and still managed to keep it from him. If Li Ming hadn't awakened memories of his past life, who knew how much longer he'd have been kept in the dark? All right. Sorry, man." Peter threw up his hands in surrender. "But I only did it to protect you guys. I didn't want you dragged into danger. You get that, right, bro?" Li Ming reluctantly accepted his explanation. "Fine, I'll believe you this time. But let me guess. Mary Jane and Gwen must have figured it out long ago, haven't they?" Peter Parker's face immediately flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "They found out by accident, too." Then, as if catching himself, he shot back. "What about you? That suit you wore yesterday, what's the story there? You could absorb it back into your body, right? Even Mr. Stark hasn't pulled off tech like that. How'd you manage it?" Li Ming cleared his throat. "You might not believe this, but that armor appeared to me in a moment of crisis. I just sensed it and Called it out. I didn't actually make it myself. If I had tech like that, do you think I'd still be working under Dr. Octavius? You have a point, Peter nodded in agreement, about to ask more, when suddenly Li Ming's phone rang. Li Ming glanced at the caller ID and said, "It's Dr. Octavius. Looks like we're about to get a lecture." With that, he answered the call. "Li, where are you right now?" Dr. Octavius's anxious voice came through the phone. "Didn't we agree yesterday? We have to have at least one rehearsal before the funding committee arrives." Li Ming replied quickly, "Sorry, doctor. I had a few personal things to deal with. Peter's here with me, too. We're heading out right now." "All right. Gentlemen, please hurry." Once he'd heard their promise, Dr. Octavius hung up. Li Ming turned to Peter Parker. "Let's talk about my armor later. If we don't get moving now, we'll be in real trouble." Compared to Li Ming's privileged background, Peter Parker cherished this job from Dr. Octavius all the more. He nodded instantly. "Let's go then." The two of them rushed through a quick wash, changing clothes as they hurried downstairs. Li Ming dashed towards the dining room, calling out, "Grandpa, Dr. Octavius is waiting for us. I'll skip breakfast today. Don't wait for me. Just eat on your own." "Sorry, Mr. Li. I'll have to try your cooking another time." Peter Parker managed a polite farewell to the dining room, but before he could finish, Li Ming had already pushed him out the door. These two kids. Left alone, Li Jian looked helplessly at the buns and rice porridge on the table, shaking his head. "Well, since you're both busy, I suppose this old man will just have to enjoy it himself." Time was tight. Li Ming led Peter down to the underground garage, picked a car at random, and floored the accelerator as soon as they got in. Racing through the city, they reached the lab in just over 10 minutes. "Sorry we're late, Dr. Octavius." Li Ming burst through the lab door, but both he and Peter Parker froze in surprise. The lab was dimly lit, sunlight streaming in through the skylight, falling directly on the short, stocky figure standing at the center of the room. Thick and thin cables and pipes stretched down from the ceiling and up from the floor, all converging on the device strapped to his back. In the sunlight, the shadows of these cables danced across the floor like the tentacles of an octopus. Dr. Otto stood in the shade, and both Li Ming and Peter Parker, dressed in their white lab coats, were caught off guard by the sight. "Doctor, did you start without us? What if?" Dr. Otto waved his hand from the control panel, and the neural-linked mechanical arms beside him moved in sync. "The chairman of the funding committee will be here any minute." He glanced at Li Ming and Peter Parker, who seemed about to protest, and confidently added, "Don't worry, Lee Parker. I designed this equipment myself. Of course I can operate it alone." Seeing such confidence in Dr. Otto, Li Ming and Peter Parker exchanged looks and said no more. They began to carefully inspect the cables and connections, as well as the mechanical arms that mirrored Dr. Otto's every movement. Despite Dr. Otto's air of certainty, the two stayed cautious. They decided to personally check the apparatus. After all, it was wired directly to the human nervous system. A single malfunction could put Dr. Otto in grave danger. But before they could act, the nearby power dampener suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of sparks. Li Ming frowned at the sight, silently thinking that the doctor had certainly tempted fate. The situation was dire. Frustration flickered across Li Ming's face, but his hands moved with practiced speed. He and Peter Parker split up at once. One rushed to the power dampener, scrambling to repair the circuitry. The other darted to the computer, calling out to Dr. Otto, "Doctor, should we abort the experiment?" Dr. Otto, fiddling with the neural connection device on his back, shot back without hesitation, "No, we can't stop now." Barely had the words left his mouth when the power dampener's fault triggered a cascade of failures. Sparks erupted from several machines around the lab, and the emergency lights flashed crimson. Thick smoke poured from the devices, quickly filling the entire room. The neural connector on Dr. Otto's back was hit as well. Its circuits overloaded and fried, sending more sparks flying. The equipment's failure directly affected Dr. Otto, who was still linked to the system. A surge of electricity shot through his nerves, making him clutch his head and scream in agony. Seeing this, Li Ming didn't hesitate. With a few quick strides, he reached the emergency power switch and slammed it down. As the droning hum faded, every machine in the lab powered down at once, and the torment from the neural connection device abruptly ceased. There was a series of soft, rhythmic clicks, the tense silence broken at last. Li Ming and Peter Parker quickly disconnected the neural linkage device from the network of cables, then helped the nearly collapsed Dr. Otto over to a chair. The two of them asked anxiously, "Dr. Otto, are you all right?" In his worry, Li Ming instinctively steadied his breathing and gently channeled ripple energy through his fingertips into Dr. Otto's body, hoping to help him recover. With the aid of the ripple energy, color gradually returned to Dr. Otto's face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only managed to shake his head, saying, "It failed again." But soon, a smile returned to his face. He patted both Li Ming and Peter Parker on the shoulder, his expression suddenly lively. But we're just one step away from success. That's fantastic. Li Ming and Peter Parker exchanged glances, each seeing the joy reflected in the other's eyes. Dr. Otto's technology held the promise of helping tens of millions who had lost their limbs. Even setting aside its enormous commercial potential, the sense of achievement alone was enough to fill them with excitement. Just as Dr. Otto was about to say more, the door to the laboratory swung open. The chairwoman of the funding committee entered, accompanied by 2 colleagues. As a capable professional woman, her arrival made Dr. Otto immediately straighten up, his expression turning serious as he hurried to greet them. The 3 glanced around, taking in the swirling smoke and the chaos of the lab, their faces registering surprise. The chairwoman asked bluntly, "Was anyone hurt?" A serious accident had just occurred, and now the committee had walked in on the aftermath. Li Ming's heart sank. He rushed to explain, "No one was hurt, but the responsibility is entirely mine." Dr. Otto waved him off, stepping in to add, "The energy release was stronger than we'd anticipated, but from another perspective, this actually marks positive progress." "I don't see it that way," the chairwoman retorted sharply. "With the smell and state of things in here, it's hard to believe this is a promising result, Doctor." Dr. Otto's expression grew even more solemn. He made a formal promise. "I assure you, we will make improvements in the next phase." The disarray in the lab had clearly left a poor impression, and the chairwoman cut him off again. "Let's not make promises too hastily." With that, she coughed a few times and waved away the smoke lingering in the air. "Can we take this discussion somewhere else?" Faced with the wishes of their sponsor, Dr. Otto had no choice but to turn to Li Ming and Peter Parker. "You 2 should head home for the day. Sunlight, Parker." Peter Parker began to protest, a hint of reluctance in his voice. But Dr. Otto gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and said quietly, "We'll talk later." With that, Dr. Octavius led the committee chairwoman and her entourage out of the lab. Watching them leave, Li Ming gave Peter Parker a reassuring pat on his somewhat dejected shoulder. "Don't worry, man. Chin up. Even though the doctor told us to take a break, I think there's still something we can do. For example, figuring out exactly what went wrong with the power dampener." Li Ming fiddled with the mechanical arms on the main console. "Look at this thing. It's practically falling apart." Peter nodded in agreement. "You're right. We have to find a root of the problem." "Let's get to it then." No sooner said than done. The 2 of them got straight to work at the control panel. Check the central control circuit for damage. Check complete. Connect the main drive motor. Connection complete. Test the voltage control system. Test complete. Working together seamlessly, they meticulously examined every detail. After an entire day's effort, they finally resolved all the issues with the neural-linked arms caused by the accident. Li Ming stood up straight, letting out a long, relieved breath. "Peter, you're a genius." "Hey, Li, don't overdo it. You're laying it on a bit thick." Peter Parker pretended to shudder, rubbing his arms as if he'd been zapped, feigning annoyance. He thought Li Ming was just teasing him, though, truth be told, Li Ming felt much the same. If you set aside the fact that Peter Parker was destined to be a genius in his previous life as Spider-Man, Li Ming, having spent years as his friend, had truly come to appreciate Peter's extraordinary talent up close. Back in their second year of high school, Peter had relied on his superb skills to land an internship at Oscorp, joining Dr. Connor's limb regeneration lab and making remarkable contributions to their research. Although the serum they developed ended up turning Dr. Connors into a giant lizard, and Peter, as Spider-Man, had to defeat him in the end, none of that could overshadow his scientific brilliance. Around that time, when Peter was joining Dr. Connor's lab thanks to his exceptional knowledge of biology, Li Ming, who hadn't yet awakened his past memories, used his own expertise in engineering to enter Dr. Octavius's lab and take part in the development of the neural-linked prosthetic arms. After Dr. Connors was defeated by Spider-Man and the lab was disbanded, Li Ming even introduced Peter Parker to Dr. Octavius. Sure enough, Dr. Octavius was just as impressed by Peter's genius. Once Peter joined the lab, he quickly caught up with the project's progress through self-study, and now his contributions to the technical development were every bit as significant as Li Ming's. Such talent always made Li Ming sigh at the difference between people, despite his own hard work teaching himself college courses and cutting-edge technology. However, ever since he awakened memories of his past life, Li Ming had come to terms with it. After all, Peter Parker was Marvel's chosen son. It was only natural for him to be exceptionally gifted. All Li Ming needed to do was keep up with this remarkable figure. With that thought, Li Ming looked at Peter, set aside his previous words, and changed the subject. "Our work here is done. Once we've uploaded the new schematics to the system, let's head back. We still haven't finished our earlier conversation." Our earlier conversation. Hearing this, Peter Parker immediately put away his playful demeanor and grew serious. As Li Ming packed up their things, he said casually, "Let's go, dinner's on me. Besides, it's a good chance to talk about the changes I've been going through." At the mention of dinner, Peter Parker gently smacked Li Ming on the back. "Hey, you rascal, did you forget today is Aunt May's birthday?" Li Ming's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm so sorry. You know, so much has happened these last couple of days. I'm starting to mix everything up." Back when his parents passed away, besides Martin Li's help with the family business, Aunt May's care had been a tremendous source of comfort to young Li Ming. All these years later, Li Ming's affection for Aunt May remained as strong as ever. The thought made him regretful. If only he'd regained his memories sooner, perhaps Uncle Ben's tragedy could have been avoided. Peter Parker, unaware of Li Ming's inner turmoil, wasn't truly upset. He was just reminding him, "Mr. Martin Li is at the feast shelter preparing a party for Aunt May. It's getting late. We should hurry." With that, Peter took out his phone to show Li Ming the time. The feast shelter was a charity founded by Martin Li, with Li Ming's grandfather, Li Jian, as one of its benefactors. Aunt May was also one of the main managers there. "What are we waiting for? Let's get going." Li Ming quickly finished packing up. Just as he was about to leave with Peter Parker, Dr. Otto walked in carrying takeout. "Hey, Lee Parker, you're still here. If I'd known you hadn't left yet, I would have ordered more food." Dr. Otto smiled, giving the Chinese takeout in his hand a gentle shake. Li Ming grinned and shook his head. "Thanks, Doctor, but we were just about to head out. By the way, we've already checked the neural interface and mechanical limbs. The new issues in the central control path, main drive motors, and voltage regulators have all been resolved. We've uploaded the new designs to the system. Dr. Otto, feel free to take a look and let us know if anything else needs changing." Dr. Otto raised his eyebrows and replied with a warm smile. "I certainly chose the right people when I picked you two as my assistants. Thank you for your hard work. I'll review the blueprints carefully." With their tasks assigned, Li Ming and Peter didn't linger. They left the lab straight away. As they pushed open the door to leave, Li Ming glanced back at the wise and kind-hearted middle-aged man, his gaze resolute. "Dr. Otto, I will do everything I can to help you achieve your dream. I hope you'll never become that dreadful Dr. Octopus." The neural interface limb technology was nearing completion, and Dr. Octopus's hardware was almost ready. But what truly turned Dr. Otto into the notorious supervillain was not the technology itself, but the extremity and corruption in his heart. This brilliant man had guided Li Ming through many challenges. As long as there was even the smallest chance, Li Ming was determined not to let Dr. Otto slip into darkness. Besides, the enemies we'll face in the future are formidable. We'll need your wisdom. Li Ming suppressed his swirling thoughts, steadied his emotions, and set off with Peter for the feast homeless shelter. They pushed open the shelter's main doors, and Li Ming looked around, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, we're not late." Just then, Li Jian came walking through the lobby. "So you finally made it, huh? I was just about to call you. Martin's in the kitchen. Go find him first," Grandpa Li said offhandedly, pointing further inside. "We'll head in and lend a hand then." Not wanting to risk a scolding from Grandpa, Li Ming quickly agreed and set off with Parker towards the main hall. They greeted familiar friends and relatives along the way, and when they reached the kitchen, they saw Martin Li moving some supplies. Li Ming stepped forward. "Martin, sorry we're late. A lot's happened lately. If Parker hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten Aunt May's birthday." As he spoke, Li Ming watched Martin Li's eyes, trying to catch any hint in his reaction. Though Martin Li had more than one side to his personality, his memories remained intact. Li Ming couldn't help but wonder if Martin Li knew about last night's attack by the demons and the chase he endured. Martin Li set down the box and smiled, giving Li Ming and Peter Parker each a friendly pat on the arm. "No worries, you're right on time. I actually need you to help keep Aunt May occupied so we can get the surprise ready." Seeing Martin Li's calm demeanor, Li Ming felt a wave of relief. If last night's attack really had anything to do with Martin Li, he wasn't sure how he would face him. Peter Parker nodded. "Don't worry, we've got it covered. And thank you for organizing all this for Aunt May." Martin Li simply shook his head, responding with a warm smile. "We should be the ones thanking Aunt May. She's done so much for the feast homeless shelter." Looking at the sincere Martin Li, Li Ming felt a surge of complex emotions. After a moment's thought, he asked Peter to go out and stall for time, while he stayed behind to help Martin Li prepare a birthday surprise for Aunt May. As they placed the cake on a trolley, stuck in the candles, and lit them one by one, Li Ming was suddenly struck by a feeling. While Martin Li was carefully lighting the candles, Li Ming tentatively asked, "Martin, do you think we're friends?" "Of course we are, some light. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Picking up on something unusual, Martin Li looked up and met Li Ming's gaze. "Is something wrong at home? Mr. Li Jian hasn't mentioned anything to me. Do you need my help?" Li Ming gave an awkward laugh. "My family's doing just fine. Nothing to worry about. but since we're friends, would you be willing to lend me your power for a bit? Of course. Martin Lee started to agree instinctively, but then paused in surprise. Lend you my power? What do you mean by that? For a moment, it looked as though Martin Lee was about to say yes. Li Ming could almost picture an invisible card taking shape in his mind, but just as Martin Lee changed course, that premonition vanished. Still, Martin Lee seemed unaware of any strangeness. Li Ming let out a few dry chuckles to cover his disappointment, then quickly shifted his gaze to Aunt May and Peter, steering the conversation away. The candles are all lit, and Peter can't hold out much longer. Let's get the cake out there. Martin Lee shot Li Ming a suspicious glance, but nodded in agreement. Let's go give May a surprise. Everyone gathered together, crowding around the trolley with the birthday cake, heading toward Aunt May and rescuing Peter from her rapid-fire questions. Oh, you all. Seeing everyone, Aunt May's face lit up in delight, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Martin Lee led the applause. May, thank you for everything you've done all these years. Happy birthday. Li Ming held the cake, pretending to stand quietly by his grandfather, listening to the others chat with Aunt May, but his eyes kept wandering restlessly around the room. Soon enough, Peter Parker appeared in his peripheral vision, giving him the perfect excuse to slip away. Li Ming said goodbye to his grandfather and hurried over to Peter. Peter, weren't you just talking to Martin? Peter Parker, about to leave, tensed up a little when he saw Li Ming approach. Some light. I've got something I need to take care of. I should head out first. Li Ming immediately understood what he meant and grinned. Mind if I tag along? Maybe I can help out, and we can chat on the way. In the end, Peter Parker agreed. Light night. Courage ripple armament. In a quiet alley, the two transformed. With a flash of light, they leapt upward, springing effortlessly from the wall to the rooftop. After transforming, Li Ming felt a tremendous surge of power within him. With the help of the Courage Ripple armament, he could instinctively control the power of the ripple, using its various techniques with ease and precision. Climbing up the walls with the adhesive force of the ripple felt like second nature to him. This is awesome. Peter Parker couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Li Ming, clad in armor, darting along the rooftops and scaling the walls right behind him. You never told me this suit could let you run on walls and jump across roofs. During a brief pause after their transformation, Li Ming had already given Peter a quick explanation of how the Light Knight driver worked. Hearing Peter's amazement, he grinned and replied, This is an application of the ripple breathing technique from another world. If you're interested, I can teach you. Who knows? Maybe the ripple's power combined with your bioelectricity could create something entirely new. When assisting Dr. Otto in the lab, Li Ming had been surprised to discover that he could already use the ripple breathing technique even without transforming. With just a bit of concentration, the specific methods and details of ripple cultivation would surface in his mind as if they'd always been there. Though the ripple energy he could use in this state was still faint, nowhere near the surge of power he felt after transforming. The significance of this ability was profound. At the very least, he now possessed a degree of self-defense even without transforming. More importantly, he had found a new path to further train and strengthen the power of the Light Knight. But perhaps most important of all, Li Ming realized he could teach the ripple breathing technique to others, helping them grow stronger as well. The only thing he was unsure of was whether future power cards he might acquire could be learned and used directly in his normal state, like the ripple, or if only abilities with a complete training system, such as the ripple breathing technique, could be applied this way. He didn't have an answer to these questions yet. After a moment's thought, he decided to set them aside for now and not dwell on them. I can learn it too, Peter Parker asked in surprise, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Let's give it a try once we've dealt with our current trouble. Westerners always seemed fascinated by the mysterious inner strength and martial arts from the East. Even though the ripple breathing technique came from another world, that didn't stop Peter Parker from being deeply intrigued. The two talked as they crossed several rooftops, moving farther from the shelter until they finally reached an abandoned tower. Before Li Ming could ask any questions, Peter Parker pressed the side of his mask near his ear, answering a call. Officer Stacy, I saw your message. Could you tell me more about the situation? Standing off to the side, Li Ming, who was also wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, perked up at the mention of that name. His eyes lit up instantly, and he fell silent, ready to eavesdrop. The only person Spider-Man Peter Parker would address so respectfully as Officer Stacy could be none other than George Stacy, the father of Gwen Stacy. Li Ming hadn't expected that even Peter's future father-in-law knew he was Spider-Man, and that the two actually worked together. Through the earpiece came George Stacy's calm and steady voice. A silent alarm has been triggered at an auction house. It appears to be a robbery. Coincidentally, they're auctioning off Fisk's assets right now. At that, Li Ming remembered the news he'd seen a few days ago, Spider-Man had teamed up with the police to take down the crime lord Wilson Fisk, and Fisk's trial was about to begin. Li Ming also recalled that Peter Parker had been missing for most of that day, only to return to the lab in the afternoon as if nothing had happened, picking up his work as usual. Back then, Li Ming had assumed Peter had simply overslept because he'd been up too late the night before. Now, thinking about it, he could barely keep himself from cursing out loud. Good grief. This was Kingpin, the infamous crime boss of New York. You managed to bring down someone of that caliber and didn't even show the slightest change in mood? For Peter, making headlines seemed as ordinary as eating or drinking. Is this what being a superhero is like? Just another day at work? It was honestly mind-blowing, almost beyond belief. While Li Ming was inwardly ranting, Officer Stacy continued speaking. You should understand that anything involving Wilson Fisk is bound to be complicated. I've already sent officers over, but could you take a look as well? Keep it low profile. I don't want this to turn into a big incident. If you find anything, let me know. Peter Parker immediately agreed. Fisk's asset auction, got it. We're heading over right now. On the other end, George Stacy instantly picked up on something in his tone. We? Who else is with you? Just a friend. Time's tight, gotta run, Officer Stacy. Peter brushed off the question, into the call, and turned to Li Ming. Leo, light night, it's time to go. My goodness, you actually dared to hang up on your future father-in-law. Peter, you've got guts. Li Ming glanced at Peter admiringly from behind his mask, then asked, do you have an extra web shooter? If I have to run, there's no way I'll be able to keep up with you. Although his abilities were greatly enhanced after his transformation, running between buildings by clinging to walls with ripple energy was still much slower than swinging on spiderwebs. Moreover, as a light knight, he hadn't fully mastered his powers. Even with the abilities of the Giant of Light, he still couldn't fly. For now, Li Ming's only means of transportation was his own 2 legs. Peter Parker shook his head. Sorry, the web shooters are expensive to make. I only brought these 2. Then you go on ahead. I'll catch up as fast as I can, Li Ming replied without hesitation. The auction house had been robbed, and there was a constant risk of hostages being hurt. He couldn't afford to be careless for even a moment. Peter had no objections. He immediately fired a web and shot off at high speed. Once this robbery is over, I have to find a way to borrow this kid's powers no matter what. The Light Knight driver could turn other people's abilities into cards. Not a permanent theft, more like a duplication. Still, Li Ming had never tried it before and wasn't sure if it would have any effect on the original owner. There were more urgent matters at hand, so he hadn't brought it up to Peter yet. But once things settled down, he definitely wanted to give it a try. Watching the red and blue figure speed away, Li Ming took a deep breath while the ripple energy surged within him. He gathered his strength, leapt onto the rooftop ahead, and then vaulted to another building. Clad in silver armor, faint golden currents flickering across its surface, Li Ming darted through the night sky with agility, chasing after Spider-Man's silhouette. He pushed himself to go faster, striving to keep up. Li Ming's courage ripple armor was primarily silver, adorned with touches of magenta and pale gold, making for a striking appearance. The pipes extending from his helmet and breastplate pulsed in rhythm with his breathing as they drew in and released air. As he leaped between the tall buildings, golden ripples occasionally flared across the armor's surface, streaks of light flowing in the darkness. All these features made him incredibly conspicuous in the night sky. Though Li Ming tried to stick to hidden routes, it was impossible not to attract attention as he raced between buildings at high speed. When people spotted Spider-Man swinging ahead, their curiosity only grew at the sight of Li Ming, a man in exotic armor who seemed to be acting alongside Spider-Man. Ever since Tony Stark had revealed himself as Iron Man 6 months ago, armor technology had become the talk of the town, with various organizations scrambling to make it a strategic priority. Yet in all this time, only Iron Man had been active in the public eye. Now, with the sudden appearance of a uniquely designed, highly recognizable new suit of armor, countless citizens' eyes were drawn at once. Before long, photos taken by bystanders began flooding the internet, sparking a lively wave of discussion. And so, although Li Ming was far from willing, he appeared in the public eye of the Marvel Universe for the first time as the Light Knight. Hey buddy, you seem pretty popular out there. Peter Parker's teasing voice came through the earpiece. Li Ming curled his lip. Weren't we supposed to keep things low-key, rescue some people, and investigate quietly? This isn't exactly subtle. Peter Parker chuckled. You're right about that. I'm almost at the target location. At this rate, we're bound to attract the wrong kind of attention. Li Ming scratched his head. Forget it. I'll find a corner to power down and think of another plan. You'll be fine without me anyway. Just don't hesitate to call if things get dicey. Peter replied. Guess that's the only way. Watch your back. With that, their call ended. Li Ming vaulted high above the city, scanning the terrain below. Transformed, his senses were vastly enhanced. Even at this altitude, he could make out the details of the streets, the flow of people, and the movement of cars with crystal clarity. If this form draws too much attention, I'll just have to switch things up. With this thought, he used the cover of night to slip agilely between tall buildings, expertly avoiding most curious eyes on the ground by sticking to the shadows between structures. He landed softly atop a high-rise, exhaling in relief behind the shadow of a water tower. The air hoses on his armor released a low, muffled hiss. Li Ming touched the ring at his waist, and in an instant, his armor dissolved into particles of light, merging seamlessly into the light night driver. The cards of Jonathan and Mr. William automatically slid into the slots at his belt. Let's see what I've gained this time, he murmured to himself, tapping the ring again to bring up the record panel. Power completion, 3.7%. World influence, 816. All I did was show my face in public, and the world influence shot up this much. Watching the number continue to climb, Li Ming was genuinely surprised. But this was exactly the outcome he'd hoped for. With his goal clear, Li Ming didn't hesitate. He activated the Light Night driver, spending world influence to connect to another world. Today's events had shown him he desperately needed a brand new form. A familiar power rose from deep within his soul. Guided by the feedback from the driver, a few keywords took shape in his mind. Concealment, stealth, agility. If the bold, frontline, courage ripple armament was too conspicuous, then what he needed was an assassin's form, one built for stealth and infiltration. This form didn't require overwhelming force. Even if he borrowed power from an ordinary person, it would be enough, so long as it granted the finest skills for moving unseen. Responding to his will, the power of the Light Knight swiftly reached across the void for a suitable existence. Agent 47, Assassin's Creed, Altair. Though both were mere mortals, their mastery of stealth and assassination responded to Li Ming's summons. If you hold a conviction as firm as ours, then hold fast to it. Wield the blades we grant you. With these words, the world influence value, which had been rising rapidly, suddenly plummeted, falling from just over 1,000 to barely above 100. At the same time, two cards appeared in the halo of the ring, floating before Li Ming's eyes. On one card was a stern, bald man in a black suit, twin pistols in hand and a cold, unyielding aura about him. On the other, a hooded assassin, face obscured, with a hidden blade poised to strike from beneath his sleeve. Li Ming took both cards, drew a deep breath, and one by one slotted them into the ring, initiating the reading process. Agent 47, Assassin's Creed, Altair. Lend me your power of stealth, both of you. Transform. A faint, silvery white glow began to spread from the ring, gradually enveloping him. The spectral forms of a master assassin and an elite killer silently overlapped with Li Ming's own, merging their presence into his. A low, almost imperceptible voice sounded in the hush, its echo seeming to ripple through the air. Blade of Creed, Light of Shadow. Light Night, Stealth Assassination Armament Mode. When the pale light faded, Li Ming stood transformed. His dark gray robe now clung closer to his form, tightened by hidden clasps in the armored lining. The hood hung low, shadowing most of his mask. Every piece of armor had become lighter, more agile. Along his arms, bracers embedded with weapons and tools caught the gleam. His belt was hung with a variety of attachments, turning him into a veritable walking arsenal. Li Ming flexed his body, testing these new changes. The sensation was novel and exhilarating. If the courage ripple armament was akin to a warrior's light armor, then the stealth assassin armament. Now upon him was the assassin's leather, though its defense and combat capability were leagues above any ordinary gear. I may have lost the amplification from ripple and my strength's taken a hit, but in terms of skill and auxiliary equipment, this armor leaves the courage ripple armament far behind, and its special abilities are incredibly practical. Li Ming strode soundlessly from beneath the water tower, his movements seamless, melting into the surrounding shadows without the faintest disturbance. Now, I don't have to worry about alerting my target. Even without the boost from ripple, while scaling walls on my own would be tough, the grappling hook bridges the gap just fine. He gazed down at the bustling crowd below, then raised his arm. The grappling hook on his armored sleeve shot out with precision. His figure leaped nimbly into the night, moving with the silent agility of a phantom. On the street beneath, a few curious citizens still craned their necks, searching for any sign of Li Ming. But they had no idea that their quarry had already become a fleeting shadow, slipping quietly through the steel jungle and vanishing swiftly into the darkness. When Gnome Bob brought out the set meal he prepared, Tang Yifan almost popped his eyes out in shock. "This is the braised pork set meal?" "Yes, my lord. This set comes with braised pork, stir-fried shredded tofu, steamed egg, some greens, and egg drop soup. Did you make all this?" The towering Gnome Ba, nearly 2 meters tall and built like a wall, looked a bit embarrassed by Tang Xiaofan's questioning. He nodded with a sheepish grin and replied, "I made it, my lord. Come on, to the kitchen with me." Without another word, Tang Xiaofan led Nong Ba to the kitchen. He wasn't about to let this go. He'd clearly seen that each food unit was just a single piece of meat. How on earth did it turn into vegetables and egg soup? But when he watched Nong Ba toss a piece of meat into a machine that looked remarkably like a roasting oven, ding! With a pleasant chime, out came a complete meal, for dishes and a soup, all neatly arranged. Tang Xiaofan took a closer look and was surprised to see options for roast chicken, hamburgers, hot pot, and more. "Jarvis, analyze this for me. How does it work?" Returning to the dining hall, Tang Xiaofan started eating the braised pork set produced by the system. The flavors were rich, perfectly glossy and savory, the taste deep and satisfying, far superior to just gnawing on a chunk of meat. "Sir, after analysis, this technology appears to involve the conversion of energy into matter. The underlying principle is currently uncrackable." Tang Xiaofan shook his head with a resigned smile. If even Jarvis couldn't figure it out, it meant the technological prowess of this divine demon continent far exceeded anything on Blue Star. For now, survival in this competition was all that mattered. Yet the scene of Tang Xiaofan enjoying his meal sent the viewers on Blue Star into a frenzy. Is Boss Tang really eating a meal right now? No kidding, of course he's eating. I mean, nobody else seems to have a set meal. Everyone else just has a hunk of meat. They're either roasting or boiling it. Why does Boss Tang get a whole meal and even steamed egg custard? You're right, now that you mention it. Only the Dragon Nation's castle seems to have a cafeteria. No wonder they're known for their love of food. The Dragon Nation contestant's life looks way too relaxed. We can't compare it all. Watching our Sakura Nation contestant gnawing raw meat makes me really envy the Dragon Nation. Exactly. I hope the Dragon Nation's castle can hold out a bit longer. If so, us from Ugly Nation will definitely take over that cafeteria next. Dream on, you shameless bunch. Not long after, a team that had gone out exploring returned. They discovered an abandoned mine, but it was currently occupied by a swarm of demonic spiders. Not wanting to alert them, the team quietly returned to the castle and handed a piece of ore to Tang Xiaofan. "Sir, this is titanium ore, the core material for the Mark series mechs." Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and said to the farmer who'd brought it back, "Well done. Eat first." Then, carrying the ore, he went to find Nomi. At that moment, Farmer 1 was busy leading his team through a technical upgrade. Watching their lively discussion, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but interrupt. "Farmer 1, come here and smelt this ore into a metal ingot. Then, using this formula, forge a machete for me." "Understood, my lord. Please wait a moment." Farmer 1 had now taken on the role of a blacksmith. There was no trace left of his former farmer self. Every movement radiated the grace and authority of a master metallurgist. In less than a minute, a gleaming titanium ingot was produced. He glanced at the high-tech titanium alloy formula Tang Xiaofan had received from Jarvis and began to combine the titanium ingot with several other materials. Then, hefting a massive hammer, with several blacksmiths taking turns on the smaller hammers beside him, they set to work. For 5 minutes, the rhythmic clanging of metal filled the air. Soon, a chilling, razor-sharp machete, taller than a man, emerged, glinting coldly in the light. "Sir, this defies all scientific reasoning. Please allow me to clarify. Titanium cannot be smelted in an ordinary iron furnace. And furthermore, the strength of titanium alloy cannot be shaped by a few simple hammer blows." "Very well, I concede. This machete's composition matches exactly what we need for the Mark II and even future Mark series mecha." Tang Xiaofan chuckled to himself, sensing that Jarvis's pride had taken a hit. Compared to the so-called black technology of the Marvel Universe, perhaps the technology of this divine and demonic continent was the real deal. In this blacksmith's workshop, there was no alloy that couldn't be smelted, no weapon that couldn't be crafted. At this point, the lumber mill and stone workshop had also been completed. Tang Xiaofan went to see the results right away. Just like the kitchen and the smithy, as long as someone operated these two plants, they would produce whatever was needed as long as raw materials were supplied. For instance, if you wanted a dining set for the canteen, all it took was to put in 3 units of timber. Out would come a complete set, 1 table and 6 chairs, ready to use. Or if you fed in 10 units of stone, in no time, a section of city wall 5 meters high and 3 meters wide would materialize. Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed. Now, as long as he had enough resources, he could run these factories at full speed, round the clock. What's more, the farmers themselves were delighted. Their greatest joy was working for their lord, never asking for wages or time off. But Tang Xiaofan issued his very first order. All factories must strictly follow an 8-hour work schedule and a labor compensation system. Jarvis, I want you to draft a labor protection regulation as soon as possible. Since we don't have currency for now, use contribution points as a substitute. Every worker must have dignity. Of course, for the sake of survival, Tang Xiaofan added a caveat to Jarvis. The labor protection rules would not apply to combat situations. Right now, every ounce of strength was needed, and everyone had to take up arms and head to the battlefield. Once the other 4 exploration teams had returned, Tang Xiaofan had a general understanding of the area surrounding his castle. So far, they had scouted one abandoned titanium mine. The mining equipment was all in good shape, but the place was overrun by demonic spiders and had yet to be cleared. There were 2 lumberyards, previously occupied by demonic raptors, now cleared. 3 stone quarries, once infested with demonic wild boars, also cleared. And 5 iron mines, which had been taken over by packs of demonic wolves, now cleared as well. Additionally, they discovered a number of abandoned factories and supermarkets, and even a few tall buildings. But the farmers' ability to identify such things was limited, and for now, they couldn't determine their value. Tang Xiaofan was quite pleased. This indicated that the divine demon continent was not a world bereft of technology. It was simply that this land seemed to have fallen into the hands of magical beasts. Now, all these leftover resources and ruins needed to be reclaimed and put to use by the lord of the castle. Time to eat. A worker's got to have his meal. Yes, my lord. At his command, nearly 50 farmers filed into the canteen together, ready to dig in. Hey, don't just eat. Feel free to chat and have a laugh too. Yes, my lord. Tang Xiaofan watched with satisfaction as the farmers awkwardly tried to converse with one another. He believed that with his own efforts and Jarvis's help, he would one day see these men carve out their own brilliant lives in this world. While Tang Xiaofan and the farmers were enjoying a hearty meal, the lumberyards, stone quarries, and iron mines that they had seized were being manifested 100-fold back in Longhua, on Blue Star, within the borders of Longhua. As soon as Tang Xiaofan's farmers took control of those resources, the entire country of Longhua began to change in subtle, unseen ways. Indeed, the first manifestation of the divine demon continent upon Blue Star had begun. The people of Longhua simply felt a gentle, warm breeze drift by, as if the spring sun were shining on their backs, cozy and comforting. Most of them had no idea what was happening. So after a short while, peace returned to the land. Yet, the effects of this transformation did not go unnoticed by everyone. In many empty lots, barren hills, and even deserts that had long resisted reclamation, iron mines, forests, and stone quarries suddenly appeared out of thin air. Naturally, these developments drew the attention of all. Putting this together with the earlier hints from the divine demon continent, the sharp-eyed quickly realized that these resources had manifested in Longhua because Tang Xiaofan had claimed them on the other side. As expected, after analysis by the highest levels of Longhua's government, it was confirmed that these resources had in fact appeared from nowhere across the country. While they emerged in scattered locations, they all shared one thing in common. Places once considered worthless were now transformed into valuable resource sites. After all, this was a 100-fold manifestation. On the divine demon continent, these resources may not have seemed all that impressive, but one could imagine that even there, they must be of considerable scale. But once the resources were manifested 100-fold, the scale was nothing short of astonishing. For example, a forest appeared in the middle of a desert, stretching over thousands of hectares, instantly transforming a barren wasteland into a lush, green woodland. It completely changed the local ecosystem. Even more remarkable were the iron mines that sprang up on the once desolate mountains, veins of exceptionally high quality, or that immediately solved both industrial challenges and employment shortages in those regions. Bear in mind, though the Dragon Country is vast and rich in resources, it has long been plagued by a scarcity of iron ore. Now, with these new deposits, the urgent need for iron could be met at once. As for the stone mines, more accurately, entire mountains of stone, there weren't yet any effective ways to develop them. News about Dragon Country's manifested resources, of course, couldn't be kept secret from the rest of the world. Once the story hit the internet, it sent shockwaves across the globe. Naturally, the online discussions erupted in a frenzy. No way. They actually manifested it. 100-fold manifestation. Even if it's just regular iron or forests and stone, putting that in the hands of a country like Dragon Country is like giving wings to a tiger. I wonder when our own country's team will find their first resource. My country's big brown bear is heading out tomorrow. These kinds of resources aren't just standard fare. We from Cherry Blossom Country aren't worried. Just wait until our double-headed serpent grows up. You'll see. These resources are nothing. Ah, you're all just jealous. The news that Dragon Country had gained iron ore out of thin air immediately created a global sensation, becoming the hottest topic everywhere. People finally realized that this time, the divine and demonic continent could truly relieve Blue Planet's pressing resource shortages. After all, except for those countries blessed with natural abundance, which nation isn't short on resources? To keep their industries running, most have to import supplies from abroad. Take oil, for instance, a classic case. Most countries around the world can only watch as the bearded kings live in extravagance and luxury, while they themselves hand over mountains of cash just to buy oil. And to make matters worse, those kings are famously moody. Oil prices rise and fall at the drop of a hat. But now, with the possibility of a 100-fold manifestation, everything could change. The good days for those oil-rich kingdoms might finally be numbered. Granted, Dragon Country has only obtained iron, ore, stone, and timber so far. None of these are basic survival resources. But what if their explorers discover survival resources next? A freshwater lake, or even an oil field? That would mean a 100-fold manifestation. On the continent of gods and demons, even a most modest resource, when magnified 100-fold and brought into the real world, becomes unimaginably immense. Such a transformation, no one dares to ignore. The original belief that the continent of gods and demons posed a global crisis was also reshaped with the advent of this 100-fold manifestation. Naturally, the world's leaders wasted no time. Every nation was on full alert. They understood well that this time, the continent of gods and demons would fundamentally alter the global balance. It could even allow those previously unremarkable small countries to rise overnight, vaulting into the ranks of the world's powerhouses. After all, for any nation, resources are of paramount importance. And so, the global response was swift and decisive. Barely 8 hours had passed since the continent of gods and demons had opened. Yet already, teams of experts from every nation had assembled in full force. These expert groups worked tirelessly, devising strategies to support their chosen contestants inside the new realm. Unfortunately, the contestants themselves had no way to see advice or commentary from the outside world. They could only rely on their own wits to survive. The commotion beyond the continent remained distant and largely irrelevant to those within. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan, the contestant representing the Dragon Nation, had discovered more than just resources. After all, if it were merely a matter of finding resources, while that would bring tremendous benefit to the real world, it wouldn't mean nearly as much for the contestants within the divine domain. Compared to before, congratulations, you have successfully occupied a resource point. Your territory now extends to a radius of 10 kilometers. The defense value of your castle heart is now tripled. Your high-tech castle's influence and reputation on the continent of gods and demons have increased dramatically. Special notice, you are currently located in the Lonely Hills. At this moment, your castle is beginning to make its mark. That's it. Tang Xiaofan waited for a long time, but the reward he had hoped for never appeared. After securing so many resource points, there was still no reward. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. Tang Xiaofan was convinced that he was the very first to occupy a resource point. After all, the other contestants had only just arrived in the continent of gods and demons a few hours ago. No one could possibly take a resource point by their own strength in such a short time. It was only by trading for Jarvis's advanced technology system that he managed to mobilize his resources at the very start, crush the monsters in the forest, and seize control of a resource point. To be the first to occupy a resource point, yet receive no reward. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel let down. He asked, what exactly does territory mean? After occupying the resource point, his territory had expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. All resources within your territory now belong to the lord of the castle. Any outside creatures, including monsters and players, who enter your castle's territory without permission will trigger an alert. So that's how it works. That's actually pretty good. At least I'll have an early warning system, like a radar. 10 kilometers isn't too close or too far. At least it gives me time to prepare my defenses. From a notification, Tang Xiaofan also learned that this vast forest he was in was called the Hill of Solitude. So that's how it is. But what does emerging really mean? This special reminder doesn't seem like good news. His high-tech castle was now considered to be emerging in the Hill of Solitude. The emerging status reflects your castle's influence and reputation. Within a given area, a castle's influence and reputation can be ranked as emerging, fledgling, renowned, formidable, and world-famous. The higher your influence and reputation, the more likely you are to attract the attention of monsters in the divine demon continent. Once your influence and reputation reach a certain level, there's a chance that monsters will come seeking you out by name. At the same time, there's also a chance that monsters will actively attack you. Just as I thought. Not exactly good news. The chance of being actively attacked by monsters might not be good news for most people, but for Tang Xiaofan, it couldn't be better. He pictured monsters marching up to attack, only to be surrounded by his steel mech at the city gates, reduced to piles of materials and food. That thought made Tang Xiaofan feel the urgency to speed up the construction of the city walls. As for monsters coming to join him, for a high-tech castle that was only just emerging, it probably didn't have that kind of appeal yet. No matter what, I have to make the most of these 7 days of novice protection. I need to upgrade the castle to the 3rd era, expand the farmer factory, finish building the city walls, and recruit enough farmers. Most importantly, the Mark II mechs must be deployed. As if sensing Tang Xiaofan's determination, the farmers quickly finished their meal and suited up in their Mark I mechs. Farmers 1 and 2 took the lead, gathering a team of skilled workers, waiting for Tang Xiaofan's command. Let's move out. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Once we secure that resource point, you can come back and rest. Yes, my lord. The burly men saluted, then turned and marched out, headed straight for the titanium mine. The remaining farmers took advantage of the early hour to process the game brought back by the 5 hunting teams. Meanwhile, the stone workshop and lumber mill were running at full capacity. There was a mountain of work to be done. Tang Xiaofan had decided that starting tomorrow, it was time to build the inner city walls and the beast pens, as well as roads to several mineral deposits. Although the Divine Demon Continent didn't offer stable food sources like farms or beast pens, he had no intention of sitting around waiting for disaster. He decided to take matters into his own hands, starting with the animal pens to see if he could get livestock farming off the ground. As for planting crops, he would need to find suitable land and seeds before he could even begin, and the growing cycle was far too long. He simply wasn't ready yet. So, for now, raising animals would have to do. Perhaps the magically mutated creatures of the Divine Demon Continent reproduced rapidly, in which case he wouldn't have to worry about running short on food. At that very moment, a team of farmers was making their way toward the titanium mine, working with all their might. Guarding the mine was a horde of demonic spiders, which had taken over the pit and made it their nest. Countless mutated spiders came skittering out of the darkness, shrieking as they charged, eager to rip apart the farmers in their iron armor. Little did they expect to become the victims of the farmers' heavy clubs. Driven by hunger, the farmers didn't resort to fire, the spiders' greatest weakness, but instead fought with brute force, smashing the mutated spiders to death with their spiked maces. Thud! Crash! Thump, thump, thump! A rain of iron clubs descended, bashing the spiders until their heads split and blood gushed, ending their lives in an instant. After about 10 minutes of furious battle, a massive 6-eyed spider burst from the cave. It was clearly the leader of the nest. Its enormous, razor-sharp legs looked capable of piercing steel. Hiss! A wet guttural squelch. But, unfortunately for the spider, its opponents were a band of farmers with no sense of chivalry. More than 20 heavy clubs came down at once. The once fearsome spider was slain on the spot, and the farmers quickly claimed the titanium mine, planting the flag of the Black Tech Castle atop its entrance. As the mine began to produce, the farmers turned on their heels, shouldering the corpses of the spiders and heading back toward the castle. Soon, another pile of monster bodies had accumulated before Tang Xiaofan. The farmers, well practiced by now, set about dismantling the mutated spiders one by one. Food, hides, fangs, and other useful materials were carefully stored away in the warehouse. This time, Tang Xiaofan had no intention of putting food on the trading channel for resource exchange. Aside from soul stones, he wasn't in urgent need of any other resources. Unfortunately, up to now, he still hadn't managed to trade for any soul stones. Meanwhile, the wood, stone, and iron ore in the warehouse just kept piling up. By nightfall, Tang Xiaofan's stores had reached 5,000 units of wood, 3,800 units of stone, and 2,000 units of iron ore. His food reserves, meanwhile, had surpassed 8,000 units, enough to feed his 50 farmers for quite some time. On this hunt for mutated spiders, he had also managed to gather a total of 50 soul stones. To upgrade the farmer factory, I need 100 soul stones. I'm not too far off. As for upgrading the Black Tech Castle from level 2 to level 3, that can wait until tomorrow. If I work a bit harder tomorrow, I should be able to level up. Once tomorrow arrives, I won't need to go out and expand for now. Instead, I'll focus on gathering resources and building up reserves for future expansion. With 50 farmers working together, there's no doubt that the resources we've captured can quickly be transformed into fighting strength. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's heart filled with anticipation. Just then, Tang Xiaofan gave a slight nod. Let's rest for the night and head out to hunt wild monsters again tomorrow morning. At your command, my lord. The 50 farmers obeyed Tang Xiaofan's orders without hesitation. At that moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly noticed that Farmer 1 and Farmer 2's expressions had become much more lively. When they had just been recruited from the farmer factory, they were like robots, blank-faced, stiff, and completely devoid of spirit. But now, their faces showed emotion, and they were even starting to make small gestures. Farmer 1, Farmer 2, have you both advanced again? Yes, my lord. Farmer 1 replied respectfully, My lord, we gained energy both in the smithy and from fighting in the field, and we've successfully leveled up. Farmer 2 looked at Tang Xiaofan with blazing admiration and added, All praise to you, my lord. Your favor has allowed our strength to grow by leaps and bounds. It won't be long before we reach level 10, and then we can choose new professions. A new profession. When a farmer reaches level 10, they can change into other classes. It seemed that this lowest tier unit had truly boundless potential compared to others. Take the Wyvern, for example, a high-tier unit. It reaches adulthood at level 14, and its growth limit is level 18. Once it hits level 18, it becomes extremely difficult to advance any further through combat or by ascending to the rank of king. Other methods must be found to break through. By contrast, a farmer's growth ceiling was astonishingly high. Even the weakest farmer might grow to become a god one day. After all, even the mightiest gods were once ordinary people. Excellent. Keep up this spirit of self-improvement. One day, this entire continent will be ruled by our Black Tech castle. Tang Xiaofan smiled and applauded his two most capable subordinates. The two farmers were instantly exhilarated. They pounded their chests with a single fist and declared solemnly, My lord, under your banner, we will always march forward. Tang Xiaofan replied, Very good. With that, he dismissed the group, leaving a few to keep watch while the others went to rest. The second day after descending, Tang Xiaofan woke up early in the castle. First, he accepted a basin of fresh water from Farmer 1 and washed up. Then he made his way to the castle's dining hall. A meal awaited him, 3 dishes and a soup, 1 large meat dish, 1 smaller meat dish, 1 plate of vegetables, and a hearty soup. Thus began a new day. The other farmers had already finished breakfast and were busy gathering materials on their own. Compared to many castle lords who were struggling with hunger and deprivation, Tang Xiaofan's life could truly be described as regal. After breakfast, Tang Xiaofan made his way to the castle courtyard. There, he saw many farmers hauling stones, timber, and iron ore, working of their own accord to gather resources. Farmer 1, go and rally some people to build transport carts. Tang Xiaofan realized that relying solely on human hands to move materials was far too inefficient. Besides, since he already had a blacksmith's forge and a lumber mill at his disposal, not making use of them would be a waste. He decided to have the blacksmiths forge the axles, while the carpenters crafted the cart frames at the lumber mill. Combine the two, and you have a serviceable handcart for transporting goods. At least this should be a lot more efficient, he mused. Watching the farmers begin to wheel carts loaded with resources across the yard, Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. At this stage, it was a promising start. Sir, at our current pace, hand-push carts offer the highest efficiency. However, if you have more resources and need to transport them farther, I suggest you consider establishing a railway system. Railways? With so few people and limited resources, a railway felt a bit extravagant right now. But if he were to acquire a second castle in the future, then perhaps it would be worth considering. For now, Tang Xiaofan set the idea aside. The Mark II mech was still unfinished, and with his defensive forces still thin, it was not the time to scale up so quickly. Farmer 1, Farmer 2, today we need to produce titanium alloy. At your command, my lord. After finishing up with the transport carts, Farmers 1 and 2 gathered 5 blacksmiths and set to work with Tang Xiaofan on forging the titanium alloy. He handed the alloy formula to Farmer 1, and in that moment, a subtle transformation came over the farmer. He suddenly seemed as deep and unfathomable as a mountain looming over an abyss. The forge and the smithy glowed red-hot, as Farmer 1 tossed in titanium ore, iron ore, and a variety of other odd components, each stranger than the last. New smelting recipe detected. Combination complete. Would you like to proceed with smelting? Yes, no. Naturally, Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Suddenly, a silver-white ingot dropped from the furnace. As the steam and heat dissipated, a gleaming metallic bar shimmered in Tang Xiaofan's view. At first glance, it looked quite ordinary, but the continuous, silvery glow that danced across its surface filled Tang Xiaofan with delight. Titanium alloy. This was the unmistakable hallmark of titanium alloy, And not just any titanium alloy. This was modeled after the most advanced Mark 40 formula from the JARVIS database. It could autonomously absorb energy. For example, this titanium alloy could draw heat and kinetic energy from its environment and convert it into electricity, and could even directly absorb electrical energy to recharge batteries. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I wanted. As for that nano armor, the threshold is just too high. We'll put that off for later. Mass production. Make as many as we can. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's command, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 hurriedly gathered their teams and got to work. Jarvis, I need the schematics for the Mark II model. Certainly, sir. I'll draw them up for you right away. With Jarvis's assistance, Tang Xiaofan quickly completed the design for the Mark II's outer shell. This time, it was very different from the Mark I, far more detailed in many areas. Joints, hands, and even an added auxiliary system. A weapons system. Of course, without a miniature reactor, things like palm cannons were out of the question. But there were plenty of fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails. And based on Tang Xiaofan's experiments, both types of weapons were relatively easy to produce. Thanks to Jarvis's expertise, these two items became the standard ranged weapons for the Mark II mech. That's right, ranged weapons. Because they were also melee weapons. Given that the Hive battery provided plenty of power but lacked endurance, Tang Xiaofan decided that the Mark II's melee weapon would be a colossal battle axe. A double-edged giant axe. The axe stood a full 3 meters tall and weighed 1.5 tons. With a weapon like this, ordinary carbon-based life forms wouldn't stand a chance. After finishing the design, Tang Xiaofan summoned Farmer 3 and Farmer 4, instructing them to lead their teams in forging the new Mark II mech's outer shell. To keep things simple, they only needed to craft the right hand. The left hand would simply grip the axe handle. Farmer 3 and Farmer 4 immediately bowed respectfully and led their crews to begin work. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, then glanced around the warehouse. Resources were steadily increasing, and all the factories were running at full capacity. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade the castle. He remembered he still hadn't gathered enough soul stones, so he opened the trading channel, hoping for a bit of luck. Finally, some food. When I managed to trade cheap lumber for food, that's when I truly realized just how cunning Tang Xiaofan really is. It's early morning, and I've got hot, steaming roast beef. I could cry. Uncle Bay, you're amazing. Praise Uncle Bay. I love you. Just saying, boycott Tang Xiaofan, boycott all profiteers. Seeing this, Tang Xiaofan immediately realized someone was competing with him for business. Trading food for wood and stone. That was Tang Xiaofan's shortcut to quickly leveling up his castle. He'd expected to enjoy a few more days of easy profits, but here it was only the second day, and someone was already cutting in, and offering fair price food at that. He started scrolling through the chat history. Luckily, it was still early, so the conversation hadn't been pushed too far up. He quickly locked onto the culprit. It was none other than the legendary Bear Grylls, who appeared frequently in the global chat channel. This Bear Grylls, to everyone's surprise, had put a total of 500 units of food up for sale this morning, one batch after another. And every single unit was beef. What's more, the resources he asked for in exchange were only half of what Tang Xiaofan had demanded. Aside from Bear Grylls, there were only a handful of other castle lords selling food. But as soon as their food hit the shelves, it was snatched up in an instant. Clearly, some castle lords who commanded powerful troops didn't have the best day yesterday. But after summoning more soldiers on the second day, they managed to get back on their feet. They certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. By trading food for resources from other castle lords, they boosted their own strength. Among all these lords, Bear Grylls was, without question, the most eye-catching. He offered the most food, 500 units, and at the lowest price. His generosity won him the recognition and praise of many castle lords. He was hailed as the new top dog. As for Tang Xiaofan, he was now branded a profiteer. As expected, you can't underestimate these people. Seems the castle lord from the west really have some tricks up their sleeves. If you get careless, you'll definitely be left behind. Tang Xiaofan didn't mind being vilified as a profiteer. He was content to play the villain to Bear Grylls' hero. What mattered to him was the growth of his castle's power. As long as his own strength was enough, no one would remember him as a profiteer for long. Tang Xiaofan opened his friends list. From yesterday to today, at least 1 million castle lords had sent him friend requests. He declined them all without exception. By coincidence, in the new batch of requests, he noticed one from Bear Grylls with a note saying, "My troop is the Ancient Giant Bear." The Ancient Giant Bear was a top-tier unit on the Divine and Demonic continent. Clearly, this had to be Bear Grylls' real troop. Tang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, but as usual, he still declined. In his view, During the early stages of castle development, there was no need to make friends. After all, it was nearly impossible to look after each other. If, in the future, their interests overlapped, they could always get in touch. Assuming, of course, they weren't enemies and hadn't been eliminated. Meanwhile, everything Tang Xiaofan did was clearly seen by the viewers watching his livestream. Whoa, incredible. The Western contestant is actually the world-famous Bear Grylls. Bear Grylls? No way. That guy's a legend. Indeed, this contestant from the West had quite the reputation. He was the globally renowned survival expert, known to the world as Bear Grylls. He was famed as the man who stood at the very top of the food chain. And what is the most important thing for surviving in the wild? That's right, food and water. This man known as Bear Grylls is truly an expert in survival. Famed for his fearless appetite, he's someone who would never worry about making it through, at least not in this forbidden land of the divine realm. After all, everyone could tell just by looking at their surroundings. This was undoubtedly an extreme environment where survival would be harsh. If you can't even guarantee your own survival, then there's no point in dreaming about gathering resources. No wonder he's called Bear Grylls. Survival really is the #1 priority. With Bear Grylls on our side, at least our country has nothing to fear. That Tang Xiaofan from the Dragon Nation is really clueless, refusing Bear Grylls. Just wait till he regrets it. Haha. Do you know who the Dragon Nation's contestant is? It's unbelievable. His unit is a farmer. Ha ha ha. What? That's so miserable. I feel sorry for the Dragon Nation. Far away from the shadowy forest, across a vast plain, a man of astonishing strength was straddling the back of a primordial giant bear. Not far away, several other ancient bears were hunting wild cattle in the distance. And that man was none other than Bear Grylls. He refused my friend request. Bear was momentarily taken aback. Bear was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever refused his friend request before. After all, he was the master of a castle with top-tier units and a future full of promise. Many other castle lords were eager to get closer to him. But Tang Xiaofan had turned him down. Maybe he just got too many friend requests. He probably didn't even notice mine. Rejected them all at once. Thinking that way, Bear felt much better. He glanced at the trading channel and shook his head slightly. He could never bring himself to act like a ruthless profiteer, the way Tang Xiaofan did. He wasn't pretending to be generous, nor was he some self-righteous saint. He had bigger dreams. He wanted to build a reputation among the castle lords, to make his name known far and wide. Once the war for supremacy began, he'd be able to rally more castle lords to his side, gathering them around his banner and strengthening his castle's power. The more lords who joined him, the stronger his domain would become. With a higher vantage point, he could see further than anyone else. So he needed reputation, he needed fame. In the early days, just a little food could win the goodwill of countless castle lords. To him, it was an investment with rich returns. But as for Tang Xiaofan's behavior, he felt it was cutting himself off from the community of castle lords. He would find it hard to win their support in the future. If I get the chance, maybe I should give him a little advice. You shouldn't focus only on immediate gains. The future is what truly matters. Bear genuinely hoped to connect with Tang Xiaofan. Even if he didn't work for him, forming an alliance wouldn't be a bad idea. Because he was convinced that anyone who could offer food on the trading channel on the very first day was definitely a powerful player. Someone just like him. All of them are qualified to stand at the very top of the divine and demonic continent. People like that are worth befriending and drawing into your circle. At that moment, from the distant plains, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. Several ancient giant bears, sent out earlier by Lord Bei, swiftly retreated, each dragging a wild bull in its jaws. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly. That's the wild bull boss from yesterday. An elite-level monster. My ancient giant bears are powerful, but they're no match for it. I'll wait a little longer. After a few days, I'll be strong enough to take it down. I wonder what treasures the wild bull boss might drop. Hopefully not just soul stones. If it drops equipment, that would be even better. Lord Bei gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. Equipment is a rare loot dropped by monsters on the divine and demonic continent, even rarer than soul stones. Hoping for equipment to drop from ordinary wild monsters is even less likely than winning the lottery. He could only wish that elite monsters would have a better drop rate. Black Tech Castle. In the courtyard, Tang Xiaofan lay sprawled on a bench. Not far away, the factory was bustling with activity, filling the air with the unique cacophony of industrial production. The sounds enveloped Tang Xiaofan, bringing him an overwhelming sense of peace and tranquility. Compared to other castle lords, his life was exceptionally comfortable. Moreover, his castle was protected by a shield. He was in an invincible state. He didn't have to worry about his own safety and could enjoy this brief moment of serenity. After all, The newcomer protection period only lasted 7 days. Once the protection ended, hundreds of castle lords would face a brutal trial. These carefree days would be short-lived. It wasn't that he was slacking off. It was just that, at level 1 with no real skills, even if he joined the farmer squad on their hunts, he'd be of little help, and might even put himself in danger. Rather than going out and distracting the farmer squad with his safety, he preferred to stay in the castle, offering guidance to the farmers as they worked. Meanwhile, he could use the world chat channel to gather information about the divine and demonic continent. At the very least, this was the advice Jarvis had given him. Sir, until you have 1,000 Mark 46 suits for protection, you shouldn't take any unnecessary risks. The reason Lord Bay sought alliances was because he understood that the divine and demonic continent was an unimaginably vast and alien world. Countless races flourished here. There were endless monsters and magical beasts, as well as powerful native empires. But from what he had learned, castle lords from Blue Star all seemed to have descended into the wilds, far from the native empires of the continent. This was good news. It meant that, at least in their early stages of development, Blue Star's castle lords wouldn't have to worry about invasions from powerful native forces. In addition, the types of troops that the lords of the castles transported to Blue Star receive at random are incredibly diverse. There are humans, dwarves, elves, and dragons, as well as humanoids, half-dragons, beastmen, and undead. Some belong to the forces of good, others to darkness. Some are evil, and some remain neutral. Some are powerful, top-tier units, while others are weak, low-level troops, and so on. The variety is truly endless. For the vast majority of castle lords, the troops they receive are of middle or lower ranks. Only a fortunate few manage to get high-level or even top-tier troops by chance. Bear Grylls' ancient giant bear, for instance, is one of the top-tier types. As for Tang Xiaofan's farmer, that's considered the lowest of the low. Anyone who draws this troop is almost destined to be eliminated right at the start. However, by some twist of fate, Tang Xiaofan arrived with a special system. This alone is enough to suggest that the future of his castle's power is full of promise. So long as he doesn't court disaster, there's every reason to look forward to his success. At the moment, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 are leading 5 farmers in smelting steel. Farmer 3 and Farmer 4 are supervising 10 farmers as they craft parts for the Mark II mecha. Another 10 are busy transporting resources, and the remaining farmers are hard at work in the stone workshop, assembling sections of the castle wall, which are then stacked neatly outside. Watching the farmers bustling about, Tang Xiaofan felt a surge of satisfaction. He decided to recruit another batch of farmers, this time 25 more. Just now, he had noticed that Bear Grylls from the ugly country could offer so much food for trade, so he realized he couldn't give up on hunting just yet. Moreover, he needed to gather soul stones as quickly as possible to upgrade the farmer factory. Greetings, my lord. With the expenditure of food units, 25 new farmers presented themselves before Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan called over 5 farmers who had already participated in hunts, instructing them to lead the new recruits. They set out on the Mark II mecha to hunt the monsters lurking around the castle. 25 farmers began their hunt outside the castle walls. The number of monsters outside hadn't diminished, even though the farmers had already slain many wild monsters yesterday. A single night had passed, and a new wave had appeared. While this posed a hidden threat to the castle's secure production, it also offered a steady source of food. Tang Xiaofan was pleased with this discovery. With this, he could once again trade food for resources. Every resource they had was earned by the farmers defeating wild monsters outside the castle. That is the advantage of real strength. Combined with the resources gathered from collection points, they could amass a large stockpile of wood and stone in a short time. If the castle's troops weren't strong enough to clear out the wild monsters nearby, they would be forced to focus solely on basic gathering, losing valuable time that could be spent strengthening their forces. Among all the lords of the castles, only a handful of castle lords with top-tier soldiers would dare to follow Tang Xiaofan's example. This group of castle lords had already outpaced countless others right from the start, forging ahead at the very beginning. Just at that moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly heard a chorus of wolf howls echoing from the nearby dense forest. From that direction, there was also a deep, earth-shaking rumble. Did I stir up a wolf's nest? He wondered. Faintly, he could make out the farmers shouting. The Lord said, aim carefully, strike for the head, swing your spike clubs, don't hold back. In a dense forest, 500 meters from the castle, a fierce battle was raging. All across the battlefield lay the massive bodies of over a dozen giant gray wolves. Their corpses were covered in wounds, blood streaming everywhere. The farmers' spike clubs were brutally effective, but if swung too hard, They could smash even intact wolf carcasses to pieces. Without whole bodies, it was impossible to harvest resources. So, when not in immediate danger, Tang Xiaofan had forbidden the farmers from venting their fury excessively. Rather than wild, aimless attacks, the farmers had developed clever techniques of their own, and these proved even deadlier. While the spike clubs did damage the wolves' hides, they also sped up the hunt and allowed the farmers to grow stronger, faster. All things considered, losing a bit of fur was a small price to pay. The stench of blood was thick on the battlefield. Apart from the slain wolves, 6 more giants still fought on. But they didn't last long. Panicked, they dashed about in confusion, and were soon dispatched by the farmer's squad. At last, only a single giant wolf remained, standing atop a large boulder, surrounded by the farmers. This wolf, similar in size to the others, stood apart because golden flecks speckled its fur, and its presence was far more imposing. Level 10. This was an elite giant wolf, a small boss. It bared its fangs and growled, its voice brimming with warning and menace. Yet its eyes betrayed its anxiety. It shuffled its paws, retreating step by step. Its pupils had turned a ghostly shade of gray and white. The look of sheer panic. These metal-clad brutes are terrifying, it thought. They're invulnerable to blades and arrows, and each one is monstrously strong. One by one, its comrades had fallen. The elite wolf had tried to rally them to counterattack, to escape, to charge. But all its efforts had ended in failure. Now, as it watched its last allies fall, it was powerless to help. Its turn had finally come. With a furious roar, it made one last stand. But the farmers were unmoved. Not even a dragon could scare off these farmers. Food, if you know what's good for you, surrender now. Our Black Tat Castle stands for justice, and we will wipe you out. Farmer 23, a seasoned hunter, raised his bloodied spiked club high and shouted at the elite wolf. Kill! The other 20-some farmers immediately swung their spiked clubs, smashing them down upon the elite giant wolf. A ferocious howl tore through the air. The elite giant wolf opened its gaping, menacing jaws and, in blind desperation, unleashed a barrage of half-meter-long wind blades in every direction. Wherever the wind blades swept, thick trees were sliced clean through, some even toppling with a crash, a clear testament to their terrifying power. Yet, the farmers remained utterly unmoved. The defensive power of the mark on mech suits they wore perfectly withstood the onslaught of wind blades. With every avenue of escape cut off, the elite giant wolf had no choice but to charge headlong at Farmer 23. He was the leader of the squad. If he faltered, perhaps that would be the break the elite giant wolf desperately needed. But no time was spared for hesitation. 20 spiked clubs rained down in a wild flurry, hammering the elite giant wolf relentlessly. With agonized wails, the giant wolf leapt from the great boulder, scrambling to flee for its life. But the farmer's spike clubs weren't just weapons of attack. They could be wielded together to form an impenetrable jungle of defense. Under our Lord's command, there's nowhere for any monster to run. In an instant, the Mark I mech suits surged with power, holding firm against the giant wolf's frenzied counterattack. Then, the other farmers brought their clubs down once more, battering the elite giant wolf. Immediately, its movements grew sluggish, its escape slowed to a crawl. With desperate howls and frantic struggles, it tried to break free of the encirclement, but the mark on mech's strength was simply overwhelming. It was pinned in place, unable to escape. Farmer 23 had already leveled up. Though a farmer by trade, his wealth of combat experience had awakened ever more formidable battle skills within him. Perhaps, becoming a true warrior or hunter was his destined path. Maybe, with new mechs in the future, he might even face down bosses like this one alone. While Farmer 23's mind drifted with these thoughts, the other farmers didn't slacken for a moment. Their spiked clubs crashed down again and again, until the elite giant wolf was finally slain. At that very moment, a golden radiance burst forth from Farmer 23 and his comrades, signifying their advancement. The other farmers looked upon Farmer 23 with deep respect, then promptly set about cleaning up the battlefield. Farmer's Castle. In the courtyard, brilliant golden light engulfed Tang Xiaofan. When the light faded, he had already reached level 3. He checked the notification window, and his expression swiftly shifted from surprise to elation. Elite Grey Wolf slain. Energy plus 60. Soul stones plus 10. Unbelievable, it dropped 10 soul stones. Soul stones are the special material required to upgrade the farmer factory. To upgrade his farmer factory to level 2, he needed 100 soul stones. Now, with just a little more effort, he'd have enough to upgrade the farmer factory right away. This was fantastic news. A level 10 elite Grey Wolf. Compared to ordinary level 2 or 4 gray wolves, this one was like a mini-boss. The drop rate for bosses is clearly much higher. As for the fact that the farmer squad was able to take down the elite gray wolf, that's not surprising either. After all, a few of the farmers have plenty of hunting experience. Before long, the farmers returned to the castle with a large haul of giant wolf carcasses. As usual, Tang Xiaofan instructed the farmers to harvest and dismantle the wolf bodies one by one, including the elite gray wolf. The final tally came to 280 units of food, along with a variety of materials like wolf teeth and pelts. Adding in the food gathered previously, the total reached 400 units. It seemed that the daily, steady supply of food could be capped at 400 units. Even a small improvement was still progress. Let's review the combat experience. Tang Xiaofan decided that, until the Mark II mech was ready, this team of farmers would be assigned exclusively to hunting the monsters that respawned near the castle. That meant upgrading the Mark I had to move up the schedule. After taking off the Mark I armor, Farmer 23 saluted Tang Xiaofan and reported, "Yes, my lord. At present, the Mark I's offensive capabilities are still too limited. With only the Spike Club as an attack mode, it struggled to deal efficiently with certain monsters. And the Mark I lacks any ranged weapons. It was hard to chase down and hunt fleeing monsters. Surrounding them was the only option, which wasn't very efficient. And it's just not agile enough." That was the biggest problem with the Mark I. Even though Tang Xiaofan had improved the drive system, the heavy armor itself severely restricted mobility. It all came down to limited manufacturing options. If only there had been higher strength alloys back then, or even titanium, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't have had to sacrifice agility for defense. "Forget it. I'll worry about mobility when building the Mark II." Tang Xiaofan shook his head. At this point, it didn't make sense to dwell on what material the Mark I was made from. Besides, there hadn't been any other options at the time. Better to think about ways to restrict monster movement for now. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. From his years of playing League of Legends, he knew slowing down the enemy was as good as speeding yourself up. That was rule number 1 for any king of the game. "Sir, would you like to equip a high-powered spotlight on the Mark I?" Jarvis inquired. A spotlight. Tang Xiaofan pictured it in his mind and immediately shook his head. "Jarvis, I have no interest in walking around with a miniature sun on my head. A normal lamp might be fine, but as for a high-powered spotlight, not even worth considering. Plus, that thing would drain the batteries in no time. It would definitely cut into the armor's operating time." With Jarvis's suggestion dismissed, Tang Xiaofan could only keep thinking. "Wait a second, I just remembered something." All of a sudden, Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up with excitement. Something he had overlooked for a long time suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Sir, what is it?" "The web shooter. It's the web shooter." Tang Xiaofan shouted in exhilaration. He had been focusing all his attention on the Iron Man suit, and somehow forgot that Iron Man had a spider son, the little spider. "Jarvis, do you have any data on web shooters in your database?" "Sir, there are 365 files on web shooters and 184 files on spider suits, including the Iron Spider suit and the Nano Spider suit." Just as I thought. Hearing Jarvis's reply, a smile finally appeared on Tang Xiaofan's face. With the web shooter, the problem of the armor's mobility could be solved. Of course, it wouldn't be like Spider-Man, swinging between skyscrapers on webs. After all, armor weighing a ton might not be a problem for the webs themselves, but most of the trees in the forest wouldn't be able to handle the strain and would topple over. Besides, if more than 20 suits of armor started swinging together, the kinetic energy involved might even put his own team at risk. So Tang Xiaofan's plan was to use the web shooter purely as a weapon. When facing monsters or other fast-moving enemies, he could use webs to trap them, making up for the suit's lack of speed. "Jarvis, help me find the most suitable web shooter using the materials we have here. Then let me know." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment." Not long after, Tang Xiaofan heard. "Sir, I already have a solution." "All right, Jarvis, let me see the web shooter you've picked." "Yes, sir." As soon as the words left Jarvis's mouth, a holographic projection of a web shooter appeared before Tang Xiaofan's eyes, along with a list of the required materials to build it. "Sir, given your operating environment and the materials at hand, this is the most suitable option. How many web modes does it have?" "2 modes. There's the webline mode and the webnet mode." As Jarvis spoke, he began the introduction. In webline mode, it fires webs 5 to 10 millimeters thick with tensile strength 45 times that of high-strength steel, a range of 300 meters, and adhesive capable of supporting 5 to 10 tons. In webnet mode, it launches a net woven from hundreds of 0.5 millimeter web strands. The net measures 3 to 5 meters in diameter, with a range of 10 to 20 meters, and each strand can withstand a half ton of tension. After listening to Jarvis's explanation, Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Jarvis. Where do the materials come from? Sir, these are the demonized spiders the farmers discovered when they occupied the titanium mine. Since spider silk will become a major combat resource in the future, I suggest you start breeding these spiders. Breeding demonized spiders. That actually sounds like a great idea. Sir, spiders are extremely prolific creatures, and you have a reliable food supply, so you could produce spiders in an endless stream. Jarvis truly lives up to his reputation as a super intelligent AI. Whether it's weapon design or economic development, he always offers perfectly viable solutions. Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. Now, this is what a good AI should be like. Sir, we also still have some spider eggs left from the last hunt, so we can start breeding immediately. The lumber factory can easily construct a spider enclosure. The only hassle is that you'll need to wear steel armor every time you harvest spider silk. But that's a minor issue. These farmers are absolute experts at hard work, all eager for good karma, asking for neither wages nor insurance. And with no unions to deal with, this spider breeding plan is practically flawless. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan gave the order, assigning Farmer 23 to launch the spider breeding enterprise. He instructed him to build an enclosure at the outer edge of the castle, using planks to craft a sealed cage, making sure that not even demonized spiders could slip through the cracks. A tall door was added, wide enough for him to enter wearing his marked power armor to feed and harvest. Of course, at this stage, the enclosure had no real function. Tang Xiaofan was simply having it built to suit his own needs. He figured that only after upgrading the castle to level 3 would the system's official beast pen feature be unlocked. Watching the bustling construction site, Tang Xiaofan left the industrious farmers to their work, while he himself went back to studying the schematics for the spider silk shooter. To his surprise, both the materials and the manufacturing process turned out to be much simpler than he'd imagined. Compared to the complexity of the mark armor, building a spider silk shooter was practically child's play. But when Tang Xiaofan saw the signature at the bottom of the documentation, all his questions vanished into thin air. Peter Parker. That's right, the spider silk shooter Jarvis had recommended was none other than the original model crafted by Spider-Man himself. How complicated could a device made by a high school student working part-time really be? At the time, Peter Parker probably didn't even fully understand the components of spider silk. As long as it could send Spider-Man swinging all over the city, that was good enough. Tang Xiaofan figured he needed exactly this kind of spider silk shooter. Simple and practical. He called over Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 to help him out, and together they headed to the castle, now functioning as their workshop, to start building the shooter. Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 stood quietly by, watching the process unfold. Tang Xiaofan would occasionally let them try their hands at it, while he stood by, guiding them through each step. As it turned out, Nong Yi and Nong Air were truly born for building things. The moment they slipped into work mode, their timid expressions vanished without a trace. Their hands became steady and sure, every bit as precise and unwavering as a state-of-the-art CNC lathe. Their small hands, holding tweezers, did not tremble in the slightest. Each component found its place with pinpoint accuracy, almost no margin of error. With their powerful assistance, the final piece was soon fitted in place. After snapping on the metal casing, the prototype of the web shooter was complete. The whole process took far less time than Tang Xiaofan had anticipated. Good. The shooter's done. Next step, making the spider silk. After a few rounds of fine-tuning to make sure the shooter worked perfectly, Tang Xiaofan moved on to the silk. Compared to the shooter, crafting the webbing was much simpler. All it took was mixing the right ratio of certain chemical minerals with the silk from a magical spider, and the webbing was ready. Normally, the spider silk was in liquid form, but the moment it touched air, it would solidify almost instantly, forming strong threads. That's why, during the process, Tang Xiaofan kept adding neutralizing agents, preventing the silk from hardening too soon. Once finished, the silk was packed into several small square capsules, each about the size of a phone battery. These web cartridges could be swapped out, much like a magazine for the web shooter. Tang Xiaofan loaded a cartridge into the shooter, ran a quick test, and then attached it to the right arm of the Mark I armor. All right, with everything ready, Tang Xiaofan instructed Nong Yi to suit up. He said, "Give it a try. If it works, we can start mass production." So, Nong Yi raised his right arm and aimed the web shooter at the ceiling of the blacksmith shop. With a soft puff, the web shot out from the device. A white line zipped across the air, latching firmly onto the outer wall at the top of the building. "Feels solid," Tang Xiaofan remarked. He gave the web a few experimental tugs, rock solid. Taking a few steps back, Tang Xiaofan broke into a run, grabbed hold of the web, and the incredible elasticity instantly yanked the 1-ton mark I armor right off the ground. He soared in a successful swing. Whoa, this blacksmith shop is built like a fortress. Watching Nong Yi swing like a pendulum, Tang Xiaofan nodded. This weapon was a resounding success. At last, soul stones began to appear in the trading channel. This was partly because after the second day of recruitment and summoning, the number of troops under each lord of the castle had increased. Stronger forces meant wider hunting grounds, and with that, the chances of obtaining soul stones rose significantly. And for many castle lords, even if you can't take down the powerful monsters roaming the wild, you can still hunt rabbits, chicks, and other small animals around the castle, or gather fresh fruit. All of these activities have a chance to yield soul stones, though the odds are a bit lower. Secondly, many of the more powerful castle lords have started following Tang Xiaofan's example, eagerly hunting monsters to exchange for basic resources like wood and stone. In these early days, survival and development are the top priorities. Soul stones can only be used to upgrade troop factories. You can't eat them, nor can you use them to upgrade your castle. That's why, on the trading channel, selling soul stones has already become commonplace. And compared to other soul stone buyers, Tang Xiaofan truly deserves the title of shrewd merchant. His exchange rates are the lowest. Castle lords desperate for resources, finding themselves out of options, grit their teeth and trade with him. Just like Bear Grylls once said, within the circle of castle lords, Tang Xiaofan is already well known, though his reputation is far from spotless. Countless castle lords have criticized Tang Xiaofan's profiteering, accusing him of inflating food prices and exploiting the hard-working masses. As for all this, Tang Xiaofan simply doesn't care. Some people crave fame, recognition, and adoration, but he has no need for any of that. With his system in hand, he's free to carve out his own place in this world. Taking on followers, disciples, or companions would only distract from the rise of his high-tech castle power. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan's soul stone acquisitions have stirred up quite a storm among the castle lords. The World Chat channel is abuzz, with everyone discussing Tang Xiaofan's soul stone deals. It's only the second day, and Tang Xiaofan is already upgrading his troop factory? My god, that's insanely impressive. According to my research, only elite monsters drop soul stones, and without enough strength, going up against them is suicide. Most castle lords only have level 1 or 2 troops, with just a rare few reaching level 3. And as for hunting those elite mini-bosses, it's basically impossible. But Tang Xiaofan pulled it off. He's about to collect 100 soul stones. Oh my god, I have to admit, Tang Xiaofan may be a sly merchant, but his power is off the charts. I wish I could join his team. Dragon Nation's luck is off the charts this time. Tang Xiaofan is leading the charge, ahead of all the other countries. Soul stones are just too expensive. I really can't afford them. Way too expensive. Right now, in the trading channel, the price of a single soul stone has soared to 30 units of food. Tang Xiaofan truly lives up to his reputation as a cunning merchant. He waits patiently, but when he does make a move, he sweeps up all the soul stones the other castle lords are selling in one fell swoop. The other castle lords were also powerful figures in their own right, and naturally, they wouldn't just sit by and watch Tang Xiaofan take control of the market all by himself. They too joined the fray, vying for soul stones. Dragon's Lair Castle is buying soul stones, offering 35 units of food, no limit on quantity. Fury Warrior Clan Castle is buying soul stones, offering 35 units of food, no limit on quantity. Bloodthirst Demon Castle is buying soul stones, offering 35 units of food, no limit on quantity. Death Knight Castle. Whoa, the real pros are showing up in the front row. Is the troop type of dragons, lair, castle dragons? Like those huge winged beasts that soar through the sky and breathe fire. What's with the Fury Warrior Clan? Are they barbarians or something? Bloodthirst Demon Castle. Could their troops be that powerful? Don't tell me they're vampires. Every single one of them is a top-tier player. When the big shots make a move, it's always on a different level. They're all trying to buy up soul stones. Looks like they're all preparing to upgrade their troop factories. Tang Xiaofan just swept all 30 soul stones off the market. He might actually upgrade his troop building soon. Hey, you upstairs, you know way too much. Meanwhile, with so many power players stepping into the spotlight, the World Chat channel was buzzing like never before. Plenty of hidden bosses were drawn out by the scarcity of soul stones, willingly revealing themselves. Some were genuinely interested, while others simply wanted to ride this wave, announce their presence, and boost their reputation. Once the business of soul stone trading began, you could instantly raise your standing in the castle community. There was no way to lose on this move. As for Tang Xiaofan, who found himself at the center of all the chatter, he was raking in the profits. In this single round, he'd acquired 30 soul stones. He'd only had to trade some food and a few other resources like wood. Adding in the soul stones he'd stored up earlier, the total now reached 95. Just 5 more, and his farmer factory could be upgraded. Dragon's Lair Castle, Fury Warrior Clan, Bloodthirst Demon, Death Knight Castle. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. Clearly, these castle lords all possessed high-level, maybe even top-tier troop types, and would likely become his rivals in the future. I'm really curious. How did Tang Xiaofan manage to gather so many soul stones so quickly? What kind of powerful troop does he have? It can't just be farmers, right? Farmers can't fight at all. Maybe there's some other mutated troop type? I'm envious. So this is what it's like to be a hidden master, so low-key, yet so formidable. Hope Tang Xiaofan will satisfy everyone's curiosity and reveal his troop type. After all, he's made a fortune in soul stones. What is his secret? I second that. Tang Xiaofan, scrolling through the chat channel, saw all this and decisively blocked these people. What did his troop type have to do with any of them? Revealing his secrets would only make him a target. There were plenty of new arrivals this time, and plenty of people who envied his success. Since yesterday, people have been urging him to reveal his troop type. He ignored them all. Anyone who tried to make him expose his troop type from the so-called perspective of the human community was instantly blocked. That was his way of showing his disdain. The farmer factory should be ready for an upgrade in the next couple of days. Once it's upgraded, it will be able to produce higher-level farmers. As for the castle, its upgrade is also just within reach. After this period of stockpiling, the warehouse now held 9,300 units of wood and 6,500 units of stone and iron ingots, respectively. To upgrade the castle to level 3, he needed 10,000 units of wood, 7,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of iron ingots. Barring any surprises, Tang Xiaofan would be able to upgrade his high-tech castle to level 3 today. Tang Xiaofan paid no attention to the contestants from other countries, but they clearly weren't willing to let him go. On Blue Star's live broadcast channels, debates about Tang Xiaofan flared up once again. The Dragon Nation's contestant is incredible. He acts like no one else matters. That's right. Look at me, Bear Grylls from the Ugly Nation, so down to earth, and yet you refuse to partner with me. I, from Sakura Nation, strongly demand that the Dragon Nation contestant reveal the secret of his troop type. Why is he allowed to build mechs? Yes, we demand that the Dragon Nation share all their resources and technology with the rest of us. Shameless, the lot of you above. Is this really the time to try bullying the Dragon Nation? Maybe you should take a good look in the mirror and ask yourselves if your own house is in order. What do you mean? I shower every day. I'm wearing a white shirt. My neck is spotless. You guys upstairs just don't get it. There's no point joking with this bunch of blockheads. They won't understand the references. Listen up, you fools. Not a single bit of our Dragon Nation's resources or technology will be shared with you. What? The Dragon Nation is so bad. We should band together and take them down. Yes, let's unite and defeat the Dragon Nation. But no matter how heated the arguments became online, they had no impact on the contestants from each nation. At this moment, they were all on the divine and demonic continent, completely cut off from any information from Blue Star. In the future, they would not only have to face monsters, but also the challenge of competing with the billions of other castles on the continent. For now, they were still in the honeymoon phase, a blissful period of safety. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan was looking at the map drawn by the farmers during their armed patrol when they discovered new resource points. He pointed to a marked spot on the map and said, "Jarvis, there are some abandoned factories and supermarkets, as well as a few tall buildings. Once the Mark II mechs are finished, I want to go see these places for myself. Sir, I recommend you wait until at least 50 people have been equipped with a Mark II armor before you begin any exploration plans. Based on the current risk assessment, the wilderness is not safe." Tang Xiaofan had never doubted Jarvis's judgment. So, taking the advice to heart, he temporarily put aside his plans to venture out and decided to continue being a quiet, cautious man of hidden talents. Just then, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 came over to report that a full set of new armor parts was ready. The rest of the parts were still being forged. All set. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan walked happily into the castle's workshop. He laid out his hand-drawn blueprints in front of Farmer 1 and Farmer 2, ready to begin assembling the Mark II for Real. On the blueprints was a genuine suit of ironclad battle armor. Aside from the absence of an arc reactor at the chest, the design was almost identical to Iron Man's Mark II. This is what real power armor looks like. Jarvis, look at this. What an incredible transmission system. At first, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but be captivated by the appearance of the Mark II, but soon he was completely absorbed in the complex, cutting-edge technology within. Wait a minute, Jarvis. Why isn't there an operating system for the armor? Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan noticed something strange. There is absolutely no mention of an operating system on the blueprints, yet every function of the armor was clearly tied to one. Sir, the operating system for the Mark II is an extension of myself. Jarvis answered the question directly in Tang Xiaofan's mind. Since the armor would be produced in batches, each suit would be supported by a copy of Jarvis's system. Although they couldn't connect to the internet, when these suits returned to the castle, they'd be able to exchange data. Sir, as long as 2 or more suits are within 10 kilometers of each other, they can still communicate and share data. With this, even if the other contestants learned how to make Mark armor, they wouldn't be able to use it. Of course, it's not that they couldn't build it. It's that even if they did, the suit wouldn't move. Every piece of Mark armor technology had to be linked to Jarvis. Without Jarvis as the operating system, any suit built would be nothing but a motionless shell of iron. In that case, let's just focus on building the armor first. Tang Xiaofan said happily. This way, he could ensure he stayed ahead of everyone else on the Divine Demon Continent with his advanced technology. All right, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 didn't overthink it, still awestruck by the Mark II's design. Just watch for now. While they studied the blueprints, Tang Xiaofan began inspecting the Mark II parts. The craftsmanship of these farmers was truly remarkable. Just like a robotic arm, they crafted many intricate parts of the Mark II armor to perfection. Finished looking over the blueprints? Yes. With that, Tang Xiaofan led the 2 of them over to the workbench. As usual, we'll start by building the transmission system. Watch carefully. Later you'll need to assemble it yourselves, and even teach the others. Yes, my lord. Nong E and Nong Air responded in unison. The 3 of them officially began assembling the Mark II at the machine table. For the next half day, Tang Xiaofan stayed in the basement with Nong E and Nong Air. Fortunately, both Nong E and Nong Air were very skilled. They quickly picked up the assembly techniques, making Tang Xiaofan's work much easier. But when he glanced up at the protective dome overhead, knowing it would vanish in just a few days, he couldn't help but worry. Time is running out. Looking at the mostly finished Mark II armor, Tang Xiaofan sighed. Then, without another word, he picked up the welding torch and got back to work. At last, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Tang Xiaofan had completed the remaining components of the Mark II. Sir, allow me to congratulate you. You have now finished constructing the Mark II armor. Jarvis suddenly chimed in. Tang Xiaofan laughed. Don't worry, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. He ignored Jarvis's reminder, his entire focus fixed on the gleaming suit of armor in front of him. Mark II. This was the true beginning of the iron armor. And it was also the prototype of the future war machine. It's a pity I don't have a Gatling gun right now. Otherwise, I'd turn you into a war machine straight away. Tang Xiaofan murmured, stroking the Mark II with deep affection. Compared to the iron armor, which excelled in solo combat, the war machine was clearly better suited for survival in this apocalypse. But for now, the Mark II was still missing its most crucial component, the arc reactor. For the time being, its power came from 8 removable high-capacity energy stone batteries mounted on its back. 8 batteries in total, and the Mark II weighed less than 300 pounds. Yes, the weight had dropped straight from 1 ton to just 0.3 tons, a tremendous reduction. The benefit? The combat endurance had soared to a full 48 hours. While it was still no match for an arc reactor, it was more than enough for most current battles. From now on, Tang Xiaofan no longer had to worry about the armor's endurance. As for weaponry, nothing much had changed yet. Apart from a double-edged battle axe and a web shooter they'd prepared, it was still far from being a true Mark II. There was no paint job for now. Resources were scarce. However, they'd already reserved space in the palms for arc pulse cannons. These would also serve as flight stabilizers when airborne. They'd even left room for thrusters in the feet. Of course, all of this was preparation in advance for the reactor. As soon as the miniature reactor is successfully developed, it can be installed directly in the chest of the armor, powering and activating all these devices. What's more, the battery is removable. Once the reactor is built, Tang Xiaofan can immediately mount it onto the Mark II. Everything is ready. Time to begin testing. Sir, for the sake of your health, please remember to rest. At that moment, Jarvis offered a gentle reminder. All right, I know. I'll handle this test myself. Jarvis, run a scan of my physical condition. Tang Xiaofan paused for a moment, deciding it was best to have Jarvis check him over. Soon enough, Jarvis reported back with the scan results. Sir, the results show your body is in excellent health. All indicators are at optimal levels. How does it compare to last time? Compared to the previous scan, all your metrics have improved, roughly a 5% increase. That's great news. Anomalías. No abnormal findings. Hearing Jarvis' response, Tang Xiaofan felt reassured. Though he wasn't sure what changes the upgrade would bring, the outcome was nothing but positive. No issues detected, and his physical abilities had improved significantly. Alright, let's get moving. Time is of the essence. Nong Yi and Nong Er were busy testing the various functions of the Mark II armor. How far along are we in testing? Master. Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's voice, Nong Yi and Nong Er quickly set down their instruments and looked up. We've finished testing the main functions and are currently checking the weapon systems. No need for that. Tang Xiaofan waved it off, saying, sometimes you have to learn to run before you learn to walk. Let's head straight into live trials. With that, he asked Nong Yi and Nong Er to help him put on the Mark II armor. Unlike the straightforward and rugged Mark I, the Mark II, with its intricate components, couldn't be donned solo. Without robotic arms at his disposal, Tang Xiaofan had no choice but to rely on Nong Yi and Nong Er for assistance. Before long, with the final piece fitted into place and the internal fasteners tightening automatically, the Mark II was fully equipped. Jarvis immediately synchronized with the new suit. Excellent. There's no lag at all. Tang Xiaofan flexed his joints and even took a quick lap around the castle to test it out. Not only was there no lag, his speed had even increased. Clenching his fist experimentally, Tang Xiaofan marveled at the fearsome strength he could feel coursing through the suit, thanks to its neural interface. This is what real exoskeleton armor should be. With a satisfied smile, Tang Xiaofan picked up the helmet beside him and put it on. As soon as the helmet was put on, there was a brief moment of darkness, followed by layers of virtual images flickering before Tang Xiaofan's eyes. This was the HUD virtual display of the armor. In the next instant, the darkness of the visor faded, becoming transparent, and Tang Xiaofan could once again see the inside of the castle clearly. What's more, whenever Tang Xiaofan focused his attention on something, a holographic projection would appear above it, displaying detailed information. Mark II self-check in progress. Self-check complete. Sir, all functions are operating normally. At the same time, Jarvis's voice sounded from within the Mark II suit. Jarvis, why do I feel like your voice sounds even better now? In high spirits, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but tease Jarvis with a little joke. Thank you for the compliment, sir. You may now instruct Farmer 1 to move to an open area for a field test. Exactly what I was thinking. With that, Tang Xiaofan flipped up the faceplate and turned to Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 at his side, saying, now that the suit is running smoothly, it's time for a live test. Farmer 1, suit up and get ready for some field action. If you run into any emergencies, contact me immediately. Remember, the Mark II armor supports remote communication. Understood. Got it. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's instructions, Farmer 1 nodded vigorously, face lit up with excitement as he started gearing up in the Mark II. Though they didn't have a mechanical arm to help, Tang Xiaofan and Farmer 2 assisted him in donning the suit. Armed with a double-edged battle axe and a web shooter, Farmer 1 strode out of the castle. Master, everything's working perfectly. The view is crystal clear and the movements are smooth. Master, I can move really fast. Master, this suit is way stronger than the last one. I think I could even handle a pack of wolves now. With Farmer 1's enthusiastic updates coming in as he walked farther away, the viewers watching Tang Xiaofan's livestream on Blue Star also took notice of this new suit of armor. Whoa, a new suit of armor. Tang Xiaofan is incredible. He's made another one. What kind of armor is that? It's so shiny and silver. Wow. Is he heading out on a hunt? Which channel has the feed? Piloting the Mark II, Farmer 1 started making a wide circuit around the high-tech castle as the center point. He showed no interest in the small animals along the way. Where's this guy headed anyway? What's his plan? No idea. Maybe he just picked a random direction. Wait, isn't he heading toward that cave? Holy, you're right. He really is. Just as the viewers were speculating in the chat, Farmer 1 was indeed making his way straight toward that very cave. The viewers in the live stream, having realized what was happening, flooded the screen with messages, anxiously urging Tang Xiaofan to stop Farmer 1. Hey man, calm down. There must be something terrifying in that cave. Yeah, last time, I saw a two-legged wyvern fly in and never come out. What are you planning to fight it with? That battered old axe of yours. This is just sending yourself to your doom. Just as the viewers pointed out, at this moment, Farmer 1 had nothing but a double-bladed axe and a web shooter in his possession. Not a single other weapon could be seen. However, the axe Farmer 1 wielded was no ordinary tool. Rather than calling it a double-bladed axe, it would be more accurate to say he held a double-sided mountain-splitting axe. This double-sided mountain-splitting axe was, in fact, a renowned cold weapon originating from the Dragon Nation. Not only was its design striking and elegant, but its destructive power was equally impressive. Yet, no matter how formidable Farmer Number One's axe might be, the viewers in the live stream had no idea. As modern people, they instinctively believed that cold weapons were far inferior to firearms. After all, as the saying goes, beyond 7 paces, the gun is king. Within 7 paces, the gun is both faster and deadlier. Regardless of Farmer Number One's resolve to forge ahead toward the cave, the appearance of the Mark II armor on him had already sent shockwaves throughout the entire divine and demonic continent, riling up audiences from every other nation. People from other countries eyed the Dragon Nation's contestant with both envy and apprehension. Everyone knew that Tang Xiaofan, by relentlessly rolling out new suits of armor, was putting immense pressure on the other nation's contestants. Tang Xiaofan's pace was simply too fast. While the others were still basking in the glory of their newly acquired troop types, Tang Xiaofan had already outfitted a squad of farmers and seized all the resources around the castle. Now, on just the second day, he had developed another new suit of armor. It looked like the new armor was still being tested, but from its appearance alone, it was downright formidable. Is Dragon Nation really sending someone to die this time? The Dragon Nation contestant is definitely going to fail at showing off and lose a farmer. Damn, but even if they lose a farmer, it hardly seems to matter to them. Exactly, this game is so unbalanced. The Dragon Nation contestant has way too much of an edge. Ugly Country and Cherry Blossom Country. Do you even have any shame? Your contestants' troop types are just as strong, yet you still complain about others having an advantage. As always, any news about the Dragon Nation sparked a cacophony of heated debate. But as for the chatter from outsiders, neither Tang Xiaofan nor Farmer Number One paid it any mind. Before long, Farmer Number One had already arrived at the cave everyone was talking about. There's not much to say about the cave's environment. Hidden away in the heart of the forest, it's an easy place to overlook. In fact, near every castle, there tends to be a spot like this. A lair where a powerful mini-boss resides. This creature is usually around level 10. Early players, after organizing their troops, might challenge this mini-boss even before the 7-day protection period comes to an end. It's no surprise the local farmers and hunters haven't discovered it before. The place is well hidden, but the audience caught wind of it, thanks to more than just the player's perspective. There are plenty of overhead livestream cameras scattered in open areas, allowing viewers to switch angles at will. By chance, someone spotted the cave and kept it under close watch. No one has actually seen what kind of monster this mini-boss is, but plenty of powerful creatures have entered the cave and never returned. It's as if the place is a black hole in the forest, swallowing up even the mightiest monsters. As known, he stepped near the cave. A chill and the scent of blood pricked at his senses. He stopped abruptly and reported back, "Lord, I found what appears to be a powerful monster," requesting permission to engage. Permission granted. Yet every viewer knew a crisis was lurking beneath this calm. But no, he didn't seem to care in the slightest. He strode straight toward the cave, still as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll in his own garden. Unlike Nong Yi's easygoing manner, the ground he passed through was a scene of utter devastation. Scattered fragments of bone littered the earth in chaotic disarray, spattered with patches of dark, congealed blood. It was obvious. These were the remains of the mini-boss's previous meals. And every so often, another streak of blood stained the ground, chilling to the core. These, of course, were the traces left by those monsters who had entered but never left the cave. Faced with such a grisly sight, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but shudder. So he's really going in? I'm getting goosebumps here. Damn, is this place hell? This is terrifying. But look at this guy. He doesn't even bat an eye at such a nightmare. Could it be he's really got what it takes? Come on, he's definitely just putting on a brave face. No matter how lively the chat got, Tang Xiaofan paid no mind to the barrage of comments. Sir, it looks like Nong Yi's opponent is a rather formidable monster. Oh, any issues? System assessment. No issues whatsoever. JARVIS issued a danger alert, but since the threat level was so low, it didn't bother Tang Xiaofan in the least. He was too busy watching his dinner battle it out. Whatever challenge Nong Yi was about to face, Tang Xiaofan simply didn't care. The Mark II power armor, aside from lacking the weakness of the miniature reactor, could now take down any current carbon-based monster in an instant. At this moment, inside the cave, catching the scent of blood lingering in the air, Nong Yi's nose twitched instinctively. To most people, this heavy, metallic tang would be unbearable. But for Nong Yi, it was more enticing than the finest delicacies the world had to offer. His primal instincts from countless battles whispered to him. The hunt was on. Suddenly, a faint rustling echoed from a nearby part of the cave, not far ahead of Nong Yi. Then, just as abruptly, all went quiet again. That fleeting noise instantly set the nerves of every viewer on edge. And as if on cue, the next moment, a figure appeared on screen that left everyone utterly astounded. It was an ancient ground sloth. Compared to the tree sloths of Blue Star, this creature seemed to share no kinship at all. Its forelimbs were massive, hind legs short, and all 4 feet armed with razor-sharp claws. A tail, nearly a meter long, swept behind it. What now stood before the crowd was a ground sloth, its body streaked with rust. But here, rust was just a polite way of saying bloodstains. That's right. At this point, the ancient ground sloth's entire body was spattered with blood in all shapes and patterns. It was clear to everyone watching, not a drop belonged to the creature itself. All of these stains came from the monsters it had lured into the cave and slaughtered before. Even more astonishing after so many brutal fights. The ground sloth's hide remained completely unscathed. Not even a wyvern, with its fearsome claws, could leave a mark on this creature. Just how terrifyingly tough was this beast's defense? A tense hiss filled the air. Of course, the ground sloth had no idea what the livestream viewers were saying about it. Its blood-red eyes fixed on the intruder before it with a cold, predatory gaze. The sloth let out a deep, rumbling growl. At that moment, everyone noticed something else. It was as if the beast had just finished a hearty meal. As it parted its massive, crocodile-like jaws, all could see shreds of flesh still hanging from its jagged teeth. And when those watching caught sight of those bloody scraps, they instantly realized these were the remains of monsters. The sharp-eyed even spotted a mangled wing caught between its teeth. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were so terrified their scalps tingled. Oh my god, this is absolutely terrifying. There's still monster meat hanging from its mouth. This thing is a real man-eater. Holy, get out of there. There's still time to run. It's too late. A normal person could never outrun him. Maybe if there was some distance, but now it's just a few steps away. I really feel like this is the end for him. Come on. I believe even this Tin Kim monster would take a few minutes to chew through. Yet, despite the barrage of comments in the livestream chat, Tang Xiaofan gave no response at all. He, too, was observing the monster through Jarvis's shared vision. At that moment, Nong Yi's face remained expressionless, his gaze calm as he looked upon the man-eating beast before him. A savage beast, a killer, a ferocious creature that devours humans. If it were anyone else, perhaps there'd be no hope, but now it faced Nong Yi, clad in his powerful mech. Who, after all, was the real prey here? None of the viewers had an answer. Only Nong Yi himself knew the truth. Netizens from all corners of the world flocked to the stream. After all, the Dragon Nation had become the second most powerful country on Blue Star, second only to the Ugly Nation. Given the Dragon Nation players' outstanding performance over the past 2 days, viewers worldwide were practically bursting with excitement, itching to find fault and stir up trouble. And when they saw the ancient Earth sloth reveal its savage nature, schadenfreude spread among them like wildfire. Ha ha ha, that fool actually showed up. A level 10 beast, and the Dragon Nation player dares to challenge it? Is he stupid or what? Just waiting for the Dragon Nation to lose. Can't wait. Ha ha ha. How many resources were wasted on that mech? Only for it to be thrown away like this. The Dragon Nation players seemed impressive at first, but who knew he'd be so reckless? He's no match for our Ugly Nation's Bear Grylls. That's right. He's not even a match for our Sakura Nation's players. So let's just sit back and watch the Dragon Nation players suffer. Huh. But it wasn't just the ordinary viewers who were glued to the broadcast. Leaders from every nation around the globe were also secretly monitoring Nong Yi's progress. After all, the only contender far ahead of the other competitors was Tang Xiaofan from the Dragon Nation. While there hadn't been any direct conflict so far, it was only a matter of time, given how the game was progressing. And here, one couldn't help but mention the Sakura Nation, who had been rivals with the Dragon Nation for years. They had already begun an in-depth study of Tang Xiaofan. In fact, in the Sakura Nation's original plan, they intended for their own player to ambush the Dragon Nation's contestant in the Divine Demon Continent, given the long-standing grudge between the two countries. Ironically, before the Sakura Nation's top brass could even issue that order, they witnessed Nong Yi from the Dragon Nation encountering the ancient Earth Sloth. At this moment, in the Sakura Nation's high-level conference room, the balding, slightly overweight man at the head of the table spoke with a mocking sneer. How foolish. Looks like our contestants won't even need to step in this time. The slightly chubby, balding ministers at his side all wore mocking smiles. My lord, you're absolutely right. The Dragon Nation's contestant truly is the height of stupidity. Facing an ancient Earth Sloth, there's no way he'll escape death. Well, at least that saves us from having to intervene ourselves. In truth, the upper echelons of Sakura Nation had a very simple plan. After seeing the rules of the Divine Demon Continent, everyone understood. If a contestant died within the Divine Realm, the nation they represented would be as good as finished. For if a country lost all its resources, no matter how advanced its technology or formidable its strength, it would be standing at the very edge of destruction. Now that the Dragon Nation's contestant was caught in a deadly predicament, the Sakura Nation's leaders couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Yet, it wasn't just Sakura Nation with such ideas. There was another country harboring the very same intentions. That's right, the Ugly Nation. To the Ugly Nation, the Dragon Nation's recent meteoric rise was nothing short of alarming. They knew that if Dragon Nation's development continued unchecked, their own position as the world's top power would be in jeopardy. Just like Sakura Nation, the Ugly Nation's leaders had also planned to instruct their own contestants to target the Dragon Nation's representative on the Divine Demon Continent. However, given the current situation, it seemed there was no need for them to take action at all. Of course, Dragon Nation had no way of knowing about the strategies of Sakura Nation or the Ugly Nation. Upon seeing their contestant up against the ancient Earth Sloth, Dragon Nation's high command was gripped by anxiety. The expert teams assembled by Dragon Nation were working at full tilt, racking their brains for ways to help Nong E escape the ancient Earth Sloth clutches. But all these leaders seemed to have overlooked one crucial fact. The one currently standing in a Mark II suit, facing off against the ancient Earth Sloth, wasn't Tang Xiaofan himself, but rather one of Tang Xiaofan's summoned farmers. Unfortunately, neither Tang Xiaofan nor his team could see the barrage of live comments. And the leaders of each nation, locked away in their high-level meetings, were worlds apart from the bored citizens glued to the live streams. So this misunderstanding simply continued unchecked. Therefore, any advice those experts had to offer would never reach Tang Xiaofan. Even if he did see it, would it really matter? Would he even need their expertise? With a JARVIS on his side, he could outclass every expert on Blue Star and Heartbeat. Back in the Divine Demon Continent. At this moment, the ancient Earth Sloth was staring greedily at the tin can in front of it. For the ancient Earth Sloth, today was turning out to be an exceptionally lucky day. Although he had no idea what was going on, the creature that had wandered into his territory to die carried a rather enticing scent. By the looks of it, this could be a feast to fill him up. With that thought in mind, the ancient ground sloth let out a deep, rumbling roar. A menacing hiss echoed across the land. Yet to Nong E, that threatening roar sounded just like the sizzle and crackle of a delicious dish being cooked. Even if he wouldn't consciously think of it that way, his battle-honed instinct screamed a single truth. This creature before him, absolutely mouth-watering. As Nong E stood frozen, seemingly stunned by the imposing beast, the guest from the divine and demonic continent today, Sho grew increasingly anxious. The surging popularity of the divine and demonic continent had prompted the show to air earlier than scheduled. Now, watching Nong Yi's predicament, tension filled the studio. Rain Shi wore a bitter expression as she turned to the director beside her and asked, "Director, in a situation like this, what would be the best course of action?" But before the director could reply, Zhang Xiaoxiao cut in. "Isn't it obvious? If you ask me, we ought to make preparations early, or we'll be caught off guard when resources become scarce. And when it comes time to make sacrifices for the greater good, we shouldn't hesitate. The most important thing is to preserve some of Dragon Nation's elites, so they can rise again in the future. People like me, high-quality men of humanity. You've got to be kidding me. Unbelievable." Once again, Zhang Xiaoxiao's words left everyone speechless. By now, even Rain Shi was starting to wonder how this fool ever managed to get onto the show in the first place. No matter what the outsiders thought, none of it mattered to Tang Xiaofan of the divine and demonic continent. As the ancient ground sloth's roar faded, Tang Xiaofan issued his command from afar. "Take it down." Nong E immediately sprang into action. With a heavy crack, he switched his giant axe to a two-handed grip and charged straight at the ancient ground sloth, picking up speed with every step. This ancient ground sloth, whose defenses could withstand bullets and explosives, now faced the onslaught of Nong Yi's massive axe. How could it hope to endure? Seeing Nong E dash forward so eagerly, even though its opponent's face was hidden, the sloth, dim-witted as it was, could sense a chill creeping up its spine. In that instant, a savage, overwhelming aura burst forth from Nong E, leaving the ancient ground sloth momentarily stunned. But then, as if enraged by its own shock, it let out a furious bellow. How could such a feeble creature unleash such a terrifying presence? Impossible. Fueled by that thought, the ancient ground sloth lumbered ever closer to Nong E. By now, consumed by its own greed, the sloth had lost all basic sense of judgment, just like the other monsters it had devoured before. Faced with this sumptuous feast before it, the ancient giant ground sloth was naturally unwilling to let such a delicacy slip by. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene, tension thick in the air. Step by step, the ancient giant ground sloth continued to draw closer to Gnome E. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. In no time at all, the massive creature stood right before Gnome E, closer than ever. Without a moment's hesitation, the sloth opened its gaping, blood-red maw, clearly intending to swallow Gnome E whole. At that sight, every heart across the Dragon Nation leapt into their throats. A wave of inexpressible sorrow swept through the crowd. Had it really come to this? Was the end of the Dragon Nation already upon them? Suddenly, in the midst of their despair, a swift shadow darted across everyone's field of vision, streaking straight toward the ancient giant ground sloth. Everyone watched with bated breath as a silver-white figure flashed by. With blinding speed, it shot straight toward the giant beast. It was Gnome E. As Gnome E closed the distance, the ancient giant ground sloth let out another earth-shaking roar. A guttural, bone-chilling howl filled the air. Yet Gnome E pressed on, unwavering and undeterred by the beast's threat. With a sharp, decisive sound, Gnome E's figure came to an abrupt halt right before the monstrous sloth. In the same instant, his double-edged axe swept forward without warning. He brought the butt of the axe crashing up beneath the sloth's lower jaw. The force that erupted in that split second was utterly beyond anything the ancient giant ground sloth had ever known. With that ferocious blow, its gaping jaws snapped shut with a thunderous clap. A wail of agony burst from the beast. But Gnome-E's assault was far from over. With each swing of his double-edged axe, dazzling shards of cold light danced before everyone's eyes. Steel clashed and flashed, striking again and again in rapid succession. In Gnome-E's hands, the deadly weapon became a thing of beauty, an exquisite work of art. Yet like the loveliest rose with hidden thorns, its beauty only heightened its deadly peril. The gleaming blade grew ever larger in the sloth's terrified eyes. At last, the ancient giant ground sloth truly felt the shadow of death looming over it. Steadying itself, it tried to launch a counterattack. But Gnome gave it no such chance. With a swift, unerring strike, he drove the double-edged axe straight into the creature's skull. It was true. Armor that bullets could not pierce was like paper before Gnome-E's axe. In an instant, the blade punched straight through. A chilling, guttural scream tore through the air. A piercing, mournful scream shot straight up into the sky. A surge of searing pain sent the ancient ground sloth into a frenzy, making it thrash about wildly. With each ragged, heavy breath, the sheer size of the ancient ground sloth became apparent. Its furious struggle whipped up clouds of dust all around. The howling wind swept through the cave, stirring up dust and loose stones in its wake. And yet, Gnome-E remained completely unmoved. It was as if an endless well of strength resided within him. Even faced with such a colossal creature, the vast difference in size could not shake Gnome-E in the slightest. There was a harsh, grating sound. Gnome-E's double-bladed axe once again drove deeper into the ancient ground sloth skull. The blade pierced right through, pinning the beast to the ground beneath it. Blood from the ancient ground sloth slowly soaked the earth around it, staining a wide area red. At last, the beast's struggles began to weaken, fading away bit by bit. Its wicked life had finally come to a complete end. Gnome-E exhaled sharply, then with a swift motion, he wrenched his axe free. With a practiced flick, he sent a spray of blood arcing along the axe's path, painting the ground crimson. The double-bladed axe, once slick with gore, was clean again, its mirrored edge reflecting Gnome-E's calm, impassive helmet. A crisp metallic chime sounded. Elite ground sloth slain. Energy plus 80, soul stones plus 20. 20 soul stones. Tang Xiaofan marveled at the reward. Now, at last, he could upgrade the farmer's factory. Jarvis analyzed the combat data and summarize any issues with the armor, he ordered. Sir, at once. Sir, the battle posed no difficulty whatsoever. It was an overwhelming display of force. The armor itself experienced minimal stress. Judging by this, it could be expected to swiftly dispatch similar monsters in the future. The double-bladed axe performed excellently, enhanced by titanium. Alloy, its sharpness combined with the raw power of the Mark II armor made for a truly lethal weapon against monsters. As for defense, the Mark II is outstanding. It withstood the beast's attacks without a scratch, distributing force evenly and causing no harm to the operator. Tang Xiaofan was quite satisfied with the analysis. The Mark II suit was leagues beyond the Mark I. If he added a miniature reactor, it would become a true marvel of technology, unmatched by any weapon or armor on Blue Star. This little field test against a monster had gone exactly as expected. Then, using remote communications, Tang Xiaofan instructed Nong Yi. Nong Yi, bring the creature back. The test is over. It was a complete success. Yes, my lord. And so, while everyone else stood in utter confusion, Nong Yi hoisted the massive corpse of the ancient ground sloth with one hand, hefted his giant double-bladed axe with the other, and made his way back toward the castle. All of this, in fact, took place in the blink of an eye. From the moment Nong Yi made his move to the instant the ancient ground sloth was felled, the entire sequence didn't even last 10 seconds. The once ferocious ancient ground sloth had now, in an instant, been reduced to nothing more than a lifeless corpse. The shift in tone happened so abruptly that everyone's minds were still struggling to catch up. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, comments flooded in like a waterfall as countless viewers vented their shock and disbelief. What just happened? I have no idea. All I saw was the guy in a metal suit go up and take out the monster in a flash. I'm totally stunned. What's going on? Weren't we told bullets couldn't even scratch it? How did it get taken down in a single strike? Could it be because of that double-bladed axe he's holding? What kind of double-bladed axe could possibly be so powerful? Stronger than bullets? No, it's not just bullets, remember. Even grenades couldn't break through its defenses. How could any ancient weapon be deadlier than a grenade? I don't know, but with an axe this powerful, where on earth did Tang Xiaofan get it from? He must have stumbled upon some treasure. The Dragon Country contestants' luck is off the charts. It's so unfair. Why do the contestants from the Dragon Country get all the luck? Exactly. It's not fair at all. Even our ugly nation's ancient giant bear couldn't have taken down this ancient ground sloth so easily. Unlike the utterly relaxed Nong Yi, spectators from all around the world, who'd had their eyes glued to the Dragon Country's livestream, were completely dumbfounded. The person everyone thought would be utterly helpless had, in a single moment, dispatched the ancient ground sloth. How could the world not be astounded by this? Viewers from every corner of the globe quickly attributed Nong Yi's formidable feat to the double-bladed axe in his hands. After all, no matter how they reasoned, they refused to believe that an ordinary-looking man in a tin suit could possess such overwhelming strength. But no matter how much they speculated, no one was going to give them the real answer. Within the divine demon continent, after the ancient ground sloth had been dealt with, in the Dragon Country's territory back on Blue Star, countless forests began springing up across the once barren land. Since the ancient ground sloth was the forest lord, with Tang Xiaofan's victory, he automatically became the new master of the forest resources, doubling the yield of timber. What's more, these resources would now be manifested 100-fold within the Dragon Country's borders. As the forests continued to materialize across the Dragon Country, the production team of Today in Divine Demon Continent was already in a fervent discussion. Master Gung, eyeing the double-bladed axe in Nong Yi's hand with keen interest, remarked, "The double-bladed axe is truly the pride of our nation's arsenal of cold weapons. The one in the hands of contestant Nong Yi is a masterpiece, even among those in our military. It would be considered the finest of the fine. And the way he wields it so skillfully and naturally, he must be an expert." Rain Shi, standing nearby, quipped at Master Gung's words. "Oh, does that mean Master Gung is also a double-bladed axe expert?" Expert is too strong a word. I just know a thing or two. Hearing their exchange, Director Zhu chimed in. This double-bladed axe in Nong Yi's hands is probably not as simple as you say. To break through a defense that even grenades can't penetrate, Masterpiece hardly does it justice. It's practically a legendary weapon. Both Rain Shi and Master Gung nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just then, Zhang Xiao, seemingly unable to resist the urge to make his presence known, prepared to speak up. At the end of the day, it's still just a cold weapon. If it came up against modern firearms, no matter how sharp it is, it wouldn't be much use. Still, I'll admit, this blade is impressive. Almost a waste to let a farmer wield it. Are you serious? Give me a break. Zhang Xiao's words instantly sparked an outcry from countless netizens. What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on farmers now? I'd really like to ask the farmer who lives downstairs from me what he thinks of you. What kind of trash are you? Who would have thought that even us country folk would get looked down upon by someone like you? Please don't insult the word softy. Thank you very much. In truth, Zhang Xiao's words echoed the general sentiment. Netizens from all over the world still believe that the only reason the ancient giant sloth was defeated was because Nong Yi had that double-bladed axe in hand. They didn't see Nong Yi himself as particularly powerful. After all, in everyone's eyes, Nong Yi in his tin can armor hardly looked like someone formidable. Of course, Nongi himself had no idea what was being said beyond the arena. And even if he did, he'd probably just laugh it off. Meanwhile, news of Nongi's instant defeat of the ancient giant sloth was still spreading like wildfire. High-level officials in Sakura Country and Ugly Country, who'd been watching the Dragon Country livestream, were now utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the plan for that ancient giant sloth to tear him apart completely? Then the Dragon Country would fall, and they'd get to carve up the spoils. Why wasn't the script going as planned? How are we supposed to play along like this? Impossible. That hide is supposed to be impervious. Even grenades can't pierce it. What kind of weapon is that? Why isn't such a powerful weapon in the hands of our Sakura Country contestant? We gotta find a way to get that weapon for ourselves. No matter how hard both sides tried to deny it, the truth was plain for all to see. The facts before them left no room for argument. The slightly chubby, balding man wore a dark expression as he barked orders at his subordinates. Hurry, initiate the plan, flood the screen, do everything you can to get our instructions to our contestants. Sir, do you mean? What else could I mean? All-out assault. Take down the Dragon Nation player at any cost. I want to see Dragon Nation wiped out completely. Yes, sir. Just like in Sakura Country, the top brass of the Ugly Country immediately began spamming the screen, desperate for their own contestants to focus all efforts on targeting the Dragon Nation player. However, while these two countries were secretly orchestrating their schemes against Dragon Nation, Tang Xiaofan was already embarking on a new stage of upgrades. He made his way to the vicinity of the farmer factory. After a full day of hunting, the farmer squad had taken down more than 200 wild monsters, collecting a total of 60 soul stones. He'd also acquired another 35 through trading channels. And now, after Farmer 1 finished off the ancient earth sloth, they gained another 20 soul stones. At present, he possessed a total of 115 soul stones, enough to meet the requirements for upgrading the farmer factory. Would you like to upgrade the troop building, farmer factory? Yes, no. Upgrade. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate to select yes. He had worked hard for 2 days for this very moment. In an instant, the farmer factory was enveloped in a dazzling wash of golden light. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't make out what was happening inside the brilliance. He could only wait for the light to fade. After about 10 seconds, the golden radiance finally dissipated. Farmer factory, unique troop building. Current level 2. Can now summon ordinary profession farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, cooks, builders, and warriors. Upgrade requirement, 500 soul stones. After the upgrade, the farmer factory didn't look all that different. The tin roof shed was still a tin roof shed, only now its walls seemed much sturdier. The energy pulsing from it was noticeably stronger. This was the level 2 farmer factory. It doesn't matter if there aren't many changes. What matters is the ability to summon professional farmers. Now I can summon warrior class professionals, which solves the issue of battle experience. And there's even a chance rare profession farmers will appear. With specialized roles, my castle's expansion will speed up dramatically. Furthermore, with builders available, the city wall I'd envisioned can finally become a reality. Efficiency will soar. For Tang Xiaofan, this was truly fantastic news. Obviously, the faster I upgrade my troop buildings, the better. The sooner I upgrade, the easier it will be to take the lead. And the gap between me and the other castle lords will only continue to widen. To conquer the divine demon continent, becoming the undisputed lord among all the castle masters on Blue Star was the crucial first step. The first step is to use the power of the Blue Star to suppress and subjugate the existing forces on the divine demon continent. But that comes only after surpassing the other lords who started on the same footing. If you can't even outpace your peers at the starting line, how can you hope to conquer the myriad races? Tang Xiaofan turned his gaze to the farmer factory. Without hesitation, he issued an order to summon 10 construction workers. Summon 10 builders, with each professional farmer costing 20 units of food. 10 farmers soon appeared before Tang Xiaofan. They wore construction uniforms, donned safety helmets, and each held a variety of building tools. The group stood in neat formation before him. Greetings, my lord. Seeing their professional attire, Tang Xiaofan felt his investment was well worth it. Good. From now on, you'll be Builder 1 through Builder 10. The day is still young. Start by constructing the city walls. With a flourish of his arm, Tang Xiaofan led the builders over to the stone workshop, where segments of city wall were piled up in stacks. We don't need an enormous wall, just something suitable. Jarvis, how large should we make the wall? Sir, I recommend that the inner city covers no more than 2 acres at this stage, to facilitate early defense. Once resources are abundant, we can construct outer walls and expand the area. Very well, let's build the wall to enclose 2 acres. Remember, this is not just for show. It needs to withstand real battles. Yes, my lord. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's instructions, Builder 1 nodded and led the team to begin measuring the construction area. Then, to Tang Xiaofan's astonishment, Builders 1 through 10 donned the idle mark on mechs currently not in use. And, armored and powerful, each easily lifted the massive wall segments to start the assembly. With a heavy thud, another segment of wall was set securely in place. Tang Xiaofan observed their work closely. He quickly noticed that these builders were indeed different from ordinary farmers. After placing a wall segment, they automatically dug the foundations, leveled the ground, and aligned the sections with impressive precision. Then, the adjoining wall segments were seamlessly plastered together, forming a tight, solid barrier. These builders truly worked like automated construction machines. Thinking back to the workings of the blacksmith shop, Tang Xiaofan realized what was happening. It seemed this new type of professional farmer was highly integrated in their skill set. Jarvis, give me an estimate. When will the wall be finished? Understood, sir. At the current pace, construction should be completed by tonight. Once the wall was finished, they could begin large-scale resource gathering. With a daily food limit of 400 units, Tang Xiaofan could recruit up to 100 farmers. He planned to form a combat squad of 50 members, tasked with daily defense and resource collection. The remaining 50 farmers continued with resource production, taking charge of manufacturing and processing the Mark II mechs, while also preparing for the upcoming castle upgrade. The strength of the farmer squad was about to surge dramatically. Soon, they would be able to hunt more numerous and powerful wild monsters, seize even more resources, and perhaps even discover new ways to obtain food. Everything seemed to be moving in a promising direction. A little later, Farmer 1 returned, bringing back the carcass of the ancient earth sloth. It was quickly taken apart, harvested for food and pelts, and all of it was stored away in the castle's warehouse. At first glance, the materials from the monsters didn't seem particularly useful, but since they could be collected, it meant they must hold some value. He just hadn't figured out how to use them yet. My lord, with help from the other farmers, Farmer 1 removed his Mark II armor, then approached Tang Xiaofan and bowed respectfully. On the way back, we noticed some unusual signs. Oh, tell me more. Tang Xiaofan immediately thought of the native powers of the divine demon continent. He'd received a warning during the first upgrade of the high-tech castle. There was a chance that the local factions had taken notice of his fortress, so their appearance now was hardly surprising. Farmer 1 reported respectfully. I investigated and tracked the traces we found. In the end, I discovered they weren't wild monsters, but a group of two-headed creatures. Two-headed creatures? Yes, my lord. Farmer 1 nodded and continued. They wore tattered leather armor and carried a variety of weapons. They had their own language and clearly possessed intelligence. Most of them were around level 10 in strength. The strongest among them was a level 12 elite. Their numbers exceeded 100, and they were vicious by nature. When they realized I had discovered them, they actually chased after me. Without your command, I chose not to engage them, but instead circled around and escaped back to the castle. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, then said, Those who come with ill intent are never friendly. Tonight, set up a watch. If my suspicions are correct, under the cover of darkness, they might try to approach the castle. But now that we have sturdy walls, there's no need to worry too much about the heart of the castle being taken by surprise. Once we've eaten and rested tomorrow, we can scout out their situation. If they had come with peaceful intentions, they wouldn't have attacked Farmer 1 upon being discovered. Clearly, these were hostile forces. They meant no good, and since they were enemies, they were nothing more than experience fodder for the farmers. Take down as many as possible. Yes, my lord. Farmer 1's expression was resolute. Any invaders will be eliminated. Turn into resources to strengthen your castle. Night had already fallen. In the darkness, the beasts roared in unison, and night owls shrieked through the shadows. At last, the wall was finished. Standing beside the towering 3-meter-high barrier, Tang Xiaofan found that even a simple meal from his metal tray tasted exceptionally delicious. He watched as the group of burly men ate in silence, not a word spoken among them. Tang Xiaofan instructed Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 to organize patrol shifts. Even with the city wall in place, safety couldn't be taken for granted. The farmers would still need to be vigilant. If the heart of the castle were ever damaged, the loss would be irreparable. He noticed that the farmers assigned to night duty showed not a hint of complaint. A thought struck Tang Xiaofan. These farmers were endlessly loyal, working hard every day without a word of protest. Yet they were living, breathing people. Keeping them on edge all the time was no way to live. Maybe they should get a few days off? But then, what would several dozen strong men do with their free time? Go shopping hand in hand? That would be crazy. Out there, monsters lurked at every turn. There wasn't even a place to buy a lollipop. Maybe organize an activity? Singing? Dancing? Well, a bunch of farmers belting out a patriotic anthem would work, but anything else was a stretch. How about at the tug-of-war? But that seemed pointless. Tang Xiaofan frowned in thought, scanning the vast expanse of the development zone, until a sudden idea took root. Why not host a basketball game in such a big space? Brilliant! With 65 farmers now and 100 expected by tomorrow, they could easily form 10 teams. For example, a team from the blacksmith shop, a repair crew, a hunting squad, a lumber mill team, a stone workshop group, the construction workers, the warriors, the odd jobs crew. Whoa! The more he thought about it, the more teams he realized he could assemble. Wait a minute. It shouldn't just be the farmers participating. There should be a few awards to really fire up their enthusiasm. 10 teams competing together. Wow. Suddenly, the balance between work and play seemed within reach. Tang Xiaofan blinked. Could this be a happy accident? And with so much space, maybe he could build a soccer field outside the walls in the future? But what about prizes? No phones or computers to give away. Even if he had them, they wouldn't be of any use here. Sir, considering your current situation, I suggest using honor medals as the main reward. After all, the castle's primary goal right now is to establish a foothold. Tang Xiaofan thought it over. That makes sense. There's not much else we can do, with entertainment options so limited. Each team will have at least 11 people. We'll hand out medals for first, second, and third place. Have Farmer 1 forge a few iron medals for the winners. A basketball court would be easy enough to build. With a few hands to follow a rough design, it could be done in no time. No grass needed. Just level the ground, set up 2 hoops, and leave the area open. A simple wooden grandstand with 3 tiers would do the trick. Let's do it. Tang Xiaofan called over a few farmers. Who knows how to play basketball? The farmers exchanged glances with one another. Boss, we've never played basketball before, but we do know how to play, could you? Could you? Tang Xiaofan paused for a moment, then had farmer number 2 fetch several pieces of animal hide from the warehouse. Under his direction, they quickly stitched together a leather basketball. They stuffed the inside with a specially prepared animal gelatin to form the inner bladder. But now, they needed to inflate it. With no other option, Tang Xiaofan had to sketch out a pump and a basketball air valve. He watched as farmer number 2 took the blueprints, grabbed a few iron ingots, and headed into the blacksmith's workshop. Before long, both a pump and a basketball valve core were ready. What a miraculous blacksmith shop. After marveling at this, Tang Xiaofan began to roughly explain the rules. Dribbling, passing, shooting, and so on. He picked a farmer at random to try it out. The man was Farmer 23. At first, Farmer 23's movements were clumsy, unable to control the force or direction at all. Then suddenly, Farmer 23 broke through while dribbling, maneuvered the ball skillfully, pulled back, cut past defenders, performed some fancy footwork, feinted with a deceptive move, and scored a basket, all in one fluid motion. At the same time, he accidentally sent Tang Xiaofan flying 3 meters as he rushed in to steal the ball. Well, that's enough for today. Time to sleep. With the city walls now complete, Tang Xiaofan enjoyed a deep and restful sleep. The next morning, the high-tech castle buzzed with activity as work resumed in full swing. After a night of resource accumulation, a steady stream of supplies continued to pour into the warehouse. Upon taking stock, Tang Xiaofan found he now had 11,200 units of wood, 7,600 units of stone, and more than 3,700 iron ingots, enough to upgrade the high-tech castle. Would you like to upgrade the castle? Yes, no. Upgrade. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire high-tech castle. Moments later, the light faded away. A magnificent castle stood revealed where the golden light had shone. High-tech castle, level 3 castle. Standard buildings, warehouse. Special buildings, farmer factory. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of refined iron. Next level, basic town. New buildings, farmland, beast pen, weapons workshop. Current status, invincible. Current faction, none. The castle had completely transformed. It now soared over 30 meters high, equipped with cranes, lathes, carriages, turning machines, cutting machines, a fully stocked workshop with every tool imaginable. Atop the main castle, a small iron hammer, seemingly forged from black iron, stood tall and imposing. Congratulations! Your high-tech castle has been upgraded to level 3. Your sphere of influence has expanded to 15 kilometers. The castle core's defense value has tripled. Your high-tech castle's influence and reputation on the Divine Demon Continent have soared. Special reminder, certain factions within the forest have begun to take notice of your castle. Tang Xiaofan stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the castle before him, a fortress that clearly followed the path of technological advancement. A tide of emotion welled up inside him. He had seen plenty of skyscrapers in his time, yet for such a factory-like structure to appear in another world, it gave him a unique and solid sense of security. What's more, this castle belonged to him alone, and that inevitably filled him with a sense of achievement. The Black Tech Castle has reached level 3. The sphere of influence has expanded from 10 kilometers to 15, and the castle core's defensive strength has tripled again. The castle core was located at the very heart of the stronghold, taking the shape of a stone stele. Only by destroying the castle core could the identity of a castle lord be truly erased from the divine demon continent. Now, with his Black Tech Castle upgraded to level 3, the core's defense had skyrocketed once more, making it even harder to destroy. But Tang Xiaofan thought to himself, if the enemy had already broken into the castle and was attacking the core, that would mean his entire faction had been utterly defeated by the invaders. No matter how high the core's defense was, it wouldn't make much difference at that point. At best, it would only buy a little more time. A slower defeat, nothing more. With this upgrade, the Black Tech Castle's influence and reputation have risen again. Though it's still some way from being truly well known, it's already drawn the attention of certain forces in the forest. And that's certainly not good news. During the rookie protection period, they can't do anything to me, but once that's over, all bets are off. I have 5 days left, and it's not just me. Other castle lords are probably facing the same challenge. The enemies of a castle lord aren't just the wild monsters outside. They're also the native factions of the divine demon continent. All things considered, the native factions pose a far greater threat to castle lords. Wild monsters are just that, monsters roaming the wilds, ultimately there to help castle lords' troops gain experience. The real rivals are the native powers of this land. The struggle amongst the myriad races is all about those native powers. Perhaps before the rookie protection period ends, my castle will already come into contact with a native force from the forest. The reason, of course, was his castle's rapid rise. It was only the 3rd day since his arrival, yet his Black Tech Castle had already reached level 3. His influence and reputation in the forest were already close to crossing the threshold of minor renown. Naturally, this would attract the curiosity of the native forces, who would come to investigate his stronghold. When that happened, conflict was bound to follow, maybe even outright war. What's meant to come will come. As long as I develop fast enough, and as long as my troops are strong enough, even the native powers will just be stepping stones for my progress. The prerequisite, overwhelming strength. With this in mind, Tang Xiaofan's gaze settled on a few of the construction workers nearby. Begin construction of new buildings at once. Farmland, animal pens, a weapons workshop, and farmhouses. Yes, my lord. Jian Yi and Jian Er, along with the well-fed and rested construction workers, immediately set to work. The farmland and animal pens were built outside the city walls, while the weapons workshop was constructed inside, right next to the blacksmith's forge. This made it much easier to transport iron ingots and other materials. Farmland and animal pens were clearly the top priorities for solving their food supply problem. These needed to be completed as soon as possible so people could start producing food. Once the output of these 2 buildings was confirmed, Tang Xiaofan planned to build many more, and then unleash an explosion of soldiers, farmers, and steel-clad warriors. As for the weapons workshop, it was still unclear whether it would produce cold weapons or firearms. Judging by the current state of the divine and demonic continent, and based on their recent explorations, it was obvious that this world blended both magic and technology, and the level of technology was not low. If they could manufacture guns and cannons, then the blueprints stored in Jarvis's database would surely amaze the natives of the divine and demonic continent. Imagining thousands upon thousands of steel-armored warriors, armed with guns and missiles far beyond this continent's technology, sweeping across the land, just thinking about it made one's heart race with anticipation. Tang Xiaofan watched the construction workers happily as they busied themselves. Suddenly, a blaring alarm echoed in his mind. Alert! Alert! Hostile forces detected within our territory. 13 kilometers away, a 2-headed ogre tribe has been spotted. Tribe level, unknown. Tribe strength, unknown. The 2-headed ogres are advancing toward the castle. Estimated time of arrival, 1 hour. They're actually coming straight to us. The castle's warning caused Tang Xiaofan's eyes to light up with delight. He had thought this would be a timid monster tribe, that he would have to gather his men and search them out, a troublesome task. But now, they were delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Farmer 1, Farmer 2, count the suits of battle armor. Yes, my lord. Soon, the current available fighting force was clear, 25 complete sets of Mark I battle armor, each equipped with a large shield and a spiked mace, and 10 sets of Mark II armor, armed with double-bladed axes and spider silk launchers. Excellent. Here are my orders. Tang Xiaofan climbed onto the dining table, addressing all the assembled farmers with a rousing speech. Brothers, monsters will soon be attacking our castle. They're a tribe of beasts. I don't know how strong they are, but they're definitely no match for us. However, they have numbers on their side, at least 100 of them. Are you afraid? The farmers, hearing that monsters were coming, rolled up their sleeves and clenched their fists, eager for battle. Based on their previous battle experience, once they donned their battle armor, these monsters would be crushed with ease. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. The group answered in unison, eager for the fight. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't raised this group in vain. Good. We are in the midst of building our own homeland. Yet we have suddenly been assaulted by bandits. All of you have struggled alongside me on this unfamiliar land. It hasn't been easy for anyone. And now, such despicable enemies have appeared, intent on destroying our home. Can we allow this? No, no, no. The crowd roared back, their resolve as one. Seeing their morale was strong, Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and 30 burly, imposing men filed out from the farmer factory in single file, with cropped hair, clad in light armor, tiger head boots on their feet, and equipped with spears and broadswords. They looked fierce and awe-inspiring. Greetings, my lord. Tang Xiaofan burst out laughing. These were the professional warriors he had summoned, and each looked as though he'd weathered countless battles. Nong Yi, lead them to familiarize themselves with the armor and prepare for battle. Yes, my lord. A group of farmers led these warriors to get acquainted with the Mark I and Mark II armor suits. Thanks to the neural systems and Jarvis's assistance, the warriors quickly got the hang of things. One of the lead warriors stepped forward, saluted Tang Xiaofan, and said, "Reporting, my lord. Combat Team 1 is ready for action. Your orders, sir." Professional soldiers were truly a cut above ordinary farmers. Tang Xiaofan nodded in approval and said, "Good. Prepare for battle. Wipe out every last invader." "Yes, my lord." As the city gates swung open, a squad of armored warriors marched out, forming ranks outside the walls, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan was busy overseeing the castle's affairs. Nong Yi, construction on the castle cannot stop. Keep producing iron ingots. We'll need refined steel soon, so start forging as fast as you can. Yes, my lord. Nong Air, take your team and keep assembling Mark II suits. We need 100 sets. Try to finish today. Yes, my lord. Jin Yi, you and your crew get the weapons workshop built as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. Everyone else, get moving. We're on the verge of great progress. Let's give it our all. Yes, my lord. Watching all the farmers busily set to work, Tang Xiaofan finally strolled leisurely up to the city wall, gazing down at the 30-strong armored squad assembled below. The only farmer not put to work was Gnome 23, the same fellow who had once bowled Tang Xiaofan over with a charge. Kept at his side as a messenger, he now followed Tang Xiaofan up, setting out a chair and a small table so Tang Xiaofan could sip tea while observing the unfolding battle. Before long, sounds began to echo from the forest outside the castle. Startled birds circled in the sky, too frightened to settle back down. These monsters can actually organize themselves. Interesting, Tang Xiaofan remarked, just as a volley of sharp spears suddenly shot out from the dense woods. The spears struck the castle's protective barrier and then clattered to the ground, defeated. Next, several fireballs, each as large as a basketball, soared through the air. When they crashed against the barrier, they erupted into dazzling lotus-shaped bursts of flame. The shield shimmered with ripples under the assault, but it held firm, unbroken. During the 7-day novice protection period, it was invincible. I was wondering when you'd show up. Tang Xiaofan's spirits soared as he gazed at the green shapes emerging from the forest. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he called out. True to their training, the 30 soldiers stationed below the castle walls fell into formation, using 5 Mark II battle suits as the spearhead, forming a sharp wedge. Patiently, they waited behind the protective barrier, ready for the enemy's attack. The castle will be ours. Leave no one alive. Slaughter these foolish humans. We'll boil them into soup. The mighty ogres are the true masters of this forest. Heretics, you'll die here. Nearly 100 monsters surged from the woods, shouting wild, chaotic slogans as they charged furiously toward the castle. To these creatures, the castle was not a fortress bristling with defenses. It was merely a feeble, vulnerable human village, ripe for hunting and slaughter. Most of the 2-headed monsters stood around 2 meters tall, with eerie green skin huge eyes, bulbous noses, and mouths full of yellow teeth, each sporting 2 heads. Their armor was a hodgepodge. Some wore battered leather, others had scraps of steel plate, and a few were draped in nothing but burlap sacks. Their weapons were just as varied. Wooden clubs, broadswords, spears, spiked maces, and more. Some of the 2-headed green-skinned creatures wore gaudy robes and brandished staffs with stone-like gems embedded at the tip, casting enormous fireballs at the castle's protective barrier. They believed the barrier was a magical formation, something brute force could shatter. But they didn't know it was an indestructible novice artifact. As the 2-headed monsters crowded around the outer edge of the barrier, pushing against it and hammering away with their weapons, the squad leader raised his double-bladed axe high and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to charge." The other 4 soldiers in Mark II battlesuits formed a razor-sharp arrowhead behind him, and together, they launched their assault toward the chaotic horde. The double-bladed axe gleamed as it was swung with deadly precision. Nothing can stand in their way. As the Mark Armor squad charged into the enemy ranks, everywhere they passed, flesh and blood flew through the air, creating a scene so ghastly it was unbearable to witness. One by one, the 2-headed monsters fell into pools of their own blood. Their attacks, no matter how fierce, could not leave a single scratch on the Mark armors. With the slaughter in full swing, the 30 Mark armors spread out in a single battle line. And with this thin formation, they wiped out every 2-headed monster that dared to approach the protective shield, even managing to start a counter-encirclement. Kill! 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 The 2-headed monsters were petrified with terror. They could not comprehend why their attacks, whether with weapons or magic, were utterly useless against these ironclad juggernauts. They couldn't even force them to pause, let alone stop. And these iron giants seemed tireless. Not only did they move with incredible speed, but their strength was astonishing. Nearly every slain 2-headed monster was either cleaved cleanly in 2 by a battle axe, or smashed in a pulp by a fearsome spiked mace. No matter how chaotic the battlefield became, the 30 ironclads always maintained tight formation, never faltering. In every skirmish, they would outnumber and overpower their foes, slaughtering the 2-headed monsters with ease, like farmers harvesting ripe crops in their own fields. Effortless, almost leisurely. Yesterday, when a few 2-headed monsters encountered Nong, greed sparked in their hearts. But they failed to catch him, so they returned to rally their kin. They successfully persuaded the tribal elders, and gathered nearly 100 so-called warriors from the Ogre clan, preparing to bathe the Blacktech fortress in blood. Yet, in the end, they had gravely underestimated the power of the Blacktech fortress. With 5 Mark II armors and 25 Mark I armors, joined by professional warriors who lived by the blade, the defenders easily shattered the enemy, leaving them utterly routed. Even though the Mark I armors were the main force, and the Mark II armors were still only entry-level models, their combat strength was leagues beyond what the monsters could match. Not even a level 10 2-headed ogre, not even those elite 2-headed brutes, stood a chance against the Mark armors. This was the crushing force of top-tier technology against carbon-based life forms. Like the most powerful modern army on Blue Star facing the ancient Roman legions of 2,000 years ago. No matter how formidable the Roman legions were, they couldn't hope to withstand the onslaught of tanks and artillery. Yes, absolute domination. Overwhelming, with no suspense. A complete rout. In just a few short minutes. More than 2/3 of the nearly 100 2-headed ogres had already fallen. Seeing the tide turn against them, the remaining ogres let out shrill cries, desperately trying to flee. At this moment, the ogres' ranks had been completely pierced by the warrior squad. Dozens of 2-headed ogres lay dead in pools of blood. The rest, gripped by panic, howled in terror and scattered in retreat. The enemy was simply too powerful. They thought this suddenly appearing castle was just a weak, easy target, a small force that could be bullied. To their shock, it turned out to be a colossal, razor-sharp axe, and they had crashed into it with nothing but their own flesh and bone. The only ending for them was a bloodied, broken defeat. Now all they could do was run. The 2-headed ogres wielding magic wands were the fastest to flee, frantically waving their wands to hurl fireballs at the pursuing Mark II armored warriors. Yet these warriors were not only devastatingly powerful in battle, but also astonishingly agile. Their movements were swift and unpredictable, easily dodging the blazing fireballs. Moving like phantoms, they would dart forward in a flash, covering dozens of meters in an instant. With a swing of their gleaming double-bladed axes, they would catch up to the fleeing ogres from behind, and, with a single mighty strike, sever both heads from the terrified beasts. So broad was the axe's blade that it could take both at once. Meanwhile, the Mark-I warriors, bearing shields, formed an impenetrable wall of steel. They marched in a tight line behind the Mark II warriors, crushing everything in their path. Any wounded ogre who'd survived by luck was smashed to death without mercy, their pleas for mercy completely ignored. Never before had the two-headed ogres encountered opponents of such overwhelming strength. Their vaunted combat prowess and magic, everything they prided themselves on, proved utterly useless. All the ogres were struck with abject terror, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. They ran even faster, scattering in all directions. But as a disorganized, panicked mob, they were doomed to become fodder for the warriors' blades. Moments later, the forest's edge was littered with the corpses of two-headed ogres. The battle was over. Nearly 100 ogres who had invaded the city of black technology had all been slain. In the guest seats of divine and demonic continent today, there was dead silence. Everyone was stunned, utterly speechless. If yesterday's slaying of the ancient Earth Sloth was just the Mark II armor's debut, then today's massacre of the ogres was the true unveiling of the armor's fearsome power. I have to say, our Dragon Nation is truly fortunate this time, having chosen Tang Xiaofan. The general, gazing at the bloody scene on the screen, couldn't suppress his pride and spoke these words from the heart. Absolutely, this is incredible. These monsters aren't mindless beasts, they can speak. Master Gung, an inventor by trade, had never witnessed such a brutal slaughter and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. So, both of our guest experts are clearly impressed by Tang Xiaofan's abilities. Does that mean the future looks bright for the Dragon Nation? I don't see it that way. The Dragon Nation's future shouldn't be entrusted to a butcher whose hands are stained with blood. Silent until now, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly broke in with a startling opinion, offering his unique perspective. This level of bloody carnage, how will other countries view us? How will the other powers on the divine and demonic continent see us? The Dragon Nation is meant to be a land of civility and propriety. Damn, holy crap. Inside the castle, a golden light enveloped Tang Xiaofan. When a golden radiance faded, his level had risen to level 3. Mark II combat armor. What incredible power! If it were equipped with a miniature reactor, a single warrior could easily wipe out all these monsters. After all, a Mark armor equipped with flight capabilities, unlimited palm cannons, and miniature missiles. Its combat strength would increase at least 100-fold. Soon, the farmers waiting in the castle rushed out all at once, dragging nearly 100 corpses of two-headed ogres back to the castle for disassembly. Once inside the castle, the bodies of the two-headed ogres began to break down automatically. As the corpses gradually vanished, Tang Xiaofan's lips twitched involuntarily. From the notifications he'd received after the kills, he learned that these two-headed ogres belonged to the Putica tribe. Two-headed ogres were intelligent beings of the divine demon continent, not mere wild monsters. Their corpses yielded neither food nor valuable items. And in the end, all he obtained were some battered armor, spears, spiked clubs, and other low-tier weapons. Junk that not a single farmer wanted. The only thing of real value was the mage staff left by the two-headed ogre sorcerer. Atop the staff was a crystal, exactly the soul stone required to upgrade the farmer's factory. Although he hadn't managed to collect any food, gaining a stash of low-level weapons and valuable upgrade experience was still a huge gain. Most importantly, among the loot was a mage staff embedded with a rare crystal, making it especially precious. Next time he upgraded the farmer's factory, he could simply pry the soul stone from the staff for use. After this battle, Tang Xiaofan fully grasped the power of the warriors he had just summoned. Armed with Mark armors, they were invincible heroes. By now, all the warriors had returned to the castle, assembled before Tang Xiaofan, awaiting his orders. Everyone, take a half-hour break. Then we'll set out again, wipe the ogre camps from the map, leave nothing behind. If they could gather nearly 100 fighters in such a short time to attack our castle, there must be an ogre tribe nearby. Find the ogre tribe. Exterminate them all. Let the other factions see what happens when you provoke the Black Tech Castle. Ogres, despite their intelligence, were among the lowest ranks of beings on the divine demon continent. Their levels were generally quite low. Most lords would find it nearly impossible to defeat an entire ogre tribe with their standard soldiers. But the farmer squad was a rare exception, equipped with Mark armors, even without flight capabilities. Even if the ogre tribe numbered 300 to 500 strong, victory would still belong to the farmer squad. Yes, my lord. Warrior 1 snapped a crisp salute to Tang Xiaofan, then began to drink water and eat, quietly preparing for the next expedition. After the battle ended, Tang Xiaofan was still brimming with excitement. Having watched the carnage for a while, he felt eager to test his own skills on the battlefield. Sir, given the current situation on the battlefield and the present level of armor protection, I recommend you proceed with caution. It would be wise to equip a microreactor before engaging in combat. All right, Tang Xiaofan decided to take the advice. After all, he wasn't a seasoned warrior. But that didn't stop him from playing the shrewd merchant. Tang Xiaofan bundled up the weapons and armor he had acquired, divided them into 3 lots, and put them up for sale on the trading channel. These pieces of equipment, taken from the ogres, were decidedly low grade. There were spears, broadswords, spiked clubs, tattered leather armor, scraps of steel plate, cloth armor, burlap sacks, and more. Everything you could imagine. Still, the farmers had no use for them. His own farmers wielded double-bladed axes forged from condensed titanium alloy, far superior to this low-level gear. But the other lords of the castles might be desperate to get their hands on such equipment. After all, when new units are summoned, they come without weapons or armor. These items could be exactly what some castle lords with humanoid troops were looking for. Weapons and armor bundles up for auction. Equipment sourced from ogres of the Divine Demon Continent. Practical and reliable. Click for detailed information. Accepting trade offers. Lumber, stone, refined iron. Honest dealings. Highest bidder wins. The broadcast of today in the Divine Demon Continent had only just quieted down for a few minutes when Tang Xiaofan began selling his spoils. Zhang Xiaoxiao was the first to jump up in protest. Didn't I say so? Was this if not aiding the enemy? Why is Tang Xiaofan selling all this equipment? He must want to help others catch up. Unbelievable. Ridiculous. Just moments before, this guy was claiming Tang Xiaofan couldn't compete with the contestants from other nations. But now he'd forgotten his own words and started accusing Tang Xiaofan of aiding the enemy. Yuchi rolled her eyes, thinking in exasperation that this guy must be some official's relative. How else could someone so clueless become a guest commentator? She shook her head helplessly, then turned to Master Geng and asked, Master Geng, what do you think of Tang Xiaofan's new mech? It seems even more advanced than the previous model. Master Geng was delighted to be asked and quickly replied, Absolutely, this new mech is far more powerful. And did you notice? He's upgraded the power system. It runs on a battery now. Zhang Xiaoxiao curled his lip and said, What's so special about a battery? You can buy loads of them online. It's not the same. This battery is powerful, compact, and highly reliable. For example, take a look. To back up Master Geng's point, Yuchi captured a screenshot from the livestream, showing a brief clip of the Mark II armor in action. On the screen, the Mark II suit moved like a phantom, its speed surpassing what the human eye could follow. Meanwhile, the massive ogre was utterly powerless, unable to put up any resistance at all. For a suit of armor this large to still unleash such tremendous power. Even if contestant Tang Xiaofan found some new alloy to forge his suit anew, it couldn't overshadow just how formidable his entire power system is. And the foundation of such a powerful system is the battery. Master Geng sighed inwardly. If only I had access to this battery technology, perhaps many of my inventions wouldn't just be castles in the air. The director chimed in as well. That's right. Even in military applications, a battery like this is exceedingly rare. As everyone can see, if used properly, this kind of battery could even power large-scale weaponry. If Tang Xiaofan could bring this technology back, the rise of our nation would surely accelerate by leaps and bounds. Indeed, everyone felt a spark of hope in their hearts. It looked like Tang Xiaofan was destined to take the lead on the Divine Demon Continent. But, aside from sending back some resources, there was no way for his advanced technology to reach home. I heard that today, hundreds of barren lands suddenly sprouted forests out of nowhere. Unfortunately, none of them yielded any high-tech resources. At these words, the crowd fell silent, each person imagining what might be possible if their nation possessed technology like Tang Xiaofan's. Perhaps, then, the fate of Blue Star would finally be secure? Haha, exactly. All his hard work was for nothing in the end. Damn it. Unbelievable. Everyone glared at Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, wishing they could slap him 100 times over. On the Divine Demon Continent's trading channel, the equipment Tang Xiaofan had just listed immediately caused a sensation on the world chat. Although these items were low-level, and many of the weapons and leather armor looked battered and worn, the sheer quantity was staggering. All told, there were over 100 weapons and pieces of armor, enough to assemble 60 or 70 full sets. With these weapons and gear, the combat effectiveness of humanoid troops would see a substantial boost. No way. So many weapons and pieces of armor, all from ogres. Did Tang Xiaofan just wipe out an entire ogre tribe? Yesterday, there were a few ogres near my castle, swinging huge blades and chasing after my militia squad. We barely escaped with our lives. If we'd been caught, it would have been a massacre. But Tang Xiaofan managed to take down so many ogres. His power is truly on another level. This is the first time anyone's put equipment up for sale. That's what makes a true master. Every move is extraordinary. Tang Xiaofan is definitely the strongest among the hundreds of castle lords. Awe-inspiring. While everyone was busy expressing their envy, a few discordant voices rose up. Suddenly, some people began to speak. These items may be plentiful, but their level is way too low. Ogres are low-level intelligent creatures on the divine demon continent. How good could their gear possibly be? Their weapons and leather armor are all rotten and falling apart. There's absolutely no point in buying them. Well, I certainly don't need any of it. Unfortunately, these voices of dissent were far from the mainstream. Very soon, someone stepped forward to challenge these absurd comments. Some people just have their heads in clouds. Is that princess syndrome acting up again? At this stage, the vast majority of humanoid units are fighting barehanded. At best, someone picks up a wooden stick. By comparison, weapons like broadswords, spears, and spike clubs are treasures for beginners. After today, there are only 4 days left until the beast tide arrives. Getting hold of these weapons will definitely increase your chances of survival, and even your event ranking, leading to better rewards. There are always people who are jealous, their eyes turning green at the sight of Tang Xiaofan's success. Ignorant, yet so full of themselves. For a moment, all the haters vanished, none daring to show their faces. Meanwhile, in the super trading zone, all 3 sets of weapons and armor that Tang Xiaofan had put up for auction were now being fiercely bid on by various castle lords. In fact, the bidding was intense, with new offers coming in rapid succession. Clearly, there were plenty of people who understood the current situation. So what if they're low-tier weapons? Right now, broadswords and spike clubs might as well be legendary artifacts. No matter how some try to belittle them, there will always be sharp-eyed people scrambling to get them. Tang Xiaofan, you're worthy of being my rival. Somewhere atop a mountain in the divine demon continent, a young man stood tall and still, hands clasped behind his back. Spread out before him, a dozen or so bipedal wyverns, each about 20 meters tall, were hunting a band of wild elves. Perhaps because they had been summoned directly, these wyverns, creatures that would rule the food chain in any Western fantasy novel, were not quite as invincible as the books described. As juveniles, his wyverns still had weak physical and magical defenses. Even their acid breath wasn't particularly powerful. They couldn't even scare off the lowly wild elves. On the contrary, when the wild elves spotted the wyverns, they actually launched an attack, eyes glinting with greed as if they'd found a treasure trove. Ogres aren't much stronger than wild elves. My wyvern units still aren't ready to attack an ogre tribe, but they'll grow stronger in time. One day, my castles will surpass Tang Xiaofan's, and I'll stand atop the divine demon continent. The young man was filled with confidence. His wyvern castle would one day reign supreme over all. As for Tang Xiaofan, he was nothing more than a stepping stone on the path to greatness. One swift kick would be enough to move him aside. Elsewhere, on a vast and boundless plain, Bear Lord was leading his ancient giant bears on a hunt for wild cattle. Compared to the first day, when they'd been chased all over the place by the herd, now, his ancient giant bear squad could easily hunt these herbivorous monsters. Tang Xiaofan is one step ahead of me again. But soon, I'll catch up to you. Beiyu is just as confident. I've already gathered 100 soul stones. Once I return from this hunt, I'll be able to upgrade my troop building. His gaze drifted toward the elite level 10 wild bull not far away. At the latest, by tomorrow, he would make his move on this boss. As long as it dropped a soul stone, his ancient giant bear would soar to new heights. In his mind, once he upgraded his troop building, he'd surpass Tang Xiaofan. Elsewhere on the divine demon continent, many other lords of castles brimmed with confidence as well. They believed Tang Xiaofan was only in the lead for now. Sooner or later, they would catch up. After all, they possessed top-tier units. They were chosen by fate. After putting his items up on the trade channel, Tang Xiaofan suddenly noticed a friend request. With a flicker of curiosity, he accepted it for the first time. It was a message from Kur. Is it really you, Tang Xiaofan? I'm so happy. I never thought I'd actually be able to add you as a friend. A moment later, another message arrived. Tang Xiaofan, my troop is the Black Iron Dwarf, specializing in mining, refining ore, and crafting equipment. My castle is located in the underground world. There are stone mines and iron mines nearby. All the stone and iron ore I've gathered are in storage. I can provide refined iron and stone. I estimate I can produce over 1,000 units each day. Tang Xiaofan, do you need any? Tang Xiaofan replied, I'll take all. What's your price? Kur answered, 1 unit of food for 4 units of refined iron, and 1 unit of food for 10 units of stone. Does that work for you, Tang Xiaofan? Tang Xiaofan was a bit surprised. He had expected to pay a premium. After all, refined iron was precious. He hadn't anticipated that Coor's offer would be even lower than the market rate. Just yesterday, he'd seen that on the trade channel, 1 unit of food was only worth 3 units of refined iron, and no one was willing to trade at that rate. Now, Coor was willing to trade 4 units of refined iron for 1 unit of his food. What was her angle? Tang Xiaofan asked. Didn't you notice the prices others set in the market? Coor replied, I did, but I want to have a long-term partnership with you, Tang Xiaofan. If I only offer the market rate, once you have plenty of refined iron, you might stop buying from me. You're so strong, after all. Having a long-term deal with you is good for my black iron fortress too. Reading this reply, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but label Coor as a shrewd businesswoman. On the surface, it looked like she was losing out. But in the long run, she was actually making a profit. After all, Tang Xiaofan was widely recognized as the most powerful lord of any castle. In the early stages, securing a long-term partnership with him by simply offering a slight price difference on a unit of refined iron was an investment well worth making. As time went on and they entered the middle and later stages, even that small price difference on a unit of refined iron, or even an entire chest of soul stones placed in front of Tang Xiaofan, would likely fail to tempt him. Tang Xiaofan replied, We can work together. Once I've gathered enough food, I'll come and find you. Coor exclaimed, That's wonderful. Tang Xiaofan then asked, How did you manage to smelt iron ore into refined iron? Refined iron was one of the critical materials needed to upgrade a town. Yet up to this point, no castle lord was known to have the ability to smelt iron ore into refined iron. Originally, Tang Xiaofan thought only his own blacksmith's workshop could refine iron, but to his surprise, Coor could do it as well. Coor replied, Hee. When my little dwarves were mining, one of them accidentally stepped on a cockroach, and to my astonishment, a blueprint for a smelting furnace dropped. I've already built the furnace. Now, as long as I toss iron ore in, I get refined iron out. Stepping on a cockroach and finding a building blueprint? Tang Xiaofan was momentarily stunned. In the past few days, his farmers had slain at least 500 or 600 wild monsters. Yet he hadn't seen even a trace of a blueprint. A cockroach, Tang Xiaofan glanced around his high-tech castle, wondering if there might be any cockroaches hidden away. If there were, he'd like to try stepping on one himself. Who knows, maybe he'd get a blueprint too. Somewhere deep beneath the divine demon continent stood a level 2 castle. Outside, in the mining fields, a dozen black iron dwarves were hard at work, gathering iron ore. Above the castle's courtyard, thick black smoke billowed from a towering smelting furnace, nearly 30 meters tall. Near the furnace, several more black iron dwarves were tirelessly shoveling iron ore inside. Beside them stood a little girl in a pleated skirt, her face smudged with dust, directing the work. Everyone, let's pick up the pace. I've found us a big client. It's the mightiest castle lord in all of the divine demon continent. Our iron fortress will soon be living the good life. At your command, Princess Cook. The black iron dwarves doubled their efforts, some mining, some smelting, their cheerful shouts echoing nonstop. This was a diligent and hard-working troop. So naturally, you want to make sure they were well fed and cared for. After spending a bit more time browsing the trade channel, Tang Xiaofan watched as his construction workers resumed building the projects that had been delayed by recent battles. The weapons workshop, the farmlands, and the beast pen. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before everything was finished. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others had just about finished resting and were now checking their weapons. The Black Tech Castle had once again returned to its orderly, bustling routine. Recalling the new friend he had just added, Coor, he opened her profile. To his surprise, there were still many castle lords who had sent him friend requests. The number was growing by the day. Some castle lords were relentless, reapplying over and over even after repeated refusals. Others had come, drawn by his reputation. Most of these castle lords simply wanted to cling to his coattails, hoping to use his strength to boost their own castles. Though none said so outright, Tang Xiaofan understood their intentions perfectly well. After all, their application notes were often peppered with words like little brother, bed warmer, campus belle, or even versatile, betraying their desires. Only a handful of castle lords possessed high-level or even top-tier troops, confident in their own power. They looked to the future with pride and self-assurance. They wished to form alliances with Tang Xiaofan, to join him in grand undertakings during this age of conquest. Without exception, Tang Xiaofan turned them all down. They hadn't even passed the newbie phase. What grand plans could there possibly be? Better to see who could survive the first beast tide before talking about anything else. He clicked on Coor's profile and found several messages waiting for him. Tang Xiaofan, you're amazing. I really admire you. You managed to slay so many ogres. I've never even seen what an ogre looks like. Tang Xiaofan, what are you up to right now? Tang Xiaofan, I'm so bored. Will you keep me company and chat for a while? Tang Xiaofan, I have good news for you. My iron dwarves killed a worm while mining and got another blueprint. It's for the blacksmith's workshop. I've already built it. From now on, I can make equipment for you, Tang Xiaofan. Back in the Black Tech Castle, Tang Xiaofan shook his head slightly, letting the matter go. Not long after, Zhang Yi, fully equipped, stepped forward and saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully. Master, we've completed all repairs. We've also located the ogre tribe's position and are ready to strike at any time. Tang Xiaofan nodded and replied. A group of professional warriors clad in mark armor stood silently before him. Their eyes shone with reverence, their faith unwavering. There were 30 professional warriors in all, 5 of whom wore the Mark II battle armor. As seasoned fighters, they understood just how valuable these suits were. Arrows meant nothing to them, and their strength was unmatched. This was every warrior's dream. Originally, such powerful gear was reserved for commanders and generals alone. But now, under Tang Xiaofan's command, every one of his 30 professional warriors had a suit of their own. Moreover, as he looked toward the ever-busy blacksmith shop, he saw new Mark II suits being assembled, almost ready for action. Soon, every professional warrior would be equipped with this formidable armor. How could these professional warriors not feel a surge of excitement? Tang Xiaofan asked. How far is the ogre tribe from our castle? Zhang Yi replied respectfully. Reporting to my lord, the ogre tribe is less than 15 kilometers from the castle. 15 kilometers. Just as he suspected, it wasn't far at all. Because the distance was so short, the ogre tribe could quickly gather more ogre warriors to invade the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan asked again, what kind of strength does the ogre tribe have? Zhang Yi said, according to Brother Nong Yi's investigation, it's a small tribe. There are just over 500 ogres. Among them, about 200 are ogre warriors, with the highest level at 10. There are also some elite ogres around level 12. Zhang Yi looked at Tang Xiaofan with admiration. My lord, with the strength of our armored squad, we're more than capable of wiping out the ogre tribe and eradicating all the invaders. Good. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. Very well. In that case, Zhang Yi, you'll lead the team to attack the ogre tribe. Once the battle is over, bring the spoils back to the castle. As for the ogre corpses, just leave them. They're of little value. At your command, my lord. Seeing Tang Xiaofan wave his hand, Zhang Yi saluted him, then immediately turned and headed out of the castle. The remaining warriors saluted Tang Xiaofan as one, then followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the woods not far away. Tang Xiaofan, once again, did not personally take part in the war against the ogre tribe. His level was only 4. Compared to other castle lords, his level might be the highest. But when it came to local powers like the ogre tribe on the Divine Demon Continent, level 4 was just the standard for an ordinary warrior. If he entered the battlefield, he could easily be slain by an elite ogre in an instant. He had no desire to fall before the campaign even began. Besides, his role was to work behind the scenes, as the powerful lord commanding the farmers. There was no need for him to fight in person. All he needed to do was sit in the castle and issue orders. This was the reality for most castle lords. Some, who craved thrills, enjoyed the heat of battle, and danced on the edge of life and death. Their bodies had long since grown cold. As a ruler, one must embrace the responsibilities that come with power. Otherwise, one day, elimination would be inevitable. Watching as the Mark-armored squad set out, Tang Xiaofan shifted his focus to the new construction projects. First to be completed were the farmlands. The fields were neat squares of earth, freshly turned, with wooden planks marking off the boundaries on all sides. My lord, this farmland requires a farmer to tend it before it can be productive, Jian Yi said to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan nodded and called over a farmer. Master, my name is Gnome 16. I used to be in charge of iron smelting. A sturdy, honest-looking man walked up. When he heard that Tang Xiaofan wanted him to farm, the relief on his face was unmistakable. It was as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Farming was a farmer's true calling. As soon as he set aside his hammer, Gnome 16 expertly pulled out a spade and began preparing the land. In a matter of moments, tender green shoots appeared in the field. Then, he took out a watering can and began to water the sprouts. Right before their eyes, the green seedlings shot up rapidly, stretching taller, until they reached ankle height in no time. Jarvis, what kind of technology do you think this is? Sir, this is not in my database, so I can't determine it. However, it likely involves biology and causality, but my information on these fields is limited. I'm afraid I can't help. Well then, if even Jarvis can't analyze this science, it must be some kind of black technology. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it. As he watched Nong 16 tending to the fields, the livestock pen was also quickly completed. The livestock pen was simple, just a square frame made of a few wooden posts. Following the same pattern, Tang Xiaofan put Nong 17 in charge of the livestock pen. However, Nong 17 hesitated and said, "Master, the livestock pen needs a male and a female animal to operate." Animals? That shouldn't be difficult. He gathered a few farmers, suited them up into freshly made Mark II armor, and had them circle the area around the castle. Before long, they returned with live, demonized wild cattle, tossing them all into the livestock pen. The untamed, ferocious wild cattle that had just been writhing with rage began to change as soon as they entered the pen. Their crazed, bloodthirsty expressions faded away. Under Nong 17's care, the wild cattle quietly started munching on the fodder. Tang Xiaofan watched as the patterns on their hides shifted and changed, finally settling into a neat black and white pattern. At last, he understood that the livestock pen had a magical function far beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, in the field beside them, the crops Nong 16 tended had ripened. He was already harvesting. The small patch of farmland was filled with golden wheat. Nong 16 swung a massive sickle with practiced ease, and in a matter of moments, he had reaped all the wheat. He packed the harvest into burlap sacks and set them at the edge of the field, 2 bags in total. "Master, this is the yield from 1 plot of farmland, about 100 kilograms. I could take care of 5 plots at once." Tang Xiaofan looked over and nodded with satisfaction. "That much? Not bad. How long did it take?" "Reporting to Master, just 30 minutes. "Excellent. That means 1 plot can yield up to 4,800 kilograms of grain in a single day. Though, of course, the farmers would still need to rest." "Excellent. Jianni, continue building until we have 20 plots of farmland. Urshizen, take this grain to the kitchen and see how much food it can produce." Nong Urshizen quickly agreed, bent down, and hoisted 2 sacks of wheat onto his shoulders. Then followed Tang Xiaofan to the kitchen inside the city walls. Soon, after receiving the wheat, the chef determined that each sack of grain could yield 20 units of food. With this calculation, a single plot of farmland could normally produce 480 units of food. And with 20 plots of farmland, the daily production would reach 9,600 units of food. For the entire Black Tech Castle, each farmer requires 3 meals a day, consuming 1 unit of food per meal. That means 20 plots of farmland could feed 3,000 farmers in a single day. At this moment, Nong Shichi also arrived, carrying a cow on his shoulders. After slaughtering the cow and placing it near the castle, they immediately gained 30 units of food. "Lord, the livestock pen can produce 10 cows a day. I can take care of 4 pens by myself. A single livestock pen could provide 300 units of food per day, enough to feed 100 farmers." Jianni, where is he?" Fortunately, Jianni, who was building farmland not far away, hurried over. "Jianni, build a total of 20 livestock pens." "Yes, my lord." With this setup, the livestock pens could feed 2,000 farmers per day, and the farmlands could feed 3,000. Could it be time to start mass recruiting troops now? "Jarvis, what do you think? Should we start recruiting soldiers now? Or is there another approach?" "Sir, based on my calculations, I recommend that you summon farmers according to the production efficiency of the Mark II armor." "That's right. If too many farmers are recruited now, they would have nothing to do. And while farmers seem strong, they really aren't much in this world of gods and demons. Any mutated beast could easily kill one. Farmers without armor simply can't fight. At the moment, the bottleneck for the development of Black Tech Castle lies in the number of Mark II armors. All right, I've decided to recruit a full 100 farmers first to speed up resource gathering and food production." Before long, a group of farmers was produced. They were assigned to the farmlands and livestock pens, while the remaining ones were sent to various workshops and resource points. On the Today in the Land of Gods and Demons show, Yuchi was so excited she pumped her fist and asked the guests, "Director Ju, Master Gung, what kind of crop is this? It matures in just 30 minutes. Director Ju stood up, equally thrilled, watching the rapidly maturing crops. He shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure either. This crop has definitely never appeared on Blue Star. Master Gon, do you know?" "I don't know. I give talks on technological inventions, so I'm not very familiar with biology." "Oomph. It must be fake. How could something like that possibly exist?" Zhang Xiao was ignored by the crowd, but he refused to give up. He jumped up, eager to voice his opinion. And still, his confidence never wavered. He spoke with unwavering assurance. "Good grief. Unbelievable. Zhang Xiao, seriously? Can someone please tell me how we can get this jerk off the show? I'm going to blow up the complaint hotline from Madong TV. Take it easy, man. The more you complain, the less it matters." People like him just generate clicks and attention. That's right, someone like Zhang Xiao. The more you complain about him, the more the network sees him as a source of traffic. And so, they become even less willing to replace him. If you ignore him, he'll only try harder to make his presence known, desperately grabbing the spotlight and annoying everyone. Unbelievable. 15 kilometers away, already beyond the reach of the Black Tech Fortress. But for the team of professional warriors led by Zhang Yi, this distance was still within the fortress's sphere of influence. Hardly a risk at all. As long as it wasn't nighttime, they could roam the forest freely. With the fighting power of a professional warrior squad, they could handle most emergencies with ease. The assembled squad, 30 mark mechs in total, moved swiftly and in perfect unison, closing in on the ogre tribe hidden deep in the forest, and soon arrived at their destination. Looking out across the clearing, they saw a primitive tribe with low productivity. Dozens of thatched huts and wooden cabins were clustered together in messy heaps, surrounded by wooden fences. At the center lay a large open yard. Fires burned there, roasting the carcasses of unnamed beasts. All around the tribe, ogres of all sizes wandered about. There were perhaps several hundred in all. Deeper in the settlement, a wooden tower stood guard. The tower rose 3 stories high, more than 20 meters tall. Beneath its gate, burly ogre warriors stood on watch. Zhang Yi led the charge, wielding a double-bladed battle axe, pointing at the panicked ogre tribe ahead. Our lord has given the order. Destroy the ogre tribe, slay every last monster. Those who are not our kin must have different hearts. Eradicate them, leave not a trace. The warriors saluted in unison. Yes, we obey our lord's command. My lord, we shall press forward without fear. With a loud battle cry, Zhang Yi charged headlong into the ogre tribe. In a flash, he soared into the air, felling an ogre atop the watchtower with a mighty swing of his axe. His armor gleamed silver, his whole body radiating a dazzling brilliance. The ogre warriors guarding the tribe spotted him instantly. They let out guttural, menacing shouts, calling for reinforcements from the other ogre fighters within the tribe. At the same time, they hefted their long spears and hurled them skyward toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi swayed his body lightly, effortlessly dodging the spear. He looked down at the ogres in the tribe, his gaze filled with pity. Lowly creatures from another world, how dare you trouble the great lord? Then only death can cleanse your sins. He quickened his pace, and as he ran, he began to spin his double-bladed great axe with both hands. The Lord is the savior of this world. You wretches should submit to him. To think you dared harbor evil thoughts, then your only fate is to rot in death, paving the way for my Lord's glorious cause. With that final declaration, he became a whirling machine of destruction. He charged forward, and every ogre in his path was sliced into pieces, their remains scattered across the ground. Only a handful of the more powerful ogre warriors and elite ogres managed to narrowly escape the path of the spinning axe, surviving the onslaught. Filth, trying to run? You have no chance. From the moment malice festered in your tiny minds, death became your best ending. In a flash, several other Mark II armored warriors caught up with the elite ogres. Their axes rose and fell, cutting the monsters down where they stood. In less than 5 seconds, those elite ogres were reduced to bloody fragments. At the same time, a squad of professional warriors, armed with heavy shields and spiked maces, stormed into the ogre tribe. Wretches, prepare to die. Those who offend the Lord shall be hunted down to the ends of the earth. Eradicate the roots, leave none alive. A wave of overwhelming force swept across the entire tribe, as if the land itself was being cleansed of filth. The professional warrior squad, like an unstoppable bulldozer, pressed forward without the slightest suspense, sweeping through the ogre tribe. Not a single ogre could stand against them. When it came to monsters invading their lord's domain, the warriors showed little mercy, and they believed that even monsters, so long as they were willing to face death and offer up their blood, could find redemption in dying. Their deaths would atone for their crimes, and, in the end, grant them forgiveness. So this was not slaughter, it was salvation. If the monsters' bodies could not be redeemed, then at least their souls could. Very soon, every ogre warrior lay dead in pools of blood. The professional warriors surrounded the wooden tower. The wooden tower was the heart of the ogre tribe, guarded by 3 ogre mages. 2 of those ogre mages had rushed out during the earlier battle, only to be surrounded and killed by the warriors. That meant only 1 ogre mage remained inside the tower. He was old and frail, his body withered and gaunt, yet his hand clung tightly to his magic staff. Appearing at the 3rd-story window of the wooden tower, he fixed his gaze on the warriors outside. Scum! With a swift leap, Jean-E landed on the high platform of the third floor. His expression remained cold as he stared at the elder ogre mage. Stop your stubborn delusions. You dared to invade our lord's domain, so you should have been prepared. Death is the only atonement left for you. Surrounded by the professional warrior squad, the ogre mage showed not a trace of fear. He raised his staff high and shouted in fury. Invaders from another world, you won't sway me. Here on the divine demon continent, we need no faith. We seek only the truth. Our continent is filled with gods, as countless as stars in the sky. One day, all of you outsiders will be driven away. In an instant, several massive fireballs whirled toward Jean-E. The searing heat sizzled through the air. With lightning speed, Jean-E dodged aside. His great axe flashed with icy brilliance, slashing each fireball into oblivion. After the previous battle, he had advanced in rank, his skills now sharper than ever. The other warriors, too, had seen their strength soar. Foolish to the end. There's no saving you now. You wretches, even the gods must be anointed by our Lord. Otherwise, you're nothing but wild gods. Kill. As Jean-Ye's words fell, he brought his axe down in a mighty swing, ending the ogre mage's life. And with that, the small ogre tribe was utterly vanquished. The battle was over. Inside the high-tech black castle, dazzling golden light faded from Tang Xiaofan's body. He had reached level 5. At the same time, according to the system notifications, he learned that the professional warrior squad attacking the ogre tribe had won a sweeping victory. A bountiful harvest. Destroying the invading ogre tribe not only rewarded him with a huge amount of energy and promotion to level 5, but also, as the notifications revealed, earned him plenty of soul stones. What truly delighted Tang Xiaofan was this. In a world teeming with gods, it meant there were endless monsters waiting for him to hunt. Even if upgrading the farmer factory required tons of soul stones. At this rate, leveling up was no concern at all. Just then, an alert chimed. Your unit has discovered the ogre tribe's heart. Would you like to destroy it? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan asked. What's the difference? Destroying the tribe's heart will wipe out the enemy faction and grant you bonus soul stones. The stronger the enemy, the more soul stones you'll earn. If you refuse to destroy it, you won't receive the bonus soul stone reward. But if you keep the tribe's heart, you can subjugate the tribe and make them your vassals. Vassal tribe? Huh. What value could a subordinate tribe like the ogres possibly have? Are we just supposed to sit around and wait for them to eat people? Besides, all the ogres in that tribe have already been wiped out. An empty tribe is worth nothing at all. So, there's really nothing left to consider. Destroy it. With a single command from Tang Xiaofan. 15 kilometers away, the squad of professional warriors shattered a stone tablet at the heart of the wooden tower. The moment the stone tablet was destroyed, the buildings in the ogre tribe began to collapse one after another. In the end, nothing remained but a field of ruins. Congratulations, Lord of the Black Technology Castle. Your troops have destroyed the heart of the ogre tribe. Extra reward, 50 soul stones. You have eliminated the ogre tribe. Your castle's influence and reputation in the forest have increased. Special notice, as your influence and reputation continue to rise, more and more native forces in the forest are taking notice of your Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan simply pretended not to notice. After all, they were already paying attention. A few more native forces watching didn't make much difference. At least for the next 3 days, he didn't have to worry about safety. Besides, the more forces that showed up, the more soul stones they'd be delivering. The key, though, was that Tang Xiaofan had discovered the ability to control the tribe's heart. If that was possible, could a castle heart also be controlled? If he could seize someone else's castle heart, then contestants from other Blue Star nations could be made into his own vassals. Their lives and deaths would rest on his whim. Not long after, the squad of professional warriors returned, fully loaded from their campaign. There was so much loot that the farmers had to make several trips just to haul it all back to the castle. The final tally: 390 pieces of various low-tier weapons and armor, 3 magic wands, 186 soul stones, 720 units of food, 200 units of refined iron. Additionally, the strength of the warriors had increased dramatically. Currently, in his squad of professional warriors, Warrior 1 had reached level 10, Warriors 2 through 5 had all advanced to level 9, and the rest had risen to level 8. The fighting force of the entire squad had soared. Previously, the farmers' hunting parties had gathered nearly 5,000 units of food from the wild monsters. Of that, 200 units were traded to Ku'er for 800 units of refined iron. As for the remaining food, Tang Xiaofan put it all up for sale on the trading channel. Now, it had all been sold out. He'd collected 20,000 units of wood and 3,600 units of stone. Right now, There are 50,001 units of wood stored in the castle's warehouse. Stone, 11,300 units. Refined iron, 2,920 units. Iron ingots, 9,200 units. Although there's still some way to go before the castle can be upgraded, I don't think it will take much longer. It was clear that the strength of his castle was rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan, caught in the whirlwind of the channel, remained blissfully unaware. After packaging up the weapons and armor for sale, he returned to his bedroom in the castle and promptly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he slept straight through until noon. After washing up, he enjoyed a hearty meal prepared by Farmer 23. Today, the kitchen had somehow managed to serve up braised beef, a real treat. Where did all these spices come from? Tang Xiaofan's curiosity was piqued. He found the cook and, picking out the star anise from the beef, asked about it. We've always had them in the kitchen, and whenever we run out, more appear. They never seem to run dry. Tang Xiaofan nodded, signaling for the cook to get back to work. There were a lot of orders for beef today. Jarvis, what's your take? At this rate, the technology in this world seems to defy everything humans know about science. Sir, if I may, now isn't the time to dwell on that. The real priority is to make the most of these resources, amplify your power, and seize control of this world. Based on yesterday's combat analysis, this world teems with deities. The challenges ahead may prove every bit as daunting as facing the Avengers. Tang Xiaofan nodded. The Infinity Gauntlet, and such things might be commonplace here. And there's some good news. The technological foundation of this world isn't limited to magic. Science exists too, and it's surprisingly advanced. Oh, how does it compare to your database? There's still a gap of several centuries. Tang Xiaofan took a big bite of the tender, slow-cooked beef and said contentedly, "That's perfect. Let's show the natives of this world what true high technology looks like." "Yes, sir." With his meal of braised beef and rice finished, Tang Xiaofan felt completely recharged. Compared to the other castle lords, his life could only be described as blissful. For the others, even a single meal with meat was a rare luxury. Most of their food had to be reserved for feeding their troops. They had to make do with whatever edible flowers, fruits, honey, or even wild herbs and tree bark they could gather from the dense forest. Bitter and hard to swallow as it was still enough to keep them alive. After all, one must eat to survive. Of course, since his arrival, Tang Xiaofan had never once worried about having enough to eat. And ever since the kitchen was established, even questions about dietary habits had vanished. Since he was from the Dragon Kingdom, and only used to its cuisine, he hoped this kind of life could last forever. Though, he certainly looked forward to even better days. After all, this world was home to many exotic beasts, dragons, phoenixes. He couldn't help but wonder how they might taste. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaofan called the chef over once again. He told him not to let his cooking skills go to waste just because the kitchen could now prepare dishes automatically, especially since their supplies of ingredients were so abundant. He should take the opportunity to truly hone his culinary craft. The chef accepted the order and went off to work. After eating and drinking his fill, Tang Xiaofan opened the message notifications. He discovered that all 3 sets of packaged weapons and armor had been sold at auction. He had set a 3-hour time limit for the auction. When the time was up, the highest bidder won. He did a quick tally. Altogether, the 3 sets of equipment had brought in 7,830 units of wood for 1,200 units of stone and 120 units of refined iron, a windfall by any measure. To be honest, the real value of those pieces of equipment wasn't even a fifth of what he received. But these were extraordinary times. And in extraordinary times, things take on extraordinary value. With weapons and armor, the strength of humanoid troops could surge dramatically, though it meant parting with resources and delaying his castle's upgrade. The lords who won the equipment could now arm their troops and venture out to slay more wild monsters, raising their ranks even faster. Was it a loss or a gain? The wise and the discerning would have their own opinions. There was another thing to consider. Today marked the 4th day since their arrival. In 3 more days, the protective shield would vanish, and a beast tide could follow at any moment. The stronger a castle's troops, the better their odds of holding back the oncoming horde. In truth, they owed Tang Xiaofan their gratitude. And indeed, that's what happened. The 3 castle lords who acquired the equipment found their harvests multiplied several times over after a day of hunting. Excited, they posted their results and praised Tang Xiaofan on the World Chat channel. Meanwhile, those who had participated in the auction but missed out on the gear were left wringing their hands in regret, wishing they'd been willing to pay more. All things considered, Tang Xiaofan not only gained a trove of resources, he also once again boosted his reputation and renown among the circle of castle lords. Of course, he wasn't like Bear Grylls. These things didn't really matter to him. But he couldn't help thinking of a friend who could supply large quantities of stone and refined iron, since he needed to craft Mark II power armor. His own progress in refining iron wasn't particularly fast. Now that Tang Xiaofan had plenty of food, he decided to entrust the iron refining to Kuer, calling this division of labor, each to their own strengths. Then another thought struck him. Up to now, he'd never even seen what a blueprint looked like. Staring at a message from Kuer, Tang Xiaofan fell silent for a long time, a strange ache rising in his chest. He felt that his luck had exploded all at once. That's why he'd received Jarvis. But Kuer, her luck was more of a constant, ongoing windfall. That's how it is for those favored by the goddess of fortune. In a friends tab, Tang Xiaofan sent her a message. Sorry, I was busy just now. What do you need to craft equipment? Do you need blueprints for it? Somewhere deep underground, a little girl with a dust-streaked face let out a squeal of delight and jumped up excitedly. Tang Xiaofan replied to me. Her excited voice caught the attention of the gray-skinned dwarves nearby, who all exchanged puzzled glances. The little girl, her eyes sparkling like black gemstones, hurried to send another message. Tang Xiaofan must be busy with something really important, right? The forge gave me a notification. Crafting ordinary equipment doesn't require blueprints. You can use materials from monsters, or combine them with other resources, and make equipment directly. Only magic-imbued gear requires a blueprint. Ordinary equipment refer to the kinds of weapons held by ogre warriors, big blades, spears, spike clubs, or leather armor, and similar gear. As for magic-imbued equipment, a thought crossed Tang Xiaofan's mind. A magic staff, stored in his warehouse, instantly appeared in his hand. This staff had a soul stone set into its tip. It came from that level 12 elite ogre mage. Its function was to amplify the power of low-level spells. This, then, must be magic-imbued equipment, though of a rather basic sort. Materials for monsters? Tang Xiaofan glanced toward his castle warehouse. Inside, he had stockpiled thousands of monster materials. They came from over 1,000 wild creatures. Pelts, scales, claws, fangs, tail, spines, an endless variety. Tang Xiaofan replied, I have a lot of monster materials. How do you want to work together? Kuer, seeing his message, quickly responded. No need. My Grey Dwarves can craft equipment for you, for free, Tang Xiaofan. Free of charge. This Kuer was interesting. Tang Xiaofan paused for a moment, then replied, I don't need ordinary equipment for now. The gear you make should be put up for sale on the trading channel. To exchange for resources, I need to upgrade my castle. I'll provide the monster materials, you do the forging. We'll split the proceeds from sales 50-50, and even split. How about it? A 50-50 split, Tang Xiaofan would profit, though not excessively. He wasn't greedy. He simply saw an opportunity to make good use of Kuer's forging skills for some extra income. But as for the real prize, the Mark battle armor, Tang Xiaofan would never let the blueprint leave his hands. He guessed that Kuer's forge was probably the only building at this stage capable of crafting equipment at all. In fact, she could have easily cut him out of the deal. She could buy monster materials at a low price, craft equipment herself, and sell it high. That way, her earnings would be much greater. Of course, only when there were more forges in the future would her profits start to drop. But that was a long way off. Blueprints dropped so rarely, and nobody else was likely to have both a forging unit and a blueprint at this stage. By working with Tang Xiaofan and splitting the profits, Kuer could still make good money. After all, it was pure gain with no upfront cost. Compared to striking it rich overnight, this approach might earn less in the short term, but it aligns better with the spirit of long-term cooperation. Kuer will listen to whatever Big Brother Tang Xiaofan says. Kuer hadn't really thought about these things at all. Tang Xiaofan's impression of her was, in truth, mistaken. She was not a shrewd businesswoman. Her willingness to trade for Tang Xiaofan's food at such a high price wasn't some long-term investment. It was simply because she wanted his protection. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl, all alone, cast into a strange new world. Loneliness, fear, and a constant sense of insecurity haunted her. Tang Xiaofan's strength made her feel safe. Since meeting Tang Xiaofan, her fear of this unfamiliar world had faded considerably. That was why she so desperately wanted to stay close to him. It was just like a child, eagerly seeking the approval and protection of an adult. Then it's settled. Tang Xiaofan asked, How much refined iron have you forged so far? Kuer replied, Big Brother Tang Xiaofan, I've already forged 800 units of refined iron. Tang Xiaofan was surprised. That much? Kuer sent a smiling face. Kuer can recruit 9 Grey Dwarves every day. Some are blacksmiths, some are miners, some are warriors, and they all work really hard. That was how the troop building system worked. The weaker the unit, the more you could recruit. The stronger the unit, the fewer you could have. Take Tang Xiaofan's farmer factory, for instance. There was no limit to the number of farmers he could recruit, since they were the weakest. Today was the 4th day. Kuer clearly already had 36 little dwarves under her command. A large number, but they were weak in battle. If Tang Xiaofan simply had Farmer 23 put on some armor, he could defeat her entire dwarf squad. Such was the gap between top-tier troops and low-level ones. Tang Xiaofan replied, "I'll put 200 units of food and a bundle of monster materials up for trade in the channel soon, in exchange for your 800 units of refined iron. Only you will be able to make the trade. Once the equipment is crafted, list it yourself on the trading channel. Exchange it for soul stones and materials needed to upgrade your castle. When you've sold all the equipment, hand over 60% of the proceeds to me." Kuer quickly replied, "Okay, big brother Tang Xiaofan, I understand." Good. With that, Tang Xiaofan listed the food and monster materials, restricting the trade to Kuer. He wasn't worried she'd pocket the monster materials or vanish without a trace. It simply wouldn't be worth it. A long-term partnership was in both their best interests. A short while later, Kuer sent another message. "Big brother Tang Xiaofan, when you have some free time, could you chat with Kuer for a bit? I promise I won't bother you. Just a few words, just so Kuer knows you're here. I can't find my mom and dad, and I'm really scared all alone." Tang Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. "How old are you?" In 2 more months, I'll be 15. "Where are you from?" "I'm from the kingdom of galloping horses." "All right, but only when you're free." Thank you so much, brother Tang Xiaofan." In the dim, underground world, the little girl with a dirt-smudged face cheered and sang her song. Today, Kuer was truly happy. Inside the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan had just finished a conversation with the little girl in the underground world. He instructed her to forge as much equipment as possible before the beginner's protection period ended. That is, within 3 days. Once the 3 days were up, the protective shield would vanish, and the first beast tide would sweep across the territories of every castle lord in the Divine Demon Continent. This was a trial. Those who passed would stand tall on the continent, embarking on the path of supremacy among myriad races. Those who failed would be eliminated. As long as the little girl could craft the equipment within 3 days, they would make a handsome profit. Tang Xiaofan was confident of this. To survive the coming beast wave, no castle lord would hesitate to pay dearly. After all, to be eliminated meant not only losing everything they had, but also losing their lives. Clearly, no one wished to face such a deadly fate. The little girl followed Tang Xiaofan's words almost without question. Whatever he asked, she did. Without delay, she summoned a full team of 20 grade dwarves into the forge, setting them to work at maximum capacity. The remaining dwarves were all out gathering iron, ore, and refining steel. She knew well that what Tang Xiaofan lacked most right now was refined steel. Kuer thought to herself, "He just gave me over 1,000 kinds of monster materials. With what I already have, my little dwarves can craft at least 2,000 pieces of low-level gear." Tang Xiaofan replied, "That's not all. We still have 3 days. I'll hunt more monsters and bring back even more materials. Once everything is forged, it'll be far more than just 2,000 pieces. You should keep some back to arm your dwarves and defend your castle." Kuer sent a smiling face. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl was delighted. Her decision had clearly been the right one. Clinging to Tang Xiaofan's side gave her an incredible sense of security. Kuer secretly resolved, "If I ever find a blueprint that would be useful to brother Tang Xiaofan, I'll give it to him. He'll be so happy, and he'll definitely like me even more." If Tang Xiaofan knew what she was thinking, he would surely be touched. And, looking up at the sky, he might even sigh in wonder. While the little girl's grade dwarves stumbled upon blueprints for a smelter and a forge by accidentally stepping on mice or swatting little spiders as they mined, Tang Xiaofan himself had swept through 15 kilometers of dense forest, slaying over 2,000 monsters. Yet he still had no idea what a blueprint even looked like. Compared to him, Kuer was truly favored by the goddess of fortune. It was a calm afternoon. With the plans to make money all set, Tang Xiaofan had Gnome Urshizen set up some chairs on the city wall, ready to bask in the sun. After all, everything was running smoothly now. The newly built weapons workshop was currently busy processing the M249S Tang Xiaofan had provided. The very same big pineapple with endless ammunition that the Winter Soldier once wielded. Its theoretical rate of fire reached 1,000 rounds per minute. "Sir, based on our current understanding of the monsters, this weapon combined with the Mark II battle armor should easily suppress them. It also makes up for the Mark II's lack of long-range firepower." "Excellent. Build 2 units first. Unlimited ammo is practically a game-changer." This time, the head of the weapons workshop role was assigned to Nong Air. As a seasoned blacksmith, he transitioned into his new role smoothly. Dressed in a leatherwork suit, a magnifier strapped to his head, and his apron covered in all sorts of fine tools. He looked every bit the master craftsman. "My lord, the structure of this weapon is unusual, but with the blueprints, it's nothing I can't handle." Then, Nong took the blueprints into the workshop, toting along a batch of titanium alloy. As he started up a machine, a deep, rumbling noise filled the air, and a gun barrel soon emerged. Not long after, a brand-new M249, still wafting with the scent of fresh oil and ink, was completed. Cradling the hefty machine gun, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel. With Jarvis, he discovered a loophole in the system, a workshop that could produce anything as long as you fed it blueprints. Combined with the vast database Jarvis possessed, there was no need to envy Kuer's legendary luck. After all, Jarvis's database was practically the ancestor of all lucky draws. "Let's test the gun." He watched as Nong, clad in the Mark II armor, hefted the M249 single-handedly and fired into the forest. A torrent of steel roared from the muzzle, mowing down thick trees with ease. The barrel remained cool, and with infinite ammo at his disposal. Within 1,000 meters, there was nothing the M249 couldn't tear apart. If there was, he'd just fire another round. The field test was a resounding success. After arranging for rapid production and learning that 10 new Mark II armors were ready, Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed. Another productive day. Night fell once again. The blood moon's eerie glow covered the endless continent. Strange red light poured down, making the already gloomy forest even more frightening. Beasts howled in chorus, and night owls let out their haunting cries. At some point, countless ghostly green lights began to flicker in the thick woods outside the castle. On the city wall, Jean lifted the M249 and unleashed a sweeping barrage into the forest. The rapid-fire thunder of gunfire shattered the night. In an instant, under the illumination of tracer rounds, countless frenzied wild monsters were revealed. There were gray wolves, monstrous bears, giant pythons, and black foxes. During the day, these creatures had been hunted relentlessly by the farmer squads, forcing them to scatter in all directions. But when night fell and the blood moon hung high in the sky, they gathered once more, wild and savage like demons, casting hungry eyes on the high-tech fortress. There were simply too many monsters outside the walls. At least 1,000 of them, with a large number of elite and commander-class monsters among them. Added to that, the darkness of the forest at night further empowered them. At night, the monsters' strength tripled. Even if the armored squads ventured out, it would be hard to completely wipe them out. There was even a risk of encountering unforeseen dangers. Awakened by the commotion, Tang Xiaofan climbed onto the city wall and, gazing at the monster corpses outside, said, "For now, leave them be. Don't go out. Give a few more days. We'll set up searchlights and then build another ring of walls farther out. That way, we can keep the monsters at bay. By then, with the machine guns and sniper rifles mounted on the walls, we can clear them out precisely, one by one. Perhaps when the protective shield disappears, the number of farmers will multiply. Their individual strength will surely surge as they continue to hunt. Once 200 Mark II power armors are assembled, he will truly be able to turn this forest into his own private garden. For now, though, he chooses patience. A wise lord knows that minimizing casualties among his people and avoiding needless sacrifice is what matters most. So if he can avoid risk, he will. Tang Xiaofan never acts without certainty. At that very moment, a sudden burst of firelight flared on the distant, dark horizon. A massive silhouette soared high above, spewing torrents of flame. The fire swept through the forest, and the lurking shadows below were consumed, vanishing in clouds of ash. Countless small, bird-like monsters, driven mad with terror, swarmed the colossal form in a desperate attack. But they were no match. The giant figure incinerated them effortlessly, sending charred bodies raining down from the sky. At last, the great beast triumphed, its enormous form casting a shadow over the entire dense forest. No creature dared challenge it now. With a mighty beat of its wings, the creature swept through the sky, coming to hover directly above the high-tech fortress. Tang Xiaofan looked closely and saw, unmistakably, a western dragon, dozens of meters in length. The dragon's form was sleek and powerful, its scales a deep crimson, glimmering with sparks. Its wings, when spread, also spanned tens of meters, broad enough to block out the sky. Suspended high above, the red dragon eclipsed the blood moon, casting a vast shadow below. And from its lofty perch, it gazed down at the fortress with a predatory glare. Its visage was fierce and menacing, and with every breath, flames curled from its nostrils and jaws. Its eyes were cold and indifferent as it stared at Tang Xiaofan and his farmers standing in the castle courtyard. Within that gaze, there was a bloodthirsty ruthlessness. But in the end, it did not attack. Instead, it beat its wings and vanished into the distant horizon amid a raging wind. A dragon, and a fully grown dragon at that. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. He felt fortunate that he hadn't sent his armored squad out to conquer. If the dragon had attacked, some of his farmers would surely have perished. This dragon, it must be a native intelligent being of the forest, not some wild monster. It was drawn here by the high-tech castle, curious to investigate. But once it realized it couldn't break through the castle's protective shield, it withdrew without hesitation. The strength of the armored squad must be enhanced. Otherwise, once the novice period ends and the shield disappears, if that beast returns, my castle will be in serious danger. Tang Xiaofan knew well that the continent of gods and demons was no vacation resort, nor any amusement park. Danger lurked everywhere. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions? Sir, the best course of action would be to develop a miniature reactor and activate the Mark II armor's flight capabilities. That way, we could meet the dragon in the skies. Tang Xiaofan shook his head helplessly and said, Unfortunately, we've never found any palladium, so that's not an option right now. At present, our top priority is to create a ranged weapon, something that can pose a deadly threat to the dragon. Oh, what kind of weapon? Ordinary arms can't even scratch those tough dragon scales, can they? Sir, conventional weapons, even firearms, would hardly bring down a dragon, but I can. With Jarvis's superior computational power, tracking a flying creature moving at less than 50 kilometers an hour, even a massive creature, was like child's play. Ordinary weapons won't do, but we could use a shoulder-fired cannon, the XM-109 sniper rifle, also known as a shoulder-fired cannon. The XM-109 sniper rifle boasts a range of 2 kilometers and can easily pierce 5 centimeters of solid steel. With my targeting and tracking algorithms, if that dragon returns, it may not make it out alive. Huh, excellent. Tang Xiaofan's spirits lifted at the prospect of possibly slaying the dragon outright. With that thought, all his worries melted away. As midnight deepened, the farmers slept soundly in their cabins, while the warriors assigned to night watch patrolled the castle walls. A gentle white light shone upon them. This was the power of trust. The farmers were not mere machines. They were living, breathing people, and the energy spent during the day needed to be replenished with food and rest. Tang Xiaofan returned alone to the castle's workshop, the only place where he could truly unwind. After scrolling through the world chat for a while, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Even in the depths of night, the world chat channel remained lively and buzzing. Many castle lords, with nothing better to do, were discussing just how terrifying the nights in the divine demon continent could be. Some of the lords, refusing to believe in such dangers and confident in their own strength, sent their troops out to hunt at night, only to have their entire forces wiped out, leaving them so furious they almost coughed up blood. There were already those who had learned their lesson the hard way, having endured bitter and bloody losses. Yet, there were always those who were overly sure of themselves. Some enjoyed taking risks. They hoped to use the risks of nighttime hunts to widen the gap between themselves and the other lords, or perhaps even surpass Tang Xiaofan. But in the end, these gambles led only to heavy losses and bitter regret. What they didn't realize was this. Even Tang Xiaofan himself was reluctant to send out his armored squads at night. So how could they dare? In short, at this stage, for any castle lord, nighttime in the divine demon continent was fraught with peril. On top of that, all castle lords needed to speed up their efforts to grow stronger. At the very least, they had to clear out every monster within their territory. Otherwise, once the novice protection period was over and the protective shield vanished, their lands would be left exposed to relentless attacks from wild monsters, let alone the threat of monster tides. When that time came, without the shield's protection, the situation for castle lords would be dire indeed. The only solution was to strengthen their castles as much as possible. Another night passed. The sun rose. The forest, which had been in turmoil all night, finally settled back into quiet. The wild monsters that had gathered around the high-tech castle during the night now retreated one after another. The clever ones kept their distance from the castle's sphere of influence, while the foolish ones continued to wander aimlessly through the nearby woods. These wild monsters would become the farmers' targets for daytime hunts. Inside the bedroom, Tang Xiaofan awoke and casually opened the trading channel. The 5 sets of packaged equipment he had put up for sale yesterday had all been snapped up. His total haul, 28,000 units of wood, 12,000 units of stone, and 500 units of refined iron. Adding that to his previous stockpile, his castle warehouse now held 62,100 units of wood, 21,800 units of stone, 1,520 units of refined iron, and 7,000 iron ingots. He was now one step closer to upgrading the high-tech castle to a high-tech town. It could be said, Tang Xiaofan was undoubtedly the wealthiest among the billions of castle lords. No one else could match his stock of resources. In fact, many castle lords hadn't even upgraded their castles to the advanced level. But Tang Xiaofan was already gathering resources for a town upgrade. He was ahead of everyone. Master, after finishing his morning routine and warming himself with a bowl of multigrain porridge and pickled vegetables, a traditional Chinese breakfast, Tang Xiaofan, feeling cozy and content, stepped out into the courtyard. 30 warriors had gathered together, watching him with reverence in their eyes. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded in return. These were his full-time farmer soldiers. They didn't have to farm or work. Their sole duty was to fight, and when there was no battle, they would train. His gaze suddenly fell upon Zhang Yi. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Zhang Yi, did you level up? When they returned to the castle yesterday, Zhang Yi had still been at level 10. But now, looking at him, Zhang Yi had already reached level 11. His advancement had come swiftly, and after leveling up, Zhang Yi's height had grown to nearly 2 meters. His muscles were explosively powerful. His face was now more chiseled, with sharper features. Farmers were already burly men, but Zhang Yi had acquired an even stronger aura of gunpowder and steel. Now, Zhang Yi was more formidable than ever. Tang Xiaofan was puzzled and couldn't understand how Zhang Yi had suddenly advanced. Had the encounter with the dragon last night spurred him on? Did he sneak out to train in the middle of the night? Hearing Tang Xiaofan's question, Zhang Yi replied respectfully, "My lord, when we returned yesterday, I was just a hair's breadth from reaching level 11. This morning, after breakfast, I trained as usual, and with your blessing, I advanced to level 11. Tang Xiaofan suddenly understood. His blessing, for now, had no real effect. Zhang Yi's advancement proved one thing. For warriors, it wasn't just slaying enemies that allowed them to level up. Dedicated training also brought energy points and higher ranks. However, compared to training, slaying enemies granted far more energy. Excellent. Keep up the good work." Tang Xiaofan praised him with a smile. Just then, Farmer 1 came to find Tang Xiaofan. He reported that they had now completed a total of 25 sets of Mark II battle armor, with more still being assembled and expected to be finished in 2 days. Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed. That meant there were now 50 sets of armor, 25 Mark I and 25 Mark II. He summoned Farmer 2 for another report. 50 M249 machine guns with unlimited ammo were now ready and could be equipped onto the armor at any time. As for the XM109 sniper rifles, they would be finished by tomorrow. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and ordered Zhang Yi to receive the equipment. Afterward, he walked over to the farmer's workshop. Once again, he summoned 20 more professional warriors. Soon, another group of sturdy men emerged from the factory. "My lord," 20 newly summoned professional warriors stepped forward. They saluted Tang Xiaofan with deep respect, their eyes filled with reverence and unwavering faith. Tang Xiaofan nodded with a gentle smile and gave names to each of them. Then, he ordered Zhang Yi to lead the team out on a hunt. He spoke to them. "While you're hunting monsters in the wild, keep an eye out for any signs of local forces in the surrounding forest. Eliminate or subdue the native powers in this woodland. Our true goal is to rule this entire forest." Hunting wild monsters was only a means to gather food, monster materials, and gain experience for leveling up. The struggle for supremacy among the myriad races must begin with the conquest of the native forces on the divine and demonic continent. Besides, conquering the local powers brings even greater rewards. Just yesterday, after wiping out the ogre tribe, the Black Tech Fortress reaped a huge haul of gear, energy stones, and exotic crystals, giving Tang Xiaofan a taste of real benefit. "At your command, my lord." Zhang Yi and Nina bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, my lord. Our warrior squad will surely clear out every heretic hiding in this forest. We will help you rule these woods." Zhang Yi's gaze was unwavering. A warrior, he is the sword of his lord. His duty is to eliminate all obstacles for his master, to spread the brilliance of his lord, to let the entire world bask beneath that shining glory. Before the ogre Archmage died, he roared in fury. "The creatures of the divine and demonic continent pursue only truth. They have no need for faith." Such words are the ravings of ignorance. Only the Lord's radiance is eternal and unshakable. Only those who honor our Lord as King have earned the right to survive. Wait, is this castle really in the Dragon Kingdom? Are you sure we're not looking at the homeland itself? That's right. If you're here for the first time, don't doubt it. This is indeed the castle of Dragon Kingdom player Tang Xiaofan, live on stream. How can there be so many farmers? And they've even built city walls. Walls, for heaven's sake. Everyone else is lucky to have a single hut at this stage. Look more closely. The wall is just a tiny part. Nothing worth mentioning. Let me see. Oh my god, so many workshops. What's that? Don't tell me those are power armors. And machine guns. You got it, machine guns. Genuine M249S, no mistake. Is this some rich kid's vacation or the divine and demonic continent? Why does the Dragon Kingdom player's castle look thousands of years ahead of everyone else's? There's still time to join the Dragon Kingdom. They've already entered the era of power armor, while the rest of you so-called players are stuck in prehistory. Unfair. Cheating. Cheating. The Dragon Kingdom is cheating. As Tang Xiaofan's castle stream was shared by more and more viewers, accusations of cheating by the Dragon Kingdom player shot to the top of the trending searches that day. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan's livestream once again became the hottest channel on the net. Leaders from every country sank into deeper confusion. In the hexagonal building of the ugly country, the highest-level joint council was convened, bringing together federal scientists, sociologists, military units, special forces, and even the president himself. All of them were present at the meeting. All I want to know is this. Why can the Dragon Kingdom's player build fully automated power armor without restraint, when we can't even get a simple vending machine to work? I want my soda. I want a jumbo burger. Mr. President, might I remind you that we are in the middle of a meeting? President Chuan Deng of the ugly country was far from pleased. He had just remembered that he was the president of the ugly nation, and yet, inside the Black Palace, there wasn't a single vending machine to be found. All right, what's on the agenda today? With so many people here, did any of them even buy tickets? Mr. President, please show some decorum. Otherwise, we'll have to start impeachment proceedings against you. Fine, let's get this meeting started. Damn it, everyone sit down. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere that was, at least on the surface, harmonious and uneventful. After a long discussion, the group reached a single conclusion. They absolutely could not let Dragon Nation know that their contestants' technology had already far surpassed that of the ugly nation. Meanwhile, in Sakura Nation, a portly man with a beaded goatee was fuming in the conference room. What are you all doing? We still haven't made contact with our contestant. If we let Dragon Nation's contestant keep advancing, our Sakura Nation will never have a chance to turn things around. Apologies, sir. They simply can't see this live broadcast. We really have no way to reach the contestant. What's wrong with you people? Figure something out. The subordinates could only sigh in frustration. Yes, sir. But truly, they were at their wits' end. There was simply nothing they could do. Back in Dragon Nation, the higher-ups were naturally paying close attention, but even they couldn't match the enthusiasm rippling through the public. It was already morning, and a new episode of Gods and Demons World today hadn't even started yet. Still, Dragon Nation's netizens were already buzzing with excitement, crowding into the live stream chat to discuss the coming events. With Tang Xiaofan like this, it must be putting the other nations in a tough spot. Well, what can you do? We can't just stand still, right? If they're lagging behind, it's not our problem. Exactly, Dragon Nation has been keeping a low profile as it is. We can't just stagnate because others are slacking off. Honestly, I can't get through a day without watching the live stream anymore. I feel restless all over. You said it, brother. For the first time, I feel the thrill of outshining other nations. What a rush. Yeah, and just wait. Soon the foreign viewers will be back, accusing us of cheating again. Shutting them down feels so good. That's right. Get ready to clap back. Amidst the fiery debate, all 50 professional warriors marched out of the Black Technology Fortress in perfect unison. With the dawn of a new day, the strength of the armored squad had grown yet again. Now, even if they encountered a leader-class monster in the wild, they could dispatch it with ease. Wild monsters were divided into normal and elite types, each with their own ranks. So far, aside from the fleeting glimpse of a dragon near the Black Technology Fortress, no truly dangerous creatures had appeared in the vicinity. The armored squad was unstoppable, sweeping aside all opposition. Moreover, the warriors continued to level up on their own, growing ever more skilled in piloting their armor. So even if they ran into even higher-ranking monsters, the armored squad would still prevail. As for Tang Xiaofan, he sat within the Black Technology Fortress, feeling as if he had nothing left to do. He didn't need to train himself. Whenever the armored squad hunted wild monsters, he automatically gained some of their experience and leveled up in turn. Besides, he wouldn't even know where to begin with training. Training? As a lord of the castle, did he really have to train by himself? He thought it over. While scrolling through the World Chat channel to gather news about the current state of the castle lords and information on the Endless Continent, Tang Xiaofan also chatted with the little girl from the underground world to pass the time. Kayevas in high spirits. She chattered away in the friend's messages. First, she asked Tang Xiaofan if he had a girlfriend and where he was from before arriving here. Then she launched into a detailed account of the Black Iron Dwarf's progress in forging refined iron and crafting equipment. At the end, the little girl voiced a complaint to Tang Xiaofan. Her dwarves had stomped countless mice and squashed a horde of little spiders. But not a single new blueprint had dropped, which left her rather disheartened. Oddly enough, this actually made Tang Xiaofan feel much more at ease. If the little girl could just stumble upon blueprints with ease, he would really have to wonder if she was favored by the goddess of luck herself. As for the World Chat channel, it was as lively as ever. With hundreds of castle lords idly chatting every day, the World Chat channel was always abuzz with excitement. From all this chatter, Tang Xiaofan picked up on quite a few keywords. Godfall Desert, Death Marsh, Kalami Prairie, Home of the Wood Elves, Dragon's Roost, Kingdom of Ice and Snow, and countless others. Among these, Tang Xiaofan also noticed that someone had mentioned a forest. This clearly pointed to one thing. He wasn't the only castle lord in this vast forest. Other castle factions were present as well. This news was neither good nor bad for him. With the strength of his high-tech castle, he had nothing to fear from any other castle lord. Should they cross paths, he alone would decide whether to make peace or go to war. Of course, even if a castle war was to break out, it would have to wait until a few days later, after the Beast Tide event ended. Right now, all castle lords were still within the newbie protection period. Castles were invincible. Not even gods could breach their walls. As noon approached, Tang Xiaofan seemed to recall something. He posted a message to the World Chat channel. In 2 days, the trading channel will offer standardized equipment, crafted by professional dwarf blacksmiths. Quality guaranteed. Limited stock. First come, first served. Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan felt that his reputation among the castle community shouldn't go to waste. It was time for a little advertisement, lest the lords used up all their resources on the last day of the newbie period just to survive the Beast Tide. No sooner had Tang Xiaofan's message gone up than the World Chat channel erupted. It was 10 times livelier than before. Countless castle lords scrambled to speak up, kneeling before the real Tang Xiaofan. As expected of Lord Tang Xiaofan, already selling standardized equipment, leaving the rest of us in the dust. Standardized equipment? Has Lord Tang Xiaofan already discovered how to craft equipment? What are the prerequisites for crafting equipment? Can Tang Xiaofan shed some light on this? Don't even ask. That's how he makes his fortune. There's no way he'd tell you. It's pointless to ask. I think everyone should just take a look at their own situation. If you're too proud to buy standardized gear, you've probably already figured it out yourself. And those of you asking, aren't you aware of your own abilities? Even if someone told you, could you actually pull it off? My guess is that crafting equipment definitely requires building blueprints. For example, you need the blueprint for a blacksmith shop. First, you need the building, then a dedicated blacksmith unit, and finally materials. That should let you craft equipment. Exactly. That's spot on. I haven't even seen a single blueprint yet. Honestly, I don't even know what a blacksmith shop looks like. Forget blueprints. I haven't even had a single piece of equipment drop. That just proves you're all inexperienced. Has your castle even been upgraded? Once you reach level 2, you can build a blacksmith shop. My goodness, it's only been a few days, and we're already supposed to upgrade castles. No wonder Tang Xiaofan has been buying up resources all this time. Now it all makes sense. Comparisons really are infuriating. We supply Tang Xiaofan with resources, then have to spend our own money to buy the upgraded equipment he crafts. We're basically the exploited generation. If you're lucky enough to be exploited by Tang Xiaofan, you should count yourself blessed. Think about it. The Beast Tide is coming soon. When the protection period ends, how many of us will actually survive? Exactly. Save your complaints about being exploited for when you make it through alive. If you don't survive, then nothing else matters. Countless castle lords were filled with anxiety and envy. Out in the Divine Demon continent, wild monsters had abysmal drop rates. Getting equipment was nearly impossible. Blueprints were even rarer than soul stones. At this stage, the number of castle lords who'd actually gotten a blueprint could be counted on one hand. Even Tang Xiaofan himself hadn't managed to see a blueprint yet. How could he not be envious of that little lowly from the underworld? Looking forward to the equipment sale the day after tomorrow. I've already started stockpiling resources. No matter what, I have to snatch up a batch of gear this time and arm my castle troops. With the Beast Tide about to hit, this round of equipment is absolutely crucial. Once you have equipment, your troops' strength skyrockets. Not only can you hold out against the Beast Tide, you can also boost your score and get better event rewards. If you get your hands on some gear, you're set. If you can't withstand the Beast Tide, you're out of the game for good. I'll do whatever it takes to grab some equipment. Exactly. Elimination means death. This isn't a game. You don't get a second chance. Hopefully, Tang Xiaofan will have more equipment for sale this time. The more equipment there is, the better our chances of getting some. Countless castle lords were caught up in heated discussion. They all prayed that Tang Xiaofan would have more equipment up for sale. But in this, Tang Xiaofan was powerless. There simply wasn't enough time. Even the black iron dwarves needed time to forge equipment. According to the equipment forging information provided by the little girl, even with an abundant supply of monster materials, her black iron dwarves, working tirelessly day and night, could produce at most 4,000 standardized pieces of equipment by the day after tomorrow. 4,000 pieces of equipment. It was nowhere near enough to meet the demands of the castle lords. In fact, even 40,000 pieces would still fall short. If only he possessed 40,000 pieces, the resources he could trade for them might be enough to upgrade the Black Technology Castle Strait into a Black Technology City, or even a Black Technology Main City. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking for now. Of course, even 4,000 pieces would earn Tang Xiaofan a handsome profit. He might even be able to gather enough resources to upgrade his Black Technology Town. Such an upgrade would be a tremendous boost to his castle's power. Something worth looking forward to. Today marks the 5th day since the descent. In just 2 more days, the novice protection period will end, and the castle's shield will vanish. That's when the beast tide will strike. This would be the first official event, involving every castle lord. Those who survive the beast tide would officially embark on the path to supremacy among all races. Those who failed would be eliminated. Outstanding performers would receive rewards. The higher the score, the greater the prize. Beyond that, there is a single special reward, reserved for the most powerful castle lord. Tang Xiaofan's goal was precisely this unique reward. He wasn't worried that his Black Technology Castle would fail to withstand the beast tide. After all, if even he were eliminated, this beast tide would spell utter catastrophe for every castle lord on Blue Star. He believed that the Divine Demon Continent wouldn't be foolish enough to orchestrate such a massacre. With the strength of his armored squad, his chance of surviving was a staggering 99.9%. What he pursued was that one-of-a-kind, personal reward. The sole reward, surely the best of them all. Busy work made time fly, and soon it was noon. It was mealtime again. Tang Xiaofan joined a group of farmers for lunch, crowding in together. With no television, everyone ate while watching other farmers play basketball. The basketball game was a real spectacle. The farmers were all 2-meter tall, burly giants. And after mastering shooting techniques, their dribbling, shooting, and breaking through defenses looked every bit as good as professional players. When one farmer crashed into his opponent and scored a layup, Tang Xiaofan joined everyone in stomping their feet and pounding the table in cheer and excitement. Now he could hardly wait for the outer city wall to be finished. Then he could have a proper football field built. At that point, he'd suit everyone up in gear and let the farmers start a rugby tournament. That, he thought, would be a truly manly contest. After cheering for his team, Tang Xiaofan saw Zhang Yi and their patrol squad returning. Once again, the castle courtyard was piled high with heaps of monster corpses. Tang Xiaofan called over the other farmers, telling them to put aside their daily tasks and start dealing with the bodies. After that, the food they harvested was put up for trade, exchanged on the trading channel for other resources. Ordinary food had one set price, special food another. As for monster materials, those were bundled up and sent to the little girl in the underground world, who would turn them into standardized equipment to be sold off in a few days. Today, the armored squad hunted more than 300 wild monsters, and the food haul is over 4,000 units. Today's hunting results clearly surpassed yesterday's. This was directly related to the increase in the number of warriors. With 50 professional fighters plus the steel power armor, they could absolutely dominate this forest. As expected, there were no blueprints. Those rare lucky finds just didn't drop today. On the bright side, they picked up quite a few soul stones, 84 in total. Adding that to the soul stones he'd stockpiled earlier, the tally now stood at 346. They were getting close to the next upgrade for the farmer's factory. Let's push a little harder. If we keep this up, we should be able to upgrade the farmer's factory to level 3 before the beast tide arrives. Now, every aspect of the Black Tech Castle was moving in a positive direction. Tang Xiaofan was content with how fast things were progressing. Time to eat, everyone. The entire armored squad returned to the castle. After a thorough sweep of the surrounding area, they found nothing but a few low-level monsters. No sign of any dragons. After half a day of hunting, the warriors had become even more skilled with their mark armor. Their overall strength was steadily on the rise. When Tang Xiaofan finished dismantling and processing the last batch of monster corpses and saw everyone heading to eat, Zhang Yi respectfully approached him. "Lord, as per your orders, The armored squad searched the dense forests around the castle's territory. So far, no new native factions have been found. Tomorrow, we'll push deeper into the woods to continue searching. Also, during the search, we encountered a herd of mammoths. There were close to 80 of them. The strongest mammoth among them was at level 15 command. It looked incredibly powerful. There were more than 10 elite mammoths. They've claimed a stretch of forest for their own, and they don't seem interested in attacking anything outside their territory. Without your command, we didn't dare to recklessly attack this mammoth herd. Caution is wise. Tang Xiaofan nodded. After all, there's always wildlife in the forest, and wild monsters, when defending their territory, become enraged if attacked, tripling their strength at the very least. The armored squad launching a rash attack on the mammoth herd could very likely attract the attention, and retaliation, of other monsters lurking in the dense forest. If that fire dragon from last night happens to wander by again, the armored squad's predicament will only become more complicated. Caution, after all, is not a flaw. Tang Xiaofan spoke up. No need to rush. Let's wait until the city walls are complete. As soon as that's done, the armored squad will set out at once to track down the mammoth herd. If they're still in the area, we'll lure them beneath the city walls and take them out there. At your command, my lord, Zhani replied respectfully. Tang Xiaofan gazed toward the ever-thinning forest outside the castle, felled tree after tree, his heart full of hope that the town would soon rise. Once it did, he could finally reclaim a life reminiscent of his days back on Blue Star. Let's hope I won't be disappointed this time. This time, nearly 80 mammoth beasts have been discovered. Among them, one level 15 mammoth leader and more than a dozen elite mammoths. As long as luck isn't entirely against him, there's a good chance of obtaining soul stones from the battle. At present, he had already stockpiled over 300 soul stones. If the mammoth herd yields enough, the conditions to upgrade the farmer factory would at last be met. In other words, the long-awaited upgrade was finally within reach. Now, everything hinged on whether that mammoth herd would help him realize his wish. Progress on the city wall was excellent, thanks to Tang Xiaofan's abundant supply of stone, not only sourced from the market, but also supplied by Kuer Castle. It had to be said, the Black Iron Dwarf's mining speed was a tremendous advantage. Now, the outer city wall, encircling 10 acres, was nearing completion. The wall stood 3 meters tall and spanned 8 meters wide at the top. Its design modeled after the traditional city walls of the Dragon Kingdom. 4 gates have been left open, facing east, south, west, and north. Tang Xiaofan had named the eastern gate Dishan Gate. At each gate and at all 4 corners, defensive towers and blockhouses have been built. In addition, along the wall, every 10 meters or so, another blockhouse had been erected, each outfitted with an M429 defensive machine gun. The blockhouses were constructed with ample firing ports, allowing for full coverage defense with no blind spots. This ensured the city wall's formidable defensive capabilities. At every corner tower, Tang Xiaofan had specially stationed XM109 sniper rifles, and 4 Mark II armored suits were permanently garrisoned there. For reconnaissance and defense, 5 farmers were assigned to each tower. The food production of the high-tech castle was now astonishing, making it possible to recruit soldiers and farmers without restraint. Recruitment could now match demand. The only bottleneck was the number of Mark II armored suits available. After half a day's hard work, the number still hadn't broken past 100. The bottleneck lay in the fact that there was only a single titanium mine, and the processing speed in the smithy for titanium, or just couldn't keep up. Compared to the production rates for iron and refined steel, titanium, or must first be smelted into titanium ingots. After that, the blacksmith will use the formula provided by Tang Xiaofan to process the titanium alloy. The final step is producing the titanium alloy itself. But this process simply can't be rushed. Right now, the smithy can't be upgraded any further, but once the castle finishes its renovation, perhaps the smithy will be able to make another leap forward, and the speed will finally pick up. After all, for an entire town, a single smithy could hardly meet everyone's needs. The lunch break wasn't long. After their meal, the farmers joined a quick basketball game before returning to their posts one after another. Now it was time to buckle down and work hard. Today's most important task was to complete the joining of the city walls, get all the defenders into position, and then lure the mammoth herd to attack the city. A real test of their defensive capabilities. Ginny, how's your progress coming along? Tang Xiaofan watched the city wall gradually closing up and called Ginny over. Master, we're almost done. Please come over for inspection. Great. Tang Xiaofan was surprised at their speed and suddenly asked, Ginny, can you builders also level up? Yes, master. The more buildings we construct, the more skilled we become. Now I'm already a seasoned builder, much faster than before. So that's how it works. If these skilled workers become even more experienced, could they eventually build skyscrapers? As someone from modern-day Blue Star, Tang Xiaofan's fondness for skyscrapers was almost second nature. He simply couldn't imagine life without them. Of course, now wasn't the right time. Only after the city stabilized could he think about such things. Shaking off those thoughts, Tang Xiaofan looked at the city wall in front of him, now nearly finished. This was a wall in the style of the Dragon Nation. The city gate was built as an archway, with a door clad in iron plates and a core forged entirely from steel, strong enough to withstand even the fiercest assault. To open or close the gate, a massive winch was needed, requiring heavy chains to operate, all designed with security in mind. And the defenses didn't stop there. In front of the city gate stood a barbican. Here, the wall extended forward in two sections, so that any attacking force would be funneled inside the walls. What might look like a design flaw was, in fact, a time-tested tactic from ancient Dragon Nation warfare. Enemies who entered the barbican would find themselves under attack from all sides, trapped in a place with no escape. With the addition of the M429 automatic machine gun with unlimited ammunition, even a dragon would be torn to shreds here. Master, the city wall is complete. Excellent. Jean-E, get the warriors into their defensive positions and send someone to lure the mammoth herd. At once, Master. As the warriors took their stations, Jean-E signaled to the decoy soldiers who had long been waiting near the mammoth territory. The order was given. At that very moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly received a notification. You have slain a level 6 mammoth. Energy plus 20. Report, my lord. A herd of mammoths is attacking. They'll reach the castle soon. Hearing the report from his warriors up ahead, Tang Xiaofan felt his heart skip a beat, filled with anticipation for the mammoth herd's arrival. As he watched the repeated alerts of mammoths approaching the castle, his emotions surged in tandem. He hoped this trial would prove the perfection of his defensive system, and he was eager for the spoils that might be claimed. Even if he didn't get a blueprint, obtaining soul stones would be a worthy prize. He had nearly 400 soul stones stockpiled. One more wave like this, and he'd likely meet one of the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory. Nearly 80 mammoths. The weakest among them are all level 6. There are over a dozen elite mini-bosses and one level 15 leader mammoth. This is the most formidable wild monster horde we've faced so far. But the power of the armored squad is even greater. Warrior 1 is already a seasoned veteran. Under his command, the armored squad is more than a match for these mammoths. Even that leader mammoth won't be able to withstand them. Besides, the defensive system atop the city walls should be able to wipe out the mindless mammoth horde, all without the armored squad needing to engage in close combat. Standing atop the Dishin Gate Tower on the outer wall of the Black Tech Castle, Tang Xiaofan gazed out toward the distant forest. Through the trees, he could just make out the crashing of trunks, evidence of the charging mammoth herd. At the same time, he could hear the furious roars of the mammoths echoing through the air. The mountains quaked, flocks of birds scattered into the sky. The great battle had begun. Now all I can hope for is a shower of soul stones. As the trees in front of the wall toppled in unison, 2 warriors clad in Mark II power armor swiftly retreated, racing back toward the city walls. They're here. Seeing countless mammoths, eyes blazing red, charging forward with rage, Tang Xiaofan grinned and remarked, Warrior 6, what did you do to enrage them so much? Reporting, my lord. I shot the leader's calf. Savage work. At this moment, both Tang Xiaofan and his farmer warriors were fully prepared for the fight. Meanwhile, the live stream was packed to capacity, and even today in Divine Demon Continent had started airing early. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'll watch Tang Xiaofan's castle defenses in action. Commander, what's your take on Tang Xiaofan provoking a herd of mammoths? Yu Qi, a bit anxious, asked the commander for his opinion. She stared at the screen, at the mammoths towering over 5 meters tall, and then at Tang Xiaofan's outer wall, which was only 3 meters high, and couldn't help but worry. It's nothing to worry about. Tang Xiaofan is still very likely to succeed, the commander said, taking a sip of tea. It was his first time seeing a colossus of this size, but he had absolute confidence in the M249 Tang Xiaofan had built. On Blue Star, no carbon-based creature can withstand the hail of bullets from an M249. I believe the fierce beasts of the Divine Demon Continent are no exception. If the mammoth is truly powerful enough to ignore bullets, then Tang Xiaofan can always send his armored soldiers. Hearing the commander's confidence, Yu Qi quickly asked, Master Geng, the commander seems to have great faith in Tang Xiaofan's armored soldiers. What's your take? Master Geng looked at the Mark II armor on the screen with utter admiration and replied, This armor is far beyond the current technological level of Blue Star. Not only is its design extremely ahead of its time, but the finished product is simply divine. If Blue Star had a suit of armor like this, world peace would follow. No nation could stand against such a machine. With just one, you could sweep away all military forces on Blue Star. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxiao burst into hearty laughter and said, "Oh, come on. What do you know as a civilian scientist? Haven't you heard that Boston Dynamics robots can already dance? And you call this something special? Just a modified suit of armor? Please, that's hilarious. Unbelievable. Ridiculous." Enraged, the mammoth glared as its enemy swiftly scaled the wall ahead. Atop the ramparts, there was a swarm of insect-like creatures. They didn't pause for a second. Like a stampede flattening a forest, they charged straight at the wall beneath Tang Xiaofan's feet. 500 meters. 400 meters. Suddenly, countless bursts of fire blazed along the wall. To the viewers watching the live stream, the 5-meter-tall, monstrous beast sprinting at the front was instantly reduced to a mangled heap of flesh, as if a candle had melted before their eyes. Within moments, in front of the city wall, more than a dozen mammoth corpses lay sprawled across the ground, the surviving ones scattered in a frenzy like headless flies. This was the devastating barrage from the defensive machine guns atop the wall, a deadly curtain of bullets that left the mammoths utterly dazed. Under the storm of gunfire, most of the mammoths were struck down. In a flash, more than a dozen were killed, and the rest fled in terror, crashing through who knows how many ancient trees. Even the elite, level 10 and 12 mammoths were badly shaken. Their world was flooded with blinding white light, and their eyes burned as if seared by flames, the pain nearly unbearable. All they could do was roar in fury, opening their grotesque jaws to unleash massive energy blasts in every direction. A hapless mammoth was struck by an energy orb, exploding instantly and scattering its flesh and blood across the ground. This was a testament to the sheer power of the M249. As the herd plunged into chaos, the reserve squad clad in Mark II combat armor leapt down from the city walls, beginning their hunt for the mammoths. The machine guns in their hands unleashed a relentless hail of deadly bullets, and wherever they passed, mammoths fell one after another. In just a matter of minutes, the mammoths under the command of the elite had all been wiped out. Soon, the armored squads regrouped and closed in, preparing to hunt down the elite-grade mammoths. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, over 200 meters away, Zhang Yi led 10 soldiers in Mark II armor, launching a coordinated assault against the level 15 elite mammoth leader. This mammoth towered at 8 meters tall, and every step it took sent powerful tremors through the earth. If it stomped down with force, the ground would be left with a deep crater. Its entire body was covered in deep brown fur, each strand as thick as a human finger. Its massive trunk, agile like a giant serpent, could easily smash boulders, snap ancient trees, and unleash deadly attacks when least expected. Its strength was nothing short of astonishing. It let out a low, rumbling roar, charging forward and shaking the very ground beneath. Its pale golden eyes watched the armored squad ahead with a cold, calculating gaze. At the peak of level 15, this mammoth was a battle-hardened beast, ferocious, formidable, and unmatched in strength. Bullets from the M249 struck its body, but couldn't even break a single strand of its thick fur. Instead, a faint glow shimmered across its form, blocking the bullets entirely. At this moment, the mammoth leader was on high alert, sensing it was up against a worthy foe. The agonized cries of fallen mammoths ahead only fueled its rage. With a thunderous bellow, the mammoth leader opened its jaws wide and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the air, vowing to annihilate these pesky intruders. But clearly, even if the mammoth leader had not come forth, Tang Xiaofan would never have let it escape so easily, already preparing his squad to take it down together. Just then, the mammoth leader launched a sudden assault. Its mouth gaped open, spewing a barrage of more than a dozen massive fireballs toward Zhang Yi and his comrades. Each fireball was a full meter in diameter, larger than the bodies of 2 soldiers combined. The pale, golden fireballs radiated an overwhelming surge of energy. Moreover, these fireballs blocked off the retreat of 2 soldiers, sealing their escape. No matter how they tried to dodge, one of the fireballs was destined to strike them. Since evasion was impossible, interception was the only option. In a flash, Zhang Yi darted forward, shielding one of his comrades. "Leave it to me," he shouted. In that instant, Zhang Yi swung his giant axe, bringing it down upon the fireball in a mighty arc. Brilliant flames erupted beneath him as the blow landed. This was the power awakened by the mammoth chieftain. a blazing fireball radiating an astonishing heat, packed with tremendous energy. Yet, with Zhang Yi's speed and strength, he was convinced he could cleave this fireball in two. With a deafening crash, the fireball collided head-on with his massive double-bladed axe. In an instant, the impact detonated. Zhang Yi was hurled backwards by the shockwave, tossed dozens of meters through the air. Within the blast radius, several towering trees vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a pit 3 or 4 meters deep in their place. Nearby warriors were also flung into the air by the force. The fireball, split cleanly in half, shuddered for a moment before crumbling away, its flames fading into nothingness. The mammoth chieftain's attack was ferocious beyond measure. All Zhang Yi could do was part the fireball with his axe. But in the end, he had managed to withstand the assault. Zhang Yi emerged unscathed. "I'm fine. The battle armor's protection is superb. The rest of you, seize the chance and split those fireballs." "I'm going in." "Me too. Step aside. Let me handle this." A band of warriors dashed madly toward the blazing fireballs. One by one, the fireballs were hacked apart, and the warriors were flung skyward by the explosive force. Meanwhile, the mammoth chieftain showed its cunning. The moment it saw this scene, it dared not linger for even an instant. It spun around and bolted, with Zhang Yi leading the pursuit. The mammoth chieftain possessed a certain intelligence. It had unleashed its ultimate move to drive back its formidable foe and was now seizing the opportunity to flee. It ran with lightning speed, charging forward like a four-legged tank, its thick limbs pounding the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was putting distance between itself and its pursuers. To the chieftain, survival was paramount. There would always be another herd. But clearly, no matter how fast it ran, it could not outpace the Mark II battle armor. Zhang Yi closed in rapidly. He hefted his M249 machine gun and unleashed a hailstorm of bullets at the mammoth chieftain's rear. Though Zhang Yi's memories were those of a battle-hardened warrior, and these weapons, armor and machine gun, were entirely unfamiliar to him, it didn't stop him from quickly mastering them. After using them once, he understood at once. These weapons changed the very nature of combat, turning it into a one-sided domination. Zhang Yi soared up behind the mammoth chieftain, raising his massive axe high overhead. From over 20 meters away, he leaped and swung the axe down in a mighty arc, aiming straight for the chieftain's head. In a flash, he was above the mammoth chieftain's skull, the giant axe descending with crushing force. It pierced deep into the chieftain's body. The charging mammoth was pinned to the earth. A thunderous, agonized roar burst from the mammoth chieftain. From its back to its neck, the massive axe had cleaved straight through, several meters in length. Blood gushed, pain racked its body. The axe was impossibly heavy. Not only had it torn through flesh, it had severed the creature's nerves. The mammoth chieftain struggled to rise. Wounded so grievously, escape was now impossible. It had no choice but to fight to the last breath. Even if it were to die, it would make sure its enemies paid a price. Yet at that very moment, the other warriors arrived as well. Dozens of M249s blazing, spitting fire as a torrent of bullets rained down upon it. In an instant, a dazzling curtain of gunfire enveloped the mammoth leader. A thunderous roar tore from its throat, full of agony. The thick fur that once served as its shield lost all effectiveness now that it was gravely wounded. The searing bullets bit straight into its flesh, delivering pain that was raw and intense. Even a giant mammoth found this torment unbearable. Writhing in agony, the mammoth leader rolled across the ground. Its cries of pain echoed through the dense forest, startling countless birds and strange beasts. At last, Zhang Yi granted it a swift release. Raising his massive axe, he brought it down, severing the creature's head. A boss-level beast had fallen. In the Black Tech Fortress, a brilliant golden light enveloped Tang Xiaofan. This was the sign of ascension. Sure enough, as the golden light faded, Tang Xiaofan had advanced to level 6. A level 6 life form now, he possessed considerable combat strength. Even across the entire Divine Demon continent, a level 6 life form was by no means weak, far stronger than ordinary creatures. Next, Lin Xiang glanced at the system notifications. Instantly, a look of delight spread across his face. The level 15 mammoth leader has been slain, and it dropped a massive loot. Defeated level 15 mammoth leader, plus 200 energy, plus 60 soul stones, plus 1 blueprint. Tang Xiaofan beamed with joy. This was truly a jackpot. Not only had he gained a wealth of energy and soul stones, but most importantly, the blueprint he had long awaited had finally dropped. He didn't know what kind of blueprint it was yet, but any blueprint was of incredible value. Previously, The little girl from the underground world had repeatedly acquired blueprints, leaving him green with envy. Now at last, he understood what it felt like to be surprised by good fortune. Of course, compared to Kerr, he couldn't be called truly lucky yet. After all, this blueprint only dropped after defeating the powerful level 15 boss-level beast. Mecha Squad, a resounding victory. Watching the continuous stream of kill notifications, Tang Xiaofan was in high spirits. With a mammoth leader dead, the remaining elite mammoths quickly fell as well. The battle was drawing to a close. The victors, his Mecha Squad. Once the warriors return to the fortress with the spoils, I'll finally know what blueprint it is. Tang Xiaofan brimmed with anticipation. Deep in the forest, Jean led his 50 Mark II armored warriors. They were hunting down the last of the mammoths. Only 8 remained, all of them level 12 elites. For other lords and their armies, these foes would be nearly insurmountable. But for the Mecha Squad, this was merely the final cleanup. Very soon, one elite mammoth after another fell under the combined assault of machine guns and massive axes. In just a few short minutes, all the remaining mammoths were slain. At the same moment, a golden light shimmered over nearly every warrior. The most dazzling among them was Johnny. He too was enveloped in that radiant glow. Thanks to the hunting over the past 2 days, he had already accumulated a vast amount of energy. Now, after slaying the level 15 leader-class mammoth and wiping out the entire herd, the energy within him finally broke through the threshold of level 11. He had reached level 12, a cause for celebration. Not just Jean, but every other warrior was promoted to a higher rank as well. At this point, under Tang Xiaofan's command, the number of Mark II power armors had reached 80. All of them were equipped with double-edged battle axes, M249 machine guns, and spider silk launchers. The strength of the armor squad had soared. In the dense forests nearby, giant trees trembled and the earth quaked. Countless wild monsters were fleeing in panic, each formidable in its own right. They had been drawn here by the clash between the armored squad and the mammoth herd. Now, with the squad's overwhelming victory, having slaughtered the entire mammoth herd and demonstrating a power that defied belief, these wild creatures realized there was no advantage to be gained and scattered in every direction. Vanishing swiftly from sight, the armored squad made no move to pursue. Their priority now was to clean up the battlefield and transport the spoils back to the castle. The mammoth corpses and all the loot were hauled back to the castle by the farmers. After several trips back and forth, which didn't take long, it was all done efficiently, since the battlefield lay so close to the castle. And with nearly 200 people in the castle now, counting both farmers and warriors, to avoid disrupting the city's production, none of the factory, workshop, farm, animal pen, or construction crews were disturbed. Only resource-gathering workers and the warriors pitched in together, swiftly moving the mammoths into the castle. They even managed to bring back a few baby mammoths, which were placed in the animal pens. As usual, Tang Xiaofan ordered every corpse to be harvested and processed. The results were quite satisfactory: a haul of 2,500 units of ordinary food, an impressive 580 units of elite-grade meat, and even 30 units of leader-grade food. Ordinarily, the corpse of a typical wild monster would yield only about 10 units of food. The smaller the creature, the less food could be collected. But mammoths, with their massive size, naturally yielded much more. The ordinary food was listed by Tang Xiaofan on the trading channel at a fair price. Elite-grade mammoth meat, on the other hand, could be traded for resources at 5 times the normal rate. As for the leader-grade mammoth meat, Tang Xiaofan thought it over and decided to keep 10 units in storage for personal use. The remaining 20 units were put up for trade in the market at 20 times the price of ordinary food. In an instant, the appearance of mammoth meat instantly set off a frenzy in the World Chat channel. The fact that it was meat from a level 15 boss mammoth shocked countless castle lords. Wild monsters, level 12 elites, level 15 bosses. Among all boss-tier creatures, level 15 stood at the very top. At this stage, castle lords who could slay elite monsters were no longer a rare sight. Many castle lords with advanced or top-tier troops could already defeat elite monsters. On the trading channel, elite-grade food would occasionally appear for sale. However, this was the very first time boss-grade food had ever surfaced. And not just any boss, but a level 15 mammoth leader. There wasn't a single castle lord who possessed the strength to defeat a boss monster. At least, not until now. But Tang Xiaofan had managed to pull it off. Lord Tang Xiaofan's troops are unbelievably powerful. A level 15 mammoth boss, no less. Just imagining its combat strength gives me chills. My own troops can only handle wild monsters at level 6 or 8, Yet Lord Tang Xiaofan has already bested a level 15 boss. The gap is just staggering. I can barely take down 1 or 2 elite monsters. Compared to boss monsters, elites are child's play. Lord Tang Xiaofan is simply invincible. The title of strongest castle lord is clearly well-deserved. I'm dying to know, what kind of troops does Lord Tang Xiaofan have, that even a level 15 boss falls before them? They must be even more insane than top-tier units. My friend's Bronze Dragon is a top-tier unit, but even has to run for its life when faced with a boss monster. This settles it. Lord Tang Xiaofan's troops are absolutely beyond top-tier. All I want to know is, what kind of loot did Lord Tang Xiaofan get from slaying the level 15 mammoth boss? And it wasn't just a single boss. Look at all that elite mammoth meat, all that regular mammoth meat. Clearly, Lord Tang Xiaofan wiped out an entire herd of mammoths. He must have made a fortune. So envious of the master. The World Chat channel was ablaze with excitement. Countless castle lords were caught up in heated discussion. The mammoth herd, Tang Xiaofan's troops, and the loot that dropped. These were the main topics of conversation. Of course, there were also skeptics who questioned whether Tang Xiaofan had resorted to tricks like traps, poison, or swooping in to claim the spoils after others fought, rather than relying on the true strength of his troops. But their doubts were quickly drowned out by the flood of messages. The other castle lords didn't care how the mammoth herd was destroyed. Victory was victory. Even if Tang Xiaofan really had used unorthodox methods, he was still the one who emerged triumphant in the end. And at this moment, he was the first castle lord ever to slay a level 15 boss monster. Just this alone is enough to make countless castle lords envious and full of admiration. At the same time, the mammoth meat that Tang Xiaofan put up on the trading channel was being snatched up madly. In the blink of an eye, every piece of mammoth meat was gone. All sold out. Damn, you animals are way too fast. I tried to exchange for the moment it was listed, but just because I hesitated for a second while entering the quantity, it already said the item was sold out. Couldn't you at least leave me a little? From regular mammoth meat to leader-tier mammoth meat, it all vanished instantly. Are castle lords these days also rich? That leader-tier mammoth meat costs 20 times the regular price. New here, huh? It's special food. Eating it increases your energy value. Of course, it's in high demand. Leader-tier food boosts your energy even more. Mammoths are part of the draconic lineage. They have dragon blood. Don't just talk about 20 times the price. People would fight over it at 30 times. Dragon meat isn't something you can just eat whenever you want. Reading messages like this. High atop a mountain range, a young man gazed quietly at a group of black dragons hunting wild monsters in the distance. Those were his top-tier units, dark dragons. His dragons were pure-blooded. If he killed and sold them for meat, he could probably fetch 100 times the price. And right now, he was short on resources. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the air. The black dragons, sensing something, stopped hunting. They turned and stared at the young man, their eyes narrowing. He quickly put on a bright smile to reassure the dragons. But soon, his smile faded into frustration. Because a message appeared. Their loyalty had dropped to 73. At 73 loyalty, units have a chance to defect. If loyalty drops below 60, they might run away at any moment. What a disaster! Tang Xiaofan, you really messed things up for everyone. How to increase unit loyalty had always been a headache for castle lords. Of course, Tang Xiaofan was an exception. His farmers had unwavering loyalty, always at 100, steadfast and fanatical. Because he was building another welfare facility. A bathhouse. There was no avoiding it. So many men together, the smell was just unbearable to Tang Xiaofan. Thankfully, the farmers' clothes never needed washing. If someone's clothes got dirty, they could just switch jobs at different workshops and get a brand new outfit. But the body odor still lingered. A bath was absolutely necessary. On the boundless prairie, Bear Grylls stood with a stern face and muscles rippling under the sunlight. He wore leather armor and shorts, his strong, hairy legs exposed. At this very moment, he was leading his ancient giant bears on a hunt for wild horses. Ever since the barracks known as the Ancient Giant Bear Den was upgraded to level 2, their strength had surged. With this boost, bears hunting targets shifted from wild bison herds to the herds of prairie horses. The bison roaming the grasslands now mostly ranked too low. They could no longer keep up with the rapid leveling pace of the ancient giant bears. So, he changed his prey. Bear was quite confident. With the speed of his current development, catching up to Tang Xiaofan didn't seem difficult at all. But now, his confidence was shaken. He stared at the now sold-out, already removed mammoth commander meat. He fell silent. Even the 3 elite saberback horse carcasses piled at his side somehow seemed less appealing. Incomprehensible. How could he possibly develop so fast? It was impressive enough that he wiped out an ogre tribe, but now he's managed to slay a level 15 mammoth commander as well. Are his troops really that monstrously strong? Just days ago, he'd been helpless against level 8 elite bison. Now, his army of ancient giant bears could easily surround and take down elite saberback horses. The power of his ancient giant bear legion had soared. So too had his confidence. He truly believed it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Tang Xiaofan. But now, Tang Xiaofan's latest feat hit him like a bolt from the blue. It was a crushing blow. A level 15 commander-class monster. An ancient mammoth with a mighty bloodline, no less. If his ancient giant bear legion ever ran into such a beast, they would be utterly wiped out. This clearly showed that Tang Xiaofan's troops were far stronger than his ancient giant bear legion. Still, I'm not about to give up. Besides, the newbie phase isn't even over yet. No matter how big the gap, there's still a chance to catch up. He looked out across the plains, watching his ancient giant bears hunting among the wild horse herds. Bear quickly regained his confidence. He was no ordinary lord. He commanded a castle with top-tier troops. That was his edge in the race against Tang Xiaofan. After tomorrow, the newbie protection ends. The Beast Tide will arrive. This Beast Tide event will be my chance to catch up, or even surpass Tang Xiaofan. As long as he earned the highest score and claimed the unique reward, he could surpass Tang Xiaofan with ease. With this thought, Bear's mind settled. He stopped paying attention to the World Chat channel and focused wholeheartedly on leading his ancient giant bear legion in their hunt for the prairie horse herds. And it wasn't just Bear. Many other castle lords with advanced or top-tier troops were deeply shaken by Tang Xiaofan's slaying of the mammoth commander and the devastation of the mammoth herd. But soon enough, their confidence returned as well. After all, it was only the 6th day since the hundreds of castle lords had descended. They were still in the earliest stages of the game. Falling behind for the moment is hardly a big deal. They have the confidence to pursue Tang Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan himself, caught in the eye of the storm, has no time to worry about what's happening outside. Lord Bei and those top castle masters have set him as their target, determined to catch up and surpass him. But this is nothing he gives a second thought to. Right now, what commands his attention is the bathhouse he's building. With the outer walls of the castle now complete, the construction workers have found themselves with little to do. They are working on a new dormitory, but there's no rush. So, once Tang Xiaofan gathered them together and gave the order to build a bathhouse, they immediately mobilized and got to work. The first problem to solve was water. Since there's no permanent water source around the castle, the only option was to draw water from underground. Previously, drinking water was produced by the kitchen using food units, which would be far too wasteful for bathing. So the blacksmiths quickly forged long iron pipes, and the builders began digging into the earth. Fortunately, being in a forest meant the soil was rich and moist, and before long, they struck groundwater. Next came setting up the electric pump to draw the water up. After a busy afternoon, the pump started humming, and at last, water began to flow into the newly constructed water tower. Then it was time to lay the piping, channeling water down from the tower and distributing it throughout the castle. The bathhouse, toilets, workshop, fields, and animal pens, every place that needed water, was soon connected. If it weren't for the blacksmith shop's blueprints and production methods, this entire endeavor would have dragged on for at least a month. Once the piping was done, building the bathhouse itself went quickly. Thankfully, Jarvis's database had plenty of solutions for electric heating. So after choosing an electric water heater design, the bathhouse was finally complete, capable of serving 200 people at once. At last, Tang Xiaofan enjoyed a long, hot shower, washing away the fatigue of the past few days. Relaxed, he sat in his workshop, admiring the spoils from the mammoth herd he'd just defeated. He looked at what he'd gained. 1 unknown blueprint. 60 soul stones. With the ones I already had in reserve, he mused. I now have a total of 420 soul stones. That means with just 80 more, the farmer can be upgraded again. By tomorrow at the latest, the farmer factory would reach level 3. This would mean even more advanced farmers. For him, it was a tremendous step forward. Tang Xiaofan stored the soul stones in the castle's warehouse. But that wasn't all he'd gained this time. By harvesting and breaking down the mammoth corpses, he'd acquired not only food, but also a wealth of mammoth materials, like dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon hide, dragon teeth, and dragon bones. These mammoth materials are all extremely valuable. In particular, the materials taken from the level 15 mammoth leader are even more precious. Even a scale no bigger than a palm holds tremendous value. All of these mammoth materials were packaged up by Tang Xiaofan and sent to the little lowly in the underground world. His black iron dwarf blacksmiths could use these mammoth materials to forge even more powerful equipment. It was entirely possible that they could even craft high-tier gear. After all, the quality of the materials determines everything. The quality of the gear produced naturally rises with the quality of the resources. Equipment made from level 15 mammoth materials, Tang Xiaofan mused, will definitely draw attention and spark a frenzy. He was filled with anticipation. The more castle lords who fought over his equipment, the more he would earn. And with those resources, he could further strengthen the foundation of Angel Castle. Finally, Tang Xiaofan turned his attention to the blueprint in his hand. The blueprint was rectangular, a bit larger than an adult's palm. It was a deep cerulean blue, its surface covered with countless strange patterns resembling runes. If you looked closely, you could see those runes faintly glowing with a touch of gold. It was obvious at a glance that this was no ordinary item. Unknown blueprint discovered. Would you like to appraise it? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate and chose yes immediately. Appraising a blueprint was a bit like opening a mystery box. The type and quality of the blueprint depended entirely on luck. Based on the information he'd gathered from various sources, Tang Xiaofan had come to a conclusion. There were various types of blueprints: building blueprints, equipment blueprints, and special blueprints for units, skills, legions, and so on. Blueprints also came in different grades. The most basic were low grade, mid-grade was a step up, and high grade was even better. As for whether there were even higher quality blueprints beyond high grade, that remained unknown for now. The 3 blueprints dropped by the little lowly Kur were all building blueprints. Among them, fencing was a low-grade blueprint, while smelting furnace and forging workshop were mid-grade building blueprints. I wonder what type of blueprint this is, and whether its quality is good or bad. Tang Xiaofan felt a little nervous. After all, this was the first blueprint he'd ever gotten from drop. His heart was full of anticipation. Although he'd obtained it from the level 8 Earth Dragon leader, which meant it was likely to be good, there was always a chance that bad luck could strike, and the appraisal might reveal it to be a low-grade blueprint after all. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared out of thin air, enveloping the cerulean blueprint in Tang Xiaofan's hand. This was the light of appraisal. Appraisal was one of the basic skills of Castle Lord. Currently, the known basic skills for Castle Lords included decomposition, appraisal, production, customization, and so on. Basic skills were hidden abilities. They didn't appear on a Castle Lord's personal info panel. It's up to the master of the castle to figure it out on their own. After all, while this may look like a strategy game, in truth, it's a real world. Soon, the white light faded. The blueprint finally revealed its true form. In fact, the blueprint itself hadn't changed at all. It remained a deep blue, glowing faintly. Only the information displayed on it had shifted. Advanced Building Blueprint, Metal Laboratory. Effect 1. Allows a metal to randomly mutate into another describable metal of equal mass. Effect 2. Enables the transformation of one type of metal into any metal known to the laboratory. Effect 3. Converts known metals into production formulas, allowing the smithy to refine them. Construction requirements: 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of refined iron. A metal laboratory. Staring at the blueprint in his hands, Tang Xiaofan's face broke into a wide grin. Looks like today is my lucky day. I didn't expect to directly identify an advanced building blueprint. And it even comes with 3 effects. I've been racking my brains, trying to find a way to create the metal needed for the arc reactor. Palladium is naturally occurring, but it's far too rare. And the element Stark chose for the final arc reactor doesn't even exist in nature. But now, with the metal laboratory, I might just be able to make it. Jarvis, bring up the metal formula for the arc reactor right away. As soon as Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, a panoramic model reminiscent of the Stark Expo appeared before his eyes. Sir, this is the new element that forms the core of the next-generation arc reactor. Excellent. Once the metal laboratory is complete, we'll start producing this new element. Yes, sir. Jarvis, too, was brimming with excitement, because he also possessed a blueprint, one for his own body. But the metals required for this body were extremely rare. If the metal laboratory lived up to its promise, he could finally create a body for himself. When that time came, he would assist Tang Xiaofan and become the most powerful support system in this world. By then, in the eyes of all other races, Tang Xiaofan would become a god. He was certain that every castle lord would come to realize that instead of challenging Tang Xiaofan, submission was the wiser choice. Loyalty is faith. This is the foundation of any castle lord. Without loyalty, without faith, your troops will rebel, and you, as lord, will cease to exist. To ascend to godhood through faith is the way of this world. The strength of a god of faith is directly tied to the devotion of his followers. The more followers he commands, and the stronger their faith, the greater the divine power the god of faith will wield. As the deity of the farmers' faith, Tang Xiaofan was, without a doubt, the most fitting candidate to ascend through the power of belief. After all, farmers represented the largest group in this world, and with the addition of the mark armor, they would soon become the strongest. Moreover, their loyalty was unwavering, and their devotion to Tang Xiaofan bordered on fanaticism. This meant Tang Xiaofan could harvest even greater power of faith from these farmers. In the future, it was not impossible for him to rise as the supreme god of the divine demon continent. And as for Jarvis, he would become the right hand of the deity. Yet at this moment, hesitation flickered in Tang Xiaofan's mind. He weighed his options. Should he first upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a town, or should he put the upgrade on hold and immediately build the metal laboratory? Given his current stockpile of resources, if he could just exchange for the refined iron in the little girl's hands, he would have enough to construct the metal laboratory right away. But this would mean delaying the castle's upgrade. The reason was simple: a lack of resources. Looking at the situation now, building the metal laboratory promised the greatest returns. Once the laboratory successfully developed a new metal, it would dramatically boost the combat power of the mark armor. Whether it was for hunting expeditions or the incoming beast tide, this upgrade would be invaluable. For now, let's wait a little longer. Tomorrow is the last day of the novice period. All the gear Kuer has crafted will be sold off in exchange for resources. We'll reassess our inventory then. If resources are plentiful, we'll do both. If not, we'll choose whichever offers the most benefit. With this in mind, Tang Xiaofan stored the metal laboratory blueprint in the warehouse, deciding to revisit the matter tomorrow. Afterwards, he chatted with the little girl from the underground world about the progress of the equipment crafting. He pondered for a moment, then sent a message to the World Chat channel. Tomorrow night at 8, I'll be selling a huge batch of equipment. There will also be an auction for high-level gear crafted from materials of a level 15 Mammoth Chief. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Accepting all kinds of resources in exchange. Highest offer wins. Right now, although refined iron was his most pressing shortage, with Kuer and his own resource points, it wasn't a critical problem. Given that, he decided to let the other castle lords go crazy for resources first. The moment Tang Xiaofan's message appeared, the World Chat channel erupted with excitement. On the Endless Continent, wild monsters never dropped equipment. Humanoid monsters did possess gear, but they were intelligent beings, native to the continent, and far too powerful to defeat. So at this stage, most castle lords didn't even have basic equipment, let alone high-level gear, crafted from the materials of a level 15 Mammoth Chief. High-level equipment like this, to the castle lords now, it was nothing short of a legendary artifact. Not only does it greatly enhance combat power, but it can also be used for a very long time. If you win the bid, it's a huge bargain. Whoa, high-tier equipment. I haven't even seen the most basic low-tier equipment yet, let alone something high-tier. At this stage, this is practically a legendary artifact. When Tang Xiaofan makes a move, it's truly extraordinary. He's even willing to auction off high-tier equipment. Does that mean he has even better gear up his sleeve? Tang Xiaofan is unstoppable. In reality, Tang Xiaofan didn't have any equipment for himself. However, he had collected a vast amount of materials from the corpse of the level 15 Mammoth Chieftain. Just the mammoth hair, as thick as a finger, numbered more than 300 strands, not to mention the hide, ivory, and bones. It was enough to forge more than just a single set of high-tier equipment. When the time came, he'd keep a set for himself, give another to the little girl underground, and the rest could all go up for auction. High-tier equipment is great, no doubt about that. But isn't it kind of a waste to use it for arming regular troops? It's true. Trying to win high-tier equipment will definitely cost a massive amount of resources, and the price is steep. In the end, you're only strengthening a single unit, which doesn't seem worth it. The materials from the level 15 Mammoth Chieftain were obviously limited. It would be impossible to make 100 sets of equipment. If 10 sets could be made, that would already be a remarkable feat. It was clear Tang Xiaofan would not auction them as a bundle, but rather one at a time, which meant only a lucky few would have the chance to obtain a set. Some castle lords thought that spending so many resources for just one set of gear wasn't cost-effective. After all, the strength of a castle's army depended on the collective power. A single powerful unit couldn't save the world. But soon, another castle lord stepped up to argue. That's ridiculous. Who said high-tier equipment is meant for the troops? Of course it's for us, the lords, to use. Once the beginner's protection ends and the castle shield disappears, the most important thing is to keep the lord safe. Even if all your troops are wiped out, as long as you, the Lord, are alive, there's always hope for a comeback. That's absolutely right. High-tier gear isn't about boosting the army. It's about protecting ourselves. Enough talk. I've already sent my troops out to gather resources. Alas, why does Tang Xiaofan insist on auctioning to the highest bidder instead of a flash sale? A flash sale would make him lose out. There's only one chance, and when life and death are at stake, you got to be ready to pay big. That's true. It's obvious Tang Xiaofan is preparing to upgrade his town. Only upgrading requires that many resources. So envious. My castle is still only at the intermediate level. The World Chat channel was buzzing with activity. At the same time, the trading area nearby was just as lively. There was no way to gather resources in time now. So, everyone turned to trading for resources instead. Among all the resources, refined iron was the most scarce, and everyone started speculating on it. People began selling food, wood, and stone at relatively low prices, only in exchange for refined iron. Meanwhile, some castle lords even started brokering trades. They would buy up refined iron on one side, and then turn around to sell it at a higher price, profiting off the difference. In no time, the price of refined iron soared. During normal times, 1 unit of food could be traded for 3 units of refined iron. Even though there was a price, there was little actual trading, as few castle lords were willing to pay more. They simply couldn't bear the cost. But now, the price of refined iron had multiplied. Soon, it reached a point where 1 unit of food could only get you 1 unit of refined iron. Some castle lords were even using wood and stone to buy refined iron at high prices. In short, with just a single sentence, Tang Xiaofan set off a frenzy in the entire trading area. He had driven the market price of refined iron way up. During this process, many castle lords who acted quickly made a tidy profit. The only ones who lost out were the few powerful lords who had both the resources and the confidence to compete for high-level equipment. After all, gathering a large quantity of refined iron was going to cost them dearly. Of course, none of this affected Tang Xiaofan in the slightest. In fact, it all worked to his advantage. With refined iron concentrated in the hands of a few castle lords, the auction price would only get higher. On the other hand, if the iron had been scattered among many lords, the auction price would never have risen so much. Looks like quite a few top castle lords have taken a bait. That's great news. Tang Xiaofan watched the bustling trading area. From time to time, he spotted some familiar figures snapping up refined iron at high prices. For example, Black Dragon Castle, Elven Garden, Silver War Fortress, and Fengqing's Golden City, among others. These top castle lords were also eyeing his high-level equipment. Under their command, their units were powerful, but they themselves were weak. And with the Monster Horde event just around the corner, no one knew how many creatures would attack the castles. If, by chance, the castle troops held off the Monster Horde, but the Lord himself was killed in the chaos, that would be a disaster. So, even the most powerful castle lords needed high-level equipment to protect themselves, lest they fall to the monster's onslaught. Even Tang Xiaofan wouldn't dare get careless. When the time came, he'd put on his gear and join the battle himself. At this rate, tomorrow's auction is bound to be a roaring success. A smile spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. In the end, the biggest winner would be him. That's the advantage of staying ahead of the game. He was always the first to try something new, the one to take the plunge and taste the unknown. Time sped by in the blink of an eye. It felt as though just a moment ago the scorching sun was still hanging high overhead, but now its fierce heat had faded, and it was sinking swiftly toward the western horizon. The end of a novice phase is drawing near, he mused. It's as if time is slipping away even faster. Tang Xiaofan gazed out at the dense forest beyond the castle walls, watching as dusk gradually deepened. In the blink of an eye, another day was nearly gone. His farmer warriors would soon be returning to the castle, wrapping up another day's hunt. We didn't catch that many wild monsters today, he thought. Not even 300. We gathered about 4,000 units of food and a handful of monster materials. Counting the mammoth herd he'd wiped out in the morning, today's hunt could still be called a great success. Yet there was a hint of regret in Tang Xiaofan's heart. The Hall of Soul Stones had not surpassed his expectations. After slaying nearly 300 wild monsters, he'd only managed to collect 28 soul stones. By that calculation, he was still 42 soul stones short of what he needed to upgrade the farmer factory. In other words, there was no hope of upgrading the farmer factory today. Night is falling. The number of wild monsters outside will multiply several times over. If I send the farmer squad out to hunt at night, we just might make up the shortfall in soul stones. But the problem is, at night, the strength of these wild monsters would also triple. Elite monsters, commander-level monsters, Even Lord-level monsters would start appearing one after another. Hunting at night would be extremely dangerous. Even the armored squad would be dancing on a knife's edge. There would be no guarantee of safety. If he lost even a few farmer warriors, the upgraded factory would hardly make up for the loss. After all, every farmer Tang Xiaofan recruited was too valuable to lose. Not one could be spared. They were more than just subordinates. They were his brothers. It's better to be cautious. I'll wait until all 100 sets of Mark II armor are ready. Then, we'll try hunting at night. Tang Xiaofan pushed aside all further thoughts. At the latest, the farmer factory would be ready for an upgrade tomorrow. One day wouldn't make much difference. Chasing growth too recklessly would only mean sending his armored squad into unnecessary danger. If the gamble paid off, all would be well. But if there was any loss, the price would be far too high, a risk not worth taking. As usual, Tang Xiaofan set about harvesting and dismantling the wild monster corpses piled up in the courtyard. All the food he collected went directly up for sale in the trading market. The soul stones he put into storage. The monster materials he bundled together and sent off to the little lowly in the underground world to be forged into new equipment. Meanwhile, all the mammoth meat he'd listed in the trading channel earlier had already sold out. Every last cut, ordinary mammoth, elite mammoth, and even commander-level mammoth meat had been snapped up, leaving nothing behind. The mammoth belongs to the category of giant elephant monsters, carrying the bloodline of ancient titans. Its meat, if you stretch the definition, could almost be said to have a faint connection to that of a dragon. This peculiar quality drew many castle lords to fiercely compete for a share. Once the mammoth meat was sold out, Tang Xiaofan naturally made a handsome profit. In total, he collected 23,000 units of wood and 11,500 units of stone. Now, I have a stockpile of 113,100 units of wood. My reserves have finally surpassed 100,000. The amount of wood required for upgrading my Black Tech castle is finally secured. This was something worth celebrating. Tang Xiaofan was indeed genuinely delighted, because the freshly listed 3,800 units of food could also be traded for a large amount of wood and stone. His Black Tech castle was swiftly advancing toward becoming a Black Tech town. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest about 20 kilometers from the Black Tech castle, amid the thick foliage, a farmer clad in steel armor suddenly darted out. The Black Tech castle's sphere of influence spanned 12 kilometers in every direction. As a level 46 farmer warrior, he had ventured far from the castle alone, tasked by Tang Xiaofan to search for any native forces from the Divine Soul continent hiding nearby. For 2 days in a row, he had found nothing. But today, he finally caught sight of traces left by a native faction. Several diminutive goblins flitted through the luxuriant undergrowth, moving with startling speed and agility, like a pack of large, fleet-footed black rats. Farmer 46 concealed himself, quietly trailing after the goblins. He made sure not to alert them to his presence. Instead, he shadowed them, hoping to discover the location of their tribe or nest. Hurry up. Report back to the chief. Humans have invaded our territory. They're setting traps, capturing and slaughtering our kin. Unforgivable. Let the chief dispatch the mighty Goblin Warrior Legion to wipe out those despicable humans. The goblins raced through the forest at a remarkable pace. The dense thicket, bristling with thorns, posed no obstacle to their nimble movements. In the blink of an eye, the group had covered 2 or 3 kilometers. Finally, they vanished into a hollow within a massive tree. This ancient tree soared 100 meters tall, its branches lush and sprawling. Several meters above the ground gaped a hollow less than a meter in diameter. It appeared to be naturally formed. This hollow served as one of the entrances to the goblin's lair. Here, Farmer 46 came to a halt. The goblin's nest, or tribe, was surely hidden within the underground world behind that hollow. To venture in alone would be perilous. I found the entrance. Time to return and report to my lord. Farmer 46 marked the spot and turned to leave at once. He hadn't gone far, when suddenly several arrows whistled toward him. They came fast and from cunning angles, leaving him no time to react. Farmer 46, already at level 12 and piloting a Mark II power suit, was naturally unfazed by such ordinary ranged attacks. He swung his massive axe, effortlessly cleaving the incoming arrows out of the air. Glancing around, he saw a group of humans closing in on him. Among them, a few carried a large net woven from vines, which they threw straight over his head. Catch him. This little creature is either a monster or a rare beast. A rare beast? Even if we can't tame it, selling it will make us rich. A squad of more than a dozen human warriors surrounded Farmer 46. The strongest among them was level 10, and even the weakest was at level 8. Standing behind them was a young man, barking orders with excitement written all over his face. Without hesitation, Farmer 46 raised his machine gun and unleashed a sweeping hail of bullets. The scent of death swept through the air. The vine net descending upon him was instantly shredded to pieces by the gunfire. Two human warriors took bullets to the head and dropped dead on the spot. In the next instant, more arrows whistled toward him. With a nimble twist, Farmer 46 dodged them and charged straight at a level 10 elite human warrior. The elite warrior's expression was grim. He gripped a steel longsword, retreating as he activated his combat skills. Leaping several meters into the air, he slashed down at Farmer 46 from above. A dazzling arc of sword light cut through the air, slicing several trees in its path. Yet, it still failed to strike Farmer 46. Instead, Farmer 46 closed the distance, forcing the warrior into close quarters. Faced with the massive axe descending from above, the warrior could only raise his wooden sword to block with all his might. "I'll split you in two, you worthless scum." With a single swing, the axe shattered the wooden sword, tore through the warrior's armor, and sent his head flying. Then, with a quick pivot, Farmer 46 raised his M249 and gunned down several fleeing human warriors, casting a contemptuous glance at the young man in the distance. Seeing this unfold, the young man hidden in the forest suddenly turned pale as a sheet. That elite warrior had been his strongest subordinate, a level 10 champion knight. Yet even he was no match for this armored, humanoid monster's relentless assault. Their foe was simply too powerful, utterly overwhelming. Terrified, the young man turned and fled. His dreams of striking it rich had vanished, replaced by sheer panic. He didn't even dare to give the order to retreat, afraid he'd become the next target. "Run for your life. I can always recruit more troops, but I absolutely cannot die here." The young man was only level 5, not much of a fighter, but quick on his feet. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. In his ears, the notifications of his troops' loyalty dropping rang out one after another. But he had no time to care. All he could think of was escaping. As long as he made it back to his castle, he'd be safe. Damn it, that's no monster, it's a demon. That kind of monster, clad in sinister armor, impervious to blades and arrows and strong as an ox. What's worse, he even had a gun. I never expected that in the continent of gods and demons, besides magic, there would be technology as well. And I just had to run into it. Damn it, what rotten luck. The young man cursed out loud, seething with rage. At last, he managed to escape back to his castle, finally letting out a long breath of relief. The beginner's protection period hadn't expired yet, and his castle was still shielded by a protective barrier. Not to mention demons. Even if a god descended, he would be safe inside. For now, his life was finally out of danger. Yet his expression remained grim, because the warning chime kept ringing in his ears. It wasn't just his troops' loyalty plummeting. His soldiers were dying one after another. Only after several minutes did the barrage of notifications finally cease. A little while later, a human warrior covered in blood staggered back to the castle. The young man was just about to go comfort him, hoping to boost his loyalty. At that very moment, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a silver figure standing outside the castle. It was that very demon who had wiped out his troops. The young man was horrified. "He actually followed me here." Outside the castle, Farmer 46 stood straight and tall, wielding a massive axe and a machine gun. His cold gaze was fixed on the young man within the castle. "Bastard, my lord already knows your location. Sooner or later, you'll either become his vassal or you'll die." With those words, Farmer 46 marked the castle's location, then turned and vanished into the dense forest. Damn it! A realization dawned on the young man. His face turned ashen. He immediately turned on the wounded soldier who had managed to escape. "Useless fool, do you have any idea what you've done? You actually led the enemy straight here. Why didn't you just die out there?" He completely lost his composure. Now that the castle's position was exposed, once the beginner's protection period ended, he'd be in grave danger. Your insults have left champion swordsman Hilby utterly disheartened. Loyalty has dropped by 30 points. Current loyalty, 43. Seeing this notification, and watching as the champion swordsman struggled to his feet, the young man's expression changed sharply. He shouted in fury, "Kill him for me. He's a traitor. He's betrayed the castle, betrayed his lord. You must kill him now." Inside the castle, dozens of militiamen exchanged uncertain glances. After a moment's hesitation, they swarmed forward and beat the champion swordsman to death. "Toss his corpse outside." The young man scowled, his mood foul. A loyalty score of 43. He could have defected at any moment. Better to strike first and root out the threat rather than risk betrayal. This loss is just too much to bear. He He was deeply frustrated. Over the span of 6 days, he had recruited a total of 80 soldiers. And now, among those who could truly be called warriors, his champion swordsmen, there were only a handful left. Now, his entire army was wiped out. All that was left were militia. Their combat power was pitifully weak. This was a devastating blow to his castle strength, especially with the beast tide looming, and now a powerful demon had set its sights on him. The headache was almost unbearable. If I'd known, I never would have provoked that demon. Damn it, how could there be demons in the forest? Aren't these mythical creatures from novels supposed to stay in hell? The young man was seething with anger and regret. He knew the days ahead would be tough. After pondering for a moment, he opened the world chat channel and posted a message. Breaking news. A special monster has appeared in the forest. A steel demon. Its power isn't too high, around level 10. Defeat it, and you'll earn a ton of experience and special rewards. Lord of the castles in the forest, act now. Slay the demon, win artifacts. This is a one-time opportunity. His message immediately caused an uproar among the castle lords. Countless lords flooded the world chat channel with their comments. A demon, a being from novels and legends, a creature of hell. Could it really exist in the Holy Demon Continent? This revelation left many castle lords in shock. There are demons in the Holy Demon Continent. Aren't demons created by Satan? Has Satan come to the Holy Demon Continent too? Nonsense. Demons are creations of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell is from novels. God is from Western mythology. It's all the same at the core. Who cares who created them? No need to argue up there. Maybe the demons of the Holy Demon Continent are just a product of evolution. Forget about where the demon came from. I just want to know where it is in the forest. You really want to go hunt the demon? It's just a level 10 elite creature. Why can't we take it down? Brothers in the forest, let's team up and take down the demon. The forest was vast and endless. Scattered throughout this sprawling woodland were countless castle lords. The arrival of a demon in the forest filled them with excitement. They saw it as a special benefit for their territory. If they could slay the demon, surely the rewards would be bountiful. Blueprints, maybe even artifacts might drop. Of course, this was only what they believed. None of them knew that the demon in the forest was actually a soldier under Tang Xiaofan's command. If they did know, the castle lords community would have been in even greater turmoil. Yet, as excited as they were, it was nothing compared to the viewers back on Blue Star's live streams. Idiots. That's Tang Xiaofan's farmer. These useless fools are driving me mad. That armor isn't a demon at all. It's a farmer from Dragon Country. Sai, what kind of trash did Pig Trotter Country send? They can't even recognize a farmer. Enough talk. What would it matter even if you recognize them? The fact is, the base of your poor Trotter Nation's contestants has been found by Dragon Nation. It's not looking good for you. Remember, after tomorrow, there won't be any protection left. That's right. Dragon Nation's farmers are ruthless. Just yesterday, I discovered they already have nearly 100 sets of steel armor. Heavens, does that mean contestants from other nations stand any chance at all? Of course there's a chance. Our poor Trotter Nation has already sent a diplomatic note to Dragon Nation. What? Is poor Trotter Nation declaring war on Dragon Nation? Of course not. We're not that foolish. We're applying to surrender, obviously. You guys are ruthless. Looks like we're about to see another wave of people flocking to join Dragon Nation. Don't flatter yourselves. Dragon Nation isn't a dumping ground. We don't take in just any kind of trash. Poor Trotter Nation barely makes the cut, but as for Pickle Land or Sakura Blossom Country, those rotten places, Dragon Nation refuses. On the world channel of the Divine and Demonic Continent. Everyone calm down. Don't let a failed scheme backfire on you. A demon, a high-ranking being. How could it possibly be just a level 10 elite? Maybe it's just a lesser demon that hasn't grown yet. Even if it's a lesser demon, it's still incredibly powerful. I suspect the person who leaked the news is actually setting a trap for the castle lords in the forest. He probably offended the demon. So to avoid disaster, he's trying to drag more people into this mess. To be honest, if it were me, and the demon had great loot, I'd want it all for myself. That's exactly right. In front of a demon, even top-tier units like dragons are nothing special. Trying to take down a demon? That's basically impossible. That guy is clearly trying to set everyone up. The castle lords in the forest, who had been fired up just moments ago, quickly regained their composure after seeing these messages. The legendary demons are, after all, hellish beings from higher planes. Dragons may be apex predators, but they only rule in the middle and lower planes. Right now, the castle lords can't even handle dragons. And they want to take on demons? If it were really that easy to take one down, there wouldn't have been any leaks in the first place. Damn it, whoever spread that information was definitely trying to screw us over. The forest is huge. Even if there's a demon, it would be nearly impossible to find. That's true. Keeping a cool head is important. If any castle lord in the forest encounters a demon, don't attack right away, or you'll fall right into the trap. First, figure out the demon's strength, then decide whether it's worth the risk. Good point. I said it best. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. You're quoting Sun Tzu, not yourself. Get lost. I said it first. Damn it. Why won't anyone believe me? Inside his castle, the young man was fuming. He really was trying to drag the other castle lords in the forest into the water. His goal was to shift the demon's hatred away from himself. However, this isn't a deadly trap. At most, it's a minor one. That little demon, despite wiping out his champion swordsman squad with overwhelming strength, is, in truth, only at level 10. A level 10 elite monster. For a top-tier castle lord, it's still quite possible to take it down. Everyone knows that Tang Xiaofan, renowned as the strongest castle lord, wiped out a herd of mammoths this very morning, even slaying a level 15 leader class mammoth. So what's a level 10 elite monster in comparison? I wonder if Tang Xiaofan is in the forest. If he is, let's drag him into this mess. With the strength of his castle's forces, taking down that demon shouldn't be hard. What the young man didn't know was that the demon he'd encountered was actually one of Tang Xiaofan's farmer minions. In fact, no castle lord would ever believe that a demon could count as a regular unit. After all, demons held such an exalted status. They were high-plane hellish beings, even more formidable than dragons. Dragons were already considered top-tier units. So what kind of rank would a demon, far more powerful than a dragon, fall under? A demon simply couldn't be a standard unit. Naturally, no one thought to link the demon back to Tang Xiaofan. A demon, huh? If I get the chance, maybe I'll give it a try. Somewhere in the forest, a young man muttered to himself. He was level-headed, but at the same time, couldn't help but be drawn to the demon. He wanted to take down the demon and claim a hefty reward. My units aren't dragons, but fire elementals. They're also among the ranks of top-tier forces. If the demon in the forest is really just a level 10 elite, it might just be worth a shot. He commanded more than 20 fire elementals. The strongest among them had already reached level 10. With so many top-tier units, taking down a level 10 elite demon wasn't out of the question. He brimmed with confidence, regarding Tang Xiaofan's little demon as his next hunting target. So the news is out already? Inside Black Tech Castle, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the messages flooding the chat channel. He truly hadn't expected that his hunting party would get spotted by another castle lord in the forest, and that the incident would be broadcast straight to the world chat, informing countless castle lords of the existence of the Mark II power armor. This one's up to no good. Tang Xiaofan instantly marked him as a hostile force. It was one thing to leak the existence of the Mark armor, but to incite the other castle lords in the forest to target his farmer minion? Unforgivable. Only blood would settle this score, and it would serve as a warning to the others. At this point, no one had yet connected the demon to him, but that wouldn't affect his decision to destroy hostile castles. Tang Xiaofan didn't care if the Mark armor's existence was exposed. After all, he had named his castle Black Tech Castle without a second thought. He wasn't afraid of causing a stir, nor did he fear trouble. What he did mind, however, was anyone setting their sights on his Mark armor. That was simply intolerable. Evening approached. The entire squad of warriors returned. After a full day of hunting, the fighters had all gained a wealth of experience. Some of them even advanced in rank on the spot. The most gratifying achievement was Warrior 1's promotion. After wiping out the herd of mammoths, Warrior 1 had already reached the peak of level 12, just a hair's breadth away from level 13. By the end of the day's hunt, Warrior 1 had smoothly ascended to level 13. Now, he had become a true killing machine. As of now, Tang Xiaofan had one level 13 warrior under his command. The rest were all around level 10, close to 100 in number. My lord, Warrior 1 stepped forward to report to Tang Xiaofan. Now that he had reached level 13, a palpable aura of menace accompanied his every move. He bent his powerful frame in a respectful salute to Tang Xiaofan. Warrior 1 stood at attention, perfectly disciplined, his hands folded neatly in front of him. He bowed deeply to Tang Xiaofan and reported with reverence. My lord, as per your orders, while hunting, the squad has also searched the surrounding forest for hidden native forces. Farmer 46 has made a discovery. He's found an entrance leading to a goblin tribe. The goblin tribe resides in the underground world. For now, we have no further information about their strength. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. Continue your investigation tomorrow. With that, he looked over at Farmer 46. Farmer 46 hurried over, bowing respectfully. My lord, aside from the goblins, I also encountered a group of human warriors. Without a word, they attacked me first. Tell me the details, Tang Xiaofan said, recalling the castle lord who had exposed the existence of battle armor in the world chat. Farmer 46 replied respectfully. My lord, they were a group of human warriors between level 6 and level 10. Their equipment was poor and their strength weak. After being attacked, I countered at the right moment. I routed the enemy. I let one of them escape on purpose. I followed that man and eventually found a castle. The castle is about 18 kilometers from our Blacktack fortress, and I've already marked its location. Inside the castle, there's a level 5 castle lord and about 40 militiamen ranging from level 1 to level 6. We're just waiting for your orders. With your command, the warrior squad can wipe out all the heretics in that castle without issue. The warrior squad was formidable. Taking down a castle guarded by only a few dozen militiamen would be a trivial task. There's no rush. That castle will be taken down sooner or later, Tang Xiaofan said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Clearly, the person who uploaded the message is the master of that castle. He had taken the initiative to attack Farmer 46. Instead, his entire squad was wiped out by Farmer 46, and he was even tracked back to his castle's lair. That person must be terrified now, worried about the demon's retaliation. So he leaked the information to the World Chat channel, trying to incite the other castle lords in the forest to hunt the demon together and share the risk. People like that are truly despicable. He can't be allowed to remain. However, even if he wanted to breach that person's castle, he'd have to wait until the newbie protection period ends. During the newbie protection period, the castle is invincible. As long as he hides inside and refuses to come out, even if the warrior squad comes knocking at his door, there's nothing they can do to him. But once the newbie period is over and the protective barrier disappears, that man will be at his mercy. Of course, that's if he even survives the approaching beast tide. Farmer 46 had destroyed his elite champion swordsman, leaving only a ragtag group of survivors under his command. The castle's strength had plummeted. Perhaps he wouldn't even survive the beast tide. The horde might flatten his castle entirely. If that happens, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't even have to lift a finger to attack his stronghold. But if the man somehow managed to survive, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't mind handling him personally, sending him on his way. Tang Xiaofan addressed his warriors. Keep working hard and raise your strength. When the beast tide comes, we must defend the high-tech castle and slay as many monsters as possible. At your command, my lord, the warriors replied with utmost respect. Jean E declared, under our lord's glory, no evil force can breach the high-tech castle. The other warriors, too, were brimming with morale. The warrior squad will sweep away all who defy you, my lord. Across the land, none dare oppose your reign. On the first day, our lord descended. Without our lord, the divine demon continent would be shrouded in endless night. On the second day, our lord created the factory, and thus there were battle armors. On the third day, our lord upgraded the castle, and thus there was fine cuisine. On the fourth day, our lord crafted new battle armors, and thus monsters met their doom. On the fifth day, our lord built the castle walls, and so we could sleep soundly. On the sixth day, our lord created the market, sparking a trading boom across the continent. On the seventh day, our lord took the first step to rule the world. Our lord is all-powerful, all-knowing, ever-present, and possesses all things. Inside the castle's bedroom, Tang Xiaofan lay on his bed, his eyes wide open. The warriors' recitations echoed in his ears. He could feel their faith in him, fanatical, unwavering. For a moment, he almost believed he was the creator of all things in this world. Omnipotent, omniscient. Better get up. The creator of all things may rest on the seventh day, but I certainly can't. With that, Tang Xiaofan rolled out of bed. After getting dressed, washing up, and enjoying the hearty breakfast prepared by the farmer, he stepped into the courtyard. Just then, the farmer finished reciting his morning verses. My lord, Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, Jean E, take your squad out for the hunt, and be careful. Today's hunt was especially important. With just 52 more soul stones, the farmer's factory could be upgraded to level 3. And it wasn't just the farmer's factory. The Blacktack Castle was also close to its next upgrade. There was also the blueprint for the advanced building, the metal laboratory. With a little more effort, it could soon be built. Today marked the 7th day since the arrival of over 200 castle lords on Blue Star. It was also the final day of the novice protection period. He had to work even harder. At your command, my lord. With that, Jean led his squad. A group of warriors, all clad in Mark II battle armor, with their suits gleaming and massive axes in hand, marched out of the castle in unison. As long as the soul stones were collected by the end of the day, He could upgrade the farmer's factory to level 3. A level 2 farmer's factory could summon professional farmers. But as for a level 3 factory, who knew what kind of farmers it might summon? Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. The food he'd put up for sale yesterday afternoon had already sold out. In exchange, he had received 17,500 units of wood and 11,300 units of stone. Compared to previous days, the proportion of stone he was able to acquire had grown steadily. This meant that some castle lords had discovered sources for gathering stone, such as quarries. The more stone that was harvested, the greater the share that flowed naturally into the market. No longer was it like the first 2 or 3 days, when nearly all the resources traded were wood. It's not just me. Other castle lords are developing quickly as well. I believe that before long, the currently rare refined iron will also become a staple of the marketplace. Once refined iron became more abundant, castle lords with towns would sprout up like mushrooms after the rain. As for now, Tang Xiaofan was the only one capable of upgrading his castle to a town. At present, I have over 130,000 units of wood in reserve, and stone has surpassed 50,000 units. The 2 requirements for upgrading to a town are met. Only refined iron remains. There were nearly 2,000 units of refined iron stored in the castle's warehouse. Still 8,000 short of the 10,000 needed to upgrade to a town. It seemed like quite a gap, but in reality, it wasn't. Because over at Kuer's place, about 4,000 units of refined iron had already been stockpiled. By nightfall, it was possible that total would reach 5,000 units. If he traded for all that refined iron, he'd have only 3,000 units left to make up. And with the auction of high-quality equipment, gathering the 10,000 units of refined iron would be a breeze. If there are more than 15,000 units of refined iron, then the priority is to upgrade the town. The advanced building, the metal laboratory, requires 50,000 units of refined iron, which is still a bit challenging at the moment. The current issue lies in this. Are those castle lords up to the task? Will the high-tier equipment crafted from level 15 boss materials drive them into a frenzy? The crazier the castle lords become, the more Tang Xiaofan stands to earn. The World Chat channel remains as lively as ever. The fever over the demon has not yet died down. Many castle lords are still discussing matters related to the demon. Some have even expressed regret that the demon did not descend near their castles. Otherwise, they would have surely slain the demon and claimed legendary artifacts. Others are encouraging castle lords located in the forests to send their troops out in search of the demon's whereabouts. If they can slay the demon, the rewards would be tremendous. Upon seeing such messages, Tang Xiaofan merely gave a chuckle. Want to break through his battle armor? Are their necks tough enough for that? Today is the 7th day, and internet users on Blue Star are facing their most nerve-wracking day yet. If a contestant's castle heart is shattered, they will be declared dead, and their home country will suffer a 1,000-fold penalty. Because starting tomorrow, once the protective shield disappears, the beast tide will arrive. At that time, if any castle falls to the beast horde, the contestant's country will face a 1,000-fold penalty. For example, take Porkleg Country. If their contestant is killed, their nation, which covers only 10 acres, won't even have a chance to flee. In the blink of an eye, it could be wiped out, and everyone, without exception, would be affected. The weaker netizens, one after another, are applying to immigrate to other countries. Even if they can't immigrate, they're applying for visas to visit stronger nations. Take, for instance, the Dragon Country. Dragon Country is swamped with foreign visitors, and these are the wealthy ones. There are even poor folks who, just to reach Dragon Country, clutch a wooden board and paddle across the Pacific. Though Dragon Country is overwhelmed by this sudden influx of people, there's a bittersweet joy to it all. Because so many tycoons and scientists, while applying for immigration, are also bringing in wealth and technology. Even from the mighty ugly country, quite a few people are moving over to immigrate to Dragon Country. These people even managed to pass the notoriously difficult Dragon Country Mandarin proficiency exam, earning the respect and admiration of the local populace for these overseas elites. On the World Chat channel, the chatter goes on. Today marks the 7th day since our arrival. The novice protection period is down to its last day. I'm really nervous. I wish I could stay calm, but I'm just scared, afraid the castle will be besieged. If anyone should be the most afraid, it's me. On the very first day here, giant birds circled above my castle, coming back every other day. It's obvious it's treating me as food. Condolences to those upstairs. The beast tide is still the most dangerous threat of all. It's a real test for every single one of the hundreds of castle lords. Just this one wave is likely to wipe out a huge number of castle lords. I wonder what the beast tide will look like. I don't care whether it's a spectacular sight or not. I'm only worried about when it will actually arrive. Once today is over, the beast tide could break out at any moment. Damn it, why couldn't I have a little more time? My units haven't grown strong enough yet. Who isn't in the same boat? The vast majority of castle lords are simply struggling to survive. Only a few, those with high-level or top-tier units, are confident enough to withstand the beast tide, or even compete for rewards, like the legendary Tang Xiaofan. And then there's Lord Bay's City of Gold, the Black Dragon Fortress, the Silver War Castle, the Elven Garden, the Land of Death Knights, and so on. These are all top-tier powerhouses with formidable strength. They're the ones truly qualified to fight for that one and only reward. On the World Chat channel, countless castle lords were caught up in heated discussions about the looming beast tide. The topic was even more popular than the demons rumored to be appearing in the forests. After all, today marked the final day of the novice period. Once today ended, the protection phase would be over, and the shield would vanish. There would be no more impenetrable castle defenses to keep them safe. The peaceful period of steady development was drawing to a close. From here on, every castle lord would be forced down a path of ruthless survival. Anxiety and unease began to spread among them, especially for those castle lords who had been assigned low-tier units by chance. Their hearts were filled with dread, teetering on the brink of despair. The World Chat channel had become an outlet for many castle lords. Some vented their fears, others lashed out in anger. Yet, the journey had to go on, no matter what. Standing still would only let the shadow of death draw ever closer. Fighting with everything you have, maybe that's the only way to find a sliver of hope. Hundreds of castle lords from Blue Star would soon be fully exposed to the perils of the divine and demonic continent. Tang Xiaofan turned off the World Chat channel. His emotions were tangled as well. Even though he'd managed to create a mark mecha, he wasn't arrogant enough to ignore the dangers lurking in the divine and demonic continent. On the contrary, he was just as vigilant. With the shield of absolute defense about to disappear, he too felt a tinge of unease. It was human instinct, impossible to ignore. When a person is weak, fear of the unknown world comes naturally. Only by becoming stronger and stronger can one's sense of security grow. He had to get stronger. When he became powerful enough to slay that fire dragon with ease, perhaps then he could truly establish himself in the forest, unafraid of any challenge from any quarter. Nong'er, how's it going? How is your sniper rifle coming along? My lord. Inside the weapons workshop, Nong'er, reeking of gunpowder, looked up and greeted Tang Xiaofan. Then, he grabbed a long barrel from the work table, over 2 meters in length and as thick as a man's arm, and handed it over to Tang Xiaofan. I made some adjustments. Considering the fire dragon, I specifically doubled the firepower. Of course, the price is a much thicker barrel. Tang Xiaofan, whose body had already undergone several upgrades, found the sniper rifle in his hands a bit heavy even now. He walked into the forest, raised the gun, and fired a shot into the trees. A thunderous boom erupted, the blast so powerful that monsters hidden in the forest scattered in every direction. A whole row of the towering trees was snapped clean in half, and the shot tore through the air for at least 2 kilometers. Wow! Tang Xiaofan was stunned by the recoil. If not for his enhanced physique, that single shot could have injured him. Sir, this weapon is extremely powerful, but to unleash its true potential, you'll need to pair it with a Mark II battle armor. Jarvis's voice chimed in, and Tang Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Jarvis's terrifying computational abilities predicting the trajectory, if the fire dragon came, it would not be leaving. Afterward, Tang Xiaofan spent some time chatting with the little girl from the underground world. He learned that she had already constructed a fence, enclosing and protecting the entire Grey Dwarf fortress. The black iron dwarves under her command had all donned their gear. The strongest among them had already reached level 8. The weakest was at level 2. Their total number exceeded 80. Their average level was 4. The little girl's black iron dwarves weren't particularly powerful. In fact, they could even be described as weak. But with the fence in place, and every dwarf fully equipped, their fighting power was respectable. Holding off the beast tide and surviving the initial trial should not be a problem. Tang Xiaofan. Cooter's message came through. I have good news for you. After upgrading my Grey Dwarf fortress to advanced level, a dwarf uncle who had been wandering the underground world for years has come to join me. Tang Xiaofan asked, a dwarf uncle? What level is he? Cooter replied, well, he says he's the most powerful sky swordsman among the black iron dwarves, at the peak of level 18. He also promised that before the beast tide arrives, he'll help me summon more black iron dwarf warriors. Tang Xiaofan fell silent. He asked himself, why was he worrying about this little girl's safety? He really shouldn't overthink it. He had to admit, he was jealous of this little girl. He, Tang Xiaofan, known as the mightiest lord of the castles, was the first to upgrade his castle to advanced level and make a name for himself in the forest. His squad of warriors in battle armor had swept through the woods for 20 kilometers in every direction. His strength was overwhelming, his power astonishing. Yet up until now, not a single native intelligent creature had come to join him. Back when he wiped out the ogre tribe, even the lower-tier intelligent beings would rather die than surrender. But that little girl, on the other hand, had a peak-level Sky Greatsword Dwarf at level 18 willingly pledge loyalty to her, recruiting soldiers and helping her defend the fortress of the Grey Dwarves. The difference in treatment could not have been more drastic. No wonder she was the favorite of the goddess of luck. After finishing his chat with the lucky little girl, Tang Xiaofan turned his attention to the kill notification messages. Every now and then, the notifications would show that another goblin had been slain. Clearly, his armored squad was preparing to assault the goblin nest hidden in the underground world. That was certainly good news. On the final day, the Blue Star world was anything but idle. Gods and Demons continent switched to an all-day live broadcast, because after today, the beast horde would descend, and everyone's fate would be intertwined. Hello, viewers. Thank you for tuning in to today's show. Today marks the very last day of the newbie protection period. After today, the protective barrier will vanish, and the players from Dragon Nation will face their ultimate challenge. Let's hear from Director Ju first. Do you think Tang Xiaofan can withstand this beast horde? Seeing the question Rain Shi had sent over, Director Ju broke into a rare bout of laughter and said, Of course he can. His only disadvantage right now is lacking in reconnaissance methods. Otherwise, he'd have wiped out all those monsters by now. Director Ju gestured, and the big screen displayed the sniper cannon Tang Xiaofan had just tested. He explained, "Take a look at this weapon. It looks like a gun, but this is actually a sniper cannon. The caliber is almost 20 millimeters. If you're struck by a round like this, never mind living creatures. Even a modern tank could be pierced. Animal cruelty. If you ask me, he should try negotiating with those beasts for peaceful coexistence." Zhang Xiaoxiao's opinions were always unconventional, and lately he had been subjected to unprecedented online harassment, leaving him thoroughly miserable. What the heck? Is this guy having a man period or something? That toilet channel is straight up disgusting. Where are they finally going to clean up this mess? Master Gung shot an awkward glance at the now grim-faced Director Ju and said, "That definitely won't work. The beasts are here to eat him. But there's no need to worry about Tang Xiaofan. He seems fully prepared. In fact, it looks like he'll be upgrading his castle today, don't you think?" That's right. Even though he got a blueprint for a metal laboratory last time, he'll need to upgrade the castle before he can really unleash his production capabilities. You're absolutely right, but what intrigues me most is that iron shed of his. How could he hide so many men in there, and all of them strong and burly? High-tech, it's all high-tech. Once we get a chance to talk to Tang Xiaofan, we'll have to ask him about it. The Goblin Tribe. It lies deep underground, with its entrance hidden within a hollow tree. Easily defended, hard to conquer. But Tang Xiaofan was confident. Since the armored squad had already set their sights on the goblins, it meant the warriors were sure they could wipe out the tribe. He wasn't overly worried. Jean, he was now at level 13. Clad in the Mark II battle armor, when he sprinted at full speed, he became a blur, just a streak of silver light flashing by. With his current strength, he could probably take on that fire dragon one-on-one without a hitch. As long as it didn't try to escape, victory was certain. As long as there were no goblin kings lurking inside the tribe. The banner of victory belonged to the armored squad. In the courtyard, Tang Xiaofan looked up, gazing at the protective shield that enveloped the high-tech castle. It shimmered with a silvery glow, still dazzling as ever. But come midnight tonight, it would vanish. Hundreds of castle lords would officially greet this strange and perilous world, ushering in a new era of castles. Starting tomorrow, I need to recruit more warriors, and I have to begin preparations for developing the arc reactor. By then, even without the protection of a shield, as long as I'm in my battle armor, I'll be safer than anyone. I'll turn this castle into my personal fortress of armor. With a single command, the suit will fly to me from afar, giving me maximum protection. That way, nothing could go wrong. Even if wild monsters or local forces tried to attack the castle while the warriors were away hunting. Even if enemies managed to breach the walls and slip past the guards, he'd still be able to hold his ground. Of course, the best way would be to have 1 or 2 bodyguards by his side, protecting him around the clock. That way, even if the castle was under siege, he wouldn't end up trapped like a turtle in a jar. I'm at level 6 now, he mused. Just the level of an ordinary monster. With the battle armor, my true combat strength still can't match a level 15 elite monster. but at least I could defend myself. Level 6, plus the armor, meant he was no longer just cannon fodder. This was why Tang Xiaofan could afford to send his warriors out hunting. After all, the castle needed to grow, and that meant venturing out to fight. In the end, there just aren't enough troops. If I had 1,000 Mark Series armored warriors, I could send half out to hunt, while the other half guarded the castle and protected me. Then what would I have to worry about? If I had the arc reactor and could mass-produce Mark armors, I'd have nothing to worry about. Tang Xiaofan let out a quiet sigh. Right now, he had close to 100 Mark II armors, far too few to feel secure. But then again, he mused, I'm not really all that far from owning 1,000 Mark II armors. Today, the farmer factory can be upgraded to level 3, and the castle can be upgraded to a town. I wonder if by then, I'll be able to recruit some scientific talent, unlock new tech buildings, and finally solve the problem of production efficiency. If that happens, I'll be able to amass troops without restraint. At this thought, Tang Xiaofan felt a weight lift from his body and mind. Meanwhile, about 8 kilometers away from the high-tech castle, deep in the dense forest, the armored squad had fully assembled. Today, the warriors did not venture out to hunt wild monsters. Instead, they marched straight toward the Goblin tribe. This was not part of the original plan for the armored squad. On the contrary, it all started with an unexpected turn. Just as they were about to begin their hunt, one of the warriors spotted traces of goblins. A handful of goblins, resembling huge black rats, were hiding in the dense brambles, spying on the squad's hunting operation. They were quickly discovered by the warriors and captured in their entirety. Squad 1 subjected the goblins to intense interrogation. Relentless as ogres, they would not be deterred. Though goblins are cowardly by nature, they displayed a stubborn refusal to yield. But their bodies could not withstand the torture. Unable to control themselves, they revealed everything about their tribe. It's a medium-sized goblin tribe, hidden 100 meters below ground in an underground world. There are about 3,000 goblins in the tribe. Among them, nearly 800 are warriors. The strongest is their chieftain, who has just reached level 18, Lord class. As for the rest, there are 2 level 16 goblin generals and 5 level 14 subcommanders. There are also over 100 elite goblins between levels 10 and 12. Squad 1 relayed this intelligence to Tang Xiaofan at the high-tech castle using the Mark II communication system. Tang Xiaofan understood. This goblin tribe was formidable, so strong that even a top-tier lord of the castle might not be able to defeat them. But with the power of the armored squad, it wasn't impossible to storm the goblin lair, lure the goblins out to battle, look for a chance to eliminate those 2 level 16 goblin generals, then break into the underground world. Squad 1, you take on the level 18 goblin chieftain. The rest of the goblins, leave them to the armored squad. Those 2 level 16 goblin generals were the key. If they survived, they could assist the chieftain in besieging Squad 1, and they could also command the other goblins in resisting the armored squad. Therefore, they must be the first to fall in battle. As long as they perish, Jean-Yi can finally unleash his full strength against the level 18 goblin chieftain. The other warriors, too, will be able to fight without restraint against the goblin fighters within the tribe. The key to conquering the goblin tribe lies with those 2 level 16 commander-class goblins. Their fate is absolutely crucial. Besides, since we're attacking underground, it's a good time to test out the fertilizer bombs and fire bottles. Better to experiment now than be caught off guard during tomorrow's beast tide. Yes, my lord. Something's wrong. Chieftain, we're in big trouble. The demons are here. They're clad in steel armor and wielding fire-spewing iron chains. They're here to kill us all. The dim underground world was abruptly awakened by the piercing shrieks unique to goblins. A lone goblin sentry, screaming as he bolted in terror, darted through the houses of the tribe, all bathed in the gentle glow of moongrass, then charged up 49 steps, and finally squeezed into a palace built from enormous boulders. This palace was not especially grand, but it was imposing enough to inspire awe among the goblins of the tribe. In the square nearby, a statue stood guard. It depicted a dragon, wings spread wide in a menacing, ferocious display. On the dragon's back stood a goblin warrior, brandishing a massive sword. His mouth was wide open, the giant blade in his hand pointing forward, as if he was roaring out a command, ordering the dragon beneath him to charge into battle against their foes. To the supreme goblin sovereign, riding the dragon, invincible and brave. May his majesty protect the goblin race and bless our tribe with prosperity. No enemy can ever make us goblins retreat. Not even a dragon. Chieftain, we're in big trouble. The goblin sentry collapsed to his knees before the throne with a heavy thud. At the head of the grand hall, seated upon a stone throne, was the goblin chieftain, clad in expertly crafted armor. He had only recently advanced to level 18. He looked vigorous and imposing, his physique even more robust than the strongest goblin warriors of the tribe. He stood an impressive 1.5 meters tall. Most goblins stood around 1.2 meters. To reach 1.5 was exceedingly rare. He was nothing short of a goblin giant. What has happened? The goblin chieftain inquired calmly. He sat upright, gripping an iron greatsword, its tip resting on the floor. His expression was steady, his aura commanding. The goblin sentry, calmed by his presence, quickly regained his composure and answered respectfully. Chieftain, the surface dwellers have invaded our territory. The tribe's third entrance has been seized. Many of our kin have been slaughtered by the invaders. They are few in number, but their strength is overwhelming. None of our clansmen were a match for them. Even little Commander Ugu was killed by them. How dare they? The goblin chieftain was furious. Ugu was a level 14 goblin, a minor commander in the tribe's legion. His task was to defend the third entrance. And now, he had fallen at the hands of surface dwellers, a fate that made the chieftain seethe with anger. In a grave tone, the goblin chieftain asked, "Was the killer one of those humans from the castle again?" But the goblin sentry shook his head and replied, "The enemy wasn't the castle's humans, but a group of warriors clad in steel armor. They, too, carried the scent of the surface." Steel armor. The goblin chieftain frowned, his brow furrowing deeper. After a moment, he pressed on. "How many were there, and what level were they?" The sentry answered, "There were quite a few enemies. The highest among them was level 13. They wielded incredibly powerful combat techniques and surrounded Lord Ugu, slaying him despite his 14th level. Curse them!" A murderous light flashed in the chieftain's eyes. Such weaklings, yet they dared covet his goblin tribe. They must be seeking death. Just then, a goblin warrior burst into the great hall. His face twisted with fury as he spoke. "Chieftain, I request permission to join the battle and wipe out those surface invaders. I will personally avenge my brother Ugu. Go, take the other minor commanders and our brave, mighty goblin warriors with you. USA, you must show these surface intruders that my goblin tribe is not to be trifled with." Seated upon his stone throne, the goblin chieftain issued his orders, his face still dark with wrath. "Yes, chieftain." Commander USA immediately departed the hall, rallying a great host of goblins as they thundered out of the underworld. Watching their retreating backs, the goblin chieftain nodded slightly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. USA, one of his level 16 chief commanders, with 4 level 14 minor commanders at his side, plus a host of elite goblin warriors. They would surely crush the invaders. A band of intruders whose strongest is but level 13. Hardly worth my personal attention. I'm sure USA will soon bring me good news. Within the dense forest, the ground trembled. A sound like rolling thunder echoed through the trees. Suddenly, the earth collapsed, opening a gaping hole dozens of meters wide. A dark tide of goblin warriors surged up from the underground caverns. Each goblin was fully armed, clad in leather armor and wielding weapons. Their readiness for battle was plain to see, far superior to the ogre tribes, at least. The third entrance, a tree hollow, is just 200 meters ahead. The enemy awaits us there. Charge! Avenge Commander Ugu and our fallen kin. Vengeance! Vengeance! Under the command of Chief Commander USA. 4 small goblin commanders at level 14, along with over 300 elite goblin warriors, charged forward with soaring morale and blazing fury, swarming toward the third entrance like a living tide. The third entrance was nothing more than a small hollow in a tree. In everyday times, it served as a passage for goblins to come and go. But this underground tunnel was a wartime route. It was designed specifically to help the main forces of the goblin tribe move through undetected. When war broke out, the tunnel would be opened, and once the fighting ended, the tunnel would be sealed shut once again. Near the third entrance, dozens of goblin corpses lay sprawled across the ground. The warriors gathered at the mouth of the tunnel, fully prepared for battle. If the entire goblin tribe advanced with their chieftain leading the charge, the warriors would immediately fall back, choosing to avoid a direct confrontation. But if only a portion of the goblin army emerged to fight, then their plan had succeeded. Commander Jean Shichi rushed over and respectfully reported, "We've spotted goblin troops to the rear, over 300 strong. Leading them is a level 16 goblin commander and 4 small goblin leaders at level 14. The goblin chieftain is nowhere to be seen." "Excellent. Jean-E swung his massive axe with satisfaction and said, "Spread my command. Prepare for battle." "At once, sir." After Jean-Shichi departed, Jean-E addressed his brothers. "Everyone, our plan is flawless. Only one of the goblin tribe's 2 level 16 commanders has shown himself, but all of their remaining level 14 leaders are here." That's right. When the warriors surrounded and killed the level 14 goblin leader Ugu, Jean-E had deliberately kept out of sight. His aim was to feign weakness, to prevent the goblin tribe from deploying their entire force. Most importantly, he needed to guard against the level 18 goblin chieftain making a personal appearance on the battlefield. Now, it seemed his strategy was paying off. 1 level 16 goblin for level 14 goblins and over 300 goblin warriors ranging from level 6 to 13. This was the elite force of the goblin tribe, and if they could defeat this goblin unit, the armored squad could storm directly into the goblin tribe's underground lair, wipe them out, and complete the mission assigned by their main leader. In the heart of the dense forest, the goblin troops and the warriors finally crossed paths. No words were wasted. Both sides plunged straight into a fierce and violent clash. Attack! Avenge our fallen kin. Slay every one of these invaders from another world. The level 16 goblin commander, Wu Sha, brandished his spiked club high above his head, roaring as he charged at the warriors. These armored jars of steel. Their strongest was barely at the peak of level 13, and yet they dared challenge the might of the goblin army. They were courting death. The rest of the goblins fought with equal bravery. They surged behind Commander Wu Sha, launching their assault against the warriors. At the same moment, a dense volley of iron-tipped arrows shot out from the goblin ranks, raining down upon the warriors. The fighters twisted and weaved with agility, dodging the deadly barrage. Such long-range physical attacks posed no real threat to them. Immediately, they launched a swift counterattack. Rat-a-tat! The M429 machine guns unleashed a sweeping barrage, bullets surging toward the ranks of the goblins like a crashing tide. It was a relentless onslaught. Blood spattered everywhere. The goblins were left dazed and bewildered by the ferocity of the attack. In terror, they cried out, "The chains of death!" In an instant, their formation was thrown into chaos, and their once boiling morale melted away completely. The warriors, fearless and brave, charged straight into the heart of the goblin forces. Wherever they passed, great axes swung, felling the once mighty goblin fighters one after another. Damn it! The goblin commander, Usha, brandished his spiked mace and brought it crashing down on the nearest warrior. But at that very moment, the warrior seemed to blur before his eyes, becoming almost ghostly. It was an illusion created by high-speed movement, a trick of the eye in battle. This ordinary soldier used his rapid movements to parry the attack of Usha, the goblin commander. Meanwhile, Jean-E had already slipped out of the fight, using the same high-speed movement to evade the goblin's gaze and dive straight underground. At the same time, the remaining warriors pressed their assault on Commander Usha and the goblins clustered around him. To fall beneath our Lord's banner is the highest honor you'll ever know. These soldiers had all mastered the deadly combination of practical machine gun combat and axe fighting. With axes and machine guns working in concert, they formed a chain of death before them. Behind them, the massive blades of their axes cleaved down with brutal force. A relentless series of attacks engulfed Commander Usha and dozens of goblin warriors. The goblin troops, overcome by terror, scattered like panicked hounds, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. Only Commander Usha managed to hold off the hail of bullets by unleashing the magic within him, forming a barrier that barely kept the machine gun fire at bay. Damn it, they're using Mark 12 iron cans. As he spotted the oncoming wave of armored warriors, Usha's face darkened in alarm. He was no fool. He quickly realized they had walked into a trap. The enemy's strongest fighter was still in hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, clearly baiting them into this confrontation to weaken the goblin tribe's forces. So what if it's Mark 12? The mighty goblin race once enslaved dragons themselves. What are you, mere creatures from another world, compared to that? Commander Usha roared in defiance. He raised his spiked mace high, sending the lifeless body of a fallen goblin flying out of his path. Then, with a powerful leap, he shot forward like a cannonball, launching a furious charge. It was his signature ability, the hallmark of a warrior in the late 16th level, a badge of honor. Facing him was Warrior 47, undaunted and unyielding. A massive axe in hand, he became a streak of black light. The two clashed head-on, commander and challenger. Boom! The goblin's magic collided violently with the raw power of the Mark II battle armor. A terrifying shockwave erupted in an instant. Within 100 meters, the dense forest had been ravaged. massive boulders hurled through the air, and even towering trees ripped up by their roots. When the shockwave and the wild surge of energy finally subsided, only Jean 47 remained standing on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the goblin commander, Wuxia, was left half-kneeling on the ground. His spiked mace had been flung somewhere far beyond reach. His face was deathly pale, his eyes fixed on the armored warrior before him, filled with disbelief. As a seasoned warrior at the latter stage of level 16, he had been defeated by a mere level 12 outsider from another world. In the clash of their powers, he had been utterly overwhelmed. How is this possible? What kind of race are you? Wuxia's voice trembled with incredulity. With a proud bearing, Jean 47 replied, "We are farmers, the guardians of our Lord. Our duty is to spread our Lord's glory, and to make all who defy him atone for their sins with blood. I've never heard of farmers possessing such strength. You're lying." "But faith," Jean 47 began. Struggling to his feet, Wuxia shouted back in anger, "On the continent of gods and demons, we have no need for faith. We pursue only the truth." Jean 47 asked, "And what is the truth?" The truth is... Wuxia fell abruptly silent, unable to continue. Then, suddenly flaring with rage, he bellowed, "Truth is truth. Faith only corrupts our souls. Those disgraceful cults have long since abandoned us. Kill them." Wuxia's roar echoed through the battlefield as the fight erupted once more. But this time, instead of facing the mighty axe of Jean 47, Wuxia was met with a relentless storm of bullets raining down upon him. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from the battlefield, outside the entrance of a cave, stood a young man, the very same lord whose champion swordsman had perished the day before. Now, gathered around him, was a large group of militia. Not a single champion swordsman remained. "My lord, that's how it happened," one of the militiamen reported. "The fighting over there is fierce beyond measure. We wouldn't survive if we got involved." Listening to the report, the young lord's expression grew grim. Hundreds of goblin warriors and a horde of demons were at war. It was utter chaos. The aftershocks from the battle reverberated through the entire forest. Had he not heard the cries of battle, he might have stumbled right into the fray. But why are there so many demons in this forest? He wondered aloud, perplexed. Demons, as high-ranking denizens of the infernal realms, should have been a rare sight. And yet, there on the battlefield was an entire group of them. "Any other information?" he pressed. The militiaman who had gone to scout shook his head and replied, "My lord, both sides are incredibly powerful. The strongest among them is at level 16. I dared not get any closer. I could only watch from afar. But one thing is certain. The target of those demons is the goblin tribe hidden in the underground world. That's the direct cause of the war. Understand." The young man waved his hand, dismissing his militia. He thought for a long time before finally saying, "Pass on my order. Stay away from this area. Go gather resources and hunt wild monsters elsewhere." "At once, my lord." Soon, the young man led his militia away from the scene. Even a single demon at level 10 or 12 would be more than enough to massacre his entire squad. In the distance, demons still swarmed across the battlefield. He didn't dare stay behind to snatch any spoils. Curiosity killed the cat. He knew that all too well. Most importantly, he couldn't afford any more losses among his castle's troops. So, he made a decisive retreat. On the underground battlefield, goblin warriors lay dead everywhere. Some had been riddled with bullets from machine guns. Others were hacked to pieces by giant axes. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, yet the goblin forces suffered devastating losses. Of the 300 goblin warriors, only 70 or 80 remained before their lines suddenly collapsed. The survivors scattered in panic. Some fled deep into the dense forest. Others raced back into the underground world. But most of the goblins never made it out. They were relentlessly hunted down and killed by the armored warriors. Fewer than 20 goblins managed to escape. As for Wuxia, the goblin commander, he had already been slain single-handedly by Warrior 41. The other 4 level 14 goblin lieutenants were also cut down by the warriors. It was a resounding victory. The goblin force was nearly wiped out, while not a single warrior from the squad was injured. Thanks to the formidable protection of their Mark II power armor, even the elite goblin lieutenants, with their bursts of superhuman strength, couldn't so much as dent the armor. The goblins, by contrast, had no such advantage. They relied almost entirely on brute force. Even Wuxia, the level 16 goblin commander, possessed few real skills. He was powerless against the Mark II suits. During his duel with Warrior 47, he was utterly suppressed by superior strength and defense. In less than 20 rounds, he was slain. Get ready. Prepare to rest. We move out in 5 minutes. The assault continues. the warriors took a brief pause. Though there wasn't much need for rest. None of them had even broken a sweat. With machine guns in their hands, and the Mark II's unmatched agility and defense, they were practically invincible. With so many warriors, it would be a miracle if anyone got hurt. Meanwhile, as they recovered, the warriors also advanced in rank. Warrior 2 and the others remained at level 12. However, quite a few other warriors managed to advance to level 11. Most of them have now reached the peak of level 12. The overall strength of the squad has soared dramatically. The reason so many warriors leveled up this time was because they had slain an enormous number of goblin warriors, nearly 300 in total. Among them were not only a vast number of elite goblins, but also a level 16 goblin chief and 4 level 14 goblin subchiefs. Even after dividing the spoils, the amount of experience each warrior gained was staggering. It was more than enough for them to rise in rank. Rest time is over. Clean up the battlefield. Leave the goblin gear and soul stones where they are. After the battle, we'll transport them back to the castle and hand them over to the Lord. Yes, sir. No one is cleaning up the battlefield just yet. The fighting is still ongoing, and the enemy's stronghold has already been alerted. The element of surprise has been lost. Battle 2 addressed the warriors. Our mission is to wipe out the goblin tribe. Battle 1 will take care of the level 18 goblin chieftain. The rest of the goblins are ours to handle. Yes, sir. Battle 2. In field operations, commanders are often selected from the ranks. That's because every warrior was summoned by Tang Xiaofan, and at the beginning, they were all nearly identical. Except for a few special cases, everyone fought and grew together. But people are, after all, different. Battle 1 and Battle 2 distinguish themselves little by little in the course of daily combat. Level is one factor, but there's also that innate ability and charisma that inspires trust. Tang Xiaofan never interfered with the emergence of these commanders. He understood that, when it comes to command structure, even Jarvis knows more than he does. Yet, he has his own grasp of the deeper logic at play. In a strong fighting force, as long as combat power is overwhelming, outstanding leaders will naturally emerge. Not to mention, these warriors and farmers devote themselves wholeheartedly to the future of the tech fortress, with no distractions or hidden agendas. It's all very straightforward. The warriors accepted their orders with respect and brimming confidence. Among them are many at level 10, 10 more at level 12, all equipped with Mark II battle armor. Every single one armed with an M249 machine gun, and several sniper cannons for long-range attacks against special enemy types. With such a team, even slaying dragons would be a walk in the park. Taking down the last level 16 goblin chief and the remaining goblin warriors of the tribe would not be hard at all. If they moved fast enough, they could even make it back to the tech fortress in time for dinner after the battle. Barring any surprises, this squad is more than capable of wiping out the goblin tribe. Let's move out. With a single command from Battle 2, the warriors filed into the underground tunnel, its entrance spanning over a dozen meters wide. They marched straight toward the goblin tribe, nestled 100 meters below the surface. The world beneath the earth awaited them. Inside the grand stone palace of the goblin tribe, a dozen goblins, their bodies stained with blood, knelt in the great hall. Their heads were bowed low. None dared meet the wrathful gaze of their chieftain. They had been defeated. An elite force of 300 goblin warriors, shattered, routed by their enemies. In the end, only these few had escaped with their lives. It was as close to total annihilation as one could get. They were the disgraced survivors of a crushing defeat. Chieftain, please. This was a conspiracy. The only goblin among them who had reached the 10th elite rank spoke out in bitter anguish. The strongest enemy wasn't just level 13. He was far more powerful, at least level 16. He lay hidden in the shadows, and only revealed himself when the battle began. Commander Usha fought with great valor. He battled the enemy to the death. But in the end, he was outmatched and cut down. We have failed. 300 brave warriors lost their lives on the battlefield. Chieftain, you must avenge Commander Usha and all our fallen kin. Wailing cries echoed throughout the hall. But the goblin chieftain remained silent. His expression was as dark as thunderclouds. He fought to suppress the raging fire of fury in his heart, lest it burst forth uncontrollably. 2 battles. One was an ambush, the other, a direct and brutal assault. Both ended in utter defeat for the goblin tribe. All 5 of his 14-level lieutenants, gone, not a single one left. Of the 2 great commanders at level 16, only one survived. As for the brave goblin warriors, 300 had perished. The tribe's strength was crippled. Had he not already advanced to level 18, he would surely have to fear being swallowed up by the other goblin tribes. Damn it! Those invaders from another world had cost him a legion of loyal warriors, warriors who had devoted themselves to him and the tribe. This blood debt must be repaid. At that moment, a goblin sentry burst frantically into the hall, his voice shrill with terror. "Chieftain, disaster. The creatures from that other world. They've broken through our defenses." "You again." The chieftain recognized this sentry. It was the same one who had misreported the enemy's strength earlier, claiming their mightiest foe was only level 13, a blunder that had led to disastrous losses for the tribe. Thinking of this, the chieftain's anger exploded. With a sweep of his hand from afar, he struck the sentry dead on the spot. Then, seething with fury, he rose to his feet. He glared down at the trembling goblins huddled in the hall below. "Gather every warrior in the tribe. Defend our home." In the depths of the underground world, in the goblin tribe's domain, nearly 3,000 goblins called this place home. Among them, 800 were warriors. But after the slaughter by the enemy strike team, only about 500 goblin warriors remained. These 500, at the chieftain's command, climbed atop the 4-meter-high walls, keeping vigilant watch over the third passageway. All the goblin warriors were fully armed, clad in leather armor, and some elite goblins even wore crude iron mail and wielded sharp longswords, exuding a chilling aura of menace. News of the goblin troops' annihilation had already reached the tribe. Yet the goblins showed no fear, for their chieftain was a formidable leader of the 18th level. A lord of such power at level 18 was more than enough to lead their tribe to victory. At that moment, the goblin chieftain appeared atop the city walls. He held a massive sword of fine steel, wore exquisitely crafted armor, and his burly figure radiated an imposing presence. At the sight of him, the goblin warriors erupted in thunderous shouts. "Long live the chieftain! Long live the goblin tribe!" "Excellent!" The goblin chieftain nodded in satisfaction. Though disaster had befallen the goblin tribe, hundreds of brave warriors had fallen, including a mighty commander of the 16th level and 5 subcommanders of the 14th, all perished on the surface world. The tribe's morale did not waver. As long as hope remained, victory would never abandon them. This time, the invaders of our tribe are not the dark creatures from the underworld, nor that greedy black dragon, but beings from another world. They call themselves farmers, serving a so-called glorious lord, spreading his faith. They seek to ensnare us, to make us abandon our souls and the dignity of our tribe, to make us give up our pursuit of truth. Will you allow this? Will you once again bow to the shameful faith of false gods? Never. The goblin warriors roared in unison, their voices brimming with fury. All sentient beings of the divine and demonic continent know that in ancient times, the gods of faith, worshipped by all races, went to war against the demon gods from another dimension. The warriors of all races fought with blood and valor. Countless demons were slain. But in the end, the gods of faith suffered defeat. The surviving faith gods chose to abandon the myriad tribes. And so, the races endured slaughter at the hands of the dimensional demon gods. Untold lives were lost. The land and sky were stained red with the blood of the fallen. Among them were the goblins as well. It was truth that saved them. On their pursuit of truth, the races, united in despair, finally drove the demon gods from the divine and demonic continent, restoring peace to the world. From that day forth, the gods of faith were scorned by all races. Though many weaker peoples no longer know what truth truly is, it did not stop them from forsaking faith. All living beings firmly believe that the gods of faith are a blight upon the continent, existing not to protect them, but to poison their souls and bodies. The divine and demonic continent has no need for gods of faith. What is gone should never return, and if they do return, they are enemies. The goblin chieftain spoke again. "We are goblins, born weak, dwelling at the very bottom of the divine and demonic continent. We can offer gifts to the dark creatures of the underground world, begging for peace. We can send food to that greedy black dragon, hoping only that it will spare our tribe from destruction. But we will never bow our heads to creatures from another world. The enemies outside are not dimensional demons, but they are even more wicked than dimensional demons. We must use war and burning blood to show those invaders from another world. Goblins can be just as brave and fearless. Brave warriors of the tribe, take up your weapons and defend our goblin tribe. Even if we fall in battle, our great goblin king will surely avenge us." The goblin chief raised his massive sword high. He was full of valor. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Atop the city walls, goblin warriors also raised their weapons in unison. In an instant, morale soared to its peak. Even within the tribe, countless ordinary goblins roared in fury. In the distance, at the third passageway, The warriors had already reached the outskirts of the goblin fortress. According to the footage sent back from the front by Squad 1, Squad 2 said, "These are low-level intelligent beings, but their faith is unwavering. Even though they are weak, they are worthy of admiration. Everyone, do not take this lightly. We must give it our all, as if a lion were hunting a rabbit." Squad 2 continued, "Truth alone cannot save the divine demon continent a second time. Only the Almighty Lord can bring salvation. Let the Lord's honor spread across the divine demon continent. Only when light completely covers the land will the forces of evil and darkness be banished forever. Sacrifice is redemption. The fall of the goblin tribe is not meaningless." He swung his giant axe, pointing toward the goblin tribe. "Let their blood become the crimson path to the Lord's glory. Move out." The warriors' fighting spirit burned even fiercer. They advanced in silence, axes in hand, charging straight toward the distant goblin tribe. Squad 1 also found their opening. Their opponent, the goblin chief, level 18. A great battle was about to erupt, whistling through the air. From 100 meters away, countless sharp arrows flew from the goblin fortress walls. Among them were a few iron-tipped bolts, meters long, easily capable of felling elite enemies. But the warriors moved at incredible speed, like streaks of white lightning. They dodged the rain of arrows from the goblin tribe with ease. In a blink, the 100-meter gap vanished. The warriors leapt onto the city walls. These barriers were no more than shallow ditches to the Mark II units. Without hesitation, they swung their massive axes at the nearby goblin warriors. In an instant, the goblin warriors around them fell one after another. Blood stained the city walls a deep crimson. It was the duty of the soldiers to clear all obstacles for their lord. A warrior has no need for mercy. All those who are not of the Lord's own can only wash away their sins with blood. The soldiers, in perfect unison, charged at the last remaining goblin commander of the 16th level. Meanwhile, Jean-E focused all his attention on the goblin chieftain. As long as the goblin chieftain and that 16th level commander fell, the rest of the goblins would pose little threat. The goblin tribe could then be conquered with ease. "Kill!" The goblin chieftain let out a furious roar. Gripping his massive steel sword, he leapt dozens of meters into the air, bringing the blade down toward Jean-E with tremendous force. Petty tricks. Jean-E didn't dodge. He simply raised one hand and blocked the giant sword's blow with ease. Then, wielding his huge battle axe, he engaged the goblin chieftain in close combat. He could have used his machine gun or employed his ghostly, elusive footwork, but that would have lacked the same dramatic impact. Besides, Jean-E knew all too well the power of his Mark II battle armor. It was far from ordinary. A thunderous crash echoed. The goblin chieftain staggered back dozens of meters. Jean-E stood his ground, unmoved. The goblin chieftain retreated to the city wall. The outcome of the first clash was immediately clear. So strong, the goblin chieftain took a deep breath. He stared at the calm and collected Jean-E, his expression full of shock. No wonder the goblin chieftain was so stunned. He was, after all, an 18th level lord, while the warrior before him was only level 13. A difference of 5 levels, yet their strength was worlds apart. It left him utterly astonished. At the same time, he realized why the goblin forces he had sent out were utterly annihilated. Against such a formidable foe, one he himself could not defeat, the other goblins had no chance. "You've hidden your true power, demon. You are a demon." The goblin chieftain glanced at the group of warriors in Mark II armor that had appeared not far away. His face grew even more grim. He couldn't handle even one of them, let alone hundreds. They stretched out, covering several hundred meters in every direction. Many goblin warriors, overwhelmed by the sheer might of their enemies, threw down their weapons and dropped to their knees in surrender. It was the very picture of despair. The goblins' fighting spirit had completely crumbled. Jean-E, instead of pressing the attack, addressed the goblin chieftain. "Pledge yourself to the Lord, and you shall be forgiven. Truth cannot save you. Only the Almighty Lord can redeem you and your tribe. Faith is the source of all evil." The goblin chieftain replied coldly. "The Lord you worship is more wicked than the dimensional demon gods. Blasphemy! To profane the Lord, you must wash your sins away in blood." As Jean-Ye's words fell, he stamped the ground, cracking it beneath his foot, then swung his massive axe and charged straight at the goblin chieftain. In that instant, a look of agony spread across the goblin chieftain's face. He couldn't even withstand a single arm of his opponent. How could he possibly endure such a crushing blow? Even at level 18, the goblin chieftain found the pain unbearable, letting out a tormented wail. "Damn it! Kill!" The goblin chieftain roared in fury. Unable to bear the fear festering within him, he chose to attack head-on. He swung his massive iron greatsword with wild abandon, sending dozens of sword beams, each several meters long, slashing toward Zhang Yi in rapid succession. Zhang Yi's figure blurred and became elusive, dodging left and right, slipping past every deadly arc of sword light aimed his way. At the same time, he had already closed the distance, raising his giant axe high overhead before bringing it down with tremendous force, aiming straight for the goblin chieftain. There was a sharp crack. The chieftain tried to block with his long sword, but the blade shattered and the massive axe struck him directly. The ornate armor on his body exploded into fragments in an instant. A deep, bloody gash tore across his chest, the wound so deep it nearly split him in two. You want to kill me? Impossible. The goblin chieftain ignored the agony racking his body. He was fighting for his life now, summoning every ounce of magic within him. He leapt high into the air, launching a frenzied assault against Zhang Yi. He fought with reckless abandon and overwhelming fury, like those ancient goblin warriors who had once battled, blood-soaked, on the fields of mythic wars. The only difference was, in ancient times, the enemies of the goblins were dimensional demons. But today, his foe was a farmer. Incorrigible. Villains like you. Only blood can wash away your sins. At that moment, Zhang Yi produced a sniper cannon from behind his back, aimed it at the airborne goblin chieftain, and fired. A thunderous explosion rang out, and golden flames erupted, consuming everything. In no time at all, the goblin chieftain became a human torch, falling to the ground in flames. His agonized screams reverberated throughout the entire goblin camp. He'd been hit by an incendiary round from the sniper rifle, his whole body engulfed in fire. The incendiary bullets, laced with white phosphorus, created flames that could not be extinguished. For any carbon-based life form, their lethality was immense. The goblin chieftain's own blood only spread the white phosphorus faster, magnifying the torment. He took the full brunt of the attack, becoming the first person on the divine demon continent to be struck by a white phosphorus round. His flesh was seared by the flames, a pain beyond endurance. His inhuman screams shattered the morale of the remaining goblin warriors, and they finally gave up any thought of resistance. Chieftain! Many goblins screamed in anguish and fury. Yet all they could do was watch helplessly, powerless to save their leader from the encroaching inferno. In that moment, the goblin tribe's morale collapsed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's warriors only fought with greater courage and ferocity. Under Zhang Er's leadership, his small group managed to take down the last remaining level 16 goblin commander of the goblin tribe during this fierce battle. Without pause, they moved on to join the skirmishes raging nearby. They lent their strength to the other warriors, launching attacks against the goblin fighters entrenched atop the city walls. With these reinforcements, the goblin forces crumbled even faster. Many of the ordinary goblins, seeing the tide turn, abandoned any thought of resistance and fell to their knees in surrender. This was not only because they had lost all hope and confidence, finding themselves powerless to defend their tribe. To a large extent, it was also the brutal, unyielding slaughter unleashed by the warriors that broke their spirit. Faced with such a one-sided massacre, most goblins chose not to fight to the death. Driven by terror, they surrendered. A piercing cry tore through the chaos as the goblin chieftain, wreathed in flames, screamed in agony, his pain growing ever more intense. The searing agony forced him into a frenzy, thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free from the fiery shackles. In his desperation, he even detonated the magical core within his own body. At last, he succeeded. The surge of magic propelled him high into the air. Yet the flames on his body refused to die out, continuing to burn him relentlessly. By now, he was little more than a golden skeleton, scorched nearly to the bone. Kill! Driven to utter madness, the goblin chieftain erupted in a fit of rage. He knew death was close at hand. Even if he tried to escape now, it was already far too late. These flames, like serpents clinging to his bones, would reduce him to ashes long before he could flee the underworld. There was no escape, so he would fight to his last breath. With a roar, the goblin chieftain swung his massive, glowing red iron sword, seared by the flames, and closed the distance of dozens of meters in a flash, bringing his blade down on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was level 13. It was he who had sealed the goblin chieftain's fate, and the chieftain's hatred for him was absolute. Now, in his final moments, the goblin chieftain made Zhang Yi his sole target, intent on taking him down before he died. Zhang Yi's figure flickered, dodging the chieftain's furious strike in the blink of an eye. With a cool, detached expression, he looked down at the goblin chieftain, his gaze icy and indifferent. Fool, your pointless struggle will only serve to embellish our Lord's glory. Lay down your weapon. Our almighty Lord will forgive your sins. Never, the goblin chieftain roared back as he attacked once more. Immortality isn't something to be granted. Every being on the divine demon continent walks the path in pursuit of eternal life. Faith leads only to corruption. Truth alone can make us gods. With a swift motion, the red-hot iron greatsword sliced down, skimming dangerously close to Zhang Yi's body. The sword's wind brushed over his silvery white armor, then be erased from existence. Zhang Yi pressed his M249 firmly to the chieftain's forehead. Become our Lord's glory. A thunderous shot rang out. A hail of bullets burst from the barrel, blasting apart the goblin chieftain's head in an instant. At that very moment, a blue blueprint drifted to the ground, which Zhang Yi promptly picked up. The enemy had been far too weak. There was no challenge at all. The so-called evenly matched opponents were nothing but an empty boast. Zhang Yi felt that he alone could wipe out this entire goblin tribe. They're a bit too weak, he muttered, shaking his head slightly. He was lamenting his own lack of strength. As the leader of the warrior squad, he believed he should possess even greater power. If he had reached the late stage of level 16, or even level 18, the goblin chieftain wouldn't have been able to resist at all. He would have been struck down instantly. Why should things be this troublesome? He realized he needed a sense of urgency. After all, he still hadn't fully unlocked the capabilities of the Mark II power armor. For now, he could only manage basic operations. The battle was drawing quickly to a close. Every goblin that resisted was slain by the warriors. All that remained were the goblins who, dropping their weapons, knelt in surrender. When the fighting ended, Zhang Yi advanced straight to level 18. Zhang Er and Zhang Sen also reached the peak of level 16, just a step away from level 18. The rest of the warriors gained strength as well. The number of level 14 warriors rose from 5 to 10. From this point onward, under Tang Xiaofan's command, there was one level 18 warrior, 2 at level 16, 10 at level 14, 9 at level 12, and 74 at level 10. The total number of warriors now stood at 96. The strength of the warrior squad soared once again. Sir Zhang Er and Zhang Sen approached, saluting him. The warriors communicated with one another through the internal comms of the Mark II suits. The moment Zhang Yi was the first to advance, they knew their superior had arrived, the one their lord had named Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was just like the others, except he'd leveled up a bit faster from the start. Now this team had no hierarchy, no special privileges. Zhang Yi had grown into the battlefield commander through combat, becoming the leader respected by all. However, the responsibility for overall strategy and tactical command belonged to Jarvis. Through the Mark II armor, Jarvis could not only observe every detail on the battlefield, but also issue direct orders to every warrior. His computational abilities far surpassed any human commander. He integrated battlefield factors, terrain, and weather into a real-time command system, making the technological fortress's development the core of his strategic planning. Sadly, none of this truly mattered at the moment. Right now, the Mark II armor utterly crushed all the indigenous forces of the divine and demonic continent. Perhaps because of this, the relationships among Zhang Yi and the warriors were exceptionally harmonious. Arrogance simply had no place in their society. Between high-ranking warriors and low-ranking warriors, there exists only a strict hierarchy, nothing more. Even arrogance, if present, is reserved for members of other races. Warriors, as an advanced offshoot of farmers, are proud enough to look down upon other races. Warrior 1 gazed at the goblins kneeling on the ground, an idea stirring in his heart, and he asked, "Are you willing to surrender?" At this very moment, Tang Xiaofan's face was beaming with delight. Besides witnessing the annihilation of the goblin tribe firsthand through Jarvis's visual sharing, he had already received updates on the battle in the underground world. The goblin tribe had been overrun. Even the level 18 goblin chieftain had been slain by the warriors. This was undoubtedly excellent news. What's more, when the goblin chieftain fell, he dropped a huge haul. You have slain a level 18, Lord-level goblin. Rewards: energy plus 500, soul stones plus 100, blueprint plus 1, superior weapon plus 1. A goblin chieftain is a sentient humanoid, and it dropped so many soul stones. 100 soul stones in a single drop, plus a blueprint and a superior grade weapon. Unbelievable. Wild monsters never drop equipment. Humanoid intelligent beings drop soul stones, but sometimes equipment as well. Rather than calling it loot, it's more like scavenging from the fallen. For example, when a level 18 goblin chieftain died, his equipment didn't vanish. That fine steel greatsword would remain, and the system would notify Tang Xiaofan of it as loot. What grade is a superior weapon? Tang Xiaofan wondered in his mind. The answer soon arrived. In the Divine Demon Continent, equipment is ranked as low, medium, high king, saint, demigod, and true god. Superior equipment does not fall within the standard rankings. This type of gear sits between high and king grade. Superior equipment stats exceed high grade, but are beneath king grade. With advanced forging techniques, it can be upgraded to king grade. Understood. Tang Xiaofan nodded in realization. The meaning was clear. Superior equipment was essentially a half-step king grade item, easily refined into full king grade gear. By contrast, upgrading high grade gear to king grade was far more difficult. One is half a rank short, the other a whole rank apart. Tang Xiaofan mused aloud. I wonder what kind and grade of blueprint dropped. The blueprint was still with the warrior. Once it was brought back to the warrior's castle, and Tang Xiaofan appraised it, the blueprint's properties would be revealed. Killing a level 18 Lord-ranked boss and getting a blueprint. Let's hope it isn't a low-level one. Tang Xiaofan reckoned. The odds of receiving a low-level blueprint were quite slim. After all, when he killed the level 16 Earth Dragon commander before, he obtained an advanced building blueprint. And now, the warriors had slain an even more formidable foe, a level 18 Lord-tier Goblin Chieftain. This was a creature on an entirely different level of strength. It should rightfully drop a rare blueprint. Of course, before appraising it, Tang Xiaofan couldn't be sure of the blueprint's exact type or grade. He could only say that there was a very high chance it was a rare blueprint. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's mood brightened even further. He happily scrolled through the chat and trading channels. In the trading zone, several castle lords with advanced and top-tier troops were still buying up refined iron in bulk. They were all preparing for the high-grade equipment auction at 8 o'clock that night. High-grade equipment was irresistibly tempting. Even for the most powerful castle lords, loot of this caliber was extremely hard to come by. That's because only by slaying at least a commander-tier intelligent creature could one hope to obtain high-grade equipment. For example, a level 16 Goblin Warchief or a level 14 Goblin Subcommander. When the warrior teams took down 2 level 16 Goblin Warchiefs and 5 level 14 Goblin Subcommanders from the Goblin tribe, they only got 3 sets of high-grade equipment. The rest was all mid-grade. Clearly, high-grade equipment was exceedingly rare, let alone the fact that, at this stage, most castle lords simply didn't have the strength to take down commander-tier creatures. At best, they could hunt elite-level monsters. As for the commanders, taking them down was still a tall order. This was exactly why the auction for high-grade equipment was so fiercely contested, drawing in nearly every castle lord with advanced and top-tier troops. Everyone wanted high-grade equipment to safeguard their own lives and to avoid being left defenseless and falling in the upcoming Beast Tide event. The auction tonight is going to be a real spectacle. Tang Xiaofan grinned broadly. The more people vied for high-grade gear, the more he stood to earn. No wonder he was in such high spirits. Delighted, he pictured the windfall he'd rake in that evening, then pulled his thoughts back to the present. Next, he glanced at the chat channel. By now, talk of the forest demon had faded away, temporarily forgotten. Every conversation revolved around the final day of the newbie period, the looming disappearance of the protective barriers, and the Beast Tide event. It was a matter of life and death for hundreds of castle lords. No one could afford to take it lightly. Today's the last day. The newbie protection period is almost over. I can't help feeling a little anxious. Don't worry. Today will be your best day, because from here on out, things are only going to get tougher for us. Haha, you way too pessimistic up there? Still, it's true. Even if we survive the Beast Tide, we can't let our guard down for a second. Everyone, remember this. We must be wary not only of the monsters roaming the wilds, but also of the native powers of the divine and demonic continent. You should all understand that the higher our castle level rises, the more native factions will set their sights on us. That's right. From my observations and encounters, I've found that the native forces here deeply resent us outsiders, and they can easily tell who we are. Yes, exactly. They even know we're from another world, calling us evil beings from beyond their realm. Is this a dead end? Is peaceful coexistence truly impossible between any native force of the divine and demonic continent and us castle lords? They pursue truth, while we castle lords inevitably walk the path of faith and godhood. Truth and faith are at odds with each other. Indeed, that's how it is. So only one side can survive the clash between us and the native powers. The victor will rule this world. As Tang Xiaofan watched the discussions among the castle lords unfold on the World Chat channel, he found himself wholeheartedly agreeing. He had already learned from his warriors what the natives thought of them, these so-called guests from the heavens. Whether it was the ogre tribes or the goblin clans, both harbored deep hatred. There was no chance for peace between them. Only war. When facing his squad of warriors, the goblins, timid by nature, did not run. They fought with blood and fury. The ogres, though outmatched, would rather die than surrender. These two facts alone made it clear. Between castle lords and native powers, the only answer was war. To make the native forces bow to us, castle lords. It's as hard as reaching the heavens. As he muttered to himself, Tang Xiaofan's thoughts suddenly turned to the little girl from the underground world. She was a level 18 lord, a gray dwarf and a sky swordsman, yet she had willingly pledged loyalty to Kerr. She even went so far as to help the little girl recruit soldiers and defend the dwarf fortress, all without being asked. He had to admit it. This little girl's luck and charm were off the charts. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The more I think about it, the more jealous I get, he sighed deeply. Consider his own situation, standing at the very peak among hundreds of castle lords, with his warriors sweeping through the dense forests within a 10-kilometer radius. And yet, never mind attracting a powerful level 18 native lord. He couldn't even make the weakest of intelligent creatures, like the ogres, surrender. Each and every one of them would rather die than submit to his forces. It proved one thing. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Just then, a string of notifications appeared. Tang Xiaofan was stunned for a good long while. Congratulations. Your troops have conquered the goblin tribe. Your castle's influence and reputation within the forest have soared. Your troops have conquered the goblin tribe. You have gained the allegiance of the goblin tribe. A total of 1,672 goblins have surrendered to your castle's forces and become your own units. Special notice. Because you forced the goblin tribe into submission, the goblin race across the divine demon continent now harbors greater hatred toward you. Your castle's faction has been blacklisted by the goblin kingdom. In the forest, your high-tech castle has begun making a name for itself. Tang Xiaofan took a deep, steadying breath. Johnny, what exactly did you do? He'd been waiting for a prompt asking him whether to destroy the goblin tribe or not. Back when he conquered the ogre tribe, there had been a similar prompt. If he chose to destroy the tribe's heart, the goblins of the underworld would be completely wiped out, erased from existence. But instead, his warriors had directly subdued the goblin tribe. Nearly 1,700 goblins have been forced to submit to his castle and become a part of his army. I was just saying, to make a native power surrender to a castle force is as difficult as reaching the sky. And in the blink of an eye, the goblin tribe has bowed its head. Tang Xiaofan frowned in thought. He suspected the goblins didn't surrender simply out of cowardice. Most likely, his warriors used some special means. And it was highly probable that Zhang Yi's silver tongue played a role. Back in the castle, during training, Zhang Yi was always preaching his theory that all under heaven belongs to the king, to anyone who would listen. The goblin tribe has submitted. This will bring both good and bad consequences. The good news: my castle is now even stronger, and its influence has spread into the native powers of the divine demon continent. This is like opening a door for the coming grand tournament of all races. Of course, there are downsides too. Now, even more native forces in the forest have their eyes set on my high-tech castle. The Goblin Kingdom in particular has blacklisted my castle, and their hostility has skyrocketed. The next time I encounter goblin forces, it'll be war on sight. But all in all, the benefits outweigh the risks. This was a gamble worth taking, he had to admit. A low-tier intelligent species like goblins, sitting at the bottom rung of the divine demon continent, was hardly enough to make Tang Xiaofan act with caution. If it had been the dragon race, then he'd be far more wary. One day, I'll conquer the Goblin Kingdom too. The underworld goblin tribe. Let's rewind the clock 3 minutes. Jean Eyre approached Zhang Yi, asking how to deal with the goblins left in the tribe. After 2 wars, almost every warrior among the goblins had been wiped out. All that remained were ordinary goblins. Some were so weak that they hadn't even reached level 2, stuck at level 1. Even if all these goblins were slaughtered, the warriors would hardly gain much energy. Blasphemers have no place in this world. Their blood alone is enough to atone for their sins. Warrior 2 spoke with sharp brevity, showing not a shred of mercy for monsters that dared defy their lord. As a warrior from the Orthodox faction, his duty was to sweep away any obstacle for his master. The other warriors nodded in agreement. Together, they turned to Warrior 1, waiting for his final decision. Just then, Warrior 1 spoke. These goblins have already surrendered. There's no need to kill them all. Even if they are blasphemers, the Almighty Lord is merciful to all. Our Lord's benevolence embraces every being, every soul beneath the heavens. He glanced at the warriors before him and continued. Our Lord needs followers. This is vital for his light to envelop the continent of gods and demons. When he returns to rule all realms, This land will be his starting point. Upon hearing this, Warrior 2 immediately replied, "Then you handle it. The task of winning their surrender is yours." Understood. Warrior 1 stepped forward to face the goblins and declared, "You should count yourselves fortunate to serve under our Lord. All under heaven belong to his domain." After delivering these words, the goblins, no fools themselves, could see clearly that refusal meant certain death. At once, they chanted in unison, "Great is the Lord." Very quickly, the goblins pledged true allegiance. What no one expected, however, was that the heart of the tribe would also undergo a transformation, becoming a subordinate force under the high-tech fortress. This change in the heart of the tribe deeply affected the goblins' hearts, inspiring genuine, devout loyalty. From then on, all of these goblins became vassals of Tang Xiaofan. Like the warriors and farmers, they now revered him as their god. This moment marked a new chapter for Tang Xiaofan, one where faith would forge his divinity, gather followers, and shape his destiny. High-tech fortress. A radiant smile lit Tang Xiaofan's face. Before him lay the spoils brought back by the warriors. Over 200 sets of goblin gear. Most were low-tier equipment. A few pieces, however, were of mid-tier quality, belonging to elite goblins and a handful of commanders. The value of mid-tier gear was at least 10 times that of the low tier. Though few in number, their total worth was anything but trivial. All in all, he'd reaped a windfall from this war. And once he conquered the goblin tribes of the underground world, there would be even greater profits to come. It's just a pity, Tang Xiaofan mused, to have slain so many elite and commander-level goblins, yet find so few soul stones and blueprints dropped. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Soul stones were perpetually in short supply, and as for blueprints, their drop rate was nothing short of abysmal. Still, Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it. His gaze shifted to the soul stones. In this battle, we harvested 85 soul stones, plus the 448 soul stones stored in the castle's warehouse. That makes a total of 533. The farmer factory can finally be upgraded. To upgrade the farmer factory to level 3, 500 soul stones are required. Tang Xiaofan focused his mind. All the materials for upgrading the farmer factory were now gathered. Would you like to upgrade the troop building? Farmer factory? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan chose yes. In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth inside the farmer factory's room. The golden radiance was so dazzling that it was impossible to see what was happening within. Only after more than 10 seconds did the golden light gradually fade away. At last, the upgraded farmer factory appeared before Tang Xiaofan's eyes. Farmer factory, unique troop building. Current level 3, can designate the summoning of master farmers, master blacksmiths, master carpenters, master chefs, master builders, master warriors, and master engineers. Upgrade requirement: 5,000 soul stones. With the farmer factory now at level 3, the tin roof building had undergone some changes. It now had a more technological feel, with added electronic components and the appearance of neon lights, instantly elevating the once plain building to something modern and impressive. Tang Xiaofan wondered if he was imagining things. The size of the farmer factory had also changed. From an original area of just 10 square meters, it had expanded to 30. This was the most significant transformation. He opened the door and saw that tables and chairs had been added inside. A level 3 farmer factory. Now I can summon engineers. Tang Xiaofan's heart surged with excitement. This was the true purpose behind upgrading the troop buildings. The number of available unit types would directly determine the future strength of the castle. And for Tang Xiaofan, the specialization of the farmer profession was the key to victory. He currently relied heavily on the Mark II battlesuits. If he could recruit enough engineers to work together on developing new production lines, then automated production of the Mark II suits would improve dramatically compared to the current handcrafted process. Only in this way could the scale of the Armored Legion continue to grow larger and larger. In addition to turning the original professions into masters, there's another upgrade to the farmer factory. The probability of summoning special farmers has also increased. At level 1, the chance was extremely low. At level 2, it was low, but now at level 3, it's become noticeably better. It's clear as day. The probability has gone up. The chances of summoning a special farmer are higher now. So far, all the farmers, warriors, and other professionals Tang Xiaofan had summoned were ordinary, never a special farmer. The farmer factory had never surprised him. Now, he hoped that with this upgrade, the farmer factory would finally bring him some good fortune. It's time to begin summoning engineers. Summon the mechanic. Yes, no. Summon. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate to choose no. In an instant, the farmer factory was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Moments later, a burly man, dressed in blue overalls and wearing a safety helmet, appeared before Tang Xiaofan. "At your service, my lord." In that very instant, Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up with excitement. From the look of this mechanic, he seems quite impressive. At the very least, he looks like a real professional. Today is definitely my lucky day. Standing before Tang Xiaofan, the mechanic's expression was tinged with excitement, and his eyes shone with unshakable faith. In his heart, Tang Xiaofan was not just anyone. He was the omnipotent lord, a being of greatness. Tang Xiaofan was the one and only hope to save the divine demon continent. This was more than just a simple slogan. It represented the deepest conviction in the hearts of the warriors. "My lord." The newly summoned mechanic paid his respects to Tang Xiaofan with utmost reverence. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was in high spirits. He quickly assigned the mechanic to check on the progress of the Mark II battle armor in the blacksmith shop. The mechanic's name was G.E. He dutifully carried out his responsibilities. Not only did he visit the blacksmith shop, but he also inspected the armory, the lumber mill, and the stone workshop. Finally, his gaze settled on the town center, right at the heart of the current castle. There, several machine tools stood, a place where Tang Xiaofan crafted the prototypes for the Mark mechas. Watching the busy G.E., Tang Xiaofan began to plot his next move. The farmer factory has reached level 3. Next, I need to consider upgrading the castle and constructing an advanced building, the metal laboratory. In the short term, further upgrading the farmer factory would be difficult. Unless a sizable war broke out, it was unlikely, because raising the farmer factory to level 4 required 5,000 soul stones. Compared to the requirements for level 3, the demand had increased tenfold. Such a large number of soul stones would be nearly impossible to gather in a short time. But Tang Xiaofan felt no sense of urgency. At this stage, very few castle lords had managed to upgrade their troop buildings to level 2. Yet he had already brought his to level 3. He was far ahead of hundreds of other castle lords, and his lead was only growing. The ones who should be anxious were those castle lords with advanced or even top-tier troops. Those people were always itching to surpass him. But clearly, that wouldn't be so easy. If all goes as planned, I'll be able to upgrade the Black Tech Castle to a Black Tech Town by the end of today. If tonight's equipment auction goes well, I might even be able to build the metal laboratory as well. Tang Xiaofan looked forward to the auction that evening. He was certain that his hopes would be fulfilled. The dim, subterranean world. Goblins were busy repairing the homes damaged in the recent battle. The battered city walls, too, were under restoration. The bodies of fallen goblins had been gathered together and, by the hands of the warriors, reduced to ashes. Bit by bit, the marks of war were being erased. Soon, this goblin tribe would return to its former, everyday state. The warriors had seized control of the vital underworld stronghold and now patrolled the goblin settlement. Many goblins watched them, their eyes filled with reverence. These warriors, steel-clad fighters, were powerful champions created by their lord, the omnipotent lord, a figure who walked as the envoy of fate across the many realms. Wherever the steel warriors appeared, it was a sign that the master's gaze had fallen upon that place. To revere these steel warriors was to give form to their faith. And indeed, their belief was not misplaced. Through Jarvis's shared vision, Tang Xiaofan could easily observe everything here. The goblin's loyal submission brought a faint sense of satisfaction to his heart. Jean E, accompanied by several warriors, climbed the 49 steps and entered the Great Stone Palace. This imposing palace of stone had once belonged to an 18th-level goblin chieftain. It was a forbidden place for ordinary goblins. Without permission, they could not even set foot on the steps below the palace. Now, the doors to the palace treasury stood wide open. Following Zhang Yi's orders, goblins busied themselves hauling out heaps of fresh equipment and soul stones. There were more than 200 sets of gear, all brand new. Most were mid-grade equipment, with only 2 sets of high-grade gear. As for soul stones, there were over 400. All of it now belonged to Tang Xiaofan. What's this? Inside a treasure chest, Zhang Yi discovered a ring shaped like a band. The ring was entirely silver-white, forged from some special metal. What was most remarkable was its astonishing diameter, 5 centimeters across. This was certainly not made for a goblin. In fact, not even a human's finger could be that thick. Its original owner must have been a giant. Jean Eyre took the giant's ring from Zhang Yi. Gazing at the 9 gemstones set into its surface, he remarked, "This is giant's gear, radiating powerful magic. I can't tell exactly what it does. Let's take it back to the master for identification." "Agreed," Jean Yi replied with a nod. Before long, the goblins had emptied the treasury. Everything was piled high out on the plaza before the palace, including the spoils gathered from the battlefield. Altogether, they had amassed 640 sets of equipment and 758 soul stones, along with quantities of refined iron and other metals. It was a bountiful harvest indeed. Jean-Eyre gazed upon the massive stone palace before him and said, "This palace serves no purpose. It should be torn down, and its massive stones used to carve a statue of our Lord, gathering the faith and devotion of all goblin tribes for him." "Very well, let's begin." Jean-Eyre swung his mighty axe. A flash of white light shot forth, cleaving into the statue. With a surge of tremendous energy, the great stone palace collapsed in a thunderous roar. Afterward, the goblins gathered the huge stones together. Under the hands of the warriors, the rocks were chiseled and shaped, eventually forming a towering stone statue over 10 meters high. 10 meters, that's roughly the height of a 3-story building. The statue was clad in armor, holding a scepter and crowned with a majestic diadem. Its face was none other than that of Tang Xiaofan, our Lord. The moment the statue was unveiled, the warriors bowed with reverence. The goblins of the tribe all knelt down, praying devoutly before the statue. Jean-Eyre addressed the goblins. "At sunrise and sunset each day, you must gather in the square and pray to our Lord. With steadfast faith, his radiance will surely envelop you all. Our Lord, who cherishes his followers, will also protect those who believe in him. Have faith in our Lord, and your souls will dwell forever on the divine demon continent. Even should you meet an untimely end, you will still receive our Lord's care and share in his glory. Praise be to our Lord." The goblins worshipped Tang Xiaofan's statue with excitement and fervor. Under the influence of the tribal heart, the seeds of faith had now taken root deep within every goblin's soul. All the goblins in the tribe had become true believers of Tang Xiaofan. Afterward, the warriors gathered 100 adult goblins, who packed up the spoils stacked in the square and carried them out of the underground world. Long after the warriors' squad had departed, goblins still knelt in the plaza, praying to Tang Xiaofan's statue. "Almighty Lord, the greedy black dragon of the depths sometimes harasses your faithful followers. The goblin tribe earnestly beseeches your protection. Grant us light, so that we may triumph over darkness and evil." Inside the techno castle, Tang Xiaofan faintly heard voices murmuring in his ear, but when he listened closely, there was nothing. He scratched his ear, beginning to suspect that the stress he'd been under lately was making him hear things. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it and waited for the warriors to return. Before long, the entire squad was back at the castle, joined by 100 goblins carrying bulging packs. The goblins piled their bundles in the courtyard. Then, as one, knelt before Tang Xiaofan. "Almighty Lord, O great Creator God, your devout followers greet you with reverence. Praise be to you, who fashioned all things and bestowed light and kindness upon the world. O omnipotent Lord." Tang Xiaofan. Blue Star Live Broadcast Room. The viewers who witnessed this scene burst out laughing, their tense mood finally easing. After all, it was the last day, and everyone had been so anxious. Now, seeing a group of dwarves that looked like green-skinned monkeys, kneeling solemnly on the ground before Tang Xiaofan, praying to him, was simply hilarious. Haha, what am I seeing? Did the contestant from Dragon Country recruit a troop of monkeys? That's right, and they're green-skinned monkeys, too. These are goblins, you idiots. Don't you recognize goblins when you see them? Why are they worshipping Tang Xiaofan? Weren't the local factions supposed to be mortal enemies with us from Blue Star? Looks like Tang Xiaofan has some serious charisma. He's got the native creatures completely under his spell. I don't think so. He must have forced these cute little green monkeys to adore him. In the Today in Divine and Demonic Lands live broadcast, the guests were also in stitches. And for once, Zhang Xiaoxiao refrained from standing out, choosing instead to agree with the other three. This is absolutely groundbreaking. It shows that the native forces in this world can be communicated with. That's right, as Zhang Xiaoxiao said. If that's the case, Tang Xiaofan might be able to ally with other factions in the future, maybe even conquer them. That means we don't have to worry about him being besieged by the locals anymore. After all, he's developing so quickly. Like the tallest tree in the forest, he's bound to attract the wind. With just one sentence, the host offered a bit of comfort to everyone's worries for the day. There was no helping it. If Tang Xiaofan were to fail, Dragon Country would suffer a devastating loss. A loss 100 times greater than any before. Meanwhile, some countries' contestants had already lost all hope of surviving the beast tide. Their nations were on the verge of collapse. At this very moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly noticed another downside to conquering the goblin tribe. When 100 grimy goblins knelt before him, fervently chanting, "Almighty Lord," no matter who you were, you'd probably feel just as awkward as Tang Xiaofan did. Still, Tang Xiaofan didn't bother to correct their form of address. He figured that if he heard it often enough, the awkwardness would eventually fade. Besides, it was only because he was still weak that he felt embarrassed at all. Someday, when he ascended to divinity and his power swept across the divine and demonic lands, a title like that would be nothing short of magnificent. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. Zhang Yi understood his meaning and ordered the goblins to return to their tribe and await further instructions. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan learned that the idea to subdue the goblin tribe had indeed come from Zhang Yi. After the goblins left the castle, Zhang Yi personally handed Tang Xiaofan the most precious trophies, a supreme weapon, a soul stone, blueprints, and that strange gigantic ring. Tang Xiaofan didn't look them over right away. Instead, he spoke to them. There's still a few hours before night falls. Let your warrior squads out again to hunt, and clear the wild monsters lurking in the dense forests around the castle. At its core, a beast tide is a concentrated uprising of wild monsters. When it happens, the normally scattered beasts may gather and launch an assault on the nearest castle. What's more, these monsters might gain mutated abilities, becoming stronger or rising in level. And perhaps, that fire dragon will arrive right on cue. By contrast, the native forces of the divine demon continent will not seize this moment to attack the castle. On the contrary, they may also have to contend with the rampaging beasts. The black dragon that the goblin tribe kept mentioning earlier might actually be the very beast that comes to harass their tribe periodically. That's why Tang Xiaofan thought, if they could sweep the wild monsters from around the castle, reducing the number of beasts, they could significantly lessen the pressure and danger of the beast tide. "As you command, my lord." The warriors bowed with respect, then marched out of the castle in unison. They were passionate about the hunt, for it was the quickest way to grow stronger. Every warrior longed to level up as soon as possible. When that day came, they would be able to serve their lord even better. Tang Xiaofan fetched that extraordinary weapon. It was a giant sword forged of refined iron, 1.5 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and with a spine a full 13 centimeters thick. This was a true great sword in every sense. Even for Tang Xiaofan, it was a daunting weapon. Hard to imagine how the short-statured goblins had ever wielded such a colossal blade. Its rightful owner was probably a two-headed demon. Goblin Chieftain's Sword. Grade, Supreme. Effect, increases the wielder's attack power. Description, once a high-grade weapon, it was elevated to supreme quality after being tempered in a raging fire. With further refinement, it could become a rare, king-tier, magical weapon. This was what Tang Xiaofan had discerned. So, it was the fire that did it, thanks to that incendiary bomb. That's how the sword advanced to supreme grade. Tang Xiaofan hadn't expected this outcome. The heat from the incendiary bomb was so intense that it even refined equipment. Of course, not all gear could withstand such flames. Low or mid-grade gear would be reduced to ash in that inferno. Even high-grade equipment. Only a rare few could barely withstand the incendiary's searing heat. And if exposed for too long, they too would eventually melt. It all came down to the material. This Goblin Chieftain's sword doesn't need to go to auction for now. Zhang Yi and his squad can make good use of it. Tang Xiaofan put away the Goblin Chieftain's sword. This extraordinary weapon would greatly enhance Zhang Yi's combat strength, making him well prepared to face the impending beast tide. Next, he turned his attention to the other spoils of war. In the courtyard, heaps of equipment, soul stones, and all kinds of supplies were piled high. After a thorough inventory, he tallied up the gains. We conquered the goblin tribe and obtained a total of 903 sets of equipment. Among them, there are 5 high-grade sets, 89 mid-grade sets, and the rest are low-grade. In terms of soul stones, we collected over 1,200. There are 2,300 units of refined iron. As for special metals, around 100 units. A broad smile spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. Whether it was equipment, soul stones, or essential resources like refined iron, the harvest was bountiful by any measure. His strategy to send the warrior squad to assault the goblin tribe had clearly been a smashing success. Afterward, Tang Xiaofan stored all the important resources, like the soul stones, safely in the castle's warehouse. As for the goblin equipment, Tang Xiaofan kept 5 high-grade sets for himself, intending to auction them off in the evening. The rest he divided into 20 lots and put them up for sale on the trading channel, hoping to exchange them for lumber, stone, refined iron, and other crucial materials. Nearly 900 sets of equipment went on the market at once, sending shockwaves through the community of castle lords. Countless people vented their astonishment in the World Chat channel. My goodness, is this real? Lord Tang Xiaofan is simply unbeatable. That's almost 900 sets of goblin gear. Just how many goblins did Tang Xiaofan take down? He wiped out an ogre tribe before, and now his sights are set on goblins. So much goblin equipment. He must have destroyed a mid-sized goblin tribe, which usually means thousands of goblins. Mid-sized goblin tribes typically have several commander-level goblins. To wipe out such a tribe, Tang Xiaofan's castle must be terrifyingly powerful. Conquering a goblin tribe, Tang Xiaofan has struck it rich. It's not just the equipment. He must have collected a mountain of soul stones, maybe even blueprints. I wouldn't dare mess with even a small goblin tribe, let alone a mid-sized one. Same here. At best, I can only hunt some minor monsters in the wild. So this is the difference between us ordinary folks and the top lords. Envious of the big boss. Envy +1. To this day, only a few castle lords with top-tier troops ever sell equipment in the trading channel. These top-tier lords aren't short on gear. They simply don't need it. After all, their armies are made up entirely of exotic beasts. And beasts can't wear equipment. Even now, equipment remains extremely scarce. The main reason is that it's so difficult to obtain. You have to defeat humanoid intelligent creatures to make them drop gear. Humanoid intelligent creatures, on the other hand, represented the native powers of the divine and demonic continent. Even the most powerful castle lords dared not provoke them lightly. After all, there was only one Tang Xiaofan. Most of the castle lords selling equipment in the trading district were the lucky ones. They had stumbled upon small bands of native forces and, after defeating them, managed to obtain a handful of equipment. That was precisely why. The amount of equipment they put up for sale was always quite limited. Usually, it was only a few dozen sets at most. How could anyone compare to Tang Xiaofan? He put nearly 900 sets on the market in a single stroke. Such a grand gesture was enough to astound any castle lord. Even those commanding top-tier troops could only look on in awe. Across the endless grasslands, Lord Bear gazed at row upon row of equipment appearing in the trading channel, and fell silent for a long while. Tang Xiaofan's castle grows ever more formidable. Just recently, he wiped out a small ogre tribe and gained over 100 sets of equipment. Now in just a few short days, he's already attacked a medium-sized goblin tribe and reaped a massive haul. He asked himself honestly. His own bear fortress was nowhere near as powerful as Tang Xiaofan's castle. That very morning, while hunting in the wild, he too had discovered a native power, the prairie kobold tribe. The tribe housed over 500 kobolds, qualifying as a small tribe. But he dared not engage them. He could only steer clear from afar. At present, he commanded several dozen ancient giant bears, the mightiest of which had reached level 14. When they stood tall, the ancient giant bears towered over 5 meters, their bodies covered in thick defenses and boasting overwhelming attack power. Yet even so, he didn't dare risk an assault on the kobold tribe. It wasn't that he couldn't take down such a small tribe, but he worried about losing some of his ancient giant bears in the process. He wanted to avoid any losses to his troops, so as not to jeopardize the impending Beast Tide event. But Tang Xiaofan? He kept attacking the native powers of the divine and demonic continent, one after another. First the ogre tribe, then the goblin tribe. It was as if he didn't care about troop casualties at all. Could it be? Are Tang Xiaofan's troops undead? The greatest advantage of undead units was their extraordinary vitality. As long as their soul fire was not extinguished, they could be reborn. And if those undead units could summon more undead, that would be even more terrifying. At least in the early stages, castle lords who possessed such troops held a clear lead. Lord Bear suspected it. Tang Xiaofan's army must have something to do with the undead. Otherwise, how could Tang Xiaofan keep attacking the native powers of the divine and demonic continent without pause? It was simply madness. Just like Lord Bear, many other castle lords began to speculate that Tang Xiaofan's troops belonged to some kind of top-tier undead. Fearless in the face of death, with the ability to resurrect, even to summon the dead by harnessing the corpses of enemies. Only this could explain why Tang Xiaofan managed to maintain his overwhelming lead all along. It also clarified why he dared to challenge the native powers of the divine demon continent. He was never concerned about the casualties among his troops. Some speculated that Tang Xiaofan's units were death knights, or perhaps even liches. Others guessed his troops were skeleton kings, capable of summoning vast legions of skeleton warriors. Theories abounded, each more imaginative than the last. Speculation was endless, springing up like wild grass. But, of course, speculation was all it ever was. Tang Xiaofan had never directly answered the question of what his troop type actually was. No matter what, My goal has always been the one and only reward from the Beast Tide event. As long as I can obtain it, I believe surpassing Tang Xiaofan isn't out of the question. Tang Xiaofan's castle power is formidable. He's ahead of every other castle lord. But oftentimes, timing and geography are just as important. The strongest person may not always remain at the forefront. At this thought, Lord Bei felt his mood lighten considerably. He wasn't without hope of claiming that unique reward. Every castle lord had a shot at becoming the lucky one. In the end, it would all come down to fortune. Many others shared Lord Bei's sentiment, particularly those castle lords commanding high-level and top-tier troops. They held fast to their belief. The one leading the pack does not necessarily get the last laugh. Some even hoped that Tang Xiaofan's troops would suffer a devastating blow in the Beast Tide event, causing him to fall from his pedestal. If that moment arrived, their chance to rise by stepping over Tang Xiaofan would finally come. Deep in the forest within the Tech Fortress, Tang Xiaofan paid no mind to the lively chatter echoing through the World Chat channel. His attention was wholly focused on the two items in his hands: a cerulean blue blueprint and a comically oversized silver-white ring. Unknown blueprint discovered. Would you like to appraise it? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, a brilliant white light appeared out of thin air, enveloping the blueprint in his hands. Within just a couple of seconds, the light faded away, revealing the blueprint's true form. It remained an azure blue, densely inscribed with myriad mystical runes. But the information displayed had changed. Rare Evolution Blueprint, Class Evolution. Grade Advanced. Effect: allows one of your troop types to evolve to its highest class. Special reminder: the rarer the troop type, the lower the success rate of evolution. Castle lords are advised to consider carefully before using the Class Evolution Blueprint. It's actually a special blueprint. Tang Xiaofan was genuinely surprised. There were three main categories of blueprints: building blueprints, equipment blueprints, and special blueprints. Compared to the first two, the third type, special blueprints, were far rarer. And there were many different kinds of special blueprints as well. Class Evolution was clearly one of the spoils. Tang Xiaofan murmured to himself. As expected of an 18th level Lord Class Goblin Chieftain, he actually dropped a Class Evolution Blueprint. Even if it's only of high grade, this is still incredibly lucky. So, which class should I use this Evolution Blueprint on? As for the success rate, it's bound to be high. After all, my units are just farmers, the most basic kind. Never mind. Let's have a mechanic evolve first. There's no rush for the other classes. Right now, what matters most is ramping up the production of battle armor. Without a mechanic, there's no hope for an automated assembly line. That's right. Tang Xiaofan realized he couldn't afford to expand too hastily anymore. After all, there was the fire dragon that had come last time, and now the Goblin Empire. The stronger he became, the more he would attract animosity from local powers. Just as he considered before, his strength wasn't yet enough to disregard all enemies. So, he made up his mind. The blueprint would go to the mechanic. Mechanic 1, come here. The summoned mechanic was busy puzzling over a few machines in the castle's workshop. He'd come up with several plans for modifying the assembly line. To be honest, in Tang Xiaofan's eyes, they were all pretty much junk. Sir, why aren't you using my assembly line plans? Jarvis, your designs are too advanced. We simply can't implement them yet. But sir, I've already simplified them as much as possible. Mechanic 1 arrived, and his mechanical skills were still at a repairman's level. He'd been poring over the machines for ages without making much headway. Tang Xiaofan tapped the Class Evolution Blueprint and selected Mechanic for the evolution. A blue light descended from the sky, enveloping Mechanic 1. His appearance changed. The blue overalls transformed into a white lab coat. He grew lean and sharp, no longer the burly, rough figure he once was. Master, I am now a top-class mechanical master, ready to serve you. Mechanic 1's appearance and aura had transformed, but his loyalty to Tang Xiaofan remained unwavering. Excellent. Now this was what true talent looked like. Mechanic 1, what's your plan for the assembly line? Master, I believe our first step should be to develop automated mechanical arms. Automated arms. Yes. With mechanical arms in place, these machines in the workshop will finally come alive. Plus, Jarvis can control them, which will skyrocket our production efficiency. Brilliant idea. Truly, this was the inside of a top-tier professional. Jarvis immediately supplied viable robotic arm designs from his database. Mechanic 1 glanced over them, then confidently declared he could build them. And sure enough, Mechanic 1's hands were made for creating wonders. Once he slipped into work mode, Machine 1's face was lit by a pair of intensely focused eyes. His hand, holding the tweezers, was rock steady, no hint of a tremor. Every component was placed with pinpoint precision exactly where it belonged, with almost no margin of error. Working together, Tang Xiaofan and Machine 1 assembled the parts. And before long, the final component was fitted into place. With the metal casing snapped on, the first robotic arm was complete. At first glance, it looked much the same as most robotic arms you'd find in a factory, except its joints were more numerous, and the drive mechanisms appeared a touch more intricate. But only by moving closer could one truly appreciate the complexity of this robotic arm. If you took apart every bit of its construction, you'd find over 10,000 separate components. The tiniest piece was less than a millimeter in diameter. Wait a moment, here's a description. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan noticed a summary of the robotic arm. High-precision robotic arm. An ultra-flexible robotic arm. This arm uses a multi-joint structure, allowing for 4-axis independent movement without interference. The modular design means dexterous hands can be swapped in, making it adaptable to any complex working environment. Maximum operating precision reaches the nanometer scale. The description was filled with glowing praise. But the arm truly did live up to the highest standards of cutting-edge technology. Thanks to the Hive battery, there was no shortage of power. Sir, power supply to the robotic arm restored. Voltage is stable. Jarvis prompt came through. Tang Xiaofan couldn't wait. Jarvis, give your new arm a try. Yes, sir. At once, my lord. Jarvis, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately linked up with the newly finished robotic arm. In no time, he and Machine 1 were collaborating to build more arms. They made 4 in total. 2 of the arms were fixed to the ceiling of the workshop, while the other 2 were mounted on bases with motors and wheels, making them mobile. During installation, Jarvis even carried out some modifications, adapting the arms to better suit his own operation. Sir, all 4 robotic arms have been completed. Excellent. Jarvis, run a test. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the 4 robotic arms in the basement whirred to life at once. Each joint moved in turn, as if testing their flexibility and precision. Sir, all robotic arms are functioning normally. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan immediately stepped to the center of the basement. Jarvis, suit me up with the Mark II armor. The moment he spoke, all 4 robotic arms swung into action, rapidly assembling and fitting the Mark II armor onto Tang Xiaofan. The entire process was precise and swift. A task that once took soldiers half a day was now finished in under 30 seconds by the 4 robotic arms. Very good. Take it off. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. The robotic arm moved again, this time stripping the Mark II battlesuit from Tang Xiaofan in even less time. Immediately, Tang Xiaofan recruited 9 top-tier mechanical engineers and instructed GE to lead them in setting up a dedicated workshop for operating the robotic arms, tasked with producing the Mark II battlesuits. Once this workshop was up and running, the production rate of the Mark II suits would soar. Of course, intelligent wearable systems were still beyond their reach for now. But at least the robotic arm could help speed up how quickly the warriors suited up. Oh, right, he set up a special suit-donning workshop so the soldiers don't have to struggle getting into their gear, Tang Xiaofan added. At the very least, this would allow for rapid suit-up inside the castle. Having given his orders, Tang Xiaofan turned his attention to the silver-white ring before him. It was a circular band, set with 9 gemstones of impressive quality, arranged around its outer surface. Its diameter was 5 centimeters, almost excessive. If not for the information identifying it as a ring, Tang Xiaofan would have thought it a bracelet. Unknown equipment. 1 ring detected. Would you like to appraise it? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Instantly, a beam of white light appeared out of thin air, illuminating the silver-white ring. This was the light of appraisal, capable of revealing an item's true properties. Unknown blueprints, mysterious gear, unidentified items. Anything the lord of the castle possessed could be appraised. Soon, the white light faded. The ring's information appeared in full. Ring of the Cyclops, brimming with mana. Rank, Royal. Effect 1. Contains a 10 cubic meter storage space for holding items. Effect 2. When filled with mana, can unleash 3 casts of high-level magic. Nature's Blessing Light. Effect 3. Exerts a certain degree of intimidation over the Cyclops race. Special note. This is a treasured artifact of the Cyclops clan within the forest. Wearing it will draw their attention and increase their hostility toward you. It's actually royal-grade equipment. Tang Xiaofan's face lit up with delight. This was the highest-grade item he had obtained so far. Most importantly, the Ring of the Cyclops was a spatial ring. It could store and retrieve items. For Tang Xiaofan, this was immensely practical. The only drawback is, it's a symbol of royal authority among the Cyclops clan. Wearing it will make me a target for their enmity. After a moment's reflection, Tang Xiaofan decided to disregard the Cyclops entirely. His castle's forces were already blacklisted by the Goblin Kingdom. Antagonizing another Cyclops tribe hardly mattered. Besides, his first phase goal was to conquer the forest and establish his own power. The high-tech fortress and the indigenous forces of wisdom in the forest were destined to clash sooner or later. Since they were bound to become enemies in the end, there was no need to act so cautiously. How do I claim ownership of the Cyclops ring? Channel your own spiritual power into it and establish a mental connection with the magical equipment. Magical equipment? Tang Xiaofan looked at the Cyclops ring in his hand. He hadn't expected it to be a piece of magical equipment. Even the superbly crafted Goblin Chieftain's sword, which was of extraordinary grade, was not considered magical equipment. It was merely the mightiest and most elite among ordinary weapons. He turned his gaze to the 9 gems set into the outer band of the ring. Only then did he realize that every one of them was a soul stone. An urge welled up within him to pry them all off right then and there. After all, these were 9 soul stones. But in the end, Tang Xiaofan chose to resist the temptation. A piece of spatial equipment capable of storing items was still incredibly valuable. Besides, his farmer factory still had some way to go before reaching level 4. If he were to remove the 9 rare crystals now and lose a king-tier spatial artifact in the process, it would be a true waste. So I need to channel my spiritual power into it. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. As a level 6 life form, he possessed spiritual strength of his own. Of course, all sentient beings had some degree of spiritual power. The only difference was in its strength. For powerful beings, spiritual force could be projected outward to harm foes or even condensed in a tangible form. For the weak, their mental power was faint, almost imperceptible. Tang Xiaofan had no idea how to actually mobilize his own spiritual power. He tried several times, but without success. Just as he was about to ask for guidance again, he suddenly sensed a disturbance within himself. Tang Xiaofan focused intently on this odd sensation, all the while keeping his eyes glued to the Cyclops ring. After a brief moment, he felt as if something shot out from the center of his forehead and extended toward the Cyclops ring. Tang Xiaofan realized that this must be his spiritual power. It was subtle, yet it didn't dissipate after leaving his body. Eventually, his spiritual force penetrated the Cyclops ring, successfully establishing a link. In that very instant, Tang Xiaofan caught sight of the ring's inner space. It was a cramped little realm, only about 10 cubic meters in volume. The interior was empty, with nothing stored inside. It seemed likely that anything of value once kept within had already been taken by the Goblin Chieftain. From this moment on, this Cyclops ring belongs to me. Tang Xiaofan's spiritual power now lingered on the ring. No outsider would be able to peer into the world inside it. Unless, of course, someone were to forcibly destroy his spiritual link and sever his connection to the Cyclops ring. Or, if one day he were to die and his spiritual energy faded away, the Cyclops ring would once again become ownerless. Tang Xiaofan shook his head, brushing aside the strange thoughts that had crept into his mind. He tried to slip the Cyclops ring onto his wrist. It was a bit difficult. The ring simply wouldn't go on. In the end, Tang Xiaofan found a cord, tied the ring to it, and hung it directly around his neck. After that, he fetched all the soul stones stored in the castle's warehouse, along with the Goblin Chieftain's sword, and stuffed them all into the Cyclops ring without hesitation. Spatial equipment really was exceptionally handy. Storing and retrieving items took nothing more than a thought. Especially once you left the safety of the castle and found yourself out in the wild, its value became even more apparent. When all was done, Tang Xiaofan tilted his head back. He gazed up at the protective shield that enveloped the entire Black-Tech castle. The shimmering barrier sparkled with shifting colors. Its defense is utterly unbreakable. Unfortunately, it would vanish come midnight tonight. As dusk settled in, smoke curled up from the chimneys. The World Chat channel remained lively as ever, filled with everyone's nostalgia for time itself. For tonight marked the final night of the newbie period. Tomorrow would still bring dusk, but the situation awaiting the lords of the castles would be utterly transformed. Every castle lord would be thrust into a harsh, unforgiving world. With the shield gone, the true test would begin. Those who couldn't adapt would be eliminated, cast out of the game. The continent of gods and demons had always been a brutal realm. Only the fittest could survive. The World Chat channel continued to bustle with activity. The castle lords clung to the last moments of peace they had left. Some were filled with dread, others with panic, and some even with despair. Yet there were also those who brimmed with confidence, looking forward to what the future held. Most of these confident ones were castle lords who commanded high-level or top-tier units. They were already preparing to join the great clan war for supremacy. One player from the Sweet Potato Nation, named Temuka, even went so far as to declare in the world chat that a new era was about to dawn. Temuka boasted that he would surpass all other castle lords, representing Blue Star in the continent of gods and demons clan war, and stand at the summit of the world. He was arrogant, but also supremely confident. For Temuka had lucked out, acquiring a top-tier unit, the Titan Giant. Titan Giants were ancient deities from myth who once ruled the world. Standing over 10 meters tall, they possessed boundless strength. Legends said they could split mountains and part seas, wield thunderbolts in their hands, and strike from afar. What's more, they were immune to all magic attacks and were the sworn enemies of dragons. No wonder he was so boastful. His Titan Giant was truly formidable. Even when dragons came to harass his castle, they were wounded and driven off by his Titan Giant. But soon enough, Temuka faced a chorus of outrage from countless other castle lords. Even Tang Xiaofan, widely recognized as the strongest castle lord, had never made such bold claims. Just because you have a top-tier unit, what right do you have to talk down to everyone else, as if you could suppress the entire world? After all, he wasn't the only castle lord who had randomly acquired a top-tier troop. There was Bear from the Ugly Nation, Sherlock from the Pipe Nation, Sail from the Maple Nation, and so on. These powerhouses from Blue Star had all once sold monster equipment on the trading market. While none of them were quite as formidable as Tang Xiaofan, they had all proven themselves in one way or another, demonstrating the ability to at least defeat elite monsters. Yet here was Temuka from the Sweet Potato Nation, making bold claims without a shred of proof, boasting wildly with nothing to back it up. Some even pointed out that the Titan Giant was not invincible. Their own Death Legion, for example, was the bane of Titan Giants, and Temuka was warned not to get too arrogant. But Temuka remained defiant and unyielding. He posted a king-tier staff in the trading channel, though he set the price at an astronomical 999,999 soul stones, as evidence of his own prowess. And once again, he boasted publicly. He declared that Tang Xiaofan and the others were only temporary frontrunners, for the age of the divine and demon continent's great struggle among myriad races had just begun. As the great waves washed away the sand, even the strongest could end up relegated to the bottom, or be swept away and vanish forever. Being ahead now meant nothing. Only those who remained ahead would truly be considered leaders. He also claimed that he believed Tang Xiaofan's troops were undoubtedly of the dragon type, which would be countered by his own Titan Giants. If Tang Xiaofan's troops weren't dragons, how could he achieve such flawless victories? Everyone knows that ogres and goblins are utterly defenseless against dragon might. Tang Xiaofan just got lucky. If he ever met me, he'd be the one on his knees begging for mercy. Naturally, the Blue Star players weren't buying any of this and fired back in quick succession. Nonsense. How do you know Tang Xiaofan's troops are dragons? They could just as easily be angels. That's right. They could even be phoenixes. Phoenixes are reborn from fire, undying and eternal. Or maybe he's got Blue Star's armored divisions. My own troops are machine gunners, and they can take down monsters without a scratch. So what? These people all owed Tang Xiaofan a debt of gratitude. For while he set food prices a bit high, he was one of the rare castle lords willing to sell food at all. Sometimes, it wasn't about how much you could eat, but whether you had anything to eat in the first place. The chance to buy food from him kept their own troops from rebelling, so they all felt indebted to Tang Xiaofan. Seeing him get bashed, they naturally stood up to support him. But Temuka wasn't about to let it go. For the third time, he raised his voice. He claimed that he would lead his invincible Titan Giant army to suppress the Beast Tide, seize the event's sole reward, and trample Tang Xiaofan and the rest of the top players under his feet. He himself would become the one true god of Blue Star, contending for supremacy with the native powers of the divine and demonic continent, while all the other Blue Star people would submit to him. Such arrogant boasts, unsurprisingly, drew rebuttals from countless castle lords. Among them, there were even some who were fans of Tang Xiaofan, including a great number of female fans. They fired back at the speaker with sharp, incisive remarks, furious that, as if arrogance weren't enough, Tang Xiaofan had been dragged into the fray and made into a mere stepping stone for someone else's ambitions. Of course, where there are fans, there are always rivals. As a result, voices rose in counterargument, claiming that since Tang Xiaofan was hailed as the strongest castle lord, it was only natural for others to set their sights on surpassing her. And if Tang Xiaofan were ever to fall from favor, then serving as a stepping stone for those striving to become top castle lords would seem perfectly normal. Soon enough, a fierce debate erupted over who was truly the savior of Blue Star. It was a clash between die-hard fans and passionate detractors. The dispute even splintered into several different factions. As expected, the ugly nation had its usual allies cheering in support, while Tang Xiaofan, representing the Dragon Nation, was hailed as a champion by users from the Stick Nation, Goryeo, the Rice Nation, Iron Bro Nation, and others. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation, the traitor, threw its lot in with the Miracle Nation. Contestants from the Miracle Nation were delighted, vowing to send 1,000 points worth of cow dung to the Sakura Nation's Plum and Pants contestant to help build up their defenses. As for Temuka, the castle lord who had boasted 3 times, he was simply forgotten by everyone. Minor characters who clamor for attention are rarely worth anyone's concern. Perhaps his grandstanding would see him wiped out in the very next Beast Tide. Hardly worth taking seriously. Some even speculated that the king-tier staff Temuka flaunted was nothing more than loot from a lucky loot box, with no elite-level monsters involved at all. In short, the World Chat channel was abuzz with activity. Countless castle lords vented their frustrations there, their anxieties mounting as the end of the newbie protection period loomed ever closer, a source of tremendous pressure for many. Tang Xiaofan scrolled through the chat for a while, then turned it off. That castle lord who commanded the mighty Titan giants had declared that he would trample Tang Xiaofan underfoot, surpassing every other castle lord to stand unrivaled atop the divine and demonic continent. Such bravado was, without a doubt, over the top. Yet, Tang Xiaofan couldn't even be bothered to argue. After all, what use was bluster? In the end, it would all come down to real combat, steel against steel. When that time came, only then would the true victor emerge. And in Tang Xiaofan's eyes, not even if all his fellow Blue Star compatriots joined forces could they withstand the might of his own legion. After all, the mechanical arm workshop was nearly complete, and the Mark II armor production line was about to roar into operation. Besides, as someone in the chat had pointed out just moments ago, compared to the hundreds of castle lords out there, those with top-tier troops were exceedingly rare. Yet if all the top castle lords were gathered together, that's quite a considerable number. Even the lord of that castle is just one among many. What's more, even among the top-tier units, there are variations in strength. The Titan Giants are by no means the mightiest of them all. Yet, that person claimed he would suppress every castle lord. Such confidence is excessive, as if he pays no heed to the other top castle lords. It's only natural that countless people are infuriated by his arrogance. As for Tang Xiaofan, he didn't take that person seriously at all. With his mark armor paired with the most ordinary farmers, he would gain an overwhelming advantage, a force beyond the top tier. If it came to a clash between them, his army of farmers could crush that person's Titan Giant Legion until they looked no bigger than dwarves. Because he had made up his mind, tonight he would summon a full 1,000 warriors, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared for the oncoming Beast Tide tomorrow. The warrior squad should be back soon. Tang Xiaofan's gaze shifted toward the dense forest beyond the castle. Night had already draped its shroud over the woods. Wild monsters outside had begun to go berserk, their strength tripling, and the air echoed with furious roars and bellows. Nighttime remained perilous as ever. At that very moment, in the distance, a dazzling white light flickered incessantly through the forest. It was the flash of tracer bullets from machine gun fire, radiating pure destructive power. The forest trembled, and the wails of wild monsters rang out. Clearly, the returning warrior squad had encountered a pack of berserk wild monsters. A fierce battle was underway. Before long, peace returned to that section of the forest. The white flashes ceased, and the wailing of monsters faded into silence. Soon after, the warriors soared back to the castle, bringing with them heaps of monster corpses. It was evident that the warriors had emerged victorious from this brief and fierce skirmish. In truth, with the current strength of the warrior squad, hunting at night was no longer a challenge. Even if they ran into a level 18 Lord-class monster in a berserk state, the squad would still prevail. The only creatures that could threaten them now were monsters above level 18, like that adult fire dragon. Although the adult fire dragon had appeared only once, it had long since vanished. Tang Xiaofan had seen it just that one time, yet he had never forgotten it, nor had he ever slackened his vigilance against it. For back then, in the dragon's golden slit-pupil eyes, Tang Xiaofan had glimpsed murderous intent. He was certain of one thing. That adult fire dragon would return sooner or later to attack his high-tech castle. Tang Xiaofan had already made preparations for the day he would slay the dragon. My lord! After piling the monster corpses in the courtyard, the warriors all saluted Tang Xiaofan with utmost respect. A blazing fervor filled each warrior's eyes, their faith in Tang Xiaofan absolute and unwavering. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, signaling for them to head to the newly built automated workshop, where the mechanical arms would help them remove their mark armor. After washing up and having a good meal, everyone rested well. For at midnight, The entire team needed to be prepared for the disappearance of the protective shield and the oncoming beast tide. Meanwhile, near the castle, the dense forest trembled, as if countless wild monsters were lurking nearby. At the same time, the monsters' roars rose in a constant, menacing chorus. During the day, they had been hunted relentlessly by the warrior squads, forced to flee in all directions, not daring to approach the castle. But at night, their strength would triple. Under the influence of the blood moon, their temperament grew frenzied and violent. Fear deserted them. They no longer shrank from death. All at once, they gathered together, surrounding the high-tech castle in a suffocating siege. Some wild monsters even hurled themselves against the castle's shield, bashing their heads until they were battered and bloody. Eventually, they collapsed, only to be dragged away and devoured by others. Flying monsters circled high above, occasionally swooping down in sudden attacks. They crashed into the shield, lost balance, and plummeted to the ground, where they were torn apart by their own kind. From this, it's clear, this is a world fraught with peril. Yet, Tang Xiaofan remained unfazed. In the days since his arrival, he had already grown accustomed to it all. He watched as the farmers gathered and dismantled the piles of monster corpses stacked in the courtyard. In just one afternoon, the warrior squad had hunted over 200 wild monsters. Their haul, 2,700 units of food and a variety of monster materials. Tang Xiaofan traded all this food to the little girl from the underground world, in exchange for the refined iron she had collected and forged. It's about time. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the World Chat channel, where numerous castle lords were already reminding him. There was only half an hour left before 8 o'clock, when the sale of equipment would begin. The 900 sets of goblin equipment Tang Xiaofan had sold that morning were nowhere near enough to satisfy their hunger. In fact, even 9,000 sets would be quickly snapped up by these lords. Unfortunately, equipment was hard to come by. Only Tang Xiaofan could offer equipment in such large quantities. They waited anxiously, hoping to be lucky enough to grab some for themselves. Even a small share would do. Because, with only a few hours of the newbie protection period left, even without the looming beast tide, the monsters prowling outside their castles at night were reason enough to desperately seek ways to strengthen their troops. If their forces failed to grow stronger, they would be defenseless against the rampaging monsters outside their walls. Many might not even make it through tonight, let alone survive the approaching beast tide. There was no doubting it. The brutal ordeal of survival was sweeping in. Tang Xiaofan speculated that a significant number of castle lords would not survive the night, never living to see the dawn. Such was the cruelty of the divine demon continent. Here, only the fittest survived. Some of the weaker lords were simply destined to be eliminated. Tang Xiaofan didn't overthink it. He opened up his friends list and contacted the little girl currently in the underground world. The underground world was shrouded in dim light. In this lonely expanse stood a solitary gray castle. Inside and outside the castle, a multitude of short, stocky figures had gathered. They were members of the Black Iron Dwarf clan. This was Kuner's Black Iron Dwarf fortress. The little girl, her face smudged with soot, stood on the third-floor balcony of the castle, waving her small hand and directing the Black Iron Dwarves as they tossed today's haul of iron ore into the smelting furnace to forge refined steel. On the east side of the castle courtyard, there was also a smithy. Inside, 20 Black Iron Dwarf blacksmiths were hard at work crafting equipment. From time to time, 2 Black Iron Dwarves would carry a large wooden chest out of the smithy. The chests were filled with newly forged, standardized gear. There were defensive items like leather armor and basic iron mail, and offensive weapons such as broadswords and spike clubs. But all these were just ordinary pieces of equipment. Most were low-grade, with only a few refined mid-tier pieces among them. There were no high-tier items. And as for the truly powerful magical equipment, those required special blueprints to create. Still, even these basic and mid-grade items were invaluable to the current lords of the castles. After all, most of their humanoid troops were still empty-handed. At best, they could arm themselves with a wooden stick, a primitive spear, or handmade arrows. Without a proper smithy, standardized iron equipment was simply impossible to produce. That's why the gear Tang Xiaofan put up for sale was in such high demand. Those 900 sets of goblin equipment he'd listed earlier in the morning had been snapped up in a matter of seconds. Keep it up, everyone. Work hard, okay? The little girl's clear, childish voice rang out in the gloomy underground world. It might not have been very inspiring, but inside the castle, the Black Iron Dwarves felt their spirits soar when they heard her. Their work became even more vigorous. Just then, a large group of dark shapes appeared outside the castle. Kuer shrank her neck and fell silent, not daring to make another sound. The underground world was, in fact, even more dangerous and unforgiving than the surface. It teemed with all manner of sinister and wicked creatures. Just a few days ago, she'd even seen a legion of undead marching in the distance before vanishing into the darkness. Thankfully, the undead army hadn't discovered the Black Iron Fortress, or she couldn't imagine what would have happened. And that wasn't all. The underground world was also home to notorious horrors like the spider-faced people, dark elves, and one-eyed giants. These dark races were not only brutal and bloodthirsty, but their clans were powerful, true overlords of the underground. If they ever discovered her castle, the weak black iron dwarves wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, the shadowy figures approaching now weren't enemies. They were more black iron dwarves. Uncle Xavier, this is wonderful. The little girl's eyes lit up as she recognized the figure leading the group. She immediately dashed down from the city walls, full of joy. Striding toward her was a middle-aged iron dwarf, barely a meter tall, yet carrying an enormous steel greatsword on his back that looked almost comically large. Despite his short stature, every step this iron dwarf took seemed to make the very earth tremble. Behind him marched over 100 iron dwarves, each one a seasoned warrior. Princess Cur. A gentle smile spread across Xavier's rugged face. He was the renowned level 18 peak warrior who had pledged his loyalty to the Iron Dwarf Fortress and the Earth Swordsman of his people. Now, he had kept his promise. He brought with him more than 100 elite Iron Dwarf warriors to help the little girl defend her castle. You have received the allegiance of 135 Iron Dwarf warriors. Do you accept? Yes, no. Kur chose yes, without hesitation. Of course she would. How could she refuse such an offer? With that, Uncle Xavier led his warriors into the castle. Greetings, Princess Ku. The Iron Dwarf warriors bowed respectfully to the little girl. Their loyalty level was an astounding 97. Such unwavering loyalty was almost unheard of, even for troops recruited by Castle Lord, let alone local intelligent beings who had joined on their own accord. This could only be attributed to the little girl's remarkable charm, able to inspire such devotion in her followers. Good evening, everyone. Kur beamed with excitement and said, "Thank you so much, Uncle Xavier. With so many warriors by my side, I don't have to worry about the beast tide anymore." Uncle Xavier's face grew serious as he declared, "Rest assured, Princess Kur, no monster shall ever breach your castle. The Iron Dwarves will defend the Iron Dwarf Fortress and protect Princess Kur with our lives." Yes, yes. The little girl nodded eagerly. But Xavier suddenly hesitated, then spoke. "Your Highness, we may not have enough food." Kur quickly replied, "I'll contact Big Brother Tang Xiaofan right away. We've got over 5,000 units of refined iron in storage. We can definitely trade with him for plenty of food." Praise to Princess Kur. Uncle Xavier let out a sigh of relief. Although iron dwarves were small in stature, their appetites were formidable, especially for the Iron Dwarf warriors, who needed plenty of food to maintain their strength for battle. As for the Big Brother Tang Xiaofan Kur mentioned, Xavier was already well aware. He had heard the princess speak many times about Tang Xiaofan and his deeds. He was a legendary lord of castle, standing at the very pinnacle among hundreds of castle lords. He looked forward to one day meeting the illustrious Tang Xiaofan in person, to witness the aura of a living legend. Tang Xiaofan just contacted me. Kur opened her friend's message tab and saw a message from Tang Xiaofan, inquiring about her progress with forging refined iron and equipment. She replied at once, "Tang Xiaofan, I've already prepared 5,000 units of refined iron, and the equipment is ready too." "That's wonderful. Kur, you're amazing as always. But remember to watch out for tonight's beast tide." "Yes, I'll be careful, but I'll need a large amount of food to survive the beast tide." "No problem. I'll send you 10,000 units of food in a moment." "That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Tang Xiaofan." After their brief exchange, Kur put all the refined iron reserves from the Iron Dwarf Fortress up for trade in the marketplace, along with a set of high-grade armor tailored for Tang Xiaofan. She designated Tang Xiaofan as the exclusive trading partner. The trade was completed successfully in no time at all. In the warehouse of the Iron Dwarf Fortress, a mountain of food appeared out of thin air. 10,000 units of food. Uncle Xavier, look, Tang Xiaofan has given us 10,000 units of food. Kur proudly showed off the warehouse, now piled high with supplies, to the Iron Dwarves. Praise to the legendary lord of the castle. Iron Dwarf Unveil nodded with a warm smile. This stockpile was enough to see the Iron Dwarf Fortress through its food crisis. And what's more, these aren't just raw meats or grains. They're prepared meals. There's even wine. That's right, Tang Xiaofan was no longer sending just raw ingredients. The food in his stores had been upgraded to boxed meals, complete with drink sets. With a kitchen at his disposal, he delighted in treating his farmers to all sorts of delicious fare. And when Unveil saw the wine, his eyes lit up with excitement. Iron Dwarves are known for their love of good drink. With wine in hand, their fighting spirit would surely double. Your Highness Princess Kur, this is wonderful. It's been far too long since we tasted fine wine. Kur laughed with joy. What are we waiting for? Distribute it to everyone. Once the beast tide is over, we'll celebrate together. Long live Princess Kur. The Iron Dwarves cheered for her, their spirits lifted, their work energized by the promise of a feast. Only 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Tang Xiaofan asked me to put the equipment up for trade right on time. Low-grade and mid-grade equipment must be separated, 10 sets to a bundle, traded for wood and stone. High-grade equipment will be auctioned individually, only exchange for refined iron. Understood. The little girl quickly instructed the black Iron Dwarves to move all the equipment out, sorting and assembling them into complete sets. In no time, the clock struck 8. She put all the equipment up for sale on the trading channel. About 2,300 sets of standardized mid- and low-tier gear, divided into 230 lots. In addition, there were 9 sets of high-tier equipment, forged from materials taken from the level 16 Mammoth Chieftain. The high-tier gear was to be auctioned off, only in exchange for refined iron. The auction would last 3 hours, and the highest bidder would win. The one listing the gear for sale was none other than Tang Xiaofan's faithful little follower. At exactly 8 o'clock that night, the World Chat channel exploded into a frenzy. The World Chat channel was bustling with excitement. This was the final celebration for all the Blue Star players during the new player protection period. After midnight tonight, the protection would end and the shield would vanish. The lives of castle lords would never again be as peaceful and harmonious as they were now. So, the players filled the chat channel with a wild flurry of messages, desperately seeking even the faintest sense of presence and security. Tonight, the shield goes down tonight. Brothers, how many of us will survive tomorrow? And once the castle heart is breached, the country it's in will suffer 1,000-fold loss. At this point, who cares what's behind us? Better look out for yourself first. Exactly. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days. I really miss my phone. Hey, the guy above, I miss my new car. I just bought a supercar. What kind of supercar? Kia D Supercar, Turbo 3. How about that? Pretty awesome, right? Bro, if we ever make it back, I'll give you a Benhu. Don't embarrass us Blue Star players. Big shot. So generous. What's a Blue Star big shot worth? Here, we all have to swallow our pride. That's right. Every player sent to the Divine Demon Continent was facing their greatest crisis yet. The threats looming over these castle lords came not only from wild beasts and monsters, but also from the native powers of the Divine Demon Continent. These native forces had all been tempered by fire and blood, clawing their way up through relentless struggle. There wasn't a single one that could be easily bullied. Even the two-headed ogre tribe defeated by Tang Xiaofan could be considered battle-hardened and cunning. Ordinary castle lords were no match for the local powers. Not to mention, other castle lords were also eyeing each other like hungry wolves. After all, this was a battle for supremacy in another world. Only the strongest castle lord would earn the right to stand above all races. Otherwise, the slightest hint of weakness would turn you into someone else's stepping stone, paving the way for their glory. So, the battle among the lords of the castles would truly begin as soon as the protective barrier vanished. Take Tang Xiaofan, for example. He had already set his sights on a castle about 18 kilometers from Angel Castle. The master of that castle had once tried to capture his warriors, and had even incited other castle lords in the world chat to hunt demons and seize divine equipment. To Tang Xiaofan, this was an enemy force. If that castle survived the upcoming beast tide, he would deal with it personally. Tang Xiaofan wasn't afraid to reveal the secret of his battle armor. All he cared about was clearing the enemies from his path. He would make an example of them, warning other castle lords never to provoke his armored legion. Hurry up, Tang Xiaofan. Put the equipment on sale already. An impatient crowd was waiting. The chance for an instant kill was at hand, and there was a lot of gear up for grabs. Everyone was desperate to get their hands on it. Whoa, here it comes. It's here. Oh my, look at all that gear. All these items were brand new standardized equipment, forged by black iron dwarf smiths. Top quality among gear of their tier. There must be thousands of pieces here at least. It's all sets. 2,300 complete sets. Tang Xiaofan really is a legend. What generosity. Hurry and grab it. First come, first served. If you buy it, you profit. Damn. Go. Could you guys slow down a little? Every time I click on one, a whole batch disappears. Can't I get a chance? Huh. I got a set too. Fantastic. With these gear sets, my son swordsman will see a massive boost in power. Facing the beast tide will be no problem. I could cry. The system says I don't have enough resources. Tang Xiaofan's just too ruthless. Those at the bottom can't even afford a single piece. He totally deserves his reputation as a black-hearted merchant. Get lost. Scarcity makes things valuable. Even if the price triples, people will still scramble for it. Tang Xiaofan is already more generous than most. No matter how much people complained about Tang Xiaofan in the world chat, the trading zone beside them was ablaze with activity. Countless castle lords flooded the trading channel, frantically snatching up every piece of equipment as soon as it appeared. It proved the old saying true. If you can buy it, you profit. There is simply no way to lose. Besides, this batch of equipment would directly affect the looming Beast Tide event. Their lives and fortunes were at stake. How could they not go mad? But there were just too many castle lords trying to buy. At least several hundred were fighting for it. Some of them were top-tier lords whose humanoid troops also needed gear. A mere 2,000-odd sets, divided into 230 small bundles, were nowhere near enough. Within mere seconds, everything was sold. Every single item was snatched up in an instant. The castle lords who managed to snatch the equipment were without a doubt seasoned veterans who had been single for decades. Their actions were swift, steady, and ruthless. At the same time, they were also incredibly lucky. As for those castle lords who failed to get any equipment, they could only nurse their grievances, blaming themselves for being too slow. Some even vented their dissatisfaction in the World Chat channel. Is it over already? It was all gone in just a few seconds. There is so little equipment, and way too many people. I was looking forward to this for so long, and in the end, it was just a tiny bit. Who are you trying to fool? Give me a break. How much equipment do you think can actually be made? Besides Tang Xiaofan, who else could possibly put up over 2,000 sets of gear for sale all at once? And so far, Tang Xiaofan has sold almost 4,000 sets of equipment. Only he could pull off something like this. I just realized, the person making the equipment isn't actually Tang Xiaofan. Come on, do you really think this is just a game, and there are alternate accounts involved? This sidekick probably isn't Tang Xiaofan at all, but someone else entirely. The Black Iron Dwarves dropped more blacksmithing blueprints, so now more equipment can be crafted. The sidekick and Tang Xiaofan are clearly working together. With a boss like that, there's hope for the rest of us in this lifetime. Many people tried to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend, and just as many sent friend requests to the little lowly from the underground world. Among them were even castle lords who owned top-tier troops. At present, it seemed that only the little lowly was able to craft standardized equipment. The top castle lords from all sides were eager to collaborate with her. This way, they could finally gear up their demonic troops. And the price might be better too, so they wouldn't have to worry about being overcharged by Tang Xiaofan. After all the profits from this round of equipment sales had gone straight into Tang Xiaofan's pocket. The top castle lords saw Tang Xiaofan as the one to surpass, so naturally, they didn't want to strengthen their rival. However, every single friend request they sent was rejected by the little lowly. She knew very well who she could truly count on. Even when they offered her generous rewards and high prices to craft equipment, she still refused. Even though Ka-ur is young, don't think you can trick her, she declared resolutely. She was determined to stick with her sidekick's path, no matter what. So, she simply closed her friends' list altogether. Humming with joy, she began to take stock of the resources in her warehouse. Roughly 2,300 sets of standardized equipment had sold out in just a few seconds, bringing in a massive haul of supplies. Not bad at all. Harvested 187,500 units of wood. Collected 124,900 units of stone. What a bountiful harvest. Tang Xiaofan will definitely be thrilled. She giggled to herself, delighted. Of these resources, 60% belonged to Tang Xiaofan, while the remaining 40% were hers to keep. After the dividends were distributed, her castle could finally be upgraded to a higher level, and the prospect of transforming it into a town no longer seemed so distant. With this thought in mind, the little girl hurried to contact Tang Xiaofan. She promptly shared with Tang Xiaofan the gains from selling the equipment. Soon enough, she received a reply from him. After a brief exchange, the little girl immediately designated Tang Xiaofan as the buyer for 60% of her resources, exchanging them at the price of 1 unit of food. Now, all that's left is the auction for the high-tier equipment. The little girl turned her attention back to the trading area. The skyrocketing value of refined iron beneath the high-tier equipment listings made her eyes narrow in delight. Black Tech Castle. A harvest of 113,000 units of wood and 69,000 units of stone. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. This was truly a bountiful haul. All he had given were some monster materials, yet in return he had amassed a huge stockpile of resources for upgrading his castle. An investment that paid off 100-fold. As expected, crafting and selling equipment was by far the most lucrative path. In the field of standard equipment, he and the little girl had practically monopolized the entire market. After all, only those who owned a forge could produce equipment. Until forge blueprints became common, he and the little girl could continue reaping profits. His own blacksmith shop and weapons workshop were of a higher level than hers, and far more efficient. But he had no interest in making low-end equipment. He had his sights set on building his own Mark armor core, not just various Mark suits of armor, but also the major weapons upgrade that would come after solving the arc reactor issue, like the Jetly missile, which would consume vast amounts of blacksmith shop resources. Moreover, after discussing with Jarvis, he planned to wait until today's Beast Tide crisis had passed, and Jarvis had assessed the dangers of the Divine Demon Continent. Then he would begin to rapidly construct a modern military system, including vehicles, aircraft, satellites, and more. Of course, all of these would require massive amounts of energy. Next, Tang Xiaofan needed to build the metal laboratory as quickly as possible and create the arc reactor. Casting a glance at the trading area, he saw that the 900 sets of goblin equipment he had listed at noon, along with the 1,000 units of food put up for sale in the evening, had all been sold out. Equipment was the hottest commodity, and it sold the fastest. Even if Tang Xiaofan hadn't announced the sale in advance, all 900 sets had sold out in less than half a minute. Food, on the other hand, was selling much more slowly. The reason was simple. There were now too many castle lords selling food, and those in need of it were rapidly decreasing in number. Of course, as a daily essential, food would never go out of demand, no matter the circumstances. As long as he listed it, someone would always be willing to buy. Compared to other castle lords who sold food, Tang Xiaofan's products sold the best, thanks to his growing reputation. While many castle lords had their food sitting unsold for an entire day, Tang Xiaofan's supplies were already gone. 900 sets of goblin gear, 1,000 units of food. In total, I've received 93,800 units of wood and 52,600 units of stone, adding the wood and stone already stored in the castle warehouse. I now have 336,900 units of wood and 173,640 units of stone. As for refined iron, I have 15,800 units. This is truly striking it rich overnight. Tang Xiaofan beamed with delight. There was no doubt. He was now the wealthiest among the hundreds of castle lords. To upgrade the Black Tech Castle to a Black Tech town, I only need 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of refined iron. To build a metal laboratory, I need 50,000 units each of wood, stone, and refined iron. Adding up the requirements for both structures, I still need 45,000 units of refined iron. As for wood and stone, my reserves have far exceeded the upgrade requirements. Now, all I need is the refined iron to arrive. Tang Xiaofan glanced at his castle warehouse. Including the 5,000-plus units of refined iron he had previously traded from the little girl, his current stock of refined iron stood at 15,800 units, which meant the Black Tech Castle was ready for immediate upgrade. And if he managed to gather 60,000 units of refined iron, he could even construct the advanced metal laboratory at the same time. With a metal laboratory, his arc reactor could finally be manufactured. When that happened, the Mark Series power armor would rapidly evolve, and the future of nano armor would no longer be out of reach. This was a phenomenally powerful energy source. And not only would it solve the armor issue, the Black Tech Castle's own defenses and production capabilities would also experience explosive growth. It was no exaggeration to say that energy is the cornerstone of all civilizations. No matter how far the native powers of the divine and demonic continent developed, when faced with the core technology of the Marvel world, the arc reactor, they would struggle to surpass it. Even with magic and mystical forces in this world, no artifact, no matter how wondrous, could match the practical value of a metal laboratory. This is high-tier equipment, after all. Fellow castle lords at the top, please go easy on me. I don't have much refined iron. Let your little brother have some. In your dreams, Tang Xiaofan watched the lively discussion in the trading hall. Besides the 9 sets of high-tier equipment listed by the little girl, he himself had put up 5 more sets, all his spoils from conquering the goblin tribe. 14 sets of high-tier equipment. The refined iron values beneath each set of equipment were rapidly rising. Almost every 2 seconds the numbers would jump higher. This showed that many castle lords were fiercely bidding on these high-tier items. Just a couple of days ago, when Tang Xiaofan announced he would be auctioning high-tier gear, those top castle lords who craved such equipment began frantically stockpiling refined iron, hoping to win the auction and strengthen their own forces. Soon, the castle protection shields would fade away. At any moment, a Beast Tide event could strike. Those top-tier lords, who valued their own survival, would never want to perish in the oncoming waves. High-tier equipment could greatly enhance their safety. even though all the castle lords understood they were essentially funding the very rival they sought to overtake, widening the gap between themselves and Tang Xiaofan. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and bid higher. After all, these high-tier items were tied to their fortunes and even their very survival. And with so few sets available, just 14 in total, if you didn't buy, someone else would. Whoever won the bid would seize the advantage. At that point, not only would you fail to surpass Tang Xiaofan, you wouldn't even be able to keep up with your peers among the top lords. How, then, could you hope to rule the realm? As the old saying goes, he who acts first seizes the initiative. He who lags behind is at the mercy of others. If you fall behind in the early stages, catching up later becomes exponentially harder. The crazier they get, the more I profit. Tang Xiaofan reviewed the refined iron bids under all 14 high-tier sets, barring any surprises. Before noon today, not only could he upgrade his castle to a town, but he could also build the metallurgical laboratory. For now, his first step would be to upgrade his black tech town. Everything is ready. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan pulled up the castle information prompt. Do you wish to upgrade the black tech castle to a town? Yes, no. Upgrade. A brilliant golden light immediately enveloped his black tech castle, the radiance so intense that nothing could be seen inside. He could only vaguely make out that the castle was growing taller, its scale expanding. At the same time, the ground trembled, and the beginner's protection shield stretched outward. Wild monsters gathered outside the castle were forcibly pushed back. Some let out furious roars and hurled themselves at the shield, battering it until their heads were bloodied, yet the barrier remained unscathed. There were still about 2 hours left until the end of the initial protection period. For now, the shield remained invincible. Tang Xiaofan also noticed that as the shield expanded, the trees, massive boulders, and other natural features around the castle vanished without a trace. The entire area turned into a smooth, open field. A few minutes later, the transformation was complete. A clearing with a diameter of about 200 meters now surrounded the Black Tech castle. His castle stood right at the center of the clearing. All around was open space, with no other buildings in sight. Even the blacksmith shop and other previously constructed buildings had been pushed beyond the boundaries of the open ground. Clearly, in this high-tech town, you have to build everything yourself. But this didn't bother Tang Xiaofan in the slightest. His construction workers were already quite skilled by now. And seeing so much open land reserved in the town, it was obvious there would be plenty of functional buildings to erect. In the future, as he obtained more building blueprints, his territory would naturally fill with more and more structures. Tang Xiaofan looked at his castle. By now, the golden light had faded, revealing the castle's new appearance. It had grown even grander and more imposing. Standing nearly 10 meters high, about 3 or 4 stories tall, it appeared to be a 4-story building, with a prominent symbol atop the roof, a black scythe. The castle's exterior was now exquisitely decorated. No longer the shabby, dilapidated structure it had once been, looking as though it hadn't been inhabited for decades. Now, his castle truly resembled a modern office building. High-tech castle. Current level, basic town. Common building, warehouse. Special building, farmer factory. Upgrade requirements, 500,000 units of wood, 300,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of refined iron. Next level, intermediate town. New buildings. Temple, basic dormitory, primary school, theater, tavern, library, hospital. Current status, invincible. Current faction, none. Looking at the requirements for upgrading to the next level, intermediate town, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but wince. And this was only for reaching intermediate town. How many resources would it take to upgrade to a city, a metropolis, a kingdom, or even an empire? Just thinking about it made him sigh in resignation. Because while these demands would be daunting for others, for him, once the arc reactor was up and running, resource collection and transport would all be mechanized, and no matter how much was needed, it would be easy to handle. Plus, as his territory expanded, the equipment he produced could be sold off to other castle lords, or even to local factions, letting them funnel their wealth straight to him. When that time comes, the warriors in mark armor will have to fight to protect our resources. Tang Xiaofan thought to himself. Just then, a notification arrived right on cue. Congratulations, Castle Lord. Your high-tech castle has been upgraded to a basic town, expanding your sphere of influence to a radius of 20 kilometers. The Castle Heart's defense value has increased 5-fold. Your high-tech castle's influence and reputation on the continent of gods and demons have risen dramatically. Special Reminder 1. Certain forces in the forest have taken notice of your castle. Special Reminder 2. The Goblin Kingdom's hostility toward your castle has increased. Territorial range, 20 kilometers. It's almost to the point where his territory is about to border that person's castle. The lord of the neighboring castle, whom Tang Xiaofan saw as a rival, was only about 18 kilometers away. Their spheres of influence were on the verge of colliding. In such a situation, even if there hadn't been any previous friction, a battle between the two castles would be inevitable. So, the war between castles was destined to happen. If blame were to be assigned, it would have to be on the fact that their castles were built too close to each other. The Castle Heart's defenses have increased fivefold. With every upgrade, the Castle Heart's defense value doubles. My influence and prestige have both risen significantly. However, the hatred from the Goblin Kingdom has also grown. What does my castle's upgrade have to do with the Goblin Kingdom? It seems their desire to destroy my castle is unwavering. Tang Xiaofan turned to look at the warriors standing guard at his side and asked, "The Goblin Kingdom wants to wipe out our high-tech castle. Tell me, what should we do?" "Destroy the Goblin Kingdom," someone shouted. "Use your power to bring them to justice, my lord," another cried. "Let the goblins atone for their sins with their blood and their lives. Crush their bodies and burn their souls." The warriors raised their voices one after another. Even the most gentle-hearted of the cooks could not hide his disdain for the Goblin Kingdom. They all knew one simple truth. The Lord shows mercy to all people, and in return, all people should revere and believe in their Lord. To defy the Lord's will or profane his majesty, that is rebellion, and must be paid for with blood and death. Those who rebel must be punished and purified. Only by purging the rebellious can redemption be found. Excellent. Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. As the Goblin Kingdom's hatred for him grew, how could he not want to wipe them out in turn? To rule the forest, war was his only shortcut. In the future, this forest would belong to him alone, along with his farmers and his loyal vassals. Wait a minute. There's no reward for upgrading my castle to a town? I'm the first castle lord to reach the level of a town, aren't I? Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized and questioned the system. He quickly received a response from the castle system. Upgrading your castle brings no special rewards. There will only be a world announcement. The world announcement is meant to inspire other castle lords to develop their own castles. What kind of logic is that? Tang Xiaofan protested at once. How are other castle lords supposed to be inspired without any rewards? Don't you see? It's exactly because there are no rewards that so many top castle lords are holding back, hoarding resources, and refusing to upgrade. How can castles develop this way? How can the world progress? Castle lords who achieve outstanding scores in the Beast Tide event will receive rewards. In short, no matter how you put it, upgrading your castle to a town brings no reward. Even if you're the first person to achieve this, there's nothing for you. Tang Xiaofan was not pleased. He felt as though he'd lost a fortune. A whole billion gone just like that. He opened the world chat channel. It was absolute chaos inside. All because the world announcement had just proclaimed Tang Xiaofan the first to successfully upgrade his castle to a town. Congratulations to Castle Lord Tang Xiaofan, the first to upgrade his castle to a town, greatly increasing his influence and reputation on the Divine Demon Continent. We hope other castle lords will stay true to their ambitions and keep striving. Work hard to upgrade your castles, ascend to godhood, and achieve immortality. A world announcement. Damn, Tang Xiaofan, you're a legend. You're my idol. This is the first world announcement I've ever seen since joining Divine Demon Continent. Damn, I've only been here 7 days, but it feels like 70 years. Tang Xiaofan upgraded to a town so fast, while I'm still stuck with a mid-level castle. The gap is huge. Slow down, big bro, wait for me. My castle is high level, but upgrading to a town still feels impossibly far off. That's 100,000 resources to level up. Tang Xiaofan made a fortune selling equipment at auction today. No wonder he could upgrade to a town so quickly. Stop winding up there. Don't interrupt me while I admire Tang Xiaofan. The rest of you losers can only look up to him with me. A world announcement. When will I ever get one? If I do, I can die happy. Maybe if you're the first to have your castle heart destroyed by monsters, you'll get an announcement too. So you can go in peace. You pig. Enough bickering. Tang Xiaofan, tell us, what rewards did you get for being the first to upgrade your castle to a town? In most online game novels, a world announcement always comes with real rewards. Maybe it's a divine artifact. Whatever it is, it's got to be amazing. After all, a world announcement doesn't happen for nothing. Yeah, do you think it's a divine artifact that boosts troop strength? I bet it increases troop production. My behemoth can only be produced once a day. Damn, all you humble braggers above, just stop already. The world chat was in an uproar. Many castle lords were busy speculating on what reward Tang Xiaofan might have received. A divine artifact, a blueprint, a new troop type. There were guesses of every kind. Even some lords with top-tier troops chimed in, offering congratulations while slyly trying to coax Tang Xiaofan into revealing his reward. Only Tang Xiaofan himself remained indifferent. Whether there was a reward or not, it didn't really matter to him. With the divine artifact, his Mark armor core could still crush everyone else. Even without the reward, even without the artifact, his Mark armor core remained unmatched. But in the end, aside from a world announcement, he got absolutely nothing, no reward at all. He even ended up increasing the hostility level of the Goblin Kingdom because of this. It really felt like a complete loss, bleeding for nothing. Yet, even if he had known the outcome in advance, Tang Xiaofan would still have chosen to upgrade the castle. This was the main quest. It had to be completed, reward or not. This storm of the world announcement came suddenly and faded just as quickly. Now, all the lords of the castles had to go all out to face the impending Beast Tide event. The sole reward for ranking first, that was his target. As time passed, one by one, the castle lords who couldn't keep up financially dropped out of the bidding war for high-tier equipment. The rate at which refined iron rose in price began to slow down. But it never stopped. Just as Tang Xiaofan had predicted, those top castle lords were going mad in their pursuit of high-tier equipment. At this stage, refined iron was still extremely valuable. It took enormous prices to buy any. Nevertheless, the top castle lords, to get their hands on high-tier equipment, spared no effort, burning through huge amounts of resources, wood, stone, food. This directly affected the speed at which their castles could be upgraded. Catching up to Tang Xiaofan became an even more distant dream. But they had no choice. High-tier equipment was simply too tempting, forcing them to grit their teeth and press on. As long as I own a set of high-tier equipment, my safety is guaranteed. My elite troop types are strong enough to withstand the Beast Tide, but I'm only level 8 myself. If I die in the Beast Tide event, the loss would be immense. I need high-tier gear to protect myself. With high-tier equipment, I can earn a higher score in the Beast Tide event. The high-tier equipment will be mine, and so will the unique reward. Upgrading the castle can wait if there's no reward, but I must have high-tier gear. No one is allowed to compete with me for high-tier equipment. These were the true feelings of many top castle lords, and the direct cause behind their frantic bidding. By this point, 14 sets of high-tier equipment had been put up for auction. Each set had already reached bids exceeding 5,000 units of refined iron. Among them, 2 sets, treasures from the Goblin Chieftain's vault, had climbed to an astonishing 9,500 units of refined iron. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan had already calmed his earlier anxiety. The auction was a success. Even if it stopped right now, he had gathered enough refined iron to build the metal laboratory. Tang Xiaofan was in excellent spirits. He glanced at the World Chat channel. Compared to the previous few days, the World Chat tonight was even more lively and ablaze with excitement. Because after midnight tonight, the protective shield around every castle would vanish. Which lord among the hundreds of castles could possibly be in the mood to sleep tonight? Even Tang Xiaofan found it impossible to close his eyes. He lay awake, mainly because he wanted to witness firsthand what the Beast Tide would look like once the protective shield vanished. As for the ferocious monsters prowling near his castle, he had already decided to send his well-rested warriors to clear them out soon, just to keep these wild beasts from charging in alongside the main horde. With 2 sturdy walls and a fully developed defense system, Tang Xiaofan was still quite confident in his ability to hold the line. Even if a fire dragon appeared, he didn't see it as a major problem. After all, he'd stationed 500 sniper cannons atop the walls, just waiting for such a moment. But on the World Chat channel, few shared his composure. The big shots have gone mad. Refined iron is essential for upgrading towns, and its price is sky high right now. The big players are bidding like there's no tomorrow. With the Beast Tide about to hit, who cares about upgrading castles when high-level gear is far more important? The moment the auction ends, the price of refined iron is bound to plummet. As the castle lords grow stronger, refined iron will become more and more common. Eventually, it'll be as ordinary as wood. When that day comes, town-level castles will spring up like mushrooms after the rain. Can't wait. Tang Xiaofan, no matter what anyone says, tonight's a huge win for you. So jealous of Tang Xiaofan. Hey, how come Tang Xiaofan hasn't accepted my friend request? I've applied over and over, but he keeps rejecting me. Does he look down on me? Come out and explain yourself. Who do you think you are, anyway? Yeah, who do you think you are? What's your problem? Go take a look in the mirror. Do you really think you're the only one trying to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend? Tang Xiaofan simply shut off the World Chat channel. It was only natural that he didn't add people as friends. Ever since he'd been teleported to the Divine Demon Continent, every day brought dozens, sometimes hundreds, of castle lords trying to add him. If he accepted them all, the flood of messages alone would give him a headache. Forget the average castle lords. Even the elite ones, like Lord Bay, who commanded the ancient behemoth bear, had been rejected by him multiple times. To this day, his only friend was the little girl from the underworld. He'd chat with her occasionally, which was easy and pleasant. Too many friends would just mean more trouble, and Tang Xiaofan was someone who disliked unnecessary complications. He preferred to solve problems in a straightforward, no-nonsense way. At last, the 3-hour auction came to an end. All 14 sets of high-level gear found new owners. At the ancient behemoth bear castle, Lord Bay, dressed in simple leather armor, burly and imposing, stood atop his castle's tower, letting out a long, relieved sigh as he gazed at the mass of wild monsters gathering outside. The competition for high-level equipment was truly fierce. But in the end, I still managed to get myself a set. It wasn't easy. He took out the set of high-level gear he'd won at the auction and put it on right away. A deep sense of security immediately welled up inside him. The protection offered by high-level equipment was crucial whether he was clearing out the rampaging monsters outside the city or preparing for the beast tide that could strike at any moment. The only downside is the price. So expensive it almost breaks my heart. High-level gear, after all, isn't magical equipment. Sooner or later, it'll become so common that no one cares about it. Yet, to get his hands on such equipment now, he had to spend a huge amount of precious refined iron. That left him rather distressed. Without refined iron, he'd have to trade for more. And to get that iron, he'd already exhausted his reserves of wood and stone. This directly affected his plans to upgrade the ancient giant bear fortress. For now, upgrading the fortress to a proper town was out of the question. Everyone who took part in this auction ended up suffering a huge loss when it came to the development of their fortress. The only one who really profited was Tang Xiaofan. He's the biggest winner here. Bei was filled with envy. Tang Xiaofan had already upgraded his fortress into a town, pulling even further ahead of the other lords. And now the gap between them was more than just a little. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. As the first to taste success, Tang Xiaofan was bound to reap the greatest rewards. But that doesn't mean Tang Xiaofan will always be the one to get ahead. The upcoming Beast Tide event, that's my chance. Glancing at his brand new high-level gear, Bei began to feel more confident about catching up to Tang Xiaofan. The other top lords who had acquired high-level gear in the auction felt the same way as Bei Yi. With their own safety now secured, they could throw themselves fully into conquering the Beast Tide event. Every single top-tier lord wanted that one and only special reward, hoping to finally put Tang Xiaofan in his place. Dominating the myriad races was the goal for the future. But for now, surpassing Tang Xiaofan, the so-called strongest lord, was the most pressing matter. Meanwhile, in the underground world, within the Black Iron Dwarf Fortress, the little girl Me was busily counting up the refined iron she had gained. 9 sets of high-level equipment brought in a total of 103,800 units of refined iron. That's a huge haul. With that much refined iron, if my entire fortress were to mine it, it would take at least a week. Right now, selling equipment was an absolute goldmine. Out of the 103,800 units of refined iron, she would get 40%, 41,520 units of refined iron. At that moment, Kur suddenly hesitated. Upgrading my fortress to high level is enough for now, she mused. There's no need to rush into turning it into a town. I'll wait until after the Beast Tide event passes. Tang Xiaofan has been preparing for his town upgrade all this time. He really needs this batch of refined iron. After a moment's thought, the little girl decided to give all the refined iron she had gained at the auction to Tang Xiaofan. She wasn't in any rush to stockpile refined iron herself. What's more, her own castle already had the ability to forge refined iron. If she needed more in the future, she could always forge it then. At this stage, she felt Tang Xiaofan needed the refined iron far more than she did. With this in mind, the little girl decisively put all her refined iron up for sale in the trading channel, specifying Tang Xiaofan as the only one who could trade for it, at the same price of 1 unit of food. Tang Xiaofan will be so happy, I'm sure of it. She giggled with delight. At that moment, the Black Iron Dwarf Xavier, who stood beside her, gazed out beyond the castle walls and spoke. Princess Kur, the monsters gathering outside the castle are growing more and more agitated. Outside the Black Iron Dwarf's fortress, a large horde of monsters was gathering as well. There were human-faced spiders, skeletal warriors, bloodthirsty black wolves, shadowy demon rats, and more. All manner of dark creatures from the underworld. The little girl felt a twinge of unease herself. The castle's protective shield was about to disappear. Uncle Xavier, do you think those monsters will break in? She asked. Do not worry, Princess Kun. Black Iron Dwarf Xavier slung the massive sword from his back onto his shoulder and declared solemnly. Unless every last black Iron Dwarf warrior falls in battle, no monster will ever breach your castle. We pledge our lives to defend the castle and protect Princess Kura. Inside the fortress, the black Iron Dwarf warriors raised their weapons high, brimming with resolve. In addition to their courage, the black Iron Dwarf's fortress was fortified with defensive fences, which could hold off wild monster attacks to a certain extent. Thinking of this, the little girl's worries gradually melted away. She nodded cheerfully, feeling reassured. Technological Fortress Report. You have lost one set of high-risk equipment and gained 5,350 units of refined iron. You have lost one set of high-risk equipment and gained 6,400 units of refined iron. You have lost one set of high-risk equipment and gained 4,760 units of refined iron. You have lost one set of high-risk equipment and gained 5,480 units of refined iron. You have lost one set of high-risk equipment and gained 7,510 units of refined iron. As the auction concluded, 5 notifications arrived in quick succession. Within Tang Xiaofan's castle warehouse, his refined iron reserve skyrocketed, surpassing 30,000 units. The 5 sets of high-level equipment I put up for auction brought in over 30,000 units of refined iron. Kura's 9 sets of high-level equipment totaled 103,800 units of refined iron. What a windfall! A broad grin spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. With this calculation, the castle's refined iron reserves now exceeded 92,000 units. The town's upgrade was complete, and with the remaining resources, the upgrade requirements for the metal laboratory were now fully met. A truly bountiful harvest. He was now just waiting for little Loli to send over his 60% share of refined iron. Just then, he received a message from her. When he opened their chat, Tang Xiaofan's eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected little Loli to forward all the refined iron from the auction proceeds to him. She hadn't kept 40% for herself. That left him rather taken aback. Are you not planning to upgrade your town? Upgrading a castle to a town required, among other things, 10,000 units of refined iron. Now that she had sent all the iron to him, little Loli had none left in her own hands. Although the Black Iron Dwarven Castle could forge refined iron, it would still take some time to amass 10,000 units. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Xiaofan didn't refuse the gift. Refined iron was a crucial resource, and he needed as much of it as possible. I'll count it as part of our deal. Tang Xiaofan was genuinely touched by her gesture. I'll send the food over tomorrow. He and little Loli already had a trading agreement. She exchanged refined iron for the food in his stores. Even though she'd said in her message that this batch of iron was a gift, he didn't feel right accepting it for nothing, especially since food was something he could obtain easily. They chatted for a while. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. After wishing each other a peaceful night, he closed the chat window. He then transferred the refined iron from the trade into his inventory. My current stock of refined iron, 1,382,000 units. Wood, nearly 2,370,000 units. Stone, close to 1,240,000 units. Normally, the lords of the castles would be abuzz, discussing these numbers at length. But now, the situation was different. There was just half an hour left until midnight. In other words, in 30 minutes, the invincibility shields protecting all castle lords during the novice period would vanish. The castle lords would then be fully integrated into this harsh, alien world. There would be no more invincible shields to rely on. From that point on, survival would depend entirely on their own efforts. The shields are about to disappear. I'm really anxious. Even though my troops are advanced, I'm still not ready to face this world. Tonight, many castle lords might vanish forever. Don't jinx it. Can we not talk about that? There are monsters everywhere outside my house. My castle is surrounded by all sorts of huge, colorful pythons. Just thinking about them possibly breaking in soon makes my legs shake. Monsters have already surrounded my castle. Stop it. I'm scared out of my wits already. Seriously, I can't take this anymore. Countless castle lords filled the world chat channel. And in an instant, the mood turned somber and grim. From the chat messages, it was clear that many lords of the castles were not in a favorable situation. A large number of wild monsters had gathered right outside their castle gates. Some of the lower-level wild monsters were still manageable. Even when these creatures entered a frenzied state, most castle lords could still deal with them, relying on their previous strength. But if high-level monsters in a frenzy appeared, say, level 14 or 16 commander-class creatures, or even level 18 lord-class monsters, then for the castle lords, it would spell utter disaster. Tang Xiaofan had every reason to believe that. When this night passed, many people would not live to see the next sunrise. When a monster horde struck, the number of castle lord eliminated would only increase. It was a stark reminder of the harsh and unforgiving world of the divine and demonic continent. The early phase is always the hardest, he thought to himself. But as long as the castle lords survive this initial crisis, they'll quickly grow stronger, eventually becoming bold enough to launch attacks against the established powers of the divine and demonic continent, embarking on the path of vying for dominance among all the races. Tang Xiaofan felt that this was simply human nature. He was no exception himself. Few people are content with mediocrity. Once they possess true power, ambition and desire will inevitably follow. There's no escaping this. As time went on, the world chat channel was filled with more and more cries of anguish. Negative emotions were spreading like wildfire. Some castle lords, having lost all hope, were even bidding farewell to everyone in the chat. A few had broken down, vowing to charge out of their castles and perish together with the frenzied wild monsters. Others waited for death, hoping that after dying, they might return to Earth. But clearly, that possibility was next to none. Tang Xiaofan let out a quiet sigh. Then he closed the world chat channel. Some tried to console those who had already lost hope, but it was in vain. Even if they made it through tonight by some miracle, there was still tomorrow night and the night after that. After all, every night the wild monsters outside would go berserk, gather together, and assault the castles. And on top of that, the Beast Tide event could arrive at any moment, boosting the monsters' combat strength. Their attack and defense would both increase by 10%. This was no small matter. With a thought, Tang Xiaofan summoned a blueprint, its surface shimmering with a deep blue glow. It was none other than the advanced building blueprint, the metal laboratory, divine and demonic continent. Today, at this moment, everyone's expressions had turned solemn, the atmosphere weighed down and heavy. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Dear viewers, there are just 10 minutes left before Tang Xiaofan's castle shield disappears and the Beast Tide arrives. Just now, we saw that many monsters have already appeared in the forest. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan's armored squad is clearing out the monsters near the shield. General, what's your take on the situation? Yu Qi was talking more than usual, a sign of both her nerves and her concern. Director Zhu was unusually serious today. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "These monsters don't worry me. Look, they can't withstand machine gun fire at all." On the screen, the soldiers were firing at the monsters outside the protective barrier. 1,000 soldiers were enough to cover the entire line of defense. So far, Tang Xiaofan had already summoned nearly 300 farmers and professionals. At this moment, all of them were clad in mark armor, keeping vigilant atop the city walls. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and every available force had been mobilized. Master Gung was also visibly tense. He took a large gulp of water. Then, pointing at Tang Xiaofan's latest Mark II battlesuits, he said, "These suits are truly refined. Look at their soldiers. None of them show any discomfort. And everyone stands focused and calm, not a sound out of place. An elite force." That was the phrase that appeared in everyone's mind. It looks like Tang Xiaofan is holding firm this time. Though it's a pity he hasn't counterattacked, he's playing it too safe. We still need to send in a replacement candidate as soon as possible. Damn it. Viewers watching the live stream were so frustrated they wanted to smash their TVs and drag Zhang Xiaoxiao out for a beating. At such a critical moment, he still insisted on making himself the center of attention. This guy simply couldn't speak without trying to stand out. Constructing an advanced building like the metal laboratory required 50,000 units each of wood, stone, and refined iron. For other lords, that was a staggering amount of resources. Refined iron, in particular, was extremely scarce in their hands. But for Tang Xiaofan, these resources were nothing to worry about. He had spent a lot upgrading his town, but still had almost 123,000 units of refined iron left. As for wood and stone, he had over 200,000 units of one and more than 100,000 of the other. He could easily build the metal laboratory. Tang Xiaofan walked to an open area beside the castle and took out the building plans. "Do you wish to construct the metal laboratory at this designated location?" "Yes, no. Build it." Naturally, Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Instantly, the blueprints in his hand vanished. A dense golden light flooded the space he had designated. Through the shimmering radiance, a building resembling a small red brick villa slowly took shape. It shifted from a mere outline, gradually solidifying before his eyes. A few minutes passed. The dazzling golden light faded away, and an unassuming two-story red brick building now stood before him. The whole building gleamed with a soft, sacred light, its dark red bricks glowing. Inside the first floor, rows of metal analysis instruments lined the walls. A wave of cool, scientific energy swept through the air. This is the sanctuary of black technology. This represents the blessing of black technology upon the divine and demonic continent. This is the starting point of our great undertaking. Praise the Lord. All the farmers and warriors, clad in Mark II battle armor, bowed their heads in reverence to Tang Xiaofan. Unifying the world is the very reason for the farmer's existence, and the metal laboratory is the cornerstone for realizing this ambition. Of course, in the eyes of the farmers, the true value of the metal laboratory is beyond their understanding, yet their faith in Tang Xiaofan is absolute and unwavering. Tang Xiaofan's gaze lingered on the magnificent little red brick building before him. Advanced Building, Metal Laboratory. Effect 1. Can randomly mutate a type of metal into another describable metal of equal mass. Effect 2. Can convert one type of metal into any metal already known to the laboratory. Effect 3. Can transform known metals into production formulas, allowing the smithy to forge them. Effect 4. Can detect the distribution of metal or deposits within the castle's sphere of influence. Effect 5. Increases hostility from all native factions. A look of surprise flickered across Tang Xiaofan's face. When he first appraised the metal laboratory's blueprints, only the first 3 effects were listed. Yet now, upon construction, 2 additional hidden effects had emerged. This unexpected windfall left him quietly amazed. He hadn't anticipated such a pleasant surprise. To be able to detect all metal or deposits within the castle's territory. This is truly excellent. Right now, our domain isn't large, but once it expands, mining will become so much easier. As for increased hostility from native factions, that's hardly worth worrying about. Tang Xiaofan dismissed this with a wave. His farmers were already mortal enemies of the native powers. They belonged to inherently opposing camps. And as for the farmer class itself, they had no need for anything from the native creatures. Their only fate was to be wiped out, unless they chose to surrender. So, even if the level of animosity reached its peak, Tang Xiaofan's plans would remain unaffected. At worst, it would simply mean a fight to the bitter end every time they met. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the farmers gathered behind him and noticed that each of their suits of armor shimmered with a faint golden halo, the buff aura emanating from the metal laboratory. It seemed the metal laboratory held yet another hidden power. It could boost the attack and defense of all metal gear by 10%. With this, the weapons and armor of the farmer squad would be strengthened across the board. But the Mark series armor was already terrifyingly powerful. With this added enhancement, Tang Xiaofan glanced down at the strange beasts below the city walls. Creatures who barely had time to utter a cry before being dispatched, and felt a twinge of pity for them. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan discovered that the metal laboratory's hidden strengthening effect applied to all metal weapons. The buff aura of the metal laboratory doesn't just enhance Mark battle armor, amplifies all metal weapons. Any metal weapon belonging to his castle can benefit from this boost. Just as Tang Xiaofan had said, the very existence of the metal laboratory can directly affect the overall combat strength of the Black Tech Castle's Legion. In the later stages, the metal laboratory is truly a god-tier structure for any army. It's no exaggeration to say its value is on par with a genuine divine artifact. Tang Xiaofan's gaze shifted toward the warehouse building nestled beside the castle. A status window appeared before his eyes. 206,900 units of wood, 112,240 units of stone, 73,600 units of refined iron, various monster materials. Special reminder, if the heart of the castle is destroyed, the warehouse's extra-dimensional space will collapse, and all stored resources will be lost to become spoils for enemy forces. Protect your heart of the castle. There's still a long way to go before I can upgrade to a mid-level town. Tang Xiaofan, who had just reached the rank of a basic town, was already dreaming of the next stage. Although there's no reward for upgrading the castle, his desire remained urgent. He yearned to elevate the castle into a city, then a metropolis, and eventually a royal capital. He wanted to establish his own Black Tech dynasty. Once this dynasty took shape, he would finally have a true foothold on the divine and demonic continent. Unlike now, when he could only struggle in some remote corner of the forest. In the future, when all the lords start building their kingdoms, that will be the true age of 10,000 races vying for supremacy. For now, it's all just small skirmishes. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. The growth of his castle's influence was already astonishingly fast. He had surpassed hundreds of other castle lords. Yet, he still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to stand higher, to see further. Lord Jean, he called out to him, signaling that the time was almost up. Tang Xiaofan looked over and smiled. his mood easing considerably. As a warrior, an indomitable, iron-blooded soldier, Zhang Yi exuded a calming aura. Tang Xiaofan looked up. At that moment, the protective shield above the castle suddenly shuddered. Overhead, the glow of the shield was gradually fading. Is it about to vanish? Tang Xiaofan switched to the World Chat channel, glancing at the standard time displayed on the right. Only 3 minutes left until midnight. At this moment, countless players were chatting in the World channel. It's almost time. The power of the castle's shield is fading. This is bad. The shield is really gone. I'm not ready yet. Other than those castle lords with elite and top-tier troops, who else can say they're truly prepared? If you want to survive, then fight for your life. Easy for you to say. I have at least 100 wild monsters outside my castle, and they're definitely going to try breaking in. My troops are low-level kobolds, weak as can be. There's no way they can hold the line. Don't even talk about holding them off. If we can't even fend off these wild monsters, how can we possibly withstand a beast tide, or attack any local strongholds? At least you have troops. My forces suffered a disaster 2 days ago. 9 out of 10 were lost. The only thing I can do now is retreat behind the castle gate, and hope the narrow entryway will slow the monsters down so I can keep them out. Hang in there, brother. To be honest, it wouldn't be so bad if it were daytime. But right now it's night. The wild monsters are in a frenzy, and their fighting power is even greater. These wild monsters are strange. It's as if they can sense that our protective barrier is about to disappear. They're gathering outside. Exactly. Some of them are already pounding on the shield. Damn it. Everyone, take care of yourselves. 3 minutes left. I'm ready to fight to the end. Let's hope we all live to see tomorrow. Let's hope we all live to see tomorrow. Everyone offered their wishes and blessings. And then, the World Chat channel quickly fell silent. With the battle about to begin, no one had the heart to keep chatting. Tang Xiaofan also closed the World Chat, shifting his gaze to the scene outside the castle. The ground near the barrier was already cleared, littered with mangled flesh and blood. After the machine guns swept the area, hardly any monsters remained. The blood from their corpses shone dully under the blood-red moonlight that shrouded the dense forest, an eerie and chilling sight. Within the forest, shadows flickered, and countless green eyes sparkled in the darkness like scattered stars in the night. Compared to the other castle lords, Tang Xiaofan's castle seemed even more desolate. While outside the other castles, many wild monsters were still crashing against the barriers, as if they truly knew the shield was about to vanish. The forest trembled. The roars of the monsters echoed like the relentless beating of war drums, announcing that a feast of slaughter was about to begin. The time has come. Seeing the castle's protective barrier shudder violently and its light grow dimmer and dimmer, Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate. He quickly donned a suit of Mark II armor, and at the same time, took out the massive, refined iron greatsword gifted by the goblin chief, examining it for a moment. The sword was about 1.5 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and a full 13 centimeters thick at the spine. A true greatsword in every sense. Its name, Sword of the Goblin Chief, an extraordinary piece of equipment. Zhang Yi, take the sword. Yes, sir. Zhang Yi caught the enormous sword as if it were nothing. To him, even a blade of grass would suffice to defeat his enemies right now. Aside from his weapons and armor, Tang Xiaofan also wore a ring about 5 centimeters in diameter on his chest, the Cyclops ring, a king-tier magical artifact. This colossal ring could be considered the finest piece of equipment available at present. Tang Xiaofan wore it close to his body. Everything was ready. Tang Xiaofan looked coldly at the wild monsters lurking in the forest outside the castle and commanded without a hint of emotion. Wipe them out. At your command, my lord. The farmers responded in unison, their voices thunderous. They raised their mighty axes high, faces alight with fervor. My lord, for the unification of the world. Then, marching in perfect step, the farmers strode out from beneath the protection of the castle's shield. The farmer squad. Even when faced with level 18, berserk lord-class monsters, they could hold their ground. It could be said that the monsters gathering outside the castle were no longer an insurmountable threat to Tang Xiaofan. On the contrary, these creatures had become his prey. The farmer squad had truly come into their own. Even if the protective shield remained, Tang Xiaofan would still send the squad on nightly hunts. The thick woods, shrouded in darkness, no longer posed any threat to his farmers. The Lord has spoken. The world must bask in his glory. With Zhang Yi's clear voice ringing out, a dazzling white light poured down, instantly illuminating the forest for hundreds of meters around, turning night into day. This was the effect of tracer rounds. Bathed in their glow, every monster lurking in the woods was forced into the open. Panic swept through the monsters' ranks in an instant. Yet under the influence of the blood moon, they remained trapped in a frenzy. They would not retreat. Neither the deaths of those ahead nor the rattle of machine gun fire could drive them back. At that moment, a monstrous wail erupted from a horde. Looking up, Tang Xiaofan saw that the source was a group of undead ghouls. 3 of them, level 8. Under the tracer's glare, black smoke billowed from their bodies as they writhed in agony on the ground. This was no ordinary light. It was light imbued with a powerful buff from the metal laboratory. Its rays contained metallic energy, dealing immense harm to undead creatures. Combined with the damage from the ammunition, these ghouls, no higher than level 8, stood no chance. They collapsed, convulsing and struggling in a desperate attempt to escape. Their screams were heart-wrenching. They tried to break free from the hail of bullets. But it was all in vain. For where the tracer light shone, a relentless barrage of ammunition followed. Compared to other monsters, these undead suffered even more under the onslaught. When struck by the ammunition, the ghouls' skins sizzled, sending up curls of black smoke. Within moments, several ghouls ceased their struggles. They collapsed into corpses, their bodies utterly shattered by the relentless fire, and even the soul flames that animated them were extinguished. Undead creatures, sustained by their soul flames and certain necromantic materials, usually have the potential to be revived. But when faced with Tang Xiaofan's farmers, there was no difference at all between undead creatures and the wild monsters. If anything, the undead perished even faster. Undead ghouls have shown up. This is a first. Since his arrival, this was Tang Xiaofan's first encounter with undead creatures. Normally, undead are mostly found in graveyards, burial mounds, and similar places. Such sites are steeped in necromantic energy, making them the most likely breeding grounds for undead beings. Additionally, the underground world could be considered the true stronghold of the undead. But the forest is dominated by beasts and birds. Wild monsters roam freely here, and the native forces are mainly goblins, gremlins, and two-headed fiends. Intelligent beings with alignments that are half evil, half neutral. Undead creatures are quite rare in these parts. It must have something to do with the metal laboratory. Tang Xiaofan ventured a guess in his heart. The metal laboratory increases the hostility of all native forces. These ghouls, appearing so suddenly, were likely drawn here by the laboratory. They had gravely underestimated the firepower of the Black Tech fortress. Their ill-fated assault was met with a sweeping burst from standard machine gun, which cleansed them entirely. Tang Xiaofan was grateful his fortress wasn't established in the undead's main strongholds. Otherwise, he'd be facing an endless army of the undead right now. So, there are undead lurking in the forest as well. But their numbers are much fewer, relatively speaking. Tang Xiaofan did not dwell on it. His squad of warriors had already engaged the wild monsters outside the fortress. On the battlefield, the wild monsters, driven into a frenzy, swarmed together and hurled themselves at the warriors clad in mark power armor. Under the blood moon's influence, they had lost all sense of reason. Even as their companions fell beside them, not a single one showed any sign of retreat. Wave after wave charged forward, piling up their dead in a relentless assault. Outside the Black Tech fortress, the battle appeared brutal and chaotic, but in truth, the warriors handled it with effortless skill. Among the 200 fighters, the most seasoned had reached level 18, and even the weakest stood at level 10. Armed with twin-bladed giant axes, unmatched strength, and the near-invulnerable mark armor, the wild monsters were simply no match for the warrior squad. Not to mention, from atop the fortress walls, the machine guns unleashed a constant, thunderous barrage. At that moment, Jarvis had assumed full control of all targeting operations. All the mark-armored warriors needed to do was handle the M249 machine guns. The barrels of the machine guns spewed forth an endless torrent of steel. Moreover, within the territory of the Black Tech fortress, the warriors benefited from the enhancements of the metal laboratory, boosting their attack and defense by 10%, making them even more formidable. The wild monsters before them, none above elite level 12, were being slaughtered in droves. Hardly any stood a chance. Very soon, heaps of wild monster corpses were piled up around the castle. At this moment, the protective shield that had trembled above the castle for so long finally gave way. With a thunderous collapse, it vanished completely. At the same time, the protective shields of hundreds of lords' castles also disappeared without a trace. The novice period had ended. A brutal new era had arrived. Roars erupted from every direction as hordes of wild monsters howled all around. Without pause, even more wild monsters surged into Tang Xiaofan's territory from every conceivable direction. His castle's domain stretched 18 kilometers in diameter, with the fortress at the center. He sensed wild monsters breaching his borders from all sides. The warriors promptly withdrew to the city walls, forming a defensive ring around the fortifications to repel the invading monsters. The open ground surrounding the outer walls instantly became a new battlefield. Tang Xiaofan no longer lingered atop the city walls. He returned to his castle, now 4 stories tall, where he could survey the full extent of the defenses from the rooftop. He saw that most of the warriors were firing down from the walls, and sometimes they would leap straight over the parapets, plunging directly into the monster hordes. Their attacks were purposeful and targeted, aiming for tightly clustered groups of monsters. If the monsters gathered densely enough, they could pose a real threat to the walls, especially the bull-headed beasts or elephantine monsters, whose massive forms could seriously endanger the fortifications. Thus, the warriors would periodically jump down to cut down these 2 particularly dangerous types. Especially Warrior 1, his enormous double-handed sword, gleaming with a crimson glow, stood out vividly amid the writhing mass of monsters. All of a sudden, a colossal shadow lunged toward him, and the creature's massive paw, as large as Warrior 1 himself, came crashing down. In a flash, it struck Warrior 1 directly. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Tang Xiaofan watched. As Warrior 1 was hit by a terrifying force, his body sent flying uncontrollably through the air. Warrior 1! Tang Xiaofan cried out in alarm. This was no ordinary monster. Meanwhile, in the underground world, the Iron Dwarf Fortress was also under siege by wild monsters. Attack! Defend the fortress! Uphold the honor of the Iron Dwarves! Slay these creatures of the underworld! Protect Princess Ke! Led by Xavier, the Iron Dwarf, more than 200 dwarves rallied near the fortress's barricades, fighting desperately against the wild monsters that threatened their stronghold. Black Iron Dwarves are considered a low-tier unit. Their starting level is quite low, and their potential for growth is limited. However, all of the little girl's Black Iron Dwarves are clad in armor and armed with weapons. What's more, Xavier, the leader of the Black Iron Dwarves, is a level 18 powerhouse, the pride of the Dwarven Sky Swordsman. He brought to the Black Iron Dwarf Fortress over 100 elite warriors, each one a seasoned Black Iron Dwarf fighter. In addition, the fortress itself is fortified with defensive structures, making its defenses exceptionally strong. So for the wild monsters outside, breaking through to the fortress at its heart is nearly impossible. Uncle Xavier, you must all stay safe. The little girl stood on the 4th-floor balcony of the Black Iron Dwarf Fortress. Her own strength was weak, only at level 6. Not only was she unskilled in combat, but her true fighting ability might even be less than that of a level 2 wild monster. She could only remain in the safe zone. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself not to tremble. Her small face had turned pale as snow. She was terrified, longing to hide away inside the castle, to crawl under the covers or squeeze beneath the bed. She wished the red-eyed wild monsters would never find her. But she didn't give in to that urge. Instead, she insisted on standing out on the balcony, calling out loudly so that every Black Iron Dwarf on the battlefield would know she hadn't run away. Though young in years, she was truly brave. The Black Iron Dwarves' morale soared. With the level 18 Xavier leading the charge, they threw themselves into battle, cutting down the wild monsters with fearless abandon. In this moment, their loyalty had surpassed 90 points. For Princess Ke, nothing could make them falter. Even if a dark dragon descended upon them, they would fight it without hesitation. As the slaughter dragged on, the number of wild monsters outside the castle finally began to dwindle. Of course, some Black Iron Dwarves fell in battle, their bodies even torn apart by the rampaging beasts. Yet not a single dwarf retreated. Loyalty was their faith, and they were willing to give their lives to defend the Black Iron Dwarf Fortress. On the balcony, the little girl's big eyes brimmed with tears, her porcelain doll face streaked with dust and grime. Summoning all her courage, she fetched a low-grade bow and arrow set from the storeroom. Awkwardly, she knocked an iron-tipped arrow to the string, and with trembling hands, drew the bow till it was taut as a full moon. She lacked combat experience and was not strong, but as a level 6 life form, she still had some power. Shaking, she took aim at a wild monster, clenched her teeth, and let the arrow fly. With a dull thud, the iron arrow struck the ground, missing its mark. But the little girl didn't give up. Over and over, she drew her bow and loosed her arrows. Her cheeks flushed red with effort. At last, she succeeded. She cried out in delight. Ke can defeat monsters too. Long live Princess Ke! The Black Iron Dwarves on the battlefield erupted in cheers, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Across the endless grasslands, hundreds upon hundreds of prairie monsters surged forward, assaulting Lord Bear's castle, the fortress of the ancient Great Bear. Clad in high-tier armor, Lord Bear led dozens of elite units, ancient great bears, tearing through the monster horde. With bulging muscles and a broadsword in hand, he swung mightily, sending beast blood flying with every stroke. His battle garb was long soaked in blood, yet he remained unfazed. Majestic and indomitable, like a god of war, he commanded his legion of ancient great bears, hacking down monsters wherever he went. In his wake lay nothing but the corpses of monsters. In a certain mountain valley, the thunderous crack of gunfire echoed without pause. Looking up, one could see a vast crowd of wild monsters besieging the castle at the valley's heart. The castle's master, commanding over 60 dwarf musketeers, formed a defensive circle. With a relentless barrage of gunfire, they held back the onslaught of wild monsters. The staccato of musket shots never ceased, the sharp tang of black powder lingering in the valley air. And wild monsters fell one after another, their bodies piling in pools of blood. Only elite wild monsters managed to break close, but even they were swiftly torn apart by nearby dwarf musketeers. The battle was brutal beyond measure. Within a stretch of marshland, a lone castle stood isolated. All around it, corpses lay strewn, the fallen bodies of wild monsters and castle troops alike. The fight was not yet over, but the marsh monsters had clearly seized overwhelming advantage, breaching the castle's domain and systematically slaughtering its defenders. At last, they stormed the castle. Amid a single, terrified scream, the castle's master was ripped to pieces. Not long after, the castle heart was breached by the marsh monsters. The once imposing mid-level castle collapsed with a tremendous crash, reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Like a school of fish, the marsh monsters scattered and vanished into the wetlands. In a corner of the forest, a young man stood upon his balcony, directing his elite troops, stone giants, to wreak havoc across the land. Dozens of stone giants swept forward, felling wild monsters in droves. Nothing could stand in their way. They're far too weak. There aren't even many elite monsters. What's happened to this forest? A battle of this scale poses no challenge at all for my stone giant legion. The young man shook his head with a sigh. He had expected that, with the protective barrier gone, hordes of wild monsters would assault his castle, leaving him in dire straits. But to his surprise, only low-level monsters appeared, with just 3 or 4 elites, nothing remotely threatening. It seems only a true beast tide will bring me an abundant harvest. Gazing up at the blood moon hanging high in the sky, the young man eagerly awaited the coming of the beast tide. Across the divine demon continent, in every corner of the world, hundreds of castle lords were facing the siege of wild monsters. Some castle lords stand above all others, leading mighty forces to sweep across the wilderness, defeating monsters and spreading their dominance far and wide. Others struggle to hold their ground, their ranks battered and suffering heavy losses. Some have already fallen, their bodies left as broken remains beneath the monster's fangs, their castles reduced to ruins and fading from memory altogether. Every castle lord is embroiled in the flames of war. Some cheer in victory, some beg for mercy in desperation, while others perish tragically on the battlefield. Each fate is different. At last, the continent of gods and demons reveals its most brutal side to the castle lords. Life and death now hang in the balance. It all depends on whether a castle lord can adapt to this harsh world. Elsewhere in the forest, the tech fortress faces its own dire challenge. The monsters it confronts are greater in number and strength, a relentless tide of elite creatures. From time to time, a few commander-level monsters even emerge from the horde. One can't help but think this is pure chance. But if Tang Xiaofan were to speculate, he would say it's directly connected to the tech fortress being upgraded to a town. After all, the tech fortress has already gained quite a reputation and influence in the forest. A well-known tech fortress draws attention not just from local factions, but also from the wandering monsters lurking in the dense woods nearby. In this shadowy expanse of ancient trees, Tang Xiaofan's tech fortress shines like a brilliant beacon, impossible to ignore. Amidst the chaos of battle, Zhang Yi's body was sent flying over 10 meters through the air. But he didn't crash to the ground. Instead, he twisted skillfully, landing on his feet without losing balance. He looked up at his assailant, revealing it to be a terrifying bear-like monster, a level 16 commander, its massive frame stretching over 10 meters long, like a beast from forgotten legends. Every move it made seemed to shake the very earth. The level 16 black bear commander fixed its blood-red gaze on Zhang Yi, its eyes burning with violence, bloodlust, and madness. Under the blood moon's influence, even such a powerful creature had lost all sense of reason. At that moment, a blazing greatsword dropped from thin air, plunging straight through the black bear commander and pinning it to the ground. This was Zhang Yi's counterattack. Now piloting the Mark II power armor, he could leap heights of over 10 meters with ease. With astonishing speed before the black bear could react. He felled it with a single blow. With his strength at level 18, defeating a level 16 commander was hardly a challenge for Zhang Yi, even against an opponent of the same rank. This is the natural domination of a higher-tier life form over a lesser one. My lord! Hoisting the enormous bear's corpse, Zhang Yi bounded over to Tang Xiaofan's side in a few swift leaps, to present the enemy's carcass to his lord. This is the warrior's greatest honor. Other fighters were also seeking out powerful monsters, for to earn credit before their lord, none would ever shrink from displaying their prowess. Tang Xiaofan patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Well done, Zhang Yi. You truly are the #1 warrior." He could see that Zhang Yi hadn't suffered any injuries. Jarvis also transmitted an image displaying Zhang Yi's physical condition. Even after taking a direct blow from that level 16 black bear leader, Zhang Yi was still full of vigor and energy. The Mark II armor's defense was indeed formidable. Attacks from monsters like these couldn't shake it in the slightest. And this was still with just ordinary batteries powering the armor's defenses. Once the arc reactor was built, the suit's protective capabilities would increase 1,000-fold. Sir, most of the monsters were actually gunned down by me using the machine guns. All right, Jarvis. You are truly the mightiest warrior. Thank you, sir. After reassuring the credit-seeking Jarvis, Tang Xiaofan watched Zhang Yi, who gripped his great sword and continued to slay the wild monsters strewn across the clearing. Then, Tang Xiaofan asked, "Jarvis, how's the progress with the Palladium?" "Sir, it's moving quickly, but since we don't have skilled science researchers, only mechanics and blacksmiths filling in, the work should be finished the day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow? That's still quite fast. Once we have the Palladium, we can build the arc reactor. We're making the non-toxic version, right?" "Yes, of course, sir. The new element we're producing from Palladium not only makes the reactor several times more efficient than the original design, but also eliminates the risk of heavy metal pollution." "Excellent. I'm looking forward to it." At that moment, even more monsters had gathered outside the castle, but the curtain of bullets from the M429 machine guns mowed down the wild beasts by the dozens, sending them writhing and howling in agony. No matter how frenzied their attacks, they simply couldn't defend themselves against the hail of steel bullets. Few wild monsters could endure the searing pain of being hit by the barrage. Most fell to the ground, screaming and dying in misery under the relentless fire. Any creature lucky enough to push through was immediately met by waiting warriors, who rushed forward swinging their massive axes to finish the job. Yet, the number of wild monsters besieging the high-tech castle was simply overwhelming. At least 1,000 more still pressed in. They showed no fear of death. As soon as one wave fell, another surged forward, as if they simply wouldn't rest until Tang Xiaofan's high-tech stronghold was destroyed. It seems that even with the shield down, Tang Xiaofan's castle hasn't suffered much at all. Zhang Xiaoxiao, do you still think Tang Xiaofan should take the initiative and go on the offensive? For once, Yu Qi didn't freeze out Zhang Xiaoxiao, but instead took the initiative to seek his opinion. Being asked by such a beautiful woman was a rare honor. Zhang Xiaoxiao blushed, but his mouth didn't hesitate as he replied. Of course, as the representative of the Dragon Nation, how could Tang Xiaofan be so cautious? That would be a disgrace to the Dragon Nation. Right now, he should take the initiative and sweep across the battlefield with his entire force. I disagree. From a tactical perspective, after building the city walls, Tang Xiaofan has already gained a significant strategic advantage. As long as he doesn't launch a reckless attack, he naturally holds the upper hand. The general had long grown tired of Zhang Xiaoxiao's attitude. Now, hearing him spout off again, he refused to tolerate it any longer and launched straight into a tirade. Besides, the only thing that's changed is that the protective shield is gone. It doesn't mean the beast tide has arrived yet. Even if Tang Xiaofan's fortress is safe for now, who can guarantee there won't be any surprises when the beasts actually come? Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare argue directly with the general, but he wasn't one to back down easily either. He pursed his lips and fell silent, though his displeasure was obvious. Yes, I agree with the general. I may not be an expert in warfare, but judging by the state of Tang Xiaofan's exosuits, the biggest issue is energy. If he were to leave the fortress recklessly and couldn't resupply, those powerful exosuits could become a fatal liability. Batteries. That's right. Look, thanks to the automated assembly arms, Tang Xiaofan has managed to increase the number of his exosuits these past 2 days. But all those exosuits need batteries to operate. The glowing crystals by the fortress are the source of their energy. Following Master Gung's pointing finger, Everyone looked and saw a cluster of glowing crystals behind Tang Xiaofan's fortress. This is what everyone has overlooked. You could say that these crystals are the foundation of Tang Xiaofan's development. Just look, these are his source of energy. Everyone realized it at once. These crystals were the main raw material Tang Xiaofan used to make batteries. Master Geng, where did these crystals come from? As a strategic and tactical expert, the general was deeply intrigued by the emergence of this new energy source. Do you think it's possible to bring these crystals back to the Dragon Nation? Exactly. If this new energy could be brought back, it might change the balance of power in the world. No doubt about it. This kind of energy, enough to power massive exosuits with just a single piece, could become the core of the Dragon Nation's future. While everyone was pinning their hopes on these crystals, Zhang Xiao, true to form, started voicing his opposition again. No, I think Tang Xiaofan is still hiding something. These batteries aren't his only energy solution. He'd die if he ever stopped arguing, wouldn't he? Naturally, far away on the Divine Demon Continent, Tang Xiaofan had no idea that, for once, Zhang Xiao had actually guessed right. Unfortunately, he paid no mind to their opinions. Right now, his attention was completely absorbed by the battlefield. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. A relentless hail of bullets poured out from the M249 machine gun, filling the air with deadly force. In an instant, the wild monsters on the battlefield collapsed in unison, falling lifeless into pools of blood. Not only the ordinary creatures, but even the elite monsters were shattered to pieces. During this period, hundreds, even thousands of wild monsters had already perished on the battlefield. Those few that survived looked around at the carnage, yet showed not the slightest intention of retreating. Attack! Zhang Yi charged at the front, leaping from the city wall, swinging his massive axe, and clearing out the remaining wild monsters on the battlefield. At the same time, other warriors followed suit, jumping down one after another, instantly slaughtering dozens more wild monsters. Low-rank, elite commanders. None could withstand the onslaught. This was a true, instant rout. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but leap up in excitement as he watched. The stronger his warriors became, the more formidable his castle's power would be. As time passed, more and more wild monsters were struck down by the warriors. The monster army besieging the high-tech castle finally began to show signs of exhaustion. The surviving monsters roared and bellowed, their fury and unwillingness palpable. No matter how desperately they charged, they couldn't break through the warriors' defensive circle. Instead, they were cut down again and again, wave after wave. At last, the ordinary low-tier monsters were all slain. The elite monsters had also perished, leaving only a few commander-level creatures still holding on. Driven into a frenzy by the blood moon, they fought with reckless abandon. Their purpose was clear. They were determined to break into the high-tech castle. It was as if something inside the castle was provoking them, fueling their rage until all they wanted was to storm inside and tear the stronghold down to its very foundations. Yet in the end, those few commander-level monsters also fell on the battlefield, easily slain by the warriors' axes. It's over for now. Tang Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, a dazzling golden light appeared once more, enveloping all his warriors. It was the sign of their advancement. After a long while, the golden glow finally faded away. Tang Xiaofan had risen straight from level 6 to the peak of level 7, just one last step from reaching level 8. Some warriors advanced by 2 levels, others astonishingly by 4. The improvement was tremendous. At this point, all 1,000 of his warriors had grown in one way or another, and even the weakest among the warband had reached level 14. Their overall strength had skyrocketed. With their newfound mastery of their armor, Tang Xiaofan now felt no fear, even if the fire dragon were to attack again. His warriors could not only hold their ground, but there was a good chance they could slay the dragon as well. The farmer factory has upgraded to level 3. If it could be upgraded to level 4, would it create specialists like scientists or snipers? If we had a more diverse mix of troops in this battle, the cleanup would have been even faster. The fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails in the warehouse still aren't at their best moment. They'll be used tomorrow, during the Beast Tide, to really give these monsters a punishing blow. It would be best to seriously injure a group of monsters, force them to flee back to their lairs, and let them spread the terrifying reputation of this high-tech fortress. After this small skirmish that ended with the shield fading away, Tang Xiaofan could already see the dawn of building his own farmer army, and he was in high spirits. Jarvis, keep an eye on the progress in the metal lab. Yes, sir. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan turned to gaze at the distant dense forest. The woods had fallen silent. No swaying trees, no monstrous roars, not even a trace of blue starlight. Everything had returned to a deathly stillness. Perhaps it was for the best. At least for tonight, he figured, no more wild monsters would rush to their doom. Everyone could finally get a good night's sleep. Farmer 1 and the others did a rough count of the monster corpses scattered across the battlefield. There were over 3,800 in total, with around 20 of them being commander-level wild monsters, and more than 500 at the elite level. If a horde like this attacked any other castle lord, their defenses would have crumbled long ago. The castle would be razed to the ground, left in ruins. Only a squad of warriors could withstand such an assault, and they managed it with ease. In fact, from start to finish, none of the wild monsters ever breached the 100-meter perimeter outside the castle walls. They were all stopped and slaughtered right there on the battlefield, kept at bay. Now, heaps of monster corpses formed a ring around his castle. Bright, jarring blood flowed across the open ground. There were night owls shrieking in the distant mountains, but none dared venture closer. With the blood moon sinking in the west, the forest grew even more silent. The first deep night after the end of the novice protection period was nearly over, and hundreds of castle lords had finally witnessed the brutal reality of the divine demon continent after dark. But as long as the night faded, the first rays of dawn beneath the waning blood moon would bring hope. Everyone, get some rest while you can. Just leave a few on watch. The beast tide tomorrow will be far more intense than tonight's appetizer. Make the most of your time to recuperate. Yes, my lord. The other farmers had already prepared food and hot water. The warriors who had fought lined up at the automatic mechanical workshop to remove their armor, then headed for a hot shower, and after that, sat down to eat. Once they'd finished their meals, they washed up and went straight to bed. With so many people now, the old farmhouses have been replaced by Tang Xiaofan's new dormitory building. Otherwise, even with the system's help, there wouldn't have been enough room in the tiny city for all those farmhouses. Watching the orderly lines, Tang Xiaofan opened his friends list and reached out to the little girl in the underground world. How's your situation over there, Ka? Tang Xiaofan had never been to the underground world and was quite unfamiliar with this realm ruled by dark creatures. He had only heard some general stories from the little girl. Compared to the surface, the underground world seemed even more brutal. Countless dark creatures roamed, and hordes of undead gathered everywhere. It was a true paradise for evil races. The little girl quickly replied to Tang Xiaofan's message. Great Master Tang Xiaofan, Kura managed to fend off the monsters outside. Uncle Xavier and the others are cleaning up the battlefield. The castle is safe and sound, but many Black Iron Dwarf warriors lost their lives. Tang Xiaofan could only shake his head helplessly. We're in war, is there not death? Even his own farmers, if not for their armor in the recent fight, might not have survived unscathed. He chatted with the little girl for a while longer, offering her some encouragement before closing the chat window. By now, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning, and exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Yet he didn't go to rest. The air was thick with the scent of blood. This was his first night without any real protection. Fear and excitement tangled inside him, making sleep almost impossible. Some farmers were still busy gathering soul stones, equipment, and blueprints dropped by the wild monsters. The castle defense battle had brought Tang Xiaofan tremendous gains. First, there was the huge haul of soul stones, then equipment and blueprints. After all, there had been about 20 leader-class monsters and over 500 elite-level monsters invading the high-tech castle. Such a bountiful harvest was only to be expected. Not long after, all the spoils of war were tallied and handed over to Tang Xiaofan. Seeing so many resources, his breath quickened with excitement. What a magnificent haul! By around 4 in the morning, Tang Xiaofan had basically pulled an all-nighter. He was bone-tired. But as he gazed at the mountain of loot before him, all his sleepiness and fatigue vanished in an instant. The spoils were sorted into 3 categories: soul stones, equipment, and blueprints. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan was so thrilled he could hardly keep calm. The rewards were just too great. Just the soul stones alone nearly reached 1,000 pieces. Soul stones were essential for upgrading troop buildings. His farmer factory was currently at level 3, and to reach level 4, he needed 5,000 soul stones. Which meant, with this single battle, he'd already covered nearly 1/5 of the upgrade path. I still have some soul stones in reserve. Adding today's haul, my soul stone stash has reached 2,240. I'm only about halfway to the 5,000 needed for the upgrade. This was a tremendous breakthrough. Tang Xiaofan had thought that getting the farmer factory to level 4 was a distant goal, at least 10 or 15 days away. But now, it seemed the progress was advancing even faster than he had imagined. If there were just 2 or 3 more castle defense battles of this scale, his reserve of soul stones would be enough to meet the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory. besides the huge haul of soul stones. I've also collected quite a bit of equipment. 14 pieces of low-tier gear. 14 pieces of low-tier equipment could fetch a good amount of resources. Right now, the protective shield had only just disappeared after the battle, and the beast tide would strike soon. Many people must have realized how crucial equipment was. They'd definitely be willing to pay a hefty price for it. To be honest, this drop rate for equipment wasn't exactly satisfying for Tang Xiaofan. Back then, when his warrior squad took down their second elite monster, they'd already scored a piece of gear. But in this castle defense, over 500 elite monsters joined the fray. Not to mention 20 commander-level monsters and a single level 18 lord monster. And yet, all he got was 14 pieces of low-tier equipment. It was a bit disappointing. Could it be that his warriors had become so powerful that, against these monsters whose levels hadn't changed, the overall drop rate had decreased? That was the only explanation Tang Xiaofan could come up with. Otherwise, there was simply no other reason. Thinking it over, Tang Xiaofan opened his friend's list and contacted the little lowly who was still in the underground world. Tang Xiaofan, how many pieces of equipment did you get? Little lowly, let me count, about a dozen or so. Tang Xiaofan let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least this meant his luck hadn't completely deserted him. Just as he was about to close the message window, on a whim, he sent another question. How many elite and commander-level wild monsters joined the fray on your side? There were tons. The little lowly replied. I think there were over 20 elite monsters and 3 commander-level ones. If it weren't for Uncle Xavier, my castle wouldn't have held out. Tang Xiaofan, those monsters were terrifying. It's all right, it's all over now. Get some rest. Tang Xiaofan quietly closed the chat window. He sat in silence for a long time. In the end, all the negativity within him dissolved into a long, weary sigh. Sure enough, when it came to luck, he was no match for the little lowly from the underground world. His warrior squad had brought down so many elite, commander, and even lord-level monsters, yet in the end, only 14 pieces of equipment dropped. Meanwhile, the little lowly had slain less than a tenth of his monster count, but somehow ended up with almost as much gear as he did. Truly, a favor of Lady Luck. Such fortune defied all reason. Tang Xiaofan didn't dare ask how many blueprints the little lowly had gotten. He was afraid he'd just end up feeling worse. As for himself, he'd managed to collect 3 blueprints. If it were before, he would have been quite pleased and satisfied with that. But now, Tang Xiaofan couldn't shake the feeling that all his efforts weren't yielding the rewards he deserved. He shook his head, trying not to dwell on it any longer. Then, he picked up the 3 azure blue blueprints. A new, unknown blueprint has been discovered. Would you like to appraise it? Yes, no. Appraise. A soft glow of appraisal enveloped each of the 3 blueprints. Moments later, the light faded, and the true nature of the blueprints was revealed. The first one read, Basic Building Blueprint, Barbershop, Construction Requirement, Primary Town. Effect, slightly increases the loyalty of castle residents. The second, Intermediate Building Blueprint, Embassy, Construction Requirement, Territory must exceed 10 kilometers. Effect, increases the loyalty of castle residents. Effect, boosts the likelihood of local intelligent creatures cooperating proactively. The third, Intermediate Building Blueprint, Shop, Construction Requirement, Mint. Effect, increases the loyalty of castle residents. Effect, each day, randomly initiates commercial cooperation with a local intelligent faction. As he gazed at the 3 blueprints in his hand, Tang Xiaofan felt a slight numbness in his heart. Not one of them was a high-level blueprint. He'd have settled for a low-grade troop evolution blueprint, even. But instead, all 3 were basic castle-building blueprints. 1 basic, 2 intermediate. Each one simply served to boost the loyalty of his castle's residents. This would be a great advantage for other lords. But for Tang Xiaofan, it was more or less optional. His farmer units were perpetually locked at 100 loyalty, utterly devoted, fanatical, unwavering. Their loyalty couldn't drop, nor could it rise. 100 points of loyalty was as high as it could go. All I can say is, better to have them than not. Tang Xiaofan had no intention of selling these blueprints, even though he was sure they could fetch a hefty price. His castle's territory now spanned 18 kilometers, with a core domain of 2 kilometers. A wide, empty field stretched out from the castle. No trees, nothing to obstruct the view. A barbershop and embassy could easily be built, making his core domain appear less barren and lonely. Besides, now that he'd upgraded to a town, there were new buildings to consider. A temple, basic dormitories, an elementary school, a theater, a tavern, a library, and a hospital, all yet to be constructed. Once these buildings were erected, especially the basic dormitories, All the empty spaces in town would quickly be filled, and these buildings would finally give the farmers a taste of leisure and entertainment. Otherwise, the farmers were like tightly drawn bows, always under tension, threatening to snap at any moment. Now, with these facilities for entertainment and relaxation, the farmers and warriors alike could finally unwind and enjoy their free time. With the addition of dormitories, a diplomatic hall, and enclosing walls, his high-tech city finally began to resemble a true town. After all, just having a castle, a warehouse, and a metal laboratory hardly looked like a town at all. In fact, these basic buildings may seem to serve little purpose for me, but they are absolutely essential. They're the fundamental facilities of any territory, completely indispensable. One day, his high-tech city would be grand and magnificent, bustling with countless farmers living within its walls. If there were only a bare castle, what kind of city would that be? Tang Xiaofan took out a blueprint, its surface shimmering with a deep blue hue. The first building he decided to construct was a barbershop. As some building materials vanished from the warehouse, a two-story barbershop appeared near the city wall. This little building was the epitome of 1990s style. An exaggerated sign and a glowing barber's lightbox made it stand out at a glance. Soon, two idle farmers walked in and, with a transformation, became barbers. Tang Xiaofan, naturally, stepped up as the first customer, eager to try the services of his new barbershop. He gazed at the dazzling array of hairstyle options and color combinations, and couldn't help but marvel. Jarvis, even in the smallest details of everyday life, this advanced technology is impressive. Yes, sir. The level of technology here is difficult to replicate, especially for civilian use. It shows just how advanced this world truly is. Tang Xiaofan nodded, choosing a hairstyle he fancied, a shade between gray and white. Just then, he heard the barber's honest, hearty voice by his ear. "My lord, thank you for your patronage." It was done in a flash. Looking at the handsome young man reflected in the mirror, he nodded with satisfaction. Leaving the barbershop, he selected another open space and began construction on the diplomatic hall. With a deep rumble, a three-story building sprang from the earth. Several farmers walked in on their own, ready to start work. Tang Xiaofan entered and found a traditional office inside, a door labeled Diplomat's Office. He pushed open the door and saw a farmer seated at a desk, studying a map. "My lord," Tang Xiaofan gestured for the diplomat to remain at ease, his eyes falling on the map labeled Diplomatic Relations. "At present, only one local faction maintains a subordinate relationship with us. Do subordinate factions have to regularly pay tribute?" Tang Xiaofan asked, having spotted the information on the map. "Yes, my lord. All subordinate factions must pay tribute in resources in exchange for our rule over them." "Well then," Tang Xiaofan nodded, quite pleased with such an assertive diplomatic tone. "After all, our rule is a privilege worth paying for." After touring the two new buildings, Tang Xiaofan instructed Jian Yi, who was following him, to have the rest of the buildings constructed inside the inner city tomorrow. Once those were finished, he wanted all the remaining open land to be used for building dormitories. With the work arranged, Tang Xiaofan strolled up onto the city wall, gazing down at the structure beneath his feet. He couldn't help but marvel at how instrumental the wall had been today. For most elite monsters, it would be extremely difficult to destroy these fortifications and break into the castle's territory, especially with the machine guns providing cover. Moreover, the wall's defensive strength far surpassed that of simple fencing. The emergence of the city wall had made the entire battle feel effortless, and a sense of security quietly settled in his heart. This feeling was shaped by the environment itself and had nothing to do with whether the warrior teams could protect him or not. There's a world of difference between standing alone on an empty plain and being surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall. The mind reacts in completely different ways. By now, the world had quieted down. The blood-red moonlight was fading, inching its way toward the western horizon. Yawning, Tang Xiaofan made his way back to his bedroom at the top of the castle. He was utterly exhausted tonight. With the castle's protective shield gone, nearly 2,000 wild monsters had stormed his stronghold. He had witnessed the entire battle firsthand, watching countless creatures fall around the castle's perimeter. The tension and excitement had woven together, leaving him both physically and mentally drained. After a much-needed shower, Tang Xiaofan collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Tonight, he was destined to sleep soundly. The heavy weight he'd been carrying in his heart had finally been lifted. He knew, without a doubt, that he had stepped onto the path of conquering all the races. Time in the Divine Demon Continent moved in sync with Blue Star. At this moment, Blue Star was also deep in the night. Yet, many Blue Star netizens were still glued to Tang Xiaofan's livestream, unable to tear their eyes away. It's confirmed, This time, the Dragon Nation's contestant absolutely stole the show. 0 casualties, total monster annihilation. No kidding. Just look, Tang Xiaofan already built city walls. Have you seen anything like that in the other contestants' castles? That's right. And I've noticed another key detail. Tang Xiaofan makes all his own gear. I mean, I've watched contestants from at least 150 countries, and the Dragon Nation's player is by far the most unique. While everyone else is sticking to the basics, the Dragon Nation's contestant is already founding his own kingdom. Exactly. With a town of over 1,000 people, he could easily crush any competition. At this rate, his army could swell to tens of thousands in the future. My goodness, have you ever thought, if those battle armors could fly, then this entire divine demon continent would be Tang Xiaofan's domain? No way. Those suits are way too heavy. How could they possibly fly? Not a chance. Seriously, that's just wishful thinking. No one knew how long he slept. Tang Xiaofan snapped awake. He glanced out the window. The sky was still shrouded in a faint darkness, but the first light of dawn had already begun to illuminate the world. I've only slept a little over 2 hours, he murmured, a touch of resignation in his voice. It seemed his internal clock had already settled into a strict rhythm. Every morning at this time, he would wake up. Though still a bit weary, sleep eluded him now. He got out of bed, washed up, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast, then opened the trading channel. A new day had begun, and the trading zone was alive with activity. Wherever he looked, the listings were packed. Food, monster materials, and all manner of goods filled the screen. Many of these were large-scale transactions. Castle lords were putting thousands of units of food up for sale at once. An astonishing sight. Such scenes had never occurred before. Even Tang Xiaofan's own record for a single listing was only 2,000 or 3,000 units at most. Clearly, these were the spoils of last night's battles. Hundreds of castle lords had faced wild monster hordes the very moment their protective shields vanished. The fighting had been fierce. No one knew how many castle lords had perished, but those who survived had evidently reaped a massive harvest. The food gathered from wild monsters was far more than they could consume in the short term, so they all rushed to sell their surplus. Unfortunately, there were hardly any castle lords still short on food. At least for the time being, food was in abundant supply. As a result, the food on offer attracted little interest. Monster materials, on the other hand, showed signs of being actively traded. This caught Tang Xiaofan's attention. Someone must have found a blueprint for a blacksmith workshop during the castle defense battles, he mused. They're now buying monster materials at low prices to craft equipment. That was not necessarily good news. My own castle's power is growing, he reflected, but so are the powers of other castle lords. A basic structure like the blacksmith's workshop will inevitably become commonplace. It's only a matter of time, and nothing can stop it. After thinking it over for a moment, Tang Xiaofan decided not to dwell on it. The pie was simply too big for him to eat alone. For a long while yet, those with blacksmith's workshops wouldn't be able to threaten his profits in the standard equipment market. Besides, it wasn't all bad news. The struggles between castle lords were, after all, secondary. Their true enemy was the native forces of the divine demon continent. As other castle powers grew, they would help shoulder the burden when it came time to face the continent's native might. As for conflicts among castle lords, Tang Xiaofan had no fear. He had always been ahead of them all, and he was confident he could stay in the lead. Gazing at the bustling trading zone, Tang Xiaofan felt a spark of inspiration, and couldn't help but wade into the fray himself. He put a total of 23,000 units of food directly on the market, including 4,000 units of elite-grade food, 300 units of commander-grade food, and 20 units of level 18 lord-grade food. All these special foods, which could boost energy values, were sold at high prices. Ordinary food, on the other hand, attracted no attention, but the special foods still had market demand. In addition, all the monster materials he had collected were packed up and sent to the little girl in the underground world to be used for crafting standard equipment. Though the little girl's black iron dwarves weren't strong in combat, they were true professionals in the art of equipment forging. Tang Xiaofan glanced at his castle warehouse. The construction of various buildings had already consumed a portion of his supplies. Now he still had 161,900 units of wood, 83,640 units of stone, and 28,200 units of refined iron remaining. As for soul stones, he kept those stored safely in the ring of the Cyclops. He was used to keeping such rare resources close to himself. Afterwards, he stepped outside and took a stroll around the city to check on the progress of the engineering works. Since this wasn't his first time overseeing construction, many buildings required the architects to lay every stone and brick by hand. Watching the bustling construction site, Tang Xiaofan felt a bit dazed, as if he'd returned to his days on Blue Star. when a dragon kingdom was rapidly developing and new buildings and roads were springing up everywhere. Roads. That's right. If you want to prosper, you must build roads first. Jarvis, I think we need to develop a kind of transportation vehicle for the farmers to move resources around. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. However, according to my database analysis, I would recommend an aerial transport solution. But this approach has limited carrying capacity. The other option is an armored land transport vehicle, which boasts great hauling power but is more vulnerable to attacks. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment, then said, "Let's make prototypes for both solutions first. Then we'll see how they perform." Yes, sir. However, production facilities for such vehicles are usually large-scale enterprises requiring vast and independent spaces to operate. That's true. His city was already filled to the brim. It was time to start building satellite towns. Tang Xiaofan instructed Jarvis to work out a proper plan and have Jian lead the project's design, so everything would be ready to kick off after the beast tide had passed. Watching the ever-expanding construction site, Tang Xiaofan opened the World Chat channel. The chat was just as lively as ever, as if the castle defense battles had had no effect at all. Many castle lords were still chatting away inside. I took a huge loss. I lost no less than 40 units before I cleared out those berserk monsters. 40 units? That's nothing. I'm down to just 3 greatsword warriors. My entire force was almost wiped out. Just being alive is a blessing. If your troops die, you can always summon more. As long as you're still breathing, that's good news. A friend I made just a couple of days ago was very lucky. They happened to draw the high-tier unit, a harpy. She was incredibly powerful, but today when I checked my friend's list, he was gone. Even a high-tier unit couldn't hold the line. So many castle lords have fallen defending their castles. By my estimate, at least 100 have already been eliminated. And this is only the beginning. Don't doubt it. More and more castle lords will fall in the days to come, because this is, at its core, a game of survival. If we want to carve out a place for ourselves in this world, we have to give it everything we've got. Brothers and sisters, don't lose heart. The early days are always the hardest. We must remember those who have fallen. We will never forget. Those of us who are still alive have to keep moving forward. We are castle lords, chosen by fate. Give us enough time, and we will grow stronger. We're wild monsters compared to us. Our true opponents are the native powers of the divine and demonic continent. You sure talk a lot, but you make sense. Honestly, you're not wrong. Our goal is to conquer all the races, to let the castle lords rule this boundless, mysterious world. I believe that one day, this world will belong to us. Every surviving castle lord will become a god. Let's hope that day comes soon. Honestly, big shots. Maybe we should focus on the problems right in front of us. The beast tide could strike at any moment. Someone dropped this gloomy message into the World Chat channel. And just like that, the lively mood was swept away, leaving everyone's hearts chilled in an instant. It seemed as if the castle lords were only now realizing that the castle defense battle was little more than an appetizer after the shield vanished. The main course, the beast tide, hadn't even arrived yet. Damn it, who mentioned the beast tide? Drag them out and give them a beating. My nerves are shot now. Couldn't you just let me bask in the joy of victory a little longer? Even one more minute would be nice. Why did you have to remind me about the beast tide? I've already blocked that guy. Spreading negativity? Blocked. The World Chat channel descended into chaos, with many people lashing out, venting their bottled-up frustrations. If even the appetizer was this brutal, just how horrific would the beast tide be? The castle lords refused to think about it, because just imagining it made their nerves fray and their scalps tingle. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it either. He wasn't afraid of the beast tide. With the current strength of his high-tech castle, weathering the crisis wouldn't be difficult. He closed the World Chat channel, then made his way to the castle's courtyard. The town was already bustling with work, and when the farmers saw Tang Xiaofan, their eyes filled with respect and fervor. He smiled and nodded to them, then glanced at the line of farmers waiting for haircuts and baths, immediately understanding the situation. It turns out that everyone really does need to unwind. The temple, the basic dormitories, the elementary school, the theater, the tavern, the library, and the hospital, all of them have already been built. The skill of professional construction workers is truly impressive. As for the temple, that was simple enough. Inside, a portrait of Tang Xiaofan is enshrined. All the farmers revere Tang Xiaofan as their lord, coming here to worship and offer prayers. A priest has been appointed to take care of the temple. The elementary school, though, is a bit more awkward. The students are all burly grown men, and what they're learning is just everyday addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. A man as tall as Shaquille O'Neal, nearly 3 meters high, pinches a tiny textbook between his fingers and addresses the class. Everyone needs to study hard. If you don't, I'll smack the crap out of you. Now, let's review. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 plus 2 equals 3. The students repeat in unison. Stumbling out of the elementary school, Tang Xiaofan wants to laugh, but the urge won't quite come. Learning, after all, is a step-by-step process. Fortunately, none of these farmers have any diplomas, so everyone needs to earn an elementary school certificate. Because of this, Jarvis has assigned each farmer a learning task, and they come to class according to the schedule. The theater, on the other hand, is far livelier. A dozen or so farmers have become actors, putting on plays. Watching these hulking men awkwardly play the roles of dainty women, coyly calling him my lord, Tang Xiaofan barely restrains himself from whacking someone and quickly makes his escape. Jarvis, there's a fatal issue with our castle. Have you noticed? Sir, our development is thriving. Everything's looking up. Tang Xiaofan walks down the now bustling street toward the small tavern, shaking his head as he talks. No, what we lack are women. This place is like an all-male military camp. All the entertainment is missing something essential without women. Yes, sir. But there aren't any female farmers to summon, are there? Sir, maybe if we keep upgrading the farmer factory, there will be. Tang Xiaofan nods and pushes open the door to the tavern. Inside, the place is packed, a lively hum of conversation as people pass the time or chat idly. Tang Xiaofan finds an empty seat at the bar. The bartender brings over a glass of whiskey with a perfectly round ice ball floating in it. No, I don't drink. Bring me some bubble tea. Sorry, my lord, we don't have that. Then give me a soda. Sorry, my lord, we don't have that either. Resigned, Tang Xiaofan turns and leaves, complaining to Jarvis. Looks like we'll have to speed up the town's upgrades. Living without soda is just too hard. Sir, that might not actually be possible, but I do have all the soda recipes. We just don't have the right ingredients for production yet. Oh well. Tang Xiaofan continues on to the library and the hospital. Just like on Blue Star, book lovers are always a minority, even though the collection here is already quite impressive. From blacksmith recipes to blueprints for the weapons workshop, everything one could wish for was available. The hospital, however, now stood deserted. Not only had the farmers returned from the battlefield without a scratch, but they hadn't even caught the most common cold, leaving the burly doctor, clutching his tiny stethoscope, looking crestfallen. Gazing at the sparse crowd, Tang Xiaofan turned and headed for the Institute of Metals. He was eager to find out how progress was coming along on the element that concerned him most. Lord, you're here. Nong Yi, one of the earliest farmers to follow Tang Xiaofan, now wore a crisp white lab coat, his hair trimmed in a buzz cut, and presided over the metals laboratory like a boss. Oh, Nong Yi, not bad at all. How's the progress? Lord, we can only advance the research gradually for now. Every post needs to be manned around the clock. According to Lord Jarvis's schedule, I've assigned 30 people to take shifts, ensuring we meet our development goals on time. Tang Xiaofan could only nod in encouragement. His eyes fell on an isolation chamber in the building, where a reactor pulsed with blue light. Through the clear glass, he watched its constant flicker, while the monitor at the door displayed the current progress. 26%. Not bad, as long as it gets done. As long as this metals laboratory could run smoothly, a slower pace didn't matter. Once the farmer's factory upgraded, he figured he'd be able to recruit advanced farmers soon enough. Oh, right. He called Nomi over and asked in a low voice. Do you think there's anything missing in the city? Lord, your castle is perfect. No, I mean, is there anything we lack? Nothing's lacking, Lord. Your castle is perfect. Tang Xiaofan could only send him back to his work, realizing that asking his summoned farmers for opinions was pointless. After all, they'd all been called into being by the farmer's factory. With loyalty maxed out, it would be a miracle if any of them dared voice discontent. After wondering a bit more, Tang Xiaofan ran into Zhang Yi, who had come to request a mission. Zhang Yi bowed respectfully and said, Lord, I respectfully request to lead the warrior squad out on a hunt. Tang Xiaofan nodded in approval. Very well. Go and investigate the source of the beast tide. After a thoughtful pause, Tang Xiaofan added, while you're hunting, check out the castle 18 kilometers away. See if it's been destroyed by monsters. If it's still standing, take it. After all, the newbie shield on that castle had already vanished. Tang Xiaofan had no intention of letting the one who dared covet the mark combat armor off the hook. And since there was still no sign of the beast tide, he'd have his warrior squad send that fellow on their way. Anyone who dared try to capture his farmers would have to pay the price. What's more, the two castles were so close that their spheres of influence nearly overlapped. Even if war didn't break out now, it was inevitable in the future. Rather than waiting until the other side grew stronger and then clashing, it would be better to act early and prevent an even larger-scale castle war later on. If he could eliminate that rival's castle, the dense forest surrounding the area would belong to Tang Xiaofan. His warrior squads could then hunt the wild monsters in this region freely without interference. At your command, my lord. Naturally, the warriors would never refuse Tang Xiaofan's orders. They carried out every one of his commands with unwavering loyalty. Even if Tang Xiaofan were to order them to challenge gods themselves, they would charge into battle without hesitation. At this moment, Warrior 1 spoke up. My lord, if we mobilize all our forces, the Black Tech Castle may lose its absolute defensive capability. Should we assign a squad to guard the castle? To guard the castle? Tang Xiaofan realized this was indeed a concern. The castle's walls could withstand attacks from wild beasts, but its skies were unprotected. If any flying creatures from the wild were to assault Black Tech Castle, they could invade unchecked. He knew that staying in the castle alone was not safe. What he feared most was an attack from that fire dragon. At his current peak of level 7, he was still no match for an adult fire dragon. After pondering for a moment, Tang Xiaofan turned to Warrior 2 and said, Warrior 2, you'll stay behind to guard Black Tech Castle. Take 500 warriors and form the 2nd Warrior Battalion. Warrior 1, you'll lead another 500 and form the 1st Warrior Battalion. At your command, my lord. Both Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 accepted the orders with utmost respect. They divided the warriors into 2 teams, splitting the 1,000-strong force in half. Led by Warrior 1, half the warriors marched out of the castle. Tang Xiaofan watched their figures disappear into the distance, a sigh escaping him almost unknowingly. His forces had grown ever larger now. He already commanded 1,000 warriors clad in Mark battle armor, and new Mark II suits were still being forged in the smithy. This new armor would soon be the backbone of his army for some time to come. And these armored warriors had become the iron fist in his grasp, sweeping away all obstacles. The strength of his warrior squads could no longer be called weak. In fact, when facing the top creatures of this world, they could hold their own and often win. Of course, Tang Xiaofan had considered joining the warriors on their hunts as well. Now that he was at the 7th level peak and protected by Mark II armor, his safety was not an issue, and his presence wouldn't hinder the warriors' hunting efficiency. But the safety of Black Tech Castle remained a concern. He needed to stay behind to guard against any monsters that might suddenly attack his stronghold. If wild monsters or other enemies took advantage of his absence and attacked the heart of the castle, then all his recent efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, defending the castle was the most important task at hand. However, for now, even if we do run into a beast tide, there's no need to rush and summon the 1st Battalion back just yet. In the future, the 1st Battalion will hunt far beyond the castle's territory, but the key is that once they're equipped with the arc reactor, their flight speed will be astonishing. Even in an emergency, they'll be able to return in no time. With this thought, Tang Xiaofan felt much more at ease. He glanced at Jean Eyre, who stood guard by his side. Jean Eyre was a little shorter than Tang Xiaofan, but the sheer power of his muscles made his mark armor look especially fearsome. Lord! Jean Eyre looked at him, slightly puzzled. He thought Tang Xiaofan was about to give an order. Instead, Tang Xiaofan asked, Jean Eyre, you're guarding the Black Tech Castle this time. Next time, let Jean E and the others take your place. Jean Eyre replied with utmost respect. I will follow all your commands. At that moment, he glanced down at the Cyclops ring he wore at his waist. The soul stone within was still growing, bit by bit. He wondered if Jean E and the others would be able to bring back fresh soul stones this time, so that the farmer factory could be upgraded as soon as possible. The moment was peaceful. The wind was gentle. The clouds were light. There was nothing urgent to do. Accompanied by Jean Eyre, Tang Xiaofan strolled through the newly built dormitories. The dorms were constructed for 4 people to a room, much like the traditional company dormitories, with shared bathrooms and showers. As for laundry, they still relied on the old trick, using a little loophole in the system to swap out old clothes for new ones. Fortunately, none of the farmers cared much for personalized clothing at the moment. They all wore the same uniform. What made Tang Xiaofan happy, however, was that he noticed the farmers had started to accumulate personal belongings. Some had little potted plants, others kept small pets. He made no comment, either approving or disapproving, but he understood these farmers were real, living people. Giving them the choice of benefits was the right decision. Leaving the dormitory, he climbed to the top floor of the castle and gazed out at the distant, dense forest. But there was nothing to see. Only birds flitted among the trees, and a breeze whispered through the leaves. Everything looked so peaceful. Tang Xiaofan turned to Jean Eyre and asked, I wonder if that fellow's castle still stands? Did it survive last night's monster outbreak? Lord, there's no need to worry. Jean Eyre replied from the side. Even if he managed to withstand the monster's rampage at dawn, your 1st Battalion can still destroy his castle and erase him from this world. Those who defy your rule must be eliminated. On this point, Jean Eyre was confident, and Tang Xiaofan shared that confidence. A single regiment of warriors might not be able to break through a large, well-established local power, but toppling a castle weaker than their own was an easy task. Of course, he also realized that this castle siege would most likely expose the secret of the Mark armor to the other castle lords. The Mark armor, an invincible suit of armor. If the other castle lords find out about this, they'll be absolutely shocked, won't they? Tang Xiaofan shook his head, unconcerned. This secret was bound to come to light eventually. It was just a matter of time. Hadn't the other castle lords always wanted to know what kind of troops he commanded? Now that the secret of the Mark armor was about to be revealed, he wondered what expressions those top-tier castle lords, eager to surpass him, would wear. On the way to the enemy's castle, the warrior regiment encountered several waves of beast packs. The battles ended swiftly. The warriors were already cleaning up the battlefield, gathering soul stones dropped by the monsters. Dozens of wild monster corpses were piled together nearby. This was the result of the regiment sweeping through the dense forests within a kilometer around them. Compared to before, the number seemed rather small. This was directly related to the castle defense battle at dawn. Nearly 3,000 wild monsters had been slain during that fight, which naturally reduced the number of creatures lurking in the surrounding forests. To find larger monster hordes now, one would have to venture far beyond the influence of the Black town. However, the warriors didn't go that far. After sending their spoils back to the castle, they regrouped and marched several kilometers toward the enemy's stronghold. While hunting monsters along the way, some warriors were sent ahead to scout. That castle had not been reduced to ruins, and figures could still be seen moving inside and out. Clearly, the defenders had managed to survive the monster riot at dawn. This is a den of traitors. By order of our lord, we shall destroy it. Before long, the warriors arrived outside the enemy castle. It was clearly a high-level fortress, surrounded by a ring of wooden fences. Nowadays, more and more contenders possessed high-level castles. Such sites were no longer rare. Yet to the warriors, defensive structures like fences were as good as useless. What had come as a surprise, though, was that several arrow towers, each nearly 10 meters tall, stood around the castle. Inside each tower, 1 or 2 human soldiers stood guard, bows in hand. It was evident that the castle's lord had reaped great rewards from the monster defense battle. Damn it all! Just as my troop was getting strong, I lost half of them in the blink of an eye. Inside the castle, not long ago, his own regiment of warrior-class troops had been wiped out by a mech demon. Fortunately, ever since that devastating loss, he had thrown himself into rebuilding, recruiting, and hunting during this period. His ranks of soldiers had once again grown, now even stronger than before. But the brutal battle in the early hours yesterday dealt him another heavy blow. Among his troops, every last one of the weaker militiamen had perished. Now, only about 20 champion swordsman-level soldiers remained. This is a complete disaster, he muttered in frustration. Still, the appearance of 2 blueprints offered him some comfort, a small blessing amid the chaos. He felt certain that fate wasn't done with him yet. Even with the looming Beast Tide event, he was confident he could pull through. I wonder where that demon has disappeared to. To this day, there's still no sign of it. Last time, he'd suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of that demon, and he was burning for revenge, dreaming of slaying the creature. If he really managed to loot an artifact from the demon, he'd be set for life. At that point, he wouldn't just outshine those castle lords who boasted all day in the World Chat channel. He was confident he could even surpass Tang Xiaofan, the so-called strongest lord of them all. The demon, he believed, was his chance to change his destiny. No need to rush. Let that demon live a little longer for now, he thought. Once I've weathered the beast tide and my castle is strong again, I'll hunt that demon down. He was brimming with confidence that he'd snag an artifact. In his eyes, as long as you killed a fiendish being like a demon, the rewards would be bountiful. He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Many other castle lords shared the same belief. After all, demons were the stuff of legend, creatures from the depths of hell. In any game, they'd be the big bosses that entire teams would band together to defeat. Yet, none of them knew that the forest demon wasn't actually from hell. It was one of Tang Xiaofan's soldiers. The young lord had no idea, either. If he ever found out, he would surely gather the heart of his castle and flee as far as he could. He'd never dream of being Tang Xiaofan's neighbor again. But, sadly, it was far too late for that now. Just as he was preparing to lead his troops out on a hunt, he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. It was the voice of his champion swordsman squad captain, one he recognized instantly. An attack. Could another wild monster horde be trying to ambush my castle? Instead of fear, excitement flashed across his face. Things were different now. Though his army had shrunk, the castle was fortified with new defenses, fences, and arrow towers. In fact, the The castle's defensive strength had only grown. Heaven really is watching over me. Quickly, assemble and defend the castle, he shouted, his voice ringing with excitement. The soldiers gathered at once, just over 20 champion swordsmen in all. There was also a ragtag group of militiamen, poorly equipped. These militiamen were just level 2, summoned that very morning, and barely worth counting. Donning the mid-tier gear he'd bought at great expense, the young lord rushed to the top floor of the castle and gazed out over the land. However, to his astonishment, there wasn't a single trace of wild monsters outside the castle. The young man was taken aback for a moment. Then he turned and shouted furiously at his champion swordsman captain. "What the hell are you screaming about? Enemy attack? Then tell me, where exactly are the enemies?" The champion swordsman captain's expression was solemn as he pointed into the distance. "My lord, the enemy is right there." "Huh?" The young man looked up in the direction his captain indicated. And in that instant, his expression changed dramatically, from rigid to twisted and finally to sheer terror. How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. Because perched on a nearby high ground, a massive horde of demons had appeared, plain as day. Yes, an entire horde. He had imagined countless times, in his mind, the thrill of defeating demons. But never did he expect this day would come in such a manner. At the front stood 3 demons, the strongest of them reaching level 18 at its peak. Behind them, a sea of demons advanced, each one clad in silver armor, every hand gripping a gigantic axe, striding steadily toward his castle. The young lord rubbed his eyes furiously, doubting whether he was seeing an illusion. He couldn't believe how, all of a sudden, so many demons had appeared out of nowhere, and their target was unmistakably his castle. Has the forest already been overrun by demons? Why is it that, apart from me, none of the other castle lords in the forest have ever encountered demons? He was at a loss. Was he extraordinarily lucky, or simply cursed? In a flash, he realized it was undoubtedly the latter. Last time, just a single demon had cost him dearly. Now the demon had returned, bringing an endless horde, clearly intent on destroying his castle. A shiver ran through the young man's body, his legs growing weak. His instincts screamed at him. This is the end. With his current strength, he stood absolutely no chance against so many demons. And the fact that the demons chose today to attack could only mean one thing. They knew the protective barrier was gone. The wooden palisade, against such formidable demons, was utterly useless. A few scattered arrow towers. How could they possibly threaten an entire demon battalion encased in armor? He was in serious trouble. It was even possible that, a year from today, this very date would become his death anniversary. But he refused to simply wait for doom. He wanted to fight, to struggle for survival. So he summoned every ounce of courage and called out. Demons from the underworld, twisted harbingers of an evil and depraved god, lay down your weapons. We are not enemies. Hearing these venomous words, Jean-E and his companions were instantly enraged. How dare he slander their lord? Unforgivable, despicable worm. I see the vilest ambition festering within your soul. Only death can save you. A barrage of magical missiles rained down, smashing an arrow tower just beyond the palisade. The 2 archers inside were killed instantly, plummeting from above. The young man's expression changed dramatically. Last time he encountered the demon, that very creature's machine gun had wiped out an entire squad of champion swordsmen. There was absolutely no way he could win. He was just about to beg for mercy, but then disbelief surged in his eyes. Because at that exact moment, he received a notification. Your castle is under attack by an enemy faction. Please respond immediately. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star livestream chat, Tang Xiaofan's bold move had ignited a heated argument between the netizens of Sweet Potato Nation and Dragon Nation. This is so unfair. Dragon Nation is bullying us. Exactly. Picking on the small. Sweet Potato Nation is just a tiny country. How can Dragon Nation treat us like this? Isn't there any justice on Blue Star? Nonsense. The netizens of Blue Star were no pushovers. Those who had witnessed the Emperor's overseas expedition knew that their online combat skills were unmatched across the planet. If the Divine and Demonic Continent were a competition of internet trash talk, Dragon Nation would have unified the world ages ago. The players from both Dragon Nation and Sweet Potato Nation arrived on the Divine and Demonic Continent at the same time. Everyone started from the same place. If anything, Tang Xiaofan is the one at a disadvantage. Besides, it was the Sweet Potato Nation player who provoked Tang Xiaofan's farmer. He asked for it. Farmer? Was that really a farmer? That was a real demon. An armored demon. I'm telling you, it was a farmer. That's called an exoskeleton, okay? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Exoskeleton? You think I don't know what an exoskeleton is? Tang Xiaofan's so-called exoskeleton could take on the entire world's military. Guys, let's stay on topic, please. Sweet Potato Nation is definitely going to suffer a thousand-fold retribution. Serves them right. Hurry up and emigrate. Dragon Nation's gates have always been closed. Sweet Potato Nation has always been at odds with Dragon Nation. Looks like they finally hit a brick wall this time. After expressing their condolences to Sweet Potato Nation, the Dragon Nation netizens turned their excitement toward watching Tang Xiaofan's team topple the Sweet Potato Nation player's castle on the livestream. As for the Sweet Potato Nation player, that young man's face twisted in anguish. He stood there in utter shock, staring at the sudden system prompt in disbelief. He, along with every other castle lord, had always believed that the demon in the forest must be either a native creature of the divine and demonic continent or a being straight out of hell. The demon's tier seemed far too high. Whether in Western fantasy novels or films, demons were always the late-game bosses, formidable adversaries that were nearly impossible to defeat. No one ever thought to associate the forest demon with a castle unit. After all, compared to demons, even top-tier units like nature elves, medusas, death knights, or thunder giants all seemed a level lower. What exactly was a top-tier unit? That was a being standing at the very pinnacle among all units. How could there possibly be a demon that surpassed even the top-tier units? It just wasn't possible. Otherwise, the other castle lords wouldn't be able to survive at all. But now he stood frozen, disbelief written all over his face. A notification had appeared. His castle was under attack by an enemy castle faction. An enemy castle faction? Since his arrival, he'd never crossed paths with any other castle lord, let alone made any enemies. How could he possibly be under attack? What's more, the only attackers outside his castle walls were that group of demons. One demon, who looked like their leader, raised its hand and unleashed a storm of bullets, mowing down one of his arrow towers and, in the chaos, killing 2 of his archers. At the same moment, another alert about the enemy assault flashed before his eyes. All the signs pointed to one conclusion. The demons outside his castle weren't from hell, nor were they native creatures of the divine and demonic continent. They were the troops of another castle lord. Suddenly, everything made sense to the young man. Back then, he'd coveted a demon he'd run across by chance, hoping to capture it. That reckless act had directly offended the castle lord behind the demon, and now, he was paying the price. Now that the castle's protective shield had vanished, that castle lord had wasted no time in dispatching a demon strike force to attack his stronghold. They were here to take revenge. How is this possible? The young man cried out, his voice filled with disbelief. How could this be? Who could be so incredibly lucky as to draw demons as their troop type? And what's worse, I ended up as his neighbor. He had every reason to believe that person's castle lay somewhere nearby. At most, it couldn't be more than 20 kilometers away, probably hidden deep in the nearby forest. The only reason he hadn't discovered the demon castle was that he'd always hunted within a small radius, never venturing beyond 2 kilometers. Could the one behind the demons possibly be Tang Xiaofan? The young man speculated. Tang Xiaofan, the universally acknowledged strongest castle lord. From the very beginning, Tang Xiaofan had outpaced all the other castle lords. Not even the other top-tier lords could surpass him. He stood alone at the summit, above hundreds of castle lords. Many people speculated that Tang Xiaofan's troop type was an elite undead force. Numerous, fearless, incredibly strong in battle. And even if they fell, they could resurrect with soul fire, which explained his overwhelming early advantage. This theory had gained widespread traction among the castle lords. But ultimately, it was just speculation. No one truly knew what Tang Xiaofan's troop type was. Now, inspiration struck the young man like lightning. He immediately substituted Tang Xiaofan into the scenario, convinced that his troops were demons. That would explain why Tang Xiaofan could dominate all the other castle lords, even if it was only his theory for now. After all, the notification had only revealed that the attacker was another castle lord. Yet the young man was convinced that the man standing behind this horde of demons was none other than Tang Xiaofan. I actually became Tang Xiaofan's neighbor, and not only that, I accidentally offended him. Now he sent these devils to destroy my castle in revenge. His face turned deathly pale, regret gnawing at him to the core. If he had known, he never would have provoked that demon. He would have gone out of his way to curry favor with Tang Xiaofan, perhaps even volunteered to be his follower. But now, Tang Xiaofan's demon squad was already at his gates. It was too late for regrets. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I have to survive. Without hesitation, he shouted out to the warriors outside his castle. Stop! Don't attack. We're not enemies. Your Lord Tang Xiaofan and I are good friends. We're from the same world. How dare you call the Lord by his name? Clearly, you are no true subject. Kill! Jean-E shouted in fury, spraying bullets against the castle wall. The flying debris struck the young man on the head. Damn it! Fight back! Fight back now! The words burst from the young man like a reflex, a roar of desperation. And at that moment, the castle's militia began to retaliate, loosing a volley of arrows at the attacking warriors. Other champion swordsmen within the castle raised their long swords high and charged out in a last stand. But their strength was far too meager. None of them above level 10. How could they possibly stand against the armored warriors? Under Tang Xiaofan's command, all the warriors were equipped with Mark II power armor, not only impenetrable, but granting inhuman strength. One warrior, with a casual swing of his massive axe, shattered a champion swordsman in an instant. As for those arrows, swift as they seemed, they couldn't even graze the armored soldiers. The two sides weren't even in the same league. In the blink of an eye, the warrior squad had stormed deep into the heart of the castle. Axe blades gleamed coldly as they fell. The young man's soldiers dropped one after another, and the more than 20 champion swordsmen didn't last even half a minute before they were all cut down. The arrow towers surrounding the castle were demolished by machine gun fire, their archers dying where they stood. This was no fair fight at all. Even if the young man's castle were 10 times stronger, it still couldn't withstand the onslaught of the armored squad. Please don't kill me. Seeing a warrior raise his giant axe and charge, the young man screamed in terror. As the blade came crashing down, 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. He did not want to die here. He still had grand ambitions. To build his own empire, to choose brides from all races, to conquer the world and achieve greatness. He wanted to seize resources, bring glory back to his homeland, and rule over Blue Star. But a blade, cold and merciless, fell without hesitation. The young man died. Behind him, his castle began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. The Lord is dead. Inside the castle, a few militiamen exchanged uneasy glances. None of them seemed to harbor any thoughts of avenging the young man. In unison, they dropped their crude weapons and chose to surrender. This was because their loyalty had already fallen below 60. With the Lord's death, it was only natural for them to defect and become free men. Had their loyalty been above 60, or to be precise, had it reached 70 or more, then even in the face of their Lord's sacrifice, they would have fought to the bitter end. At that moment, Jean-E hefted his massive axe and addressed the militiamen. My lord pardons you. Now pray to him. Pressed by the threat of life and death, they quickly began to pray. At the same time, in the temple of the Techno City, the echoes of their prayers rang out. A warm current swept back to the militiamen, and their faces softened, fear fading away. They knelt and bowed, offering fervent prayers to Tang Xiaofan. Before long, the militiamen began softly chanting Tang Xiaofan's name in unison. Jean-E gave a slight nod. Then he turned to the other warriors and said, These new believers have basic skills in logging, mining, and other crafts. They're far from useless. Now that they have embraced our Lord, they can serve as his outer followers in this land. The warriors nodded in agreement. That's excellent. With them here, our Lord won't need to send farmers to claim these resources. From now on, even the monster corpses we hunt can be handed over to these followers for processing. Whenever a castle descended upon the Divine Demon Continent, it was always accompanied by resource points nearby. Usually, stone and timber sites were easy to seize, but special resource points varied, like the rare titanium mine near Tang Xiaofan's castle, which was not only precious but also occupied by monsters. Now that Tang Xiaofan had conquered this castle, it was only fitting to claim the surrounding resources as well. At this moment, Jean-E was using the communicator in his battle armor to contact Tang Xiaofan. He soon received a reply and turned to the warriors beside him. Our Lord has given the order, destroy the heart of this castle. At your command, Almighty Lord. The warriors surged into the castle, located the castle heart, and smashed it to pieces with their giant axes. As the heart was shattered, the grand castle collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving nothing but ruins strewn across the ground. We really brought it down. The castle of the Sweet Potato Nation's contestant has fallen. Just like that. It was completely outmatched. Not even in the same league. Laughably weak. Oh my god, turn on TV. Sweet Potato Nation, quick. On Blue Star, every television channel and live stream around the globe switched to coverage of Sweet Potato Nation. On the screen, scenes of earthquakes, landslides, and mudslides played out as natural disasters struck Sweet Potato Nation. The losses inflicted turned the already impoverished Sweet Potato Kingdom into a living hell on Earth. The surviving citizens began to flee in droves, sailing across the seas until they reached the shores of the ugly country, where they stubbornly refused to leave and establish their own refugee settlements. I never thought this punishment would actually be real. Of course it's real. Look, this is only the 27th case. There will be even more to come. So many countries have had their castles toppled. There's nothing to be done. The Sweet Potato Kingdom is too small. They simply can't withstand such a heavy blow. Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan had no idea that his actions had wiped out an entire nation on Blue Star. Though the country was small, it had always been a loyal follower of the ugly country. If he had known, he would have been quite pleased. At that moment, a timely message popped up for him. Your soldiers have destroyed the heart of the enemy's castle. The enemy's castle has vanished. You have won this castle battle. For destroying the enemy's castle, you receive an extra 300 soul stones. You have acquired 1 blueprint for an arrow tower. You have seized from the enemy castle's warehouse 480 soul stones, 400 units of food, 8,500 units of wood, 5,600 units of stone, 900 units of refined iron, along with various monster materials. Congratulations! You are the 27th lord to defeat an enemy castle. I'm only the 27th. Tang Xiaofan was a little surprised. Indeed, the rewards for toppling an enemy castle were truly generous. This made Tang Xiaofan all the more delighted. After all, not only did he obtain a blueprint for an arrow tower, but he also received several hundred soul stones and a wealth of other resources. Just by destroying a single castle, one could reap such a bountiful harvest. It was a tremendous haul, but it was the final message that truly astonished Tang Xiaofan. It turned out that, before him, 26 other lords had already destroyed enemy castles. He had imagined he'd be the first. Yet, unexpectedly, he was only ranked 27th. The disappearance of the newbie's protection also means that battles between castles are officially underway. When 2 castle lords are close to each other, it's almost impossible to remain at peace. Resources are limited, after all. Even if they don't fight now, they will eventually. Whether it's open castle warfare or attacking another's homeland, it's only a matter of time. I just can't believe I'm only in 27th place. Those guys really are ruthless. Among the hundreds of castle lords, there are always a few lucky ones at the very top of the power structure. Their abilities and strength are formidable, and they harbor ambitions to rule over all races. These lucky ones were worth Tang Xiaofan's caution. Still, he didn't dwell on it. This ranking didn't mean much to him. If he really wanted to compete for the top spot, he could have simply sent his warrior squad at dawn to wipe out that castle. Given the warrior squad's strength, claiming first place would have been a breeze. As for the rewards for ranking high, they were nothing more than a bit of influence and prestige. Such things were hardly worth Tang Xiaofan's attention. I really didn't expect to get an arrow tower blueprint right away. Blueprints with specific names didn't require identification. Tang Xiaofan surmised that the reason the arrow tower blueprint dropped was likely because the defeated castle had defensive structures like arrow towers. By the same logic, a conclusion could be drawn. Destroying enemy castles or their buildings had a chance to yield related blueprints. The arrow tower blueprint was proof of this. Though, for his current high-tech castle, an arrow tower was basically useless. His own defense system had no need for such an odd, outdated structure. Still, this was a promising sign. In the future, he could make use of this mechanic to collect other building blueprints. After spending over an hour, the warrior squad finally transported all the loot back to the high-tech castle. As of now, Tang Xiaofan's warehouse held a stockpile of materials and equipment. As for soul stones, Tang Xiaofan kept them close at hand, stored inside the ring of the one-eyed giant he always wore. He felt safer keeping those precious things nearby. Checking his reserves, he found he now had 3,020 soul stones. There's still a long way to go before I can upgrade to a mid-level town. But at least the farmer factory is already halfway to its next upgrade. That was good news indeed. As the castle's true producing structure, the farmer factory could produce professional farmers, and even female farmers, making it absolutely crucial. In fact, the speed at which the farmer factory could be upgraded was even more important than upgrading the entire high-tech castle. After all, the sooner it was upgraded, the sooner he could produce more farmers of higher rank and greater efficiency. By contrast, upgrading the castle itself seemed less urgent. There were no direct rewards for upgrading the castle, after all. So Tang Xiaofan felt far less motivated about that, compared to his eagerness to upgrade the farmer factory. The castle could be upgraded step by step, gradually and steadily. Once he had enough resources, he could proceed. But upgrading the farmer factory, that was Tang Xiaofan's top priority. At this moment, a deep blue blueprint suddenly appeared in Tang Xiaofan's hand. The surface of the blueprint was densely covered with countless mysterious runes, giving it an almost magical appearance. It was in fact the Arrow Tower blueprint that Jean and his team had snatched. Low-level building blueprint, Arrow Tower. Effect: enhances the castle's defensive capabilities, slightly increases the loyalty of castle residents. Description: each Arrow Tower can accommodate up to 4 archers. Construction requirements: 2,000 units of wood, 300 units of stone. This thing is useless to me. With just a glance at the blueprint's description, Tang Xiaofan knew that the Arrow Tower would be of little use to his high-tech fortress. After all, his troops were armored farmers, whose combat abilities were already formidable. He had no need for such redundant defensive structures. In fact, assigning warriors clad in mark armor to guard an Arrow Tower would only weaken the overall strength of his combat team. At this point, he didn't need castle defenses at all. What would be useful were automated attack facilities to guard resource points, things like landmines or automated sentry guns. Jarvis, should we develop landmines or automated sentry guns? No, sir. You're still in the expansion phase. Defensive weapons are unnecessary for now. That's true. Once this wave of beasts was over, it would be time to rapidly expand his army. Given the current situation, if the arc reactor could be completed before the beast tide arrived, it could be tested in actual combat. However, there was no way the reactor would be ready for deployment before the beast horde struck. As for Arrow Towers, they would just take up space once built. Without further hesitation, Tang Xiaofan put the blueprint up for sale on the trading channel. Auctioning building blueprint, Arrow Tower. Auction duration, 3 hours. Bidding currency, soul stones only. Auctioneer, Tang Xiaofan. Beyond the Arrow Tower blueprint, Tang Xiaofan also listed the food stored in his warehouse and the low-tier gear he had gathered for sale. The monster materials, as usual, he bundled up and sent to the little lowly in the underground world. After wrapping up these transactions, Tang Xiaofan finally turned his attention to the militia brought back by his combat team. There were 9 of them in total. All were level 2, their strength unimpressive. Praise to you, Almighty Lord. The militiamen knelt devoutly before him, making gestures of prayer as they faced Tang Xiaofan. They no longer counted as enemy castle troops, but now belonged under Tang Xiaofan's command. Like the nearly 2,000 goblins. In the underground world, they were both his soldiers and his followers, though their loyalty had not yet reached a perfect 100. Still, all of them had loyalty above 90. The chance of betrayal was non-existent. Such was the power of faith, along with the loyalty boost provided by various castle buildings. My lord, Jean approached to report. These followers have basic skills in lumbering and mining. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. It seemed these militiamen weren't entirely without value. At the very least, he could set them to gathering resources. In the future, he could also send them into the continent's native human empires to spread his faith. For Tang Xiaofan, the spread of faith was crucial. One day, he would ascend to godhood through faith. The greater the number of believers and the stronger their faith, the more immense the power of faith he could harvest. If his followers were to spread across every corner of the divine and demonic continent, then the so-called gods of this world would no longer pose any threat to him. With a mere wave of his hand, he could subdue them all. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment about the ruined castle that had just been destroyed. It was located at the edge of his territory. From now on, my Black Tech Castle will be divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city will be the core area where I and the farmers live, separated from the residential zones of other races' believers. Only farmers are allowed to live here. This is an ironclad rule. Furthermore, not all believers are qualified to visit my Black Tech Castle. The level of faith is what matters. I won't consider the racial background of non-farmers. I care only about their faith. The levels of faith are ordinary believers, true believers, devout believers, fanatics, and saints. To be eligible to visit the Black Tech Castle, one must at least be a devout believer or even a fanatic. As for the future, his believers would be responsible only for spreading the faith, while the Farmer Legion would remain the main fighting force. No one outside the farmer class is allowed to meddle with my legion. Jarvis, this is another iron rule. Should you find anyone coveting it, apprehend them immediately, interrogate, and execute them afterwards. Yes, sir. Tang Xiaofan was well aware that as his dominion expanded, his powerful battle armor would become the ultimate prize sought by every hostile force. Therefore, the legion must be composed solely of loyal farmers. No outsiders could ever lay a hand on it. For a moment, Tang Xiaofan's mind raced with possibilities. It wasn't until he opened the World Chat channel that he realized just how heated the conversation had become. This is insane. My goodness. Can you believe it? Tang Xiaofan's troop type is demon? Seriously, Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons. I just can't believe it. Demons are legendary creatures from hell. How could they possibly be a troop type? If demons really are a troop type, then not only us ordinary castle lords, even those with top-tier troops wouldn't stand a chance. Nature elves, liches, death knights. All these top-tier units probably couldn't hold a candle to demons. Not just probably, they absolutely wouldn't stand a chance. This has to be a rumor. The castle lord who spread this news had a very clear motive. He's trying to draw enemies to Tang Xiaofan. Don't doubt his identity. He's a castle lord I just met. Not only did he post this in the world chat, but he also sent it directly to me. At first, I didn't believe it either, but now I have no choice because he's disappeared from my friend list. When a friend vanishes, I think we all know what that means. A friend disappears. The only explanation is that they've died. Because if you delete a friend, the other person will get notification. The person who sent the message claimed his castle was under attack by a horde of demons. The coordinates point to the forest, and the master of the castle behind those demons is Tang Xiaofan. Now, that person is dead. This indirectly proves what he said. There's at least an 80% chance it's true. The chat channel fell completely silent. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star Divine and Demonic Continent livestream, the atmosphere was just as heated as ever. Do you even need to think about it? Tang Xiaofan's troops are definitely demons. This is driving me crazy. Why are you players who teleported there so clueless? Can't you see? No one knows the troop type of the strongest castle lord. Doesn't that say it all? Tang Xiaofan is just too crafty. He's fooled all the other nations' players on Blue Star. Oh, shut up. Players from the Dragon Nation wouldn't stoop to dance with losers like you. Your country's players will end up just like those from Yam Country, waiting to get crushed. Netizens from the Dragon Nation weren't backing down at all, firing back with full force. What a joke. Today is finally the day the Dragon Nation can hold its head high. For so many years, the Dragon Nation had never truly shown its claws. Now, in this otherworldly land of gods and demons, Tang Xiaofan was finally conquering the foreign realm with overwhelming strength. If you're not backing him now, when will you? Besides, after taking the resource points from Yam Country, the Dragon Nation has materialized even more resources. It might not be a huge haul, but these are lasting resources. The Dragon Nation is going to dominate Blue Star, just like Tang Xiaofan, on the Divine and Demonic Continent. Across the vast expanse of the Karamai Prairie, a towering, muscular Bai Yi, clad in high-level gear, was leading his army of ancient giant bears in an assault against a group of butterfly folk. The butterfly folk are native intelligent beings of the continent. They're also known by another name, the Despicable Wanderers. They belong to the chaotic and evil camp, notorious for stealing and preying on the weak. This group numbered nearly 50. Led by two level 14 commander-class butterfly folk, they had attacked Bai Yi's ancient giant bear fortress an hour earlier, but were defeated and tried to flee. Bai Yi and his ancient giant bear army intercepted them, and now the final slaughter was underway. By now, Bai Yi's ancient giant bear legion had grown powerful enough that losses no longer worried him. Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. Riding atop the back of an ancient giant bear, Bai Yi gave the order with a cold, steely expression. Just then, he received a message from another lord of a top-ranked castle. When he opened it, his face froze with shock. Someone has leaked the secret of Tang Xiaofan's troop type. There's a very high chance Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons. His castle coordinates are in the forest. Demons? Bear took a deep breath. Even he found it hard to remain calm. Demons. Those were creatures from the underworld, beings on par with the angels of the divine realm. In the presence of a demon, even apex predators like dragons paled in comparison. As for his ancient great bear, it couldn't even begin to rival a demon. Are you sure? Bear asked urgently. The lord of the top-tier castle on the other end replied. No one can be certain. After all, it's just one person's account. There's no concrete proof. All we can say is that the odds are high. Bear sighed in regret. If only there were a video of the battle. Only lords of Apex castles can unlock that feature. Bear opened the world chat channel beside him. At this moment, the world chat was in utter chaos. I'm 100% sure. Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons. This is outright cheating. Do you even know what a demon is? They're hellspawn. I once read a novel where a single demon wiped out an entire nation. That's how terrifying demons are. Come on, you just said it was a novel. How can you take that seriously? I don't believe demons could be so powerful they break the boundaries of troop types. Otherwise, how could any of us castle lords even compete? We'd just be background characters to Tang Xiaofan. I agree with the comment above. Honestly, we're all just supporting cast at this point. Either way, demons must be incredibly fearsome. Maybe that's the real reason Tang Xiaofan has stayed hundreds of castles ahead of everyone else. When a demon shows up, even dragons have to flap their wings and run for their lives. Now even demons are in the game. How are we supposed to play anymore? Then just quit already. Quit. In your dreams. This is the real world. Quitting means death. Who wants to die? Even if Tang Xiaofan's troops really are demons, there's nothing we can do about it. If you want out, go and slit your own throat. Calm down, everyone. It's not even confirmed yet. That guy's castle was overrun by the demon squad, and he died himself. How could it be fake? The existence of demons is probably true, but whether the person behind them is really Tang Xiaofan, that's still up in the air. Other than that guy, who's actually seen Tang Xiaofan leading demons on a monster hunt with their own eyes. To be frank, nobody even knows what Tang Xiaofan really looks like. All we can say is that the chances are high it's Tang Xiaofan, but it's not certain. I agree, but in the end, it doesn't make much difference. The world chat was in an uproar, with countless castle lords arguing over whether the demons in the forest truly belonged to Tang Xiaofan's forces. Many believed it was real, because Tang Xiaofan's castle was simply too powerful. He led the pack from the very start, relentlessly attacking local forces, first wiping out the two-headed ogre tribe, then moving on to eradicate a mid-sized goblin clan. But that wasn't the end of it. Tang Xiaofan was also the first lord to upgrade his castle to a town. From the very beginning, he stood at the pinnacle above hundreds of other castle lords. Even those who commanded top-tier troops could only look up to Tang Xiaofan in awe. So, many believed that Tang Xiaofan was the man behind those demons. Of course, there were skeptics as well. And the reason was simple. Aside from the castle lord who had died, no one could actually confirm if the story was true. No one had seen Tang Xiaofan leading demons on the hunt with their own eyes. Seeing is believing. After all, hearsay is just that, hearsay. Only through first-hand witness can one truly believe. At this point, a castle lord spoke up. If what that person said is true, then Tang Xiaofan's castle must be in the forest. Are there any lords whose castles are in the woods? Could you send your troops to investigate? That's right. Just send someone to check it out, problem solved. It's the simplest way. We can directly prove whether Tang Xiaofan's troops are actually demons. I call on all castle lords in the forest to act together and investigate. Agreed? Let's uncover the truth behind the demons. Count me in. Oh, please. My castle is right in the forest. But do you think I'm an idiot? Investigate? I'm not looking to get myself killed by offending the big boss. Exactly. If we anger Tang Xiaofan, the ones who suffer first are us forest castle lords. Easy for you to talk from your safe distance zones, watching from afar. It's just an investigation for the truth. Surely it's not that serious? Not that serious? Then why don't you go? Tang Xiaofan, someone here is eyeing your castle. If it really is Tang Xiaofan, then going over there is basically walking into death's door. Since Tang Xiaofan already wiped out one castle lord, what's stopping him from taking out a second? Wasn't the first person to expose the existence of demons in the forest the very castle lord who just died? That guy kept boasting about slaying demons for legendary loot. The moment the newbie protection shield disappeared, Tang Xiaofan sent in his demon squad and flattened the guy's castle. For a moment, many castle lords who were based in the forest broke out in a cold sweat, their scalps tingling with dread. Never mind how lively the world chat channel seemed, with castle lords chatting away and the atmosphere appearing harmonious. Because that was only on the surface. The truth lurking beneath was far more brutal. Castle wars were a matter of life and death. After all, this was a battle for supremacy among countless races, and war was the main theme. This is not just a war between the lords of the castles and the native forces of the divine and demonic continent. There are also struggles and annexations among the lords themselves. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star livestream chat rooms, viewers from the countries behind the contestants, upon realizing someone was planning to investigate Tang Xiaofan, became frantic. Don't go. Please don't go. Oh my god, are people really this foolish? What could you possibly do? You're no match in a fight, and if Tang Xiaofan discovers you, it's a one-way ticket to death. Don't go. I really don't want to have to immigrate. This is outrageous. I demand a replacement. Even sending a pig would be smarter than this guy. On the other hand, netizens from Longwo reveled in the chaos, egging the contestants on to investigate. Go on, hurry up and scout out Tang Xiaofan. Better yet, attack his castle. There's a mountain of supplies in there. If you take it, you'll be set for life. Hurry up. Don't hesitate. If you miss this chance, you won't get another. After all, wars between castle lords were part of the game. Sharing the same forest as Tang Xiaofan, being in the same territory, was definitely not good news. Tang Xiaofan's ambition was clear, to rule the entire forest. There was no doubt about that. As for the other castle lords who also called the forest their home, facing someone with Tang Xiaofan's powerful troops, they saw only two possible outcomes: die or run. None of them had the confidence to defeat Tang Xiaofan. No more talk. I'm already packing my supplies and getting ready to leave the forest. Farewell, everyone. I'm out too. Staying in the forest is a death sentence sooner or later. Wait, can castles even be moved? Of course. Just bring along the castle heart. Pardon me, but if you move, what happens to all the buildings inside the castle? Like the troop buildings, the warehouses. Someone tried it before. Once you move the castle heart, the buildings turn into blueprints. You can rebuild them with resources, but any resources already spent won't be refunded. Got it. I'm leaving too. Let's all bounce together. Greetings, fellow runner. Back in the Blue Star livestream, seeing that the contestants were facing reality, viewers felt relieved. They wouldn't have to worry about their countries being destroyed by Tang Xiaofan and suffering thousand-fold penalties. That's great. I knew these kids were smart and knew when to back down. Exactly, if you can't win, just leave. No shame in that. It's called a strategic redeployment. Ever heard of it? That's right. Admitting defeat isn't disgraceful. On the divine and demonic continent. In the World Chat channel, as messages from those choosing to leave flooded the screen, some couldn't stand it and spoke up. Cowards! What are you afraid of? There must be at least 1,000, if not more, castle lords in the forest. Don't just blame Tang Xiaofan's troops for being demons. Even if he were Satan himself, he wouldn't be a match for us. That's right, we can form an anti-demon alliance of the forest and stand together against Tang Xiaofan's demon forces. Hey, I think we've already added each other as friends. If I remember correctly, your castle is located on the Karame Plains, right? You're in the same region as Brother Bay. So what's the point of forming a so-called forest anti-demon alliance? Get a rest and get out of here. I'm deleting you. There are always people who love to stir up trouble just for the excitement. But honestly, the idea of forming an alliance isn't bad at all. The suggestion to form an alliance quickly won the support of many castle lords who resided within the forest. After all, relocating a castle isn't as simple as just saying it. There are countless concerns: how to actually leave the forest, the dangers that might be encountered along the way, and the valuable development time that would be lost. Not to mention the looming threat of a beast tide. These are real problems, and moving out smoothly is next to impossible. On the contrary, forming an alliance to resist Tang Xiaofan seemed like a much smarter solution. Even if they didn't intend to go head-to-head with Tang Xiaofan, at the very least, an alliance could prevent him from picking off their castles one by one. That's why the proposal gained the backing of many forest castle lords. However, some lords whose castles sat at the edge of the forest wasted no time. They gathered their troops and fled at lightning speed. Their only thought was to get as far away as possible from a region now haunted by demons. All in all, this demon incident threw the entire World Chat channel into chaos, stirring up anxiety and restlessness among countless castle lords. On the Karame Plains, the mighty Ancient Bear Legion had already wiped out the Butterfly people. The level 14 Butterfly commander leading them had fallen beneath the crushing jaws of the ancient giant bear. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Brother Bay's face. The revelation that Tang Xiaofan's troops were demons struck him with a heavy blow and sent shockwaves through his mind. Although he didn't have definitive proof, he was at least 90% certain that it was true. He couldn't be absolutely sure, but that was more than enough. No wonder his development has been so rapid. No matter how hard we, the top-tier castle lords, try, we just can't keep up. Demon units. This is practically defying the natural order. It really looks like we have no choice but to form an alliance now. If we don't, Tang Xiaofan's castle power will soon be unrivaled. Up until now, he hadn't had any direct dealings with Tang Xiaofan. Every friend request he'd sent had been flatly rejected. No friendship, no grudges. But in Brother Bay's eyes, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Only by establishing a powerful alliance could they hope to stand against Tang Xiaofan's demon army in the future and avoid being crushed with no chance to rise again. Even if we never become enemies, an alliance is essential. It's the only way we'll have the leverage to negotiate with Tang Xiaofan as equals. Brother Bay was convinced that the strength of the demons was far beyond what any individual castle lord could handle alone. Only by uniting, only by forming an alliance could they. Even if there would never truly be a confrontation with Tang Xiaofan in the future, the alliance still had to exist. With this thought in mind, he immediately reached out to many of the top castle lords in his friends list. He had over 100 friends, and each of them commanded elite troops. This was the network of connections he had built up over time. From a very beginning, when he first arrived, he had started making preparations. He just hadn't expected to need them so soon. Once he shared the idea of forming an alliance with his circle, the response was unanimous and immediate. It wasn't just him. These top castle lords were all wary of Tang Xiaofan's demons. Very quickly, the initial alliance had 8 members, and Lord Bay was among them. With the alliance established, an internal group chat naturally followed. Say, if we brought Tang Xiaofan into our Pantheon alliance, would we avoid fighting in the future? It's possible, but not guaranteed. No one really knows what kind of person Tang Xiaofan is. What's the point of talking about this? If we want Tang Xiaofan in the alliance, someone needs to add him as a friend first. Has anyone managed to add him? Looks like even Lord Bei couldn't. Hearing their sighs about not being able to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend. Let's change the subject. Lord Bei rubbed his forehead. Failing to befriend Tang Xiaofan was a regret he might carry for life, no matter if they ended up as friends or foes. He was determined to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend. One day I will add you. At the same time, the castle lords in the forest were organizing their own alliance. Their alliance name was straightforward, the Anti-Demon League. The name alone made their core purpose unmistakably clear, to oppose the demons. This alliance was formed by several top castle lords residing in the forest. There were 5 founding members, and, as lords of top castles, they were not willing to simply abandon the forest. If they wouldn't leave, then uniting was the only way forward. Inside their group chat, conversation was ablaze. Can we really stand up to Tang Xiaofan's demons? There's no doubt about it. Legends always exaggerate the power of demons. Now that demons are just a type of unit, there's no way they can be as strong as mythical beings. That's right. If they're a unit, they can be defeated. The 5 of us command top-tier troops, and as we grow, we'll bring in other castle lords from the forest, absorb them into our Anti-Demon League. I refuse to believe that with so many castle lords united, we still couldn't deal with Tang Xiaofan. No matter how strong the demons are, there's a limit. There's always a limit. As long as we forest castle lords unite, taking down Tang Xiaofan will be a piece of cake. Ever since Tang Xiaofan arrived, he's been pressing down on us. I've had enough of him. This alliance was formed for one reason, to wipe out his castle's power. Once Tang Xiaofan is dead, the forest will be ours for the taking. The 5 top castle lords brimmed with confidence and fighting spirit. After all, they weren't fighting alone. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Beast Tide event begun yet? There's been no update in the world announcements, still just the news of Tang Xiaofan upgrading his town. No need to worry. The Beast Tide will come sooner or later. I'd actually prefer it came later. In the castle defense battle, just before dawn, I lost 3 lightning titans. What a loss. I lost a unicorn guardian too. I suppose I'm a lucky one. My stone giant's natural defenses are formidable. One got badly hurt, but we still pulled through in the end. Lightning titans, unicorn guardians, and stone giants. These are all top-tier troops. Just wait, one said. If we can snag that one-of-a-kind reward, it'll make dealing with Tang Xiaofan's demon troops so much easier. Exactly. Let's go find out where Tang Xiaofan's castle is right now. The sooner we act, the sooner we eliminate future threats. Move out. He's a massive threat to our anti-demon alliance. Agreed. What a spectacle this is. Tang Xiaofan was also scrolling through the world chat channel. He knew that once the demon's secret was leaked, it would cause an uproar. He just hadn't expected it to be this explosive. The castle lord who died played him one last trick, exposing the demon's secret and even naming Tang Xiaofan directly as the one behind it. Now, countless castle lords were debating about him, and many were tagging him in the chat, hoping he'd respond to the controversy. Naturally, he ignored them. The truth was, even the now-dead castle lord couldn't be sure whether Tang Xiaofan was really the one behind the demons. Tang Xiaofan hadn't even taken part in that castle battle. It was his squad of warriors who had destroyed the castle, while Tang Xiaofan himself stayed within his high-tech fortress the whole time. This could only mean one thing. He stood above the fray. The moment that man discovered the secret about the demon troops, he immediately thought of Tang Xiaofan. Whether he'd seen Tang Xiaofan in person or not didn't matter. He just posted the accusation in the world chat, exposing Tang Xiaofan to everyone. The reason was simple. Tang Xiaofan was the most likely suspect. That man was on the verge of death, with no time to verify his suspicions, so whether he was right or wrong, broadcasting the message was his only choice. And the other castle lords? They thought the same way. After all, Tang Xiaofan was recognized as the strongest lord of all. Although no one had witnessed Tang Xiaofan leading the demon squad on a hunt with their own eyes, he stood at the pinnacle among hundreds of castle lords and was the most renowned of them all. If the demons were not his troops, then whose could they possibly be? In other words, even if they weren't his, they might as well be. Some other castle lords were also taking advantage of this opportunity to band together, forming alliances to oppose him. They hoped to topple this legendary pillar, to trample him underfoot and take his place at the summit. Now, Tang Xiaofan had already become the archenemy of all the top-tier castle lords. But in a way, this only proved just how much pressure Tang Xiaofan was putting on them. These castle lords saw Tang Xiaofan as the greatest threat in the upcoming grand contest of all races. Only by eliminating this bug-level powerhouse could they compete on equal footing. Alliances? Tang Xiaofan suddenly let out a laugh. These people, he thought, had no idea just how powerful his farmers truly were. Once his farmer army was assembled, no matter how many alliances the castle lords formed, they would crumble into ruins beneath his giant axe. With that, Tang Xiaofan closed the World Chat channel. He turned his attention to the auction in the trading channel, where the blueprint for the Arrow Tower was being sold. The auction showed no signs of slowing. Plenty of castle lords were still bidding. After all, a beast tide could break out at any moment. Buildings like Arrow Towers, which could boost castle defenses, were highly sought after. And apparently, this was the first time anyone had put up a blueprint for a building. The castle lords participating in the bidding felt a sense of relief. When Tang Xiaofan made an offer, it was bound to be something rare and valuable. A fact universally acknowledged. By now, the bidding for the Arrow Tower blueprint had already climbed to 115 soul stones, and it was still rising. Tang Xiaofan estimated the final sale price would reach about 300 soul stones. That was already an impressive sum, considering the Arrow Tower was merely a low-level defensive structure. He was just about to order Jean Eyre to lead another hunting expedition, when Jean E came to report. Master, there are some goblins outside the castle who request an audience. They're your goblin followers from the underground world. What do they want? Tang Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled. His approach toward those goblin followers had always been hands-off. As long as they paid their taxes on time, he didn't interfere. He hadn't expected them to come of their own accord. Let them in. Soon after, several goblins passed through the main gate and entered the castle. Led by a goblin elder, they knelt before Tang Xiaofan in utter reverence. If not for the warriors standing over them, axes hefted and ready, they might have kissed the back of Tang Xiaofan's feet to show the depth of their fervent devotion. It was clear they were zealots, and the priests of the temple had already confirmed as much. Almighty Lord, the goblin elder cried out, please, save your humble followers. The wicked lizard men have invaded the lands of your believers. In your boundless mercy, unleash your divine power and punish those shameful invaders. Lizard men, Tang Xiaofan frowned slightly. He looked at the goblin elder kneeling before him and asked, lizard men, what kind of power do they possess? The old goblin, ever talkative, gave Tang Xiaofan a detailed account of the lizardmen's background. Lizardmen were not wild monsters, but like goblins and ogres, belonged to the native intelligent factions of the divine demon continent. In terms of strength, lizardmen were far superior to both goblins and ogres. Goblins and ogres occupied the very bottom of the continent's native power structure, classified as lower intelligent races, generally around level 10, with only a handful of elites ever surpassing that rank. Lizardmen, on the other hand, were considered a mid-tier intelligent race on the continent. Once they came of age, most lizardmen were already elite class. Some even advanced directly to commander or lord class, and their potential to ascend to the king tier was much greater than that of goblins or ogres. The old goblin went on to say that, long ago, there had even been a lizardman empire. They had created a civilization of their own, built a vast empire, ruling over half of the divine demon continent, and enslaved many of the continent's free peoples. But the lizardman empire failed to uphold its reign. In the great wars for supremacy, they were defeated. Their mighty empire crumbled overnight. The lizardmen scattered across the land, splintering into numerous medium and large tribes. After hearing the elder's explanation, Tang Xiaofan was left somewhat puzzled. Lizardmen, it seemed, were surface dwellers. Yet the goblin tribe had always made their home deep underground. Goblins interacted with subterranean dark creatures far more frequently than with those on the surface. Sensing his lord's doubts, the goblin elder, trembling, replied, Almighty Lord, the lizardmen's territory is not far from our own. In the past, we had dealings with them. Relations were, for the most part, peaceful. Then why are they attacking you now? Because our tribe's chieftain and many commanders were punished and sent to heaven by your warriors, my lord. The old goblin shook his head helplessly and said, Seeing our tribe's weakness, the evil lizardmen seized the chance to send an army and invade our lands. Almighty Lord, your faithful pursue the light with unwavering faith, viewing all creatures of darkness and evil as sworn enemies. But we cannot withstand those abyssal lizardmen. The goblin tribe now teeters on the brink of annihilation. We beg for your protection. Please send forth your powerful divine messengers to destroy these evil beings. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan suddenly understood. The Goblin tribe and the Lizard Folk tribe once lived in peaceful coexistence. Although there was some interaction between the two tribes, they had never gone to war. This was because the Goblin tribe was under the protection of a Goblin chieftain who had reached the rank of an 18th level lord, making the Lizard Folk hesitant to invade the Goblin tribe lightly. But now, that Goblin chieftain, as well as many elite goblins who led the tribe, had been slain by his warrior squad, causing the tribe's power to plummet. The Lizard Folk immediately seized the opportunity to invade Goblin territory. In truth, the Goblin tribe's misfortune was directly connected to Tang Xiaofan. However, from Tang Xiaofan's perspective, this was actually good news. He had been worried, not knowing where to seek out the native forces within the forest. His vast military might was wasted each day on hunting weak monsters, which felt like an utter squandering of resources. Worse yet, the beast tide had yet to arrive. Now, the Lizard Folk tribe had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. He certainly couldn't ignore the enthusiasm of his very first vassal tribe. At that moment, Jean Eyre stepped forward, drew his sword, and pointed it directly at the Goblin Elder's forehead, his voice thunderous. As a follower of our Lord, how can you fear death? Your faith is clearly not unwavering. Only those whose conviction is unsteady must prove it with their blood. Please, noble emissary of the Lord, calm your anger. The Goblin Elder prostrated himself on the ground, the blade aimed at his head, yet he did not show a trace of fear. Instead, his expression was resolute, even zealous, as he declared, "Followers of our Lord, do not fear death. Our faith is pure and devout. Death is our passage to the heavenly kingdom, the path to eternal life. It is the highest honor for a believer. We are willing to offer everything to our Almighty Lord. However, our task is not yet complete. We must spread our Lord's faith to every Goblin tribe, to the Goblin kingdom, to every corner of the world. When the Lord's holy radiance bathes all of the divine and demonic lands, the devout will be welcomed by the holy spirits. We shall throw ourselves into our Lord's embrace and serve the Almighty Lord for all eternity." Jean Eyre sheathed his sword and nodded approvingly. "Excellent." He then began to share his insights with the old goblin. "To follow our Lord, you must believe in him with all your heart. The Almighty Lord will always protect the devout. As long as your faith is strong enough, you will become as everlasting as the sun itself. Praise be to the Lord." The gazes of the Goblin Elder and his companions toward Tang Xiaofan grew even more fervent. They knelt before him, their conviction in their faith stronger than ever. Tang Xiaofan had no doubt that, should he command these Goblin Elders to die, they would do so without hesitation, burning themselves to ashes so their pure souls could ascend to heaven. Such is the power of faith. A god of faith always protects his followers. Tang Xiaofan firmly believed that one day he would become a true god and carve out a legend among the divine. But for now, the most urgent task was to wipe out the Lizardman tribe first. The path to godhood had to be taken step by step. There could be no rushing it. Tang Xiaofan gave Jean Eyre a nod. Jean Eyre understood immediately and turned to go assemble the team. "Praise the Lord!" the Goblin Elder exclaimed with excitement. "The ones invading our territory are a Lizardman tribe, numbering over 500. Most of them are around level 10. There are nearly 300 elite Lizardmen, 8 commander rank Lizardmen, and a chieftain at level 18, a lord-level Lizardman. Before our chieftain departed for the heavens, the strength of our Goblin tribe and the Lizardman tribe was quite evenly matched. All in all, even at its peak, the Goblin tribe was slightly weaker than the Lizardman tribe. That was because Lizardmen of the same level were generally stronger than goblins. 2 elite Lizardmen could easily take on 2 or 3 elite goblins. However, if a full-scale tribal war broke out, the Lizardmen couldn't count on a sweeping victory over the goblins. They'd suffer heavy losses as well. This delicate balance was the reason the 2 tribes could barely maintain a semblance of peace. If either tribe had held a significant advantage, war would have erupted long ago. Among the native powers on the Divine Demon continent, peace and stability were rare commodities. Especially among the chaotic races, conflict was an ever-present possibility. According to the old goblin, only in the central regions of the Divine Demon continent was war somewhat less frequent. Those races that had claimed the most fertile lands prided themselves on being part of the good and orderly camp. At least, they maintained a facade of peace in the central regions, using overwhelming force to deter would-be invaders from the outskirts. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, on the set of Today in the Divine Demon continent, there was a heated debate raging, sparked by the thousand-fold punishment made real in the Sweet Potato Nation. Everyone, Some viewers have left comments on our program expressing their disapproval of Tang Xiaofan's actions, especially after he destroyed the Sweet Potato Nation contestant's castle, effectively caused the downfall of their nation. Many viewers are deeply disappointed in him. Yu Qi, having regained her composure as a professional host, guided the discussion skillfully. As she turned to look at Director Zhu, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped in and took the floor. I have something to say. In general, there are certain unspoken rules on talk shows, like giving deference to those of higher status or seniority, allowing them to speak first. Director Zhu, both in stature and experience, was unquestionably the leading figure on the show. Yet Zhang Xiaoxiao broke this tacit understanding, seizing the spotlight without hesitation. He ignored the surprised looks from the others and declared, Tang Xiaofan, you listen to me. What you did is a crime against humanity. You've completely disgraced Longhua. All of my friends are extremely disappointed in you. Yu Qi and the others' faces changed dramatically. They hadn't expected Zhang Xiaoxiao to be so outspoken this time. What's more, if you see this video, I hope you can confront your own problems head-on. Nonsense. This is absolute rubbish. Hearing Zhang Xiaoxiao's wild talk, the director was so furious he slammed his hand on the table. How can you speak to warriors fighting on the front lines like that? He's struggling on the edge between life and death. He carries the honor and fate of our nation on his shoulders. It's only right that he eliminate every unstable factor. And besides, it was the Digua country's contestant who launched the attack first. Tang Xiaofan, just focus on your own duties. Don't be swayed by what others say. The director's hair seemed to bristle with rage. Many netizens were left stunned by his outburst. No one expected the usually mild-mannered director to display such fierce patriotism. Director, that's the spirit. You said exactly what we wanted to hear. Zhang Xiaoxiao is just a troublemaker, always stirring things up. Director, I love you. Zhang Xiaoxiao, however, wore a look of smug satisfaction, completely unaffected by the director's words. Online discussions exploded with renewed fervor. On the continent of gods and demons, Tang Xiaofan was still organizing Team 2, assigning them to help the goblins defend their homeland. But there wasn't much reason to hurry. In regions ruled by chaotic and evil factions, warfare was an everyday occurrence, especially in the underworld. There it was a haven for evil and dark creatures, countless times more brutal than the surface world. The old goblins' people were long accustomed to the drums of war. It was impossible for them to be defeated so quickly. Tang Xiaofan turned to the newly arrived Jean Eyre and said, lead the 2nd Battalion down to the underworld. Help the goblin tribes fend off the lizard folk invasion. When you win, head straight to the lizard folk's territory. Wipe out that lizard folk tribe. At your command, my lord. Jean Eyre accepted the order with utmost respect. He then set off at once, together with several goblin elders, racing to the goblin tribe's stronghold deep in the underworld. As always, Jean Eyre remained behind. He led the 500 warriors of the 1st Battalion, staying with Tang Xiaofan to defend the fortress of black technology. For Jean Eyre, serving by Tang Xiaofan's side was the greatest honor. He was more than willing to stay. Promotion and ranks seemed far less important in comparison. Yet from Tang Xiaofan's perspective, having Jean Eyre guard the castle was a huge waste of his talents. He ought to take the 1st Battalion out on campaign, slay enemies and accumulate energy points, so he could advance to an even higher tier and realize his full potential. After all, Jean Eyre was already at the peak of level 18, just one step away from advancing to level 19, just like Jean Eyre. But now he was forced to remain trapped within the castle, unable to go out and gain experience through battle. It truly was holding him back. Yet, there was little Tang Xiaofan could do about it. The Black Tech Castle must be protected at all costs. His own strength was limited, and the arc reactor was still unfinished, with its actual deployment still uncertain. If he were to start recruiting warriors on a large scale and mass-produce the Mark II battle armor now, he might face an awkward situation in the future, having to overhaul all the armors when upgrades became necessary. So for now, maintaining a force of 1,000 warriors and keeping the factory running to produce parts in preparation would be sufficient. Of course, having Warrior 1 by his side was also quite reassuring. Among all the warriors, he was the one Tang Xiaofan was most satisfied with. Tang Xiaofan spoke to Warrior 1. You all need to stay vigilant. The beast tide could arrive at any moment, so never let your guard down. Yes, my lord. Warrior 1 immediately responded, guarding the castle and protecting you. That is my duty as a warrior. The others are all envious of me. It's not the same. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. He knew very well that the warriors were fervent in their devotion, taking pride in serving him. But what mattered most to him was the growing strength of the castle. In this grand plan, Warrior 1 was a crucial element. A warrior of his caliber could not remain on guard duty forever. He needed to go out and fight to fulfill his true potential. Tang Xiaofan mused to himself. Once the arc reactor proved viable for mass deployment in the near future, he could finally send his warriors out to hunt and gain valuable experience. For most lords, defending the castle was always a constant headache. Castle lords couldn't do what Tang Xiaofan could, send all their troops out to hunt wild monsters and gain experience. Instead, they had to keep some forces back at the castle to guard against surprise attacks from enemies. But splitting their forces to defend the castle inevitably affected the efficiency of their hunting expeditions, much to the frustration of every castle lord. At the heart of it all was a lack of sufficient defensive power. Tang Xiaofan, however, had no such concerns. With the arc reactor completed, the Mark II battle armors would gain tremendous mobility, allowing them to intercept enemies far beyond his borders. Moreover, Jarvis had once mentioned a kind of energy shield, a protective device capable of effectively repelling hostile infiltrators. With such an energy shield, the castle's defenses would be vastly enhanced. Even if that fire dragon came attacking, he would have no fear. With the shield's protection, he could easily hold out until the warrior squad returned, and then strike down that fire dragon once and for all. Tang Xiaofan had never forgotten about that fire dragon, which had appeared only once. It had dared to scorch the wildlife near his territory, then spread its wings wide to block out the blood moon above the Black Tech Castle, gazing down at him with icy indifference before soaring away in dominance. That fire dragon was the very first. How could Tang Xiaofan ever forget such a domineering creature? One day, he would skin the fire dragon, strip its bones and scales, and forge them into king-tier Magitech armor to wear on his own body. There simply aren't enough warriors, he sighed. If I had 10,000 warriors guarding my Black Tech Castle, what problem could possibly trouble me? Tang Xiaofan let out a soft sigh. Compared to other castle lords, his squad of warriors was already formidable. They could truly be said to tower above the world, invincible. But even so, he only had 1,000 warriors at his command. That was far from a true warrior legion. At best, it was just a warrior squad. That's why upgrading the farmer factory is my top priority. Second is setting up the energy shield, and only then upgrading the castle. This was Tang Xiaofan's current development plan. Just then, a sudden feeling struck him. He opened his friends list. The little lowly from the underground world had sent him a message. Big brother Tang Xiaofan, I've got some good news for you, T. Tang Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this lucky little lowly had found another blueprint? During the castle defense battle at dawn, she'd already uncovered 3 blueprints. And that was only because there weren't many berserk monsters attacking the Iron Dwarf fortress. If the number of monsters had matched those that assaulted his Black Tech Castle, Tang Xiaofan suspected she could have found at least 5 blueprints. Lucky Lowly wasn't just a nickname. She had the results to prove it. Now that the castle defense battle was over, did her streak of luck still remain? Tang Xiaofan asked. What's the good news? Did you get another blueprint? No. Tang Xiaofan had just breathed a sigh of relief when the little lowly sent over a smiley face. Big brother Tang Xiaofan, this morning Uncle Xavier went out hunting and stumbled across a dark gold treasure chest, and inside were 3 enormous, gigantic beast eggs. Teehee. A dark gold chest? Beast eggs? Tang Xiaofan's heart skipped again. He hadn't expected that the Divine Demon Continent would have treasure chests like this. No wonder she was called Lucky Lowly. Suddenly, he remembered, when he captured the Goblin tribe, one of his warriors found a chest in the Goblin chieftain's treasury. Inside were several soul stones and the king-tier equipment. The Forest Giant's ring. Was that also a treasure chest? Not just something the Goblin chieftain collected at random? As for the beast eggs, given Lucky Lowly's phenomenal luck, he suspected they might be eggs of top-tier units. MHM, she replied. Uncle Xavier couldn't tell what kind of beast the eggs belonged to, but he's sure they're powerful. He said they'll hatch in just 2 days. Oh, Tang Xiaofan fell silent for a long time. As expected, when it came to luck, the little girl had never lost to anyone. Not only did she find a treasure chest, but she even discovered an egg of a top-tier magical beast. With this kind of heaven-defying fortune, what else could be said? Just then, the little girl sent another message. Tang Xiaofan, big brother, Kuer wants to give you 3 magical beast eggs. Once they hatch in a couple of days, you'll be able to claim top-tier magical beasts as your own pets. Tang Xiaofan was shocked and hurriedly asked, how did you come up with this idea? Those are native top-tier magical beasts from the Divine Demon Continent, not top-tier magical beast units recruited by Castle Lord. With them, your castle would grow even stronger. As far as Tang Xiaofan knew, units of the same race, when recruited by Castle Lords, were generally a bit weaker than the native creatures of the Divine Demon Continent. The most obvious difference lay in their starting level. Take top-tier magical beasts, for example. A native top-tier magical beast of the Divine Demon continent might be born with at least level 14 power, and reaching level 20 or beyond would be an easy feat. But a top-tier magical beast recruited by Castle Lord would only start at level 4, and reach level 18 at maturity. That gap was truly enormous. The little girl bit her finger and replied. Kura knows there are many bad people targeting Tang Xiaofan. If you have these 3 magical beasts, your strength will grow much greater, and you won't need to be afraid of them. Clearly, the little girl had also seen the messages in the World Chat channel. Some of the castle lords were forming alliances. Their goal was to stand against the possibility that Tang Xiaofan might possess demonic troops. As Tang Xiaofan's loyal sidekick, the little girl naturally chose to stand by his side, firmly supporting him. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion and replied to her. You don't have to worry about me, Kura. I'll be fine. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Tang Xiaofan, you might not know this, but Uncle Xavier has already advanced to level 20 as a commander. He can protect Kura now, so the top-tier magical beast eggs are more important for you. Seeing her message, Tang Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly. Xavier, the Black Iron Dwarf, has advanced to a level 20 commander. He was already at the peak of level 18, a sky swordsman of the Black Iron Dwarfs. And now he had reached level 20 as a commander, even faster than both of Tang Xiaofan's main warriors. The little girl's incredible luck was almost suffocating. Still, in the end, Tang Xiaofan did not accept her generous offer and refused once again. He changed the subject. Why haven't you asked what kind of units I have? If it were anyone else, surrounded by suspicion after the demon's secret was leaked, they would have asked him straight away, trying to uncover the truth for themselves. But the little girl had never once questioned him. The little girl answered cheerfully. Kura already said it. Kura would never bother big brother Tang Xiaofan. If you ever want to tell me something, you will. I don't want to make you upset over this. Tang Xiaofan's expression grew complicated. This little girl was so considerate that it made his heart ache. He couldn't imagine how she'd survived alone in the dark underground world when she first arrived. After all, her troops were so weak. After a moment's thought, Tang Xiaofan decided to be honest. Their guesses weren't wrong. The demons that appeared in the forest, those are indeed my troops. So, you can keep the top-tier magic beasts for yourself. I don't need them. Tang Xiaofan didn't mind revealing this. After all, most castle lords already believed this was the truth. Some had even formed alliances to oppose him. Whether it was public knowledge or not no longer mattered much. But to his surprise, the little girl's curiosity was insatiable. Big brother, are your demons fierce? They're very fierce, extremely so. Oh, big brother Tang Xiaofan, do you think I'll ever get to meet you and your demon brothers in the future? Of course you will. Just remember to keep yourself safe. Kura understands. I'm really strong now. That's good to hear. In the dim depths of the underground world, at the fortress of the Iron Dwarves, the little girl gazed somewhat wistfully at the 3 giant black eggs resting in the courtyard. Uncle Xavier, big brother Tang Xiaofan, doesn't want these 3 magic beast eggs. Princess, these are top-tier magic beast eggs. Dwarf Xavier, hearing Tang Xiaofan's firm refusal, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At the same time, he eagerly said, Your Highness, since that legendary castle lord doesn't want them, let's hatch them instead. The little girl nodded. All right, we'll hatch them ourselves, grow stronger as quickly as possible, and help big brother Tang Xiaofan. As you command, Princess Ka. Xavier was overjoyed. He immediately summoned a group of iron dwarves to carry the precious eggs into the castle's cellar, where they started feeding them soul stones to speed up their hatching. The little girl was left alone, standing on the balcony at the very top of the castle. She leaned against the railing, resting her chin in her tiny hands, her large, glistening black eyes gazing out at the sky. The brightest one up there, that's big brother Tang Xiaofan. She let out a small sigh. Kura drifted into her imagination. I really wish I could leave the underground world soon. I want to see big brother Tang Xiaofan. I want to meet the demon brothers. He said there will be a chance in the future, but I worry that I might not make it until then. The underground world was an incredibly dangerous place, teeming with countless dark and evil creatures. She had always known. In another, subterranean world, the war between the goblin tribe and the lizard men had reached its fever pitch. Hundreds of elite lizard men brandished their javelin spears, launching fierce assaults on the goblin tribe's defensive walls. The walls were riddled with holes, battered beyond recognition. And behind the breaches stood crowds of scrawny goblins, desperately fighting to keep the lizard men from breaking into their tribe. Their faith made them fearless and brave. To them, death was not the end, but the path to eternal life. O almighty princess, watch over our goblin tribe. Sacrifice and devotion, these are the glories bestowed upon us. Believe in the Lord, and you shall have everlasting life. The goblins shouted their creed with unwavering voices, undaunted by the might of the lizardmen. More and more goblins fell to the lizardmen's spears, blood spraying across the battlefield, yet not a single goblin took a step back. On the contrary, some frenzied goblins even charged out from the walls to engage the lizardmen in a fight to the death. War always was brutal, but their faith remained unshakable. The goblins believed that their lord would protect them. At last, reinforcements arrived. Dozens of warriors clad in iron armor stormed onto the battlefield deep underground. It's the Lord's emissaries. O almighty Lord, you have heard our prayers and sent your emissaries to protect us. Praise the Lord. Slay the two-legged monsters. In this dim world beneath the earth, the warrior squad surged in with overwhelming power. Once they entered the fray, the warriors raised their machine guns and unleashed a relentless hail of bullets upon the lizardmen. The muzzle flashes from the guns illuminated the entire underground world. Compared to the lizardmen on the field, Tang Xiaofan's warriors were simply too formidable. The ordinary and even elite lizardmen could not withstand them. Even the lizardmen commanders on the battlefield were instantly struck down. Not long after the warrior squad joined the fight, the scales of victory began to tip toward the goblin tribe. The goblins, too, were swept up in a frenzy. To battle! The Lord's emissaries have descended. Victory is ours. Light shall triumph over darkness. On the battlefield, more and more goblins transformed from true believers into devout zealots. And among the devout, some became fanatics. Their faith was resolute, unafraid of death. They leapt from behind the walls armed with crude weapons, throwing themselves into a bloody struggle with the lizardmen. Their ferocity in battle was almost indistinguishable from the rampaging monsters that prowled the night. Nothing could make them cower or retreat. Not just lizardmen. Even if their enemy were true demons, these goblins would charge in and bite with everything they had. In the ancient days of the gods' wars, the goblin race had once led the charge into the thick of battle. Damn it, what are these steel monsters? And what, exactly, is the Lord's emissary? Damn it, I know who they are. They're evil beings from another world. That wretched goblin tribe has betrayed the truth and pledged allegiance to creatures from beyond. The goblins have fallen under the sway of a dark god. The corrupting power of evil faith has driven these cowardly goblins mad, giving them the nerve to fight us. Retreat. The otherworldly creatures are too powerful. We're no match for them. Withdraw from the underworld. We'll settle the score another day. On the battlefield, many lizard folk were roaring as they fled. Lizard folk are large, most of them standing close to 4 meters tall. Compared to them, the goblins, barely a meter or so in height, were hardly a threat. A lizardman's thigh was thicker than a goblin's waist. A single blow from a lizardman could easily smash a goblin flat. But now, the lizard folk were fleeing in panic, abandoning their armor and weapons as they stumbled away, utterly disgraced. While the skinny, short goblins, weapons in hand and faces twisted in frenzy, chased after them with wild shouts. The whole scene was both laughable and surreal. Yet it was the truth. Under the assault of the warriors, the lizard folk's ranks had completely collapsed. Of the more than 100 elite lizard folk, over half had been swiftly slaughtered by the warriors. The remaining 40 or 50 fought desperately to reach the exits of the underworld, hoping to escape this realm saturated with faith's power, and return to the safety of their own lizard folk tribe. Then they would be safe. But this hope was nothing but wishful thinking. The warriors would never let them escape back to their tribe. The only fate awaiting them was death. Defiers of the Lord's rule, you dare invade our master's sacred realm and still dream of returning to the surface world? Warrior 2, wielding a massive battle axe and armored head to toe, blocked the lizard folk's desperate escape. Whirlwind slash. He became a spinning storm of steel, charging into the heart of the fleeing lizard folk. With lightning speed, he seemed to blur through space, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Wherever he passed, blood was left in his wake. 10 or more elite lizard folk were slain in a heartbeat, their bodies torn asunder and scattered across the ground. Behind him, the other warriors surged forward in pursuit. Machine guns rattled and axes swung, casting a deadly shadow over the remaining lizard folk. In the blink of an eye, the lizard folk caught in the warriors' encirclement fell, their anguished cries cut short as they were reduced to lifeless corpses. The warriors' attacks were devastatingly powerful, and so the battle in the underworld came to an end. All 300-plus elite lizard folk and the 3 commander-class leaders who had invaded the goblin tribe were utterly annihilated. At that moment, golden light began to shine around several warriors. It was the sign of their advancement. And not only did the warriors rise in rank, but many goblins of the tribe also gained new strength, ascending to higher levels themselves. Ever since they surrendered to the Black Technology Fortress, they had automatically become a unit under Tang Xiaofan's command, gaining the ability to earn experience with every enemy they defeated. Of course, goblins were considered a lower-level intelligent race, and their potential for growth was rather limited. Once they reached the ceiling of their development, no matter how many more enemies they killed, they would no longer gain any experience. This didn't apply only to the goblins. Tang Xiaofan's warriors, as well as the troops of other castle lords, faced the same constraints. This clearly demonstrated just how crucial the growth limit truly was. It was precisely for this reason that Tang Xiaofan paid no heed to those other lords who tried to unite against him. His warriors might have a growth ceiling, but his Mark armor had no such limit. Now, even a Mark II armor was already unimaginably powerful. If, in the future, he found even more sophisticated machinery and managed to produce nanomaterials, then a suit of nano-armor could dominate the entire Divine Demon continent with ease. Growth limitations. Such things were only fit for these backward natives to worry about. No matter how strong their troops became, even if their numbers multiplied tenfold, they would still be no match for the Mark armor. Not to mention, while developing the Mark armor, Jarvis would simultaneously bring other black technologies into play. Satellites, missiles, and perhaps even nuclear bombs might soon make an appearance. When the endgame arrived, who could possibly stand against him? Blue Star. On Today in Divine Demon Continent. This time, the director was truly infuriated by Zhang Xiao and still staunchly supported Tang Xiaofan. Look at this. What logic can possibly be argued in such a battle? This is a life and death struggle, not a theoretical debate held in a studio. One careless move, and it's utter devastation. Given the resources Tang Xiaofan now controls, if his fortress were destroyed, the thousand-fold punishment manifesting in the Dragon Nation would leave none of us here able to sleep at night. Back on the Divine Demon Continent, gazing at the ground littered with the bodies of lizard folk, a chorus of praise erupted. Glory to our Lord. The Goblin Elder, overcome with emotion, knelt in worship, and the other goblins of the tribe followed suit, bowing down in reverence. They believed that the mass ascension of their warriors was a reward from the Almighty Lord for their bravery in battle. Their Lord's radiance now shone over the entire goblin tribe. The Goblin Elder knelt on the earth, facing the statue that stood tall in the heart of the tribe, and began to pray. Almighty Lord, creator of the world and all things, creator of light and sky, of earth and stars, of all living beings, may the holy light endure, and may you remain eternal. The statue at the center of the goblin tribe was none other than a likeness of Tang Xiaofan, towering dozens of meters high. Each dawn and dusk, the faithful of the tribe would gather in the nearby plaza, offering prayers to him through the statue. If one looked closely, one could just make out a faint glow shimmering across the statue's surface. That was the brilliance of the power of faith. Although this statue was not a special structure, indeed, it was carved from nothing more than ordinary boulders. Faith itself was a truly mysterious force. Anything, under the right circumstances, could become a vessel for the power of belief. Every day, the Goblin tribe's followers prayed devoutly, and the faith they generated gathered upon this very statue. This was how it became a conduit for the energy of faith. Once Tang Xiaofan grew strong enough to harness faith, he would be able to draw the accumulated power from within the statue and transform it into divine might. And this power of faith would belong solely to him. Even if other gods tried to take it, they would not be able to use or convert it for themselves. Worse still, it would entangle them in a dispute over faith with Tang Xiaofan. Thus, in normal circumstances, deities of the faith pantheon would never steal the power of belief from another god. Not only would it be a stain on a god's virtue, but it would also invite disaster. Jean Eyre strode over, hefting his massive axe, looking down from above at the Goblin Elder who was still kneeling in worship before the statue. He waited until the elder finished his prayers before speaking. By the order of the Lord, you are to gather your people and join me in eradicating the lizard folk rebels. Honored emissary of the gods, it is my privilege. The Goblin Elder was visibly excited. At last, the chance for vengeance had come. Then, with some caution, he asked, Divine emissary, what should be done with the lizard folk corpses left on the battlefield? Jean Eyre waved his hand and replied, all equipment and items are to be brought back to the Black Technology Castle. At your command, divine emissary. The goblin elder let out a series of sharp calls to those behind him, and immediately, over 1,000 goblins poured from the tribe and began clearing the battlefield. To them, neither the equipment nor the mysterious soul stones were the real prizes. They couldn't use the equipment and had no idea what to do with the soul stones. But the massive bodies of the lizard folk, now those were a feast for goblins. Full of enthusiasm, the goblins busied themselves with tidying up the battlefield, while the goblin elder, accompanied by several goblin warriors, led the child warriors toward the route to the lizard folk tribe. Inside Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan's face was lit with a broad smile. He had kept in close contact with Jean Eyre throughout. After the battle ended, he took stock of the situation. Altogether, they had slain around 120 elite lizard folk. The spoils included a significant amount of energy, over 250 soul stones, and a number of lizard folk weapons and armor. As usual, the rare blueprints had not dropped. But Tang Xiaofan was not disappointed. Blueprints were treasures that could only be found by chance, never sought. In the castle's pre-dawn defense, he had already obtained 3 blueprints in a single burst of luck, and he was more than satisfied. Besides, this time, slaying over 100 elite lizard folk and gaining over 200 soul stones was a clear sign that fortune was still on his side. So far, I've stored nearly 2,400 soul stones. With that, I'm one step closer to upgrading the farmer factory. Tang Xiaofan was eager for the farmer factory to reach level 4 as soon as possible. By then, he hoped to recruit female farmers through the factory, so that his farmers could settle down and start families of their own. Since his arrival, Tang Xiaofan had stayed within the castle, never venturing more than 500 meters from it. This made him feel a bit restless. Once the energy shield was set up, he would finally be free. Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. The batch of food and equipment he had put up for sale earlier that morning remained untouched. No one had bought any of the food. This was because the castle defense battle at dawn had provided every castle lord with plenty of supplies. Curiously, it was the earlier batch of elite level and commander level food that sold out completely. For the time being, the food market won't be promising. Except for certain specialty foods, the more than 20,000 units of regular food he had listed in the trading area had attracted no buyers. There was nothing he could do about it. As for equipment that had already been snapped up by eager buyers, there was still about half an hour to go before the auction he had scheduled would reach its closing time. As of now, the bidding price for the Arrow Tower blueprint had already reached 286 soul stones, not far from the 300 he'd predicted as the final sale price. Afterward, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the chat channel. It was as busy as ever. Countless castle lords were still hotly discussing the demon mystery. For the demons appearing in the forest, the castle lords' curiosity was insatiable. There was a constant stream of lords tagging Tang Xiaofan, hoping he would step forward and confirm whether his troops were truly demons and whether his castle was really in the forest. As always, Tang Xiaofan ignored these people. What did it matter whether he confirmed it or not? Even if he claimed his troops weren't demons, would those alliances, already formed and determined to oppose him, simply disband? Clearly, that was impossible. He stood too high above the rest. He placed too much pressure on certain castle lords, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Naturally, they saw him as the enemy. Many lords with top-tier troops were eager to drag him down from his pedestal, hoping to rise by stepping over him. At this point, whether his troops were demons was no longer important. What mattered now was how to suppress the strength of his castle, or even destroy him entirely. Tang Xiaofan had every reason to believe that even in the forest alone, alliances had already formed with the sole purpose of opposing him. Some castle lords, unwilling to withdraw from the forest, had already made pacts and were preparing to challenge him. Wishful thinking. Tang Xiaofan suddenly let out a dismissive laugh. In his eyes, the so-called anti-demon alliance was utterly useless, at least for now. At this stage, the lords of the castles hadn't even explored a tenth of the forest, let alone discovered where the other castle lords were located. What point was there in forming an alliance under such circumstances? What's more, these castle lords shouldn't even be seeing him as their main adversary right now. Their true enemies were the wild monsters and native factions lurking within the forest. And, above all, the impending beast tide that was about to descend upon them. It was the native forces that posed the greatest threat to all castle lords transported from Blue Star at this moment. If only these castle lords could first focus on clearing out the forest native factions, then relocate their castles to form a circle of allied defense, and finally contend with his high-tech fortress for control over the forest. Now, that would be the right approach. We'll see if any of you can last long enough to actually fight me. Tang Xiaofan had a strong premonition that the beast tide was on the verge of arriving. If you can survive the beast tide, only then should you worry about me. No sooner had he spoken than, suddenly, a blood-red bolt of lightning, tens of thousands of kilometers long, split the sky in two, as if threatening to cleave heaven itself. A thunderclap resounded under a cloudless sky, shattering the silence. Almost immediately, more streaks of crimson lightning flashed across the sky. Tang Xiaofan climbed to the top of his castle and gazed into the distance, just in time to see a towering mountain, so high it pierced the clouds, explode at the tail end of the lightning, then vanish without a trace. Is lightning really this powerful? His face drained of color at the sight. If lightning that potent struck his way, both he and his high-tech fortress would be obliterated in an instant. At last, 9 bolts of blood-red lightning crashed down in succession before the tempest finally subsided. The entire world seemed to fall into a deathly stillness, as if time itself had halted before the awesome might of the lightning. No one knew how much time had passed before the lingering echoes faded, and at last, the roars of monsters could be heard rising from the dense forest nearby. The sound came in a relentless, warlike rhythm, and at the same time, the woods began to tremble, and even the very stones on the ground leapt and quaked. In the distant mountains, flocks of birds took flight in vast numbers, their shrill cries piercing the air like the calls of night owls, sending chills down the spine. At that very moment, a terrifying bellow tore through the air, a dragon's roar. Tang Xiaofan turned toward the sound and saw a massive dragon, its scales dark red and gleaming, beating its wings as it soared into the sky. It's that fire dragon. It never left at all, and it's even closer to my castle than before. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. The native factions of the divine demon continent truly were cunning, seasoned veterans of countless battles. Fortunately, his high-tech castle now had 500 warriors stationed at all times, each clad in armor and ready for battle at a moment's notice. Otherwise, if the fortress had been left undefended, that fire dragon would have seized the opportunity and taken him out with a single, decisive strike. No matter how powerful his combat skills had become, he knew he could never take on a seasoned dragon all by himself. Fortunately, his caution had paid off. He hadn't given this dragon the slightest chance. As long as he remained vigilant, the dragon was no real threat. Yet, to his surprise, the fire dragon didn't fly toward his castle at all. Instead, as if startled by something unseen, it beat its massive wings furiously and fled deep into the distant forest. But before it disappeared, the fire dragon turned its head and cast one last glance toward Tang Xiaofan's castle. In that instant, their eyes met, man and dragon, sparks flying in the air between them. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan understood. The dragon's gaze was a silent promise. It would return. I'm not afraid of you coming back. I just hope you're bold enough to try. If you dare set your sights on my castle again, I'll strip you of every last scale. Tang Xiaofan met the dragon's look with his own, fierce and unyielding, even taunting. Witnessing this standoff, the fire dragon let out another thunderous roar from high above. A torrent of crimson dragon fire burst from its jaws, setting vast swathes of forest ablaze. Flames roared skyward, wild and unrestrained. Yet the one who started it all beat its colossal wings and vanished into the inferno, leaving nothing behind but smoke and fire. Why did the fire dragon run away? Once he'd cooled down, Tang Xiaofan found himself puzzled again. Dragons were creatures of great intelligence. By all rights, this was the perfect moment for an attack on his castle. If it missed this chance, it might never get another. Its fate would be sealed. But the fire dragon showed no hesitation, soaring away through the flames with decisive force. Its retreat was swift and absolute. Could it have something to do with those streaks of bloody lightning earlier? Tang Xiaofan gazed toward the distant horizon, where the towering mountain that once pierced the clouds had vanished entirely, reduced to ash by a bolt of blood-red lightning. Meanwhile, the sounds rising from the surrounding forest grew ever more intense, like war drums beating in the distance. My lord, Zhani approached and reported in a grave tone. I sense something ominous is about to happen. Something ominous? Tang Xiaofan frowned. Could this be a sign of an incoming beast tide? But did it really need to be this dramatic? Even the sky itself seemed to have been torn apart. At that moment, he rushed up holding a piece of glowing metal, shouting excitedly. My lord, we did it. We really did it. A new element for the arc reactor. The metal laboratory had completed it ahead of schedule. Jarvis chimed in with congratulations, perfectly on cue. Sir, congratulations. You've finally broken free from the primitive days of slash and burn. Your own era has truly arrived. Overjoyed, Tang Xiaofan carefully took hold of the rare metal, gazing in the direction where the fire dragon had disappeared. He could feel the surging energy pulsing within the metal. He raised it aloft with one hand, shouting for all to hear. I'm here. I will conquer. My lord, invincible. The entire city's farmers and warriors were moved by Tang Xiaofan's heroic figure. They knelt on one knee before him, offering their highest respect. Let's go. Call for G1 through G5 and invite Farmer 2 and the rest of the old blacksmiths. Let's have a meeting downstairs. With a single command, Tang Xiaofan gathered his team of high-tech experts, ready to get to work on developing the arc reactor right away. Jarvis, this new element isn't radioactive, is it? It's safe for me to hold it in my hand, right? In his excitement earlier, he had actually picked up a clearly radioactive metal with his bare hands. So Tang Xiaofan quickly sought Jarvis's reassurance. Sir, please rest assured. There's no problem. This is a pollution-free new element. While the others were still on their way, Tang Xiaofan used the spare moment to open the world chat channel. By now, the world chat was in complete chaos. Every castle lord was discussing the 9 blood-red bolts of lightning that just tore through heaven and earth. It was clear that the blood-colored lightning was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It had streaked across the entire divine and demonic continent, shocking hundreds of castle lords scattered across the world. That was terrifying. I've never seen lightning so fearsome. It was as if the sky was crumbling. That's not all. Countless wild monsters have been alarmed and are going berserk. What in the world just happened? Could this be a sign that disaster is coming? Don't worry. It's probably just a natural phenomenon. Oh, please. The chances of that being natural are slim to none. That blood-red lightning was so regular, and the intervals were almost exactly the same every time. How could that possibly be natural? Agreed. The analysis above makes a lot of sense. My gut tells me something big is about to happen. While countless castle lords speculated wildly, a sudden world announcement brought the entire chat channel to a standstill. At the top of the world chat, Tang Xiaofan's previous announcement disappeared, replaced by a new world announcement. World announcement. The novice protection period has officially ended. The castle era enters a new chapter. Congratulations, castle lords. In 2 hours, the first beast horde will arrive. World announcement. The novice protection period has officially ended. The castle era enters a new chapter. Congratulations, castle lords. In 2 hours, the first beast horde will arrive. The scale of the beast horde is random. Additional battle power leaderboard. The top 100 castle lords on the leaderboard will receive rewards. The Castle Lord ranked number 1 will obtain a unique special reward. Castle Lords who fail the Beast Horde trial will be eliminated. The struggle among all races is a journey of blood and fire. Only Castle Lords who survive these brutal tests will have the right to stand atop the divine and demonic continent and wield the power of the supreme gods. May every lord of the castle pass the trial. In this grand era, fight for the one and only throne of the God King. As soon as this world announcement was made, the world chat channel erupted in chaos. The beast tide was finally coming, and there were only 2 hours left to prepare. In other words, in just 2 hours, hundreds of castle lords' territories would be overrun by the oncoming horde. Countless castle lords immediately lost their composure. Waves of despair and terror crashing through their hearts, catching them utterly off guard. Are you kidding me? Only 2 hours? I'm not ready at all. This is really the end for me. Same here. In the castle defense battle at dawn, nearly 90% of my troops fell trying to fend off those frenzied monsters. Now, with the beast tide coming, how am I supposed to hold out? I suffered heavy losses too. Today's recruitments barely made up for my fallen troops, and the new units are all the weakest kind. No time to upgrade, pretty much useless. After the grinding battle at dawn, the strength of the castle lords have been severely depleted. Many of them thought the beast tide would not arrive for a while yet, never expecting there would be no time to breathe at all. And now, the beast tide was upon them. This is giving his castle lords no chance of survival. The castle defense battle was just the appetizer. The real main course is the beast tide. Brothers and sisters, for us, this is nothing less than doomsday. The rampaging monsters in the castle defense battle had already left many lords struggling to cope. It was estimated that at least 100 castle lords had already been eliminated. And now, an even more terrifying beast tide was about to sweep in. Isn't that the very definition of an apocalypse? I'll make a bold prediction. With this coming beast tide, at least another 100 castle lords won't make it. They'll be eliminated for sure. Predict your nonsense somewhere else. Get lost. Seriously, how can you say something like that? What? Does it make you happy to see castle lords torn to shreds by monsters? If you're so bold, Why don't you predict whether you'll live to see tomorrow's sunrise? People like that are just toxic, straight to the block list. The world chat was overflowing with negativity, everyone's nerves frayed under the mounting pressure. Many castle lords had sunk into despair, barely scraping through the castle defense battle, with their forces still in shambles. And now the beast tide was crashing in, giving those at the bottom no chance to recover, no way out. There was simply no hope in sight. For them, this was the cruelest fate imaginable. When faced with death, everyone feels that primal fear rising from the depths of their soul. This is instinct. It's not something you can simply disregard by claiming you're not afraid of death. Many castle lords have broken down because of this. Some have even wept aloud, for they saw no light at the end of the tunnel. For those castle lords who had already suffered heavy losses, the beast tide felt like doomsday itself. A death sentence handed down by the king of hell, a bill for a gravesite that had already been written and sealed. At that moment, one castle lord suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me." The world announcement said the scale of the beast tide is random. That's very clear. This means the wave invading each castle will be different. Some will be massive, others much smaller. That's our sliver of hope. Smart thinking above, but I don't dare to take the risk. My analysis is that it's related to the number of wild monsters around your castle. The more monsters nearby, the bigger the beast tide, the fewer monsters, the smaller the tide. After all, the Divine Demon Continent is a real world. Wild monsters can't just spawn from thin air like in a game. The number of wild monsters near the castle can directly affect the size of the beast tide. That's why the world announcement said the beast tide is random. My castle is located on the icy plains, right next to the Snow Kingdom. There are hardly any wild monsters in the area. Even during last night's castle defense, I barely saw any monsters. So the beast tide invading my castle shouldn't be that large, right? That's a very likely possibility. You, the one on the icy plains, don't need to worry. You'll definitely survive the beast tide. The only downside is that with such a small wave, it'll be hard for you to earn a high battle score. Inside one of the castles on the icy plains, a woman with short hair and a practical outfit finally let out a long sigh of relief. She was telling the truth. There really were very few wild monsters around her castle. On ordinary days, it was difficult even to find a monster to hunt. This had a direct effect on the strength of her forces. They just hadn't been able to improve. If she truly faced a large-scale beast tide, her castle would certainly not be able to hold out. Now, it seemed she could finally set her mind at ease. As for the battle score, she didn't give it second thought. With hundreds of castle lords on the leaderboard, only the top 100 would get rewards. She had never even considered vying for a spot. The battle leaderboard was for the elite castle lords. Those like Tang Xiaofan, known as the strongest, and Lord Bei, as well as castle lords with top-tier units like Stone Giants and Lightning Titans. Her units were advanced, but not enough to compete at that level. Among hundreds of castle lords, there were at least 50, if not 100, who commanded top-tier units. Compared to those elite lords, she and the other advanced castle lords, lucky as they were, just didn't measure up. There is absolutely no hope of grabbing one of those coveted 100 spots. So, as long as she could safely weather the beast tide event, she was perfectly content. The battle to defend the castle in the dead of night saw every castle lord vanquishing scores of wild monsters. I believe this will also reduce the scale of the impending beast horde. The local factions will not attack our castles during the beast horde. On this point, everyone can rest easy. I suspect the beast horde isn't just targeting our castles. They may also strike at the local forces. That's exactly what I was thinking. Just moments ago, my troops clashed with a group of goblins. As soon as that blood-red lightning struck, the goblins immediately retreated, shouting that disaster was upon them, and rushed back to defend their tribe. So, in a way, the local factions will help share some of the pressure for us castle lords. That's good news indeed. Absolutely. But we shouldn't get too optimistic. If those local forces come to their senses, who's to say they won't turn on us the moment we're vulnerable? Exactly. This divine and demonic continent is just too perilous. Danger lurks everywhere. You're only realizing that now? We've only been here a few days, yet already so many castle lords have perished. The beast horde is almost upon us. What's Tang Xiaofan doing? Why isn't he calling back everyone he sent out? Damn it, that guy just won't let anyone rest easy. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao dropped his diplomatic demeanor. He was genuinely shaken by the confirmed announcement flashing on the screen. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Tang Xiaofan, what on earth are you doing? Did you hear me? Hurry up and recruit more farmers. Everyone online was stunned by his sudden meltdown. Who is this guy, anyway? Yuqi, Director Zhu, and Master Geng were all thrown off by his hysterical outburst. Just a moment ago, These same people were condemning Tang Xiaofan for ignoring world peace, and now they found themselves worrying about him. Zhang Xiao, calm down. I'm sure Tang Xiaofan has a plan. Master Geng, ever the voice of reason, tried to reassure him. At that moment, Director Zhu suddenly exclaimed, "What are they doing? What is that thing? Oh my god, he's built a reactor, right there in the workshop." That's not even the craziest part. The reactor is barely the size of a palm. On the divine and demonic continent, inside the castle of black technology, Tang Xiaofan was anything but anxious. In fact, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. The arc reactor was about to be activated. He watched his farmhand, one, carefully handed him a newly forged silver ring. 1.9 grams of a new element. Tang Xiaofan took it with tweezers, handling it with the utmost care, and gently set it onto a coil-laced circular base. Lacking a high-end laboratory, Tang Xiaofan's method for building the arc reactor was nearly the same as Tony's in the cave. Only, Tang Xiaofan's materials and tools were far more advanced than what Tony had during his cave days, and the power output would far surpass Tony's very first reactor. Moreover, he had Jarvis to assist him. Phew, Jarvis, what would have happened if something had gone wrong in the previous step? Tang Xiaofan wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. During the power-on test, it would have triggered an explosion equivalent to 176,000 tons of TNT. That's 100 times more powerful than the Sakura Nation's Big Mushroom. Hearing Jarvis's answer, Tang Xiaofan paused in surprise. Then he grinned. But we did it, didn't we? As he spoke, Tang Xiaofan connected several cables to the reactor. The other ends of the cables were attached to batteries he had removed from the Mark II suit. Jarvis, get ready to power up. With that, Tang Xiaofan silently pressed the power button beside him. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, inside the reactor, countless high-energy particles collided with the nuclei of the new element, generating intense heat in a split second, igniting fusion between deuterium and tritium within the vacuum tube, and unleashing a pulse of neutron flow. A terrifying burst of energy erupted in that very moment. But from the outside, the reactor, after being powered up, flickered a few times before coming to life like a uniquely shaped light bulb, radiating an intense, dazzling glow. In fact, it wasn't electrons that made the reactor shine, but the brilliant emission of neutrons. Sir, the arc reactor has been successfully activated. Congratulations. A few seconds after the reactor lit up, Jarvis's voice finally sounded, calm and clear. It's beautiful. Tang Xiaofan unplugged the cables and cradled the glowing reactor in his hands, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Jarvis, how efficient is its energy output? 4.5 billion joules per second. The amount of electricity generated by the reactor in a single second could power the entire castle for a year. After a brief silence, Tang Xiaofan shifted the topic and said, "Let's install it in the Mark II armor. I can't wait to take to the skies. With the arc reactor, I'll finally be the strongest man in the world. This time, I can fly as long as I want." As he spoke, Tang Xiaofan carried the reactor over to the Mark II suit. He opened the chest plate, fitting the reactor perfectly into its reserved slot. A crisp click echoed. It fits snugly and seamlessly. Immediately, the eyes of the Mark II armor lit up. Mark II armor now equipped with reactor, running self-diagnostics. All systems fully operational. Jarvis hadn't even finished speaking when Tang Xiaofan was already growing impatient. Mechanical arms. Soon, guided by Jarvis, the precision mechanical arms swiftly helped Tang Xiaofan suit up. All right, let's go. Wearing the Mark II armor, Tang Xiaofan dashed straight toward the castle's exit. As he ran, the soles of the Mark II suddenly erupted with streams of particles, propelling him sharply upward into the sky. He transformed into a streak of bright silver, arcing toward the sky. With engines at full power, in just a few seconds, he soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Hoo-hoo. Sir, please be advised. The Mark II armor is not insulated against the cold. If you ascend further, you'll start to freeze. I know, but this feels amazing. Let's take a patrol around our territory. Jarvis, set the course. Yes, sir. Tang Xiaofan shouted with excitement. He pushed the armor's speed even higher. With a thunderous boom, Tang Xiaofan broke the sound barrier. Behind him, the air rippled and formed a circular shockwave. Planning your flight route now, Jarvis announced. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, Tang Xiaofan immediately followed the flight path projected on his HUD. He soared over the goblin tribe, catching sight of the 2nd Battalion advancing on the ground below. But he paid them no mind. Everything was proceeding according to plan. There was no need for him to intervene. Thanks to the arc reactor, the Mark II armor had achieved tremendous speed. Though Mach 1.3 couldn't match some supersonic jets, it was already far faster than most flying vehicles. Before long, he circled back above the castle and gazed down from high above. In his eyes, his own castle was still just a small town. But now, with the arc reactor, everything was about to change. He didn't linger for fun. After all, the beast tide was approaching, and there was serious work to be done. He quickly returned to the castle. He ordered the blacksmiths to begin forging new elements, while everyone else focused on preparing the coils and platforms for the arc reactor, getting ready for mass production. Meanwhile, in the World Chat channel, many lords were analyzing the upcoming beast tide. There were less than 2 hours before the beasts arrived. At that moment, some began to voice their pessimism in the chat. No, there's just not enough time. I still don't see any hope. My castle is in danger. I'm in the same boat. Honestly, I've lost all hope. I'm ready to face death. Take care, brothers above. Maybe there's still a glimmer of dawn. A glimmer of dawn? Many castle lords at the bottom rung wore expressions of despair. They saw no hope at all. Their troop types were inherently weak, born with little strength. Even hunting monsters required extreme caution. One misstep, and they'd lose more than they gained. In the previous castle defense battle, their troops had already suffered heavy losses. Now, another beast tide was coming. Even if the scale was random, it was hard for them to see any light at the end of the tunnel. In this moment, they couldn't help but envy those castle lords with top-tier troops. Those people stood at the very pinnacle among the hundreds of castle lords. They weren't worried at all about whether they could withstand the beast tide. All they cared about was fighting for those rare 100 spots on the power rankings. This is so unfair. Why are other people's units advanced or top-tier, while mine are the weakest, most basic ones? They call this a fair battle of the races. There's no fairness at all. Many castle lords complained and voiced their dissatisfaction in the World Chat channel. But all they could do was vent. No one could change the fate that had been decided from the very beginning. If you ended up with low-tier units, you could only blame your bad luck. It wasn't just them. Hadn't many top castle lords also claimed before that the game is unfair? But what could anyone do? Did they really expect the game master to just delete Tang Xiaofan's account? Reality was reality. Whether you liked it or not, you had to accept it. At this moment, in the midst of the World Chat channel, a castle lord suddenly floated a bold idea. Someone mentioned before that castles could be relocated. So, is it possible to avoid the beast tide by simply moving the castle heart and abandoning the castle? Genius. That's right. The castle heart can be moved. Exactly. If the castle disappears, then the beast tide naturally loses its target. Isn't that cheating? A clearly ill-intentioned fellow chimed in. So what if it's cheating? I'll do whatever it takes as long as I can survive. Don't mind that troublemaker. I've tested it. When you move the castle heart, there's a message saying that if you do so during the beast tide, you'll lose your status as a castle lord. I tried it too, and got the same message. Oh, so if you lose your castle, aren't you just a wanderer? And if you lose your castle lord status, what about your home country on Blue Star? Come on, are you serious? If you don't even have the guts to face the first beast tide, how do you expect to compete in the battle of the races? Still worried about Blue Star? Honestly, just losing your castle lord status and not dying on the spot is already merciful. At least your Blue Star Nation won't be punished. Crude, but makes sense. This is a sliver of hope. If a castle lord knows they can't possibly resist the beast tide and will likely be eliminated, they can use this method to avoid complete disaster. At least they'll live. Thank you all. I found a way out just in time. I'm a wanderer now. Not a refugee, a wanderer. I gave up my castle too. I couldn't defend it. Becoming a wanderer is my only chance to survive. You guys are really quick to act. Can anyone share what changes after you become a wanderer? I'll go first about what it's like to become a wanderer. First, you're no longer a lord of the castle. The castle is gone. Second, you can't recruit troops anymore. Lastly, as a wanderer, you can now level up by slaying monsters and gaining experience yourself. I've switched to being a wanderer too. The castle faction is simply unmanageable. I changed to a wanderer as well. I don't even care if I can't take part in the grand race of all races anymore. That's right. Even as a wanderer, you can still grind levels by fighting monsters. There's still hope of becoming a god. Oh, cut out with the talk of gods and thrones. At this point, just being able to survive is good enough. Wanderer, a new identity, a new beginning. In no time, a flood of former castle lords gave up their old titles and turned to the path of the wanderer. They knew they couldn't withstand the beast tide. Rather than dying in vain to monsters, it was better to start anew as a wanderer. Soon, one new group after another began to emerge within the circles of the castle factions. They could still chat on the World Channel, trade on the Exchange Channel, and even level up by slaying monsters. The difference between them and the castle lords was clear. Wanderers had no castles, couldn't recruit troops, and couldn't amass vast armies to vie with the native powers of the divine and demonic continent. They lost their foundation, their right to compete in the grand race of all races. Yet in the end, this was a chance to survive when all seemed lost. Wanderers carried no shackles, no restraints, no burdens. The world lies beneath our feet, free for us to roam as we please. My luck was rotten. I rolled a low-tier troop. But now, I've started over and taken control of my own destiny. No more talk of unfairness. I swear here and now, I'll become the most powerful wanderer, the first to ascend as a god. Old 2, I'll come find you soon. Great. Let's form an alliance. The Wanderer Alliance. Count me in. In the blink of an eye, the world chat was flooded by wanderers, their messages about forming alliances everywhere. Many top castle lords were left dumbfounded. Wasn't the main storyline of the divine and demonic continent supposed to be about castle wars and the struggle among all races? Weren't the castle lords meant to be the protagonists? In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan, who was reading the world chat, was momentarily stunned as well. In the space of a single breath, a massive Wanderer alliance had sprung up, and it was still growing rapidly. What did this mean? It meant that this world was brutally unforgiving, that countless castle lords, overwhelmed by pressure, were forced to seek a new path. Thus, the Wanderers were born. Castle Lords, the Wanderer Alliance. This world is becoming more and more interesting. In Tang Xiaofan's eyes, the mass exodus of castle lords turning into wanderers hadn't actually weakened the overall power of the castle factions. Because those castle lords who switched professions to become wanderers were all rather weak, their departure hardly made an impact. On the contrary, their leaving behind meant more resources for the remaining castle lords. This allowed those who stayed to strengthen their forces even more rapidly. With the weakest lords weeded out, the castle powers became further concentrated in the hands of the top lords, accelerating their growth. In the long run, this would greatly boost the power of the castle factions. Rule over the world lies in the hands of only a chosen few. As the age of castles advances, more and more lords will find the pressure unbearable and choose to become wanderers. Only those who hold out until the end will stand atop the world. After all, wanderers are, in the end, just wanderers. How could a lone individual possibly stand against the might of the castle lords? Faced with the overwhelming tide of castle power, even a wanderer's alliance can only stand aside. This world belongs solely to the castle lords. Wanderer factions can be nothing more than vassals, sheltered beneath the wings of the castle powers. In time, the ranks of wanderers may grow vast, but they'll never be able to stir up true upheaval. Ultimately, the fate of the divine and demonic continent rests in the hands of the castle powers and the native forces. Tang Xiaofan glanced again at the world announcement. It showed there was only 1 hour and 45 minutes left until the beast tide arrived. That's about the length of a standard movie. Time would pass in the blink of an eye. The Battle Power Leaderboard. There are only 100 spots in total. So, out of hundreds of castle lords, only 100 can claim the rewards, and the top rank earns a unique prize. This is truly ruthless. To rise from hundreds and be counted among the top 100 contenders. And that one unique reward, supreme and singular, will go to only one. Obviously, for the sake of this reward, every lord with a top-tier soldier type will fight with everything they have. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't resist the temptation. But what exactly is the throne of the God King? Tang Xiaofan noticed that the world announcement mentioned both the authority of the gods and the throne of the God King. The former was easy enough to grasp. But the latter, was the God King's throne a mere symbol of status, or was there a real throne to be claimed? The questions swirled in Tang Xiaofan's mind, but no answers came. He could only let the matter rest for now. After closing the world chat channel, Tang Xiaofan reached out to the little lowly in the underground world, asking about her castle's defenses. She replied that her castle was perfectly safe and assured Tang Xiaofan he needn't worry. Tang Xiaofan realized he might have been overthinking things. Even if her castle didn't quite match his own Black Tech fortress, it was still every bit as formidable as those held by the top lords. After all, within the Iron Dwarf's fortress alone, there were already 3 different types of purely defensive structures. The outermost wall, together with several watchtowers, tightly encircled the castle, making its defenses truly formidable. In addition, Xavier the dwarf, who had pledged loyalty to the little girl, had now been promoted to a king-rank leader. The number of dwarven warriors in the Black Iron Dwarven fortress had reached several hundred, each donned in armor and wielding weapons, armed to the teeth. With such a powerful fortress, it was hard to imagine it would fall to a mere initial beast tide. What's more, the little girl enjoyed the favor of the goddess of fortune. Tang Xiaofan believed that, even if danger arose, the little girl would always find a way to turn misfortune into blessing. Tang Xiaofan. The little girl sounded cheerful as she sent a message to Tang Xiaofan. Now that I've become a ranger, does that mean I can leave the underworld and come find you on the surface? Browsing the world chat channel was the little girl's only pastime, so she was even more up to date on current events than Tang Xiaofan. She knew things he had missed or never heard about. With all the excitement surrounding the ranger class, she had of course caught wind of it long ago. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment before replying. Changing jobs to a ranger only grants you a temporary freedom. You won't have to fend off beast tides, but danger still lurks nearby. A ranger ventures alone across the god and demon continent, and especially now, in the depths of the underground world, things are even more perilous. Don't rush blindly into becoming a ranger. Besides, the world is vast and unpredictable. You're countless miles from the forest where I am. How could you possibly make it to me all by yourself? Tang Xiaofan's calm analysis made the little girl realize this plan wouldn't work for now. Oomph. She gave a little frustrated tap to her head. Tang Xiaofan continued. Focus on developing your black iron dwarven fortress. Hold firm, and in time, you'll have a chance to meet me. Okay, Tang Xiaofan, I'll do as you say. With that, their conversation ended, and Tang Xiaofan felt reassured that things on the little girl's end were more or less under control. Now what I must do is defend my own high-tech fortress. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, then reached out to the 2nd Battalion, who were still assaulting the Lizardman tribe. He ordered his warriors to wrap up their battle with the Lizardman tribe as soon as possible and return to the high-tech fortress. He also instructed the 2nd Battalion to relay his coordinated defense orders. The Goblin tribe was now under his command, and the goblins in the tribe were his own troops. By deploying the Goblin Legion, he could further strengthen the defenses of the high-tech fortress. Moreover, as a weak local power, the Goblin tribe might not escape the ravages of the beast tide either. With their current strength, they could be wiped out completely. That would be detrimental to his overall score. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2nd Battalion and the Lizardman tribe had reached a fever pitch. The houses of the Lizardfolk tribe were built from piled stone, appearing primitive and rough-hewn. Because the Lizardfolk themselves were of formidable size, their stone dwellings were constructed tall and imposing. In their own way, these homes even looked rather grand. This was a small Lizardfolk tribe, with only remnants of their civilization still lingering. There were about 500 Lizardfolk living in the tribe. But after the battles in the underground world, their numbers had dwindled to around 400. Moreover, all those who had fallen in battle were elite warriors. This loss had dealt a direct blow to the tribe's overall strength. At this moment, fierce combat raged in the valley. Attack! Drive out these evil beings from another world. Protect the tribe. Shame on the goblins, who have chosen to serve outsiders, bowing at the feet of those who worship dark gods. Such disgrace for the wise races of the divine and demonic continent. They must never be forgiven. Once we defeat these invaders, we'll sweep through the goblin tribe and make them pay for their betrayal. No warrior of the tribe may retreat. Roars and howls echoed through the valley. Led by the tribe's chief, a level 18 peak Lizardfolk chieftain. Behind him stood 5 commanding Lizardfolk officers. Originally, this tribe had 8 commanders, but 3 had already perished in the Goblin tribe's underground battlefield. Apart from these leaders, over 300 Lizardfolk fought across the valley. Nearly 200 of them were elite warriors. Lizardfolk were born fighters. Even the youngest among them could pick up a weapon and charge bravely into battle. In this fight to defend their home, not a single Lizardfolk stood aside. Every one of them joined the struggle, determined to resist Tang Xiaofan's 2nd Warrior Battalion. Defiant ones, how dare you profane the Lord? The Lord is the creator of all living things, the judge of countless worlds, not some dark god. Those who blaspheme against the Lord shall be punished. Jean Eyre, wielding a twin-bladed giant axe, swung toward the head of a Lizardfolk commander. A flash of cold steel, swift as lightning, and the 2nd Lizardfolk commander fell beneath his blade. Jean Eyre had already slain 2 level 16 high commanders with ease. With 2 commanders and more than a dozen elite Lizardfolk now fallen to his might, the surge of energy he gained pushed him past the threshold of level 20. A brilliant golden aura flared up around him as he advanced. He ascended straight to level 20 amid the chaos of battle. Followers of the Dark God, meet your end. With a thunderous crash, a 2-meter-long spiked club fell from above, slamming down in front of Jean Eyre. The one who had arrived was none other than the chieftain of the Lizardfolk tribe, a level 18 peak Lizardfolk warrior. Defiant one, Jean was fearless. He gripped his massive battle axe and swung it down upon the giant iron mace forged from refined steel. A thunderous crash rang out as axe and mace collided, and in that instant, a powerful shockwave of energy erupted, surging hundreds of meters across the battlefield. Within this radius, many of the lizardmen struggled to keep their footing, yet the warriors were barely affected at all. After all, the average level of the 2nd Battalion was as high as 14, and the balance system of the Mark II battle armor was incredibly advanced, allowing them to shrug off such a shockwave with ease. The warriors charged into the ranks of the lizardmen, their movements utterly unhindered, cutting down their foes with ruthless precision. Machine guns and giant axes wove a deadly noose, tightening mercilessly around the remaining lizardmen. In terms of level, strength, and even the very essence of their beings, the lizardmen were simply too far behind. They were no match for the warriors. Even the lizardman commanders on the battlefield were swiftly felled beneath the heavy axes. The formidable power of the lizardman chieftain wasn't enough to force Jean back even a single step. Instead, the chieftain himself was sent stumbling backward, battered and disheveled. How is this possible? The lizardman chieftain was astounded. He was a peak level 18, facing a warrior who had only just reached level 20. Yet he couldn't shake his opponent at all. It was as if he were striking a boulder. His full strength couldn't even leave a mark. Or these steel-clad monsters, wrapped head to toe in armor. Could it be they had no flesh and blood at all, but were beings made entirely of steel? A savage expression soon twisted the chieftain's face. His green skin bristled, and fury gleamed in his eyes as he roared at Jean. "You creatures from another world, why have you invaded my tribe?" Jean raised his arm, the one mounted with a machine gun, pointing it straight at the lizardman chieftain's head. His gaze was cold as he replied, "The goblins of the underworld are followers of our lord. Your tribe attacked them without permission. By order of our lord, we are here to purge all who defy him. All who defy him." The lizardman chieftain bellowed in rage. "The wise races of the divine demon continent have no need for faith. We shall never surrender." By now, the other warriors had finished their battles and leveled their weapons at the chieftain. "There's no point resisting any longer." Jean gestured for him to look around and said coolly, "The Almighty Lord has descended upon this world. Now it rightfully belongs beneath his glory. Faith will make all people stronger, and it can redeem your fallen souls. That's just the seduction of an evil god's faith." The chieftain glanced around the battlefield, where the chaos of battle had all but faded. He realized that most of his kin had already perished. Clutching his spiked mace tightly, he stared at the unfamiliar machine guns. He didn't know what they were, but the flames and chains of steel they spat forth were a deadly threat. Surrounded by so many powerful, steel-clad beings from another world, he felt immense pressure bearing down on him. Yet his will was unshakable, steadfast in his belief that these iron monsters were mere puppets of evil deities worshipped by fanatics. The age of faith in the gods has vanished from the continent of gods and demons. Now is the era of truth. Why should that which has faded away return again? Shame on you, blasphemous evil gods. The lizardman chieftain watched his tribesmen fall with bitter reluctance, his rage exploding as he unleashed every ounce of magic within him, channeling it all into the spiked club in his hands. Then, in a desperate gambit, he shattered the shackles of his own limits, burning his very life force to force his power up to level 20. Battle Unit 2 took one look and gave the command. "Fire." Instantly, a torrent of muzzle flashes erupted. Bullets poured down like a deadly rainstorm, tearing toward the lizardman chieftain. He dodged desperately, barely evading a fatal blow. But the hail of bullets was simply too dense. He couldn't escape them all. Rounds grazed his back, carving gashes several dozen centimeters long, leaving raw, bloody wounds that exposed the bone beneath. The agony nearly made the lizardman chieftain black out, but he forced himself to focus, desperately fleeing toward the shadowy forests beyond the mountain valley. "You can't escape." Battle Unit 2 was even faster, its steel armor a specter in the darkness. Wielding a massive twin-bladed axe, it blocked the lizardman chieftain's escape route in the blink of an eye. "Out of my way!" Now drenched in blood, the lizardman chieftain bellowed in fury. Time was running out for him. He raised his gigantic spiked club high, veins standing out across his body, and swung it down at Battle Unit 2 with all his might. At the pinnacle of level 20, the chieftain's life force surged within him. A strange power coursed through his veins. As a king-tier warrior, he was a force to be reckoned with, his strength nothing short of terrifying. This furious blow, had it been the level 18 goblin chieftain from before, he would have stood no chance. After all, the lizardman race is renowned for their sheer physical power. In a contest of pure strength at equal levels, few races could rival the lizardmen. Among all the myriad races of the continent of gods and demons, the lizardmen stand at the very top when it comes to raw might. Yet as the lizardman chieftain unleashed his furious strike, Battle Unit 2 remained perfectly calm. As a frontline warrior built for the thick of battle, close-quarters combat was his specialty. A mere clash of strength? He had nothing to fear. Excellent. With a low growl, Battle Unit 2 became a blur, swinging his massive twin-bladed axe in a wide arc. At the very edge of that arc, the axe blade met the lizardman chieftain's spike club. A thunderous crash resounded. The lizardman chieftain was hurled through the air, and half of his iron-forged club tumbled end over end before his eyes. Impossible! The chieftain roared, his voice tinged with terror. His spiked mace was a high-level weapon, yet now it had been sliced in half by a mere afterimage, leaving only a small, jagged piece behind. He could hardly believe it. Suddenly, a wave of searing pain surged through him. Only then did he realize his right hand was gone, leaving behind a severed arm that gushed blood. This was the shock wave of a terrifying power. It had torn his body apart by sheer force. His eyes widened once more, catching sight of half a body on the ground. Were those his own legs? The Lord says, all things in this world are bound by fate. To defy the destiny bestowed by the Lord leads only to destruction. Jean Eyre, wielding a massive axe, stood above the bisected lizardman chieftain, his cold gaze unwavering. He looked every bit the god of war. His presence was overwhelming, awe-inspiring. The lives of gods and demons alike, their fate lies only in their own hands. The lizardman chieftain was in agony, but he refused to give in. Even as the end approached, his yearning for truth remained unshaken. He believed, with absolute conviction, that faith was nothing but the lure of false gods. Yet, this did not stop him from dying. His body was fated to become meaningless nourishment, returning to the earth. In the battle, returned to the Black Technology Fortress. At Jean Eyre's command, the warriors swiftly began to clear the battlefield. Before the lizardman chieftain's death, nearly all the lizardmen on the field had already fallen. Most of them, at the very sight of the warriors, had chosen to flee, offering no resistance. Thus, the lizardman ranks crumbled entirely, suffering near total annihilation. Within mere minutes, under the warriors' relentless pursuit, not a single lizardman was left standing in the valley. The ground was littered with their lifeless bodies, soaked in blood. Then, with a thunderous crash, the heart of the lizardman tribe, their sacred totem, was toppled by the warriors. Stone houses and towers within the tribe, as if stripped of their foundations, crumbled one after another, reduced to heaps of ruin. At the same time, a number of warriors were bathed in golden light. They were advancing to a higher level. Having conquered the lizardman tribe and slain over 300 lizardmen, including one level 18 lord, 5 commanders, and nearly 200 elites. Many warriors who had been at the peak of their current level were immediately promoted. Despite the brief but intense battle, the warriors emerged just as before, unscathed, tireless, their professional discipline allowing them to conserve their strength remarkably well. Jean Eyre nodded in satisfaction. This squad would no longer belong to the main warrior regiment. They would become the Lord's blade, and he issued his orders. Take only what's most important. We'll come back for the rest once the beast tide has passed. At your command. The most vital spoils, naturally, were soul stones and similar treasures. As for the equipment scattered across the battlefield, and the lizardmen's stores of food, wood, and stone, there was no time to haul them back to the Black Technology Fortress now. They would have to wait until after the beast tide to retrieve them. Next, Jean Eyre summoned the Goblin Elder. The Goblin Elder had also taken part in the battle, fighting with remarkable bravery. As for the few goblin warriors he had brought with him, it was unfortunate. They had all fallen beneath the lizardmen's spike clubs. Honored messenger of the divine, the Goblin Elder prostrated himself before Jean Eyre with utmost respect. He, too, had gained a wealth of combat experience, a special privilege granted to those who had become part of Tang Xiaofan's forces. Yet in the Goblin Elder's heart, he firmly believed this was the favor of his lord, a blessing and a reward bestowed upon him for his courageous deeds by the all-powerful master. Because of this, his faith in Tang Xiaofan rose to a whole new level. At this moment, Jean Eyre spoke. The Lord has issued a divine command. You are to return to your tribe at once and gather every goblin. The entire tribe must relocate to the Lord's high-tech fortress to take shelter from the approaching beast tide. At your command, honored messenger. All praise be to the Almighty Lord. The Goblin Elder scrambled to his feet, and dashed out toward the edge of the valley. Because the goblin tribe in the underworld had already suffered attacks from the lizard men, they were long prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. When the goblin elder returned with news of the lizard man tribe's complete annihilation, the entire goblin settlement erupted in excitement. He then announced the coming beast tide and the order for everyone to seek refuge in the high-tech fortress. In no time, 1,000 goblins, jubilant and full of hope, lined up and poured out from their subterranean world. All hands, to the Lord's fortress to escape the beast tide. Move out immediately. Yes, long live the Lord. And so, a mighty procession set off for the high-tech fortress. They needed to reach the Lord's refuge before the beast tide struck, so everyone traveled light and moved at a swift pace. Elsewhere, the 2nd Battalion of warriors had also returned in full strength to the high-tech fortress. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed in the sky, yet the forest had fallen eerily silent, as if holding its breath before the coming storm. At last, the roars of wild monsters echoed once more, like war drums rousing the entire forest. Now, let's turn the clock back 1 hour. Tang Xiaofan was admiring the gentle yet radiant glow of the arc reactor when he received news from the front lines. Your farmer has slain a level 16 commander-class lizardman, earning 100 soul stones. Your farmer has slain a level 18 lord-class lizardman, earning plus 100 soul stones, plus 1 blueprint card, and plus 1 superior grade armor. Your unit has slain a level 12 elite-class lizardman, earning plus 21 soul stones. Your unit has destroyed the lizardman tribe's totem, earning an extra plus 100 soul stones. You have destroyed the lizardman tribe. The influence and reputation of your high-tech fortress on the continent of gods and demons has risen sharply. Special notice: the lizardman race's hatred toward your fortress has greatly increased. Inside the high-tech fortress, Tang Xiaofan gazed at the ever-appearing notification messages, his face beaming with delight. This battle with the lizardman tribe. The first war took place in the underground world, where the 2nd Battalion of warriors and the goblin tribe together slew over 100 elite lizardmen and 3 commander-level lizardmen. The second war unfolded in the lizardman tribe's own territory. Nearly 400 lizardmen were killed in total. 1 lord, 5 commanders, around 200 elites, and more than 100 ordinary lizardmen. Adding to that, the destruction of the lizardman's heart of the tribe. Tang Xiaofan calculated that, combining both battles, he had gained at least 1,000 soul stones. Maybe even more. Furthermore, by slaying the level 18 peak lizardman chieftain, he had unexpectedly obtained a blueprint. A bountiful harvest, without a doubt. Now, all that's left is to wait for the 2nd Battalion to return. And besides the 2nd Battalion, the goblin tribe is also on their way. Tang Xiaofan stood on the top floor balcony of his castle, his gaze piercing the walls to survey the dense forest beyond. Within the woods, ancient trees trembled, flocks of birds took flight, and the roars of monsters echoed like war drums. In less than half an hour, the first beast tide would sweep in. On Blue Star, at this very moment, everyone was watching the live broadcast. Even those who usually paid little attention were drawn in by this global storm. Have people in your country changed classes yet? They have. We had no choice but to go all in as wanderers. Sigh. The initial troop type was useless. A bunch of archers. No way they could hold off the monsters. Well, that's still better than being wiped out. Did you see what happened in Sprinkler Nation? Their country was just hit by a sudden magma eruption. Can you imagine? Magma bursting out in the middle of the city, the whole nation paralyzed. Yeah, no one is taking this manifestation lightly anymore. But did you catch the stream from that guy in Dragon Nation? He's incredible, right? If this goes on, the rest of us are just side characters. Yeah, I heard other countries are joining forces to put pressure on Dragon Nation now. Exactly. The descent of gods and demons is a calamity for all of Blue Star, and also an opportunity. Everyone's interests should be shared, and so should the risks. That's right, shared interests, shared risks. On Blue Star, at United Nations headquarters. Unlike the noise online, the global summit was now shrouded in unprecedented gravity. Our Dragon Nation expresses deep sympathy for the misfortunes faced by certain countries. At the same time, Dragon Nation is willing to provide what assistance it can. What? What assistance it can? We all know Dragon Nation's capabilities. You ought to help with everything you've got. That's right. The losses caused by the gods and demons continent invasion should be borne entirely by Dragon Nation. That's right. In my ugly nation's opinion, Dragon Nation must take responsibility. I, Rice Kingdom, second that. I, Cherry Blossom Nation, second that. I, Barrel Nation, second that. Seconded. In the midst of the heated crowd, as everyone joined forces to criticize Dragon Nation, a resolute voice rang out. I object. What you're doing is nothing but shameless bullying. The invasion from the Divine Demon continent is a challenge faced equally by every nation. Yet, the disasters we see now are a direct result of your own participants. You should reflect on why things have come to this. Your education and culture have major flaws. The speaker was from Little New Nation, one of Dragon Nation's staunchest allies. As fellow dragon-blooded, they naturally took pride in Dragon Nation's powerful standing on the Divine Demon continent. That's right. Don't think it's still 100 years ago. We Asians are not so easy to push around. This came from the Potato Nation's delegate, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, yet identifying himself as an Asian. Alongside them, representatives from Small Rice Nation, Flower Nation, and Not Red Nation all cheered in support of Dragon Nation. All this time, the representative from Polar Bear Nation had remained silent. He rapped the table lightly and spoke with calm authority. All right, enough of this bickering. The starting unit of Polar Bear Nation's participant was the Ice Dragon, one of the most elite units among the elite. Of course, after their assessment, they realized the gap between them and Tang Xiaofan of Dragon Nation was simply too vast. There was no hope of defeating him. Still, given the long-standing partnership between the two nations, Polar Bear Nation was confident they could maintain their cooperative relationship with Dragon Nation. Let's talk calmly. After all, the time for annexation hasn't arrived yet. And no matter how much noise we make here, it won't influence the decisions made on the Divine Demon continent. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaofan had no idea that his overwhelming strength was putting Dragon Nation under unprecedented pressure back on Blue Star. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. On the Divine Demon continent, the rule was simple. Might makes right. If anyone tried to preach equality and freedom to him, he wouldn't hesitate to show them what it truly means to be the most dominant lord of the castle. He recalled that if a contestant from one nation died, as long as the nation itself endured, a new representative would be sent. He wondered if those who perished in this wave of beasts had already been replaced with new contenders. Glancing at the World Chat channel, he saw more and more lords of castles crumbling under the pressure of the beast tides, abandoning their lordship and becoming wanderers instead. Without a castle, they no longer had to fend off the beast hordes. Many wanderers in the World Chat claimed they had escaped the calamity. Freed from the burden of defending a castle, they had gained a new kind of liberty, the power to shape their own destinies. Under their influence, the number of castle lords who switched jobs to become wanderers grew even larger. The group of wanderers was expanding continuously, their ranks swelling day by day. It almost seemed as if they were gearing up to challenge the power and influence of the castle factions. But were they truly free now? Not entirely. Tang Xiaofan was convinced that the wanderers' days of hardship were just around the corner. The only real gain they had achieved was escaping the beast tide, managing to cling to life by the skin of their teeth. The true ordeal of cruel survival simply hadn't descended upon them yet. This brutal and perilous world plays no favorites. The future awaiting the wanderers would only be fraught with greater dangers and a constant threat of death, far more so than for the castle lords. At the very least, castle lords still had the ability to recruit troops to defend themselves. Wanderers, on the other hand, were destined to face the world on their own. Compared to castle lords, the fate of wanderers was certain to be riddled with hardship and calamity. Those who fixated only on the present, ignoring the future, would struggle to survive in such a ruthless world. Of course, Tang Xiaofan could understand the choices they made. After all, many among them truly knew they could not withstand the onslaught of the beast tide, and had no choice but to abandon their identity as castle lords. Becoming a wanderer was simply a desperate measure to stay alive. If Tang Xiaofan were in their shoes, if he knew for certain his castle would be reduced to ruins by the beast tide, perhaps he would have made the same choice. After all, human nature is ultimately afraid of death. As long as one can survive, does it really matter if the path ahead is more dangerous, more unforgiving? Survival is hope. This, no doubt, was the mindset of some who chose to become wanderers. But alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Everything depends on how the wheel of fate turns for you. If when Tang Xiaofan was first transported to the divine and demonic continent, he hadn't been accompanied by the system, if he hadn't awakened Jarvis, then by now, he'd probably be banding together with a group of farmers, packing up his castle heart, joining the ranks of the wanderers, and fleeing for his life alongside them. But with the system at his side, his destiny was naturally different from the rest. With a sigh for the fickleness of fate, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the trading channel, and was surprised to find a flood of people selling food, timber, stone, and even refined iron. And what were they asking for in exchange? Without exception, soul stones and equipment. Clearly, these sellers were the newly minted wanderers. Without their castles, they no longer had use for such supplies. Only a small amount of food was needed to keep them going. They were trading for soul stones to enhance their own strength. Absorbing the energy within soul stones was one of the ways to level up. For the native inhabitants of the divine and demonic continent, this was the most efficient means of cultivation. The reason castle lords generally didn't use soul stones for their own cultivation came down to three main points. First, soul stones were a crucial material for upgrading troop buildings. Secondly, the lord of the castle can draw energy from the enemies slain by their troops, allowing them to rise in level much more swiftly. Thirdly, cultivating with soul stones is simply not as fast as slaying enemies. That's why the castle lords have little regard for this method of advancement. But now, the wanderers have arrived. Their need for soul stones far surpasses that of the castle lords. As for exchanging their goods for equipment, the wanderers are preparing for future battles. After all, without a castle, they've lost the ability to craft their own gear. If I'd known I'd be changing classes to become a wanderer, I never would have upgraded my troop buildings before. 100 soul stones completely wasted. I regret it too. If only I'd kept my soul stones. Is there any castle lord willing to sell soul stones? I'll pay a high price. I'll trade goods worth 10 times the market price for soul stones. I'm begging for soul stones here. Please, somebody help. The World Chat channel was flooded with wanderers desperately seeking soul stones. It's true that wanderers can also gain energy and level up by killing monsters. But they are weak and isolated, and every troop lost is one less fighter at their side. That's why they must do whatever it takes to strengthen themselves. Unfortunately, not a single castle lord stepped forward to answer their pleas. In fact, many castle lords snickered coldly, inwardly mocking these so-called cowards and losers. Indeed, in the eyes of some castle lords, the wanderers making noise in the world chat were nothing but failures, unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as true castle lords. A wanderer alliance? More like a band of losers. When the power of the castles rises, even the native forces of the divine demon continent will be swept away without mercy. This vast, boundless world is destined to be ruled by the castle lords. What can a mere wanderer alliance hope to achieve? Some castle lords grew increasingly arrogant, looking down on the wanderers in the world chat as if from atop a high tower. And of course, as for soul stones, they barely had enough for themselves. On Blue Star, in the main assembly hall of the United Nations headquarters, the debate over the invasion of the divine demon continent continued. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Dragon Country's response, the nation most likely to reap all the benefits, hoping to see how they would deal with the issue. Dragon Country is facing its own difficulties, as you all know. We've made some progress in recent years, but the challenges remain enormous. Hearing these familiar lines, representatives from every nation rolled their eyes in unison. Yet there was little they could do. Dragon Country's reasoning was sound. With our huge population and so many still living in poverty, the added mineral, forest, and stone resources are nothing but a drop in the ocean. But Dragon Country is a responsible major power. We won't stand by and watch people from other nations suffer. Our Dragon Nation is willing to provide aid to countries in need. As you all know, our products are affordable, and you can purchase them with loans. Hearing these words, the representatives of those nations suffering under the thousand-fold punishment nodded in agreement. Dragon Nation truly shoulders its responsibilities. It's far better than the Ugly Nation. These days, Ugly Nation clings to its status as the leader, yet refuses to contribute even a penny, only rallying others to collectively oppress Dragon Nation. But we've noticed that after many contestants from various countries are killed, new ones are quickly selected to replace them. So, can we use these new contestants to send messages to the divine demon continent? If so, perhaps we could achieve mutual development and shared prosperity. As for the batch of food and equipment we listed earlier, the food remains untouched, but the equipment was snatched up in an instant. The auction for the defensive building blueprint, the Arrow Tower, has also concluded, bringing in a total of 308 soul stones. Exchanging a single low-level defensive building blueprint for over 300 soul stones. This was an incredible bargain. If the drop rate for blueprints wasn't so low, there's no way the auction price would have soared so high. Besides, the beast tide was about to descend. Not to mention the wanderers who had forsaken their status as lords. Even the remaining castle lords were flush with resources and eager to bolster their defenses with arrow towers. After all, no one could predict the severity of the beast tide. Every bit of extra defense mattered. When life and death are at stake, no one holds back. In a way, Tang Xiaofan had arrived at the perfect moment. At present, my reserve of soul stones has reached 2,700. When a second battalion returns with their spoils of war, my reserve of soul stones might surpass 4,000. That was an astronomical figure. Tang Xiaofan was confident that no other castle lord's soulstone reserve could compare to his. He was, without a doubt, the wealthiest lord of all. Tang Xiaofan swept his gaze over the trading channel once more and found that many wanderers had raised the exchange rate for soulstones to 20 or 30 times what it used to be. As a result, a handful of castle lords had begun to trade. The castle lords exchanging goods were likely eager to upgrade and level up their castles. In this situation, they chose to use soul stones to purchase supplies in bulk at a discount. Still, those willing to trade were few and far between. Soul stones, which could be used to upgrade troop buildings, were always in short supply and high demand, rarely seen on the market. Only Tang Xiaofan had managed to trade the Arrow Tower blueprint for a stash of soul stones. As for other items, even equipment, it was nearly impossible to pry soul stones from the hands of castle lords. Castle lords clung tightly to such precious resources. Tang Xiaofan didn't bother with trading. Not even an exchange rate 30 times the usual price, let alone 50, could tempt him. His Black Tech town is currently classified as a low-level town. In order to upgrade it to a mid-level town, he would need 500,000 units of wood, 300,000 units of stone, and 100,000 units of refined iron. Even if he used all his soul stones to buy wood, stone, and other materials at low prices, it would still be nowhere near enough to meet the requirements for upgrading the castle. On the contrary, this would also delay the upgrades of troop buildings and the farmer factory, making it a loss rather than a gain. Tang Xiaofan casually closed the trading channel. At that very moment, Warrior Battalion 2 returned. Led by Jean Eyre, they saluted Tang Xiaofan. "Greetings, my lord. We have fulfilled our mission." The warriors followed Jean Eyre's lead and bowed respectfully to Tang Xiaofan. "Very good." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the group of warriors. All had returned safely. It was clear that the strength of Warrior Battalion 2 had grown formidable. Even if that fire dragon were to attack again, he no longer needed to worry about being short-handed. Now, Black Tech Town had firmly established itself in the forest, no longer afraid of most local forces launching an assault. In the future, once the protective shield was set up, Black Tech Town would be even more secure. At that moment, a figure suddenly swept across the sky. The warriors instantly raised their weapons, forming a protective circle around Tang Xiaofan. No need to worry, it's Jean Yi getting used to the battle armor. High above, Jean Yi soared through the sky, clad in armor powered by the arc reactor, executing swift aerial maneuvers. He spun, performed a graceful flip in midair, and unleashed two brilliant energy blasts from his hands, striking the dense forest far outside the town, setting off a tremendous shockwave. Because, after constructing the arc reactor, there was still a lack of sufficient experimental data, and this data was crucial for calibrating power output, weapon strength, flight stability, balance, defense, life support, and a whole series of other functions. It was as if the hardware had been upgraded. But JARVIS, serving as the operating system, needed to adapt to this new surge of energy. So now, Jean was being pushed to put the armor through its paces, conducting extreme tests again and again, to ensure that before it was officially deployed, the operating system would be as refined as possible. And Jean, after donning the new battle armor, was overjoyed. The most immediate transformation he felt was that he could now fly. Though he was a bit panicked at first, his powerful physique as a level 20 warrior helped him quickly master the art of flight. With his incredible speed, formidable defense, and tremendous power amplification, the Mark armor had truly transformed him into a god of war. At a wave from Tang Xiaofan, Jean landed from the sky, stood before him, and saluted. "My lord." "Good. Tell me, how does it feel?" "Battalion 2 just got back." Jean lifted his visor, his voice brimming with excitement. "It's powerful, unbelievably powerful, my lord. This is nothing short of a miracle." Indeed, the summoned farmer's understanding was still anchored in the distant past. The Mark armor that Tang Xiaofan gave them, with Jarvis's assistance, posed no problem for them to adapt to. However, truly understanding it was beyond their current comprehension. After all, these farmers only had an elementary school education. So naturally, they saw this as one of Tang Xiaofan's miracles. Tang Xiaofan didn't bother correcting them. At a time like this, any explanation would be futile. Moreover, the armor was controlled entirely by Jarvis's system. Anyone wishing to unleash its full power had to activate it through Jarvis. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Good, Jean, take your time to get familiar with it. Then summarize your experiences as soon as possible and set an example for the others." "Yes, my lord." Jean Eyre looked on enviously as his old superior soared into the sky once more, delivering the spoils of battle to Tang Xiaofan. The loot consisted of a suit of armor, a large pile of soul stones, and a blueprint. As Tang Xiaofan had expected, the soul stones collected this time numbered over 1,000, reaching a total of 1,453. The armor had come from the Lizardman Chieftain. Lizardman Chieftain's armor, damaged. Grade, Supreme. Effect 1. Greatly increases the wearer's defense. It carries the aura of the Lizardman Chieftain, which intimidates ordinary lizardmen to a certain extent. Special note, if equipped by a non-lizardman unit, it will increase the hatred value of the lizardman race, with a high likelihood of inciting their active attack. Supreme Grade, Defensive Armor. It's a pity it's damaged, and I can't wear it anyway. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment. Then he put the Lizardman Chieftain's armor up for a 3-hour auction in the trading channel, setting a buy-it-now price of 500 soul stones. Of course, it wasn't out of fear of provoking the lizardman race. Rather, the armor was simply too large. Without a body at least 5 meters tall, it couldn't be worn at all. Besides, it was just a damaged Supreme Grade item. He didn't find it particularly valuable. Auctioning it in the trading zone was the best way to make use of its remaining worth. As for why he set a buy-it-now price, the reason was simple. Less than 5 minutes remained before the Beast Horde arrived. By the time the 3-hour auction ended, the Beast Horde event would likely be over. The Lizardman Chieftain's armor was unlikely to fetch a high price. Setting a buy-it-now price allowed any castle lord who truly wanted this supreme-grade equipment to secure it immediately with a single bid. The appearance of this supreme-grade Lizardman Chieftain's armor naturally caused a stir in the World Chat channel. Many castle lords and wanderers speculated about what kind of battle could have damaged such a powerful piece of armor. The Lizardman Chieftain must be at least level 18. Boss Tang Xiaofan is just too powerful. Even as the beast tide approaches, he still has the presence of mind to attack the Lizardman's tribe. He's simply unstoppable. Tang Xiaofan's units are demons. Of course he's strong. Compared to demons, lizardmen are just second-rate intelligent creatures on the divine demon continent. They're nothing. A flat price of 500 energy stones. Boss Tang Xiaofan is dead set on being the ultimate profiteer. Well, it is a top-tier piece of equipment. After all, if you found a master blacksmith to forge it into a piece of Magitech gear, it would be his steel. I just wonder if anyone will actually buy it. Right now, that's a sky-high price. Who cares? I couldn't afford it anyway. Tang Xiaofan paid no attention to the bustling World Chat channel. Instead, his gaze lingered on the last azure blueprint in his hand. Unknown blueprint discovered. Would you like to appraise it? Yes, no. Naturally, Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Immediately, a dazzling light of appraisal appeared out of thin air, enveloping the blueprint. After a moment, the light faded, and the blueprint's true face was revealed. Heavy factory. Rarity, rare. Description: use this to obtain a factory capable of producing land-based mechanical equipment. A special blueprint. What incredible luck. Staring at the blueprint's details, Tang Xiaofan was once again dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that, apart from unit evolution blueprints, there would be special blueprints for buildings as well. This was a truly welcome surprise. Land-based mechanical equipment. That means I can produce vehicles and tanks and all sorts of machines for use on land. My luck is simply out of this world. Thinking of luck, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but recall the little girl from the underground world. When it came to luck, even Tang Xiaofan had to admit defeat in front of her. She truly put him to shame. But this time, Tang Xiaofan felt his luck had finally surpassed hers. The main reason was that the little girl's starting unit was the Black Iron Dwarf, a low-tier unit. Compared to Tang Xiaofan's farmers, Black Iron Dwarves were just not worth it. Tang Xiaofan had realized that, though farmers weren't high-level units and didn't have much potential as human counterparts, farmers were actually the backbone of the Divine Demon Continent's armies. After all, humans possessed not just strength and combat prowess, but also intelligence. Humans used tools to amplify their own abilities, like the Mark battlesuit or various weapons. And this heavy factory blueprint, the mechanical equipment it could produce, was just another tool for humans to enhance themselves. The Divine Demon Continent surely boasted wondrous technological heights, but so far, he'd only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. That's why Tang Xiaofan decided to use it himself. Would you like to use the heavy factory blueprint? Yes, Tang Xiaofan silently affirmed in his heart. In an instant, a rich golden light spread out in all directions. Immediately after, a massive factory, an iron and steel plant, appeared right before Tang Xiaofan's eyes. After summoning a few high-level farmers, he sent 200 of them into the factory, filling every single position inside. Once inside, the farmers all changed into blue work uniforms and donned yellow safety helmets, moving quickly and in great numbers. We've struck gold. This time, We're truly going to make a fortune. A look of tremendous joy broke across Tang Xiaofan's face. The heavy factory's notification revealed that it was capable of producing 3 types of vehicles. The first was a light armored truck called the Vulture, equipped with a heavy machine gun, designed for transporting supplies and military goods. For Tang Xiaofan, this was the perfect transport vehicle. No longer would the farmers have to haul carts between the resource points and the castle. The second was a heavy tank. Its enormous treads ensured it could cross any terrain, and the thick barrel promised overwhelming firepower. On either side of the chassis, sturdy steel supports hinted at the might of the main cannon, necessary to stabilize the gun for precise firing. The third vehicle was a colossal 4-legged battlefield robot. Towering over 10 meters high, its giant legs supported an immense weapons platform. The entire structure was spindle-shaped, bristling with cannons and missile launchers. Unfortunately, for now, only the light armored transport could be manufactured. The other 2 vehicles required the castle to be upgraded before they could be unlocked. This is already fantastic, isn't it, Jarvis? Yes, sir. This suggests there may be more blueprints for mechanical factories out there. Could there even be factories for airborne machines? Or for space vehicles? Sir, it appears this world once witnessed the rise of a highly advanced technological civilization. Exactly. That makes things very interesting, and well worth our exploration. So, for Tang Xiaofan, these factory blueprints were invaluable. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan immediately posted a buy request in the World Chat channel, seeking all kinds of factory blueprints, paying top price. Add me as a friend if you're serious. No time wasters. This sort of blueprint would inevitably be discovered by others sooner or later. The lords of the top castles would instantly recognize its value and pay a high price to obtain it. Waiting for someone to deliver it to him was unrealistic, and the odds weren't in his favor. Better to act first and seize the opportunity, relying on his unparalleled reputation and influence to secure the trade. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan publicly revealed the troop type of his own castle, confirming the secret that his troops were demons, all to create a sensation. After all, that was the core appeal. Selling him a blueprint and getting to add him as a friend would never be a losing deal. The World Chat channel exploded with excitement. Until now, all the lords of the castles have been speculating about the origins of the demons in the upper forest. Many believe there was a high chance that these demons belonged to Tang Xiaofan's army. Some of the top castle lords were even convinced of this. That's why they had formed alliances, preparing to face Tang Xiaofan's demon legion in future castle wars. But speculation is always just speculation. Even if the odds are 90%, as long as the truth hasn't been fully revealed, there are still uncertainties. Now, Tang Xiaofan has taken the initiative to confirm it, and you can even add him as a friend. This has finally settled the question. The demons of the forest have been defined. Black Tech Castle? As I thought, Tang Xiaofan's troops are really demons. My goodness, there really is a demon-type unit. These legendary beings, aren't they on par with the holy angels in terms of rank? With a demon legion on the field, who could possibly stand against them? This is, without a doubt, the hottest topic of our time. Tang Xiaofan even named his castle Black Tech Castle. It's obvious he never intended to hide the demon's secret. But even if he wanted to, he couldn't. As soon as the castle wars begin, his demons will be exposed immediately. I'm actually starting to worry about those top castle lords. Even the top-tier units are nothing compared to demons. With their might, they could easily crush dragons. The demons must have been nerfed. There's no way they're as powerful as in those fantasy novels, where even the weakest are demigods. Otherwise, Tang Xiaofan would have already conquered the forest by now. There are strengths and weaknesses even among top-tier units. My guess is that demons are the strongest of them all. That's exactly why Tang Xiaofan has been leading the race from the very beginning. Agreed, absolutely. Yet, none of the castle lords knew that Tang Xiaofan's so-called demons weren't top-tier units at all. They were nothing more than the most ordinary of farmers. The lowest of the low. Farmers who could be slain by a single monster. Farmers who could only survive by working together. Farmers who, in the early stages, consumed vast amounts of food just to stay alive. Of course, these farmers held incredible potential. Once they were equipped with marked battle armor, they became the demons everyone spoke of. Demons that had surpassed the very notion of top-tier units. By the way, what exactly do factory-type blueprints do? Are there really such blueprints? Duh. As the name suggests, they're blueprints for building factories. For most castle lords, they aren't much use, but for someone like Tang Xiaofan, they're more precious than soul stones. They go straight to the heart of the matter. No wonder even a powerhouse like Tang Xiaofan is showing up in public to acquire these blueprints. If only I could get my hands on a blueprint like that. Has anyone managed to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend? It seems even Brother Bei hasn't added him yet. Harder than winning the favor of the goddess herself. Exchanging a blueprint for a spot on Tang Xiaofan's friend list. Now that's a bargain. The value of being Tang Xiaofan's friend is worth more than being a top-tier lord of castle. There are hundreds of lords, and at least 80 to 100 of them are at the top level. But friends of Tang Xiaofan? You could count them on one hand. If you become Tang Xiaofan's friend, it's bound to help you immensely in the future. I'll stop at nothing to get that factory blueprint. Honestly, I just want to ask Tang Xiaofan one thing. When you wake up in the morning, do you brush your teeth first or go to the bathroom? The sister above has truly unmatched taste. The World Chat channel was now abuzz with talk of Tang Xiaofan. What started as a normal discussion quickly spiraled into a frenzy of gossip and wild speculation, reaching a fever pitch. It had completely overshadowed the imminent beast tide. Now, even in many alliance group chats, the hottest topics were Tang Xiaofan, his demons, and those elusive factory blueprints. Within the Alliance of the Gods, there were now more than 30 top castle lords in the group. It was, without a doubt, the most powerful and elite force in the entire circle of castle lords. Breaking news. Tang Xiaofan has made a public appearance, and it's confirmed. His troops are demons. The world chat is exploding with this. Do you think we're blind? This isn't good news for us, you know. Doesn't matter. It's just a troop type. The original mission of the Alliance of the Gods was to suppress Tang Xiaofan. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? With over 30 top-tier castle lords working together, even if Tang Xiaofan's troops were gods themselves, he'd still have to step aside. In the future, our Alliance of the Gods will only grow larger and stronger. Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle is nothing to worry about. If Tang Xiaofan knows what's good for him and keeps a low profile, fine. But if he ever crosses us, we'll topple his high-tech castle eventually. The lords of the Alliance of the Gods brimmed with confidence, because they had more than 30 allies, all of whom commanded top-tier troops. No matter how powerful Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle was, could it possibly stand against so many elite lords united? With this mindset, many castle lords simply didn't take Tang Xiaofan seriously. Of course, that was perfectly natural. No castle lord believed Tang Xiaofan alone could stand against the entire Alliance of the Gods. The Alliance's core mission was no longer just to suppress Tang Xiaofan. It was shifting, now aimed at conquering the world and sweeping away all the native forces of the divine demon continent. This is the transformation that comes from a surge of confidence. By the way, has anyone managed to loot a factory blueprint? That thing would be incredibly valuable for Tang Xiaofan. I haven't seen one. During the Castle Defense War, I did get 2 blueprints, but they were both for buildings. Factory blueprints are clearly special and much harder to come by. Looks like only Tang Xiaofan has managed to get this kind of blueprint. Judging by that extraordinary Lizardman chieftain's armor, it's obvious the chieftain is one of the strongest at level 18, and his tribe must be formidable. For Tang Xiaofan's Black Tech Castle to conquer such a tribe, just how powerful must it be? But in the end, Tang Xiaofan is just a castle lord like the rest of us. That's right, our Alliance of the Gods is absolutely unbeatable. I'm already offering a high price for any factory blueprints. We can't let Tang Xiaofan monopolize all the good stuff. Great minds think alike. I honestly don't understand what Tang Xiaofan was thinking revealing a blueprint like that. He could have just kept it to himself. Smart. But if you want to acquire those blueprints publicly, you have to make them known. Tang Xiaofan's real strength is his reputation among the castle lords. We have to admit, no one else is as well known as he is. Even if we all joined forces, we couldn't match his fame. That's his advantage. If anyone does get their hands on one of those blueprints, the first person they'll think of selling it to will be Tang Xiaofan. At this rate, the number of castle lords wanting to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend might soon reach the hundreds. As soon as these words were spoken, a brief silence descended in the Alliance of the Gods group chat. And not just the others. Even these top-tier castle lords would be thrilled to have Tang Xiaofan as a friend. It's just that none of them wanted to admit it out loud. This is the magnetic pull that comes naturally to those who stand at the very pinnacle, a force impossible to ignore. What's Bear Lord up to? Calling out to the big boss. Why hasn't he said anything today? Waiting for the beast tide. On the vast Karami prairie, Bear Lord stood on the balcony at the top of his ancient giant bear castle. In the courtyard below, dozens of imposing ancient giant bears lounged, stood, or sprawled, gathered in a mighty display. He scrolled through the lively world chat and the Alliance of the Gods' internal conversation. His brow was furrowed, deep in thought. Factory blueprints? Truth be told, such blueprints weren't that important to him. But still, he couldn't help thinking. If he ever got his hands on one, he'd give it to Tang Xiaofan, trading it for a friend slot. Since the day he arrived, He lost count of how many times Tang Xiaofan had rejected his friend requests. Every single application had been turned down. It was almost an obsession now. He was determined not to give up until Tang Xiaofan accepted his friend request. As for what he would do after adding Tang Xiaofan as a friend, he no longer cared to think about it. He simply wanted to use this gesture to quiet that lingering resentment in his heart. More than anything, he wanted to prove himself. If Lord Bei set his mind on something, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. He had no idea how much time had passed. A guttural roar from the depths of the courtyard snapped Lord Bei out of his thoughts. He lifted his gaze and looked off into the distance. There, at the edge of the grasslands, a dark line seemed to appear. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what it was, a beast tide. The beast tide was upon them. Prepare for battle. Defend the fortress of the ancient giant bear. A fierce chorus erupted in answer. Dozens of ancient giant bears, each as massive as a primeval beast, gathered around, encircling Lord Bei's fortress at the very center. Pairs of eyes, big as bronze bells, glared coldly at the oncoming surge of wild beasts in the distance. Tang Xiaofan has shown up in person, confirming his unit type is demon, and his fortress is a black tech fortress. Is there any connection between demons and black tech fortresses? Obviously, Tang Xiaofan's black tech fortress is hidden somewhere in the forest. In fact, it may not be far from some of our own fortress lords. We need to be extra cautious. We're still early in the game. Our alliance members can barely support one another. If Tang Xiaofan discovers us, he can pick off our fortresses one by one. So what should we do? The members of the Anti-Demon Alliance were deeply worried. The crux of the problem was that no one knew where Tang Xiaofan's black tech fortress was hidden. What's more, their alliance members were scattered all over the forest, making it impossible to gather together in a short time. Given the combat power the black tech fortress had already revealed, even a top-tier fortress lord would be no match for Tang Xiaofan's demons on their own. If it came to a castle war, they would stand no chance against Tang Xiaofan. No need to panic. Let's wait until the beast tide passes. We need to plan ahead, just in case. There's a way, and it's actually quite simple. As soon as the beast tide is over, we send out our units to search the surrounding woods. If we spot any sign of demons, it means Tang Xiaofan's fortress is nearby. If you know you're outmatched, relocate your fortress right away. Leave that area behind. Run away. It's not running away. It's a strategic withdrawal. We should also rally the other fortress lords in the forest to join the search for the Black Tech Fortress. As long as we can pinpoint its location, everything else becomes so much easier. Tang Xiaofan is out in the open, while we're hidden in the shadows. Toppling the demon fortress isn't impossible. It's decided then, after the beast tide, alliance members will redouble efforts to contact the other fortress lords in the forest, pool everyone's strength, and hunt down the Black Tech Fortress. Once we mark the location of the Black Tech Fortress, we can gather our forces and wipe it out in one decisive strike. As soon as the Black Tech Fortress is destroyed, the forest will belong to our Anti-Demon Alliance. Understood. At that moment, the entire forest began to tremble. A message was immediately sent by an alliance member. The Beast Tide is coming. My goal is the one and only reward from the Beast Tide event. I'm not that greedy. I'm satisfied if I can just win one of the 100 reward spots. Right now, the one most likely to get the unique reward is Tang Xiaofan. So what if Tang Xiaofan gets the unique reward? Sooner or later, our Anti-Demon Alliance will eliminate him. Everything he owns now will eventually belong to us. That's absolutely right. All right, let's leave the matter of Tang Xiaofan until after the Beast Tide event. For now, stopping the Beast Tide is our top priority. Best of luck to everyone. May you all win rewards. A burst of laughter echoed through the channel. Same to you. Black Tech Fortress. After uploading the information about the factory blueprints he had acquired, Tang Xiaofan no longer paid any attention to the World Chat channel. His eyes were fixed on the factory before him, rumbling with mechanical activity. The very first light armor truck was about to roll off the assembly line. Meanwhile, the other warriors and farmers were all preparing in an orderly fashion atop the city walls, ready at a moment's notice to face the oncoming beast tide. It had to be said, this blueprint had brought him immense profits. At the same time, it was apparent that the factory created from these blueprints was nothing less than a military workshop, a formidable one at that, a fully automated arsenal that could directly transform or into combat vehicles. That's why, even if someone offered a sky-high price of 1,000 soul stones for the factory blueprint, he wouldn't hesitate to buy it. A massive light armor truck was pushed out from the workshop. This is a huge win. Tang Xiaofan drew a deep breath. The arc reactor was currently replicating at full speed, and after the beast tide, he should be able to equip the Mark armor. But those were military supplies. For civilian use, especially for tools that the farmers needed. There hadn't been anything suitable until now. With this light armored truck, he could finally rest easy. After checking the specs of the new vehicle, Tang Xiaofan's smile grew even wider. The cargo capacity looked impressive. Not only could it haul stone, ore, and timber, it could also serve as a pioneer machine. With its massive tires and broad steel chassis, it could plow straight through the forest, knocking down trees and carving out roads, firmly linking the Black Tech Fortress to its subordinate resource sites and colonies. With that, Tang Xiaofan had absolute confidence that he could completely conquer the forest before him. Conquering didn't simply mean driving out the enemy. It meant having the means to control every resource within the occupied zone, and to extract them endlessly without interruption. In the past, his military strength was formidable, but without sufficient transport capacity, no matter how much territory he conquered, he couldn't turn it into usable resources. But now, things were different. Once the beast tide ended, he could finally begin expanding outward in earnest. Of course, the urgent priority now was to fight for the sole reward available during the beast tide event. There was no room for failure. You have lost the superior equipment. Lizardman Chief's armor, damaged, and received 500 soul stones. Tang Xiaofan let out a soft exclamation of surprise. He hadn't expected that someone would actually buy that superior equipment outright at a fixed price. And for a piece of superior equipment, that price was rather high, especially considering it was a damaged superior piece. Yet, surprisingly, someone had willingly taken a bait. Though I don't know who it was, it's clear they intend to use this superior equipment to compete for the Beast Tide event's reward. If they manage to win, the investment in this gear will pay for itself many times over. Tang Xiaofan quickly grasped the buyer's mindset. After all, if it wasn't for the Beast Tide's event reward, no one would have rushed to buy a damaged Lizardman Chief's armor at a set price. That's quite a bold move. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but offer a word of praise. With the soul stones I have now, I'm not far from upgrading the farmer factory to level 4. I've got 4,153 saved up, and with the 500 from the equipment auction, that's a total of 4,653. The next upgrade for the farmer factory would require 5,000 soul stones, and Tang Xiaofan was filled with anticipation. Once the beast tide passes, I should have enough soul stones. He then looked up, gazing toward the dense forest outside the high-tech castle. Right now, the woods were trembling, monster roars growing ever more frequent and deafening. Sensing something, he opened the World Chat channel. The world announcement had just been updated. Beast Tide Full Onslaught. PowerPoint's leaderboard now open. Almost simultaneously, a deafening rumble, like an earthquake, erupted. A swarm of wild monsters poured out from the forest, charging directly at Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. On the World Chat channel, the Beast Tide is finally here. There must be at least 1,000 of them. My castle is completely surrounded by the Beast Tide, but I'm not worried at all. I've got walls, arrow towers, and top-tier units holding the line. The Beast Tide won't take my castle down. My castle is done for. I completely underestimated how terrifying the Beast Tide would be. Compared to this, the Midnight Castle Defense event was nothing. With the Beast Tide upon us, it looks like many castle lords will be eliminated. The ones who survive are the true elites. Haha. Fortunately, I was prepared and gave up my position as the lord of the castle ahead of time. I switched my class to Vagabond. Where I am now, there's not a single trace of wild monsters. Managed to dodge a disaster. Vagabonds get lost. This is the era of the castle lords. Yeah, and what of it if you're a castle lord? Our Vagabond alliance will only grow stronger. We won't just sweep aside the local forces, but the castle forces as well. Haha, and you, the first to fall, dare to boast. In the end, only those who make it to the last will be the true victors. The Vagabond alliance will become a haven for the gods of freedom. Vagabonds are nothing but rootless drifters. We, the castle lords, are the true masters of the divine demon continent. Who can say what the future holds? The oncoming Beast Tide was far from being the only topic of conversation. Instead, it was the castle lords and vagabonds who first broke out in heated debate on the World Chat channel. Clearly, opposing factions had already formed. Perhaps it was only a matter of time before the vagabonds also laid siege to the castles. It wasn't out of the question. Tang Xiaofan paid no mind to the chaotic chatter of the World Channel. The Beast Tide was closing in on his high-tech fortress. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, stand ready. Wipe out any wild monsters that approach the castle. Use the walls as your defensive line, and hold back the Beast Tide. At your command, my lord. A sharp command rang out. The machine guns on the castle walls opened fire. In an instant, streams of bullets rained down, shredding the monsters at the front lines into pieces. The Beast Tide surged like a mighty wave. only to be dashed apart by this iron wall of bullets. Yet, the tide showed no sign of slowing. The soldiers had already taken their positions around the castle. From atop the battlements, they gripped their machine guns and unleashed a relentless barrage on the beast tide converging from every direction. Beneath the walls, all manner of wild monsters charged forward, howling madly. Monsters at the front fell under the gunfire, but those behind didn't even pause. They simply pressed on, trampling the fallen into a bloody pulp in the blink of an eye. Some of the monsters were massive, charging with their heads down, caring nothing for friend or foe. Anything in their way was sent flying. It was utter savagery. The roars and howls came in wave after wave. This time, the beast tide wasn't just made up of monsters on the ground. Flocks of avian beasts had gathered in the skies as well. They swooped down even faster, even fiercer, like squadrons of fighter jets diving towards the high-tech castle. It was a terrifying sight. All around the castle, even in the skies above, wild monsters could be seen swarming. Only the ground below seemed undisturbed. This was the true beast tide. And in the courtyard of the castle, Tang Xiaofan was clad in his mark armor, a massive double-bladed battle axe by his side, along with a gigantic sniper cannon, and a full 100 warriors standing at attention around him. As the lord of the castle, he could never be too cautious. The only good news was that the blood moon had yet to rise. The monsters roaming outside were merely driven mad by some mysterious force, losing their wits and growing frenzied, dangerously aggressive. Yet their strength had not surged to 3 times its normal level as it did at night. For every lord of the castle, this was a welcome relief. At that moment, the strange raptors circling the sky set their sights on Tang Xiaofan. With powerful, sweeping wings, they swooped down in a direct assault. As they skimmed low over the castle, the nearest raptors closed in within just 2 seconds. Their razor-sharp talons, as keen as blades, slashed straight toward Tang Xiaofan atop the highest tower, intent on tearing him to shreds. Courting death, Tang Xiaofan sat unflinching in his chair, not even sparing a glance at the oncoming avian beasts. Others had already prepared for battle. A flash of silver streaked through the air, tinged with a hint of crimson. The Mark II armor, powered by an arc reactor, revealed its fearsome might. Zhang Yi, piloting the Mark II, gripped the crimson war sword Tang Xiaofan had bestowed upon him. With a wet, slicing sound, in an instant, several raptors burst with gouts of blood. Before Tang Xiaofan even needed to lift a finger, the predatory birds had already been slain. Their bodies plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground below in a spray of blood. "Ha, this fellow!" Tang Xiaofan chuckled. But Zhang Yi did not relent. He pressed the assault, transforming into a streak of silver. Blade in hand, he unleashed a merciless slaughter upon all manner of monstrous raptors in the sky. Blinding speed, unstoppable weapons. The combination meant devastation. The monsters in the air met their doom. Only then did they realize, too late, that they were the ones besieged by a single man. Agonized shrieks, blood, and shredded feathers rained down from above, falling among the beasts below, and igniting a frenzy of monsters scrambling for the spoils. Zhang Yi swept the sky clean, then dropped down, kneeling with utmost respect before Tang Xiaofan. In a solemn voice, he said, "As your warrior, slaughter is my duty. Please, entrust the defense of the castle to me. I will bring victory to the city of black technology." He was asking Tang Xiaofan to rest, to refrain from joining the fray himself. Tang Xiaofan replied with a smile. "In matters of this magnitude, as lord of the castle, how could I stand aside while you fight? Zhang Yi, do not worry about my safety. There is no monster here that can harm me." There was not a trace of arrogance in his words. His current mark armor was also outfitted with the arc reactor. Even if he were to face that fire dragon alone right now, there would be no suspense. He could dispatch it with ease. However, only 2 reactors had been completed so far. The rest were still being manufactured in the blacksmith's forge. After all, the new element required a particularly stringent environment for production. There was simply no way to make it outside the forge. The forge possessed a kind of mystical power. As long as the blueprint was correct and the materials were sufficient, it could produce just about anything imaginable. The old blacksmiths from Farm 1, once inside the forge, seemed to transform into master craftsmen. But ask them to work outside, it became nearly impossible. There was no way around it. The most crucial component of the arc reactor, the metal ring made from the new element, could only be forged inside that workshop. So, while progress wasn't exactly fast, it wasn't slow either. By the end of today, 1,000 flight-capable mark armors would be ready for deployment. For now, only Zhang Yi could truly enjoy the thrill of battle. Still, Tang Xiaofan's words had given Zhang Yi all the reassurance he needed. Zhang Yi, a man of few words, bowed respectfully to Tang Xiaofan, then patted his crimson sword before transforming into a streak of silver light that shot up into the sky. My lord has spoken. Slaughter is redemption. Death is eternal life. Perish, you monsters! The flocking avian beasts circling high above were instantly turned into falling corpses, plummeting from the sky. With every flash of silver light, another avian creature was killed in an instant. Jean moved like a phantom, weaving through the void in a deadly dance that was both breathtakingly beautiful and chilling to witness. Incredible. So this is the power of the arc reactor. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but utter his admiration. A professional warrior is a professional killer, and a veteran of countless battles, with years of experience, is nothing short of a reaper of life itself. Against Jean, clad in a Mark II armor powered by the arc reactor, the monsters were like frogs facing a sports car, utterly outmatched, crushed by a force from another dimension. The avian monsters couldn't even catch a glimpse of Jean Yi's shadow before their lives were snuffed out. The skills and techniques Jean Yi wielded were designed solely for slaughter. In just a brief moment, he had already butchered dozens of avian monsters, among them even some 14th and 16th level commander class beasts. The sheer ferocity of Jean Yi's display left even Tang Xiaofan speechless in awe. Here comes another one. A lone avian beast, having dodged Jean Yi's interception, dived down toward them. You're the one I want. A 12th level elite monster was hardly worth Tang Xiaofan's attention. Gripping his double-bladed battle axe, he felt certain he could fell this elite beast with a single blow. Such was his confidence in the combination of the arc reactor and mark armor. This one's mine. Seeing the monstrous bird drawing closer and closer, Tang Xiaofan immediately prepared to strike. While shouting to Jean Yi, warning him not to steal his prey, the creature was nearly upon him, and, at that very instant, the massive, bird-like monster, stretching several meters long, suddenly exploded in midair. Severed limbs and a rain of blood cascaded down from above. However, before any of it could land on Tang Xiaofan, a dazzling flash of light purified everything in an instant. Tang Xiaofan looked up to see Jean Yi, who, worried that the bloody rain might sully his own body, had deliberately used his incredible speed and the cannon in his hand to cleanse the air. After dispatching the avian monster in one swift move, Jean Yi continued to mop up the wave of flying creatures approaching from above. In no time at all, the second wave of monsters attacking the castle was wiped out by him, leaving nothing behind. Only Tang Xiaofan was left standing in the wind, feeling thoroughly out of sorts. Every monster he had his eye on had been snatched away. Now, even the slightly stronger creatures, those that could survive the hail of bullets, were being frantically claimed by the warriors. Here, there was no room for courtesy or restraint. Their thirst for victory and pursuit of honor drove them to compete in a highly organized fashion. In fact, by the end, Jean Yi not only cleared the skies of every last bird monster, he even began using his lightning-quick speed to sweep up any stray creatures around the castle's perimeter. When will I finally earn my first blood? Tang Xiaofan stood alone on the castle rooftop, double-bladed battle axe in hand, ringed by a circle of warriors standing guard. He felt, to say the least, a bit awkward. As for the outer walls of the castle, there was still an ocean of monsters gathering. But Tang Xiaofan was far too smart to be lured outside chasing after a first blood. That would be suicide. At this moment, every last warrior of the Black Tech Castle had been mobilized. They stood tall atop the walls, firing their machine guns in a relentless barrage, raining death on the beasts surging toward the fortress. In less than half an hour, hundreds of wild monsters had already fallen. Looking out, the ground beneath the walls was littered with their corpses. Blood had soaked the muddy earth a deep, dark red. Fortunately, the hail of bullets was so dense it became a wall of death. An M429 machine gun supplied by JARVIS, blessedly equipped with infinite ammunition, meant the towering fortress walls were spared from being splattered with gore. Throughout the entire Black Tech Castle, Tang Xiaofan alone had nothing to do. He simply couldn't get to any monsters. The 100 warriors were like wolves on the hunt, searching for any that might slip through the net in the sky. The only others left idle were a handful of goblins and several militiamen from the now-destroyed Sweet Potato Kingdom Castle. Because of the beast tide, they had been relocated to the area between the inner and outer walls. Of course, they were not allowed to actually live inside the castle. Tang Xiaofan had made his position on that clear. So, for the past couple of days, they've been sleeping at the base of the outer wall at night, coming into the castle during the day to seek shelter. Elder, do you think we'll be allowed to stay in the holy city forever? A young goblin gazed at the goblin elder beside him, completely ignoring the thunderous roar of the beast horde outside the city. His eyes were filled with envy as he stared at the farmers preparing food in the dining hall. "Elder, why is it that only the Lord and the divine envoy are allowed to live in the holy city? Then why doesn't our tribe have such delicious food as they do here in the holy city? Why don't we have so many clothes in the tribe? In the holy city, you can get a haircut, take a bath, watch plays, and I've even heard there's a library, a place to study, and a hospital. Isn't the holy city just like paradise?" Indeed, compared to life in the tribe, this city of advanced technology was a world apart, a difference as great as heaven and earth. Sadly, the gods still look down on us, their believers, with utter disdain. The old goblin turned his head away, choosing not to answer the young goblin's questions. He awkwardly pretended to listen for updates from the battlefield, ending the conversation. The fighting outside remained fierce, mainly because the monsters attacked with reckless abandon, showing no fear. As for the possibility of them breaking into the city, Tang Xiaofan had never worried about that. His farmer's loyalty remained a perfect 100, unshakable devotion, fanatical faith. Even the goblins and militiamen who had surrendered maintained loyalty scores above 90, thanks to the various buildings and the influence of faith. There was no chance of betrayal. And yet, Tang Xiaofan trusted them not at all. Those who are not of our kin are sure to have different hearts. A faint, ironic smile tugged at the corner of Tang Xiaofan's mouth. Of this there could be no doubt. He was hardly short of manpower. The only reason he kept these goblins around was to have someone for the menial, back-breaking tasks. But as the lord of the castle, a powerful level 8, Tang Xiaofan found himself with nothing to do during the beast horde. An awkward predicament, to say the least. Then again, it only served to highlight the strength of his elite warriors. Since the battle began, not a single wild beast or monster had come close enough to scale the walls or break into his castle. Even the winged monsters soaring high above the city were swiftly and thoroughly dealt with by his most vigilant warriors. Tang Xiaofan noticed something else as well. During the fighting, golden light would occasionally burst forth from the warriors' bodies, a clear sign of advancement. Especially those who had just returned from missions not long ago. They were the first to level up in battle. Their starting ranks had been low, and the experience required for promotion was not great. With hundreds of wild monsters of various ranks killed, the experience gained was more than enough to propel them to higher levels. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to advance to level 9 during this beast horde. Tang Xiaofan was filled with anticipation. A level 9 life form was already considered a formidable force. Among the native powers of the divine demon continent, such a person would be seen as an elite, a qualified chieftain for a small tribe. And if he ever reached level 18, his strength would be on an entirely different level. Tang Xiaofan estimated that after this beast-tide battle, Warrior 1 should be able to reach level 20, while Warrior 2 had already reached level 20 in previous fights. He wondered whether Warrior 2 would advance to level 21 during this beast-tide. The only thing that bothered Tang Xiaofan was that now, he couldn't even kill a single monster himself. Every one of them was snatched away by his warriors, leaving nothing behind. Even if a stray flying beast managed to break away and approach, it would be slain instantly by the warriors before it could get close. The warriors simply gave these flying monsters no opportunity to approach them. Tang Xiaofan was neither fond of combat nor particularly skilled at it, but still, being unable to claim even a single minor beast left him feeling somewhat frustrated. After all, he had prepared so thoroughly, even equipping himself with the arc reactor. Not joining the fray, not even slaying a few minor monsters to baptize his double-bladed battle axe in blood. Didn't that make all his meticulous preparations utterly meaningless? Tang Xiaofan felt he had to do something, so he called out, "Warrior 1, drop a monster down here for me to handle." "At your command, my lord." Warrior 1 soared high into the sky, caught a bird-like creature that seemed merely to be passing by, knocked it out cold with 2 heavy punches, and then dragged it by its wings to Tang Xiaofan's feet. Tang Xiaofan gazed at the unconscious bird before him, unsure whether to kill it or let it go. In the end, he heaved a long sigh. With a single swing of his axe, he sent the creature on its final journey. Warrior 1 looked at Tang Xiaofan with wide, reverent eyes, his voice carrying a slightly hoarse undertone as he asked, "My lord, do you need me to catch another monster for you?" "That won't be necessary for now." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. "Go help the others hold back the beast-tide." "As you wish, my lord." Warrior 1 offered a respectful salute, then his figure blurred, dissolving into a streak of gray light and vanishing from sight. Tang Xiaofan felt the whole thing rather dull. He opened the World Chat channel. With the arrival of the beast-tide, the activity in the World Chat channel had dropped drastically. Nearly all the castle lords were fully focused on fending off the beast tide. Few castle lords could afford the leisure that Tang Xiaofan enjoyed. Of course, those who had already abandoned their castle lord status to become free-roaming wanderers didn't count. These people had no castle, and the beast tide had nothing to do with them. They could chat as much as they pleased in the World Channel. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be another batch of castle lords who won't live to see the sunrise tomorrow. Even if they're eliminated, they have only themselves to blame. If they had done what we did, they wouldn't have to fear the beast tide at all. There are plenty of castle lords who look down on us wanderers. That's only natural. They see us as failures, weak and cowardly. But just wait. One day, we'll show them with our actions that even wanderers can defy fate and turn the tables. That's absolutely right. Quick, check the power leaderboard. Damn, Tang Xiaofan, who's known as the strongest lord of all castles, isn't even in the top 3? Aren't Tang Xiaofan's troops supposed to be demons? Even the demons can't break into top 3? So what if they're demons? They're not actual gods. There are hundreds of castle lords with top-tier troops, all frantically racking up points. It's really not that shocking if someone surpasses Tang Xiaofan. Once this Beast Horde event ends, the legend Tang Xiaofan built is bound to be shattered. If another castle lord clinches first place and wins the event's sole reward, Tang Xiaofan's title as the strongest will be wiped away in an instant, and he'll fall from the pedestal, no longer praised. Tang Xiaofan was also scrolling through the World Chat channel. Reading these messages, he felt more curious than anything. He promptly opened the power leaderboard next to the chat. Initial Beast Horde power leaderboard. First place, Dragonfire Nest, power score, 245,601. Fourth place, Black Tech Castle, power score, 21,490. Ninth place, Tugwawan Castle, power score, 167,901. 10th place, Tyranno Castle, power score, 12,076. 19th place, Fortress of the Ancient Bear, power score, 10,480. 100th place, Black Smoke Castle, power score, 7,501. The power leaderboard was updating in real time. Every second, the numbers on the board shifted and changed. All the scores were climbing rapidly, and the rankings of the castle lords were constantly in flux, sometimes rising, sometimes being overtaken. Of course, this was to be expected. After all, the Beast Horde had only just begun, and all the castle lords were busy hunting monsters in the wild. The top-tier castle lords, in particular, were even more relentless. With only 100 reward spots up for grabs, the most powerful castle lords were pushing themselves to the limit. It was worth noting, Tang Xiaofan, who was hailed as the strongest castle lord, hadn't secured first place as many had predicted. Instead, others had overtaken him, and he was currently sitting in fourth. Fourth place was, admittedly, a remarkable achievement. If it were any other elite castle lord who had made the leaderboard, they'd be ecstatic. But for Tang Xiaofan, it felt underwhelming. After all, he was recognized as the strongest lord, commanding the legendary Hell Demons as his troops. Since his arrival, Tang Xiaofan had always been ahead of the pack, reigning at the very peak of castle power, unmatched and unchallenged. Many believed Tang Xiaofan should be holding first place. But now, there were 3 other castle lords ahead of him on the scoreboard. This came as quite a surprise to everyone. There are also those who believe that Tang Xiaofan's title as the strongest castle lord is nothing but an empty reputation, and that after demons became a troop type, they were not nearly as invincible as the legends claimed. The myth Tang Xiaofan created is about to become a fleeting memory. That's what many people think. After all, the rankings on the leaderboard are plain for all to see. This is the most tangible proof. As for Tang Xiaofan himself, he paid little attention to the leaderboard standings. He didn't show the slightest concern or anxiety about being in fourth place. The Beast Tide event had only just begun. A temporary setback doesn't mean much. However, Tang Xiaofan did take note of some of the castle factions on the leaderboard, committing their names to memory. These castle factions would surely achieve greatness in the future. They were worth his attention. Black Dragon Castle, Fire Dragon's Nest, Kingdom of Death Knights. Tang Xiaofan suddenly understood the reason for his current lag. All 3 of these castle factions specialized in large-scale warfare. Dragon Flame Breath, the Charge of Death Knights, and the Blazing Fire of Dragons. When facing the early waves of weak wild monsters during the Beast Tide, it was easy for them to carry out sweeping massacres. But once the more powerful, high-tier wild monsters began to appear, such mass slaughter would no longer be possible, and these 3 castle factions would struggle to rack up points as quickly. At that point, the advantage of his warrior squad would finally come to the fore. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan checked the rules for the point system again. and discovered that defeating monsters of different levels granted different numbers of points. Level 2 monsters, 10 points. Level 4, 20 points. Level 6, 30 points. Level 8, 50 points. Level 10 elites, 100 points. Level 12 elites, 200 points. Level 14 commanders, 500 points. Level 16 commanders, 1,000 points. Level 18 lords, 3,000 points. If one managed to defeat a monster above level 20, the points would skyrocket to 10,000, equivalent to slaying 1,000 level 2 monsters in one go. When those mid and high-level monsters appear, that's when my high-tech castle will make its move up the ranks. Right now, Tang Xiaofan was in no hurry at all. He was confident he could take first place on the Battle Power leaderboard. As for the mocking remarks in the World Chat channel, he didn't take them to heart. The one and only reward was destined to be his. What do you think about the Battle Power leaderboard, Wu Dang? Given that this was a matter of life and death, the Today in Divine Demon Continent production team spared no effort. Early that morning, Yuchi sat down with the show's regular guests, and today they had even invited a special guest. The wildly popular Wu Dang, the famous movie star who once starred in Battle Tiger, a film that became a global box office champion. I really don't think we need to worry about that at all. What's the point? The real focus should be on Tang Xiaofan, right? This brother Tang Xiaofan is truly remarkable. Just look at the machine guns on his city wall. Ever since the beast horde began, the gun muzzles atop the wall have not ceased firing, unleashing an endless torrent of bullets. Machine guns like these are pretty common on Blue Star nowadays, but listen everyone, it looks like the ammo for these guns is unlimited, and the barrels never need to cool down. Master Gung, am I right? Master Gung nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. The level of technology behind these weapons is definitely beyond anything Blue Star has. Cooling mechanisms are one thing, but unlimited ammunition? That's a concept that goes far beyond our current understanding. It's simply unimaginable." Wu Dang clapped his hands and declared, "Exactly. If we could bring this kind of technology back to Longhua, it would be earth-shattering. I agree with both Xiao Gung and Xiao Wu. In fact, with Tang Xiaofan's current situation, using technology that outpaces his era, or rather, surpasses his opponents, he's about to achieve dominance in this other world, the divine and demonic continent." The bureau chief also nodded, adding, "Maybe we've all been distracted by the monsters of the divine and demonic continent. Look at the factories and battle armor Tang Xiaofan has built. None of them are native to that world. Perhaps that's the real reason Tang Xiaofan and the others crossed over. A higher civilization is sending us a message far beyond what we know." Exactly. You could say that the other countries' contestants all chose the wrong path. Only our linguist Tang Xiaofan found the right answer. Everyone broke into applause. Yuchi beamed with joy and said, "Wu Dang truly is amazing. No wonder they call him the billionaire. He spotted what makes Tang Xiaofan stand out instantly. Yeah, by the way, when's Wu Dang's next movie coming out? Can't wait to see it." Basking in the praise, Wu Dang nodded and replied, "Soon. I've got fresh inspiration today. I want to bring Tang Xiaofan's adventures on the divine and demonic continent to the big screen. Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. It's sure to break the box office record set by War Tiger." As everyone showered Wu Dang's new project with compliments and anticipation, only Zhang Xiaoxiao's face showed a hint of gloom as she muttered, "What's the point of all this excitement? Tang Xiaofan's technology isn't coming back here with us. Damn it, this guy." Wu Dang just smiled and, pointing at the battle on the screen, said, "Well, you never know. This world is far beyond anything we can imagine. Ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Tang Xiaofan's demons aren't so impressive after all. The unique reward belongs solely to my Black Dragon Castle." Amidst the endless ridges of a certain mountain range on the divine and demonic continent stood a rather grand, high-level castle. Surrounding the castle, the ground was littered with countless charred corpses. Some of the bodies had already crumbled into ashes. High above the castle, dozens of shadowy black dragons circled and swooped, unleashing torrents of dragon fire onto the beast horde below. Dozens of scorching streams, infused with dark power, poured down in unison, like rivers of dark crimson lava. Wherever the flames swept, monsters of the wild fell in swathes, collapsing one after another. In a war of this magnitude, dragons were nigh invincible, holding an overwhelming advantage. Dragon fire, draconic sorcery, nearly every attack was a devastating area of effect strike, perfect for racking up points on the battle leaderboard. That Tang Xiaofan, I thought you'd be so much stronger. That title of strongest lord of the castle, it's destined to be mine. The unique reward, haha. On the balcony at the top of the castle, a young man clad in high-tier gear laughed boisterously, his voice echoing in triumph. At the same time, he commanded his Black Dragon battalions, orchestrating a sweeping massacre of the beast tide. His score had already soared to the top of the battle leaderboard. With every passing moment, his battle points climbed ever higher, widening the gap between him and those trailing behind. In his mind, the only one with a chance of challenging his lead was the Lord of the Fire Dragon's Nest, whose castle followed closely behind his on the rankings. He knew the Lord of the Fire Dragon's Nest, a friend, and a fellow member of the League of Gods. That Lord's troops were mighty flame dragons, top-tier dragonkin, just like his own black dragons. Only the Fire Dragon's Nest was worthy of his caution. As for the Demon Castle, which had slipped down to 4th place, he barely spared it a thought anymore. The gulf in battle points was simply too vast. Catching up would be no easy feat for Tang Xiaofan. After all, his Black Dragon forces were on a relentless rampage through the Beast Horde, and his battle points were skyrocketing, pulling ever further ahead of the Tech Fortress and even the 3rd-ranked Death Knight Nation. The Tech Fortress isn't worth worrying about. The young man scrolled through the battle leaderboard, his grin growing ever wider. At that moment, a piercing chorus of shrill cries swept in from the distant sky. He looked up, and there, on the horizon, a massive flock of avian monsters swept forward, their enormous wings beating the air as they surged toward the battlefield. There must have been dozens of them at least. The weakest were elite rank, and the strongest soared at the formidable level 16 warlord tier. More points delivered right to me. All black dragons of level 12 and above, move out. A chorus of enraged roars answered his command. In an instant, more than a dozen immense black dragons vaulted skyward, charging straight toward the approaching flock. Thus, a battle for dominance of the skies erupted. Black dragons bellowed. Avian monsters shrieked, their cries splitting the air. Long-range attacks soon gave way to brutal, close-quarters combat. A torrent of blood and torn limbs rained down from the heavens, as the clash grew ever more savage and relentless. The dragon race is born with a natural aura of dominance, capable of intimidating creatures from other races, forcing them to cower in fear and weakening their fighting spirit. However, this only applies to native dragons of the divine and demonic continent. The black dragons recruited by the young man, though pure-blooded, still carry the distinct aura of another world. This alien presence, instead of inspiring dread, actually drives the native creatures of the divine and demonic continent into a frenzy, filling them with rage and hostility from deep within. Though black dragons possess their innate dragon's might, the foreign aura they exude is enough to cancel out this advantage. As a result, the native creatures of this land have no fear of these dragons from another world. The black dragon's intimidating presence becomes utterly useless. At this very moment, the avian monsters appearing high in the sky have gone completely berserk. They ignore the black dragon's furious roars and launch themselves into brutal close-quarters combat. Especially fearsome is the level 16 Grand Commander among them, whose savagery knows no bounds. With claws sharp as blades, it tears through the scale armor of a level 14 black dragon, rips its wings apart, and ultimately kills it in a violent frenzy. Without pause, it charges at the remaining black dragons, displaying the overwhelming power of a peak level 16 Grand Commander. Witnessing this scene, the young man's face grows ashen. His black dragons were already few in number, and now, suffering casualties, the losses feel even more unbearable. What's worse, the fallen dragon was a level 14 black dragon, one he had painstakingly nurtured, only to see it torn to pieces by a giant, sparrow-like avian beast. Such a death was simply too senseless. Kill it for me. The young man's heart aches as if it were bleeding. With a furious roar, he orders the remaining black dragons to surround and attack the level 16 Grand Commander, the monstrous sparrow. Once the biggest threat was dealt with, the smaller, weaker avian creatures were no match for the black dragons. This sudden aerial battle raged on for a full half-hour, and at last, the black dragons emerged victorious. Yet their victory came at a steep price. 3 black dragons lay dead, and several more were severely wounded. The blow to the young man was immense, not only because of the loss of his precious black dragons, but even more because it would impact his ability to earn battle points in the future. He watched anxiously as the Fire Dragon's Nest, in 2nd place, crept closer and closer to his own score, and impatience crept into his expression. Just then, his heart leapt in alarm as he saw the Black Tech Castle rise to 3rd place. How could this be? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could the Black Tech Castle actually stage a comeback? Within the League of the Gods, Black Dragon Castle and Fire Dragon's Nest, outstanding performance. A day of double celebration. 2 of the League's council members now claim 1st and 2nd place on the battle rankings. This marks the beginning of our league's glory, a moment worthy of the history books. You're exaggerating, bro. Exaggerating? Not at all. Just wait and see. What happens next will go down in the history of our Alliance of the Gods. The glory of this era of ascendance deserves to be remembered. When faced with our alliance, the Tech Fortress is destined to fall. I thought Tang Xiaofan's demon forces would be something extraordinary, but in the end, they're only ranked 4th. Actually, it looks like he's in 3rd place now. No way. What about the Death Knight Nation? The Tech Fortress just surpassed them. Damn, that Death Knight Nation is really useless. It didn't even last long before the Demon Fortress overtook it. I was even thinking of adding him as a friend and inviting him to join our alliance. In the end, demons are still demons. Don't worry. The forces at Black Dragon Fortress and Fire Dragon Nest are both top-tier dragonkind. In a Beast Tide, this kind of large-scale battle, they have the advantage. There's almost no way the Demon Fortress can surpass them. You two, keep it up. As long as we crush Tang Xiaofan's Tech Fortress, our Alliance of the Gods will be unstoppable. In the end, Tang Xiaofan will be pulled down from his pedestal by the leaders of our alliance. Huh. Go champions! Reading the Alliance's internal chat logs, the lords of Black Dragon Fortress and Fire Dragon Nest were both feeling uneasy at this very moment. It wasn't for nothing. The rate at which the Tech Fortress's battle points were climbing had clearly exceeded their expectations. Old Hua, you better step up. Don't let that Tang guy overtake you. Old Hey, give me 1st place, and I'll go deal with Tang Xiaofan. Shut up, and stop calling me Old Hey. Meanwhile, at the Tech Fortress, the fierce battle raged on as always. The sky and the ground were teeming with wild monsters. Everywhere you looked, their ranks stretched on and on. Among them were not only huge numbers of elite monsters and commander-class beasts, but even several level 18 Lord-class monsters. It was madness. If any other Lord were in this situation, just seeing the scene would have sent chills down their spine. The scale of the Beast Tide attacking the Tech Fortress was overwhelming. Compared to this, all previous castle defense battles were nothing. Like a child's play beside a grand competition. They simply couldn't be compared. By Tang Xiaofan's estimation, this was on a whole different level. Why are there so many wild monsters showing up? With a force this massive, probably only my Tech Fortress could hold out. Any other castle lord would have no choice but to run for their lives. Tang Xiaofan was baffled. He couldn't understand how this was just supposed to be an initial Beast Tide, yet such a huge number of wild monsters had appeared. And he had never stopped sending his warrior squads to clear out the surrounding beast packs. So where on earth were all these monsters coming from? If the other castle lords were facing beast hordes of the same scale as his, then the initial wave would be nothing short of a cataclysmic massacre for the castle factions, a true extinction-level event. Out of hundreds of castle lords, the number who might survive by sheer luck likely wouldn't exceed 18. This shouldn't be the case. I think the reason my high-tech castle has been besieged by so many wild monsters must have something to do with the environment. The forest itself is a haven for wild creatures. Here, monsters are as numerous as the stars in the sky. And another reason is that my high-tech castle has upgraded to a high-tech town. With the town's growing influence and reputation, monsters from even farther afield are drawn here. That's why the number of monsters is so overwhelming. Compared to this, the beast hordes faced by other castle lords must be much smaller in scale. These two reasons must be it. With that, Tang Xiaofan felt a sudden clarity. As for the World Chat channel and the combat leaderboard, he no longer bothered to check them. He was confident. As long as his team of warriors kept up their current pace of monster hunting, surpassing the top few castle lords and claiming 1st place would be a simple matter. The only thing Tang Xiaofan regretted was that, up until now, he still hadn't killed a single monster himself. All the beasts on the ground were kept at bay by machine guns at the walls, slaughtered wave after wave, until the ground was littered with corpses. The earth had already been stained a deep, dark red. In the skies above, the 3rd wave of flying monsters had already appeared. But with War 1 holding air superiority, not a single one could break through and dive. Even those that became separated from the flock were swiftly taken down by the warriors beside Tang Xiaofan. Every single warrior was engaged in this battle against the Beast Tide. The air thick with the stench of slaughter. The scent of blood so sharp it seemed to sting the nose. While Tang Xiaofan himself, along with the goblins and a handful of militiamen, found themselves with nothing to do. No one knew how much time had passed, when suddenly Tang Xiaofan noticed that the pile of beast corpses encircling the castle territory had grown level with the walls. Now, monsters could leap directly at the base of the walls. There are just too many monster corpses. With a wave of his hand, Tang Xiaofan gave the order, and the warriors began hurling firebombs and fertilizer explosives. Of course, Tang Xiaofan intended to protect the walls, And for this, Jarvis had already devised contingency plans. In this war against the beast tide, the importance of the walls was self-evident. If they were to collapse, the tens of thousands of wild monsters outside would surge in like a tidal wave, posing an immediate threat to the safety of his inner castle. Clearly, that was not an option. And now, the fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails he had produced earlier took on a vital role. Boom! Boom! The warriors clad in mark armor each had mounds of bombs and Molotov cocktails piled behind them. Their immense arm strength ensured they could hurl those small weapons to their intended targets with ease. The once mountainous heaps of wild monster corpses now served as the perfect fuel for the blaze. Enormous tongues of fire began to spread, as fat and protein, under the searing heat, rapidly transformed into fuel. Countless monsters still charged headlong into the inferno, only to be picked off with precision by machine gun fire, their bodies adding fresh fuel to the roaring pyre. From afar, the Blacktech fortress looked as if a grand barbecue party was taking place just outside its walls, with a horde of beasts marching straight onto the grill. Do you think Tang Xiaofan could hold them off? At that moment, inside the studio of Today in the Land of Gods and Demons, everyone had fallen silent. Yet the atmosphere was thick with tension. Thanks to adjustable livestream cameras, they could follow the director's feed right into the studio, witnessing the endless swarm of beasts surging toward Tang Xiaofan's fortress. And these were no ordinary wild animals, but all manner of monstrous creatures from the wilderness. Three-eyed wolves, leopards with wings, rodents the size of calves, and even terrifying half-man, half-horse abominations. Each one charged forward in a furious frenzy, eyes bloodshot with rage, paying no heed to the battle at the fortress or to whether those beside them were predator or prey. All that mattered was storming Tang Xiaofan's high-tech bastion. I think this might be dangerous. The real problem is just how many monsters there are. But I doubt the heart of the fortress will be broken. He's got over 1,000 warriors. Honestly, even if they just stood there and let the monsters attack, they couldn't be overrun. It'll be tough for sure. With that many monsters, they could completely overwhelm his fortress. Wu Daying, the general, and Master Gung all doubted Tang Xiaofan's ability to hold the line, but none of them were too worried about the heart of the fortress itself. I bet Tang Xiaofan already has everything planned out. That crafty guy might even turn himself into a wanderer just to mess with everyone. Zhang Xiaoxiao's sharp tongue was as attention-grabbing as ever, always eager to be in the spotlight. But Tang Xiaofan was nothing like what the Dragon Nation's production crew back on Blue Star imagined. He wasn't the least bit worried, even though Jarvis had already estimated, through the lens of Battle 1, that the number of beasts in this tide was well over 10,000. Tang Xiaofan had already discussed it with Jarvis. If they ever faced such a massive beast horde, more than 10,000 strong, then sheer numbers might let the monsters breach the outer walls. But with the arc reactor, Tang Xiaofan was confident in his safety. The real challenge was what would happen if the monsters actually broke through the outer fortifications. So, in addition to fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails, Jarvis had drawn on the lessons learned from humanity's 2 great wars back on Blue Star, and produced the ultimate tool for holding the skirmish line: barbed wire. Barbed wire and heavy machine guns. A textbook recipe for a death zone. Even if the monsters tried to overwhelm the defenses by sheer numbers, piling their bodies high as they advanced, they were still kept at bay outside the barbed wire fence. A few strands of wire and iron tripods buried deep in the ground, combined with the relentless hail of gunfire from above, made it impossible for any number of monsters to approach the walls. The soldiers soon noticed something unusual about the beast horde. Yet, they refused to simply wait for disaster to strike. Tang Xiaofan had given these warriors a certain degree of tactical autonomy, and Jarvis, responding to the state of the battlefront, had stepped in to replace Squad 1 and 2 as battlefield commander. Under his direction, soldiers continuously leapt off the city walls, launching furious assaults on the wild beasts battering the fortifications, easing the relentless pressure on the defenses. Although the monsters outside the walls were countless, under Jarvis's calculated control, the swarm resembled items on an assembly line, each one marching inexorably toward the blaze, meeting a storm of bullets head-on. Death awaited them. Crashing into the barbed wire, their bodies were crushed beneath the weight of their fallen comrades, ultimately becoming fuel for the raging fire. Looking good, Jarvis. As expected, your micromanagement is unmatched, Tang Xiaofan remarked, watching the still tense battle lines and voicing his praise for Jarvis. Thanks, sir, came the reply. At that moment, a dazzling flash of silver snapped Tang Xiaofan's attention to the battlefield. He looked up to see Squad 1 sprinting around the edge of the flames at a blistering speed, his entire form radiating countless arcs of silver light. Is he turning himself into a meat grinder? Tang Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. Thanks to his armor, Squad 1 could keep running laps at an astonishing pace. With a massive sword and axe braced on each elbow, he carved a bloody path through the enemy ranks. He was like a molten blade slicing through butter. No matter how fierce the monsters behind him, none could escape being cleaved in two. The impact was overwhelming. Amid a chorus of desperate, dying howls, swathes of monsters were split cleanly in half by the silver light, collapsing into pools of blood. The silver arc steadily expanded outward, and with Jarvis's precise and meticulous control, Squad 1 became a surgeon's scalpel, slicing through each beast charging toward the fortress with flawless efficiency, wasting neither time nor energy. With just this one move, nearly 1,000 wild monsters of all ranks were eliminated in an instant, including many elite and leader-class beasts. At the same time, on the Battle Power leaderboard, Blacktech Fortress's combat score surged by over 20,000 points in a flash. This leap instantly propelled Blacktech Fortress past the Fire Dragon's nest to claim second place, rapidly closing in on the top-ranked Black Dragon Fortress. This sudden shift sent shockwaves through the world chat channel. What the hell? Oh my god, what just happened? How did the Blacktech Castle's points suddenly skyrocket like that? I was just checking the leaderboard, and this sudden change gave me a real shock. I saw it all, clear as day. Over 20,000 points. If you convert that into level 2 monsters, that's more than 2,000 of them. What on earth did Tang Xiaofan do to instantly wipe out so many wild monsters? He's definitely unleashed his ultimate move. As expected, when it comes to Tang Xiaofan, the so-called Alliance of the Gods is nothing but a bunch of rookies. The title of strongest castle lord still belongs to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan is invincible. I just want to know, does Tang Xiaofan's Blacktech Castle recruit wanderers? I don't care about anything else. I just want to see if the demons there are good-looking. Same here. At this rate, it won't be long before Blacktech Castle overtakes Black Dragon Castle to claim the top spot on the Battle Power leaderboard. There's no doubt about it. Tang Xiaofan's Blacktech Castle is the real powerhouse here. Don't celebrate too soon. With a move that big, there's no way Tang Xiaofan can pull it off twice. Surpassing Black Dragon Castle won't be as easy as you think. I'll just say this. Our Alliance of the Gods has only one word. Invincible. Looks like someone above failed their math classes, yet still dares to brag? What's so great about the Alliance of the Gods? The Wanderers Alliance is the true top force. Agreed. The Blacktech Castle's explosive leap in battle points caused an instant sensation. Many castle lords expressed their disbelief. Even the top lords within the Alliance of the Gods were left stunned. Speculation ran wild about what kind of ultimate move Tang Xiaofan could have used to earn over 20,000 points in an instant. He must have instantly wiped out hundreds of level 10 wild monsters. Was it some rare magical ability, or a skill unique to the demons? It's probably a magical skill. If it's a demon ability, that would be terrifying. Even dragon magic isn't that overpowered. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Black Dragon Castle is still in first place and has a shot at that one and only reward. As for Tang Xiaofan, I can guarantee there won't be a second time. I believe that too. No way it happens again. Yet, what the top lords of the Alliance of the Gods didn't know was that this was only the beginning. The real ultimate move was still to come. How's it going on your end? Tang Xiaofan contacted the little girl in the underground world. She replied cheerfully. Don't worry, big brother Tang Xiaofan. Kur is just fine. After Uncle Xavier leveled up to 20, he became super powerful. None of the wild monsters could stand against him. My dwarf warriors fought bravely too, keeping the beast tied outside the walls. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. That's good. During the castle's defensive battle, the little girl had acquired blueprints for the outer walls. Combined with the existing fences, the defensive capabilities of the Black Iron Dwarf Fortress have become truly formidable. Moreover, with Xavier, a level 20 dwarf, standing guard, the fortress had an unshakable pillar of strength. With him present, the little girl's castle was safe and sound. After closing the friends list, Tang Xiaofan turned his gaze toward the battlefield not far away. The barbed wire atop the castle's exterior walls blocked thousands of wild monsters outside. Desperately, they tried to breach the hail of bullets and blazing fire, struggling to surge into his castle. Unfortunately for them, after suffering a devastating assault from Jean-E, the monsters' ranks faltered and paused, as if cowed by fear. But soon enough, the wild creatures grew frenzied once more. As if under the sway of some mysterious power, or perhaps drawn irresistibly by the castle's heart. They lost all reason and charged forward in a mindless rampage, determined to tear Tang Xiaofan's stronghold apart. The only thing worth celebrating was that it was still afternoon. The blood moon had not yet risen. This meant the wild monsters were not nearly as formidable as they would be under the knight's curse. The monsters before him were still crazed and bloodthirsty, but their fighting strength remained within normal bounds. For every lord currently enduring a beast tide, this was very good news indeed. Lord, slaughter is redemption, and death is eternal life. Let blood pay for sin. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi's figure flickered like a phantom among the monsters. With every flash and blur, another wild beast fell. Under Jarvis's command, Zhang Yi eliminated a dozen monsters in an instant, including a formidable level 14 commander-class foe. However, he no longer massacred with the wild abandon he'd shown earlier. Jarvis had determined that if the beast tide was wiped out too quickly, if it all ended too easily, it might trigger unforeseen consequences. So, he opted for a lower-intensity slaughter. After all, these monsters were easily dispatched, nothing truly difficult, and everything remained under control. At this moment, Zhang Yi found himself facing a more challenging opponent, a monster worthy of being called a true adversary. A silver radiance blossomed across the battlefield. Bathed in that silvery glow stood Zhang Yi, wielding a massive sword and a giant axe, locked in fierce combat with an 18-level Lord-class Minotaur. The Minotaur's body was riddled with wounds, its blood a shocking sight. Pain had driven it to a frenzy, roaring again and again. It cast healing spells relentlessly. Each time, a pulse of restorative magic flashed between its horns, enveloping its battered form. Yet Zhang Yi, now a blur of shimmering light, continued to slice relentlessly into the Minotaur's hide, sending gouts of flesh and blood flying with every strike. The Minotaur unleashed its full magical power, desperately casting healing spells on itself. Flesh and blood surged across its body, and the wounds that had just been cut open-mended in an instant. Its regenerative abilities were simply overwhelming, making it impossible for Zhang Yi to kill it quickly. As a battle-hardened veteran, Zhang Yi was now at level 21. With his own strength, he could easily stand toe-to-toe with an 18th-level Lord-class monster. At last, he found his chance. Raising his greatsword, he aimed for the Minotaur's most vulnerable spot, its neck, and unleashed a mighty slash. Almighty Lord, creator of farmers, maintainer of order across the worlds, the Lord's sacred sword punishes all who defy him. Those who blaspheme against the Lord shall face the judgment of the warrior's blade. Warrior's verdict. As Zhang Yi chanted in a low, solemn voice, the Mark II battlesuit, powered by the arc reactor, pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Eyes flashing with a cold, steely light, Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the greatsword, and in the same instant both sword and axe swept toward the Minotaur's exposed neck. A sickening slice rang out. Blood sprayed in all directions. With a single blow, the neck of the level 18 Lord-class Minotaur was severed. Its massive head tumbled to the ground. A geyser of blood shot from its neck, soaring dozens of meters into the air before crashing down like a scarlet waterfall. The death of the level 18 Lord was sealed. In that fleeting instant, the power rankings of the Black Tech Fortress surged dramatically. No one knew how much time had passed. At last, another peak level 18 Lord-class monster, a wild boar beast, fell to Zhang Yi's blade. The moment it died, a blinding golden light erupted from Zhang Yi. That golden radiance was the light of ascension. The same golden glow shone on many other warriors as well, including Tang Xiaofan. By now, the warriors had slain nearly 4,000 wild monsters, earning vast amounts of experience in climbing the ranks. Tang Xiaofan, who had been at the late stage of level 8, advanced smoothly to level 9. With the equipment he wore, overpowering Lord-class monsters was no problem at all. Yet what delighted Tang Xiaofan most was Zhang Yi's breakthrough. He had already reached the peak of level 20, just a step away from level 21. At noon, after conquering the Lizardman tribe, he'd managed to reach level 20. Now he had finally achieved another breakthrough. His experience bar bursting past the current tier's limit and propelling him to a whole new realm. Level 21. Within the native powers of the divine demon continent, this was already the mark of a strong individual. Within any tribe or race, such a person would be called a true master, a guardian able to protect the safety and future of their people. As mentioned before, the native fire dragon that had appeared twice before Tang Xiaofan was at level 21. That fire dragon was already an adult, qualified to carve out its own dragon's lair. At last, my black technology castle finally has a level 21 being. Tang Xiaofan beamed with joy. Zhang Yi's continual rise brought him even more happiness than reaching level 9 himself. As the very first warrior he had summoned, Zhang Yi naturally held a special place in his heart. And Zhang Yi had never let him down. Not only was he fearless in battle, always charging at the front, he also possessed a formidable intellect, constantly passing on his experience to other warriors. This kind of farmer warrior had never stopped striving and fighting for even a moment. Tang Xiaofan firmly believed that if other lords summoned warriors like Zhang Yi, they would have hit the jackpot. At that very moment, Zhang Yi was still diligently fighting on the front lines, tirelessly slaying huge, destructive monsters, keeping the entire beast tide under control, making the battlefield seem almost manageable and safe. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan noticed something else. After ascending to level 21, Zhang Yi's height and physique hadn't changed much. But in the surveillance feed sent by JARVIS, it showed that Zhang Yi's mastery of the Mark II armor had improved significantly, now reaching about 50%. This meant that the combat potential of this suit of armor was now wide open before Zhang Yi. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan observed that, after reaching level 21, Zhang Yi's physical stats on the monitoring screen increasingly resembled a blazing sun. Perhaps this was the ideal form of vital energy in blood. "Jarvis, how is Zhang Yi's physical condition?" "Sir, Zhang Yi's body has reached the peak of human potential." "Not bad. It seems leveling up really does work. Not only does it boost physical health, but it also reduces the risk of illness." He reminded himself to keep leveling up as well. Just then, a sudden outburst of shouting and battle cries erupted from just inside the outer city walls. This clamor snapped Tang Xiaofan out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a dense horde of goblins pouring out from the city gate in the outer wall. The goblins were armed with crude weapons, and most of them were quite weak. Most were only around level 6. Yet they charged fearlessly into the beast tide, surrounding the Black Technology Castle, utterly unafraid of death. "Attack! Slay these wicked wild monsters and defend the Lord's castle. The Lord's castle must not be defiled by dark forces. Charge!" Many goblins howled, and the goblin elders, their fanatic devotees, led the charge at the very front. Hundreds of goblin warriors surged forward together, launching a direct assault against the beast tide. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also noticed that many goblin warriors were stained with fresh blood, and their weapons were badly damaged. Some goblins were even bleeding as they ran, clearly eager to prove their loyalty. Tang Xiaofan's suspicions were correct. The reason the goblins arrived so late was simply because they had waited until swathes of monsters had been slain or injured. They thought it was finally time to show where their allegiance lay. Unfortunately, the monsters had no mercy for anyone, and of the 1,000 goblins who charged out from behind the city walls, fewer than 700 survived. Most of the goblins fell at the foot of the walls. Still, the goblins did not walk away empty-handed. Those who survived gained a wealth of combat experience, with almost all of them advancing by a level. Some goblins even reached the rank of level 12 elite warriors. By slaying their enemies, they earned experience and leveled up. This was a benefit reserved for the castle's troops. After their tribe pledged allegiance to the Black Technology Castle, the goblins became Tang Xiaofan's soldiers and could now enjoy this privilege. "Follow the Lord, and you shall live forever. Defy the Lord, and meet your death. Attack!" The goblins shouted, their faith blurring into absolute loyalty. As the power of belief surged through them, the goblins fought on with wild zeal. The wild monsters on the battlefield were momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom why these local goblins had suddenly joined the fray. Of course, such confusion lasted only a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. Soon, a horde of frenzied wild monsters turned and charged at the goblin ranks, and a fierce battle erupted. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew through the air. Wild monsters fell in droves, and the brave goblins, too, suffered casualties. Yet whenever a goblin fell, their pure soul, guided by the power of faith, would rise and drift through the air, then fly toward the temple within the city, transforming into a force of belief. Witnessing this, Tang Xiaofan could only shake his head slightly. With the strength of his warrior squad, the beast tide could be held back easily, without any need for the goblin tribe to take part. Even so, he made no move to stop them, nor did he order the goblins to retreat. Casualties are an inevitable part of war. Without the crucible of battle, his goblin troops would remain at a low level for a long time, weak and of little use. As the world announcements had declared, the struggle for supremacy among all races is a journey through blood and fire. Only castle lords who endure harsh trials have the right to stand atop the endless world and wield the power of a supreme deity. This core truth applied just as much to the Goblet tribe. Without the experience of bloodshed and war, how could they ever grow into mighty goblin warriors? What's more, the goblins' brave sacrifices were far from meaningless. After the beast-tide battle ends, Tang Xiaofan plans to use light armor trucks to distribute the goods produced by the Black Tech Castle, selling them to the Goblet tribes. In this way, the sacrifices made by the goblins will have meaning. On one hand, the goblin tribe's mode of production will shift from inefficient hunting to more productive activities such as mining, logging, and quarrying. On the other hand, the Black Tech Castle will supply a full range of goods for daily life: clothing, food, housing, and transportation, greatly improving the living standards of the Goblet tribes. In this way, the value of the goblins' sacrifices is honored. In the future, only those tribes that have truly proven themselves will be allowed to join the economic cycle of the Black Tech Castle and enjoy the fruits of its technological advancements. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt a sense of doubt, and he asked in his mind, besides the castle itself, what other structures can be built in other towns? Only temples can be constructed in other towns. Other buildings are bound to the town center and can't be built outside the territory's sphere of influence. A temple must first be upgraded before it can be erected in another town. Upgrading a temple requires special architectural upgrade blueprints. Well, at least the temple can be upgraded. That's not bad news. This setup is a bit like a courier outpost. Farmers can be stationed as clergy in the temples of other towns to spread the faith, or they can manage local affairs by distributing supplies and resources. This approach is both secure and highly effective at maintaining control. Still, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel surprised, as if he'd stumbled into a gap in his knowledge. The temple is constructed only after the castle is upgraded. It's not one of those initial buildings like the castle or the farmer factory. Nowhere in the temple's information had he seen any hint that it might be upgradable. It was simply classified as an advanced building. Tang Xiaofan had assumed that buildings constructed through upgrades, like the temple, couldn't be further enhanced. He hadn't expected his assumption to be wrong. Architectural upgrade blueprints? Tang Xiaofan drew a sharp breath. He was finding these blueprints more and more mysterious. Not only are there blueprints for unit evolution factories, but now there are ones for upgrading buildings as well. Even if he hadn't managed to obtain one yet, he knew they were real. If I could get my hands on architectural upgrade blueprint, I definitely wouldn't use it on the temple. I'd upgrade the farmer factory without hesitation. For the lord of a castle, upgrading buildings that produce units is always the top priority. Compared to that, upgrading the castle itself is less important, let alone an auxiliary building like the temple. No more distractions, he told himself. The beast tide is the priority. At that moment, he saw that all the warriors had charged straight into battle, engaging in fierce close combat with the wild monsters nearby. The warriors, seasoned by countless battles and empowered by the mark armor, surged forward with intense strength and speed. Their double-bladed axes swung wildly through the air, accompanied by the relentless rattle of machine gun fire as they cut down the monsters surrounding them. Everywhere they went, beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Within a short time, the warriors had slain hundreds of wild monsters, among them not a few elite creatures. For the warriors, this was the kind of fight they relished, a no-holds-barred battle where danger was not a concern. It was pure, exhilarating combat. This was the advantage of having someone like Jarvis, who could monitor the entire battlefield in real time. He ensured the monster horde's assault remained within manageable limits, giving every warrior a chance to showcase their abilities. The fight maintained a steady, controlled intensity, keeping everyone sharp and ready for even larger battles to come. Zhang Tu did not join the fray. Instead, he watched as Zhang 1 pursued a level 14 leader-class monster. The creature unleashed its magical attacks on Zhang 1, but he pressed on, raising his sword and cleaving the monster's head clean off. His armor remained utterly unscathed. Only the outermost layer bore a faint trace of dust, nothing more. Magnificent! Zhang 1 exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. With a monster horde besieging the city, he could finally unleash his full power without restraint. He wasted no time. Brandishing the goblin chieftain's sword, he charged at the nearest wild monsters, his momentum fierce and unstoppable. The monster horde raged on. With the addition of several hundred goblin warriors, the number of slain monsters soared in a matter of moments. The Black Tech Fortress quickly amassed a staggering number of battle points, even surpassing the Black Dragon Fortress, and climbed to the very top of the battle points leaderboard. First place, Black Tech Fortress, 120,832 points. Second place, Black Dragon Fortress, 95,300 points. Third place, Fire Dragon's Nest Fortress, 93,660 points. 4th place, Kingdom of Death Knights, 91,660 points. 12th place, Ancient Giant Bear Fortress, 50,480 points. Among the top 4, there was little change. The Black Dragon Fortress and 3 other strongholds consistently held the upper ranks. However, both the Candy Maze and Bear Grylls Fortress broke into higher positions. Further down the leaderboard, the rankings shifted dramatically. Some fortresses steadily climbed, while others were overtaken time. And again, the Blue Fatty Fortress, once stuck at the bottom, had vanished, replaced by the new and aggressive Iron Fist Fortress. The competition in this Monster Horde event was fierce. Every Tier 1 Fortress Lord was fighting with everything they had, hoping to secure a coveted spot among the prize winners. But there were only 100 rewards to be claimed, and the number of top-tier Fortress Lords easily numbered several hundred, meaning many would inevitably be eliminated. Naturally, any fortress that appeared on the leaderboard became the target for all others striving to surpass them, regardless of how fierce and brutal the beast tide may be. The World Chat channel and the internal networks of all major alliances are in an uproar. The reason is simple. Tang Xiaofan's high-tech fortress has completely reversed its earlier downer. In less than an hour, he surged past 3 Tier 1 fortress powers in succession, seizing the top spot on the leaderboard. This alone is enough to shock everyone, and it's more than enough to fill the hearts of those fortress lords who hoped Tang Xiaofan wouldn't make it to the top with bitter disappointment. I knew it. Tang Xiaofan is truly the strongest. What the heck? Tang Xiaofan is first again. I'm getting tired of seeing this. Who do you think you are? Black Dragon Fortress, Fire Dragon's Lair, Death Knight's Nation. None of them stand a chance. Tang Xiaofan is unstoppable. No doubt about it. Tang Xiaofan's demons are just too powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Xiaofan will keep the champion's throne until the Beast Tide event ends. Just look at how fast the high-tech fortress is racking up points. No other fortress power has any hope of overtaking him. Tang Xiaofan's place at the top is already rock solid. The title of the strongest fortress lord. No one can shake it now. It was so close. Black Dragon Fortress just couldn't deliver. Barely got comfortable, and Tang Xiaofan raced past. What a letdown. What can you do? Dragon units are still weaker than demons in the end. Demons, those are monsters straight out of hell. This just proves the old saying, the one who laughs last, laughs best. I've made up my mind. I'm heading to the forest to join Tang Xiaofan. I'll beg him to take me in, a wandering soul in need of shelter. That's the spirit. Wanderers should rely on fortress lords. Finding a top-tier lord to follow is a huge boost to your own strength. And wanderers joining up is a win for the fortress lords too. Don't get your hopes up. Tang Xiaofan isn't someone whose coattails you can just grab. Watch out, or his demons might teach you a lesson. Exactly. With so many choices, do you really have to pick that path? Why not come to my place instead? Many fortress lords fell silent, because those words rang true. The fortress powers are like guilds in a game, and the wanderers are the lone adventurers. Bringing free agents into the guild benefits both sides. It's like running a company. The freelancers join in and help the fortress lord get things done. Compared to the lively world chat, the internal channel of the Gods Alliance was almost dead silent. Damn it, we had such a huge advantage and still got overtaken by Tang Xiaofan. In my estimation, the Beast Tide is almost over by now. If I can just hold out a little longer, maybe I'll be able to surpass Tang Xiaofan and claim the first place reward. What a pity. You'll not just enjoy watching the chaos. Do you think I wanted this? Most of the monsters appearing now are elite or commander level, and there were even 2 level, 18. Lord-ranked monsters. I've already lost 15 black dragons. Damn it, I just don't get it. Why are demon units so much more overpowered than my black dragons? If Old Hay says so, the demons must really be terrifying. Lost 15 black dragons? My condolences, Old Hay. Hang in there. Damn, you're all just here for my misery, aren't you? When the Beast Tide is over, I'll raise your castles one by one. Huh, you think I'm scared? I've been meaning to get a few dragons myself. Raise some bone dragons and ghost dragons. Why don't we settle this sometime? Just you wait. All right, enough bickering. If word gets out, people will just laugh at us. We all know how powerful Tang Xiaofan is. It's normal for him to pull ahead. Bay, how's your ancient giant bear fortress holding up? Took some heavy losses too, but troops can be recruited again. Nothing I can't manage. Karamatai Prairie. Covered in blood, Bay let out a soft sigh. He looked up at the top name on the battle points leaderboard, feeling quite helpless. His goal had always been to surpass Tang Xiaofan and seize the unique first-place reward. Yet now, despite giving it his all, it seemed he'd be lucky to finish in 10th place. I guess I was just too ambitious. Still, with the top-tier resources of the Pantheon Alliance backing me, my growth won't be any slower than Tang Xiaofan's. Maybe even faster. Failing to surpass Tang Xiaofan didn't discourage Bei. He was still brimming with fighting spirit. He firmly believed that one day, he would stand above Tang Xiaofan. Suddenly, he took out a blueprint he'd happened to pick up during the battle. A lively expression spread across Bei's face. A factory blueprint? What are the odds? A strange joy welled up inside Bei. With this blueprint, he could finally add Tang Xiaofan as a friend. That was his obsession. Its importance even surpassed the Beast Tide's ranking rewards. Blacktech Fortress. The Beast Tide had raged on for nearly 2 hours now. Yet still, all sorts of wild monsters surged forth like waves. Just the bird-type beasts slain by Jean in one strike had reached the 5th wave. The goblins who'd charged onto the battlefield had since retreated to the city. Their tribe was too small to withstand the monster onslaught. But in doing so, they'd proven their loyalty, and even managed to complete the promotion of their tribal warriors, a double victory. At the same time, more and more wild monsters were continuously being slain by the warriors, so much so that the goblins could barely catch sight of any monsters at all. Unlike the warriors, the goblins didn't have the courage to leave the safety of the city walls to take the fight to the monsters. Even with the machine guns covering them, quite a few goblins had fallen. Naturally, they knew when to quit while they were ahead. By now, the bodies of wild monsters had long since covered the open ground surrounding the castle. Most of them were concentrated in a ring about 100 meters from the castle, where the air was thick with the stench of burning flesh. For reasons unknown, after these monsters were incinerated, there was hardly any ash or residue left behind, just black scorch marks scattered across the ground. And ever since the monsters' assault had been suppressed, the warriors had started to go on the offensive. If you looked down from above, you would see that within a 2-kilometer radius of the high-tech fortress, the land was littered with monster corpses, a scene of utter carnage. Spiral of Death. Whoosh. Slash. Battle 1 surged forward once more, accelerating at Jarvis's command and obliterating another large swath of wild monsters in an instant. This was the 3rd time in this war that Battle 1 had unleashed this wide-area legion skill, and its devastating power was too much even for the densely packed hordes of monsters to withstand. Yet Battle 1 seemed completely unfazed. For the arc reactor, this level of energy expenditure didn't even amount to a second's worth of output. On the battlefield, every other warrior, not just Battle 1, was giving it their all as well. They had slain thousands upon thousands of wild monsters. This war left every warrior exhilarated. Compared to previous battles, it felt much easier. Most importantly, thanks to the arc reactor, Jarvis now had ample energy to power the intelligent network formed by the Mark II armor suits, allowing him to instantly simulate scenarios and effortlessly control the movement paths of each warrior. He even built a database tailored to each warrior's combat habits, guiding them based on their instincts rather than forcing them to move in a certain way through the armor. It was as though he were a conductor, and the over 1,000 warriors under his baton were each performing at their very best. Meanwhile, Jarvis was constantly analyzing and modeling the wild monsters, running advanced simulations on their weaknesses, behavioral patterns, and any potential risks. That's why the warriors felt this battle was unusually easy. They had no idea that all this high-speed computation required enormous energy. And considering that everything was running solely on the Mark II armor as computational units, the instantaneous energy consumption was staggering. As for why Tang Xiaofan was observing the battle from the top floor of the castle, it was simply because Jarvis was using him as a living battery. Fortunately, with more and more arc reactors being built in the future, energy consumption would cease to be a problem. The battle raged on for a long time, yet the warriors remained full of vigor, and with even greater strength, they began to sweep the battlefield, clearing out the wild monsters. Well done! Tang Xiaofan, too, was inspired by the warriors' valor, and couldn't help but praise Jarvis's work. Jarvis, you're truly amazing. Yes, sir. Thank you for your praise. I am honored. Tang Xiaofan burst into hearty laughter. Without a moment's hesitation, he finally took command of the Mark II power armor, soared into the air, and charged into the fray, swinging his sword to cut down the remaining wild monsters. The warriors themselves fought with renewed ferocity, launching fearless attacks against the tide of beasts. Some warriors even radiated a faint, shimmering light. That was the light of faith. After witnessing their commander soar through the sky, their faith in Tang Xiaofan surged to new heights. Any farmer who began to glow faintly had advanced from a devout believer to a fanatic. And in the world of plains, a fanatic is the most steadfast of all followers. Believe in the Lord and gain eternal life. The Goblin Elder was also shouting wildly atop the city wall. Though old in years, his courage was undiminished. With his unit bonus upgraded to the 16th level Grand Commander, his power had skyrocketed. His once aging body was now robust and strong, restored to the prime of his youth. His faith in his lord had reached the very pinnacle of fanatic devotion. To protect his lord's castle, he feared no death. Brandishing his goblin longsword, he cheered loudly for Tang Xiaofan, who had charged alone into the beast tide, slaying monsters with reckless abandon, all the while howling encouragement at the top of his lungs. If one had to give the Goblin Elder a title, it would surely be Master of Flattery. Yes, he was nothing short of an absolute master at it. Tang Xiaofan could feel his own martial prowess surging. No monster could withstand even a single blow. Each was felled in an instant, leaving him unchallenged. No one knew how much time had passed. Even the sun had dipped below the western horizon. Under the relentless assault of the warrior squad, the beast tide finally showed signs of retreat. Is it finally ending? Tang Xiaofan, gripping his twin-bladed great axe, stained red with monster blood, gazed off into the distance. Through the entire fierce battle, not a single stain marred his armor. Jarvis's control had reached near perfection, ensuring not a drop of blood landed on him. In truth, he had emerged from the fight almost entirely unscathed, the most thoroughly protected among them all. Standing on the battlefield, Tang Xiaofan keenly noticed a shift among the beast tide. The weaker wild monsters kept their heads down and continued attacking, but the stronger, higher-level beasts were beginning to pull back. For example, not far from Tang Xiaofan was a 16th level Grand Commander-grade mana worm, and right now it was retreating. As it retreated, the mana worm didn't forget to use the nearby wild monsters as cover to conceal its massive body. But this was clearly a futile effort, a self-deceiving trick, since its sheer size made it stand out even amidst the surging tide of monsters. So, both Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 locked their sights on the mana worm. One end of the creature had already burrowed into the earth. Warrior 1 descended from above, while Warrior 2 charged in with lightning speed. With perfect coordination, they converged at the same point. Bullets from their machine guns ripped into the worm's hide, sending blood spraying in all directions. Then, their twin-bladed giant axes arced through the air, chopping down hard, slicing the mana worm cleanly into 3 pieces. The mana blast fired by the worm only managed to knock aside the surrounding wild monsters, failing to so much as graze either Warrior 1 or Warrior 2. How pitiful for such a colossal jungle overlord, to be rendered helpless before the mark mechs, meeting nothing but a brutal end. The mana worm's retreat seemed to signal something. Across the battlefield, other commander-level wild monsters began to pull back as well. As for the lord-level monsters, they had already been surrounded and eliminated by the warriors the moment they revealed themselves. Warrior 2 alone had slain 3 lord-level beasts single-handedly. It looks like the beast tide is really coming to an end. From the eyes of those commander-level monsters, Tang Xiaofan could no longer see any hint of madness. It seemed as if they had regained their senses, realizing that this assault was simply too formidable to breach. Fearing a pointless death, they began to retreat one after another. Witnessing this, Tang Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment the beast tide began until now, the battle had raged for at least 4 hours. Though Jarvis's expert control meant everyone's stamina was largely preserved, the intense fighting had kept the farmer's nerves stretched taut the entire time. Tang Xiaofan himself was also feeling both physically and mentally exhausted, eager for the beast tide to end as soon as possible. He opened the world chat channel and immediately found countless castle lords posting messages that the beast tide event was over. The whole world chat was buzzing with excitement. At the top of the channel, the world announcement had already changed, summarizing that the beast tide event had officially ended, congratulating the castle lords for surviving the trial by blood and fire, and encouraging those who succeeded to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, the battle power ranking was now frozen. First place, Black Tech Castle, battle power 401,121. Second place, Fire Dragon's Nest, battle power 165,500. Third place, Land of Death Knights, battle power 165,040. Fourth place, Black Dragon Castle, battle power 141,248. Fifth place, Elven Garden, battle power 137,402. Ranked 10th, the Fortress of the Ancient Great Bear, with a battle power score of 102,900. Ranked 100th, Naga's Enchanted City, with a battle power score of 67,510. Tang Xiaofan noticed that the rankings on the battle power leaderboard had shifted once again. The most significant change was with Black Dragon Castle. In the early stages, Black Dragon Castle had firmly held the top spot. But in the mid-game, it was overtaken by his own high-tech castle, dropping to second place. As for the later stages, all the way until the Beast Tide ended, Tang Xiaofan hadn't checked the leaderboard at all. To his surprise, Black Dragon Castle had actually plummeted all the way to fourth place. It had been completely surpassed by the two castles hot on its heels, the Fire Dragon's Nest Fortress and the Land of Death Knights. Truly, it was just as the saying goes. It's those who laugh last who laugh best. As for the battle power score of the high-tech castle, it had soared past 400,000, fully double that of the second-place Fire Dragon's Nest Fortress. The gap between them was nothing short of staggering. Let's celebrate. The Beast Tide is finally over. I feel like I could cry right now. A new era for us castle lords has arrived. Every castle lord who survived elimination will get the chance to develop rapidly. You're absolutely right. This is a time for joy. This is our era as castle lords. With no more threats from the Beast Tide, our castles are about to enter a period of explosive growth. In no time, we'll be able to strike out against the native forces of the Divine Demon continent. Brothers and sisters, the true golden age has begun. But honestly, I just have to say, Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle is unbelievably powerful. No kidding. He's completely outpaced every other castle lord, racking up nearly 400,000 points, double that of the runner-up, the Fire Dragon's Nest Fortress. The high-tech castle really is the strongest force, and not just in name. At first, I worried that Tang Xiaofan might not be able to claim first place, but clearly, I was overthinking it. It was Black Dragon Castle that celebrated too soon. Not only did it fail to keep up with Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle, it even got surpassed by the Fire Dragon's Nest Fortress and the Land of Death Knights. All that early advantage, only to end up in fourth. Tisk. I heard Black Dragon Castle got hit by a powerful monster horde and suffered massive losses. That explains why its ranking nosedived. Rumor has it the Lord of Black Dragon Castle lost more than 20 Black Dragons, and he's practically coughing up blood. But just look at the leaderboard. Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle was the one that truly faced the fiercest Beast Tide. The monsters Black Dragon Castle dealt with don't even compare. Losing so much only shows how weak Black Dragon Castle actually is. If Black Dragon Castle had faced the same Beast Tide that high-tech castle did, it wouldn't have even been a challenge. The World Chat channel was now more active than ever, its excitement reaching unprecedented heights. Countless castle lords were speaking up in the channel. At this moment, they could finally let out a long sigh of relief and loosen up a little. The Beast Tide was over, and the crisis before their eyes had passed for now. So now, everyone was speaking freely in the World Chat channel, and the main topic of discussion was the battle power rankings. Some wanderers tried to chime in, but their voices were quickly drowned out. Compared to the established castle factions, the newly risen wanderer factions were still too weak and insignificant. There's a saying that fits perfectly here. They simply can't stir up any real trouble. Outside of the World Chat channel, each alliance was also chatting internally about the battle power rankings. The liveliest of them all was the Alliance of the Gods. The Alliance of the Gods was originally founded to suppress Tang Xiaofan. Yet in this Beast Tide event, dozens of top castle lords in the Alliance all failed to subdue Tang Xiaofan. Instead, they were completely dominated by him. Their feelings could well be imagined. Terrible. Damn it. It makes no sense. How is Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle this powerful? His high-tech castle's battle score has even surpassed the Fire Dragon's Nest. Just how many wild monsters did Tang Xiaofan slay? It's downright terrifying. He's definitely cheating, no doubt about it. Don't say things that show off your wisdom. People will laugh if they hear that. I only care about what the unique reward for first place is. An artifact? A god-tier blueprint? A god-tier troop? Does it have to be something godly? What you're saying makes me feel a chill in my heart. If Tang Xiaofan really gets an artifact, wouldn't he be able to crush our Alliance of the Gods with a flick of his wrist? That's not necessarily the case. Tang Xiaofan doesn't even know where my castle is. You're unbelievable. Let's stop with the doom and gloom. Old Hay must be spitting blood this time, right? Old Hay has already spat blood. Not only did he fail to get first place, he didn't even make the top 3. Worst of all, he lost so many black dragons. If it were me, my heart would break. I was lucky. There were hardly any wild monsters attacking my castle, and my troops came through without a scratch. That's not necessarily lucky. As terrifying as the Beast Tide was, it was also a chance for our castle troops to get stronger. Without facing a big wave of beasts, you naturally gain less. That's true. Now that the Beast Tide is over, I got more than a dozen troops who reached level 16. I even have an elite Lord-level troop at level 18 now. Reading these alliance chat logs, a young man in a certain castle wore an exceptionally grim expression. He was the lord of the Black Dragon Castle, with 90 black dragons under his command. He had lost more than 20 black dragons, and his castle's strength had suffered a heavy blow. Yet not only did his allies fail to comfort him, they even mocked him repeatedly, bringing up his failure to reach the top 3 again and again. This left him simmering with frustration. However, he found himself helpless. At least for the time being, there was no way he could teach those allies who had betrayed him a lesson. It's one thing for Tang Xiaofan to snatch first place from me. But you two, Fire Dragon's Nest and the Land of Death Knights, you've also turned against me. You made me lose face in the alliance. This grudge will not be forgotten. Strictly speaking, the Lord of the Fire Dragon's Nest was considered his friend, but theirs was merely a superficial acquaintance. As for the Lord of the Land of Death Knights, he wasn't even a member of the League of the Gods. Harboring a grudge against these two castle powers cost him nothing emotionally. In fact, he convinced himself that all the ridicule and humiliation he was enduring now was brought upon him by these two powers. After all, even if he hadn't managed to take first place, coming in second should have spared him from becoming a laughingstock among the Alliance and countless other lords across the world. Tang Xiaofan was out of his reach. Black Tech Castle had grown so powerful that he alone dared not provoke it. But as for those other two castles, he vowed to make them pay sooner or later. Bei, what are you up to? The young man opened his friends list and sent a message to Bei. After a long wait, Bei finally replied, cleaning up the battlefield. The young man nodded. Of course, the beast tide had just passed, and everyone was busy clearing the field and tending to their wounds. It's been rough for me. My Black Dragon troops suffered heavy losses. Bei, I need some words of comfort. Bei replied with a sigh. Don't be discouraged. Losing troops is nothing. Just recruit more. Besides, finishing fourth is already impressive. Your rewards must be better than mine. The young man knew that Bei had placed 10th. Reading the reply, a smile crept onto his face. That's Bei for you. Always knows how to cheer someone up. Just then, another message arrived, making his smile grow even brighter. Bei, by the way, can I ask you something? The young man was thrilled. Thinking Bei was worried he might be upset about his troop losses and was reaching out to comfort him. He was so excited. He wondered if Bei was about to acknowledge him as the new leader. If that were the case, he would gladly accept. After all, Bei had the backing of Ugly Nation. If the day ever came when they could return to Blue Star from the Divine Demon Continent, Bei would be a powerful ally. But Bei continued, seemingly oblivious. I'm planning to give the factory blueprints to Tang Xiaofan, using this as a chance to bring him into our League of the Gods. If Tang Xiaofan agrees, our alliance will easily sweep away the native powers of the Divine Demon Continent and stand at the very top of the world. So, I wanted to ask what you think of this idea. He stared blankly at Bei's message. So, the factory blueprints were never meant for him. They were for Tang Xiaofan all along. In the end, he was just overthinking it. The young man gritted his teeth and replied, if Tang Xiaofan ever found out the true purpose behind the founding of our League of Gods, what would he think? So I believe it's best not to invite him into the alliance for now. The factory blueprints are so valuable. They should go to the one within the alliance who needs them most. And who needs the factory blueprints most in the alliance? Of course, it was him. Lord Bei nodded, agreeing with the young man's reasoning. You got a point. I'll work on building a good relationship with Tang Xiaofan first, then bring him into the fold. That settles it. The young man was dumbfounded. Was that what he meant? Not at all. Just imagining his beloved Lord Bei about to approach Tang Xiaofan and try to win him over made him even more frustrated, his face turning visibly pale with anger. A mood that was already sour became even worse. Tang Xiaofan, just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll get what's coming to you. Now, apart from the Fire Dragon's lair and the Death Knights, he had added yet another name to his list of grudges. Though this new target was powerful, almost monstrous, it didn't stop him from feeling jealousy and resentment. Black Tech Fortress. The Beast Tide event had drawn to a close, but the battle itself had not ended immediately. Even the commander-class monsters that had started to retreat were chased down and slain one by Zhang Yi and his promoted warriors. With that, the Beast Tide was finally and utterly defeated. Nearly 10,000 wild monsters had attacked the Black Tech Fortress, and without exception, every last one was eliminated. At the same time, bursts of golden light flashed across the battlefield, as many warriors leveled up once again. Judging by the sheer number of level-ups, Tang Xiaofan had made a huge profit from this monster horde event. Besides Zhang Yi, who had reached level 21, a large number of warriors had advanced to level 18, entering a period of rapid growth. Even the goblins who survived the war had at least reached level 8. The highest-ranking goblin elder had even become a level 16 commander. So many wild monsters had been slain this time. Nearly 10,000 in all. Among them were plenty of elite, commander, and even lord-tier monsters. The amount of energy points the warriors and goblins gained was truly staggering. And there's the loot. Nearly 10,000 monster corpses of all kinds. How much food can we harvest from that? Probably well over 100,000 units. And most importantly, there are soul stones and blueprints. A total windfall. Tang Xiaofan stood tall amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. The smile on his face impossible to hide. By his estimation, the soul stones acquired in this war, combined with his previous reserves, would easily be enough to upgrade the military building, factory for farmers, to level 4. A level 4 farmer factory. Could it recruit even newer types of farmhands? Perhaps as many as 20. At that thought, Tang Xiaofan immediately ordered the warriors and goblins to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, a notification arrived. The ranking rewards for the Beast-Tide event are finally out. Let me see what they are. Another world announcement? World announcement. The initial Beast-Tide has officially ended. Congratulations to all castle lords for passing the trial and stepping onto the path of supremacy among all races. Congratulations to the Castle faction, Black Technology Castle, for claiming the top spot on the Battle Power leaderboard, a true champion among champions. Congratulations to Castle Lord Tang Xiaofan for standing above all beings, drawing ever closer to the throne of the God King. Let the whole world celebrate. Becoming a god is within reach. The world announcement flashed in shining golden letters. Barring any surprises, it would remain until tomorrow before fading away. This was the glory belonging to every castle lord who had successfully withstood the Beast-Tide. At the same time, it was glory unique to Tang Xiaofan. That single phrase, standing above all beings, was enough to establish Tang Xiaofan as the mightiest castle lord of them all. After all, this was official recognition, not just empty praise from other castle lords. Let the world celebrate. Becoming a god is within reach. These words sent the World Chat channel into a frenzy. Hundreds of castle lords had descended upon this world. What was their ultimate goal? Of course, it was to become gods, to attain immortality. Even those who, out of fear of the Beast-Tide, gave up their castle lord status to become wanderers. At heart, they too dreamed of becoming deathless deities. Wanderers did not dare face the Beast-Tide head-on, but that did not mean they had given up on their divine aspirations. Gods were no longer just legends or myths, but beings that actually existed. Everyone longed to ignite their divine spark, forge their godhead, carve out a divine kingdom, and become a true deity. In this moment, everyone who saw the world announcement felt their hearts ablaze. Every participant in the realm of gods and demons could almost see themselves ascending to godhood in their mind's eye. If I become a god, I'll smash through the barriers between worlds and return to Earth with a single punch. My dream is simple. One day, I'll move Earth into my divine kingdom and travel the world. Then I'll just relocate the entire solar system. Haha, in that case, I'll move the whole galaxy. I'll take it a step further and move the entire universe. Let me chime in. Tang Xiaofan is unbeatable. Did you even need to say that? Isn't it obvious to everyone by now? By the way, there have only ever been 2 world announcements addressed to castle lords, and both times the main character has been Tang Xiaofan. Truly peerless. I just realized every single castle lord who took part in the Beast-Tide, even those top contenders fighting tooth and nail for a spot among the top 100, all ended up as nothing but a backdrop to Tang Xiaofan's legend. All the glory belongs to Tang Xiaofan. I wonder what kind of reward Tang Xiaofan, the top-ranked master, will receive. A good friend of mine, who's ranked 58th on the leaderboard, has already gotten an impressive prize. With Tang Xiaofan sitting at number 1, his reward must be out of this world. I suspect it might be a divine core. Could Tang Xiaofan really ascend to godhood right away? Wishful thinking. Even being first place wouldn't make someone a god instantly. If it did, what would be the point of competing? True enough. Still, I bet the top reward is unimaginably generous. If only it were me, I'd have so many girls adding me as a friend. I envy Tang Xiaofan. Get lost. Do you really think someone as extraordinary as Tang Xiaofan would be interested in your shallow pursuits? Exactly. I bet more than 100 people have tried to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend, but so far, aside from that little sidekick of his, no one's ever managed it. Rumor has it even Lord Bei hasn't made it onto his friend list. That's the man who stands above all others. I want to witness his brilliance up close. Want to meet Tang Xiaofan? Head to the forest. If you find the demon, you'll find a master himself. As a wanderer, I'm already on my way. The World Chat channel was abuzz with excitement. Countless castle lords were speculating about what reward Tang Xiaofan would receive for topping the leaderboard. Some guessed a divine artifact, others a divine core, or perhaps a god-tier building or blueprint. There was no consensus. As for those wanting to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend, their numbers were even greater. Tang Xiaofan noticed that there were now 180 friend requests waiting in his inbox. It was an astonishing figure. Among the hundreds of castle lords and wanderers, there were hardly any who didn't know Tang Xiaofan's name. Twice, the world announcements had catapulted his fame to the point where everyone knew who he was. That was the influence of the castle faction. If this were the native powers of the divine demon continent, even the gods of myriad races would be paying attention to Tang Xiaofan. The reputation of being the man standing above all others was far from an empty boast. Tang Xiaofan even believed that if he were to appear in the chat right now and call for an alliance, a league led by him would undoubtedly become the largest force in existence. All the other alliances, the Pantheon, the Anti-Demon League, the Frost Alliance, the Kingdom of the Sea, would have to step aside. With a single rallying cry, countless castle lords and wanderers would answer his call. Given his fame and prestige, there was no doubt about it. However, Tang Xiaofan had no desire to build such an alliance. Not now, at least. He didn't want to entangle himself with too many people or affairs. As for the future, he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. Tang Xiaofan turned off the world chat channel and didn't give it any further thought. He looked at the message notifications. These were reward notifications that had appeared alongside the world announcement. Congratulations, Castle Lord Tang Xiaofan. Your courage, unwavering will, and powerful troops have helped you secure the highest battle score and claim a #1 spot on the leaderboard. This glory is yours. We hope you will continue to push forward, establish your own dynasty soon, and vie for dominance in the world. You may choose one of the following 5 rewards. Reward 1. A randomly selected piece of equipment with a minimum grade of sacred relic and a maximum of divine artifact. Reward 2. Your current castle level increases by 3. Reward 3. Gain a unique building exclusive to your starting troop type. Reward 4. 5 slots to enhance the strength or bloodline evolution of your subordinate units. Reward 5. A quantity of castle resources. Special unique reward. Heart of the Dynasty, divine item. Tang Xiaofan frowned, a bit puzzled, and asked, "What is the heart of the dynasty?" A castle force must possess the heart of the dynasty to establish a dynasty. Otherwise, it will not be recognized by the laws of the divine demon continent and will most likely face large-scale assaults from native empires. The heart of the dynasty has automatically merged with the castle lord's body. You may choose to use it when founding your dynasty. So this is the unique reward? Tang Xiaofan couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought he would receive a divine artifact or even a godhood. He hadn't expected it to be just a foundational item for establishing a dynasty. Of course, this item was extremely rare and must be exceedingly difficult to obtain. After all, as a divine object, its value was extraordinary. In fact, in some respects, it could be said that its worth surpassed that of any divine artifact. After all, only with it could a newly founded dynasty receive recognition from the world laws of the divine demon continent. And when establishing a dynasty, there would certainly be a period of growth. For an ordinary castle lord, this period of growth was the most perilous. But with the heart of the dynasty, one would have a much greater chance of surviving those turbulent early days. And once the dynasty was established, no matter how powerful the native forces might be, they would not easily provoke a war between dynasties. Tang Xiaofan focused his senses for a moment and discovered a golden mark within his mind. That must be the visual manifestation of the item rated as a divine object. He didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to the other 5 rewards. The range of rewards was truly vast. There was powerful equipment for his personal use, an instant 3-level upgrade for the castle, unique buildings for his troops, enhancements for his subordinate strength, and even a bundle of resources. Essentially, every aspect of his castle was included in these rewards. But the catch was, he could only choose one. This left Tang Xiaofan at a loss. Each of the 5 rewards was tempting, and he wanted them all. Which one should I choose? Tang Xiaofan fell into deep thought. After a moment, he decided to use the process of elimination. First, I'll rule out reward 5. For any lord of the castle, castle supplies are extremely important. They can be used to upgrade the castle or the initial troop buildings. But for me, obtaining castle supplies isn't much of a challenge. Especially now that I have a heavy factory, the transport capacity of the heavy locomotives I produce makes gathering resources effortless. Even soul stones, I can acquire in large quantities by attacking local forces. Moreover, in this recent Beast Tide battle, Tang Xiaofan had also reaped a huge haul of soul stones. So, after a rough assessment, he decided to cross out the supplies reward first. The second one to exclude is reward 2, an upgrade of 3 castle levels. Previously, Tang Xiaofan's castle was ranked as a basic town. Advancing 3 levels would promote it to a basic city. In Tang Xiaofan's opinion, this reward was rather lackluster, because after upgrading the castle, not only would his strength not increase significantly, but his influence and reputation would skyrocket, which could very well provoke a large-scale assault from the native forces of the forest, especially those who already had him on their blacklist, like the ogres, goblins, and the lizardmen empire. These factions would most likely send armies to attack. Even though he wasn't afraid of them in the slightest, the risk just wasn't worth it. He needed to quickly process the rewards from his beast tide, move forward with the development of the Mark III powered armor according to the progress of the arc reactor, and recruit more warriors, farmers, and workers to ramp up production. With so many things to handle, launching a war now wasn't the best choice. Besides, since he'd already excluded the supplies reward, raising the castle's level didn't seem all that important anymore. It all boiled down to one thing. Compared to other castle lords, he didn't have much trouble acquiring resources, and he could boost his castle's level rapidly if he wanted to. Choosing to upgrade the castle would only waste this precious reward, so he decided to cross out this option as well. That leaves 3 reward choices: a random piece of equipment and a comprehensive boost to the strength of my units. Let me think. The random equipment could be anything from a holy artifact to a true divine artifact. That all comes down to luck. If I manage to get a true divine artifact, that would be excellent, but if it's just a holy artifact, it's hardly exciting. And am I blessed with good luck? Clearly not. I'm obviously the unlucky type. Holy artifacts are gear used by saint-level powerhouses, and at that level, their power is naturally formidable. But in Tang Xiaofan's eyes, equipment like this wasn't all that vital to him. As long as his castle's power grew strong enough, attacking the formidable native factions to obtain a holy artifact would not be a big problem. In time, holy artifacts would eventually become as common as goods on the open market. As for true divine artifacts, he certainly desired one, but that would require the blessing of Lady Luck herself. When it came to luck, he was no match for the little lowly from the underworld. Her good fortune was practically visible to the naked eye, whereas he knew all too well his own unlucky protagonist status. He couldn't count on luck at all. If he really gambled and only ended up with some ordinary piece of equipment, all his hard work would have been for nothing, wasting the tremendous opportunity of this beast tide. I'll just set aside the equipment rewards. I was never fated for that kind of luck anyway. Afterward, Tang Xiaofan compared the last 2 reward options. One was a unique building for his starting unit, and the other was a boost in the strength of his underling units, or 5 slots for bloodline evolution among his troops. Boosting unit strength isn't that important. After all, defeating enemies raises their levels, and my units mainly rely on equipment. Even if they're stronger, it doesn't make that much of a difference. I don't need bloodline evolution either, he mused. All of my units started out as farmers. If you evolve a farmer's bloodline, what do you get? A 2nd-generation farmer? A 3rd-generation farmer? Aren't they still just farmers in the end? True, as human farmers, their bloodlines may lack potential, but God is fair. The intelligence and diligence of farmers are unmatched by even the most powerful bloodline races. That's right, even the goblins, considered the lowest tier of all units, had their own unique strengths. During this period of interaction, Tang Xiaofan had confirmed the goblins' advantage: their fertility. A tiny goblin tribe could multiply in the thousands within a single year. What's more, goblins matured quickly. Within a year, they reached adulthood and could join the fight. After some thought, Tang Xiaofan quickly made his decision. His eyes settled on the 3rd reward, a random unique building for his starting unit. He didn't know what the unique building for farmers would be, but he was certain it would be extremely important. After all, even the so-called god-tier structure, the metal laboratory, which he valued so highly, was just a regular research facility, not a unique building for farmers. There were countless ways to enhance farmers' abilities. Tools, for example, were a fundamental method for humans to improve themselves. And since he had already released the request for factory blueprints, as long as he gathered enough, it wouldn't be long before they could produce more than just simple light-armored vehicles. One day, even aerospace carriers might roll off the line. With that in mind, he eliminated the bloodline evolution reward. In the end, only one reward remained: a unique building for the farmer class. He had no doubt that the blueprint for such a unique building would be exceedingly rare. All the other rewards would only serve to help his castle rise quickly in the early to mid-game. Exclusive buildings, on the other hand, truly belong in the realm of late-game divine treasures. In Tang Xiaofan's eyes, the value of the farmer clan's exclusive building far surpassed any other reward, be it a true artifact or bloodline evolution. There was another reason he chose it. It wasn't a blueprint. It was the actual building itself. There would be no need to waste any more castle resources. What could the farmer's exclusive building be? If it turns out to be just a farmer factory, I'll really have lost out. After all, recruiting farmers was simple, unlike other advanced units that required time to hatch or grow. And farmers didn't consume a lot of resources either. Take the current highest-level barber profession, for example. It only cost 10 units of food, hardly a challenge at all. With this in mind, Tang Xiaofan's breathing grew quicker, but the odds were it wouldn't be a farmer factory. After all, he'd never heard of anyone obtaining a troop-building blueprint or owning a second troop-building structure. Even the ever-lucky little lowly hadn't managed such a feat after all. It would throw the entire balance out of order. I choose reward number 3. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't even glance at the other rewards again. His mind was set on the farmer clan's exclusive building. Randomly generating exclusive building for the current castle faction's initial troop type. Random reward generation complete. Congratulations! The lord of the castle has received the exclusive building for the farmer clan. A Terminator missile silo. Would you like to extract it now? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan was utterly stunned. The exclusive building he'd received was far beyond anything he'd imagined. The farmer clan's exclusive building turned out to be a Terminator missile silo. A Terminator, straight up. Tang Xiaofan's mind went blank. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. He drew in a few sharp breaths, trying desperately to calm his wildly beating heart. Jarvis, is this Terminator the big mushroom? Sir, based on the current information, it appears so. My goodness. The farmer clan's exclusive building. Could it really be this powerful? Their bloodline might not be anything special. But when it came to technological development, they could crush any race blessed with mighty natural bloodlines. Don't agree? Try planting some mushrooms for yourself. The farmer clan's exclusive building was simply overwhelming. A Terminator. A missile silo. This was it. He'd struck gold. This time, he was certain he'd hit the jackpot. Tang Xiaofan felt incredibly lucky that he hadn't chosen the bloodline evolution or tried his luck with random equipment in hopes of some so-called true artifact. In the face of the big mushroom, even a true artifact was insignificant. After all, this was the farmer clan's ultimate weapon of war. A weapon capable of deciding everything in one blow. A weapon that settled matters once and for all. Wait a minute. What happens to my Black Tech castle after I extract the missile silo? The castle is the core territory belonging to its lord, while the Terminator silo is an auxiliary structure existing independently outside the castle. Tang Xiaofan understood now. In short, the castle is the foundation of its master. Even though his high-tech castle was currently just a fledgling town, it was still his main base. It must be upgraded as necessary, and, above all, it cannot be destroyed. As for the giant mushroom-shaped silo, it could be regarded as an auxiliary building, existing in reliance on the castle. Extract, Tang Xiaofan commanded in his mind. In an instant, an incredibly brilliant golden light burst forth above the high-tech castle, as if the entire sky had split open. Next, the silhouette of a high tower appeared within that golden radiance, slowly taking shape from the ethereal to the solid. Moments later, the ghostly outline materialized into a magnificent, towering structure. This giant tower was platinum all over, as if sculpted from celestial jade, surrounded by strange golden currents of light, radiating an aura of pure sanctity. The most astonishing part, it stood right beside the high-tech castle, rising slightly higher than the four-story fortress. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but worry it might explode. If it did, everything he had painstakingly built up to now would vanish in an instant. At that moment, the farmers in town and the goblins who were preparing to return to their own tribes all stared up in stunned silence at the towering silo. They were utterly awestruck by Tang Xiaofan's ability to conjure buildings with a mere wave of his hand. Their admiration for him knew no bounds. Luckily, there was no sign of an explosion. The silo remained steadfast beside the high-tech castle, as if some powerful force was restraining it, allowing it to operate steadily. As the high tower came to life, idle farmers quickly took their assigned positions, and relevant information began to flow in. Terminator Silo automatically produces 1 Terminator per day. Requires guidance to attack. Unlimited attack range. Guidance must be summoned. Now synchronized with the troop summoning list. So this is the giant mushroom. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and immediately checked the specific attributes of the Terminator Silo. Terminator Silo. Level, Primary. Faction, High-Tech Castle. Auxiliary Ability 1, Stealth Locked. Auxiliary Ability 2, 1 per hour, locked. Current status, normal. This is truly formidable. Tang Xiaofan was full of praise, his heart pounding with excitement as he gazed at the silo. Such a devastating weapon was, for his current high-tech castle, the ultimate trump card. Utterly awe-inspiring. Moreover, the giant mushroom was equipped with 2 upgrade functions, though it seemed he would need to acquire the relevant blueprints or prerequisites before unlocking them step by step. Staring at the imposing tower, Tang Xiaofan suspected that once the Terminator was activated, not to mention saint-level powerhouses, even demigods or true gods for that matter, could be obliterated in a single strike. Its destructive force was truly world-shattering, capable of annihilating everything in its path. Moreover, there was no limitation on its range of attack. As long as the guide could reach the desired position, the big mushroom could be deployed. It was the ultimate, unstoppable weapon. Paired with the mark armor, which compensated for the guide's vulnerability and lack of mobility, their combination was nothing short of flawless. The only drawback was the current scarcity of big mushrooms, just 1 per day, with no option to stockpile them. In other words, only 1 shot could be fired each day. To fire once every hour would require another upgrade. While it's not bad as it is, it's still much better than only being able to fire once a month or a year. Tang Xiaofan comforted himself with these thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly turned to Jarvis with a question. Jarvis, analyze for me. How powerful is this big mushroom, and is it possible to replicate it? Yes, sir. Please hold on a moment. If the weapon really was powerful enough to wipe out a city or a nation, Tang Xiaofan was tempted to find a target to test it on. But he knew he'd have to be extremely cautious. Once unleashed, a weapon of this caliber left no room for regret. Sir, the analysis is complete. The production mechanism of the Terminator's launch silo is unclear and cannot be replicated. So this thing could only be obtained from the system. There was simply no way to reverse engineer or mass produce it. Based on simulation and analysis, the Terminator's destructive force is equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT, with a lethal radius of 1,000 meters. It emits no radiation and has minimal effect on structures, primarily targeting living beings. Tang Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine. This bomb was nothing short of a harbinger of death. If he ever went to war, the enemy's command posts, headquarters, or rear camps, if his armor detected them, it would only take a single big mushroom to deal with everything. In that case, this big mushroom is actually a bit awkward for me to use. Indeed, its power was overwhelming. But for Tang Xiaofan, equipped with the mark armor, it seemed there were hardly any enemies he couldn't defeat. Oh well, at least it serves as a trump card. Who could predict what the future might bring, or what kind of enemy might appear? If a powerful local force ever came to attack his high-tech fortress, he'd have this ultimate weapon of war at his disposal. Under normal circumstances, it was best to let the Terminator rest quietly in its launch silo, harmlessly maintained and left alone. Ginny, build a wall around this tower for me. Make it high. No one is allowed near it. Yes, my lord. With his mind made up but still mindful of security, Tang Xiaofan summoned Jian Yi and began constructing the wall. Zhan Yi, select 10 warriors and set up a rotation to guard this place. No unauthorized personnel are allowed anywhere near. Yes, my lord. As for the guide, Tang Xiaofan had no intention of recruiting one just yet. After all, the guide was like a key. There was no need to forge a key before you had a lock to open. If he created it now and it accidentally unlocked something prematurely, wouldn't that be a disaster? Watching the workers and warriors bustling about, Tang Xiaofan suddenly caught the excited voices of the farmers and soldiers. That's the ultimate weapon of our farmer clan. A true Terminator. This is incredible. I never dreamed we'd see a Terminator so soon. With this, no one will ever dare to provoke us again. The farmers and soldiers were utterly astounded. As warriors, they were intimately familiar with the Terminator. It was the exclusive creation of the farmer clan, a mighty engine of war powerful enough to attack even other dimensions. None of the soldiers had expected such a weapon to appear so quickly. Praise be to our all-powerful Lord. The soldiers gazed at Tang Xiaofan with reverence and awe. To them, it was their creator, whom they worshipped, who had summoned forth this war machine, the Terminator. Now, with the soldiers at his side, they would conquer the vast and mysterious world before them. The Terminator has descended. Our Lord's glory will shine across the entire divine and demonic continent. This world is destined to belong to the Almighty Lord. Zhan Yi was beside himself with excitement, and so was Zhan Er, along with all the other warriors. Their emotions soared higher than ever before. Nothing could compare to the exhilaration they felt at the arrival of the Terminator. Every pair of warriors' eyes sparkled as they gazed at the towering Terminator launch silo. With the Terminator in their hands, they finally had a foothold in this strange new world. The goblins nearby were visibly trembling all over. The moment the Terminator stood tall, they couldn't help but fall to their knees, bowing in worship toward their omnipotent Lord. That is the Lord's miracle. O Almighty Lord, please protect your devout goblin followers. May your glory endure. May you reign forever. Led by the goblin elder, the goblins whispered prayers without pause, yearning for the Lord's radiant blessing to envelop their entire race, so that the forest goblin tribes, and even the goblin kingdom, would one day worship their Lord. Only faith could save the goblin race. Only the Lord's light could banish the darkness and evil lurking in the forest, granting the goblins true salvation. Their faith was unwavering. At the very moment the Terminator appeared, many goblins who had been devout believers ascended to the ranks of fanatics. Their Lord had revealed a miracle. As faithful followers, how could they not hold fast to their belief? Looking at John E. and the other warriors, Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "The Terminators cannot be included in our war plans just yet. We must first develop the Black Technology Fortress. When we encounter a truly formidable enemy, then, and only then, will the Terminators be unleashed onto the battlefield. All-powerful Lord." The warriors, as always, followed their Lord's commands without hesitation. Besides, with the Terminators already summoned, could their deployment really be far off? It was only a question of whether the enemy was worthy of such a weapon. As the warrior teams expanded their hunting grounds and pressed their attacks against the local powers, they would inevitably encounter more enemies, foes who would grow stronger with each encounter. They were certain that it would not be long before the Terminators marched onto the field of battle. And when that day came, their Lord's fortress would sweep through the forest like a storm, founding a powerful new dynasty. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and gave his orders. "Clear the battlefield. Gather up all the soul stones and blueprints that have dropped and bring them to me. Also, collect the bodies of the wild monsters outside. Those are food, and we cannot afford to let any go to waste." Surveying the ground, now littered with corpses, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Nearly 10,000 monster carcasses, great and small. How long would it take to harvest and process every last one? It would surely take at least 2 hours, if not more. Fortunately, there were the farmers. While their combat abilities were modest, they possessed vital skills: logging, mining, dissecting. By entrusting the monsters' remains to them, Tang Xiaofan could free himself from the heavy labor of harvesting and processing. Meanwhile, the goblins had begun to sing. Their voices rose in somber remembrance of those who had fallen in the recent battle, wishing for their souls to ascend to heaven and serve as the Lord's loyal servants. It was a pity some of the goblins had perished before they truly had the chance to shine. At that moment, Tang Xiaofan's thoughts turned to the temple. The souls of the fallen goblins had been guided away by the sacred halls. With enough soul stones, they could be reborn. And when they returned, they would not be goblins any longer. They would emerge as a new kind of soldier. A new troop type. Tang Xiaofan gazed at the temple in the distance, its sacred glow shining bright. He was seized by curiosity, eager to discover what this new troop type mentioned in his notifications could be. Unable to contain his excitement, Tang Xiaofan stepped into the temple alone. As for the farmers, they continued to clean up the battlefield and gather the spoils. At the same time, the field itself needed to be cleansed. Everywhere one looked, there were severed limbs and pools of blood, a grisly sight that made the heart uneasy. This was Tang Xiaofan's first time stepping into the temple. He had never visited before. The main hall was somewhat bare, lacking the lavish decoration one might expect. Its color scheme was dominated by pure white, radiating a sense of sanctity. At the far end of the hall stood a statue of Tang Xiaofan himself. Descending from his sides, one step below, stood statues of 18 winged angels. Beyond them were 4 statues of 6 winged archangels, and 8 statues of 14 winged seraphim. In other words, the temple could house angels of various ranks. At the very least, it would have to be a 14-winged archangel. Of course, what Tang Xiaofan was seeing now were only statues of angels, not the real beings themselves. If a true angel appeared, let alone just this forest, even a single 18-winged archangel of the Lord God rank would be invincible. Who on the divine demon continent could possibly stand against such a deity? Could it be that souls inside the temple can be transformed into angels? But if you wanted to reincarnate as an 18-winged archangel, you'd probably need your luck maxed out, wouldn't you? Tang Xiaofan shook his head, pushing aside these wild thoughts, then shifted his gaze to the front of the grand hall, where a long table stood, bearing a golden holy grail. From within the holy grail, faint, familiar prayers drifted out. And in that instant, Tang Xiaofan understood. The souls drawn into the temple had all been gathered into the holy grail. With a single thought, streams of radiant light began to rise from the grail. You have obtained 285 pure souls, each washed by holy power. 285 souls. That meant, in this beast tide battle, 285 goblins had perished. As for the others who had fallen, their souls were beyond the temple's reach, so they hadn't been guided to the grail. Where those souls had gone, Tang Xiaofan had no way of knowing. Tang Xiaofan stretched out his right hand, and the 285 souls transformed into a gentle rain of light, settling into his palm. He then made his way toward the farmer factory, and as he approached, Tang Xiaofan took out a single soul light and placed it inside the factory. What he cared about now was how many soul stones it would cost to reincarnate a soul into a new type of soldier. If the cost exceeded his expectations, these souls would simply remain in the Holy Grail in the temple for the time being. Would you like to spend 10 soul stones to reincarnate this soul? Yes, no. The information prompt appeared again. 10 soul stones, huh? With 285 souls, that's 2,850 soul stones in total. With the amount of soul stones I have now, I could afford it. That's quite a lot. Soul stones were extremely valuable to Tang Xiaofan. Their primary use being to upgrade the farmer factory, the building that produced his troops. Previously, out of concern for the castle's safety, he planned to wait until he'd stockpiled enough soul stones, and then have Jarvis set up an energy shield to protect the castle. But now, with the Terminator at his disposal, a true weapon of mass destruction, the plan for an energy shield could be set aside for now, because he believed that once he unleashed the Terminator, even saint-level experts and demigods wouldn't be able to withstand its assault. If a large-scale enemy force ever attacked, he could simply strike directly at the enemy's rear stronghold or command center, and that alone would be enough to cripple their offensive. In any case, with the Terminator now in place, setting up an energy shield isn't all that meaningful anymore. It would just be a bit of a waste. Let's wait until all the spoils are gathered. Once we see how many soul stones we have, then we can talk about soul reincarnation. Ultimately, upgrading the farmer factory is what really matters. With this thought, Tang Xiaofan waved his right hand. A dense shower of soul light streamed toward the temple, returning to the Holy Grail. In the end, only 2 souls remained. Both came from those goblins. He placed these 2 souls into the farmer factory. Do you wish to spend 20 soul stones to help the current souls undergo reincarnation? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Very soon, a pure, sacred light shone from within the farmer factory, and it seemed as if tiny angels were softly singing a beautiful hymn. Not long after, 2 orbs of light floated out from the farmer factory, landing before Tang Xiaofan. When the orbs burst open, 2 little angels appeared in front of him. They stood about 20 centimeters tall, dressed in illusory, sacred robes. Their skin was fair and translucent, their large eyes sparkling like jewels, and their cheeks adorably plump. On their backs, both had snow-white wings. A pair, 2 wings each. These were the holy spirits of double-winged angels. Master! The 2 little angels fluttered their wings, flying up to Tang Xiaofan. They placed their tiny hands over their hearts and bowed respectfully to him. In their hearts, Tang Xiaofan was the omnipotent Lord, the founding god who had created the entire race of angels. Their faith in him was utterly fervent. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan saw information panels appear for both little angels. Double-winged angel, Holy Spirit. Current growth status, Holy Spirit. Power level, Tier 3. Defeating enemies will rapidly increase level. Loyalty, 100 utterly loyal. Ultimate form, demigod, double-winged angel. The other little angel's information was identical. No difference at all. As expected of angels, even though they're only Tier 3 now, when they reach adulthood, their ultimate form, their power will be at demigod level, second only to the gods themselves. And these were just the double-winged angels. If you consider those with more wings, 4-winged angels, 6-winged, 12-winged, 18-winged angels, how powerful would they be? Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Xiaofan. The double-winged angel Holy Spirit started at Tier 3. So what about an 18-winged angel Holy Spirit? Wouldn't its power rival that of a true god? And what would it become upon reaching adulthood? At that thought, Tang Xiaofan's breathing quickened with excitement. If soul reincarnation could produce an 18-winged angel Holy Spirit, he would soar to unimaginable heights in an instant. Special reminder, your castle has recruited units from the Light faction, granting you increased favorability with the Light, Order, and good factions. However, your enmity with evil and dark castle factions has also risen. As he read the information about the new units, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He hadn't expected that the pure souls of the two goblins would be reborn as angels of the light faction. The little angels start at a low level, he mused, but their potential for growth is truly remarkable. One day, they might even ascend to godhood. All things considered, these two angelic spirits held immense value for cultivation. Exchanging 10 soul stones for a unit with such tremendous growth potential was more than worthwhile. Almighty Lord, may the holy light shine forever. May your eternity endure. The two little angels bowed deeply to Tang Xiaofan, their reverence clear in every movement. Their faith was as fervent as that of the most devout saints. From the very moment of their birth, they were Tang Xiaofan's fanatical followers. In the future, if Tang Xiaofan ever wished to nurture holy disciples, these two would be the ideal candidates, especially the little angel among them. She could be chosen as a saintess. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. What is your primary role? With perfect synchronicity, the two little angels replied, Our main duty is to spread the Lord's faith, to purify the darkness and evil in the world, and to let the light shine everywhere. Tang Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Sending little angels to spread the faith would surely be far more effective than relying on farmers. Excellent. He addressed the two angels. Your task is to comfort the goblins. Then, follow them back to their tribe and establish a temple there. At your command, Almighty Lord. The two little angels bowed respectfully. Nearby, a few farmers who had changed class to temple attendants looked on with regret written all over their faces. Tang Xiaofan reassured them. There's no need to worry. The temples will continue to expand in the future. Just focus on your duties. With time, there will be more and more souls from other races, and your management will be needed. Soon, once the arc reactor was fully installed, Tang Xiaofan planned to begin clearing out the surrounding powers. Whether they were other castles or local forces, he would sweep through them all. When that time came, there would be plenty of opportunities to collect souls from other races, and then there could be a large-scale conversion into angels. But even so, the angels would still need the farmers for management. Otherwise, the faith could easily become misguided. Praise be to you, Almighty Lord. A few temple attendants bowed deeply to Tang Xiaofan, full of reverence. To serve the Lord was their greatest honor, and to receive a personal assignment from him was a sign of his special favor, filling them with excitement. With the little angels' duties arranged, Tang Xiaofan then opened the World Chat channel. There, countless castle lords were still engaged in heated discussion. All focus on the topic of the Black Tech Castle's rise to the top of the battle power rankings. Many people were still speculating about what kind of reward Tang Xiaofan had actually received. They seemed to never tire of the guessing game. Tang Xiaofan found it rather dull and was about to close the chat channel. But just at that moment, he happened to notice a message from a castle lord, claiming to have seen golden light shining above the forest and a colossal tower descending from the sky before vanishing without a trace. This immediately caught his attention, because it meant one thing. Somewhere in the forest, a castle lord had discovered the launch facility. At the same time, the appearance of keywords like golden light and tower quickly shifted the topic of conversation in the World Chat channel. Everyone started speculating about what this mysterious tower could be. Why did it appear over the forest? And why did it vanish as suddenly as it came? Some castle lords even connected the tower to Tang Xiaofan, believing the Golden Tower was his reward for the Beast Tide event. After all, Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle was located in that very forest. However, this theory didn't gain much traction. How could the reward for the Beast Tide event possibly be a tower? If it were a divine artifact, a godhood, or even Tang Xiaofan ascending to godhood directly, that would sound more believable than the reward being a tower. Others guessed that it was nothing more than a mirage, since the golden light and the tower appeared together. Many more suggested it was simply someone trying to stir up discussion and attract attention. The reason was straightforward. Too few people had actually seen the tower, just a handful, really. Quite a few castle lords based in the forest stepped forward to say that they hadn't seen any golden light, let alone a tower. And so, in the end, the topic fizzled out. The legend of the Golden Tower, except for the few directly involved, was quickly forgotten by everyone else. As for Tang Xiaofan, he soon lost interest as well. He glanced at the more than 20,000 units of ordinary food he had put up for sale. Still, not a single taker. It looks like I won't be selling any of this in short term, he thought. After the castle defense battle in the early hours and the just concluded Beast Tide event, the castle lords had no shortage of food. That meant food here was simply not going to sell. He could only wait for a while, until the castle lords ran down their own food reserves. With their armies growing larger by the day, their food consumption would only increase. When that time came, the food market would flourish once more. In his friends list, the little girl from the underground world had sent him several messages, congratulating Tang Xiaofan for taking first place on the combat power leaderboard, and then chattering on about what her Iron Dwarf fortress had gained from the Beast-Tide battle. Among the rarest blueprints, she had managed to get 9 all at once. This made Tang Xiaofan sigh with genuine admiration. She truly was a girl blessed by Lady Luck. Tang Xiaofan glanced over the blueprints the little lowly had sent him once more. Most of them were for lower or mid-tier structures. But there was one, a blueprint for an advanced building. Advanced Building Blueprint, Dwarven Royal Palace. Description, an exclusive structure for the Dwarven race. Unique building, only one allowed. Effect 1, greatly boosts the loyalty of Dwarven units within the castle's ranks. Effect 2, increases Dwarven units' attack and defense by 10%. Effect 3, dramatically raises the chance that native dwarves will voluntarily join your faction. This was practically a cheat code. Tang Xiaofan thought the exclusive building was like a permanent power-up. So he chatted with the little lowly for a while, reminding her to build the Dwarven Royal Palace as soon as possible. This structure was the perfect match for her Iron Dwarf fortress. Its significance was on par with the Metal Laboratory for a high-tech castle. Absolutely crucial. In the end, he received a gift from the little lowly, a blueprint for a mid-level building. It was called the Outlook Tower, a structure that would light up every unexplored area within a 10-kilometer radius. Tang Xiaofan considered refusing, but in the end, the little lowly's sweet and persistent pleas convinced him to accept the gift. She'd actually gotten 2 Outlook Tower blueprints, one for herself and one for Tang Xiaofan. If not for that, Tang Xiaofan would likely have declined. After all, the little lowly, living deep underground, needed such buildings even more than he did. Besides, Tang Xiaofan's mark armor could now fly. For him, revealing unknown regions was as easy as lifting a hand. After finishing his chat with the little lowly, Tang Xiaofan checked his friend requests. To his surprise, there were over 100 people wanting to add him. Even he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at the sheer number. After 2 consecutive wars, blueprints must be pretty widespread by now. With that in mind, he searched the requests for a keyword, factory blueprints. The list instantly narrowed to just over 20 people. He filtered further, and after a round of elimination, Tang Xiaofan was left with 7 friend requests. Most of them said they had factory blueprints and wanted to sell them to him. Only one had posted a factory blueprint and declared it was not for sale. They wanted to give it to him as a gift. He checked the sender's name, Old Bay. Tang Xiaofan paused in surprise. Him again. Tang Xiaofan hadn't forgotten this ambitious fellow. Old Bay, lord of a top-tier castle, with ancient giant bears under his command. During the newbie phase, he gained worldwide acclaim by selling food at fair prices. Later, through a series of clever moves, he kept skyrocketing in fame. Within the castle factions, Old Bay's renown was second only to Tang Xiaofan's. He was hailed as the leader among countless lords of castles. It was based on this information that Tang Xiaofan was convinced this guy was anything but ordinary. He harbored great ambition. One might even call it a burning desire for power. Of course, that was entirely understandable. After all, this was a brutal world of castle wars and a struggle for supremacy among myriad races, a world where all sorts of people could be forged. Tang Xiaofan even believed that, as time went on, titles like emperor would become common among many castle lords, and that they too would go on to establish dynasties of their own. No one could resist the allure of such power. Moreover, Lord Bay was already a standout among castle lords. In the recently concluded Beast Horde event, he had even outshone countless peers, breaking into the top 10 on the combat power rankings, a testament to both his dominance and his ambitions for the future. So eager to add me as a friend? Trying to reach out to me? Tang Xiaofan glanced at the friend request from Lord Bay. Unlike those other castle lords, Lord Bay's factory blueprints weren't for sale. He wanted to give them as a gift. Clearly, he was hoping to forge a connection, to build a solid relationship. Persistent, aren't you? Tang Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. These days, he'd been declining waves of friend requests from castle lords every single day. From time to time, he'd noticed that among those he rejected, Lord Bay's request was always there. To him, this was a display of remarkable persistence, a kind of stubborn determination that wouldn't rest until it achieved its aim. After a moment's thought, Tang Xiaofan decided not to refuse this time and accepted the request. He figured he'd hear Lord Bay out first. And besides, he couldn't resist the lure of factory blueprints. It didn't matter if it was Lord Bay or a madman. He'd accept the request all the same. Worst case, he could always delete them later. What mattered most was getting his hands on those blueprints. Karamay Steppe, fortress of the ancient giant bear. The beast horde battle had long since ended. Lord Bay was leading his legion of ancient giant bears to sweep the battlefield. From this battle, the factory blueprints he'd earned could have easily compensated for the losses among his troops, had he sold them. But he still chose to use the blueprints as a means to draw closer to Tang Xiaofan. There was another reason, too. He wanted to prove to himself that anything he, Lord Bay, set his mind to, he could achieve, even if he had to pay a hefty price. A fine harvest. A smile spread across Lord Bay's face. There were still streaks of blood on his cheeks, and his high-level armor was stained crimson from the blood of wild monsters, giving him an even more formidable presence. New message. Could it be someone from the Alliance of the Gods, looking for me? Lord Bay opened his friends list. His expression froze in surprise. At the same time, his pupils contracted slightly, revealing a glimmer of surprise and delight. As expected, even Tang Xiaofan, who's widely regarded as the strongest lord of all the castles, can't resist the allure of the blueprint. A smile tugged at the corner of Lord Bay's resolute lips. At last, his lingering resentment faded away. After adding Tang Xiaofan as a friend, he wasted no time and immediately sent a message. It wasn't easy, my mighty lord. I've finally managed to add you as a friend. Do you have any idea how many times I've applied? Seeing this message, Tang Xiaofan hastily replied, Sorry. There are just too many people wanting to add me, and I really don't have time to sort through them all. I totally understand. Lord Bay accepted the explanation. After all, he too received countless friend requests every single day. But aside from lords who commanded the very top-tier troops, he declined all the others without exception. Compared to him, Tang Xiaofan was rarely seen in the World Chat channel, had never built any alliances, and paid no attention to so-called networking. Naturally, it was no easy feat to get on Tang Xiaofan's friends list. So far, it seemed that only someone with the nickname Tang Xiaofan's loyal sidekick was known to have the closest ties with him. Yet, no one had ever managed to add this sidekick as a friend either. Tang Xiaofan and his sidekick seemed to exist outside of the established circles of castle lords. Tang Xiaofan spoke up. Let's get down to business. How do you plan to sell that factory blueprint of yours? Sensing Tang Xiaofan's straightforward and somewhat distant tone, Lord Bay frowned slightly and replied, I promised you it would be a gift. Tang Xiaofan chuckled. In my experience, free things are always the most expensive. Just name your price. Lord Bay raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and responded, Tang Xiaofan, I sincerely invite you to join our Alliance of the Gods. As of now, our alliance has nearly 40 top-tier castle lords. We're destined to become the most powerful force among all the castle alliances. He spoke plainly, but didn't hold back on his sales pitch. The Alliance of the Gods was founded to counter your demon legion. But I hope we can become allies. Let's sweep across the native powers of the divine and demonic lands together. If you join, the Alliance would consider granting you a seat as a council member. Council members are the upper management of the Alliance. By joining us, you'll soon have an incredibly powerful backing, and it'll speed up the development of your Black Tech Castle. Inside the Black Tech Castle, Tang Xiaofan stared at Lord Bay's message. Lord Bay wasn't exaggerating. Every top-tier castle lord had a brilliant future ahead, and building a mighty force of their own was hardly a challenge. Among the hundreds of castle lords, fewer than 100 possessed top-tier troops. Yet within their ranks, the Alliance of the Gods that they've formed already counts nearly 40 top-tier castle lords as members. And who can say how many more of these elites will join the Alliance in the future? It's easy to see that, as long as the Alliance of the Gods is managed well and avoids internal strife that could tear it apart, it is destined to become the most powerful alliance among all castle factions. There's no doubt about that. For those within the Alliance, especially those in the upper echelons, the position of counselor is an incredibly tempting one. If the Alliance of the Gods thrives, its counselors will stand at the very summit of castle power, wielding a force that could shake the world with a mere tap of a foot. This level of influence, any castle lord would find it impossible to resist. Without a second thought, most would leap at the chance to join the Alliance of the Gods. Yet Tang Xiaofan refused. To join would be to bow before those very top-tier lords who founded the Alliance just to oppose him. Even if he didn't really care about that, he was more interested in finding out, would his own high-tech castle outshine the Alliance of the Gods, or would the Alliance prove stronger? In fact, could he alone take on dozens of castle lords and come out on top? He had that confidence. Of course, these were not words to say aloud to Lord Bay. It would sound like a blatant provocation. So after refusing, Tang Xiaofan simply said to Lord Bay, Name your price again. Won't you reconsider? Lord Bay pressed. The Alliance of the Gods really has a bright future. With your strength on board, we'd be unstoppable. We could sweep aside even the native empires in the central region. Tang Xiaofan just chuckled and declined without hesitation. Not interested for now. Lord Bei could only sigh, but he had expected as much. Tang Xiaofan, officially recognized as the strongest castle lord, was not someone who could be lured in with grand promises and empty words. So, Lord Bei wasn't too surprised by the refusal. Well, perhaps another time. Here, take this blueprint as a gift. Think of it as a token of friendship. Name your price. Seeing this blunt reply in his friend's message, Lord Bei rubbed his forehead. Clearly, befriending Tang Xiaofan and building a relationship with him was no simple task. After some thought, Lord Bei replied, "All right, 300 soul stones then." That was a friendly price. For most castle lords at the bottom, a factory blueprint wasn't even worth 50 energy stones. Some wouldn't bother to buy it at all. After all, it demanded a lot of resources to operate and had little use in actual combat, unlike a blueprint for a defensive tower, which was far more valuable. But for the lord of a top-tier castle, its value is at least 500 energy stones or more. As for Tang Xiaofan, at this moment, the factory blueprint is worth over 1,000 energy stones. If Lord Bei had asked for 1,000 energy stones, Tang Xiaofan would have bought it without hesitation. He would simply have cut ties after the deal was done. Lord Bei was well aware of this, so in order to maintain a good relationship, he didn't set a cutthroat price. Deal. Great. Immediately, Lord Bei put the factory blueprint up in the trading zone, setting the exchange price at 300 soul stones, and designated Tang Xiaofan as the buyer. Lord Bei watched as the factory blueprint vanished from the trading list, and a notification popped up to let him know he had received 300 soul stones. He didn't feel even the slightest pang of regret. To him, he could always produce more factory blueprints, but forging a connection with Tang Xiaofan was far more significant. He chatted with Tang Xiaofan a little longer. Suddenly, as if recalling something important, Lord Bei asked Tang Xiaofan, "Could you reveal what the sole reward for the Beast Tide event is?" "Want to know?" "Yes. A divine item. The heart of the dynasty." A divine item. Lord Bei drew in a sharp breath. He felt certain that the heart of the dynasty must be crucial to founding a kingdom, perhaps even establishing an empire. Its value rivaled that of a legendary artifact. Lord Bei was about to inquire further, eager to learn what the heart of the dynasty actually did. But at that very moment, he suddenly received a friend notification. "Your friend Tang Xiaofan has deleted you. You can no longer send messages." The message left Lord Bei completely stunned. They had just been chatting pleasantly, and had even sealed a friendly transaction. Yet Tang Xiaofan had deleted him just like that. Burning bridges after crossing them? What on earth is this? Lord Bei felt a surge of indignation and strong dissatisfaction. Even if someone plans to abandon a partner after using them, surely they wouldn't do it quite this quickly. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He was nobody's beast of burden. All the same, he was furious right now. He immediately wanted to reapply, to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend again, and demand an explanation for this behavior. He even started typing out the friend request. But in the end, Lord Bei didn't send it, because by now he had calmed down a bit, and he understood why Tang Xiaofan had deleted him. He and Tang Xiaofan, after all, shared no real friendship. Their only connection was that factory blueprint. Given the blueprint and the friendly price, Tang Xiaofan probably wouldn't have deleted him, and maybe, in the future, they could have chatted occasionally, discussing how to develop their castle factions and strengthen their ties. That was what Lord Bei had hoped for in his heart. He had wanted to use the blueprint to draw closer to Tang Xiaofan. But in the end, they were mere acquaintances, and he had tried to pry into Tang Xiaofan's secrets, trying to uncover what the sole reward of the Beast Tide event actually was. This instantly turned their casual acquaintance into cold strangers, breeding a sense of aversion. Tang Xiaofan didn't refuse him. He granted his wish, replying, "A divine artifact, the heart of a king." With that, he repaid the favor he owed him. From then on, the two had no further ties. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan simply deleted him, not wanting any more entanglements. Tang Xiaofan doesn't want anyone prying into his secrets. He has no fondness for those who try to uncover what he hides. Once he understood this, Old Bei was immediately filled with regret. His curiosity was too strong, his motives too obvious, and the timing of his inquiry couldn't have been worse. Not only did he lose the valuable factory blueprint, but he was also removed from Tang Xiaofan's friends list. He had played a good hand to ruin. There's no way to fix things now, even if I tried to explain. Old Bei knew that no matter how many times he reapplied to be friends, Tang Xiaofan would surely refuse. From this, Old Bay realized Tang Xiaofan was a person with clear lines between affection and dislike. If he likes you, he likes you. If not, there's no pretending. Tang Xiaofan wouldn't spare his feelings just because Old Bay was a widely recognized leader. What do you call that? A man of steel, a straight shooter? Old Bay rubbed his forehead, muttering to himself that winning over such a man wouldn't be easy. He sighed and said, "It seems I'll have to wait for a better opportunity to explain myself and ease the tension with Tang Xiaofan. At least this wasn't a total loss. At the very least, I've figured out Tang Xiaofan's temperament, so things will be easier next time we interact." With that in mind, Old Bay managed to console himself a little. After all, there wasn't much else he could do. It had taken considerable effort just to get a factory blueprint and connect with Tang Xiaofan, though he didn't know why Tang Xiaofan wanted such blueprints. Factory blueprints were generally considered the least useful of all, unless your main troop was something weak like farmers. No top castle lord would ever choose this type of blueprint for development. Every factory required a substantial workforce to operate, and if your first troop type wasn't farmers, you'd never need factory blueprints at all. Meanwhile, inside the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan paid no heed to Old Bay's thoughts, instead chatting with his other 6 friends. As for Old Bay's matter, he had already put it out of his mind. Someone with as strong a sense of purpose as Old Bay wasn't someone he wanted to associate with. At least for now, Tang Xiaofan had no fondness for people with that kind of personality. Still, he believed that if Old Bay's ancient bear fortress, with the backing of the Alliance of the Gods, continued to develop, then one day, Old Bay's castle might well become the ruler of a whole region. He could establish a dynasty and crown himself emperor. On that point, Tang Xiaofan had no doubts about Old Bay's capabilities. After all, Old Bay had fought his way into the top 10 on the power rankings, standing at the very summit among hundreds of castle lords. With the backing of the Alliance of Gods, Bear's future was destined to be limitless. Tang Xiaofan, however, had no desire to associate with people who harbored such blatant personal agendas. How different it was from the little girl from the underground world. Obedient, gentle, and wise beyond her years. Even though she lived in a perilous environment, she always remained optimistic and would even turn around to comfort Tang Xiaofan. She kept telling Tang Xiaofan not to worry about her, reassuring him time and again that her clan of dwarf warriors was strong enough to keep her safe. With her, Tang Xiaofan had never once heard any bad news. Every time he chatted with the little girl, his spirits would noticeably lift, even though he was frequently left stunned by the lucky little girl's uncanny good fortune. All things considered, he found himself much fonder of her. Of the 6 castle lords in his friends list, every one of them had brought him factory blueprints, clearly demonstrating just how rare these blueprints were. Yet for Tang Xiaofan, the importance of factory blueprints couldn't be clearer. After some negotiations and conversations, he decided to remove 5 of the castle lords from his friends list. One of them had tried to sell his blueprint for an outrageous price of 2,000 soul stones. After a round of haggling, this castle lord insisted that his lowest price was still 1,000 soul stones. Without another word, Tang Xiaofan simply deleted him. If this were later in the game, he wouldn't have hesitated to buy it. But now, his soul stones were incredibly precious, reserved for upgrading the farmer's factory. At this stage, exchanging 1,000 soul stones for a low-level factory blueprint simply wasn't worth it. As for the other 4 castle lords he removed, one of them had chatted with Tang Xiaofan for quite a while, only for Tang Xiaofan to realize he'd been played. That person didn't have a blueprint at all. He was just fishing for information about the unique reward. Tang Xiaofan wasted no time in blocking him and marking his castle as a rival force. The other 3 castle lords offered reasonable prices, but each wanted a promise from Tang Xiaofan. Then the upcoming castle wars, he would lend his strength to their factions. Tang Xiaofan's promise couldn't just be a casual word. He'd have to sign a formal agreement. All 3 of these lords were shrewd individuals, well-versed in the art of maximizing their own interests. So, Tang Xiaofan deleted them as well. In the end, only 1 castle lord remained, offering 200 soul stones. A fair price, neither greedy nor underhanded. Tang Xiaofan decided to make the purchase. Soon enough, he had a low-level factory blueprint in hand. After all that effort, he'd managed to acquire 2 factory blueprints. Not a waste of time after all. As he closed his friends list, Tang Xiaofan glanced at his newly added friend, Yixue. Myself. If Yixue's troops were actually ice elemental spirits, then her castle's power would be absolutely terrifying. Unfortunately, elemental spirits aren't the kind of troops you can recruit directly. Only certain units, after undergoing a bloodline evolution, have the chance to advance into elemental spirits. During a chat, Yixue had already revealed that her troops were high-tier units, Frostland demon bears, which had nothing to do with ice elemental spirits. Her castle just happened to be situated on the frozen plains, right next to the Ice Kingdom, so she named it home of the ice spirits. As for why she was selling the factory blueprints, the reason was simple. She was short on soul stones. Just 200 more soul stones, and she could upgrade her troop building to level 3. Besides, the factory blueprints were pretty much useless to her, since her Frostland demon bears couldn't operate the factory at all. Even if she summoned one, she'd still have to wait until she captured some human auxiliary units before the factory could actually get to work. As dusk approached, the blood moon rose, its faint crimson glow casting a veil over the entire world. The dense forest outside the high-tech castle quickly grew ominous and shadowy. Yet, the wild was eerily silent. Not a single monster's roar echoed through the trees, and even the bird-like creatures were few and far between. The beast-tide battle had drastically reduced the number of wild monsters in the surrounding woods. It was no exaggeration to say the area had been swept clean by the carnage. And it wasn't just Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. Castles all around the world were unusually quiet. Barring any surprises, tonight promised to be a peaceful night. In fact, it would be the safest blood moon night yet. The castle battlefield had already been cleared out, with monster corpses stacked in neat piles. The farmers were busy gathering and dismantling the remains. Every scrap of food and monster material was automatically stored in the castle's warehouse. All the spoils from the beast tide were gathered and delivered straight to Tang Xiaofan. Looking at the heaps of soul stones and the stack of blueprints before him, Tang Xiaofan's smile was radiant. I wonder if the farmer factory will be able to summon female farmers after reaching level 4. And will the new blueprints include any new factory designs? Something to look forward to. Very soon, the farmers' lives would become even more vibrant and colorful. But what Tang Xiaofan looked forward to most was ensuring that he and his fellow countrymen could live happily in this strange world. First order of business. Upgrade the farmer factory. On Blue Star, in a live stream channel, viewers everywhere were left speechless. Tang Xiaofan took down over 10,000 wild monsters by himself. That's right, I counted. At least over 10,000. No need to count, just look at the leaderboard. He's got more than 400,000 points, way more than anyone else. You're all making good points, but why do some people still see Tang Xiaofan as weak or easy to bully? What's with this anti-demon alliance nonsense? They must have a death wish. Hey, what else could it be? Those guys are just full of themselves. They think Tang Xiaofan just got lucky calling him some kind of demon. But do they ever stop to consider, if Tang Xiaofan were just like them, would things have turned out this way? By the way, did you see that launch silo? The Tsar Bomba, the Fat Man, or maybe the Big Mushroom? Yeah, most likely. Sigh, how can we ever get those fools to understand? Tell me, do you think those people, no matter how wildly they jump around, could ever withstand the Big Mushroom? The so-called Alliance of the Gods? Might as well call it the Suicide Alliance. In the studio of today's Divine Demon Continent, the whole team was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was in high spirits. Everyone except Zhang Xiaoxiao. The international treaty banned the use of the Big Mushroom ages ago. What good is that thing now? Damn it. Unbelievable. Yuchi brushed her hair aside in frustration, completely ignoring the chatterbox, and turned to the others with a question. Since everyone's so excited, how about you, director, introduce this tower to the audience? The director's face was glowing with pride, unable to contain his joy. Hearing Yuchi's question, he nodded and replied. All right, dear viewers, as you can see, there's a new tower in Tang Xiaofan's castle. Yes, that one. Camera, zoom in, please. The camera panned over, capturing the tower with its warning lights flashing. Already surrounded by a tall wall. Inside and out, armored guards were on patrol. Yes, this tower is what people commonly call the Big Mushroom. I'm sure you all know what that means. And this is a state-of-the-art version, practically a conventional Big Mushroom. Clean, easy to deploy, and lightning fast to deliver. Of course, we in Long will have already mastered this technology, though not with the ease Tang Xiaofan has. But the Big Mushroom's greatest power is not its use. If people know you have one, once they've seen the Big Mushroom for themselves, they'll have to think long and hard before making any moves. Winning without fighting, that's the ultimate deterrent. In the high-tech castle, 2,156 soul stones, 6 blueprints. With the 2 factory blueprints I just traded for, plus the lookout tower plan from the little girl, I've now got 9 blueprints in total, just from the blueprints alone. This Beast Tide event has been a huge windfall for Tang Xiaofan. Still, his top priority remains upgrading the farmer factory. I had 4,150 soul stones in reserve and spent 500 on blueprints. That leaves me with 3,650. Add in my loot from the Beast Tide battle, and I now have a total of 5,806 soul stones. To upgrade the farmer factory to level 4, I'll need 5,000 soul stones. All the requirements are met. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately approached the farmer factory. Would you like to upgrade the unit building? Farmer factory? Yes, no. Upgrade. As Tang Xiaofan whispered this command, the farmer factory instantly radiated a brilliant golden light, bathing the entire tin-roofed building in its glow. Tang Xiaofan wasn't in a rush. He waited patiently for the upgrade to finish. After about 10 seconds, the golden light finally faded. The newly upgraded farmer factory appeared before Tang Xiaofan's eyes. The most obvious change was the factory itself. The tin shack had transformed into a proper building, with the feel of a laboratory, albeit a simple, field-ready one. Without delay, Tang Xiaofan checked the factory's information panel. Farmer factory. Unique unit building. Level 4. Can now summon ordinary female farmers, Terminator guides, master forgers, grandmasters, master chefs, architects, martial arts grandmasters, mechanical grandmasters, junior researchers, secondary school teachers, electrical engineers, materials engineers, painters, musicians, and performing artists. Upgrade cost, 10,000 soul stones. A level 4 farmer factory, Tang Xiaofan murmured. So many different professions can be summoned now. But the most important thing is female farmers. He was overjoyed. At last, he could bring a little laughter and warmth to this castle full of bachelors in a strange world. Without missing a beat, Tang Xiaofan instructed Jarvis to tally up the current number of farmers in the castle. Sir, at present, you have summoned 1,780 farmers. Among them, 1,002 are combat warriors, 538 are ordinary farmers, and 240 hold special professions. Good. Summon 1,800 female farmers. At his command, a line of sturdy women began streaming out of the farmer factory. Though some of them looked rather pleasant, their muscular arms made it clear to Tang Xiaofan. A female farmer was still a farmer. Of course, Tang Xiaofan couldn't just assign these women directly to the existing male farmers. He began expanding the town, building more dormitories, kitchens, food-producing fields, livestock sheds, as well as theaters and libraries. For these easily replicated buildings, he planned to construct plenty, so the farmers could enjoy a more vibrant life. Of course, the most popular addition was the basketball court. When the newly summoned female farmers came over to watch the game, it nearly caused chaos on the court. The male farmers, upon seeing the women, went wild like bulls in mating season, putting on an outrageous show. Jean E., always eager to be the center of attention, even performed a slam dunk from half-court. That rascal, always showing off. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. Originally, Tang Xiaofan had planned to gather the soldiers and farmers for a meeting, to make it clear they shouldn't go around bothering the female farmers. But then he saw a female farmer snatch the basketball away with a swift move, knock Jean E. to the ground with a sharp elbow, and holding the ball with one hand, she kicked over the basketball stand and stuffed the ball right through the hoop. She wagged her finger at Jean E., her face full of disdain. The whole court erupted in laughter, the sound echoing and lively. Tang Xiaofan, however, quietly slipped away. These female farmers clearly didn't need his protection. So long as they weren't bullying the male farmers, everything was fine. Of course, as for the battlefield, he still hadn't planned on letting the female farmers take part just yet. Returning to his bedroom in the castle, Tang Xiaofan began checking on his supplies. He glanced at his remaining soul stones. 806 soul stones. It seemed he still had a long way to go before he could upgrade the farmer factory to level 5, which required 10,000 soul stones. Still, Tang Xiaofan thought it wasn't entirely out of reach. As long as he kept attacking the native forces in the surrounding forests and castles, and expanded his hunting grounds, gathering 10,000 soul stones might not take all that long. He turned his attention to a stack of sapphire blue blueprints in his hands. Among them, 6 were marked as unknown, spoils from the Beast Tide battle. There were 3 others, one from Bay, one from the Little Lowly of the underground world, and one from Ishue of the Arctic. As for the 6 unknown blueprints, his luck turned out to be pretty good. He obtained 2 arrow tower blueprints, 1 angel's house, a skeletal warrior barracks blueprint, and, surprisingly, a factory blueprint for a light aircraft port. With this, Tang Xiaofan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. It seemed his luck was truly on a roll. He could even call it a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The 2 arrow tower blueprints were of no use to Tang Xiaofan. His castle didn't need such low-level defensive structures, so he simply tossed the blueprints onto the trading channel. He put them up for auction in exchange for soul stones, setting the time limit at 36 hours. As for the Angel's House blueprint, he built it right away. Just like that, his high-tech castle gained 5 exquisite new annexes. They looked impressive, but Tang Xiaofan didn't move in himself. Instead, he let the two little angels take up residence. Although Angel's house was a residential building and didn't serve much purpose at the moment, it helped fill the castle's emptiness. At least he could arrange a proper place for the two little angels. After all, it wasn't quite appropriate for two young girls to live together with a rough man like himself. In the future, as more souls of different races joined the temple and were transformed into angels, they could all live in the angel annexes. As for the relationship between the angels and the farmers, Tang Xiaofan didn't intend for them to interact too much. The two sides are fundamentally different beings, and when merged into the faith system of the divine and demonic continent, angels are far more suited. As for the fourth blueprint, the one for the skeleton warrior unit building, its name makes it immediately clear. This is a blueprint for a unit-producing structure. Just like the farmer factory, once it's built, you can summon units from it. From the looks of it, it should allow you to summon skeleton warriors. With this, a single castle would effectively possess 2 unit buildings, enabling you to double your summoning capacity. Its significance is beyond measure. For the lord of the castle boasting powerful, top-tier units, skeleton warriors can serve as a valuable supplement. For the lords of weaker castles, skeleton warriors could even become the mainstay of their forces. After all, skeleton warriors possess a formidable ability, resurrection. It's precisely because of this that their value is absolutely astounding. Tang Xiaofan could confidently say that, at least for now, the value of this blueprint rivals that of an artifact. The only regret is, I can't make use of this blueprint myself. What a pity. Tang Xiaofan let out a quiet sigh. It wasn't that he was incapable of using it. If he really wanted to, he could spend resources to construct this unit building and summon skeleton warriors. However, this touches on a fundamental issue, his core ability. His core strength came from JARVIS's black technology, and all that technology was designed with humans in mind. Skeleton warriors, on the other hand, were clearly not human. They belonged to the monstrous, evil, and dark faction. When it comes to monsters, driving them to frenzy or unleashing them in battle is no problem, but asking them to drive a car would be like asking a pig to do it. And if undead skeleton warriors appeared in his castle, it would inevitably cause a clash of factions, which would be detrimental to the castle's future development. There's another important reason, too. Skeleton warriors are monsters, and he simply looked down on them. Tang Xiaofan was a quintessential human supremacist. He firmly believed that humanity was the rightful ruler of the divine and demonic continent, and, in fact, of every other world as well. Skeleton warrior unit building blueprint. Faction, dark, evil, undead. Can summon skeleton warriors, intermediate. There is a small chance to summon other undead units, such as skeleton knights or skeleton mages. Construction requirements: 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of refined iron, 5,000 units of soulfire. Special note: constructing the skeleton warrior unit building will align your castle with the dark faction. This will greatly increase the hostility from light, order, and good factions toward your castle. This blueprint isn't meant for me. That was what Tang Xiaofan found most regrettable. After finally hitting a streak of incredible luck and obtaining a brand new unit building blueprint, he realized he couldn't use it. That was the most disheartening part of all. Still, its value shouldn't be ignored. Tang Xiaofan reached out to the little girl from the underground world to ask if she wanted it. Here was his reasoning. First, the Black Iron Dwarves weren't part of the Light faction. Like humans, they were neutral. The little girl's castle should have no problem accepting skeletal warriors. Second, if she had a second troop building, her castle would be much safer. After all, she was in the dark depths of the underground, where danger was far greater than on the surface, and most of the local forces were both dark and evil, and much stronger as well. But unexpectedly, as soon as she heard it was an undead skeleton troop, the little girl's face went pale with fright, and she hurriedly refused. Tang Xiaofan, I don't want any undead. Those things are terrifying, and I'm really scared of them. But aren't your Black Iron Dwarves also pretty fierce? Tang Xiaofan, you just don't know. Even though the Black Iron Dwarf uncles look fierce, they're actually all good people. Kind-hearted uncles, really. Well, all right then. Tang Xiaofan realized he was probably overthinking it. After all, how could a little girl possibly like undead creatures? Maybe if her first troop had been undead when she arrived, she'd have found them cute. Besides, she was only 13 or 14, a young girl. If she spent all her days and nights surrounded by undead, her not-yet-formed character might gradually become twisted. One must remember, people are shaped by their environment. Since the little girl didn't want them, then I'll have to auction it off. Tang Xiaofan didn't feel any particular regret. He simply put the blueprint up for sale on the trading channel. Skeletal Warrior Troop Building Blueprint allows the summoning of mid-tier skeletal warriors, with a chance to summon even stronger skeletal knights and skeletal mages, undead-type troops. Starting bid, 2,000 soul stones. Once he'd posted it, Tang Xiaofan left it alone and turned his attention to the fifth blueprint, his most perfect stroke of luck yet. The fifth blueprint was for an airfield factory. Tang Xiaofan's gaze was fixed on this last blueprint. He knew this blueprint was the reason his luck felt absolutely explosive today. Lightweight Airfield Factory Blueprint. It was clear at a glance. This was the blueprint for a factory that produced lightweight airborne vehicles. With this, his castle would have the equivalent of 2 vehicle factories. Its significance was immense. Its value, absolutely astonishing. Tang Xiaofan could confidently say that, at this stage, the blueprint's worth was on par with a divine artifact. With this, I'll have a full, 3-dimensional assault force. Only space itself will be out of reach. And now that I've recruited so many female farmhands, I can have them serve as pilots, distinguishing them from the male workers. Jarvis, can these vehicles all be connected to the network? Tang Xiaofan contacted Jarvis. He didn't want the vehicles he built to be stolen and used by others. Yes, sir. All vehicles are under my highest level of control. Without authorization, no one from any other faction can use them. Tang Xiaofan let out a quiet sigh. Jarvis was truly formidable. Since everything was under control, what was there to hesitate about? Without delay, Tang Xiaofan walked over to the heavy factory, waved his hand, and began constructing a light airfield factory. He hadn't expected the scale of this new factory to be so massive. It practically took up all the remaining space in the city. Then, in a blaze of radiant light, the factory was completed. A group of farmers automatically rushed inside and got to work. Gazing at the bright lights filling the factory, Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. He opened the factory's production menu and discovered that, for now, only a single type of vehicle could be produced. Giant Pelican airship. Payload, 5 tons. Weaponry, aircraft machine gun. Defense, anti-aircraft armor. Crew, 3 people. Well now, the aircraft really did resemble an enormous bird, with a rotund belly, and swiveling propellers mounted on each wing, suggesting it could take off and land vertically. Would you like to produce the giant Pelican airship? Yes, no. Produce it. At Tang Xiaofan's command, the light airfield factory sprang into action. Before long, a massive aircraft appeared above the airfield. The fuselage was painted a steely gray, emblazoned with the number 001, and the wings were long and wide, the most striking feature being the enormous propellers on either side. Mechanical arms from the factory pushed the aircraft forward, and just then, 3 female farmers, who had been competing for the basketball with the warriors out on the court, suddenly dropped the ball, turning and sprinting over. In no time at all, they clambered up into the aircraft, and by the time they appeared in the cockpit, they were already suited up in flight uniforms. Sir, I have taken control of the giant Pelican 001, requesting permission to begin the maiden flight. Tang Xiaofan gave a wave of his hand. Permission granted. Prepare for takeoff. Airspace clear. Takeoff. The 3 female farmers expertly operated the aircraft, lifting it straight off the ground. A deep, thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire castle, causing everyone to pause their work and look up at the immense flying machine. Tang Xiaofan called over Jean E and Jean Air, instructing them to don their battle armor, equipped with arc reactors, to escort the airship on its maiden journey. The 2 accepted the mission, quickly suited up, and soared into the sky. Watching the enormous plane as it departed, Tang Xiaofan didn't stand idle. He summoned the construction workers once more, because now the high-tech town would need to be reorganized and upgraded. Jarvis had already begun to adjust the layout and arrangement of the city walls, drawing on insights from the recent Beast Tide battle. It looked like Jarvis was going to bring the Bastion-style design concept over here. The main thing was to plan for the division of several large zones in the future. And as the territory continued to expand, a small castle would no longer be able to meet the needs of development. Fortunately, the productivity on the continent of gods and demons was incredibly high, and the stone workshops could quickly produce new walls. Ginny, start construction on the airfield right away. Open up a section to the north of the castle and get to work on the airport. The airfield needs a takeoff and landing area, hangars, maintenance workshops, and lounges. Most importantly, build a tall tower to serve as the control center. Jarvis will send you the blueprints in a moment. Follow his design and get it done as quickly as possible. Also, put up perimeter walls around the airport, making sure to leave space for defenses. In addition, build an armored vehicle garage beside the airport as a defensive structure. Ginny and the others were overjoyed at the news. Their hands itched to get started on such a grand project. They'd already set up the dormitories in town. This was their first time launching a construction of this scale, and they were brimming with excitement. Once you've finished the calculations, if there aren't enough workers, let me know. Yes, my lord. Once the airport and armored vehicle garage were finished, Tang Xiaofan planned to begin producing Vulture light armor trucks and giant Pelican airships, setting up a steady flow of resources throughout his domain. He wanted to make resources the cornerstone of his rule, driving rapid development, and leaving all those other factions still relying on manual transport far behind. Now, he just had to wait for the first test flight to be completed. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the trading area and noticed that some of the other castle lords were selling blueprints, but the prices were all sky-high. Even after a single glance, Tang Xiaofan had no desire to look again. Only one blueprint for something called a spatial teleportation magic array caught Tang Xiaofan's eye. A teleportation array? Does that mean I could instantly bring people here from somewhere else? Tang Xiaofan immediately thought of the little lowly. If he could establish a two-way teleportation array, he could send farmers over to help her defend her castle. He quickly checked the details of the blueprint. Advanced building, spatial teleportation magic array. Usage limit, unlimited. Description: by consuming soul stones, you can teleport to the location of another linked magic array. The more you teleport at once, the greater the energy cost, and vice versa. Special reminder: at least 2 teleportation arrays are required for teleportation to work. Building requirements: 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron. Starting bid: 500 soul stones. Auction time left, day. Auction reserve, Elf Garden. Do I really need 2 portals to enable teleportation? Tang Xiaofan frowned. This was not good news. In other words, even if he managed to win the blueprint for this teleportation magic array at a high price and built the portal himself, he still couldn't bring the little lowly from the underground world directly to his side. A matching teleportation magic array would also have to be constructed inside the lowly's Iron Dwarf fortress. No matter what, I'll just win the auction first. In Tang Xiaofan's eyes, the value of the teleportation magic array was still extremely high. Once both the Black Tech Castle and the Iron Dwarf Fortress had their own teleportation arrays, his army could use them to storm into the underground world where the little lowly resided, opening up a brand new hunting ground. With 2 hunting grounds at his command, the development of the Black Tech Castle would surely accelerate. Most importantly, his castle's influence could then extend into the underground world. The significance was immense. It's just a bit pricey. The starting bid alone was 500 soul stones, and the final price would undoubtedly exceed 1,000. Tang Xiaofan glanced at his own reserve. 806 soul stones. Not enough. However, he still had 2 arrow tower blueprints and 1 skeletal warrior barracks blueprint up for auction. If all went smoothly, securing the teleportation magic array blueprint would be no trouble at all. With that thought, Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate to join the bidding. Meanwhile, the World Chat channel was in an uproar, all because of the skeletal warrior barracks blueprint Tang Xiaofan had put up for auction. After all, this was a troop barracks blueprint. With it, any castle lord could own 2 barracks, double their troop recruitment, and exponentially increase their strength. This was a rare stroke of luck, an opportunity not to be missed. No one knew why Tang Xiaofan hadn't kept it for himself, but that didn't stop everyone from going absolutely wild. So, as soon as the skeletal warrior barracks blueprint appeared, the lords of castles belonging to the dark, evil, and undead factions, when they saw this blueprint up for grabs, their eyes turned red with envy. My goodness, Tang Xiaofan actually managed to obtain a troop barracks blueprint. I suspect this might be the very first troop barracks blueprint to drop at this stage. Tang Xiaofan is unbelievably lucky. I won't lie, I'm jealous. This is a troop barracks blueprint. The implications for war are beyond imagination. It was enough to drive people mad with envy, enough to make them crazy with jealousy, enough to push them to the brink of despair. Why couldn't I be the one to get this blueprint? My own troops are skeletal warriors. If I had 2 skeletal warrior barracks, I'd have double the happiness. Don't cry. Just join the bidding with everything you've got. What are the lords of the undead faction castles waiting for? If you win the bid, you're guaranteed a profit. Lord Tang Xiaofan has already laid out a golden opportunity right in front of you. Its value is so obvious, even a blind could see it. I want to bid too, but sadly, I don't have enough soul stones. Exactly. No wonder he's called a shrewd merchant, starting the auction at 2,000 soul stones. I'm afraid I don't even qualify to participate. Lord Tang Xiaofan truly lives up to his reputation as a crafty trader. What do you know? At this stage, this kind of troop-building blueprint is already a treasure. If this were later in the game, after the castle factions have grown stronger, forget 2,000 soul stones. Even 20,000 wouldn't be enough to buy it. The value of a troop building blueprint rivals that of a legendary artifact. I couldn't agree more. Why doesn't Lord Tang Xiaofan use the blueprint himself? He probably doesn't care for it. His troops are demons, after all. Compared to demons, what are skeleton warriors? But skeleton warriors belong to the undead faction, while demons are from the evil and dark factions. If both types of troops could exist within one castle power without causing a faction conflict, wouldn't that be ideal? Now that you mention it, that does make sense. So is it possible that Lord Tang Xiaofan's troops aren't demons? No way. There's so much evidence pointing to Lord Tang Xiaofan using demon troops. How could it be anything else? Maybe Lord Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons after all. Then why is he selling this troop building blueprint? Because he already has too many troop types and has no interest in summoning such low-level units. Your guess is almost frightening. I agree. So, in the end, Lord Tang Xiaofan is putting the blueprint up for auction, trading it for soul stones. He needs a huge amount of soul stones to upgrade several of his troop buildings. Now it all makes sense. I'm so envious. Envy +1. Say no more. I've already placed my bid. Even if it slows down my current troop building upgrades, I must get my hands on this skeleton warrior troop building blueprint. Dream on. That blueprint is mine. Stop fighting, everyone. Just give it up. When it comes to money, who's afraid of whom? In an instant, a large number of lords from the dark, evil, and undead factions stepped forward. Among them, even the weakest was a high-level castle lord, and there were quite a few top-tier lords as well. They all eyed this troop building blueprint with envy, each desperate to claim it for themselves. Within the alliance of the gods, chaos erupted as many castle lords revealed themselves, all astounded by the appearance of the skeleton warrior troop building blueprint. They were utterly shocked. Whoa, has Tang Xiaofan lost his mind? He's even willing to auction off a troop building blueprint. Tang Xiaofan's troop type is demons, so there won't be any faction conflict with undead troops. Why is he putting it up for auction? Wouldn't it be better to summon it for himself? If it were me, I'd definitely use it myself. A troop building blueprint is incredibly valuable. If someone else wins it, it's like handing them a second troop building. Their development will skyrocket. Isn't this just creating trouble for your future self? But Tang Xiaofan is very confident. He couldn't care less about such concerns. After all, we're talking about demons. I really can't understand it. All right, enough about what others think. Now is your time to shine. Lend me some soul stones. Chinda, are you planning to bid on that blueprint too? Of course. My starting troop is undead, and it's a ranged spellcaster. The melee skeleton warriors would be a perfect match for my troops. Cut the chatter. Hurry up and lend me all your soul stones. I've still got some soul stones left, but I was saving them to upgrade my troop building. I'm also preparing to upgrade my tier 4 troop building. Come on, are you guys even friends? We're friends, but soul stones come first. Fine, I'll pay you back double. We'll even sign a notary contract. No way I could cheat you. We're not worried about you cheating. But what if you die? In the end, this undead castle lord managed to borrow a huge pile of soul stones from several people. And every loan was secured by a contract. He promised to pay back double within 2 weeks. With soul stones in hand, the undead castle lord jumped straight into the bidding. Meanwhile, the other castle lords pocketed hefty interest. Everyone was happy, and he wasn't the only one. All across the castle factions, many castle lords were busy borrowing soul stones wherever they could. To them, the skeleton warrior troop building blueprint was simply irresistible. Its value could rival that of a divine artifact. Even if it meant going deep into debt, they would stop at nothing to win that blueprint. With it, they could own a second troop building, and their chances of dominating the castle factions in the future would skyrocket. Their fates were on the line. How could they not go all out? In a land of buried bones, inside a dark, bone-built castle, a figure clad in black armor stared blankly at a ring glowing with white light in her hand. It seems this ring was never meant to be mine. This was a holy artifact belonging to the Light faction, a reward she had received by sheer luck for placing third in the Beast Tide event's battle ranking. She was the mistress of the Death Knight Nation. As a human, wearing the Ring of Light caused her no discomfort, but all her Death Knights refused to come near her, repulsed by the aura of light radiating from the ring. Are you sure you want to use your current equipment to participate in the auction? Trade-in value: 3,500 soul stones. Yes, no. The figure pursed her lips in displeasure. In her eyes, this Saint-tier ring should fetch at least 100,000 soul stones or more in the mid to late stages, maybe even higher. After all, it was a Saint-tier artifact, equipment used by Saint-level powerhouses. But now, it could only be traded in for 3,500 soul stones. A huge loss. Yet, she had no choice. She was all alone, had no need for friends. And naturally, there was no one she could borrow soul stones from. The soul stone reserves in her castle were not enough to win the auction for the skeleton warrior barracks blueprint. She had to accept the loss and trade it in. Yes, in an instant, the auction price for the skeleton warrior barracks blueprint in the trading hall shot up again not long after. Her face darkened. She immediately summoned her Death Knight Legion, her voice cold and steely. "Follow me. We hunt tonight." "At your command, my lord." Just as Tang Xiaofan expected. When he put the skeleton warrior barracks blueprint up for auction in the trading hall, the world chat exploded with excitement. After all, this was a troop barracks. Owning it was equivalent to having 2 troop buildings. The lords of the dark faction castles were both envious and frenzied. The auction price in the trading channel kept climbing, stalling at 2,400 soul stones for a moment, then rising even higher soon after. All in all, the auction was red hot. This blueprint bomb really packs a punch. If it had been a light faction troop building blueprint, Tang Xiaofan would have put it up for auction too, let alone an undead one. Not only did the little lowly dislike it, but he himself found it distasteful. In any case, exchanging it for a large pile of soul stones is a good deal. At the very least, it'll let my farmer factory troop building reach level 5 even faster, summoning more and more special farmers. Compared to the farmers, even skeleton warriors seemed terribly weak. Once the farmers donned their marked battle armor, a single farmer could take on tens of thousands of skeleton warriors. With such a huge gap in strength, the skeleton warrior barracks blueprint, and even other so-called top-tier troop blueprints, meant nothing to Tang Xiaofan. He didn't even need the dragon troop blueprints, let alone something like skeleton warriors. Just as those top castle lords in the Alliance of Gods had discussed, they believed Tang Xiaofan was supremely confident. He didn't fear that the lord who won the blueprint at auction would cause him any trouble in the future. No matter how powerful they became, could they possibly surpass the farmers in steel battle armor? Tang Xiaofan wasn't even afraid of the Alliance of Gods with nearly 400 top castle lords, let alone a faction with just 2 troop barracks. At most, it was no more than a union of 2 castle lords forming a single entity. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the auction progress for the blueprint of the human realm teleportation magic array. The current bid had already soared to 764 soul stones. The 500 soul stones he had offered earlier hadn't even made the slightest ripple before being overtaken. This clearly showed that there were quite a few castle lords who recognized its true value. No need to rush. This blueprint's auction runs for 2 days. I'll wait until the soul stones are in hand tomorrow before I join the bidding. When the time comes, I'll throw in all my soul stones at once. I refuse to believe anyone could outbid me then. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it further. There was no point in getting anxious now. What mattered was accumulating more soul stones. He casually closed the trading channel. At the moment, he still had 4 blueprints in his possession. One was a clothing factory blueprint from Brother Bay. Another was a daily necessities factory blueprint from Ishue. Both of these were low-level blueprints, essentially factories that couldn't expand his influence. Normally, they wouldn't fetch much, nor were they commonly used, but to Tang Xiaofan, they carried great significance. After all, these were all items that could improve the quality of daily life. At the very least, the farmers could finally break free from the monotonous factory uniforms. And with dormitory conditions improving, personal items had come into Tang Xiaofan's consideration as well. It was safe to say that these 2 blueprints were exactly what he needed. Then there was the Watchtower blueprint, a mid-level one. Mid-level building blueprint, Watchtower. Usable up to 4 times. Brings a field of light. Everything in range is clearly visible. Surveillance radius, 10 kilometers. Has a chance to detect enemies in stealth. Construction requirements. 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. For use is just right. I can build a watchtower in each of the 4 directions around my castle. East, south, west, and north. This way, any approaching threat from any direction will be spotted. At the same time, I'll be able to expand the castle's field of vision in all directions. No more blindly searching for local forces to hunt or attack. Everything can be targeted precisely. With this in mind, Tang Xiaofan handed the watchtower blueprint to Zhang Yi, tasking him with overseeing the construction. "At your command, my lord." Zhang Yi accepted the blueprint, then soared into the night sky, vanishing swiftly into the darkness. By now, the blood moon had already risen high. The monsters roaming the wild had grown 3 times stronger. The world outside the castle had become even more perilous. However, due to the recent beast horde battle, there were hardly any monsters left in the dense forest near the Black Tech Castle. On top of that, Zhang Yi was now clad in armor equipped with an arc reactor, so venturing out at night posed no safety concerns at all. Even if he encountered that fire dragon, Zhang Yi still had a fair chance of defeating it single-handedly. Jean-E moved at an incredible speed, and in no time he arrived at the designated location. He swiftly completed the task entrusted to him by Tang Xiaofan. He constructed a watchtower in each of the 4 cardinal directions around the Black Tech Castle. Just then, a message appeared. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your castle force has constructed intermediate vision buildings, watchtowers. Would you like to activate panoramic vision? Yes, no. Yes. As soon as Tang Xiaofan spoke, he instantly felt as if his soul had left his body, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Looking down from above, at the very center of his vision, the Black Tech Castle glowed with a gentle white light, standing out as the most prominent landmark. Surrounding it were endless dense forests, with mountains rising here and there. Each watchtower provided a field of vision with a diameter of 10 kilometers. With 4 towers, that covered 40 kilometers in all, an absolutely massive area. Within this expanse, mountains, lakes, jungles, roaming monsters, and the strongholds of local forces. Tang Xiaofan could see everything with perfect clarity. He spotted packs of wild monsters, the entrance to a goblin tribe, the ravine where the 2-headed ogre tribe had been defeated, and several goblin and ogre settlements. He even caught sight of some lizard men. This is practically a map scanner. It's incredible. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel. With these 4 watchtowers, the warrior team could now hunt and launch attacks with far more precision. At least, within this whole region, they could search and mark their targets with ease. What surprised him even more was discovering 2 other castle forces scattered near his own. Previously, due to limited scouting range, his warrior team hadn't found them. But now, with the watchtower's sweeping view, these 2 castles hidden deep within the forest were completely exposed. Tang Xiaofan promptly marked their locations. Once the arc reactor was fully operational, he would send his warriors to strike. The novice period was over, and the Beast Tide event had ended as well. Now, the age of the castle lords had truly begun. In this new era, where the main theme was castle supremacy and the struggle among myriad races, Tang Xiaofan felt no hesitation about taking the initiative to attack the rival castles near his own. It was just like playing Age of Empires. If you didn't attack other cities, sooner or later others would come for yours. There was no such thing as good or evil. Strength was all that mattered. Soon, Jean-E returned to the castle, the entire task taking less than 5 minutes. As a Mark II arc reactor battlesuit, his flying speed was now even faster than a dragon of the same rank. As for the progress of the other arc reactors, things were looking very promising, with the help of even more automated mechanical arms. It won't be long before the arc reactor can upgrade the energy systems of all the Mark II suits. With a deep, rumbling sound, 2 factories sprang up from the ground. Did it work? Tang Xiaofan froze for a moment. Then a hint of delight appeared on his face. He had thought these 2 factories would take some time to build, but to his surprise, they were completed so quickly. Watching the new female farmers swiftly enter the factories, Tang Xiaofan walked over to check what could be produced inside. Daily Necessities Factory. Capable of producing personal hygiene items, school supplies, household goods, food-related products, and entertainment items. All the workers in the factory were female farmers. No one could quite tell how they managed it, but before long, box after box of goods were rolling off the production line. Surprisingly, the only resources they seemed to use were ordinary iron ingots and wood. Jarvis, the more I see factories like this, the more amazed I am by the technology of this world. What kind of mechanism could enable such production? Sir, based on the available data, it appears to be some kind of matter conversion device. However, its operating principle seems to involve causality-related technology, similar to a wish machine. I'm unable to decipher the exact process. No need to solve it now. Let's take our time to understand it. With this upgrade to the farmer factories, many new roles were added, and Tang Xiaofan recruited people for each one. Besides the Terminator instructors, he also brought in master blacksmiths, master chefs, architects, martial arts masters, and master mechanics, so they could work alongside the farmers as before. Junior researchers replaced the farmers who used to fumble around blindly in the Metallurgy Institute. With the addition of secondary school teachers, new schools were built to teach middle-grade knowledge. Now, all the warriors and farmers faced a new challenge. They would have to take exams. Back when he first introduced primary school training, Tang Xiaofan realized the farmers needed to improve themselves, so he organized a graduation exam for elementary students. But whether they were warriors, workers, blacksmiths, or chefs, each of them took his words to heart. In their spare time, they were either studying or catching up on lessons. Several libraries had sprung up in the city, and they were often filled to capacity. As for the electrical and materials engineers, since there were no suitable factories for them yet, Tang Xiaofan simply assigned them to his own castle. After all, The castle was already equipped with machine tools and robotic arms, so he set them to work preparing research on the Mark III suits, focusing mainly on making them more portable and easier to don, preparing for future expansions. The arrival of new professions, painters, musicians, and performing artists, breathed new life into the old theater, which once again became a powerful center of attraction. As for the musicians and performing artists, there's no need to mention them. They were quick to begin their shows, and every performance was packed to the rafters, tickets nearly impossible to get. The painters, on the other hand, were recruited by the warriors to design the exterior paint and decorations for their battle armor. The 1st and 2nd warrior regiments each chose their own signature motifs and color schemes for the outer coating of their armor. The 1st regiment went with bold red, accented by lightning-shaped streaks of yellow, while the 2nd regiment opted for black, paired with hammer-shaped emblems in blue. As for Tang Xiaofan's own armor, he chose a striking gold, brilliant and radiant, impossible to miss. Meanwhile, another clothing factory had just been completed. Clothing factory, capable of producing all kinds of garments, shirts, pants, shoes, socks, hats, and more. Production had already begun, turning out outfits and sets. A wide range of styles and colors to choose from. Tang Xiaofan picked out a few comfortable sets for himself, while the rest of the clothing was distributed uniformly throughout the city. The distribution was handled by Nong Yi and a few helpers. These days, Nong Yi no longer needed to work at the blacksmith's forge. There were master blacksmiths for that now. He had his hands full, occupying a role much like that of town mayor, responsible for the daily needs and well-being of over 2,000 residents in the high-tech city. Watching the busy, contented farmers bustling about, Tang Xiaofan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Of course, he didn't let himself grow complacent or arrogant, not with powerful enemies lurking nearby. At that moment, Nong Yi came to report. The 1st Warrior Regiment's arc reactor installations were complete, and 500 fully equipped Mark II battle armors stood ready for action at any time. Tang Xiaofan promptly transferred control of the watchtower to Zhang Yi, instructing him, "You'll lead the 1st Regiment on a hunt. While you're at it, take down those 2 marked fortress factions I identified." Those 2 fortress factions, as Tang Xiaofan had determined from their troops, were 1 advanced-class fortress and 1 elite-class fortress. It was time to knock them out of the game. "At your command, my lord." Zhang Yi bowed respectfully at once. Then, leading his warriors clad in the new Mark II armor, he soared out of the fortress, with the 2 little angels from the castle following close behind. Tang Xiaofan wanted them tagging along with the squad to gain experience and level up. As for the hundreds of goblins who came during the Beast Tide battle event, Tang Xiaofan's laws denied them the right to settle in the city. The warriors had long since sent them packing. In the blink of an eye, the high-tech fortress was bustling again. The cooks began preparing meals, readying a feast to replenish the warriors when they returned from their mission. The city rang with cheerful voices and playful chatter. The women farmers were now fully integrating into urban life. Because in this strange, new world, only the Black Technology Castle could provide everyone with a true sense of security and abundance. For watchtowers stood vigilant around the castle, ever watchful for the approach of any powerful creatures, so that any threat could be discovered at the very first moment. There was also a standing force of 500 iron warriors, never leaving their posts and always guarding the castle. In short, the security of the Black Technology Castle was absolutely guaranteed. During a rare moment of leisure, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the trading channel. The 2 blueprint scrolls for the arrow towers had already been auctioned off, bringing in a total of 429 soul stones. This was much cheaper than the last arrow tower blueprint Tang Xiaofan had sold not long ago. But that was only natural. After all, the Beast Tide had ended, and the crisis for the lords of the castles had, for now, passed. Arrow tower blueprints were just basic defensive structures, so being able to fetch around 200 soulstones apiece was already quite a decent return. As for the Skeleton Warrior Barak blueprint, the bidding was still ongoing. The current price had already climbed to over 4,600 soulstones. Barring any surprises, Tang Xiaofan was about to make another handsome profit. Aside from blueprints, Tang Xiaofan had also listed nearly 130,000 units of ordinary food in the trading zone. In addition, there were over 10,000 units of elite-grade food, more than 2,000 units of commander-grade food, and over 100 units of lord-grade food. This large stockpile of food had come partly from the defense of the castle and partly from the battle against the Beast Tide. Special food items were gradually being traded away, while the ordinary food remained largely untouched. But Tang Xiaofan was in no hurry. Food was a necessity, a consumable everyone needed, and sooner or later, market demand would bounce back. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, more than 10 kilometers from the Black Technology Castle, the 1st Battalion, 500 fully armored iron warriors, accompanied by 2 little angels, had completely surrounded a high-level castle. The flames of war were once again ignited in the Battle of the Castles. By the time night fell over the divine demon continent, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie and unsettling glow. Many castle lords had already drifted off to sleep, their bodies and minds exhausted from the fierce and brutal beast tide. They could fall asleep the moment they lay down. As for the safety of their castles, they had little cause for concern. The beast tide had seen countless monsters slain outside, which greatly reduced the chance of wild monsters attacking their castles at night. Castle defense could be left to their loyal troops. As lords, what they needed most was a good night's rest. Suddenly, a message flashed across the world chat channel, startling countless drowsy castle lords awake. I guess this is my last bit of gossip before being kicked out and joining the Wanderers. Tang Xiaofan's demons are attacking my castle. Their blood-red steel bodies are flying through the sky. Flames shoot from their feet, and their hands fire beams of light. Gun in the left hand, giant axe in the right. There are more than 500 demons. These demons are incredibly powerful. There's no way to measure them by level alone. The most powerful among them has already reached level 21. In the face of Tang Xiaofan's demons, defensive structures like walls, arrow towers, and fences are utterly useless. My elite unit, the Troll Legion, was completely slaughtered by Tang Xiaofan's demons in less than 5 minutes. From beginning to end, I never saw Tang Xiaofan himself, but I know this castle battle was definitely initiated and led by him. My castle is finished. One last reveal. I don't have a map, but southeast of my castle, about a dozen kilometers away, there are 2 mountains. Each stand around 700 meters tall. They're very close together and almost exactly the same height. I've named them the Twin Peaks. As long as you can find the Twin Peaks in the forest, you'll be able to pinpoint the location of my castle. And from there, you can track down the location of Tang Xiaofan's high-tech fortress. One more thing. Castle lords near the Twin Peaks, run for your lives. Tang Xiaofan's demon squad is in the area, and one of you will be his next target. Boom. In a single instant, the entire world chat channel erupted into chaos. Many castle lords were jolted awake by this explosive news. Any trace of sleep vanished. Tang Xiaofan actually has that many demons? Over 500? That's even more than my friend's top-tier units. How is this possible? To be honest, my units are top-tier too, and my unit building is level 3. Counting those lost in battle, I've only managed to recruit 48 units in total. Not even 50. How come Tang Xiaofan has so many demons? How are we supposed to fight against that? Demons are stronger than top-tier units, and there are even more of them. Is Tang Xiaofan secretly the developer's favorite or something? He's getting so much special treatment. I think I can guess why this is happening. First, Tang Xiaofan's unit building must be at a very high level. Second, his demons are extremely strong, so their casualties are minimal. Third, Tang Xiaofan must have used blueprints to increase his unit cap, which means he can summon more demons. That's the key. That's a solid analysis. But still, 500 demons. Yeah, there's no way Tang Xiaofan could have that many demons without using unit expansion blueprints. Otherwise, it'd be impossible. 500 demons. Has anyone done the math? Summoning a single top-tier unit takes a ton of time and resources, but demons don't seem to have those restrictions. Is it possible that it just costs a lot less to summon demons? What are you thinking? My War Lions are only mid-tier units, and each one needs over 100 units of resources, not to mention the time it takes to summon them. Aren't there tons of demons? Just look at how many appear in those novels. Don't compare this to mythology. Remember, this is the continent of gods and demons. What's the highest level a demon can reach? Is Tang Xiaofan's demon really advancing that quickly? Even after the beast tide ended, the strongest unit in my castle only reached late-stage level 16. My top unit has just barely stepped into level 16 too. A marginal figure with only a level 14 unit here, just passing by. Don't mind me. As far as I know, only a handful of top castle lords have units that made it to level 18. But they're still a long way from level 20. A level 21 demon? That's just terrifying. No wonder Lord Tang Xiaofan can so easily claim first place on the power rankings. With a level 21 unit, he could wipe out as many level 18 Lord-tier monsters in the wild as he wants. For Tang Xiaofan's Legion of Demons, the beast tide is barely even a challenge. So this is the true extent of Tang Xiaofan's power. If that castle lord hadn't just revealed it, who could have imagined Tang Xiaofan already commands level 21 soldiers, and demons, no less. Where exactly is Twin Peaks in the forest? Damn it, why doesn't this game have a map? If it did, tracking down the Black Tech Castle would be so much easier. But of course, it's not the kind of map you'd find in a regular game. Map or not, it doesn't matter. I know for sure there's no Twin Peaks anywhere near my castle. Twin Peaks. All at once. Many castle lords whose castles are deep in the forest scrambled up in the middle of the night. They rushed to the rooftops and gazed into the distance. Soon, some castle lords let out a long sigh of relief. But others went pale on the spot. I can see Twin Peaks from here. Damn it, Tang Xiaofan's Black Tech Castle is right nearby. My castle is practically at the foot of Twin Peaks. Damn, I see Twin Peaks too. I'm packing up and moving out tonight. No way I'm sticking around. If any castle lord can spot Twin Peaks, you'd better run. Tang Xiaofan's demon squad is now strong enough to hunt at night. For all you know, they'll be attacking your castle in just a few days. Why does it all have to end in war? Tang Xiaofan is the acknowledged strongest castle lord. He's got credibility and influence. Shouldn't he be helping support the weaker lords? Wise words above. Someone still living in a dream world. This is the tournament of all races. Conflict between castle lords is inevitable. If you want peace, try negotiating with the native factions of the continent of gods and demons. See if I let you off easy. Characters like that wouldn't survive past episode 2 in any war movie. If you're afraid of war, then hurry up and grab your castle heart and become a wanderer. As a lord of a castle, you must be prepared to be attacked by other lords. It's not just Tang Xiaofan. Many top castle lords are launching assaults on the powers near their own territories. Whatever the case, I've already fled the Twin Peaks area overnight. Same here. At this very moment, many castle lords around Twin Peaks were like frightened birds, hastily gathering their resources, rallying their troops, and escaping into the night with their castle hearts in tow. They had no destination in mind, as long as it was far away from the Twin Peaks region. In the Alliance of the Gods channel. Level 21? Did Tang Xiaofan's demons take some kind of super serum? It's not that hard to believe. In the first few days of the novice period, Tang Xiaofan was already ahead of us, attacking local powers. Look at the Goblin tribe, the two-headed ogre tribe, and the lizardmen tribe. After all that fighting, his demons must have grown tremendously. Not to mention the Castle Defense War and the Beast Horde War. Who knows how many commander-level and lord-level monsters those demons have slain. Reaching level 21 isn't so unbelievable after all. Only now do I realize just how strong Tang Xiaofan really is. Over 500 demons. He's a madman. I have to admit, among all the castle factions, there isn't a single lord who can stand up to him. And even in our alliance, I doubt anyone could take on the Black Technology Castle one-on-one. So what? We're an alliance. No matter how strong he gets, he can't take on all of us at once. As long as we stand united, even if Tang Xiaofan manages to raise an army of demons in the future, our alliance's forces will sweep them aside. So there's no need to be overly afraid of Tang Xiaofan. By the way, does anyone in our alliance have their castle near Twin Peaks? I don't think so, probably not. Old Joe, which forest are you in? Don't scare me. Say something, Old Joe. Stop playing games with us. Damn it, what do you want me to say? I'm already mobilizing my troops. What's going on? Is your castle really near Twin Peaks? That's some bad luck. But even so, Old Joe, don't do anything rash. Getting into a fight with Tang Xiaofan's demons. No offense, but your bloodthirsty direwolves don't stand a chance. The bloodthirsty direwolves were among the top-tier units. But compared to the other top-tier troops, they ranked at the bottom. The dragon units were the pinnacle. Fight? You think I want to fight? I'm in full-on emergency escape mode right now. Isn't that a bit dramatic? You know what? My demon wolves that I sent out to hunt just sent word back. Less than 8 kilometers from my castle, there's a force of demons laying siege to another stronghold. Damn it, my bloodthirsty demon wolves even spotted some buildings in the area, which must have been built by Tang Xiaofan. He's already found the location of my castle. If I don't run for my life right now, Tang Xiaofan's demons will definitely come to kill me. Whoa, stop chatting and run already. There's so much stuff inside my castle. Most of it I can't take with me. This is such a huge loss. Transfer it to me first. After you escape, I'll give it back to you. What if I die? Then you'd better pray you survive. Deep in the forest, a grand castle was trembling. Inside and outside the castle, the ground was littered with the corpses of trolls. These were high-ranking troll soldiers. All the dead trolls belonged to this very castle's army. At this moment, the castle's troops had been utterly massacred by Tang Xiaofan's warriors. Don't kill me. I surrender. In the castle's courtyard, a middle-aged man's face was ashen as he shouted in terror. In less than 5 minutes, all his elite soldiers had been wiped out. The difference in strength was so overwhelming, it sent chills down his spine. Tang Xiaofan's demon squad was truly terrifying. Against these demons, the defensive towers and other fortifications of his castle might as well have not existed. As for his once proud troll soldiers, they were so feeble they couldn't withstand a single blow. He had seen it with his own eyes. Among Tang Xiaofan's demon squad, there was a demon wielding a crimson sword who seemed to transform into a streak of red light. In an instant, more than half of his troll soldiers fell dead. When it came to castle strength, his own stronghold was not even in the same league as the Black Technology Castle. He had no choice now but to surrender. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be his troops who perished. He himself would be next. He did not want to die. He'd rather give up his title as lord and become a wanderer than face death. Surrender? Jean-Yi paused for a moment, then addressed the middle-aged man. Have you seen the light? What a magnificent demon. The middle-aged man was instantly captivated by the imposing figure, clad head to toe in gleaming red steel armor. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. He didn't think too much and blurted out, confused. Seen the light. With complete devotion, Jean-Yi declared, Believe in the Lord, and you shall have eternal life. Believe in Tang Xiaofan? As Jean-Yi's luminous eyes turned toward him, the middle-aged man's face turned green with dread. He didn't want to worship Tang Xiaofan. After all, Tang Xiaofan was a castle lord just like him. To believe in Tang Xiaofan, to shout praises to the almighty Lord, to pray to him day and night. What kind of nonsense was that? No, I don't want to worship Tang Xiaofan. The middle-aged man cried out, frantically dodging that piercing gaze. He made up his mind. As long as he managed to escape the forest alive, he would spread the word about how Tang Xiaofan, that demon, had tried to forcibly impose his faith upon him. When that time came, Tang Xiaofan would become the sworn enemy of every castle lord. After all, no castle lord would willingly become the follower of another, surrendering their freedom and losing control over their own life and death. Such a brazen act of forced conversion was bound to meet with fierce resistance. Countless castle lords would see Tang Xiaofan as their enemy, and this was how he would exact his revenge. It was the only way to avenge the destruction of his own castle's power. But, alas, the middle-aged man was thinking too far ahead. No sooner had he spoken than Jean-Yi lunged at him, roaring in fury. You heretic, incorrigible to the end! How dare you speak the Lord's true name aloud? Only death can redeem your soul. The flash of a blade, blood splattered in a crimson arc. The middle-aged man's expression froze, then twisted in agony. He collapsed in pain, falling into a spreading pool of his own blood. Was he really dying at the hands of Tang Xiaofan's demonic forces? He could hardly believe it. In terror, the man turned his head, catching a glimpse of Jean-Yi's cold, expressionless helm looming behind him. His voice faltered in horror, and in the next instant, the last breath left his body. Even in death, regret haunted him. Regret that he hadn't, at the very first opportunity, exposed Tang Xiaofan's forced conversion in the world chat, making Tang Xiaofan the enemy of all. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air. The heart of the castle was shattered by the warriors. The middle-aged man's barracks, warehouse, and even the surrounding arrow towers crumbled into ruins. On the now empty ground, a vast quantity of food, timber, and other supplies suddenly appeared out of thin air. These were the resources once stored within the castle's warehouse. With the destruction of the castle, all the stored supplies spilled out, becoming the spoils of the Black Tech Castle. Clean up the battlefield. Zhang Shiqi, take a few men and deliver the key resources back to the Lord's castle. As for the rest of us, Jean-Yi gazed into the distance and declared, once we've cleared out that next castle, there will be no other castle powers within a 10-kilometer radius of our Lord's stronghold. The warriors nodded in agreement. The squad quickly split into two groups. One group remained to clear the battlefield and gather supplies. The other soared directly toward another castle several kilometers away. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan was enjoying a meal in his castle, when suddenly, a new notification appeared. Congratulations! Your troops have destroyed the enemy's castle heart. The enemy castle has vanished. For raising the enemy stronghold, you have gained an additional 1,700 soul stones. You have received the resource reserves from the enemy's warehouse. Food, 28,000 units. Wood, 54,860 units. Stone, 41,000 units. Refined iron, 7,650 units. Various monster materials. You have defeated a castle faction. Your Black Technology Castle's influence and reputation on the Divine Demon Continent have increased. What a tremendous haul! Tang Xiaofan had to admit. The spoils of a castle siege far surpassed those of hunting wild monsters. From this single battle alone, he had collected nearly 1,700 soul stones, and the total resources exceeded 100,000 units. How many wild monsters would it take to amass such bounty? Most importantly, for his team of warriors, a castle siege of this scale was laughably easy. Victory came with barely any effort at all. A bountiful harvest. Attacking castle factions and native forces. That's the shortcut to rapid growth for any castle. It's not just my black technology castle. Other lords in the land have started to wage war on each other as well. Especially those with top-tier units. They won't let such juicy targets slip by. The wars between castles began the moment the newbie protection shields faded away. As for the middle-aged man's death, Tang Xiaofan didn't give a second thought. This was, after all, a war game. The struggle for castle dominance was even more brutal than the beast tides. If you don't want to become another casualty on the battlefield, you'd better switch to being a wanderer sooner rather than later. Once you've chosen to join the struggle for castles, there's no point in grieving for the fallen. There's still one more castle faction left. Relying on the panoramic view from the lookout tower, Tang Xiaofan could clearly see the imposing high-level castle standing deep within the forest. Above the castle, a large flock of winged, bloodthirsty direwolves circled restlessly, and on the back of one of these direwolves sat a young man, fully outfitted in battle gear. Trying to make a run for it? Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, then issued orders to his warrior squad to speed up and encircle the target. If you want to flee, you'll have to leave your castle's resources behind. Under Tang Xiaofan's watchful gaze, a squadron of his warriors soared over the forest, heading straight for the bloodthirsty direwolf castle. The young man riding atop his direwolf seemed to sense the danger and shouted desperately to his pack. "Hurry! Those demons are coming for us!" Tang Xiaofan's demon squad was upon them. Their speed was simply overwhelming. "Is there any castle lord near Twin Peaks who can come help me?" Old Joe sent 3 urgent messages in a row to the internal chat of the Gods Alliance. By his estimate, the demon's flying speed far exceeded that of his own top-tier bloodthirsty direwolves. If Tang Xiaofan's demons wanted to intercept him, he had no chance of escape. Only with reinforcements could he hope to survive this ordeal. As for defeating Tang Xiaofan's demon squadron, that thought had never even crossed his mind. After all, Tang Xiaofan commanded a demon of level 21, and his demon squadron had slaughtered nearly 10,000 wild monsters during the beast tide. How terrifying was that kind of power? He even suspected that, even if a dozen or more top castle lords joined forces, they still might not be able to overpower Tang Xiaofan's demon squadron. His only hope now was that someone could help delay the demon squadron, buying him a little time to escape. Yet, to his disappointment, the top castle lords in the Alliance of the Gods all said their castles weren't located in the forest. This wasn't shirking responsibility. It was simply the truth. After all, the Divine Demon Continent was vast, and the Alliance's dozens of castle lords were scattered across the world. Even if some Alliance members had castles in the forest, it was unlikely any of them would happen to be near the Twin Peaks. Every castle lord who spoke up expressed their helplessness. Right now, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Old Joe was simply out of luck. It was bad enough to be in the same forest as Tang Xiaofan, but fate had placed him right next to Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. Now, he'd been spotted by Tang Xiaofan's watchtower and was facing an assault from the demon squadron. Talk about rotten luck. As for Old Joe, they simply couldn't help him. And even if they could, they wouldn't go. Because even if a dozen or 20 top castle lords formed an elite troop, they still wouldn't be a match for Tang Xiaofan's demons. So, going would just mean serving themselves up as cannon fodder to give Tang Xiaofan more experience. No one can help me? Damn. Then what's the point of even joining this alliance? Old Joe, don't get emotional. You know how things are with the Alliance of the Gods. We're organizing now to prepare for the grand struggle of the myriad races in the future. In the early stages, mutual support just isn't possible. That's reality. Once spatial teleportation arrays become widespread, the Alliance will finally show its true strength. No matter who it is, even us council members, if we encounter an attack from Tang Xiaofan's demon squadron, all we can do is run. No one can help you. And that's just the way it is. Hurry up and get out of there. If you really can't make it, just abandon some bloodthirsty direwolves as a sacrifice. As long as you survive, you'll rise again before long. We in the Alliance can send you some supplies to make up for your loss. Grandpa Bay had also noticed what was happening in the Alliance chat and quickly spoke up to calm Old Joe. Grandpa Bay's here too, and he's right. I support Grandpa Bay. I'll donate 10,000 units of food. Old Joe, don't worry about supplies. Just focus on getting out safely. Nothing else matters. Is it really over so soon? Deep within the dense forest, Old Joe rode atop his bloodthirsty demon wolf, fleeing for his life in a wild, desperate dash. Not far behind him, another bloodthirsty demon wolf carried a peculiar burden. a stone tablet hanging from its neck. That stone tablet was the most crucial item belonging to the lord of the castle, the heart of the castle. As long as the heart of the castle remained intact, the castle lord would always have a chance to rise again. But if the heart of the castle were destroyed, the lord would instantly lose their title and status. It didn't mean direct elimination, but rather they would be forced into the life of a wanderer, unable to recruit troops, and thus losing any chance to compete in the grand contest of the races. So, even while running for his life, the young man clung tightly to the heart of the castle. As for the castle he left behind, any buildings within it would require resources to rebuild from scratch. This was a painful thought for the young man, yet he understood what his allies had told him. As a top-tier castle lord, as long as he survived, anything was possible. With the compensation from the Alliance's shared resources, his castle's strength could be restored in no time. Now, the only question that remained was, could he escape the relentless pursuit of Tang Xiaofan, that demon in human form? Old Zhou Run, I left a message hoping he'll spare you. The moment old Zhou saw this message, his heart soared with hope. He quickly replied, Brother Hua, are you friends with Tang Xiaofan? Not exactly. I'm applying to add him as a friend right now, and I left him a message for you. Don't worry. When applying to become friends with a fellow castle lord, you could indeed leave a memo. But who was Tang Xiaofan? He was the officially recognized, strongest castle lord in the world. Every single day, hundreds upon hundreds tried to befriend him. A single friend request with a memo. Wasn't that just a drop in the ocean? If Tang Xiaofan actually saw it, it would be a miracle. Old Zhou was so angry he nearly tumbled off his demon wolf's back. He suspected Brother Hua was either mocking him on purpose or simply trying to show off his own status as an Alliance Council member, making a show of trying to save a fellow member. He put in the effort, but if he failed to save anyone, well, there was nothing he could do. In the process, Brother Hua flaunted his position and racked up a wave of praise from others. A great deal for him. As for old Zhou himself, what did his life or death matter to Brother Hua? Every day, many top-level castle lords joined the Alliance of the Gods. If one died, what difference did it make? Of course, these are just old Zhou's private thoughts. Fearful and anxious, countless ideas flashed through his mind. Damn it, why are they still chasing me? Within a short time, old Zhou and his pack of demon wolves had managed to escape several kilometers away. But when he looked back, Tang Xiaofan's demon was still hot on his heels, drawing ever closer. Now, there were barely a few hundred meters between them. He could see it all clearly. The demon's cold, unfeeling faces, their bright eyes shining ominously in the darkness. Just as the legend said, demons were the very embodiment of cruelty and indifference. They were bloodthirsty, never sparing even a shred of mercy, always annihilating their enemies without hesitation. Old Zhou shouted in terror, urging his bloodthirsty demon wolf beneath him to run even faster. At the same time, he ordered a squad of bloodthirsty demon wolves to break away from the main group and hold off the pursuing demons behind them, buying him precious time to escape. I've sent out more than 20 bloodthirsty demon wolves, the weakest at level 8 and the strongest just entering level 16. That should at least buy me a little time. Old Zhou's heart ached. Every one of those demon wolves was raised by his own hand, and after surviving the beast tide, their strength had grown considerably. Now, sending them to their deaths pained him deeply. But as long as I can escape, it's all worth it. Tang Xiaofan, just you wait. One day you'll pay for this in blood. Old Zhou muttered through clenched teeth. He knew, on his own, he was no match for Tang Xiaofan, but he had the backing of the Alliance of the Gods. One day, when the lords of the Alliance's mightiest castles banded together, they would surely destroy Tang Xiaofan's fortress of forbidden technology, and he would be among those leading the charge. At that moment, a piercing shriek cut through the air behind him. He turned to look back. His bloodthirsty demon wolves had already clashed with Tang Xiaofan's demons. But the moment they met, a burst of blood erupted from the pack. Before they could even unleash their magic, the wolves were struck down, their bodies plummeting from the sky, disappearing into the dense forest below. How is this possible? Old Zhou was horrified. More than 20 elite units, one even at early level 16, and they hadn't survived a single blow? At the same time, he caught sight of the culprit, a red demon, floating coldly in the air, glaring straight at him. The demon gripped a massive crimson sword, casually flicking blood from its blade. So powerful. Tang Xiaofan's demons are this strong? Old Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. His bloodthirsty demon wolves were wielders of magic, yet they'd been struck down in the blink of an eye. But there was no time left to think. With a near-manic roar, he ordered the remaining 10 or so demon wolves to flee at their fastest speed. He had to escape this area. Maybe even vanish from the forest entirely, to bide his time and return stronger someday. For if he stayed here, it would be nothing but a dead end. Traitor, you won't get away. In an instant, a flash of light closed in from behind. It was Jean, sword in hand, hot on his heels. After the battle against the beast tide, he had already reached level 21, almost reaching the limit of his potential, just half a step away from advancing to level 22. Suspended in midair, he raised the machine gun in his left hand and pointed it forward. Trust in the Lord. All glory and brilliance belong to the Lord. How dare you attack the Lord's divine messenger? Prepare to die. In an instant, a tremendous murderous aura erupted from Jean. In the blink of an eye, the killing intent enveloped old Joe and the dozen or so bloodthirsty demon wolves at his side, as if time itself had been frozen. Old Joe and his demon wolves were suspended in the high air, unable to move an inch. No matter how furiously those demon wolves beat their wings, they couldn't break free, nor did they dare to move. Jean easily immobilized his highest-level enemies, who had only reached the peak of level 16, using his overwhelming level suppression and lethal intent. This was the power and intimidation amassed from countless victorious battles. And old Joe's top-tier troops, the bloodthirsty demon wolves, were no match for Jean. They were intelligent creatures, too, faced with such an opponent who could end their lives at will. They chose submission. Let me go. Run. You stupid wolves. Damn it. If you stay, you'll just die like fools. Old Joe struggled desperately, repeatedly urging his demon wolves forward, but it was all in vain, utterly useless. As a horde of demons closed in on them, old Joe's terror erupted into frantic screams. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over all the resources for my castle, then leave this forest with my demon wolves, and never set foot in this land again. Jean, he shook his head and spoke. Cunning traitor, I see the hatred for the Lord flickering in your soul. When you return someday, you will surely become the Lord's enemy. Such rebellious intent cannot be forgiven. Jean flew over, raised his weapon without hesitation, and opened fire on old Joe. At such close range, the machine gun's barrage cut old Joe down instantly and mercilessly. Even in death, he never understood how his innermost thoughts had been exposed. Was it possible for demons to peer into a person's soul? Yet, he would never have the chance to ask. Tang Xiaofan stood tall atop the towering city wall, as he read the notifications that appeared before him. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your troops have destroyed the enemy's castle heart. The enemy's castle has vanished. You have destroyed the enemy castle and gained an extra reward, 3,001 soul stones. You have acquired the enemy's resources, 2,750 soul stones. You have obtained an underworld resource, 1 blueprint. You have defeated a castle faction. Your black technology castle's influence and prestige on the divine demon continent have increased. Tang Xiaofan stared at the notifications, puzzled. How could a castle have only soul stones, but not food, wood, stone, or other supplies? Especially when that castle belonged to a faction boasting top-tier troops. Why was there no loot in the warehouse after that person's castle heart was destroyed? Tang Xiaofan frowned, and suddenly a realization dawned on him. The lord of that castle must have known he couldn't take the resources with him, so to avoid losing everything, he traded all the supplies to his friends. He probably planned to exchange them back once he escaped to safety and rebuilt his castle. At this thought, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The supplies of a top-tier castle faction, he hadn't gotten a single unit. All of it had gone to that person's friends. What a tremendous loss. At least there are still soul stones. Clearly, that man didn't fully trust his friends either, so he kept the soul stones for himself. In the end, it wasn't a complete loss. Tang Xiaofan murmured to himself. 2 castle wars, 1 high-level lord, 1 top-tier lord. I've really hit the jackpot. Just counting the soul stones alone, Tang Xiaofan had harvested a total of 7,451. A windfall beyond compare. He'd even gotten a blueprint. But even without it, this haul was more than enough to leave Tang Xiaofan satisfied. Now, within a 20-kilometer stretch of dense forest, only the Black Tech Castle remained. No other castle factions were left. Tang Xiaofan immediately ordered Battalion 1 to sweep the battlefield and bring the spoils back to the castle. Within the Alliance of Gods, the news of old Joe's demise had exploded across the internal channel. Countless top-tier castle lords were jolted awake, breaking out in a cold sweat. Old Joe is gone. Nearly 40 bloodthirsty demon wolves, and still they couldn't help old Joe escape. Zhou Yong is truly dead. Zhou Yong has disappeared from my friends list. You all know what that means. A person only vanishes from your friends list if they have died. In less than 10 minutes, he was wiped out. The The power of those demons is terrifying. Forget Zhou Yong. None of our troops could stand against Tang Xiaofan's demons. Old Zhou's death isn't unjust. He simply couldn't compete. Did you get Zhou Yong's castle resources? Don't even think about those supplies. They're old Zhou's legacy to me. Damn. Brother Hua, Brother Bei, old hey. I'm trying to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend. He owes us an explanation. Brother Hua, did he accept your request? No, there's not even a single response. Brother Bei let out a long sigh and said in the channel, don't waste your time. Unless there's something in it for him, he'll never approve a friend request. The spoils from the 2 castle battles were quickly transported back to the Black Technology Castle by the warriors. What mattered most to Tang Xiaofan was that he had secured the blueprint. He had no doubt that a blueprint kept by a top-tier castle lord must be extremely difficult to obtain. Without any further hesitation, as soon as he got his hands on it, Tang Xiaofan chose to appraise the blueprint. A beam of blue light descended. Congratulations to the king of the castle for acquiring a legendary building. The Sky Fortress, Sky City. Would you like to extract it? Yes, no. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan stood completely stunned. The legendary building he'd received at random was not the factory blueprint he had so hoped for, but Sky City itself. An entire city just like that? Tang Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. It was a long time before he managed to collect himself. He took several sharp breaths, doing his best to steady his wildly pounding heart. A war fortress, Sky City. He had struck gold. This was true fortune. Tang Xiaofan felt incredibly lucky that the castle lord he'd just defeated hadn't appraised this blueprint. After all, this was a legendary war fortress. An entire city. Had his opponent claimed it first, he would have been left in utter despair. Wait a minute. What happens to my Black Technology Castle after I extract Sky City? The castle remains the core territory of the castle lord. Sky City, as a war fortress, exists independently outside the castle. Now Tang Xiaofan understood. In short, the castle was the foundation of the castle lord. Even if his Black Technology Castle was still just a basic town, it would always be his main base. It still needed upgrades, and it had to be protected at all costs. As for Sky City, that could serve as a secondary base. Extract, Tang Xiaofan commanded in his mind. In an instant, a dazzling golden light appeared high above the Black Technology Castle, as if the very sky itself had been torn open. Within that golden brilliance, the ghostly outline of a city emerged, gradually taking form until, in the blink of an eye, the apparition solidified into a magnificent, colossal city. The entire city gleamed with a platinum luster, as if carved from celestial jade. Strange golden currents rippled along its walls, radiating an aura of pure sanctity. What was most astonishing, the city hovered directly above the Black Technology Castle, suspended high above Tang Xiaofan's head. A vast shadow was cast down over the dense forest below. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but worry that it might come crashing down. If that happened, he and his farmers would be flattened on the spot, with little hope of survival. Fortunately, the city held steady, remaining suspended above the Black Technology Castle. Some mysterious force seemed to support it, keeping it aloft in the sky. So this is Sky City. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and immediately checked the detailed attributes of Sky City. War Fortress, Sky City. Level, Beginner. Affiliation, Black Technology Fortress. City walls. Uniform height of 250 meters. War weapons. Each wall is equipped with 10 Holy Magitech cannons and 200 medium and small Magitech cannons. Protection facilities, defensive shield. Auxiliary facilities, Lord's Mansion, Legion Quarters, Temple, Statue of the Castle Lord. Energy reserve, low, conserving power. Current status, peaceful, suspended in air. Sky City is truly formidable. Tang Xiaofan's heart raced with excitement as he gazed up at the floating metropolis. This was a colossal city, spanning 10 kilometers in both length and width. A true giant compared to his current Black Technology Fortress. As for its city walls, they were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Moreover, Sky City was outfitted with Holy Magitech cannons and regular Magitech cannons, formidable weapons of war. Tang Xiaofan suspected that, if a Holy Magitech cannon were ever fired, it wouldn't just obliterate a saint-level opponent. Even a demigod, perhaps even a true god, might be destroyed in a single blast. For defense, the city was surrounded by a protective shield, enveloping Sky City from all directions. With both offense and defense in perfect harmony, this was a flawless fortress. The only drawback was that Sky City's current energy reserves were low. He would need to replenish its energy himself. Still, it's not so bad. It's like when you buy a car and they only give you enough gas to drive a couple of kilometers. Tang Xiaofan comforted himself with this thought. He asked, how many soul stones would it take to fully recharge Sky City's energy? After some quick calculations, he figured he had a stash of several thousand, nearly 10,000 soul stones. Across the entire divine and demonic continent, there probably wasn't a single castle lord wealthier than Tang Xiaofan. To reach full energy, Sky City requires 1 million soul stones. What? Tang Xiaofan felt a jolt run through his scalp. He immediately abandoned any thoughts of topping up Sky City's energy. So, does that mean Sky City can't join a war in its current state? Sky City can passively absorb elemental magic from the world to replenish its energy. At present, the reserves are only sufficient to keep it afloat. The Castle Lord may use soul stones to activate war weapons. Each use of a holy Magitech cannon consumes 2,000 soul stones. A small Magitech cannon, 10 soul stones. Well, that's still manageable. If some powerful local faction ever attacked his black technology fortress, he could always activate Sky City's war arsenal. But under normal circumstances, he decided it was best to let Sky City quietly float high above, absorbing elemental magic from the world and slowly recharging itself. Just then, a beam of golden light shot down from Sky City and burrowed straight into Tang Xiaofan's brow. At the same time, he gained complete control over this exclusive fortress of war that belonged solely to him. He understood every detail about it, as if it were the back of his hand. With a single thought, the magnificent Sky City soared straight up, climbing higher and higher into the sky. It rose to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Tang Xiaofan turned to look back and saw that the farmers within the city were utterly ecstatic. The sudden appearance of Sky City had plunged them into deep, overwhelming awe from which they could not extricate themselves. That's our war fortress. Sky City itself. The farmers were in utter shock. For Sky City was a legendary construction, and more than that, a mighty weapon of war capable of striking into other dimensions. None of the farmers had imagined that such a terrifying weapon of war would appear so soon. Praise be to the Almighty Lord. The farmers gazed at Tang Xiaofan with worship in their eyes. In their hearts, it was their creator, whom they revered, who had summoned this war fortress, Sky City, into existence. With this, they could conquer the vast and mysterious world before them. Sky City has descended. The Lord's radiance will surely shine across the whole land of gods and demons. This world is destined to belong to the Almighty Lord. Zhang-Yi brandished his giant axe, barely able to contain his excitement. Old hands like Nong-Yi, Nong-Er, Jian-Yi, Ji-Yi, and the others were also stirred to their core. Nothing could compare to the exhilaration brought by the arrival of Sky City. As they watched the city ascend through the clouds, every farmer's eyes sparkled with longing. They all yearned to set foot inside Sky City, to witness its wonders firsthand. That is the Lord's divine miracle. O Almighty Lord, please protect your faithful followers. May the holy light be ever with us. May you be eternal. Tang Xiaofan looked at Zhang, Yi, and the other farmers, and smiled as he spoke. Sky City's energy reserves are insufficient at the moment, so it can't be included in our war plans just yet. Let's focus on developing the Black Technology Fortress and stockpiling more soul stones. I believe it won't be long before Angel City can join us on the battlefield. When the Lord spoke, the farmers naturally obeyed without question. Besides, with Sky City already descended, could the battlefield be far behind? It was only a matter of energy reserves, nothing more. As the Angel Squadron kept expanding their hunting grounds and attacking the native castles nearby, the supply of soul stones would continue to grow. They were confident that it would not be long before Sky City could join the fray. When that day arrived, the Lord's fortress would sweep through the forests, establishing a mighty kingdom of farmers. Tang Xiaofan thought to himself, now that he possessed Sky City, this fortress of war, he could temporarily set aside the plan to deploy protective shields. He was certain that as long as he activated Sky City's holy magic cannons, not even a saint-level expert or a demigod could hope to breach his fortress. And if a major enemy force ever came to attack. So, using large, medium, and small magic energy cannons can also safeguard the castle. With Sky City in place, adding the Angel Guardian Shield doesn't make much sense anymore. In fact, it would seem a bit wasteful. Let's go take a look at Sky City. Though it was already late at night, Tang Xiaofan was wide awake. With a single thought, he willed himself away. A straight pillar of light shot down from the sky, teleporting Tang Xiaofan up to the cloud-bound Sky City. Tang Xiaofan wandered through this legendary fortress of war. Spanning 10 kilometers both in length and width, its four walls towered 150 meters high. Each wall bristled with countless holy magic cannons, as well as large, medium, and small magic energy cannons. If all those guns fired at once, they could obliterate a true god. These were the ultimate weapons of the continent of gods and demons, designed for conquering lower-dimensional worlds. Sky City wasn't just terrifyingly powerful. It could sweep across an entire world with its firepower. But it was also a floating city in its own right, making it both a transport battleship and a dreadnought, all in one. Tang Xiaofan strolled through every corner of Sky City, walking along its towering walls, gently running his hand over the colossal holy cannons that stretched for dozens of meters and passing by the garrisons of the stationed legions. Everything about Sky City left him in awe. He had no doubt that Sky City possessed the firepower to launch an all-out assault on the heart of any homeland empire. As long as it had enough energy to run, it would be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Nothing could stand in its way. Jarvis, how's the analysis coming along? Sir, the current analysis is at 15%. It will take some time to fully decode the secrets of Sky City. The moment Tang Xiaofan summoned Sky City, he had Jarvis begin a thorough analysis. He had no intention of burning up precious soul stones to power this behemoth, nor did he want to be shackled by this world's energy system. With the arc reactor in hand, he was determined to build an entirely new energy system of his own. Sky City was clearly the pinnacle of technology on the continent of gods and demons. Tang Xiaofan wasn't sure what kind of anti-gravity mechanism powered it, so he urged Jarvis to get started on the analysis as soon as possible. As for the artillery systems, Tang Xiaofan planned to retrofit them into rocket launchers and area control cannons based on what was in Jarvis's database. Missile development would have to wait. There was no global positioning system yet, and who knew what dangers lurked in the outer space of the continent of gods and demons. Launching satellites would have to be put on hold for now. But with Sky City, combined with the Mark II armor, there was no question that his air force was now formidable. With such overwhelming firepower, he could easily suppress enemy forces. No need to rush into deploying missiles just yet. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in a live stream chatroom, did I eat too much tonight? Am I hallucinating, or did I just see a city floating in the sky? You're not imagining things. I saw it too. What on earth is that? Isn't it obvious? Tang Xiaofan's Sky City. He's actually strolling around inside it. Seriously? That's unbelievable. Is this still a contest among all nations? Or is it just Dragon Country crushing everyone else? Of course not. It's more like the other countries and the native gods and demons are just playing along, while Dragon Country plays a single-player game. With something like Sky City appearing, can Dragon Country just go ahead and declare its rule over Blue Star now? Dragon Country must have a scheme. They've been plotting this for ages. Are you guys idiots? That blueprint was originally obtained by Zhou Yong from Mushroom Country. He didn't use it himself, and now you're blaming Tang Xiaofan from Dragon Country. Yeah, Zhou Yong from Mushroom Country really got the short end of the stick. +1. I've seen people in bad shape, but never this bad. With Sky City, he could have survived for sure. Exactly. What happened with Zhou Yong? Why didn't he summon Sky City after getting the blueprint? Life is just that strange. One twist after another, all to the benefit of Tang Xiaofan from Dragon Country. Hey, people from Dragon Country, call your contestant back. Stop picking on kids. Keep dreaming. From now on, we'll crush all of you. Just wait. Iron Warriors plus Sky City. Domination on top of domination. Long live Dragon Country. Our Turtle Country firmly supports Dragon Country's sovereignty over Blue Star, and we'd like to apply for membership. Our Watermelon Bay Country wants to join Dragon Country too. Our White Kacha Country also applies to join Dragon Country. Our Sakura Country is Dragon Country's most steadfast ally. Shameless, that's Sakura Country upstairs. During the spoils from conquering the two castle factions this time, Tang Xiaofan collected 28,000 units of food, which he put up for trade on the exchange channel. Up until now, the total amount of ordinary food he's listed has reached nearly 160,000 units. The combined total of elite level, commander level, and lord level food is also 30 to 40,000 units. Ordinary food draws no interest, but the special food is gradually being traded away. After all, special food increases energy and still holds considerable market value. As for the lumber, stone, and refined iron gathered from the castle battles, all of it has been stored in the Black Tech Castle's warehouse. Tang Xiaofan is planning to upgrade the Black Tech Castle to an intermediate town in the near future. Black Tech Castle Warehouse. Capacity. Contains a small pocket dimension. The space expands as the castle is upgraded. Stored resources. 289,300 units of lumber, 157,000 units of stone, 23,400 units of refined iron, plus assorted monster materials. Current status: invincible. Special reminder: if the castle heart is destroyed, the pocket dimension will collapse, and all stored resources will drop, becoming spoils for the enemy. Protect your castle heart at all costs. The reserves in the warehouse have already surpassed half of what's needed to upgrade to a mid-tier town. Once that batch of special food sells out, there'll be another sizable influx of supplies. If I push just a bit harder, clear out a few local factions, take down a couple of castles, my high-tech castle can finally be upgraded to a mid-tier town. When it came to upgrading the castle, Tang Xiaofan wasn't particularly anxious. Still, the castle was his main base as its lord, and that carried real weight. So as long as the conditions allowed, Tang Xiaofan didn't mind upgrading. After all, only with a royal capital could he go on to establish a dynasty. Next, Tang Xiaofan handed over all the monster materials he'd stocked in his warehouse to the little girl from the underground world. He collected a staggering 10,000 pieces of monster materials, enough to craft over 1,000 sets of standard gear. In a little while, once the black iron dwarves finished forging these standard sets, Tang Xiaofan and the little girl stood to make a fortune again. During this last beast-tide battle, many castle lords had managed to get their hands on blueprints. Among them, there were bound to be some for blacksmith shops. So it wouldn't be long before standard gear would start flooding the trading channel in bulk. However, given just how many castle lords there were, and considering those with humanoid troops alone numbered in the hundreds at least, a rough estimate put the total number of humanoid soldiers under all these lords at well over 5,000. 5,000 humanoid soldiers. Just imagine that. Arming all of them would take at least 20,000 pieces of equipment, and that was only if each soldier got a few items apiece. So, Tang Xiaofan wasn't at all worried about anyone trying to edge in on his business. Equipment was not only scarce, but also consumable. It held lasting value and remained in constant demand on the market. At any time, as soon as gear was listed for sale, buyers would snap it up. This was a long-term road to riches. Tang Xiaofan and the little girl from the underground world could count on reaping high profits for a long time to come. Tang Xiaofan glanced at his own reserve of soul stones. 7,451 soul stones. The amount he'd previously spent had already been replenished. At this rate, it won't be long before I can upgrade my farmer factory again. Sure enough, war really is the engine of progress. Hunting wild monsters is only a stopgap, after all. The true path for the growth of castle powers lies in waging war. War between castles, and war with the local factions. The bigger the war, the greater the spoils afterwards. Tang Xiaofan had already tasted the sweetness brought by war. Just from 2 castle factions, one advanced, one top tier, he'd gained thousands of soul stones and mountains of resources. There was no denying it. This was the fastest way to make a fortune. Of course, Tang Xiaofan was well aware of this. The bountiful harvest he reaped was closely linked to the fact that the beast tide had only just ended. Both of those castle factions had weathered the beast tide, proving their strength, and, in the thick of the fighting, they had amassed a great number of soul stones. Now, all their spoils had fallen neatly into Tang Xiaofan's lap. Naturally, his gains were abundant. And there's also the blueprint for Sky City from the Zhang clan. This was the one thing that made Tang Xiaofan feel this battle had been overwhelmingly worthwhile. It also filled him with anticipation for the wars yet to come. Just then, a strange, low growl echoed through the air. Several bloodthirsty demon wolves soared over the wall of the high-tech castle and landed in the courtyard, obediently crouching before Tang Xiaofan. These were the 2 demon wolves that had survived the recent battle, narrowly escaping the warrior's axes. Zhang had found them rather endearing, so he brought them back for Tang Xiaofan to handle. The 2 demon wolves bowed their heads meekly. Each of them stretched nearly 7 or 8 meters in length, truly imposing creatures. The bloodthirsty demon wolves were a deep indigo color all over, as if they'd been sculpted from stone. Their appearance was striking and unusual. They had 4 sharp fangs like some mythical beast. The front half of their bodies, from head through neck to their forelimbs, resembled a giant wolf. But sprouting from their ribs were wings, much like an eagle's, covered in dark blue feathers. The hind half of their bodies, from belly to rear legs and tail, was all wolf, clad not in feathers but in dense, silky, indigo wolf fur. Soft and fine, rippling in the wind like a field of silk wheat. Top-tier units. They do look rather impressive. Tang Xiaofan gave them a word of praise, then examined the information on these 2 demon wolves. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. Current growth stage, adolescent. Power level, mid-tier, level 14. Loyalty, 92 points. Maximum growth potential, level 20, peak. Special note. Upon successful bloodline evolution, the bloodthirsty demon wolf has a chance to transform into a vampire wolf bat, with maximum potential increasing to level 30. Both wolves had already reached the pinnacle of level 16, just a step away from advancing to level 18. These two bloodthirsty demon wolves were considered the most formidable units under Zhou Yong's command. Yet, they hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Zhang Yi's overwhelming aura had crushed any thought of resistance, so much so that they hadn't even been able to show their abilities. Clearly, compared to Tang Xiaofan's own farmer units, top-tier soldiers like the bloodthirsty demon wolves were still far inferior. Still, their appearance was respectable, and as aerial combat units, they'd make excellent mounts for getting around the castle when things were quiet. With that in mind, Tang Xiaofan summoned his two little angels and assigned one bloodthirsty demon wolf to each of them. With these demon wolves, the little angels would now be able to keep pace with the warriors on the battlefield. The warriors couldn't quite walk on air, so they could only follow behind, flying slowly. In the previous battle, the two little angels hadn't leveled up. They still couldn't adapt to the warriors' swift combat style. However, with the help of the two bloodthirsty demon wolves, Tang Xiaofan believed they would catch up soon. In the days to come, the number of souls in the temple would surely grow. Tang Xiaofan turned to Zhang Yi, who had worked hard through the night, and said, "Well done. Go and get some rest." "At your command, my lord." All the warriors saluted Tang Xiaofan with deep respect, then lined up to remove their armor and head back for some well-deserved rest. The bloodthirsty demon wolves bowed their heads respectfully to Tang Xiaofan as well. As a breed that had surrendered, their loyalty should have been questionable. Yet, under the influence of faith and the power of the temple, their loyalty had soared above 90 points. With loyalty that high, they would carry out Tang Xiaofan's orders faithfully, with no risk of betrayal. Soon after, the two little angels soared high, flying off toward the temple. The demon wolves beat their wings and followed close behind. Tang Xiaofan remained alone in the castle. As midnight approached, exhaustion overtook him. He took a quick shower and, as soon as he lay down, sleep claimed him. He had no idea that others had already begun plotting against him. Late at night, at the Anti-Demon Alliance, the lords of 5 top-tier castles deep within the forest were deep in conversation. Zhou Yong is dead. Tang Xiaofan's demon squad wiped him out. Zhou Yong, the castle lord who appeared in the World Chat channel, he claimed Tang Xiaofan commanded over 500 demons, with the most powerful one at level 21. Who knows if that's true? It's absolutely true. There's no doubt about it. One of the top castle lords has been eliminated. The rival force is Tang Xiaofan. Indeed. Old Wong, how do you know this? I haven't seen any news about it in the World Chat channel. That's because I'm also in the Pantheon Alliance. Damn, Old Wong, you're impressive. You infiltrated the Pantheon Alliance. Yeah, it's not that hard to get in. As long as you're a top-tier castle lord, you can join. If you want in, I can put in a good word for you. Sound good? I heard Lord Bei is one of the founders of the Pantheon Alliance. I'd like to get in touch with him. Back to the topic, Old Wong. Right. Zhou Yong's troops were bloodthirsty demon wolves, about 40 in number. The strongest had reached the peak of level 16. But when Tang Xiaofan's demon squad attacked, they didn't last more than 10 minutes. At the first sign of trouble, Zhou Yong tried to flee with his demon wolves, but they were hunted down by Tang Xiaofan's demons and wiped out to the last. Whoa! As Tang Xiaofan's demon power truly reached such terrifying heights. A top-level castle force, brought down in less than 10 minutes. Unbelievable. This castle war has shown us, more clearly than ever, the gap between the top-level castle force and the Black Technology Castle. I'm beginning to suspect that even if the 5 of us joined forces, we still wouldn't be a match for Tang Xiaofan. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 lords of the top castles within the Anti-Demon Alliance all fell silent. To be honest, even if they combined their strength, they truly couldn't rival Tang Xiaofan's demon army. Just that level 21 demon alone could sweep through their most elite troops with ease. Is Tang Xiaofan really unstoppable? Unstoppable. No one is without weakness. Old Wong, stop being mysterious and tell us what you know. I've got some good news for you. Tonight, I sent my troops to raid a goblin tribe. Guess what we found? What? A map. A magic map of our very own forest. Apparently, it came from a merchant caravan belonging to a native human empire. They tried to cross the forest, but were ambushed by a sacred domain beast family. The whole caravan was wiped out. When the goblins scavenged the remains, they stumbled upon this magic map. A magic map? What's the use of that? It's a huge advantage. I've already pinpointed the location of Twin Peaks on the map, and I've roughly marked where the Black Technology Castle is too. Huh. when the right time comes. The problem is, I doubt any of us can take down Tang Xiaofan. Brothers, it's time to strengthen our anti-demon alliance. We'll recruit every castle lord in the forest and on the plains. Everyone. We must launch an expedition against the Black Technology Castle. We can't let Tang Xiaofan's demons grow any stronger. At these words, the top castle lords of the anti-demon alliance all flashed determined, ruthless looks. As fellow lords of castles within the forest, the stronger Tang Xiaofan became, the weaker they grew by comparison. If Tang Xiaofan ever became truly invincible, that would spell their end. That's why, before the Black Technology Castle grew completely unstoppable, they had to destroy it. If they could topple the Black Technology Castle and drive Tang Xiaofan and his demons out of the forest, the Anti-Demon Alliance would reign supreme over this resource-rich woodland. With their alliance, they could rule the entire region. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan slept soundly, completely unaware that deep within the forest, the Anti-Demon Alliance was hatching a plan to march on his Black Technology Castle within a week. But even if he did know, he wouldn't care. In fact, he might even welcome it. After all, his war fortress, the Sky City, was far from just a showpiece. Don't even mention a mere anti-demon alliance. Even if the Alliance of Gods, with its dozens of top-tier castle lords, came charging in, they'd only be marching toward their deaths. No one would return alive. Due to the current lack of energy, the Sky City cannot launch long-distance expeditions across regions. However, when it comes to defending Tang Xiaofan with its arsenal of black tech wonders, there's not the slightest problem. As long as Tang Xiaofan is willing to spend some of his personal reserve of soul stones, he can immediately activate Sky City's war machinery, the Holy Arcane Mega Cannon, as well as an array of magical cannons of all sizes, to rain destruction on any invaders. These cannons, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could wipe out swathes of enemies in a single volley. So even if the Alliance of Gods were to gather their vast armies and come at him, Tang Xiaofan could rely on Sky City to ensure none of them ever made it back. Let alone the Anti-Demon Alliance, which is so much weaker than the Alliance of Gods that it doesn't even deserve comparison. What's more, judging by JARVIS's current progress, he'd soon finish his analysis of Sky City. By then, once the city was liberated from its dependence on soul stones and bristling with countless cannons and rocket launchers, those overconfident adversaries would finally understand what it means to be utterly overwhelmed from every direction. Since the day this war fortress, Sky City, appeared, Tang Xiaofan has never worried about the safety of his castle's defenses. He even sleeps more soundly than ever. When Tang Xiaofan woke up, the sky outside the castle was still a little dim, until suddenly, a golden ray of morning sunlight split the horizon, as if illuminating the entire world in an instant. At almost that very moment, Tang Xiaofan opened his eyes as well, woken by his own biological clock. Although he'd stayed up late into the night, Tang Xiaofan still woke up on time, feeling completely refreshed and without a hint of fatigue. Now, his level had already risen to 9, so only a short rest was needed to keep his mind sharp and energetic. The higher a being's level, the stronger their physical capabilities. For those at the saint level or even the demigod tier, going long periods without sleep would have no negative effects. At their stage, sleep is the least important thing. Spirit and soul are the true foundation of their bodies. As usual, Tang Xiaofan got up, washed, and ate the breakfast prepared by the kitchen. Though now, it was a master chef personally making his morning meal. Even a simple egg sandwich became a delight for Tang Xiaofan to savor. It seems the system-summoned professional farmers are all genuine masters of their craft. Afterward, Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. A whole night had passed, and he saw that the auction prize for the skeletal troop building blueprint he'd put up had already reached over 5,800 soul stones. In truth, this number was still far from matching the blueprint's real worth. If sold in the mid to late stages, it would surely fetch tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of soul stones at auction. However, Tang Xiaofan had no intention of hoarding it for himself or waiting until the later stages to auction it off. That kind of item really would end up rotting in your hands, and, as things stand, over 5,800 soul stones is already an astronomical price. Aside from Tang Xiaofan, not a single lord of a castle could gather so many soul stones by their own strength alone. They all had to borrow from others. Many necromancer castle lords were scouring every corner, trying to borrow soul stones, all with the sole aim of winning this rare blueprint for a troop building. In the early stages, soul stones are truly the most valuable. Later on, their value is bound to plummet. Watching the auction price continue to climb, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. Looks like I can start planning for a level 5 farmer factory. Compared to upgrading the farmer factory, a single blueprint for a mid-tier troop building seemed utterly unimportant. That was the main reason Tang Xiaofan decided to sell the skeleton warrior blueprint. There are still about 4 hours left before the auction ends. Hopefully, by then, the price will soar past 7,000 soul stones. Talking to himself, Tang Xiaofan turned his attention to the bidding for the spatial teleportation magic array blueprint. At the moment, the bid for that blueprint had reached about 1,200 soul stones. Clearly, there were quite a few discerning castle lords who recognized the strategic significance of the spatial teleportation magic array. No need to rush into raising the bid. The auction for this blueprint lasts a full day and won't finish until around 8 tonight. I'll wait until then to make my move. Now that his soul stone reserves were ample, Tang Xiaofan was determined to win this spatial teleportation magic array blueprint. If he could get his hands on 2 more of these blueprints, he'd be able to build teleportation arrays linking his Black Tech Castle with the little girl's Iron Dwarf Fortress. When that day came, his warrior squads would be able to charge straight into the underground world, and his castle's influence would extend and spread into that chaotic, shadowy realm. This was of immense strategic importance to Tang Xiaofan's castle's foundation, and to his ambitions of dominating the divine and demonic continent. Next, Tang Xiaofan checked on the food supplies. As usual, the hundreds of thousands of units of ordinary food remained untouched. Special food, on the other hand, was being steadily exchanged by various castle lords, especially the commander-grade and lord-grade food, which were selling best. He wandered through the trading section for a bit, but found nothing that caught his eye. So Tang Xiaofan closed the trading channel and headed straight out into the castle courtyard. Now it was time to organize the takeover of the 2 newly conquered resource points. After all, now that the transportation problem had been resolved, it was time to begin large-scale resource gathering. For Tang Xiaofan, this had been part of the plan all along. At this moment, the workshops for both vehicles were alive with sound, as all sorts of machinery rumbled and whirred at full speed. Tang Xiaofan's first stop was the heavy machinery factory, where production was underway on light armored transport vehicles. A row of Vulture light armored trucks stood ready, waiting for Tang Xiaofan's inspection. Beside the convoy, a group of soldiers from the 1st Battalion stood guard, serving as the escort detail. All the drivers for the convoy were female farmers. These tough women were every bit as capable as their male counterparts, quickly mastering the art of driving these vehicles. From inside the cabs, they spotted Tang Xiaofan and waved in greeting, a gesture of respect for his leadership. Because the vultures were so tall and getting in and out was inconvenient, Tang Xiaofan had instructed everyone to remain in their vehicles for the review. At the same time, a fleet of great Pelican airships hovered overhead, preparing to depart as well. Although these airships boasted decent cargo capacity, they still couldn't match the vultures on the ground. Their role as transport was essential, however, as this expedition aimed to establish airports and air routes at every resource outpost. With JARVIS coordinating in the background, the safety and efficiency of all the farmers were well ensured. With a nod from Tang Xiaofan, the first wave of vehicles rolled out and the great pelicans soared away. The massive city gates swung open, and the enormous convoy streamed out in an orderly procession, accompanied overhead by a squadron of armored warriors from the 1st Battalion, providing aerial escort. After all, they were still in the forest, even though the recent beast tide had decimated many of the wild monsters. The woods were never truly short of dangers, and threats could appear at any moment. While the convoy was equipped with heavy machine guns, the presence of Mark II exosuits as escorts gave everyone extra peace of mind. As for the Great Pelican Formation, no escort was assigned, thanks to the 4 observation towers. Within the territory of the Black Tech Castle, there were no blind spots in their surveillance. Coupled with the impressive speed of the Great Pelicans, JARVIS could easily steer them clear of potential dangers in advance. Watching the convoy plow through the forest, knocking down trees dozens of meters tall and carving a broad path through the dense woods, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He had never been particularly gentle with the environment. Luckily, the world was vast, and he consoled himself that his small acts of destruction were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. The 2 factories covered a huge area. The ground had been leveled for construction, and sturdy walls now ringed the perimeter. True, if another beast tide descended, the sheer size of their defensive perimeter could pose a risk. But JARVIS's plans included ramping up their artillery, a major boost to their defensive strength. The chosen artillery was the base-mounted 1130 close-in weapon system, an 11-barrel, 30mm Gatling gun with rapid-fire capabilities, equipped with an unlimited ammo magazine. It could simultaneously lock on more than 40 targets at once. The maximum rate of fire is 11,000 rounds per minute, which means about 166 rounds per second. This automatic cannon is mounted on a motorized turret base and comes equipped with a tracking system, firing 165mm caliber shells. A prototype has already been built, positioned just on the outskirts of the factory. This area will be cleared out to provide a firing arc, making it the perfect spot for a field test. Guided by a craftsman from the weapons workshop, Tang Xiaofan climbed up a section of the city wall. The prototype cannon had been installed on a protruding part of the wall, directly facing the dense forest. As soon as Tang Xiaofan arrived, the weapons craftsman quickly gestured, and the sound of gears whirring filled the air. A burst of flame shot from the muzzle, unleashing a fiery blaze at the barrel's tip. Trees in the distance were instantly reduced to mist, every trunk struck by the shells meeting the same fate. At the very least, leaves fell like rain, sending up clouds of dust that swirled in the air. Impressive firepower. How is the automatic detection system coming along? My lord, it's already complete. We made it by modifying the visual components from the Mark II power armor. Please take a look. Tang Xiaofan saw an object resembling a telescope set up on the wall, encased in an iron shell. Curious, he asked Jarvis. Jarvis, how accurate is this monitor's friend or foe recognition? Sir, this is actually one of my information collectors. Its recognition rate is 100%. There's absolutely no margin for error. Oh, your processing power has improved that much. Yes, now that the arc reactor has formed a network, unless there's some extraordinarily complex calculation, I can easily handle all this monitoring and control. Jarvis, what about Sky City? Any progress on the analysis? Gazing at the brilliant flashes in the distance, Tang Xiaofan understood that, with these automatic cannons in place, his castle and resource points would truly become impregnable fortresses. Originally, these cannons were designed for close-in missile defense on warships. If they could intercept missiles at point-blank range, Tang Xiaofan was certain that no enemy on the divine and demonic continent could possibly be faster than a missile. Even if there were, and they tried to hide, it would be nearly impossible to evade Jarvis's multi-layered scans. Beyond visual identification, Jarvis could also use thermal imaging, radiation, and other multidimensional detection methods. If any enemy actually managed to slip past Jarvis's systems, Tang Xiaofan figured he'd just have to accept it. And if anyone dared to charge headlong into his defenses, looking at the half-meter-long shells in his hands, he doubted the enemy could possibly comprehend the true might of high-speed artillery. The 1130 close-in defense cannon could pierce through 80mm steel plates as easily as tearing paper. In this world, what creature could possibly have armor that thick? The experimental results were highly satisfactory, and Tang Xiaofan immediately decided to adopt the 1130 close-in weapon system as the primary defensive armament, initiating mass production and deploying it wherever fortification was needed. The farmers working in the weapons workshop finished their tasks and departed, leaving Tang Xiaofan alone atop the newly built city wall, lost in thought. At present, the warrior squad has 2 leading fighters, both the strongest in skill and highest in rank. Currently, the squad numbers 1,000 men, divided into 2 teams that take turns heading into battle. From a military organizational perspective, having 2 commander-type warriors could lead to confusion in team management. This issue isn't about rank, but the accumulation of experience through countless battles. Although, for now, these farmers show unwavering loyalty to Tang Xiaofan. As the territory expands in the future, warriors will need to be stationed outside the castle, and the bonds of loyalty will inevitably weaken. It is family ties and the pursuit of honor that truly drive a person to persevere. Tang Xiaofan now had a clearer vision for his future army system. Beyond the natural hierarchy of rank, I need to establish a military honor system. Jarvis, make a record of this. I see myself as the supreme commander, holding the highest authority over all soldiers under my command. Beneath me, I appoint generals in 3 ranks: general, lieutenant general, and major general. Generals will oversee combat operations within their designated regions. Below the generals are field officers, also in 3 ranks: colonel, lieutenant colonel, and major. Field officers take charge of military operations in each city. Next are company officers, again in 3 ranks: captain, first lieutenant, and second lieutenant. Company officers command combat units. Captains lead 100 men, first lieutenants 50, and second lieutenants 10. After laying out the structure in one breath, Tang Xiaofan paused, then added for Jarvis. You'll be responsible for refining the system of military merit and promotions, basing ranks on current battle records and circumstances, so everyone is assigned a fair rank. Yes, sir. Tang Xiaofan continued. To prevent, what I mean is to guard against any unexpected incidents, I'm granting you authority to directly manage every soldier's armor and vehicles. You may anticipate and intervene directly, without needing my prior approval. Yes, sir. With that, Tang Xiaofan left the testing grounds and entered the temple alone. He drew forth the pure souls offered by his followers from the Holy Grail. Previously, with a shortage of soul stones, he could only transform 2 souls into angels. But now, not counting the troop building blueprints currently up for auction, he finally had enough soul stones to reincarnate all the pure souls of his believers into angels. You have obtained 283 purified souls, each cleansed by holy power. With that notification, Tang Xiaofan entered the temple, and as he extended his right hand, a rain of soul light cascaded into his palm. Carrying these souls, he made his way to the farmer's factory, and just like before, as he placed his hand inside, he received another prompt. Would you like to spend 2,830 soul stones to reincarnate this soul? Yes, no. Yes. Tang Xiaofan replied decisively. In a blink, the reserve of soul stones he had dropped, leaving him with only 4,621 left. But he didn't mind. Once the auction for the Bone Warrior unit blueprint concluded, his soul stone reserves would soar again, likely surpassing 5,000, perhaps even nearing 10,000. Exchanging just over 2,000 soul stones for more than 200 powerful angels was well worth it. Moreover, it would allow him to balance the composition of his forces. At the same time, a brilliant light burst forth inside the farmer's factory. After nearly 10 minutes, the glow finally faded away. Before Tang Xiaofan, 283 orbs of light now floated in the air. Gazing at these orbs, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Angels, as a race, needed time to develop and mature before they could truly realize their combat potential. Without their own mark armor, they were vulnerable. Any grievous injury could be fatal and impossible to recover from. It was entirely possible some might fall in battle. I suppose I was being greedy, he mused. Even if they can't match the armored warriors, their potential for divinity makes them worthy of being called top-tier units. They're just a bit weaker compared to my mark armored warriors, but on the Divine Demons continent, they still count among the finest native forces. Before long, the orbs of light in front of Tang Xiaofan began to burst open one by one. From within, tiny angelic beings emerged before him. Over 200 angelic spirits appeared, each one a little 2-winged angel. But to his surprise, the last angel to appear had not just 2, but 3 pairs of snowy white wings. A 6-winged angel. Her wings outnumbered those of the other little angels by 2 full pairs. Angel of the Heart. Power level, 14. Loyalty, 100. Final form, Angel of Love. Angel of the Heart. So, the Angel of the Heart is a special kind of angel. Special angels are far rarer than regular ones, and every one of them has at least 6 wings. This Angel of the Heart starts at level 14. Once fully grown, she'll be a lower-tier true god, as expected of a special angel. A true god was, after all, a deity, immortal and undying. No matter how you looked at it, nurturing this type of unit was well worth the investment. Praise be to you, Almighty Lord. Thank you for granting us new life. May the holy light be with you always, and may you be eternal. Over 200 little angels knelt on the ground, their faces alight with fervor, paying homage and offering prayers to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan gazed at the newly born Angel of Heart. She was beautiful, with 6 wings unfurled, dressed in a flowing white gown, her whole being radiating a sacred brilliance. Like the 2-winged angels before her, she too was female. Her figure stood about 40 centimeters tall, noticeably taller than the newly created ordinary angels. I never expected this. The upgraded farmer's factory could actually give birth to a special kind of angel. It must be related to the increased probability. Tang Xiaofan was thrilled. He felt that choosing the path of developing new units was indeed the right decision. As he looked at this special 6-winged angel, he couldn't help but imagine how powerful she would become once she matured, his heart brimming with joy. He decided to name this newborn Angel of Heart Diga, and ordered her to lead the newly created 2-winged angels to the temple, where they would join the 2 who came before them and learn about the Black Technology Castle. At your command, Almighty Lord. Diga, the Angel of Heart, bowed deeply to Tang Xiaofan, her eyes full of reverence. Then, with a flutter of her snowy 6 wings, she soared toward the temple. The other newly born 2-winged angels near the farmer's factory followed close behind, forming a brilliant white procession of angels, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. These transformed souls, before their sacrifice, had been Tang Xiaofan's most devoted believers, some even devout worshippers. At the moment of their death, they held a sincere faith, believing they would ascend to heaven and gain eternal life. Now, looking at them, transformed from humble goblins into noble angels, they had, in a sense, achieved a form of immortality. What's more, they were born anew in the Black Technology Castle, a paradise compared to their primitive tribal existence. Having been reincarnated through the farmer's factory, they had all become angels, and their faith had grown into fanatic devotion. The loyalty of these angels to Tang Xiaofan was unwavering. As for their fighting prowess, angels were indisputably powerful warriors, and with the existence of the Angel of Heart, she would surely possess unique abilities or spells of her own. Angels were, by their very nature, a formidable top-tier unit, with potential far surpassing even that of black dragons and fire dragons. The next step is to expand the ranks of my angelic legion. I must gradually strengthen their abilities. But there's a problem. His castle was a farmer's castle, and it didn't have any dedicated structures for recruiting angelic units. For now, the only way to obtain angels was for his followers to die near the temple, so that their souls could be purified and turned into pure spirits. Then, using the farmer's factory, he could spend soul stones to summon these angels into existence. Although he had one native goblin believer under his command, he couldn't simply kill them all and have them reincarnate as angels. Such intentional slaughter would taint what was once pure faith, and it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain pure souls this way. Besides, the main reason was that his soul stones couldn't handle that much strain right now. His priority was upgrading the farmer factory, so he couldn't afford to pour too many resources into just building an army of angels. Let's take things slowly. There's always a way to work things out. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it further. He glanced once more at the current state of his angelic ranks. Among them, the two-winged little angels made up the majority, with nearly 200 in total. This pointed to one clear fact. Units wielding magical powers were rare. Most troops, including those under Tang Xiaofan's command, were the kind that charged into the thick of battle. At present, only Warrior 1 had mastered combat skill among the warrior team. After all, advanced skills packed a real punch. Never mind, it was best to focus on getting the angels leveled up as soon as possible. Not long after, a mighty and impressive procession poured out of the high-tech Black Castle. Following Tang Xiaofan's orders, the Angel Legion set out into the dense forest beyond the castle to hunt wild monsters. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan dispatched the 2nd Warrior Regiment, assigning a captain and 100 warriors to guard the Angel Legion. The newly reborn angels were still very weak, with strength only at level 2, and hunting wild monsters could easily lead to casualties. If any of them died, Tang Xiaofan would have to spend more soul stones to resurrect them, which would be a huge loss. There was another risk as well. If an angel fell and there wasn't a shrine nearby, their soul couldn't be recovered. With an 18th level warrior leading their training, not only could he ensure their safety, but he could also help them level up quickly. Once the Angel Legion's average level reached around 10, making them elite fighters, they could hunt on their own, or even launch attacks against local forces. Not bad. Every aspect of the castle is developing at a rapid pace. Our strength is soaring as well. It seemed the time had come to expand their hunting grounds again. Tang Xiaofan felt deeply satisfied with the current rate of progress at his high-tech Black Castle, especially when it came to the number of troops at his command. He was confident that, among the hundreds of castle lords, whether they were top-tier or just starting out, his army size would be second to none. Tang Xiaofan walked over to a clearing not far away. Here, all kinds of supplies were piled up. Equipment, food, timber, stone, refined iron, and much more. This was the spoils gathered by the warrior squad during last night. Tang Xiaofan glanced back and discovered that his warriors had attacked 2 local factions, a small goblin tribe and a small 2-headed ogre tribe. Now, with the Black Tech Castle at its center, all local forces within a 20-kilometer radius had been thoroughly wiped out. With this, apart from the wild monsters that naturally spawned in the forest, it would be difficult for any truly threatening monster faction to appear nearby. Most of this equipment is low-grade and damaged, but we have over 5,000 units of food, a stockpile of wood, stone, and refined iron, and around 2,800 soul stones collected in total. Still no blueprints, though. Just this haul of soul stones is enough to make up for what I spent reincarnating the angel's soul. As expected, the more wars you fight, the easier it is to gather resources and soul stones. Looking at the piles of loot before him, a broad smile spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. He quickly listed the equipment and food he'd acquired on the trading channel. As for the wood, stone, and refined iron, he stored them in the castle's warehouse. Saving them for the day, he would upgrade the Black-Tech Castle to a mid-level town. The Soul Stones, as always, were kept in the ring of the Cyclops. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan checked his personal information. Castle Lord, Tang Xiaofan. Level 9. Castle level, basic town. Castle units, farmers. Castle buildings, farmer factory, temple, metal lab, blacksmith, weapon workshop, stone workshop, lumber mill, kitchen, bathhouse, barbershop. Heavy factory, light airship factory, farmland, beast pens, hospital, library, elementary school, middle school, theater, concert hall, tavern. Soul Stones, 7,421. It's about time. Let's see how the blueprint auction is going. Tang Xiaofan entered the trading channel. His gaze fixed on the auction for the Skeleton Warrior Unit building blueprint. So far, the bidding had reached 6,730 soul stones and was quickly approaching the 7,000 mark. Once the auction ended, the number of soul stones he possessed would instantly break through the 10,000 barrier. It all felt somewhat unreal to Tang Xiaofan. Soul stones, so precious to other castle lords, seemed almost too easy for him to obtain. But what Tang Xiaofan didn't know was that, as he kept watch on the blueprint auction, a group of 5 or 6 wanderers had appeared deep within the forest, more than 20 kilometers from Black-Tech Castle. That must be Twin Peaks. Tang Xiaofan's Black-Tech Castle has to be somewhere nearby. Come on, pick up the pace. We're about to find the Black-Tech Castle. No matter what it takes, we have to get Tang Xiaofan to accept us. Are we really going? I'm worried Tang Xiaofan might just kill us on the spot. How could that be? We're not the lords of any castle. For Tang Xiaofan, having us wanderers come to him willingly is something he couldn't hope for. Why would he ever want to kill us? Is that so? I have a bad feeling about this. Stop jinxing us with your doom and gloom. Let's get moving. If we could just join the Black Technology Castle, we'll have it made. 5 or 6 wanderers slipped through the Twin Peaks, moving swiftly through the dense forest. But before they even reached the territory of the Black Technology Castle, they were ambushed by a massive horde of goblins. Hey, catch those humans from another world. Hand them over to His Majesty, the Great Goblin King. The wanderers stood frozen in shock, completely at a loss as to where these powerful goblins had come from. Once the goblins surrounded them, fear drained the color from their faces. In the thick woods, dozens of burly goblin warriors suddenly appeared, encircling the 6 wanderers, whose gear was shabby at best. Damn it! I told you you're a jinx. We haven't even glimpsed the Black Technology Castle, and now we're surrounded by goblins. The young wanderer, now the target of angry glares, felt thoroughly frustrated. He had only spoken out of instinct, sensing that something bad might happen. Originally, he was worried they'd stray into the Black Technology Castle's domain and be slaughtered by Tang Xiaofan's demonic followers. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? Instead, they found themselves surrounded by a massive wave of goblins. Judging by the goblins' fine equipment, it was obvious these were no pushovers. And from the way they were shouting about their king, it was clear they weren't under Tang Xiaofan's command. Captain, I've heard goblins eat people, especially the ones living on the forest's edge. They often raid passing human caravans, and anyone they capture ends up roasted on a spit. Shut up, will you? This wanderer party had 6 members in total. The captain was the highest level among them, while the others ranged from level 8 to 10. The captain, a middle-aged man with a dark, grim expression, spoke sharply. Enough talk. These goblins are all strong. At least level 10, an elite class at that. We're no match for them. If you don't want to end up as roast meat, run for your life. As soon as he finished speaking, he bolted in the direction they'd come from, not sparing a thought for his teammates. As for seeking out the Black Technology Castle, pledging loyalty to Tang Xiaofan, or dreaming of riches, well, they could figure that out if they survived. The rest of the wanderers, seeing this, wasted no time either, turning and running as fast as their legs could carry them. But just then, a massive net dropped from above, snaring them all in one fell swoop. All 6 wanderers were trapped beneath the net. No matter how desperately they hacked at it with their battered swords, they couldn't even scratch the net, which shimmered with a magical aura. Soon after, a goblin of lordly stature strode over and unceremoniously dragged them out. We're doomed. The 6 wanderers wore faces of utter despair. Their hands and feet were tightly bound. Running was out of the question, and even struggling seemed impossible. If I'd known, I never would have come. We didn't even catch sight of Tang Xiaofan's demon, and now we've been tied up by goblins. Who do we complain to? Please don't eat me. I surrender. A young wanderer cried out in terror. He was lashed to a sturdy pole, each end hefted by a goblin. Wasn't this just a classic prelude to a spit roast? His face turned a sickly green as he wailed for mercy. Surrender? The burly goblin lord stepped forward. With a single slap, he sent the young wanderer reeling. Seeing stars, and nearly losing consciousness. With a sneer, the Goblin Lord spat out. Are all humans from other worlds so spineless? Yet you had the audacity to ravage our tribe and force your faith upon us. I didn't. The young wanderer's mouth filled with blood, his words slurred and indistinct. But the middle-aged captain, thinking quickly, shouted, "Mighty goblin warriors, you're mistaken. We're free wanderers, not lords of any castle. The one who destroyed your tribe was someone else, Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan's black tech castle rules this whole forest." In the captain's mind, only Tang Xiaofan could have wiped out the goblin tribe. Desperate to survive, he betrayed Tang Xiaofan without hesitation. The other wanderers bobbed their heads furiously. Better him than us. Whatever loyalty they'd had to Tang Xiaofan was forgotten in the face of survival. "Wanderers, are you?" The Goblin Lord frowned. "And who is Tang Xiaofan?" The captain blurted. "Tang Xiaofan is the master of the Black Tech Castle. His stronghold is nearby. It had to be his castle that destroyed your tribe. If you want justice, you've got the wrong people. We'll seek out this Black Tech Castle ourselves." The Goblin Lord bristled, feeling his intelligence insulted. "But since you're all humans from another world, you're just as guilty. All of you are villains." With a dismissive glance, the Goblin Lord ordered, "Take these ones back to the royal city and hand them over to His Majesty. The rest of you, come with me. We'll seek vengeance on the Black Tech Castle." At once, Lord Obel. With rhythmic grunts, a dozen burly goblin warriors hoisted the bound wanderers and marched straight into the dense forest, heedless of the branches that whipped and scratched their captives. The wanderers' pitiful cries echoed until they faded into the depths of the woods. Only then did the Goblin Lord and his remaining kin leave the scene, setting off in search of the Black Tech Castle's trail. The Black Technology Castle, the birthplace of the evil god's cult. Once we've pinpointed the location of the Black Technology Castle, I will request His Majesty the King to dispatch an army and wipe it out. After the Goblin Lord and his troops departed, a silver figure appeared, hovering in midair. It was War II, one of Tang Xiaofan's loyal warriors. War II had just happened to be patrolling the area. Noticing something unusual, he activated the adaptive environment mode of his Mark II battle armor, allowing him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. Now, armed with the latest intelligence, he muttered to himself, "The royal city, His Majesty the King. This must be the Goblin Kingdom our Lord has been searching for." The Goblin Kingdom is the stronghold of the native goblin forces on the divine and demonic continent, hidden away with extraordinary secrecy. The tribe of goblins who sided with the Black Technology Castle is but a branch of the larger goblin clan. These tribal goblins had always dwelled in the underground world. They had only ever met envoys from the kingdom, from whom they gleaned a general direction to the Goblin Kingdom, but they had no idea of its exact location. Yet one thing was certain. The Goblin Kingdom was also concealed somewhere in the depths of the subterranean world. With that thought, War II whispered, and his form flickered through the shadowy forest below, vanishing into the dense woods nearby. Those goblins, returning to their kingdom with captives, can help us mark the precise location of the Goblin Kingdom. As the words left his lips, War II's figure shimmered and dissolved into a blur, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, a brief but fierce skirmish broke out in the forest. War II, a level 20 powerhouse, personally took action. With overwhelming force, he subdued all 30-plus elite goblins from the Goblin Kingdom. Even the leading Goblin Grand Lord, who was level 18, stood no chance against War II's might. Resistance was futile. Our Lord, who takes pity on all races. All races should revere our Lord and place their faith in him. With War II's soft utterance, the goblin warriors from the kingdom were stricken with terror. They stared up at the formidable, steel-clad warrior floating in the air, expressionless, axe in hand, looming over them. After several minutes of desperate struggle, their courage evaporated like morning mist, and at last, they knelt, begging War II for mercy. Take them back to the castle and leave their fate to our Lord. At once, Black Technology Castle. Time slipped by, and the auction for the Skeletal Warrior blueprint was drawing to a close. The current bid had soared to a staggering 7,040 soul stones, leaving countless lords of castles speechless in awe. Meanwhile, the World Chat channel was abuzz with excitement over the bidding frenzy. Who knew an auction for a blueprint could get my blood pumping like this? Where did this lord of the castle come from to be so incredibly wealthy? He's bidding over 7,000 soul stones. Even if I turn my entire castle upside down, I couldn't come up with that many soul stones. I've heard that upgrading a troop building to level 4 only takes 5,000 soul stones. Are all these lords bidding in the auction already at level 4 with their troop buildings? Mine's only at level 2. I just made it to level 3. That's the gap between us. At this stage, no one has enough soul stones on hand to make such a bid. I heard that in order to compete for Master Tang Xiaofan's troop building blueprint, a lot of top castle lords are borrowing soul stones everywhere. I've heard that too. It's true. A friend of mine borrowed 300 soul stones from me, and we signed a notarized agreement. He'll pay me back 500 within a week. So it's not that they're rich, they're just piling up debt. They're really putting everything on the line. Is it worth it? Absolutely. As long as they can win Master Tang Xiaofan's troop building blueprint, it's all worth it. With a few soul stones. With 2 troop buildings, you can summon twice as many troops. Who's worried about not having enough soul stones then? All I can say is, at least they're able to borrow soul stones. I've got my eye on that blueprint, but there's no way I can get my hands on that many soul stones. This is a feast for the top-tier castle lords. Even advanced castle lords don't have the right to join in. With just this one auction, Master Tang Xiaofan is going to get rich overnight. He might even be able to upgrade his troop building straight to level 4. As far as I know, no one's managed to get their troop building to level 4 yet, right? Even the top lords are still 1 level short. All I can say is, I envy Master Tang Xiaofan. Same here, +1. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the Lively World chat channel, and as he read the messages appearing there, he didn't feel much of anything. Getting rich overnight was certain, but as for needing those auctioned soul stones just to upgrade his troop building to level 4, that was seriously underestimating him. By the time the Beast Tide ended yesterday, his farmer's factory had already reached level 4. Now he was still stockpiling soul stones, aiming for a level 5 troop building, and it seemed that before long, he'd be able to start upgrading again. That was the speed of his castle's development. No other castle lord could match him. At last, the auction came to a close. The blueprint for the Skeleton Warrior troop building was sold for the sky-high price of 7,200 soul stones. As for who won the blueprint, no one knew. Not even Tang Xiaofan himself. And of course, he didn't care, nor did it matter to him. Whoever won that blueprint, it wouldn't shake the power and prestige his own team of warriors held over the entire castle realm. A castle lord who acquires blueprints for a new unit building will, at most, speed up their development slightly. As for castle wars, even gaining an extra intermediate unit is hardly a real threat. Take Tang Xiaofan, for example. Besides farmers and goblins, his demonic forces include the angel unit, which ranks among the most powerful and elite. Would he care if another castle lord gained an additional intermediate unit? Clearly he would not. At this level, even if there are more of them, these units are nothing more than tougher cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their main purpose is to accelerate a castle's early growth. In mid to late stage wars, they are of little consequence. In a land of buried bones, inside a dark, shadowy bone fortress, a figure clad in black armor finally let out a deep breath of relief. At last, I've secured it. Those people really went all out for this blueprint. But in the end, it's still fallen into my hands. She gazed at the azure blueprint that had appeared in her grasp, her eyes narrowing beneath her black helmet. Without delay, she stepped out into the castle's courtyard. Would you like to construct the Bone Warrior unit building in the designated area? Yes, no. Yes. As soon as she spoke, the blueprint vanished from her hand. A faint tremor rippled through the ground. And suddenly, a swath of golden light burst forth ahead of her, a shimmering silhouette of a building forming within. In moments, the silhouette solidified, rapidly transforming into a unit building capable of recruiting bone warriors. In that instant alone, she expended 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of refined iron, and 5,000 units of soul fire. Here in the land of buried bones, stone and soul fire are everywhere, far from rare. But wood and refined iron are hard to come by. It had taken her a long time to gather those resources, originally set aside to upgrade her basic town. Now, it seemed her castle wouldn't be upgraded anytime soon. As for her Death Knight unit building, it would be near impossible to raise it to level 4 in the near future. To win the Bone Warrior blueprint at auction, she'd nearly exhausted her reserve of soul gems, and even had to trade in a holy tier light ring at a bargain price as part of the deal. But all things considered, winning the blueprint is still a gain. Gazing at the new building that had appeared in her castle courtyard, her mood brightened considerably. Bone Graveyard, intermediate unit building. Initial level 1, can recruit 7 bone warriors per day. Special notice, when recruiting bone warriors from the Bone Graveyard, there is a chance to recruit bone mages or bone knights as well. The Bone Graveyard is teeming with energy. Would you like to recruit bone warriors now? Yes, no. Yes. At a single command, a chorus of wails, haunting as the cries of ghosts, rose in the air. Thick gray mist curled around the bone-strewn graveyard. Before long, the cemetery gates creaked open, and a squad of undead troops emerged from within. 6 skeletal warriors marched out, accompanied by a skeletal mage. All of them were level 2 at the start. At this moment, she strode forward and, with a single kick, shattered one of the skeletal warriors. Then, she tossed a bone staff to the skeletal mage. The skeletal mage grasped the staff, making a low, guttural sound. With a wave of the staff, the shattered skeletal warrior was resurrected, though its soul fire burned a shade dimmer than before. Not bad. This deal is absolutely worth it. She was clearly pleased. She then swung herself onto the back of an undead bone horse, her sword pointing toward the distant graveyard. Death Knights, he my command. Ride with me to war. At your command, my liege. A metallic clang rang out as several towering, formidable Death Knights gathered around her. Their loyal followers streamed from the fortress of the Death Knights' dominion, with the newly recruited skeletal warriors and skeletal mage close on their heels. Within the Black Tech fortress, the auction had come to an end. Yet Tang Xiaofan's expression was rather strange, a mixture of shock and delight. After the auction, he hadn't received the full amount of soul stones, just 3,540. The remaining 3,500 soul stones had instead transformed into a radiant white ring. Tang Xiaofan asked immediately, "What's with the ring?" The bidder used their current equipment to offset 3,500 soul stones at a low price. So that's how it is. And it really is a low price. After all, this is a holy artifact. A brilliant smile spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. Using a holy artifact to offset just 3,500 soul stones was a shocking bargain. In his eyes, equipment of such power, holy artifacts, would be worth at least tens of thousands of soul stones in the endgame, perhaps even more. Now, that bidder had used a holy artifact to cover a mere few thousand soul stones. An incredible loss. Come to think of it, the bidder just gave up a holy artifact. But why wouldn't they use such powerful gear for themselves? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled, but soon realization dawned. The reason was simple. This ring was a piece of equipment for the light faction, while the bidder clearly belonged to the dark, evil, or undead faction. If they wore the Ring of Light, it would directly affect the status of their undead troops. Since they couldn't use it, it was nothing but a useless item. Using it to offset soul stones made perfect sense. A holy artifact. What lord of any castle could get their hands on such a powerful item? Even for me, my best gear is only the king-ranked Cyclops ring. Tang Xiaofan surmised that this ring, a holy artifact, couldn't possibly have been snatched from the hands of any local power. The chance of getting good loot from opening treasure chests was also very low. The highest probability of acquiring valuable items seemed to come from the Battle Power Rankings rewards during the Beast Horde event. Take Tang Xiaofan, for example. His ranking rewards included equipment prizes. The random equipment rewards ranged from sacred artifacts at the lowest to true divine artifacts at the highest. It was just that at the time he hadn't chosen the equipment reward. In the end, he drew the exclusive building, the Terminator Giant Mushroom. Among the top 100 on the rankings, quite a few are supreme lords of undead castles. But the most dazzling one is the Nation of Death Knights, which took 3rd place on the leaderboard. The castle lord of that nation is most likely the one bidding for this item. 3rd place gets a sacred artifact as a reward. Luck must be on their side. It's just a pity that the reward turned out to be a sacred artifact from the Light faction. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. If he had chosen the equipment reward back then and happened to get a piece of gear from the evil, dark, or undead factions, even if it was a true divine artifact, he probably would have been so angry he'd cough up blood. Good thing he hadn't picked the equipment draw in the end. At the same time, his gaze fell upon the ring, emitting a gentle white glow. Ring of Radiant Light. Grade, Sacred Artifact. Greatly increases the loyalty of Light faction troops. When mana is abundant, can cast the Sacred Tears spell, Glorious Sword of Light, twice. When mana is abundant, can cast the Royal Tears spell, Light's Restoration, 3 times. High chance to attract voluntary allegiance from Light faction troops. Special note. This is the one and only ring of radiant light belonging to the Holy Church on the Divine Demon Continent. The Holy Church's unique equipment. Its immense power was undeniable. Even just the Sacred Tears spell, Glorious Sword of Light, was significant on its own. Not to mention, it also carried a Royal Tears spell, Light's Restoration, which appeared to be an extremely powerful healing spell. Yet despite all this, Tang Xiaofan wore a look of puzzlement. Isn't belief prohibited on the Divine Demon Continent? Don't the native forces all believe in truth? Then how could an organization like the Church exist? According to Tang Xiaofan's understanding, Churches were usually tied to religious faith. He was a little confused and quite curious about what kind of organization the Holy Church was, even hoping that one of its followers might appear before him. Just then, Jean Eyre returned to the castle with his warriors, escorting a group of goblins. Jarvis respectfully reported to Tang Xiaofan, "Sir, we found traces of the Goblin Kingdom." Meanwhile, on Blue Star, as Tang Xiaofan eliminated two more rival castle powers, a wave of online criticism against Dragon Nation surged once more. Dragon Nation is just too much. What did our Teapot Nation player ever do to deserve this? Just because their castle happened to be close, they get steamrolled. That's right, down with Dragon Nation's hegemony. We strongly demand that Dragon Country compensate Teapot Country for the losses it has caused. That's right, it's just tragic. Teapot Country's losses multiplied 1,000-fold, all centered in their capital. Imagine, so many people were living carefree lives, and then, out of nowhere, a volcano erupted. Where are the netizens from Teapot Country? Why don't you share your thoughts? Exactly. It feels like people from Teapot Country hardly ever speak up. Oh, and what about that Sagu Country, where Zhou Yong comes from? Why is no one from there saying anything either? At this moment, someone truly familiar with both Teapot Country and Sagu Country, watching the crowd's outrage, couldn't help but speak up. Don't you know? Teapot Country and Sagu Country are both applying to join Dragon Country right now. What do you mean? I mean, Teapot Country and Sagu Country are applying to give up their status as independent nations and merge with Dragon Country, becoming part of it. How can that be allowed? This is outrageous. Dragon Country is already bursting at the seams. Immigration applications are backed up until next year. It's shameless. People from Teapot Country have always been lazy and gluttonous. They really have no shame. The folks from Sagu Country aren't any better. Their place is crawling with telephone scammers. Hey, you lazy teapots, stop dreaming. Dragon Country has already rejected your application. Your new contestants have already appeared on the Divine Demon Continent. And you white-faced tricksters, you can stop dreaming too. Your contestants have also shown up on the Divine Demon Continent. Although Tang Xiaofan's victory brought tremendous benefits to Dragon Country, it also brought enormous headaches. Applications to immigrate to Dragon Country from Blue Star residents have already topped 300 million. Intercultural romances involving Dragon Country men are skyrocketing. Marrying a Dragon Country citizen grants instant citizenship. So women from other Blue Star nations have started to pull out all the stops. Online dating and long-distance relationships have become the fastest ways to connect with Dragon Country men. In no time at all, a single man from Dragon Country could have at least 500 eligible brides to choose from. And the dowry starts at no less than 1 million Dragon coins. Dragon Country men have become a rare and prized catch. The Goblin Kingdom? Tang Xiaofan pondered for a long while. He was no stranger to the Goblin Kingdom. Their first encounter had been when Tang Xiaofan conquered the Goblin tribe in the underground world. Under Zhang Yi's influence, the tribe pledged allegiance to the Black Tech Fortress and became his followers. That time, the Goblin Kingdom appeared as a notification and immediately blacklisted Tang Xiaofan and his Black Tech Fortress, marking them as enemies with the highest level of hostility. As the Black Tech Fortress continued to grow in power and reputation, the Goblin Kingdom's presence was felt in nearly every major event. The Goblin Kingdom's hatred for the Black Tech Fortress only intensified. One could say that. The Goblin Kingdom harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Black Technology Castle. The relationship between the Goblin Kingdom and the Black Technology Castle has already reached a point where only one side can survive. War is the only possible outcome between the two. Peace is virtually impossible. Only when one side is utterly defeated will the conflict have a chance to end. Tang Xiaofan lifted his gaze and said to Jean Eyre, "Explain the situation in detail." Jean Eyre replied respectfully, "Reporting to my lord, while I was leading a squad of warriors searching for remnants of local forces and monster lairs around the castle, we happened upon a goblin patrol." In his report, Jean Eyre also mentioned those wanderers. Those wanderers were captured by the goblins and taken to the Goblin Kingdom. The reason I didn't rescue them is that when they were seized by the goblins, they immediately tried to bargain for their lives by betraying the location of the Black Technology Castle. They are a group of unworthy traitors, and their words about wanting to defect are not to be trusted. You did exactly the right thing. Tang Xiaofan nodded in approval at Jean Eyre. He hadn't expected wanderers to appear near the Black Technology Castle so soon. But rather than coming to pledge allegiance, it was clear these people simply wanted a shelter under the castle's great power, using its resources to strengthen themselves. Of course, wanderers seeking refuge with a castle is, at its core, a relationship of mutual exploitation. there's no guarantee that either side won't come out a loss. Still, Tang Xiaofan had no desire to let wanderers settle within his castle. Even though this world was real, most castle lords and wanderers saw themselves as players who had descended into a different world. But do players truly possess loyalty? From the moment those wanderers were captured, they immediately tried to shift the trouble onto the Black Technology Castle. That alone proved how unreliable these so-called players were. Even Tang Xiaofan himself always put his own interests first. He would never pledge loyalty to another player. Expecting other players to be loyal and willing to risk their lives for one's castle is a near impossible task. It would take a tremendous investment of energy and resources just to cultivate a group of wanderers who were truly loyal to the castle. For Tang Xiaofan, it simply wasn't worth it. Rather than wasting vast resources on building a loyal faction of wanderers for the Black Technology Castle, it made far more sense to invest those resources elsewhere, upgrading the castle, enhancing troop buildings, acquiring a variety of architectural blueprints, expanding his forces, and strengthening his domain. After all, the soldiers were absolutely loyal to Tang Xiaofan. Their loyalty could be both observed and predicted. Players, on the other hand, were unpredictable. Even those who professed utmost loyalty could betray you at the drop of a hat. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan had no desire to waste his time and energy on them. At least for now, he preferred not to have too much contact with the wanderers. Perhaps one day, after he had established his own empire of black technology, he might allow the presence of wanderers within the borders of his realm, permitting them to live under the laws and order of his kingdom. But as for the present, Tang Xiaofan turned to Jean Eyre and said, "Convey my orders. Send warriors to patrol the castle's borders. No wanderer is to set foot in my territory. If any are found, expel them immediately. Those who refuse shall be dealt with on the spot." "As you command, my lord," Jean Eyre responded respectfully. And even beneath the impassive mask he wore, there was an unmistakable aura of killing intent and the chill of death. He, too, had little patience for those few wanderers. He then pointed to the goblins kneeling on the ground. "My lord, these goblins are from the Goblin Kingdom. Now, cowed by our overwhelming strength, they dared not resist and have been taken captive." As Tang Xiaofan's gaze fell upon the goblins, they immediately prostrated themselves, trembling with fear, and pleaded, "Spare us, great king. We were forced to come here. Please, we beg for your mercy." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "Later, send them to the temple to face the judgment of the priests. But first, I have a few questions." It was clear just how terrified these goblins were. Seeing the steel warriors show such deference to Tang Xiaofan, a seemingly ordinary human, they understood that the master of this fortress of black technology was the one who held their fate in his hands, and their fear deepened. Tang Xiaofan asked, "The king of the Goblin Kingdom, who is he?" The Goblin Lord, who was level 18 and the leader among them, anxiously opened his mouth to reply. But Tang Xiaofan raised his hand, cutting him off. "Only answer what I ask. I will not punish you for your past, as long as you can pass the trial of the temple." "Praise to you, merciful master," the Goblin Lord replied hastily. "Is there anyone in the Goblin Kingdom above level 20? Tang Xiaofan pressed, frowning. The Goblin Lord nodded and said, "There is only the Grand Elder. He alone is level 20. He is the most powerful goblin warrior in the entire history of the forest goblins." The goblin race was scattered far and wide. Not only in the forests, goblins could be found in many places. Nor was there only one goblin kingdom. Generally, each region had its own kingdom and ruler. The Goblin Lord's domain was the forest. There were many races similar to the goblins, but only a few powerful races had a single kingdom ruling over their entire kind across the divine demon continent, such as the Empire of the Wood Elves. Outside of the heartlands of the Elven Empire, all other elven settlements are merely branches, and these branches are not permitted to wield royal power. But the goblins are a different story. There are simply too many goblins scattered across every corner of the continent of gods and demons. As a result, many regions boast their own independent goblin kingdoms, each ruled by its own king. A level 20 goblin Grand Elder. Tang Xiaofan frowned slightly. A level 20 powerhouse's strength was undeniable. However, that was about it. Even if this Grand Elder possessed some unique abilities, Tang Xiaofan firmly believed that his steel battalion could still sweep through the entire goblin kingdom. At this point, it didn't seem nearly as challenging as he had imagined. To annihilate and conquer the goblin kingdom, he need only eliminate that level 20 goblin Grand Elder. The other goblins stood no chance at all. Tang Xiaofan asked, "How far is your goblin kingdom from my castle?" "Almighty Lord, I have a magical map to show you." The level 18 Goblin Lord produced a pale gold item from his robes, resembling a scroll. He stood up cautiously and respectfully handed the scroll to Warrior 2. Then, he hurriedly returned to his place, resumed kneeling, and continued to pay his respects. This is a complete map of the forest, with the locations of all the major factions clearly marked, including the Goblin Kingdom. The underground capital of the Goblin Kingdom is about 800 kilometers from your castle. Tang Xiaofan took the magical map from Warrior 2. Unfurling it, he saw the entire expanse of the forest spread before him. The whole map was illustrated in fine black lines, showing every mountain range, large and small, as well as lakes, forests, resource points, faction territories, and even the locations of mineral deposits. It was an exceptionally detailed map. On it, Tang Xiaofan quickly located the Goblin Kingdom. Measured directly from his castle, the distance was about 14 centimeters on the map. Comparing this to the map's scale, 800 kilometers, he muttered. How did you manage to appear in this area in such a short time? Tang Xiaofan frowned, puzzled. It had only been a few days since the underground goblin tribe pledged allegiance to him and began to worship him. If it were his steel soldiers, they could traverse 800 kilometers by flying high above the ground, crossing the distance in even less time. But goblins couldn't fly. If they traveled by land, they would have had to cross range after range of mountains, all the while staying wary of local powers and attacks from wild monsters. The slightest misstep could have meant total annihilation. Even if the Grand Elder of the Goblin Kingdom received word and immediately dispatched goblins to investigate, there was no reason they could have arrived so quickly. Could there be an underground passage? Or perhaps, do the goblins have flying mounts? The level 18 Goblin Lord replied respectfully. We traveled through the underground safe passage. In order to better manage all the goblin tribes within the forest, the kingdom established multiple secure routes beneath the earth, extending in every direction. Within these underground safe passages, there are also magical railcars that allow for rapid travel. With the help of these magical railcars, our group reached this area in just 2 days. Afterwards, we've been investigating information about the local goblin tribes in the surrounding region. Just as we were about to head toward one of those goblin tribes, we encountered several human wanderers. It was from them that we learned of the Black Tech Castle. And so, that's when we were captured by this lord here. We didn't resist at all. The level 18 Goblin Lord and the other 20 or so goblins all looked at Tang Xiaofan with fawning expressions. Tang Xiaofan didn't feel awkward about this in the least. He was already used to it. This was simply the privilege of the victor. What truly caught Tang Xiaofan's attention was the underground safe passage and the magical railcars the Goblin Lord had mentioned. This is beyond what I expected. Not only does the Goblin Kingdom have underground safe passages stretching out toward every direction and every power's territory, they've even built their own version of the subway. Those magical railcars running underground. Aren't they just a magical version of the subway? The world of magic truly defies underestimation. Tang Xiaofan suspected that this world held more than just things like dwarven airships or elven arcs from certain games. It seemed the local powers here had maintained an unbroken chain of civilization. If it were just a spell or some martial technique, no matter how impressive, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't have cared. After all, an isolated skill can't create technology. But magical railcars are a different story. They are the culmination of many systems, requiring solutions to countless problems and a broad range of technologies. That proved the magical technology of these local powers might not be as primitive as he had thought. Tang Xiaofan pressed further. What plans does the level 20 Goblin Elder have? The level 18 Goblin Lord shook his head and replied. The Elder only sent me here to gather intelligence and did not share any detailed plan. However, I am absolutely certain that the greedy Goblin Kingdom will invade your castle's territory, now that they have become Tang Xiaofan's captives. The level 18 Goblin Lord and the goblins with him all spoke with deep resentment toward their own avaricious kingdom. Goblins, after all, were synonymous with greed, cowardice, and evil. And when faced with overwhelming power, they chose to submit. The underground goblin tribe had once been vassals to a mighty black dragon, frequently offering tribute to the beast in order to avoid being devoured. But up until now, the goblin tribe has pledged allegiance to the Black Technology Castle, and the black dragon lurking underground has yet to appear. Perhaps it is currently asleep, its hunger sated. Once it wakes and feels the pangs of hunger again, it will surely remember the goblin tribe, its ever-reliable, unwitting meal delivery service. When faced with those weaker than themselves, goblins instantly transform into greedy, ruthless butchers. Such is the nature of goblins, a neutral race aligned with chaos. When a level 18 Goblin Lord spoke of invading the Black Technology Castle, Jean Eyre's murderous aura flared without warning. He turned to Tang Xiaofan and declared, "My lord, permit me to thoroughly cleanse the Goblin Kingdom of all who dare defy your rule." "Honored divine emissary," the level 18 Goblin Lord replied, cautiously. "There are countless warriors within the Goblin Kingdom, but the troops at Black Technology Castle are still too few." Jean Eyre cast him a scornful glance. The Goblin Lord immediately ducked his head, too frightened to utter another word. Tang Xiaofan then asked, "What did you intend to do with those wanderers you captured?" The Goblin Lord replied, "We seized them to investigate information about the otherworld." Tang Xiaofan pressed further. "How did you learn about the otherworld?" It wasn't just the goblins. Even goblins, two-headed ogres, and lizard folk were all aware of this otherworld, hinting at something extraordinary behind it all. The Goblin Lord explained. "A while ago, a mysterious voice echoed in our minds. It told us that beings from another world had descended upon the divine demon continent. The voice urged us to hunt down these outsiders and destroy their castles. Only then could we hope to live happily." Tang Xiaofan drew a deep breath. He had no idea where that voice came from, nor what terrifying presence lay behind it. But at last, he understood why the native factions and wild creatures were so eager to attack the lords of the castles. A mysterious power promised them rewards. Wasn't that just like the benefits bestowed upon the castle lords themselves? The only difference was that they belonged to opposing factions. Who is the master of that voice? We do not know. Tang Xiaofan frowned, and then changed the subject. "How large is the goblin population, and what is the size of your military?" The Goblin Lord responded at once. "There are over 1 million goblins in the forest. As for the kingdom's core population, we have 1 legion, 5,000 elite goblin warriors." The Goblin Lord gave a thorough report. He himself was not a member of the military. Rather, he was part of the palace guard of the Goblin Kingdom. His duty was to protect the king and defend the royal hall. Because of his status, the level 20 Goblin Grand Elder had chosen him, sending him to lead a goblin squad on this mission. As someone close to the heart of power in the Goblin Kingdom. Therefore, the level 18 Goblin Lord possessed extensive knowledge about the Goblin Kingdom. He knew how many powerful warriors it had, the size of its legions, and the details of its defensive arrangements. All of these secrets were well within his grasp.